I am clearly the 11th rare class profession awakener in the Dragon Kingdom, yet I was mercilessly solo killed 37 times by a clueless newbie goose in the starter village. Everyone mocked me as a rare useless player who raised geese with his life. This was simply because the clown profession is universally recognized as a terrible class. Although the skill description says it deals random damage from 1 to 999 points, the actual damage is a pitiful 1 point. Just when I thought my life had been wasted again, I unexpectedly discovered a terrifying hidden mechanism. In room 234 of Dungeon H Zone, I stared blankly at the cramped space. 3 months ago, stellar activity became abnormal, severely damaging the surface ecosystem, and all humans relocated to live underground. The underground city is divided into 9 zones, ranked from highest to lowest as S to H, and the zone I am in is the lowest, H zone. Due to limited space in the underground city, to meet people's social and activity needs, a global alliance launched a holographic social third world. The dungeon abolished the traditional currency system, replacing it with contribution points. The initial contribution points in H-Zone are 6,000, with a daily consumption of about 100 points. Once contribution points are depleted, one is transferred to the radiation overexposed silent layer, where survival is nearly impossible. Contribution points can be earned in the third world. Thinking of this, I gathered my focus and looked at the holographic pod opposite me, then lay down inside. A wave of dizziness came over me, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a magnificent hall gilded with gold. Welcome to the third world, please create your character name. I thought for a moment and said, Eternal Night. Character creation successful. Congratulations on becoming a rare class profession, clown, the 11th clown in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the prompt, I was momentarily stunned. How did it automatically select a profession? Before I could figure it out, the prompt sounded again, entering Dragon Kingdom Novice Village number 9167. Wish you a pleasant adventure. After a flash of white light, I appeared in a village crowded with people. Level 7 swordsman leading the team, need a level 5 healer, recruiting fixed team members. Is there a big brother to help a little sister level up? Level 4 mage looking for a group. I ignored the surrounding noise and immediately opened the panel. Attributes. Player, Eternal Night. Class, Clown. Level, 0. Experience, 0-10,000. HP/MP, 145. Dual attack, 15. Dual defense, 10. General skill, detection, can detect monsters up to 10 levels below oneself. Exclusive skill, stage play, mimics and copies active skills released by nearby targets. The skill can deal random damage from 1 to 999 to enemies cap 1. Exclusive skill, card acrobatics, randomly draws from 4 suits, attacks within 10 seconds carry different effects, hearts taunt, spades blind, diamonds interrupt, clubs slow, CD 60 seconds. Seeing the professional skills, I couldn't help but exclaim awesome. Although the damage of the first skill is unstable, even if it deals dozens to hundreds of points of damage, it still far surpasses other professions in the early stages. What excites me the most is the card acrobatics skill taunt, blind, interrupt, slow. These 4 negative statuses are truly divine skills. I then put away the panel and walked toward the NPC to see if I could accept a quest to speed up leveling. Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with? I asked with a smile on my face. The old man glanced at me and said, 500 gold coins. What? I was stunned. Another poor bastard, the old man sneered without any courtesy. No money and still want to take on a task? Having to pay to accept a quest, I suddenly felt my brain freeze. After playing games for so many years, this was the first time I encountered such a situation. The design of this third world is really quite unique. Then I wandered around other NPCs, but without exception, they either asked for money or items as soon as they opened their mouths. It seemed there was no hope for quests, so I could only grind monsters to level up. I shook my head and walked out of the village. Passing by the village entrance, an old woman muttered mysteriously, "Why haven't you come back yet? None of you stay." I stopped in my tracks and was about to approach her for a chat when the old woman suddenly looked up and said to me, "Young man, are you afraid of death?" Hearing this, I was stunned again. Seeing that I didn't respond, the old woman fell back into muttering to herself. The corner of my mouth twitched sharply. The NPCs in this third world were all a bit unusual, and no matter how I looked at it, this didn't seem like a proper game. Leaving the beginner's village with a gloomy mood, I copied a mage's fireball spell along the way, ventured deeper, and stopped at a relatively quiet spot. After locking onto the first target, I cast a detect spell. Dull Goose. Level? Health, 100. Attack power, 8. Physical defense, 5. Magic defense, 5. Details, the top bully in the village, a childhood shadow. The stats are terrible. If I were lucky, I should be able to finish it off instantly. I assessed the situation in my mind and then cast fireball. Whoosh, 2 fireballs turned into streaks of light hitting the silly goose. However, the next second, 2 points of damage floated above the silly goose's head. This luck is just too bad. I was stunned for a moment. The silly goose, attacked, immediately charged at me. Whoosh, 2 more fireballs, 1. How is that possible? I exclaimed in shock and started casting fireballs continuously. But the result didn't change. Seeing that string of ones, a bad feeling rose in my heart. Forget it, I just don't believe my luck will stay this bad. Defying fate, I wildly cast fireball, but only after my mana was completely drained did the silly goose's health drop by half, all just 1 damage, no other damage values appeared. With a bang, a sharp pain hit me, and only then did I notice the health bar was empty. Ding! Player died, 50% of gold deducted, 50% of experience deducted. At the newbie village resurrection point, I walked out of the village with a gloomy expression. The 100 gold coins I exchanged earlier with 100 contribution points were now down to just 50. But I had already put that loss behind me. Now I just wanted to figure out what was going on with the clown class. If I didn't solve the damage issue, it wouldn't be as simple as just dying in the game. Returning to the spot where I last died, that silly goose was still there. I first cast the skill Poker Acrobatics on myself, which randomly adds 4 negative effects to attacks within 10 seconds. When the silly goose was hit by the fireball spell, it froze for a moment. This triggered the slowness effect, but the damage was still only 1 point. I was filled with confusion. What was going on? Could it be that I was using it the wrong way? In the time that followed, I tried every method I could think of, but it was still useless. 2 hours later, number 1034 Silly Goose killed rare profession players 5 times, promoted to Goose King, coordinates XX. Damn, who is this rare profession that actually fed the silly goose into a Goose King? Could it be that this big shot did it on purpose, just to kill the Goose King? Hurry up, we also have a chance to kill the field boss. For a moment, many players rushed towards the coordinates of the Goose King. As for Zhang Wei, he had already left the game and returned to reality. Zhang Wei got up from the holographic warehouse. It was still nighttime in the dungeon, and the artificial fusion star had not yet risen. I'm the 11th clown, Zhang Wei whispered as he sat on his cot. The first 10 people must have encountered career problems as well. With this thought, Zhang Wei operated the intelligent device in the room and opened the Third World Forum. Search for posts on the rare occupation clown. As soon as Zhang Wei's words fell, dozens of posts were searched out. However, as Zhang Wei browsed through them one by one, his face became more and more ugly. Joker, the head of the funny sewer department. As the name suggests, being a clown, I'm a professional. Thought to be a rare profession, but turned out to be a rare profession. It turns out that in the past few months, the first 10 clown professional players have become famous in the third world. As a rare profession, they were at first highly regarded by some large trade unions. However, as time went by, they also encountered Zhang Wei's problem. The damage value was only 1 point forever. Even though they were brought upgraded by the labor unions, they never solved the damage problem. While browsing, suddenly a new article came into Zhang Wei's eyes. Even how you persevere, you're still a clown. Level 10 clown player Mu Feng in his own words. This new post, in just a short while, had gained hundreds of thousands of views. It turned out that Mu Feng had just broken through level 10 under the costly buildup of a large guild. It was important to realize that in the third world today, the highest leveled player was only at level 10. According to Mu Feng, the clowns could obtain the third exclusive new skill when they reached level 10, Improv Comedy, which was a blood recovery buff skill. It's a blood recovery buff skill. Blood recovery equals mimic skill damage value, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Zhang Wei's heart sank when he saw this, as if he was anticipating something. Sure enough, Zhang Wei shook his head slightly. Damage is 1 point, blood recovery is also 1 point, 30 seconds to recover 30 points of blood. If there is a chance to open a sub-profession or obtain a transfer scroll, I suggest that everyone give up the profession of clown as early as possible. In the article, Mu Feng wrote, the damage limit of the clown's main output skill is 999, and this damage will not have any advantage after everyone leaves the novice village. Joker is supposed to be a profession that builds up advantages in the early stages, and is weak in the later stages, which can be. Mu Feng between the words, cannot hide the loss, thought it was a rare profession, can fly to the sky, the result is a garbage. Just like the career line that the clown gets at level 10. Even how you hold on, you're still a clown. Chapter 5 Survival Crisis. Was there really no hope? Zhang Wei hesitated for just a moment in his mind before he shut down the forums and turned around to enter the holographic warehouse. He couldn't wait for the vice profession or transfer scroll, he had to solve this problem within 2 months. In Novice Village 9167, Zhang Wei and the 3 bullies of the village were engaged in a life and death tangle. But with a little damage, dealing with a goose became a problem. Walk out and come back dead. Once. Twice. 10 times. Zhang Wei had thought about forming a team, but with this little output, he was destined to end up getting kicked. What a ruthless character. Walking Chicken, Dumb Goose, Lame Duck, and the 3 bullies in the village have all let him cultivate them into field leaders. Who exactly is this rare profession player? Did he receive a special quest? How many times must one die? A crowd of players were talking and various claims popped up. On the Third World Forum, Novice Village number 9167 directly dominated the list. Novice Village number 9167 Goose Raising Specialist. Thanks to Big Brother, I was able to kill 3 field leaders in a row in one day. Shocked, someone serves chickens with his body. Is it a twisted human nature, or is it cross-species true love? For several days in a row, Zhang Wei walked out and came back dead. Just his seemingly unperturbed appearance, there was an extra hint of madness under his eyes. Because Zhang Wei's contribution points were already going to be consumed, gold coins would be deducted for deaths, and if there weren't enough gold coins to pour in, he would have to exchange his contribution points for gold coins in order to get out of the novice village. This also led to Zhang Wei's contribution points only having 1,000 points left today. At this rate of progress, in at most 5 more days, Zhang Wei would move from Area H to the Silent Tier. On the forums, aside from the game content, there were also some panic-inducing posts. My teammate went to the Silent Layer and never came back online. What the hell is the Silent Layer? I chose the normal social zone, but I'm being subbed by the workplace and the simulation world. What should I do? One of the posts had tens of millions of views. The survival situation of humans at the bottom of the contribution point system. We are being transformed into subsidiaries. The post pointed out sharply that even if you choose the normal social zone, but since contribution points nowadays replace the money system and even determine the life and death of individuals, it is impossible to perfectly restore the normal society of the ground. Before the boss is in control of your salary, now indirectly control your life and death. The blogger pushes the show. According to the development of this trend, the bottom layer of humans will become subordinate to the upper layer of people, and will even be enslaved. Tier oppression will far exceed the ancient division of 3, 6, 9 classes. However, this post was like a flash in the pan and was quickly deleted. In the evening of this day, Zhang Wei finished eating the daily ration of food in Area H. Instead of immediately entering the third world, he pushed open the door of his small room and walked out. This was the first time he pushed open the door of his room, and to his eyes, a dense cluster of buildings ringed the area. It was like a huge beehive, and they were living in such a narrow space. A large number of rooms are glittering, but the huge H area is as silent as a lonely alley, and not a single sound can be heard. The soundproofing of the rooms in the underground city complex was very good, but the more important reason was that nowadays, they spent most of their time living in the third world. Zhang Wei swept his gaze across, and on each floor, there would occasionally be a few rooms that were pitch black. Silent Layer. Zhang Wei was well aware of those rooms that had their lights extinguished, and the people who originally lived in them had been transferred to the Silent Layer. I wonder what's going on the surface now. This thought suddenly popped up in Zhang Wei's mind. He was the last batch of people to be transferred down, and by then, the star over the blue star had already turned into a huge red fireball, for 5 times larger than its normal size, and the weather had become unusually harsh. Is the blue star slowly approaching the star, or is that star expanding and annihilating? Zhang Wei was at least a university graduate, and he knew clearly in his mind that in either case, even if they moved underground, they would not survive in the end. All humans, and even the entire blue star, would be annihilated. Forget it. Zhang Wei shook his head and turned around to return to his room. If he still couldn't solve the problem of the damage caused by the Joker skill, he wouldn't be able to live until the moment when the human race was overthrown. Third World, Novice Village 9167, Zhang Wei once again walked out of the Novice Village. After a long time, Zhang Wei walked out of the Novice Village again. Walking out of the Novice Village. Out of the Novice Village. Just as Zhang Wei was immersed in the third world, in the underground city cluster, inside a huge center control room in Area H, a mechanical voice rang out. A mechanical voice rang out. Area H 678-234-11, contribution points are about to return to 0, prepare to transfer to the Silent Layer. Inside the control area, 2 humanoid robots get straight out and walk towards the coordinate room. Young man, wait. Just as Zhang Wei was preparing to leave the village once again, that old crone at the entrance of the village suddenly called out to stop Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's footsteps lurched at the sound, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was aware of this old crone, who was also an NPC. Initially, there were quite a few players who tried to receive quests from her, but they came up empty-handed. Zhang Wei had also tried, but in the end, it was to no avail. Unexpectedly, this time, this old crone took the initiative to greet him. Zhang Wei walked forward and politely asked, "Granny, is there anything I need to do?" The old crone scrutinized Zhang Wei with a glance, her raspy voice resounding, "Through these hours of observation, I feel that you are a person who is not afraid of death." The corner of Zhang Wei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He didn't want to die either, but there was no way. The output problem couldn't be solved, and he couldn't even fight the chickens, ducks, and geese single-handedly. Nevertheless, the crone's next words made Zhang Wei freeze. "This time you really want to die," said the old crone unhurriedly. "Granny, you." Zhang Wei's heart was flooded with shocking waves. His contribution points just went to 0 today. This time out of the village, Zhang Wei did not want to provoke the village bully, just want to walk around, and finally take a good stroll in this third world. "My son was just like you, he walked out from here and never came back. Then came my grandson." The old crone muttered to herself. They were prepared to return after their success. As the old crone spoke, her gaze softened as she looked toward Zhang Wei. "I have something on my mind, do you want to help me?" Zhang Wei sniffed and nodded heavily. "Granny, you say. Who would want to die if they could live? The old crone whispered, "My son and grandson want to go over the southernmost mountain and walk out of the village, so help me see if they made it out alive or not." Ding! Triggering the mission of chance exploring the southern mountain, searching for the disappearing wanderer. The mission lasts for 10 days, do you accept? A system voice sounded in Zhang Wei's ears. Accept, Zhang Wei immediately took it. After accepting the mission, Zhang Wei wanted to hurry to South Mountain but was stopped by the old crone. Don't be in a hurry, South Mountain is dangerous, although you are not afraid of death, but your strength is too weak, this weapon you take for defense. The old woman said, handing Zhang Wei a long sword that emitted a cold light. Zhang Wei reached out and took the long sword. He had copied the active skills of other professions in addition to the fireball spell in the past few days, but without exception, all of them dealt a little damage. However, there was one advantage: the profession of Joker had no restriction on weapons. Whichever profession's skill is copied, whichever profession's weapon can be used. The old woman looked at Zhang Wei and continued, "This sword is barely enough for self-defense." Zhang Wei was just about to open his mouth, but unexpectedly, this scene was seen by the surrounding players passing by. Ha! He triggered a quest. Dude, what quest is it? Do we need to team up to complete it together? Quite a few people gathered around, and the crowd spoke up to trap Zhang Wei in the center. No need, Zhang Wei balked, squeezing out of the crowd and walking towards the outside of the village. However, a lot of people secretly followed up. Its purpose is self-evident. Maybe if we kill him, we can take this quest again. That weapon looks good. Chapter 6: The Show, Opening. Zhang Wei also felt that there were quite a few people following behind him, but he had no other way to do so for a while, so he could only let them follow. After all, these players were all higher leveled than Zhang Wei, who was still level 0 so far, and could not shake off these people at all in terms of speed. However, as Zhang Wei traveled all the way south, the level of the wild monsters around him started to get higher. No, we can't let him continue deeper. Finally, someone couldn't help it. Dude, either tell us how to pick up the quest, or how about we team up together to complete it? A dagger-wielding skinny player flashed his figure and stopped Zhang Wei. That's right. In a short while, dozens of players surrounded Zhang Wei. It's too late, Zhang Wei's heart crossed. The big deal was to die and go back and come out again quietly. Although the pain of death is engraved in his bones, but Zhang Wei has died numb, dare to die so many times. Zhang Wei is also a ruthless person. Brush. Zhang Wei's hand-long sword swayed, directly cut across the neck of the skinny player. The good thing is that this game is 100% realistic. Even if you don't use skills, Zhang Wei can also utilize his weapon to perform normal attacks. Poof sound. The skinny player's pupils widened as he looked at Zhang Wei with an unbelievable face, while a huge damage floated up from the top of his head. 486. Crap, what high damage! Be careful, he might be an expert on the rank list. Seeing this perverted damage from Zhang Wei, the group of people around him immediately tensed up. The player holding the dagger, on the other hand, disappeared into a white light under the shocked gazes of the crowd. One sword kill. In the crowd, a player suddenly shouted, "It's the sword in his hand that has problems." As soon as these words came out, many people immediately stared at the long sword in Zhang Wei's hand with fiery gazes. This sword was given by an NPC. Could it be a golden weapon? The crowd that was still a bit fearful immediately began to surround towards Zhang Wei again. People die for money, birds die for food, honestly. Zhang Wei was also a bit shocked at this time. Originally he was prepared to fight to the death, at most he would be killed back to the newbie village. He didn't expect to directly second that skinny player. Only then did Zhang Wei look at the attributes of the long sword, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Mother of Mercy sword quest prop. Level, unlimited. Quality, epic. Attack power, 247. Skill, passive, armor breaking, ignores target's physical defense. Features bludgeoning rate plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%. Details: sword in the hands of a loving mother, a wandering son chopped, 12 swords in a second, sword out of the storm so that you dare not go home to see your mother all the time. If you are willing, the mage can also take it to cut people. Note, the third world equipment grade division: shabby, white, blue, purple, gold, epic, artifacts, legend, the only. What a perverted attribute! Zhang Wei was darkly shocked. This sword ignored defense, attack speed, and bludgeoning, all pulling full strength, and there was no limit to the level. This was simply a divine weapon. Zhang Wei did not know how many gold coins this sword was worth in the third world, but according to past experience, it could be sold for at least 1,000,000 gold coins. It is just that nowadays the gold coins in the third world need to be exchanged for contribution points, which in turn determines whether or not one can survive in the dungeon. The price of this sword would only not be as high as expected. However, these were all Zhang Wei's own guesses, and it was anyone's guess as to how much it was worth. And as this weapon did not restrict occupation, Zhang Wei guessed that it might be related to the 100% anthropomorphism of the third world. No matter what the weapon, players can be used, only non-professional weapons, the use of the effect will have a certain discount. At this time, Zhang Wei has gathered around a large number of players, at least 400 to 500 people. Zhang Wei looked at the 3 layers of players with greedy eyes, and his originally excited heart instantly calmed down a lot. Even with this perverted weapon, it was impossible for him to deal with so many players. However, Zhang Wei was not a sitting duck. Even if he died, he would still take a few away. Holding his sword, Zhang Wei charged towards the nearest big man. Him. He's just one person, he can't possibly kill us all. The big man roared, and with an extra shield in his hand, he met him. Obviously this big man was a shield warrior. Since the big man had just seen Zhang Wei kill the dagger-wielding assassin in a single second with his sword, he subconsciously thought that Zhang Wei was a high-level player. At this moment, when he saw Zhang Wei rushing towards him, the big man held his shield in front of his body and defended with all his might. Boom! A loud bang. 467. Grass, the big man's face turned pale. He was not a dainty assassin, but a warrior with thick skin and blood. This sword actually chopped 3/4 of his blood. His attack is too high, be careful. The big man roared, retreating back and forth. How could Zhang Wei dare to distance himself from the crowd? He only had 100 of blood, the crowd was all higher leveled than him, and those long-range professions attacked him a few times and he would hang. Zhang Wei just wanted to rush into the crowd to kill. At this time, a voice suddenly rang in Zhang Wei's ears. Ding, the audience is in place, is the show starting? Ha! Zhang Wei's body gave a start and subconsciously replied, open. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, his body was driven and he involuntarily threw out a fireball. The fireball was like an elf, rushing towards a white-robed mage. In the next moment, everyone froze in place, including Zhang Wei himself. Above the mage player's head, the damage value floated out. 999 seconds. Spike again. Again. This is ing hanging. The big man who had just fled away roared despite his image, isn't he a swordsman, how come he knows fireball magic? With this yell from him, Zhang Wei instantly came back to his senses. Audience, show, opening. Zhang Wei was touched inwardly and hurriedly wanted to find a place to verify his guess. But right now, these people had to die. Fireball spells began to fly out of Zhang Wei's hands one after another, averaging 2 fireballs a second, taking away 8 or 9 lives in an instant. Moreover, these scattered players who originally wanted to take advantage of the fire had no organization to speak of. One by one, they panicked and forgot to fight back, only wanting to escape before the people around them fell. In the third world, not only will 50% of experience be deducted if you die, but also 50% of your gold will be lost. And gold coins could mean contribution points, which most players couldn't afford to give up. Besides, the pain of dying once was not something everyone wanted to try. Therefore, in just a few moments, only Zhang Wei was left in the field. There were dozens of player corpses lying on the ground, one after another turning into a white light and disappearing. As for the other players, they had already fled without looking back. Zhang Wei was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was already in shock. He seemed to have gotten some clues about the characteristics of the Joker profession. Zhang Wei glimpsed the porcupine in the distance, and threw out a fireball spell. The one, extremely pitiful damage floated out. Sure enough, Zhang Wei let out a cry below, not enough spectators, the damage is 1 point. The porcupine in the distance was attacked and rushed towards Zhang Wei. Waiting for the porcupine to approach, Zhang Wei smoothly slashed out with his long sword. 498. Once again, he killed it in seconds. Ding, killing a level 5 porcupine across levels, gaining 50 experience points. Zhang Wei frowned, it took only 50 experience points for a level crossing kill, no wonder the highest on the leaderboards was only just level 10 after 3 months. At this moment, Zhang Wei had a certain perception of the difficulty of leveling up in the third world. Oh no, Zhang Wei whispered and hurriedly ran towards South Mountain. His contribution points had already gone to 0, and after today, he would be transferred to the Silence tier. Now, Zhang Wei only hoped that he could complete this quest and obtain some gold rewards. Otherwise, even if he figured out the secret of the clown profession, there was no way to save himself. As Zhang Wei hurried along, the level of the monsters around him was getting higher and higher, level 5, level 7, and level 9. Fortunately, Zhang Wei didn't take the initiative to attack, and since he didn't have any hate value, these wild monsters wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. I don't know how long it took, but the lofty southern mountain finally revealed its true colors. Ding, entering the quest range of exploring Southern Mountain, searching for the disappearing wanderer. As the system beep sounded, Zhang Wei also finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally making it to the location. Just as Zhang Wei entered the middle of the plot quest, the Third World Forum had already exploded. The scene of Zhang Wei killing over 100 players had been secretly recorded and uploaded to the forums. However, due to the fact that it was secretly recorded within the game, the players' faces were all automatically virtualized, and it was impossible to see their faces in the video. In the video, Zhang Wei killed the assassin with a single sword and crippled the shield warrior with a single sword, which was already unbelievable. However, it was only when the crowd saw dozens of players fall under the fireball spell attack that they completely exploded. Is this a ing sword-playing mage? A sharp-eyed player exclaimed in shock, how could this be so perverted? First floor, is it possible that he's a clown? Someone calmly analyzed, clowns can mimic the skills of other professions, and the damage cap is 999. It's all $9.99, he can keep hitting the clown damage cap? Didn't a Joker player post? Joker mimics copied skills and can only hit 1 damage. Such a god certainly did not have the trouble of contribution points. Before him, there are many people have left messages, real name envy, but these comments were quickly drowned out by the crowd. However, these comments were quickly drowned out by the crowd's speculations on Jiang Wei's occupation. As the time for humans to move to underground cities was still short, many people simply thought that the contribution point system was the previous currency system and had not yet realized the difference between the two. However, with the passage of time, ordinary people would understand what the contribution point system of the global underground city cluster meant. Chapter 7: Killing Monsters Beyond Levels. The wave that Jiang Wei had set off had caused no small repercussions in the Third World and on the forums. But by this time, the party in question had already rushed to South Mountain and entered the quest plot. However, shortly after Jiang Wei entered the scope of the plot, he was in trouble. In front of him, 30 gray wolves blocked the way. Originally, Jiang Wei was prepared to go around these wild wolves. After all, as long as he didn't initiate an attack along the way, these wild monsters wouldn't attack either. However, I don't know if it was because of the quest or not. As soon as Jiang Wei approached the wild wolves, these wild wolves showed a ferocious face and surrounded towards him. Do it, Jiang Wei's heart crossed and he walked up with his Mother of Mercy sword in hand. The fireball technique drew a beautiful trajectory in the air, hitting one of the wild wolves and 1. A pitiful damage floated up, and Jiang Wei frowned slightly as he looked at the damage. Along the way, Jiang Wei had a few guesses in his mind regarding the damage limit of triggering clowns, and one of them was the number of spectators. Thinking back to the time when he was surrounded by players, he should have met the clown show's requirement for the number of spectators. However, there were dozens of wolves now, but they didn't trigger the show start prompt. Does it only work on players? A bad feeling rose in Jiang Wei's heart. Since killing players did not gain experience, in that case, upgrading was still an unsolvable problem. Maybe there aren't enough of them. Jiang Wei looked at the 30 wolves that were getting closer and closer. The number of players that had besieged him not long ago was in the hundreds. Thinking so, Jiang Wei gripped his Sumerian sword tightly and threw out a scrying spell, and the information of the wild wolves was revealed. Watchdog Ordinary. Rank 7. Life value, 480. Attack power, 22. Physical defense, 15. Magic defense, 10. Details: Nanshan Watchdog seems to be guarding something. Dog. Jiang Wei saw this information, immediately a burst of speechless, a mess, they have been looking away, thought it was a wolf. Poker acrobatics, Jiang Wei whispered, holding his sword and slashing over. At the same time, 2 fireball spells flew out. Puff. Poof. 1. 1 2 1. The 2 watchdogs were attacked, and a little bit of damage floated out from their heads, but at the same time, the 2 watchdogs' bodies froze, and they actually stayed there motionless. Poker acrobatics, one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs is randomly selected, and the attack will have different effects within tens. Hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard. Good luck, it's blinding. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. This also meant that for the next 10 seconds, Jiang Wei's attacks would have a blinding effect attached to them. This was Jiang Wei's plan, to use poker acrobatics to hit the control effect, and then use the Mother of Mercy sword to attack with a universal attack to reap the rewards. 10 seconds was enough for Jiang Wei, who was holding the Mother of Mercy sword. Sword in the hand of the Mother of Mercy, the wandering son of the body splits, 12 swords in a second, the sword out of the storm. The blinded watchdog didn't even have time to react and was killed by a sword. One sword wasn't enough, then another sword was added by hand. 485. 485. 485. 485. At the same time, the system prompts for gaining experience value rang out one after another. Ding, killing a level 7 watchdog oversteps the level, gaining 100 experience points. Ding, killing a level 7 watchdog oversteps the level, gaining 100 experience points. Ding, killing a level 7 watchdog oversteps the level, gaining 100 experience points. With 10 seconds of stable control coupled with the violent output of the Mother of Mercy sword, after 10 seconds, all 30 watchdogs were turned into experience. Jiang Wei also didn't expect to get 100 experience points for killing monsters beyond level 7, this was much faster than killing those level 1 monsters at the village entrance. Jiang Wei looked at his rapidly rising experience value and was quite satisfied. Although 10,000 experience points were needed to move up a level, he already had 3,050 experience points and was one step closer to upgrading. The only thing that was lacking was the 30 watchdogs that hadn't popped out anything. 10,000 experience points were needed now, and the experience required for upgrading down the road would only become more perverse. Jiang Wei collected his mind and restored his state in place before continuing towards the front. Soon, a steep canyon appeared in front of Jiang Wei, and as Jiang Wei continued to go deeper, the canyon became narrower and narrower, and a white mist began to appear in the air, drastically decreasing visibility. The silence of the entire canyon was palpitating. Could this be the place to leave the novice village? Zhang Wei was a bit uncertain. According to the crone, her son and grandson wanted to go over this place and walk out of the village. However, just as Zhang Wei was pondering on these, a loud noise came from the front. Watchdogs again? Zhang Wei's eyes stared, as many more watchdogs appeared in front of the canyon. Zhang Wei was very cautious and threw out his scrying spell again. These monsters looked the same on the outside, but their attributes could be very different. Good War Wolf Ordinary. Rank 8. Life value 580. Attack power 27. Physical defense 25. Magic defense 20. Details: the warlike wolf in the southern mountains seems to be guarding something. Wolf. The corner of Zhang Wei's mouth twitched as he looked at the wild monster with little difference in appearance. However, this canyon was very narrow, which was very favorable to Zhang Wei, avoiding the situation of being attacked from the back. Zhang Wei killed the enemy with his Mother of Mercy sword in hand, but fortunately for Zhang Wei, the passive effect triggered this time was interrupt. Although it was not as good as blinding, these wolves would also have a short pause after being attacked by the fireball spell, so it was not much of a threat to Zhang Wei. Ding, killing a level 8 good warrior wolf at a higher level, gaining 150 experience points. Ding, killing a level 8 good warrior wolf oversteps the level, gaining 150 experience points. Ding, killing a level 8 good warrior wolf oversteps the level, gaining 150 experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 1. Surprisingly, I've upgraded. Zhang Wei didn't pay attention to the experience value and smoothly leveled up to level 1 after killing the last wolf. The wolf finally popped out something, a white equipment and 10 gold coins. White gloves. Level 5. Quality, white. Attack, 10-15. Features, 2% attack speed, 2% movement speed. Details: why do you wear gloves? Because I'm afraid of dirtying my hands when I kill you. Zhang Wei looked at the burst out of the white gloves slightly disappointed. The gloves' attributes are general, the key is that now he cannot use. The only thing that interested Zhang Wei was the 10 gold coins. His contribution points were already empty. If he could earn a few hundred gold coins, then his crisis would be relieved for the time being. As for auctioning off the white gloves now, the thought had just risen, but Zhang Wei vetoed it again. The third world had an equipment consignment system, but there was a 2-hour display period and a 12-hour bidding period, and by consigning it now, he would simply be too late to exchange it for contribution points. Zhang Wei put the gloves into his package and didn't dare to delay, continuing along the canyon and exploring inside. Zhang Wei walked for some more distance, the white mist gradually dispersed, and the surrounding became clear, and at this time, he also reached the end of the canyon, and the front opened up. However, Zhang Wei's footsteps also came to an abrupt halt at this moment. On the huge open space in front of him, a group of soldiers in hardened armor had appeared, and their number was estimated to be as many as 200. These soldiers seemed to have sensed Zhang Wei, and even turned their heads towards him in unison, as if they would charge in the next second. A feeling of no seconds rose in Zhang Wei's heart, and he hurriedly threw out his scrying technique. South Mountain Guardian Elite. Level 10. Life value, 3000. Attack power, 60. Physical defense, 55. Magic defense, 45. Details: South Mountain Guardians, seemingly guarding something. However, these guardians also began to open up towards Zhang Wei in an orderly manner at this time. Zhang Wei looked at the elite monsters with extremely perverted attributes and turned around, ready to leave. However, just at this moment, ding, the audience is in place. Is the show starting? The system beep sounded in Zhang Wei's ears once again. Chapter 8, Gold Coin Transaction. Zhang Wei's figure stalled when he heard the system prompt, and he twisted his head to look at the guardsmen behind him. Bull, Zhang Wei quickly assessed the situation in front of him, and without the slightest hesitation, he scattered his legs and ran. Zhang Wei was well aware that even if he could hit the 999 damage cap right now, he was no match for these guardians. However, after receiving the system prompt for the second time, Zhang Wei was even more convinced of his previous guess. The number of spectators was one of the conditions for triggering the performance. Zhang Wei fled out of the canyon without looking back. This quest had a deadline of 10 days, and since he couldn't finish it now, he had to think of other ways to get the gold coins first. Just as Zhang Wei left Nanshan in the third world, in front of Zhang Wei's room in dungeon area H678-234-11, 2 AI robots stood there like 2 cold statues. On the monitors in front of the robots' chests, a set of countdown numbers were pulsing continuously, and there were still 29 minutes left. This also meant that after 29 minutes, Zhang Wei would be forcibly transferred to the silence layer. Someone else has run out of contribution points? A middle-aged man who was also in Area H was looking out through the window of his room and happened to see the 2 robots, and he couldn't help but murmur, "I wonder how many people it is this time." Over the past 3 months, the middle-aged man had seen this scene more than once, and almost every once in a while, someone would be forcibly taken away from the H area. Every time he saw this scene, his heart would surge with complex emotions. This was the only reasonable explanation the middle-aged man could think of, as the dungeon's resources were limited and could not support so many people. Other than this, the middle-aged man couldn't figure out why the Dragon Kingdom didn't provide the minimum survival guarantee for free. The resources here did not only refer to human living space, but also included food, air, water, and energy. After all, without such a vast area on the surface, it was simply unrealistic to feed over 1 billion people underground. Moreover, what exactly is the situation on the surface now? The people are not clear at all. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had completely blocked the news, only informing that the surface was no longer suitable for human survival for a short period of time. Thinking of this, a deep sense of powerlessness arose in the middle-aged man's heart, and only until this moment did he feel that he actually didn't know anything about this world. In fact, not only the middle-aged man, the ordinary people all over the world of Blue Star also reacted only when they were transferred to the underground. They knew nothing about the truth of this world. Fortunately, the middle-aged man suddenly secretly celebrated, "I still have 120,000 contribution points." "Dad," a clear voice resounded in the room. An 11 or 12-year-old boy reached out and pointed at Jiang Wei's room, suddenly speaking, "Should we help the person in that room?" When the middle-aged man heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, it was that he couldn't afford to help. The middle-aged man is very clear. The huge H district, just here within the ring area, will live do not know how many people. Found this scene is certainly not only him, a person. But others likewise chose to be silent. The room the middle-aged man was in was quite a bit larger than Jiang Wei's, and inside was a partitioned 3-room apartment. Besides the boy, there was also his wife and parents. Their fixed daily consumption for this family was 200 contribution points, and 120,000 contribution points seemed quite a lot. However, after careful calculation, it could only sustain their family's survival in the dungeon for 600 days. What about after 600 days? Thinking about this, the middle-aged man's heart became heavier and heavier. However, it was fortunate that the middle-aged man had chosen the normal society zone, where he could earn contribution points every month by going to work in the third world. But even so, the middle-aged man was still vaguely uneasy in his heart. He always felt that the normal social zone he was in was slowly becoming more and more abnormal. During this recent period of time, when he was working in the third world, he realized that the people around him seemed to have become a little strange, and that there was an extra hint of anxiety and uneasiness in everyone's eyes, and the difficulty of the work was gradually increasing without a corresponding increase in the contribution points gained. The middle-aged man just stood in front of the window, looking at the motionless robots in the distance, quietly waiting for the people in the room to be brought out. Time passed minute by minute. The room was awfully quiet, as if the entire world had frozen. After another 20 minutes or so, those 2 robots finally reacted. Only one of the robots moved slightly, emitting a slight sound of mechanical operation. Immediately afterward, the door to the room was slowly opened, and the robots walked in one after the other. "It's over," the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Within the third world, outside the novice village, in the Downer Bull Wild Monster area, Jiang Wei was talking to a group of players. 5,000 gold coins, Jiang Wei said in a determined tone to the leader of the team in front of him. The leader's swordsman hesitated for a moment and bargained, 3,000 gold coins. "Deal," Jiang Wei nodded and hurriedly said, "Quickly transfer the money." "Don." Leading this swordsman was slightly stunned. Jiang Wei agreed so quickly that he suddenly felt that he had lost out. After leaving South Mountain, Jiang Wei coincidentally saw that this squad was recruiting high-output players, so he introduced himself and signed up. This was also the most common behavior within online games in general, spending money to hire bigwigs to train and upgrade on their behalf. "Wait," one of the shield sergeants suddenly spoke, "how do we know if you have that strength? You show your hand first too." Before the shield warrior could say anything, with a brush sound, the longsword in Jiang Wei's hand directly slashed down towards the shield warrior. Crap, the shield warrior was unable to react and received a hard sword. 467. A very considerable amount of damage emerged from the shield master's head. What high damage! Within the group, the other players revealed shocked colors when they saw this scene. Earned it, the swordsman's heart rejoiced when he saw the damage dealt by Jiang Wei. "Deal." After saying that, he did not hesitate any longer and directly tapped on the trade, transferring 3,000 gold coins to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei received the gold coins and directly chose to withdraw them, exchanging 2,000 of them into contribution points. Alright, after the exchange was completed, Jiang Wei revealed a smile of relief. "Let's go fight." However, before Jiang Wei finished speaking, his entire person suddenly disappeared from the third world. He went offline? That shield master's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Wei, who had gone offline in the same spot. "Big brother, he's not a liar." In the team, a female priest spoke with some anger. "Impossible," the swordsman shook his head. "It's impossible for such an expert to cheat us out of 3,000 gold coins." "Then what is he?" The female priest remained somewhat hesitant. "It's probably because there's something wrong with his reality." The swordsman guessed. "What problem could there be?" The shieldmaster frowned. "We're all in the dungeon right now, and there's nothing else going on. I think he was moved offline." In the team, the assassin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Lao San, what do you mean? The swordsman turned his head to look at the assassin. Someone unplugged his internet connection. Assassin. Chapter 9: The Lost Land. Inside the holographic warehouse, Zhang Wei suddenly opened his eyes, and because he was forced to go offline forcibly, he was a little bit unable to react for a moment, but he soon realized that there were two more things in his room. Zhang Wei froze there for a moment. He remembered that the door to his room was unlocked. Also frozen there were the two robots. However, after only a few moments of confrontation, one of the robots let out a mechanical sound. Zone H678 23411, survival account arrived with 2000 contribution points, transfer execution order cancelled. As the voice fell, the two robots slowly turned around and left Zhang Wei's room. At this time, the middle-aged man who had been paying attention to the situation in Zhang Wei's room also showed a trace of doubt on his face when he saw that only two robots had come out and no one had been brought out, and where are the people? The middle-aged man was a little hard to understand. The previous times could have been forced to be taken out of the H-zone. This made the middle-aged man a bit puzzled, but he was secretly relieved in the bottom of his heart. Inside the room, Zhang Wei looked at the robot that could freely come and go in his room. His face was expressionless, and he did not know what he was thinking. However, a moment later, Zhang Wei seemed to have thought of something and returned to the third world. Within the third world, he should have gone offline passively, as well as the fact that he was so quick to agree to Big Brother's conditions just now. The female priest calmly analyzed. It's possible that he didn't have enough contribution points. It can't be. The swordsman was a bit puzzled. Such an expert would lack contribution points? In the swordsman's understanding, it was still very easy for players in the first tier of the third world to earn gold. The female priest obviously knew this as well, and she also shook her head with some uncertainty. That's what I can't figure out. What's all this trouble for? Shieldmaster listened to the two analyzing, only to feel a bit headstrong and couldn't help but interrupt. Just ask him directly when he comes up in a while. Just as several people were talking, Zhang Wei's figure was revealed. After being forced offline in the third world for a short period of time, if he was able to come back online, the original offline location would appear. Sorry gentlemen, there was a small situation. Zhang Wei said with some apologies. After all, if one received money and immediately went offline, it would inevitably make people think that he was a fraud. However, out of Zhang Wei's expectation, the group led by the swordsman did not say much. After casually exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Wei received the system teaming prompt that Lang Lai level 8 swordsman has sent a teaming request. Do you agree? Agree. Zhang Wei accepted the invitation to form a team, which was a condition that he had negotiated with this team in advance, but Zhang Wei did not choose to share information. The Shieldmaster was straight talking, looking at Player Eternal Knight's information for joining the team. He said with some dissatisfaction, dude, you're not sharing your occupation and level information? In the team, the female priest also spoke up. Yangi, how can we cooperate if you don't share information? Zhang Wei didn't turn red in the face and responded in a serious manner. I'm a level 10 swordsman. The female priest was still a bit disgruntled and was just about to open her mouth when. Alright, Lang Lai hurriedly said to the crowd. Everyone introduce themselves and get to know each other. After saying that, Lang Lai said first, Lang Lai, level 8 swordsman. In the team, the shield warrior spoke. Chu Tian, level 8 shield warrior. Han Xiu, level 8 priest. Shadow, level 8 assassin. Mu Wan, level 8 mage. Once everyone was introduced, Lang Lai said, this time, we're going to explore the Lost Lands. Lang Lai told Zhang Wei about the general situation. This Lost Land was one of the few areas in the novice village that had yet to be explored by players. The Lost Land is tainted and infected. Players who are inside will have a continuous percentage blood loss, and the deeper you go, the higher the percentage blood loss. Lang Lai said with some gravity, the most troublesome thing is that there are currently no living players within the novice village who can produce medicines similar to the anti-poisoning elixir, so it's simply impossible to go deeper. On the side, female priest Han Xiu added, however, the monsters in the Lost Land have quite a bit more experience than the other areas, making it a very good place to practice leveling. Percentage blood drop? Zhang Wei's face looked a bit strange as he sniffed. He only had 100 points of blood initially, and even though he had leveled up, the 5 attribute points gained from upgrading had yet to be added, thus Zhang Wei's blood level was only 120 points now. If it was a percentage drop in blood, it would be beneficial and harmless for him instead. At this moment, Lang Lai said, now that we have brother Yang Ye leading the team, our team's overall output has increased quite a bit, so we should be able to go a bit deeper. Don't worry, Zhang Wei spoke confidently, I'll lead you guys through the Lost Lands. Female priest Han Xiu helplessly glanced at Zhang Wei. Even those experts on the rank list wouldn't dare to say such big words. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Wei followed up with, any of you have blood restoring pills, please give me some. You don't have any blood restoring pills yourself? Shield Master Chu Tian looked at Zhang Wei with a surprised face. Cough. Zhang Wei coughed lightly in embarrassment. I just came back from soloing in South Mountain and ran out. Lang Lai did not doubt this statement. After all, some experts were indeed lone wolves, used to solo brushing alone. Moreover, this winged knight in front of him was able to rely on his own solo brushing to rise to level 10, so he thought that it wasn't simple. Lang Lai was very generous and directly traded Zhang Wei 50 sets of rejuvenation dan. This spring recovery elixir was the most common recovery elixir. It could restore 20 points of blood and 20 points of blue at the same time, although the recovery amount was not large, but the good thing was that it was cheap. Let's go, Zhang Wei nodded his head in satisfaction and urged the group to hurry up and get on their way. The group, led by Lang Lai, soon arrived at a swampy area shrouded in crimson mist, and within the swampy area, poisonous frogs and water snakes could be seen roaming around inside everywhere. Ding, entering the range of the lost land. Ding, infected by poisonous gas, losing 1% of blood every minute. Let's begin, swordsman Lang Lai spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Wei, Lun Lai, and shield swordsman Chu Tian were at the front, with the priests and mages following closely behind. As for the assassin, he went into stealth after entering the swamp. Zhang Wei casually threw 2 scrying spells, and the information of the poison frog and water snake was revealed. Infected toad common. Level 7. Life value, 320. Attack power, 17. Physical defense, 15. Magic defense, 10. Details, who says toads can't eat swan meat? Secular stereotypes really are a big mountain. Infected water snake common. Rank 7. Life value, 310. Attack, 19. Physical defense, 17. Magic defense, 12. Detail snake strikes 7 inches? This snake is 6.9 inches, how can you hit it? Seeing the monster information, Zhang Wei completely put down his heart. This is not much of a threat to him, the only trouble is in this 1% deduction of blood per minute. Chapter 10, Perverted Pulse Damage. There were also quite a few players around the Lost Land brushing up their monsters and upgrading, but luckily, the place was big enough for Zhang Wei's few people to find a relatively less crowded area and start advancing deeper. 78. 89. 266. 481. Even though the crowd already knew that Zhang Wei had high damage, his speed of clearing monsters one by one with a sword still shocked a few other people in the group. Especially Lang Lai, being the same swordsman, Zhang Wei's damage was almost twice as much as his, which made him more or less depressed. But soon, Priest Han Xiu noticed the abnormality. Yang, what's going on with your blood level? Han Xiu was in charge of pulling blood support and had been keeping an eye on the team members' bloodlines. But just now, when she went down with a healing spell, Yang Ye's life value was directly restored to full. In fact, several other people had also noticed this, just that no one had pointed it out. Seeing Han Xiu ask a question, the other few people also looked over. I'm a skeleton swordsman, Zhang Wei explained as a matter of course. All of my attribute points are added to attack, and my equipment is also all added to attack power. It can still be like that? Lang Lai's eyes lit up at his words. He instantly realized the benefits of doing this: extreme damage. It was undoubtedly more advantageous, especially in an environment like the swamplands where percentages deducted blood. Boss, Assassin Shadow spoke, this is too extreme. Ensure survival in order to have a stable output. Lang Lai nodded. Why wouldn't he know this? It was just that he was now really a bit envious of Zhang Wei's damage. However, Zhang Wei ignored the crowd and remained fully focused on brushing the monsters. This was because the system was still sending out a steady stream of overleveling monster kill prompts, where Zhang Wei was able to gain 150 experience points for every wild monster he killed. It was 50 points more than killing monsters of the same level back in South Mountain. Moreover, he would also get a share of 50 experience points when the others in the team killed monsters. Zhang Wei's experience bar began to rise up at a rapid pace. Soon. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 2. Upgraded. Zhang Wei looked delighted, but the 5 attribute points from this upgrade Zhang Wei still had not used. Regarding the attribute points, Zhang Wei was indeed still unsure of how he should add them now. This was because his main output skill, Stage Comedy, was a copy of the skill 999 random damage, and at the moment, it wasn't linked to his own attributes. After all, as long as he could trigger performance, he could hit the skill damage limit. The only problem was that Zhang Wei's upgrade experience had once again doubled, with level 1 requiring 10,000 experience and level 2 20,000 experience. Now, Zhang Wei would need 30,000 experience to level up to level 3. And so on, each level up would require an additional 10,000 experience value. According to the rough calculation of 150 experience points per monster as a bonus for killing monsters at a higher level, Zhang Wei would also need to kill 200 wild monsters before he could level up again. This was also why Lang Lai's few people hadn't leveled up. They were currently all level 8, and to level up to level 9, each of them would need 90,000 experience points. And they didn't have the bonus of killing monsters at a higher level, they could only gain around 20 experience points from killing wild monsters. However, the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth rose slightly as he looked at his experience value. In this lost land, upgrading didn't seem to be that difficult. Compared to the dozens of experience points in other places, it was obvious that this place was quite a bit faster. Sure enough, as the team continued to go deeper, it wasn't long before the familiar system voice rang out again. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 3. Upgrading again caused Zhang Wei, who was already half-blooded, to have his bloodline suddenly fill up, which caused Priest Han Xiu, who was preparing to apply a healing spell to him, to freeze. However, right now, everyone's bloodline was at the alert line, so she didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly pulled up the bloodline for the others again. At this moment, Zhang Wei was in a great mood, and he was one step closer to level 10. He casually killed a poisonous frog and suddenly thought of the level 10 clown Mu Feng's post when he was browsing the Third World Forum. According to Mu Feng's words, when the clown leveled up to 10, he could obtain the third exclusive new skill, improvisational comedy, which was a buff skill to restore blood flow. This is a buff skill, where the amount of blood restored equals the damage value of the skill, lasts for 30 seconds, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. When Zhang Wei thought of this, his heart suddenly trembled, followed by a flash of ecstasy. Improv comedy. This blood return skill was linked to skill damage. Doesn't this mean that in the performance state, improv comedy's blood recovery is 999? This was simply a bug-level blood recovery buff skill in the early stages. Zhang Wei couldn't help but get a little excited because not only could he imitate fireball, he could also imitate group attack skills. When he imitated and copied a random ranged output skill, wouldn't the blood recovery effect be even more terrifying? Just as Zhang Wei was killing monsters and pondering all this. Be careful. The frontmost shield master, Chu Tian, suddenly spoke, "We're entering the poison python area." With these words, several others in the group immediately became cautious. They had been stopping here before. Aside from the reason why the monsters had gotten stronger, the life value deducted per minute had now become 2%. Priest Han Xiu was already struggling a bit and had been replenishing her magic value. Zhang Wei looked at the cautiousness of the crowd and threw out his scrying spell, also obtaining the poison python information. Infected Python Elite. Rank 9. Life value, 880. Attack power, 27. Skill, Spray Venom, target loses 5% of current life value. Physical defense, 95. Magic defense, 95. Details, eat a mouthful of my old phlegm. Surprisingly, Zhang Wei was also a bit surprised that he had an active skill. This was the first time he had encountered an elite monster with an active skill. Moreover, this poison python's double defense was a bit perverted. Although the life value is still not high, the physical magic defense is a bit outrageous, and the damage that normal players can do to them will be greatly reduced. The truth was not what Zhang Wei expected. The team's mage firewall was originally able to inflict around 90 points of group damage. Now, it fell on the python, creating 40 points of damage, and even Lang Lai's damage was just over 100, so the efficiency of the crowd to kill monsters began to be greatly discounted. However, at this time, Zhang Wei suddenly walked to the front of the team. "You guys pay attention to your own blood recovery. The priest will just pull my blood." Ha! Several people, including Lang Lai, were confused, not knowing what this eternal night was going to do. However, Zhang Wei's next sword strike made everyone's jaws drop. There was a pft sound. Zhang Wei's long sword cut through the body of the poisonous python in a very sharp manner. 482. In the eyes of a few people, a very terrifying damage floated up on the python's body. How is this possible? Lang Lai's eyes straightened. At first, although the damage of Eternal Night was higher than his, it was only twice as high. If Eternal Night could deal more than 400 damage, he could deal more than 200 damage. However, now that he could only deal more than 100 points of damage to the poison python, the damage of Eternal Night did not drop and remained at more than 400 points. This isn't scientific. Lang Lai said with some indignation to a few other people. His equipment should have a similar armor-breaking effect. Assassin Shadow calmly analyzed, his pulse attack damage has been stable at 400 plus, almost 500, which means that his attack power won't be too much higher than the boss's, but it can ignore the target's defense. Marred, Lang Lai was instantly a bit indignant. It's true that people have to die than people, and goods have to be thrown away than goods. A few of you quickly retreat back, Priest Han Xiu urgently said. As soon as these words came out, including Lang Lai, the shield warrior and assassin simultaneously retreated behind Zhang Wei. Although he was a bit shocked, Lang Lai still said, "Next, it's up to Eternal Night to perform." The poison python was also slightly troublesome for Zhang Wei, requiring 2 swords to kill a. As for Lang Lai and the rest of them, their output was no longer enough, so now they were letting the priests fully protect Zhang Wei. He, Shield Master Chu Tian suddenly laughed. This 3,000 gold coin spent is really worth it. Chapter 11 Gold Boss. Ding, killed level 9, infected python, gained 200 experience points. Ding, kill level 9, infected python, gain 200 experience points. Ding, kill level 9, infected python, gain 200 experience points. The poisonous python attack was also a percentage blood drop, and with the priest's enchantment, Zhang Wei completely let go of his hands and feet. For the poison python's attack, if he could dodge it, he would sidestep it, and if he couldn't, he would resist it, and Zhang Wei's speed of clearing the monsters wasn't affected much. As for the other people in the team, they also started to take medicine at the back to recover their life value. After all, although they didn't have to endure the poison python attack, there was still the threat of percentage blood loss per minute here. Fortunately, the blood pills they had brought with them were sufficient, and they could still support themselves for a while longer. Although the crowd was heartbroken by the blood pills, they all felt that it was worth every penny when they looked at the experience value that had risen drastically. However, the one who gained the most was still Zhang Wei, as Zhang Wei's experience value was quite a bit higher than theirs due to killing monsters at a higher level. Priest Han Xiu, who had been paying attention to Zhang Wei's blood bar, suddenly saw his eyes light up as Zhang Wei's blood bar had just returned to full again in an instant. Did he upgrade? A hint of suspicion flashed in Han Xiu's eyes. This was obviously a phenomenon that only happened when upgrading, but this Eternal Knight clearly said that he was already level 10. Han Xiu glanced at the rankings, and the first place was still level 10. Maybe he has recovery skills. Han Xiu convinced himself in his heart. Han Xiu wouldn't believe it even if he said that this Eternal Knight wasn't level 10. After all, the damage of Eternal Knight's casual attacks was obvious to all, and could not be faked. But in fact, Zhang Wei has just been promoted to level 4, this upgrade speed will shock everyone's jaws. But for Zhang Wei, it was just so easy and cozy. The excellent leveling spots in the Lost Land, coupled with leveling up and killing monsters, coupled with Zhang Wei's perverted monster clearing speed, it was hard to think fast. Only 200 poison pythons need to be killed to level up to level 4 here, Zhang Wei calculated in his heart. Level 5 requires 50,000 experience, which means 250 poison pythons need to be killed. For Zhang Wei, who had 2 swords and a poison python, it wasn't too much of a hassle. The only beauty was that the monsters were not concentrated, and they had to keep going deeper and deeper to find the poison pythons. But even so, Zhang Wei's experience value was rising rapidly. The entire team, on the other hand, was gradually approaching the hinterland of the Lost Lands. Upgrade. In the team, Lang Lai suddenly opened his mouth in surprise. And almost at the same time, the rest of the few people also successfully ascended to level 9. Several of them had been teaming up to upgrade ever since they entered the third world, and their experience values were almost identical to each other. In this way, their entire team was all level 9, and they were considered to have completely stabilized their position in the first echelon. In the front row, Zhang Wei, who was in the process of slaughtering the poison python, naturally heard the movement of a few people. However, Zhang Wei didn't care much about it. After all, after entering the Land of the Lost, he had risen 3 levels in a row. And Zhang Wei glanced at his experience value, he was already very close to level 5. Right now, Zhang Wei only had poisonous pythons in his eyes, but the surrounding poisonous pythons seemed to have been cleaned up, and there was not half a shadow to be seen. Zhang Wei was about to continue deeper when a rustling sound suddenly rang out in front of him. Be careful, the original Shield Master Chu Tian, who was at the back, consciously rushed to the front of Zhang Wei and said without looking back, listening to this sound, it seems to be a big guy. Zhang Wei did not try to be brave and moved back a few steps. He was not afraid of the poison python, firstly, because the poison python's attack was also a percentage blood loss, and there was no way to kill him in a short period of time. Secondly, with the Mother of Mercy sword, it only took 2 swords to kill the poison python. That's why he, a brittle swordsman, was able to be a fish out of water in the Land of the Lost, and if he were to change to a different leveling spot, Zhang Wei wouldn't have been able to do what he was doing now. Several people in the team skillfully set up a formation and stared cautiously ahead. Not long after, within the red mist, a huge black python crawled over, spitting dark red letters and staring at the crowd. The front half of the black python's body was erected, and its height had exceeded 2 meters, and the entire body of the snake was estimated to have exceeded 8 meters. Lang Lai threw out a scrying technique and shared the Black Boa's information with the team. Black Boa King Gold Boss. Rank 10. Life value, 5W5W. Attack power, 227. Skills, 1, Entangle 2. Venom 3. Heavy Strike 4. Summon. Physical defense, 125. Magic defense, 120. Details, Sundeer, ready for my embrace. Gold Boss. The crowd looked happy, but then they all calmed down. Trouble, Lang Lai's face was a bit gloomy. This guy has high blood and thick defense, I'm afraid a few of us won't be able to eat it. Boss, this is a gold boss. Shield warrior Chu Tian licked the snake's head. Killing him will result in a system notice. When Lang Lai heard Chu Tian's words, he was actually somewhat moved. On the side, Zhang Wei heard the conversation between the two of them and was a bit puzzled. Was the system notice so important? Shield Master Chu Tian looked at the puzzled Zhang Wei and smiled wickedly. A great man should be famous, mainly because it's also convenient to get a girl in the future. Zhang Wei nodded silently without words and began to scrutinize this gold boss. However, in just a few moments, several people in the team all turned their gazes towards Zhang Wei. What are all looking at me for? Zhang Wei was a bit confused. Lang Lai hurriedly said, Eternal Knight, brother, can you break its defense? Zhang Wei nodded as a response. Then do it, Lang Lai said, then turned to a few people, in case you die, everyone's losses are on me. Boss, no need, Assassin Shadow said, we've already earned this trip. They had just leveled up in the land of the lost and had exploded some equipment and materials in the middle of the journey, so even if they died, they would only lose some gold coins at most. It's settled. Long Lai's tone was firm, then he looked at Jiang Wei. Brother Yang, how sure are you? 104, Jiang Wei spoke in a flat tone. Still over 100%? Lang Lai's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Jiang Wei to be so confident. No, Jiang Wei explained, theoretically killing it requires 104 swords. Assassin Shadow picked up, Neverwinter Knight has armor breaker, even for this gold boss, he can deal around 480 damage with one sword, and this boss has 50,000 blood, so it needs 104 swords. Then help Winged Knight get the space for 104 swords. Long Lai spoke decisively, Chu Feng, go. Alright, Shield Sergeant Chu Feng smiled and raised his shield in his hand towards the boss to meet it. Jiang Wei gripped his longsword tightly and followed closely behind. Priest Han Xiu was ready to cast a healing spell at any time. However, the Black Anaconda King looked at Chu Tian and Jiang Wei, who were one after the other, and unexpectedly ignored Chu Tian, directly attacking towards Jiang Wei. Dare to ignore me, Chu Tian roared at the sight. Imperial Royal Shield Warrior's exclusive skill. Within 5 seconds, its own physical magic defense is increased by 100%, and it comes with a taunt effect. The Black Anaconda King really gave up on Jiang Wei and turned his head to crawl towards Chu Tian. That huge body was surprisingly very flexible and instantly entangled Chu Tian. This fool, Assassin Shadow said with some hatred, didn't even know to dodge a bit. But immediately after, the crowd changed color in unison. Chu Tian, who was entangled, only lasted for 5 seconds, his blood bar was directly emptied and disappeared as a white light. This Priest Han Xiu didn't even have time to cast a healing spell on Chu Tian. 24 swords. At the same time Chu Tian hung up, Jiang Wei drew back and calmly spoke. Let me do it. Assassin Shadow took over and attacked towards the Black Boa King. Since he had to attract the Black Boa King's hatred and create space for Jiang Wei, Dark Shadow couldn't be stealthy and could only dodge the attacks by walking away. This was the plan of Lang Lai's people, who used their life relay to create an output opportunity for Jiang Wei. With a loud bang, Shadow was directly swept by the huge snake tail and disappeared into a white light. 18 swords. Jiang Wei had some regrets. He had tried his best to output, but the Dark Shadow was dodging around, causing the Black Boa King to move as well, so Jiang Wei did not have many opportunities to output. I'll do it. Surprising everyone, Priest Han Xiu directly stepped forward. Don't be surprised, my blood boost is no longer of much use. The truth was just as Han Xiu had said, being hit by the Black Boa's skills was basically a second death. Han Xiu said to Jiang Wei in a relaxed tone, I'll give you the time to hold out for 30 swords. Chapter 12, System Announcement. A few moments later. 31 swords, Jiang Wei drew back, and Priest Han Xiu's body also turned into a white light. At this point, the Black Boa King's blood level was already less than a third. Only Lang Lai and Mage Mu Wan were also the only ones left present. I'll go. Mu Wan's eyes were firm and she was about to take over, but she was stopped by Lang Lai. You won't last a second, Lang Lai said, not waiting for Mu Wan to react, and rushed towards the boss. Hold on, Jiang Wei whispered, resist for 6 seconds, I can second it. Lang Lai couldn't help but roll his eyes a bit, he really looked up to him. Lang Lai attracted the Black Anaconda King to attack, while Jiang Wei waited for the opportunity to go around to the other side to attack. It wasn't that Jiang Wei didn't want to share some of the firepower, but he didn't have a high life value, so once he was attacked by the Black Anaconda King, he would be killed in seconds. As for the entire team, he was the only one whose output could deal enough damage to the Black Boa King. Faster, Lang Lai suddenly roared as his body exploded and slashed right at the Black Boa King. There was only a sliver of his blood bar left, but the Black Boa King's blood level had also bottomed out, and Jiang Wei's last sword happened to land on the Black Boa King. It's done, Lang Lai's eyes revealed ecstasy. Jiang Wei also let out a sigh of relief. But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The Black Anaconda King, which should have been decapitated, turned scarlet, and the last thread of blood was locked in place, but it was not emptied. 0. Jiang Wei, who was originally able to deal over 400 damage to the Black Boa King, surprisingly did not deal any damage with this sword. Crap, it's a bloodlock. Lang Lai's face changed drastically. Surprisingly, he had forgotten about this, and the boss would zoom in when it was on the verge of death. Under the duo's stunned gazes, the Black Boa King tilted its head and let out a hissing sound. Immediately afterward, countless fine rustling sounds rang out from all directions. In the next moment, densely packed poisonous pythons shook their bodies and crawled over in a hurry, surrounding the last 3 in the center. Boom, the Black Anaconda King, who only had a trace of blood left, once again flung its huge snake tail and fiercely slapped on Lang Lai's body. Gather at the resurrection point, Lang Lai said these last words in a pretense of relaxation, and his entire body split into pieces and disappeared into white light. However, when the Black Anaconda King sneak attacked Lang Lai, Jiang Wei's long sword also chopped out at the same time. Clang! The longsword struck the scarlet body of the Black Boa King and sparks shot out in all directions, but not a single drop of blood was lost at this time. It's useless, behind Zhang Wei, Mage Muwan said helplessly. It should be a protection mechanism, only by clearing these poisonous boas can we attack the boss. Zhang Wei hesitated and said to Muwan, you first. Ha? Muwan was unsure and couldn't help but stare. You die first, Zhang Wei explained with a very serious expression. Humph, Muwan glanced at Zhang Wei without any good humor and charged towards the group of poison pythons. However, facing at least 200 to 300 poison pythons, as a brittle mage, Muwan's bloodline brushed down and she was killed without holding on for a moment. At the moment of Muwan's death, Zhang Wei looked at the Black Anaconda King, which was in the protection mechanism, and suddenly threw out a fireball. Zhang Wei wanted to try to see if the 999 random damage of the Mimic skill could break the Black Boa King's protection mechanism. Poof. 1. The Black Boa King froze, and so did Zhang Wei. However, Zhang Wei then revealed a look of surprise, saying that 999 random damage was 999 random damage, and the protection mechanism didn't work. This also meant Joker, ignoring the rules of the game set by the third world. Zhang Wei was instantly excited. The Joker profession was simply a bug. To put it bluntly, the clown's skills can ignore special skills such as Bloodlock, Immunity, Invincibility, Absolute Defense and so on. Immunity, Invincibility, Absolute Defense and so on these special skills. Imagine a boss or a player turning on his immunity or invincibility skills when he was on the verge of death. Other players could not do anything about it, but Zhang Wei could inflict damage on it. This was still part of the Joker's abilities that Zhang Wei had tapped into at this stage. Zhang Wei understood that the special features of the Joker would definitely not stop here. Just then. Ding, the audience is in place, is the show starting? A pleasant voice rang in Zhang Wei's ears. Open, Zhang Wei whispered. Performance Trigger Condition 1, Audience Size. Performance Trigger Condition 2, Sole Protagonist. Zhang Wei had just let Muwan die first just to verify this. The number of poisonous pythons had been sufficient for a long time, but there was a delay in triggering the performance. Because Muwan didn't die, they were still in a team. After Muwan's death, Zhang Wei was the only one left in the team, and the team status disappeared, and that's when the performance prompt appeared. Therefore, Zhang Wei had deduced the second condition for triggering the performance on this stage: there could only be one main character in the performance. Next, it was time for Zhang Wei's personal performance. 999. 999. 999. 999. A fireball arced out, frantically harvesting the poisonous pythons, and one of the fireballs flew towards the Black Boa King. Ding, killed level 9, infected boa. By crossing the level, gain 200 experience points. Ding, kill level 9, infected python, gain 200 experience points. Ding, kill level 9, infected python, gain 200 experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 5. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 10, Black Boa King Gold Boss, gaining 5W experience value. Ding, congratulations on killing level 10, Black Anaconda King Gold Boss, gain 100 reputation. Ding, congratulations on killing a level 10 gold boss alone, announcement will be made. Do you want to publicize your personal information? Announce. Zhang Wei didn't choose to hide, and there was no need for that. At the resurrection point of the novice village, Lung Lai gathered around and waited for Eternal Night to come back from the dead. However, after waiting for a few moments, they never saw the Eternal Night appear. What's going on? Lang Lai looked at Muwan, who was the last to be resurrected. Could it be that there's some kind of turnaround? Muwan shook her head and said categorically, there's no turnaround. The boss is in a protection mechanism, and with hundreds of poison pythons attacking him, it's impossible for him to persevere alone. However, as soon as Muchio's words fell, a system prompt resounded through the novice village. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167's player Eternal Night for killing the level 10 gold boss. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village number 9167 player Eternal Night for killing the level 10 gold boss. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village number 9167's player Evernight for killing the level 10 gold boss. Me. Lang Lai couldn't help but burst out with an expletive. Countless players in Novice Village 9167 instantly boiled over. What the hell? Someone killed a gold boss? The difference is too big, said a burly man who had just killed a dull goose and was filled with disbelief. Could it be an expert on the rank list? Impossible, I know the players on the rank list like the back of my hand, there's no one named Eternal Night. Mard, it's true that the real big shots are all low-key. You know, although the first echelon is close to level 10 nowadays, most of the players are still at around level 5 level. Single killing a level 10 boss was out of reach for them. Zhang Wei didn't have the heart to pay attention to such a big commotion. There were still hundreds of poison pythons in front of him that needed to be resolved. Due to ignoring the protection mechanism, Zhang Wei killed the Black Boa King in advance, which it allowed him to gain 50,000 experience points at once, and his experience value was pushing the level 6 threshold, only 10,000 experience short of another upgrade. However, due to Zhang Wei's leveling up to level 5, the experience of killing monsters at a higher level had been reduced, and now Zhang Wei could only gain 100 points of experience for killing a poisonous boa in a second. However, after clearing the remaining poison pythons, Zhang Wei had also successfully leveled up to level 6. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 6. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief. With leveling up, upgrading later would be slightly more troublesome. But it was only a little. Chapter 13, Hidden Copy. Zhang Wei leaned down and picked up some of the materials scattered on the ground. The snake gall blown out by the poisonous python was the main material for making anti-poison pills. With such an excellent leveling spot like the Lost Lands, it would definitely attract a large number of players to level up later on, and the snake gall bladders for making the anti-venom pill were especially important, and could probably be sold for a lot of gold coins. Especially the Black Anaconda King, this gold booze burst out a piece of equipment emitting a purple halo after its death. Zhang Wei went forward and picked it up, and the equipment attributes made Zhang Wei's eyes light up. Anaconda King Snake Cloth. Level, 10. Quality, purple. Defense, 70. Characteristics, physique plus 10 defense plus 10 poison resistance plus 100. Details, I was cut by 104 swords. With this top, inside this swamp in the Lost Land, there was no fear of poisonous gas. The only pity was that Zhang Wei was only at level 6 now, so he couldn't use it for the time being. However, the white gloves that were popped out earlier, Zhang Wei was already able to wear them. When Zhang Wei finished cleaning up, he walked towards the outside of the Lost Land. It was a good thing that Zhang Wei had asked for 50 sets of rejuvenation pills in advance, otherwise walking out would be a troublesome task. Gather at the entrance of the Lost Lands, Zhang Wei sent a message to Lang Lai. After all, the boss was fought by everyone together, and Zhang Wei didn't want to keep the equipment all to himself. After Zhang Wei left the Lost Land swamp range and waited on the side for a few moments, he saw Lang Lai rush in with a few people. Brother Eternal Knight, awesome. Lang Lai looked at Zhang Wei with a complex expression. For one person to single-handedly kill a gold boss, even for those players on the list, I'm afraid not many of them would be able to do it. Mage Muwan couldn't help but open her mouth. Yangi, how did you kill the gold boss under the siege of so many poison pythons? In Muwan's opinion, the situation at that time was simply not something that players at this stage could handle. However, when Muwan had finished speaking, Lang Lai made a wink and interrupted her questioning. After all, everyone had their own secrets, it was better not to ask what they shouldn't, and they didn't have any friendship with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei didn't make any explanations, he just took out a bunch of materials and the anaconda snake clothes. Zhang Wei looked at Lang Lai. This is the equipment and some materials that the boss popped out. We'll take 5,000 gold coins for these materials, Lang Lai said without thinking. As for this equipment, you can take it, brother Yang. The others in the team didn't have any opinions. After all, if it wasn't for Zhang Wei, a few of them wouldn't have been able to kill the Black Boa King. Seeing that Lang Lai was so generous, Zhang Wei didn't want to take advantage of the situation for nothing, so he proposed, let's do it this way then, the equipment goes to me, and the materials go to you guys. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he didn't wait for a few people to open their mouths and continued, it's still early, so let's brush the Lost Land together once more. Good, Lang Lai happily agreed, inviting Zhang Wei to join the team once again. The experience value of the wild monsters in the Lost Lands was quite a bit higher than the rest of the world. However, Zhang Wei was already level 6, and the experience bonus for killing monsters over the level was drastically reduced, and now he could only gain 60 experience points from killing a wild monster. Thus, until the crowd entered the poison python area again, Zhang Wei still hadn't been able to upgrade. Just as the crowd was concentrating on brushing the monsters, Mage Mucho suddenly sent a private message to Lang Lai, boss, Yang Ye might not even be level 10, or even lower than our level. I know, Lang Lai responded calmly. In fact, not only Lang Lai, several other people in the team had also discovered the clues early on, only that the people were unspoken, and no one mentioned it. Muwan looked at Zhang Wei, who had a poison python in front of him with a single sword, and once again sent a message to Lang Lai. Should we take him to try out that copy we accidentally found? No, Lang Lai decisively refused. Why? Muwan was a bit puzzled. That copy is too difficult, Lang Lai replied. Unless we all leveled up to 10 and changed into a purple suit, we won't be able to get through it alone with Winged Knight alone. But he single-handedly killed the Black Boa King. Lang Lai was silent for a moment when he saw this private message from Muwan. You're trying to figure out how Yang Ye killed the Black Boa King, right? Aren't you curious? Lang Lai looked at the message that was sent once again and was suddenly a little heartbroken. It was impossible to say that he wasn't curious. Lang Lai suspected that Zhang Wei had extracted a hidden profession of the swordsman class, or else he couldn't explain how he was able to single-handedly kill the gold boss in that situation. I'll think about it. Lang Lai sent this message over, then stopped paying attention to Muwan and began to focus on clearing the monsters. Zhang Wei naturally didn't know that the two of them were secretly talking, and he was now preoccupied with whether or not he could encounter a gold boss again. The equipment that the boss exploded was of secondary importance. The key was that Zhang Wei now had to hurry up and level up. Zhang Wei had already discovered that the further back he went, the slower he upgraded, and even in a leveling spot like the Lost Lands, the experience value was getting less and less. Moreover, if he hadn't teamed up with Lang Lai and the others, it would be impossible for Zhang Wei to brush monsters like this in the Land of the Lost on his own. The consumption of percentage blood loss alone was something he could not afford at the moment. Looks like we have to find a way to get some gold coins, Zhang Wei muttered in his mind. Is it still impossible to get rid of the life of a part-time job? If you want to earn gold coins in the third world, apart from selling equipment and materials, it is to bring people to upgrade. As for robbing, Zhang Wei vetoed the idea just as it rose. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them, and besides, gold coins in the third world are equivalent to contribution points, so getting it wrong will result in death. Of course, if someone took the initiative to provoke Zhang Wei, he wouldn't mind doing so. Just as Zhang Wei was thinking about all this, Muan suddenly spoke. It's almost time, the medicine is almost depleted. Leveling in the Lost Land was all about exchanging gold coins for experience, and even if the team had a priest, they still needed a lot of recovery medicine to support them. Zhang Wei looked at his experience value. He was already close to level 7, although he was a bit reluctant, he could only follow the team to exit at the moment. When the group exited the Lost Land, Zhang Wei just wanted to say goodbye to the group, but then he received a trade prompt. Lang Lai directly transferred 15,000 gold coins to Zhang Wei. This is? Zhang Wei looked at Lang Lai with some confusion. Eternal Night Brother, Lang Lai laughed, 5,000 gold coins for one time and 3 more reservations. Zhang Wei froze and asked back, you're not afraid that I'll take the money and leave? Lang Lai responded with a serious face, if Brother Youngie is this kind of person, I can only be blamed for looking away. Zhang Wei looked at Lang Lai with some surprise, casually taking out 15,000 gold coins, which was 15,000 contribution points. Lang Lai should not be an ordinary person, otherwise it would be impossible to be so bold. Good, Zhang Wei nodded, we will still gather here tomorrow. After finishing his speech, Zhang Wei exchanged the 10,000 gold coins into contribution points and then directly went offline. Chapter 14 Upgrading. Zhang Wei had just gotten up from the holographic silo when a voice rang out in the room. 14334232XX2331 survival account income 10,000 Chinese yuan, balance 12,000 Chinese yuan. In a day's time, Zhang Wei's survival account balance had experienced an exciting transformation from 0 contribution points to 12,000 contribution points. If it wasn't for Lang Lai, Zhang Wei would have been in the silent zone by now. After this incident, Zhang Wei completely understood the importance of contribution points. If he wanted to survive in the dungeon, he needed to earn enough contribution points. Zhang Wei simply moved around the room and ate the food he had been given today before he was ready to lie down and rest. Although he had spent most of the time lying inside the holographic warehouse without moving his body, he still felt a bit tired mentally. However, just at this moment, the room's intelligent device suddenly rang, prompting Zhang Wei to receive 3 communication messages. When Zhang Wei listened to the messages, his face became strange. It was Ruyan Lu again. Moreover, Ruyan Lu even chose the third world exploration area and is now a level 8 mage. Although Zhang Wei is not clear about the purpose of Ruyan Lu contacting him, Zhang Wei does not care. However, just as Zhang Wei wanted to directly delete Ruyan Lu's message, he suddenly changed his mind. Only to see a cold smile on Zhang Wei's face, he then sent a message to Ruyan Lu about his current situation in the third world. After doing so, Zhang Wei returned to his cot to rest. At this moment, within an underground city cluster that was quite far away from Area H, there were quite a number of people walking in their respective neighborhoods. This is Area D, compared to the dense living space like Area H, Area D is obviously much better, at least in their respective neighborhoods, there is a certain amount of space for activities. I don't know how the people in Area H will feel when they find out about the big difference between Area H and Area D. Of course, if there is no special opportunity, Area H will be the best place to live. Of course, if there is no special opportunity, it is impossible for Area H to come into contact with this place. In one of the neighborhoods, Ruyan Lu was snuggled up to Wang Yan's side, and the two of them were strolling leisurely. Ruyan, this is the benefit of power, Wang Yan laughed. They all think I'm a second generation of rich people, but only the second generation of rich people can't enter the D district. Ruyan Lu thought deeply and nodded very cooperatively. Ruyan, Wang Yan's tone suddenly changed. Why did you contact Zhang Wei, that pariah? Ruyan Lu sniffed, and said somewhat conceitedly, since childhood, only I am tired of playing with things I don't want, there has never been anyone who actively rejected me. Wang Yan grinned, oh, you are going to play with him? That's right, a hint of madness appeared in Ruyan Lu's eyes, I'm going to make him regret it. Alright, Wang Yan stroked Ruyan Lu's head, like he was admiring a pet, just be careful with your measurements. After saying that, Wang Yan looked at the time and said, let's go, follow me into the third world. Hearing that Wang Yan wanted to enter the third world again, Lu Ruyan said with some reluctance, can you stay a little longer? Ruyan Lu didn't understand, those pariahs had limited living space and had to enter the third world for entertainment and socialization. However, the people in District D had free space to move around, so why did they keep immersing themselves in the third world? However, Wang Yan did not explain more, but only spoke in a somewhat tough tone. No, you just need to know that the third world is not just a simple virtual game. Looking at Wang Yan's face changed a bit, Lu Ruyan didn't dare to say anything more, and honestly returned behind Wang Yan. On the second day, in Dungeon Area H, the artificial sun rose on time. Zhang Wei also woke up, and after simply washing up, Zhang Wei entered the third world. As soon as he went online, Zhang Wei returned a dozen private messages, all of which were sent to him by Lang Lai, urging him to go online and gather. So urgent? Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled. Weren't these people resting? Zhang Wei sent a message back to Lang Lai and headed towards the agreed location. When Zhang Wei arrived, Lang Lai's people also happened to arrive. You really went offline to sleep? Lang Lai looked at Zhang Wei with some surprise. Zhang Wei was stunned at his words, but he also realized that something was wrong when he saw the somewhat strange gazes of several people. Don't you guys sleep? Zhang Wei asked rhetorically. The holographic warehouse has a life support system. It's better than you sleeping in bed. Shield Master Chu Tian said rightfully. Zhang Wei fell silent. His holographic silo did not have any life support system. However, Zhang Wei also understood one thing: the identity of Lang Lai's few people was definitely not simple, at least they were not from Area H. Alright, Lang Lai seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly changed the topic. Since we have all the people, let's continue upgrading. With that, Lang Lai invited Zhang Wei into the team and continued to brush monsters and upgrade in the Lost Land. With yesterday's grinding, Zhang Wei and the group were more cooperative, and the efficiency of killing monsters had increased by quite a bit. Within a short time, they advanced to the poison python area. Well, at this time, the system prompt also rang out, "Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 7. Finally, they had upgraded again. Zhang Wei also let out a sigh of relief as he was one step closer to level 10. However, due to Zhang Wei's leveling up again, the experience bonus he received subsequently became lower, and nowadays, killing a poison python would only earn him 50 experience points. In the face of the 80,000 experience points needed to level up today, it was unknown how many poison pythons he would need to kill to get enough. Soon, this area is clear. A few people have no choice but to wait for the poison python to refresh. It's not that they don't want to continue to go deeper, just continue to go deeper. The toxicity of the swamp in front of them becomes even stronger. Every minute 5% of the life value of the blood deduction, they can't afford it. Until the supplies that everyone had brought with them were consumed, Zhang Wei remained at level 7, but his experience bar was already more than half. It's too bad. As the crowd exited the range of the Lost Land, Lang Lai had some regrets. I didn't encounter the gold boss. Obviously, Lang Lai was still thinking about the Black Boa King. Wild monsters would be refreshed after being killed, and supposedly bosses should be the same, only today, they searched around and didn't meet the Black Anaconda King. Maybe it hasn't been refreshed yet. Zhang Wei spoke out to comfort them. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he bid farewell to the crowd once again and directly went offline. After Zhang Wei left, Shield Master Chu Genius said, "Boss, Eternal Night is probably in the back 3 zones." Lang Lai nodded at his words. The underground city complex was divided into Area S, Area A, Area B, Area C, Area D, Area F, Area G, Area H, 9 areas. Area H, Area G, and Area F. The holographic silos in these latter 3 areas were the basic version, with no life support systems. At this time, Priest Han Shou suddenly said, using the basic version of the holographic silo, you can also extract the hidden profession? When these words came out, the few people present simultaneously froze. In their hearts, they had long since recognized Neverwinter Nights as a swordsman-type hidden profession. However, they also knew some insider information that the latter 3 districts didn't know. The more advanced the holographic silo, the higher the probability of extracting a good profession. As for the basic version of the holographic silo, it is almost impossible to extract a hidden profession. There is no fairness in this world. You think it's fair just because you're being kept in the dark. Chapter 15: The Infected Village. The next day, Zhang Wei went online and found that Lang Lai several people are still in the game. It also occurred to Zhang Wei that the few of them had only been upgrading in the Lost Lands. Although the experience of the monsters in the Lost Lands was high, they were burning gold coins. Even though there was a priest within their team, the consumption of blood pills and blue pills was still staggering. At this stage, without the antitoxin pill, ordinary players simply wouldn't come to the Lost Lands to fight monsters and upgrade. The Lost Land, on the other hand, was like a separate green channel for rich players. Soon, Zhang Wei rushed to the Lost Lands to join up with Lang Lai and the others, and once again began to team up to brush the monsters. This time, Lang Lai and the others had prepared enough supplies, and Zhang Wei wondered if they had filled all of their packages with rejuvenation pills. With more than half of yesterday's accumulated experience, after they repeatedly brushed away the poison python a few times, Zhang Wei finally heard the long-lost system prompt. "Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 8. Before Zhang Wei could be happy, the experience value gained from killing the poison python after level 8 caused Zhang Wei to frown. "Ding, killed level 9, infected python, gained 20 experience points." The previous experience bonus was completely gone, killing a poisonous python only gained 20 experience points, and the experience directly plummeted by half. Zhang Wei looked towards Lang Lai's few people, and in his heart, he instantly understood that it was no wonder that they hadn't risen to level 10 until now after level 9, it was only because they had gained even less experience value. Moreover, this was still in the Lost Land. If they were in other places, how much experience could they get from killing a wild monster? At this rate of progress, I was afraid that it would take some time before they could rise to level 10. This caused Zhang Wei to immediately feel a wave of pressure. The quest for exploring the southern mountains, in search of the vanished wanderer, lasted for 10 days, and now that 3 days had passed, there were only 7 days left. During these 7 days, as planned, Zhang Wei must rise to level 10. Otherwise, the South Mountain quest would not be beatable at all. Although Zhang Wei was now temporarily out of the contribution point crisis, this quest was the first quest Zhang Wei had received, and he didn't want it to end in failure. Besides, Zhang Wei glanced at the Mother of Mercy sword in his hand. Zhang Wei guessed in his mind that if he could complete the quest, this weapon would most likely be the quest reward. Although the Mother of Mercy sword was more suitable for swordsman-type professions, the value of this sword was right here. Even if it was consigned out in the system at that time, Zhang Wei conservatively estimated that the sword could almost sell for tens to millions of gold coins. Of course, if people like Lang Lai were willing to bid, I'm afraid that it would be sold at a sky-high price. That way, Zhang Wei would really be able to rest on his laurels in the dungeon, at least at this stage. Zhang Wei was thinking of other things in his mind, but his killing efficiency did not decrease, but until Lang Lai and the others had depleted their supplies again, they were still stuck at level 9. Forget it, Lang Lai sighed, there's no rush, we'll just brush up again tomorrow and we'll be almost there. Tomorrow? Zhang Wei's heart stirred at the words, he knew that Lang Lai's people were taking care of themselves. After all, Lang Lai and the others almost didn't need to rest while he himself couldn't. Zhang Wei suddenly said, you guys go back and resupply, I'll wait for you here. Lang Lai was stunned. It's okay to receive money from others and take care of others, Zhang Wei snickered, it's okay to stay up a little bit of the night once in a while. Lang Lai sniffed, but he didn't want to owe this favor, only he just wanted to refuse. Boss, Brother Yongyue has said so, you shouldn't be so melodramatic. Assassin Shadow, who had always been a man of few words, grabbed the lead and said, level 10 is very important to us. Lang Lai's expression moved slightly and he eventually nodded silently. Lang Lai returned to the novice village to resupply, and soon returned again to start brushing monsters and upgrading again. And it was only when the supplies of Lang Lai's few people were almost depleted once again that a smirk of relief appeared on the faces of the few people. Finally level 10. Shield Master Chu Tian opened his mouth with some excitement. Zhang Wei looked at the rather excited demeanor of the several people and was a bit strange. It wasn't like they had taken the number 1 spot on the ranking list, so why were they so excited? Moreover, the rank list was clear of level 10s, they had only risen to level 10 now, and their rank was unknown how many places away. Lang Lai also noticed Zhang Wei's expression and hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Yangye, do you know why there are all level 10s on the rank list right now and no level 11 players? Novice village level restriction? Zhang Wei said without thinking, this was a very common game setting. No, Lang Lai shook his head and didn't explain much, but just said somewhat mysteriously to Zhang Wei, as soon as possible, rise to level 10, don't leave the novice village rashly. Zhang Wei's brows furrowed slightly, Lang Lai's words seemed to have some hidden meanings. However, after being online for a long time, Zhang Wei was already shaken to sleep, so he didn't look deeper and smiled, down, everyone, see you in the future. Zhang Wei said this because Lang Lai and the others had already leveled up to 10, so naturally, he wouldn't be needed to form a group in the future. However, Zhang Wei was just about to go offline when he suddenly received another transaction reminder, and 20,000 gold coins arrived with it. This is? Zhang Wei looked at Lang Lai with some surprise, not understanding why he transferred another 20,000 gold coins to himself. Eternal Night Brother, this is the money for the materials in the past few days, Lang Lai explained. Although no equipment was exploded, there were quite a few snake galls, which can be sold for quite a few gold coins. Zhang Wei slowly nodded his head, he was only responsible for brushing the monsters, as for how many materials had exploded, he had never really paid attention to it. However, with Lang Lai's personality and temperament, he could only give more, not less. Many thanks, Zhang Wei responded politely. However, in the next moment, a few people glanced at each other, and Lang Lai suddenly said, Eternal Night Brother, tomorrow is still the same location, let's brush up a copy together. Good, Zhang Wei didn't think much about it, after all, he was still some distance away from level 10, and naturally he would be happy to have a copy. Therefore, Zhang Wei casually agreed and exchanged all of the 20,000 gold coins into contribution points again, and then went offline to rest. Boss, that copy can only be known to us so far. Assassin Shadow said in a deep voice, it's likely that clues to the awakening talent will appear. So what? Lang Lai said unconcernedly, other than those few people, I haven't heard of anyone else successfully awakening their talents. Besides, Lang Lai's words changed, without Evernight, it's impossible for us to pass the level. As Lang Lai spoke, he looked deep into the Lost Lands, the same place where they had accidentally discovered the copy. In the southernmost part of the Land of the Lost, there was an unnamed village. All of the villagers in this village were infected and lost their minds, becoming bloodthirsty monsters. This was also the copy that Lang Lai's group had accidentally discovered, and which no player had cleared yet. Infected Village. Chapter 16 Sudden Service-Wide Announcement. Inside the room, Zhang Wei had just opened his eyes from the holographic warehouse when a mechanical voice rang out. 1433422XX2331 survival account income 20,000 Chinese yuan, balance 31,900 Chinese yuan. Zhang Wei himself alone consumed a fixed 100 Chinese yuan per day, and now Zhang Wei's account had more than 30,000 contribution points, which could theoretically last for 300 days. However, Zhang Wei knew that this was only a theoretical time, the actual was much lower than 300. Entering the dungeon for some time already, Zhang Wei also learned more information. In addition to the most basic survival expenses within the dungeon, there were also daily consumption expenses. Food, daily necessities, and even toilet paper all required extra contribution points to purchase. Of course, if you were ruthless and were able to solve the problem on your own without paper, that was also possible. But the most troublesome thing was that, including the holographic silo, all these equipment in the dungeon room would have maintenance costs later on. Zhang Wei looked at the balance of his survival account, and felt an incentive to make money. Especially during the video call that day, Zhang Wei saw Ruyan Lu's luxurious living environment. Looking at his own cramped 15 square meter room, it made Zhang Wei yearn for a living area above the H-zone. Although most of the Blue Star humans are in the third world nowadays, but after all, everyone is really living in the underground city. It would be great if we could improve our living environment. Most importantly, Zhang Wei already knew that the holographic warehouses in F, G, and H, the last 3 districts, did not have life support systems. Other people could stay offline for 24 hours, but Zhang Wei could not. The length of time people spent online in the third world in the last 3 districts was more than half that of players in the first few districts. In order to gradually catch up with or even surpass the other people in the third world, Zhang Wei had to solve this problem. Zhang Wei walked to the intelligent device, and this time, Ruyan Lu did not leave him a message. Open the intelligence system, Zhang Wei issued a voice command. As the words fell, a 3D holographic projection was revealed, and an anthropomorphic voice rang out. Hello, what do you need? Zhang Wei looked at the holographic projection and asked, how do I change zones? The 3D holographic projection responded, survival accounts in Zone H have accumulated 1 million contribution points to qualify for a zone change. 1 million just to be qualified? Zhang Wei was slightly surprised in his heart. If I were to change to Zone E, how many contribution points would I need? Zhang Wei asked afterward. The holographic warehouse in the latter 3 zones did not have a life support system, and at best, the room was larger, which was not too attractive to Zhang Wei. If he wanted to change zones, at the very least, it would be Zone E. Survival account contribution points 50 million. Hearing the reply, Zhang Wei revealed a flash of shock as he subconsciously glanced at his survival account balance. It was really a long way to go, and the difference was not just a little bit. The survival account of 1 million contribution points possessed the qualification to change zones, but Zone E surprisingly required 50 million contribution points. It seemed that the last 3 districts were relatively easy, and once one wanted to leave the last 3 districts, the difficulty increased dramatically. After understanding clearly, Zhang Wei wanted to lie down on his bed and sleep. At this time, he had not rested for more than 10 consecutive hours and needed to catch up on his sleep. However, he had a sudden movement in his mind and spoke once again, other than contribution points, is there any other way to get to Area E? Yes, the 3D holographic projection said slowly, those who have made significant contributions to humanity can apply for a zone transfer. Like what? Zhang Wei curiously pursued. Breakthroughs in technological bottlenecks, major inventions, improvement of the dungeon ecosystem, and optimization of the human survival mode. Zhang Wei lost interest as he listened to the 3D holographic projection narration. These were too far away from him to be realistic. It seemed like it was still necessary to find a way to earn contribution points and exchange them with them when the time came. But the 3D holographic projection, the next words made Zhang Wei directly freeze in place. There are also some special conditions reached by those who can also exchange zones. For example, extracting a hidden profession in the third world, successfully awakening a talent, completing the only mission, and obtaining the only equipment. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised, not realizing that he could change zones even after completing these in the third world game. What's so special about the third world? And what is the awakening talent? When he first entered the third world, Zhang Wei only created his character and extracted his occupation, but there was no such thing as a talent. Zhang Wei said in his heart, it seems that the third world still has a lot of secrets that he doesn't know. If a player completes the unique quest, will the official authorities automatically transfer him to a zone? Zhang Wei was a bit curious about the zone change process. It won't automatically transfer the zone, it requires the player to apply, the 3D holographic projection explained. The third world is controlled by the G brain, and the humans of the blue planet are unable to actively access the internal information of the third world. What do you mean? The third world is not under the control of human engineers? Zhang Wei revealed a hint of surprise at his words. I cannot provide more information, you can explore on your own. The 3D holographic projection did not respond positively. However, Zhang Wei was keenly aware of a hint of abnormality, and was afraid that the third world was really not under the control of Blue Star humans. The third world was a joint research and development of the global human race, and did not belong to the Dragon Kingdom alone. The reason why Zhang Wei had not encountered any players from other countries was because at this stage, players had not yet left the newbie village. According to the information on the Third World Forum, when players arrived at the main city, urban teleportation would be opened at a later stage, and players from various countries in the Blue Planet would meet each other at that time. Could it be that there was an accident in the operation of the Third World and it was out of human control? Zhang Wei couldn't help but speculate, if it was really out of control, would uncontrollable things happen in the later stages? After all, the Third World was connected to all human consciousnesses, and once an accident occurred, it would not be a trivial matter. However, Zhang Wei suddenly smiled to himself again. He was worried about the survival of the human race now that he couldn't take care of himself. These things would naturally be taken into consideration by the higher echelons of humanity. Since the Third World could be opened up, it meant that there must be no problem with security. Thinking this way, Zhang Wei lay down on his cot and directly fell asleep. However, just as Zhang Wei was falling asleep, the Third World stirred up shocking waves. Ding! Service-wide announcement. Blue Star Camp Dragon Country Area player Night-Chin awakened the SSS grade talent, Divine Punishment, becoming the first Blue Star SSS talent possessor. Ding! Service-wide announcement. Blue Star Camp Dragon Country Area player Night-Chin awakened SSS grade talent, Divine Punishment, becoming the first Blue Star SSS talent owner. Ding! Service-wide announcement. Blue Star Camp Dragon Country Area player Night-Chin awakened the SSS grade talent, Divine Punishment, becoming the first SSS talent owner of Blue Star. 6 consecutive service-wide announcements shocked the entire Third World. On the other side of the ocean, within an equally massive underground city cluster. What funk! Exclaimed a white man in a villa. YNB equals Dragon Kingdom. SSS level talent, are you kidding me? Nightstar is who? Baka. Of course, the most shocked and excited were the Dragon Kingdom players. This is a service-wide announcement. Bull, it's our Dragon Kingdom players. Whoa, I'm a guy who wants to marry him. But what does the Blue Star camp mean? Could it be that the Third World has other camps besides our Blue Star? The system made a mistake, didn't it? What the heck is a talent? How come I don't have one? For a while, all Dragon Country players were caught up in a frenzy of hot discussion, and the Third World forums also fell in an instant. Chapter 17, Entering the Copy. Surprisingly, someone really awakened a talent in a novice village, or an SSS grade talent. This is an SSS ranked talent. In the Third World, in the novice village, Lang Lai and the few of them also sucked in a breath of cool air. They had worked so hard to upgrade just to awaken their occupational talents. After ascending to level 10 in the novice village, if one was able to complete some special quests, it was possible to trigger awakening quests or clues for talent awakening. However, the chances of this were very low, and only a small portion of people could accomplish it. One is dependent on the player's strength in the game, and the other is the player's luck. With bad luck, even if you were number 1 on the rank list, you might not even be able to awaken the talent. When Eternal Night comes online, we'll go to the copy together. Lang Lai spoke in a deep voice. The first time a player cleared a copy, there was a certain chance of obtaining a talent awakening clue. If it wasn't the first time through, players in the back would have to rely on constantly refreshing their copy records or special missions to take their chances. In short, it will only get harder and harder for the players in the back, which is the first mover advantage. This was also why so many players were desperately trying to upgrade. Lang Lai's few people briefly communicated and then began to go on a buying spree and iterating their equipment. For the few of them, changing to a purple outfit wasn't much of a problem. Although the Third World's explosion rate was very low, it couldn't be denied that there were a lot of people, and there would eventually be players who would explode their equipment and take it out for consignment. Soon, Lang Lai's several people will all change the equipment, although not a set, but the strength also greatly increased. This also allowed them to have some more confidence in clearing the next copy. As for Zhang Wei, he woke up after sleeping for a few hours, and after briefly washing up and eating something, he hurriedly entered the Third World. Since he knew that other people's holographic silos had life support systems, Zhang Wei also had an extra sense of urgency. Although his upgrading speed could be described as perverse, he was after all a few months behind the others and still had not caught up with the first tier. As soon as Zhang Wei came online, he received a message from Lang Lai, "Come to the Lost Land XXX." Zhang Wei looked at the message he received as soon as he came online and knew that they were afraid they had been waiting for him for quite some time. Zhang Wei did not delay and hurriedly rushed towards the coordinates. However, on the way, Zhang Wei was also aware of that service-wide announcement. Right now, the public channel of the novice village was still frantically swiping the screen, with many players discussing it with unabated enthusiasm. Blue Star Camp Dragon Country Region Player Nai Chen, SSS Rank Talent, Divine Punishment, the first SSS Rank Talent possessor. Zhang Wei glanced at the rank list clear of level 10 players and had some guesses in his heart. It was likely that part of the reason they had been staying in the novice village was for the talent awakening. Suddenly, Zhang Wei was also looking forward to awakening his professional talent. The Joker profession was already very buggy, so if he awakened his talent, he would take off straight away. No, I should say that as long as he reaches level 10, he will take off right where he is. Zhang Wei already had a simple plan, and that was to imitate and copy the group attack skills to upgrade by pulling groups of monsters alone. In the case of solo brushing, as long as there are enough wild monsters, the performance effect will be triggered, and the damage of the group attack skill will become 999. In addition, level 10 will get the improvisational comedy skill, not to mention the need to worry about the issue of blood recovery. The only thing Zhang Wei needs to prepare is the blue supply. As long as there is magic value, then you can continue to crazy leveling. On the outskirts of the Lost Land, Long Lai's few people waited in anticipation and finally saw Zhang Wei figure in the distance. "Brother Eternal Knight, you've finally come." Long Lai spoke in delight. "Gentlemen, long time no see," Zhang Wei greeted the several people one by one, and then directly entered the group. Afterward, Lang Lai led the way as the group hurried towards the depths of the Lost Land. The copy is at the southernmost tip of the Lost Land. On the way, Lang Lai gave Zhang Wei a rough idea of the copy. A few of them had tried a few times, but without exception, they all ended in failure. Inside the copy were all level 10 humanoid monsters, and they were all elite monsters with high blood and thick defense. Southernmost? Humanoid elite monsters? Zhang Wei listened to Lang Lai's narration and revealed a strange look. How come the copy monsters described by Lang Lai were so similar to the Southern Mountain Guardians? Could it be the same one? As Zhang Wei thought this, the group quickly entered the poison python range again. However, this time, the target was not these poison pythons, and the crowd continued to go deeper without decreasing their speed. Ding, entering the core area of the Lost Land, 5% of life value will be deducted every minute. Entering the core area, Lang Lai's few people had already started taking blood recovery pills to maintain their bloodlines, and there were no other players visible here. "We were also curious and kept going deeper before accidentally discovering this copy," Lang Lai explained, leading the crowd in a sudden turn towards the south side. The crowd walked a short distance again, and a section of lofty mountains was faintly revealed in the distance. Really arrived at the southern mountain? Zhang Wei was somewhat surprised. However, at this moment, Lang Lai suddenly stopped walking. "We've arrived." Ding, entering the range of the infected village. "Do we enter the copy?" "Yes," Lang Lai responded without hesitation. As Lang Lai's words fell, the scene in front of everyone's eyes began to change continuously, and a dilapidated village appeared not far away. And at the entrance of the village, a few villagers who were acting stiffly were walking back and forth. Shield warrior Chu Tian took the lead and walked in the front, priest Han Xiu was in the center, and mage Muwan was at the back. Assassin Shadow turned on stealth to approach a few villagers and used the scrying technique to share the information to the team. Mutated villagers elite. Rank 10. Life value, 3000. Attack power, 60. Physical defense, 55. Magic defense, 45. Details: polluted villagers, seemingly mutated, instinctively guard the village temple. Zhang Wei's brows furrowed slightly when he saw the mutated villagers' attributes. The mutated villagers here aren't much different from the Nanshan Guardians. And it seems that they are all guarding something. Firewall Mage Mu-1 took the lead in the attack, pulling up a firewall in front of the mutated villagers. 113, 123. 113. 113, 123, 1123. The mutated villagers were attacked and immediately lunged towards the crowd. "Miku," Shield Master Chu Tian shouted, attracting the hatred to himself. "Pooh! Poof! 478. 456. Zhang Wei and Lang Lai struck almost simultaneously, and the damage of the two was now very close. Zhang Wei was instantly a bit surprised, not to mention that Lang Lai's damage was approaching his own. Even the mage's group attack skill was able to deal more than 100 damage. It seemed that Lang Lai's strength had also increased quite a bit after a few people had risen to level 10. He, Lang Lai smiled, "The damage is finally close to yours." Zhang Wei was too lazy to bother with Lang Lai and chopped out a sword again. Lang Lai seemed to be interested in competing and started attacking right after him. 477. 465. 234. The team's crowd was on fire, and soon these few mutated villagers were cleaned up. However, what surprised Zhang Wei was that these few villagers had increased his experience value by 500, which was many times higher than outside. "Let's go." Zhang Wei was a bit impatient and took big strides towards the village. Zhang Wei had a premonition that completing this copy of the first pass would most likely allow him to directly ascend to level 10. Chapter 18 Red Temple. The crowd had just entered the village along the curved path when an air of dilapidation and decay hit them. Ding, infected by an unknown infection, losing 5% of life value every minute. The system prompt was in everyone's ears, causing several people to blush. Go all out. Lang Lai spoke in a deep voice. This 5% blood loss rate could not be consumed even if they had prepared a large amount of supplies in advance. The group didn't go far before quite a few more mutated villagers appeared in the group's field of vision. A few people glanced at each other and silently maintained their formation to meet them. 113. 104. 111. 487. 462. Mage Muwan used the firewall for long-range consumption. Shield Master Chu Tian was responsible for attracting hatred, while Zhang Wei and Lang Lai just managed to output like crazy. Soon, this wave of mutated villagers was cleaned up by the combined efforts of several people. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, there was another wave of mutated villagers coming from the front, and their number had directly doubled. However, with the experience of the previous two waves, several people did not panic. Several people in the team have a clear division of labor, only this time the shield priest Chu Tian has a lot of pressure. Fortunately, with priest Han Xiao, his blood level was always maintained at the safety line without any danger. Something's not right, Lang Lai's brows tightened. The second wave of mutated villagers had just been cleared by the group, and a third wave came right after in the distance, and the number of them had even doubled again. It's simply not enough to kill them all. In front, Shield Master Chu Tian was still struggling to support him. But with so many mutated villagers, he could no longer hold out. Zhang Wei was also in a bit of a dilemma, not that he didn't want to come forward. It's not that he doesn't want to step up, but there are conditions for the show. First, the number of audience. The second is the only protagonist. Only when he and the others were disbanded could the performance effect be triggered. But this is a copy, not a field, so the team can't be disbanded voluntarily. Unless Lang Lai and the others all died. Don't fight it, pull it, Lang Lai spoke in a deep voice, then he and Shield Master Chu Tian took turns pulling the hatred. Under the cooperation of the two, the mutated villagers who were already slow to act were finally cleaned up a little bit. Continue, Lang Lai said, and without waiting for other reactions, he quickly walked inside the village. The other few people also hurriedly followed. Who knew if more mutated villagers would pop up? They couldn't keep wasting their time here. However, things didn't go as expected. The crowd didn't go far before dozens of monster figures appeared in front of them. Brother Yang, I'm counting on you, Lang Lai said as he turned his head to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei froze and casually threw out his scrying technique. Mutated Villager Chief. Rank 10. Life value, 3000. Attack power, 60. Physical defense, 255. Magic defense, 215. Details: the head of the villagers who had been contaminated and seemed to have mutated, instinctively guarding the village temple. What a high defense! Zhang Wei was secretly shocked, no wonder a few of them couldn't get through. The mutant leader's physical defense was close to 300 points, and his magic defense was more than 200 points, so the output of the crowd was greatly reduced. However, these were no big deal to the Mother of Mercy's sword that had an armor-breaking effect. And it was only because Lang Lai knew that Zhang Wei had armor-breaking equipment that he invited Zhang Wei into the copy. Lang Lai himself had tried to acquire equipment with an armor-breaking effect, but this type of equipment was unattainable and had never been received. Zhang Wei took the lead and acted as the main output. 486. 486. The damage from Zhang Wei's push attacks was not affected in the slightest, causing Lang Lai to be envious for another moment. If only Eternal Knight could sell me armor-breaking equipment, Lang Lai couldn't help but think about it a bit. However, he also knew that as long as he had a little bit of gaming experience, this kind of equipment couldn't be sold easily. Unless there was a better replacement equipment, the player would sell it. 201. 77. 199. In the team, although the output of a few others had sharply decreased, they were not idle and were sharing the pressure for Zhang Wei as much as possible. Luckily, Zhang Wei not only had a high output but also a fast attack speed, and the number of mutant leaders gradually decreased. As the last leader was killed, the crowd all breathed a sigh of relief. Lang Lai and the others had gotten stuck here on their previous attempts at this copy. Luckily, this time, they had Neverwinter Knights ignoring the defense output and finally carried through. These dozens of ringleaders did pop out a few pieces of blue equipment, which were picked up by Priest Han Xiao. Zhang Wei was also too lazy to clean up the battlefield, as Lang Lai would share the copy proceeds with him in the end anyway. The crowd continued to go deeper and finally came to the center of the dilapidated village. The originally narrow village suddenly opened up and a square appeared, while on the square, a red temple was reflected in the eyes of the crowd. A red temple? Several people were a bit surprised. Go in and take a look? Lang Lai subconsciously looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at the red temple complex and twisted his head to look at the assassin Dark Shadow beside him. Why don't you stealthily go in first and try? Dark Shadow slowly nodded his head and entered stealth, walking straight towards the entrance of the temple. The others did not have any opinions on Zhang Wei's arrangement. After all, Dark Shadow possessed the stealth skill and was able to exit at any time. However, less than a minute after Shadow went in, several people received a team message sent by Shadow. Hang. How did you hang up? Lang Lai hurriedly sent a message to ask. You'll know when you go in. Dark Shadow immediately sent over a message. What's going on? Lang Lai was flabbergasted that Shadow was even hiding. Quickly say it. Don't say it, it's embarrassing. Dark Shadow sent another message. This time, Lang Lai's curiosity was completely aroused. I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, Lang Lai cautiously entered inside the Red Temple. A few minutes later. Hanging up, Lang Lai sent a team message. What the hell? Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled. You two go in together and take a look, Zhang Wei said to Priest Han Xiao and Mage Muan. It wasn't that Zhang Wei was afraid of death, but there were special conditions for his performance. However, when this scene fell in the eyes of the two girls, it turned sour. Muan snorted lightly and Han Xiao walked into the Red Temple together. A few minutes later. The two of them each sent a message in the team, Newbie Village Gathering LOL. Zhang Wei looked at the somewhat puzzled few people and also walked towards the entrance of the Red Temple. Ding, entering the Temple of Beings. As soon as Zhang Wei stepped in, a system prompt rang in his ears. Only to see that inside the temple, there was not a single Buddha statue. Instead, there was a huge carousel on the offering table. However, when Zhang Wei's gaze landed on the huge carousel, he could not help but reveal a flash of shock in his eyes. Chapter 19 Sidebook First Pass. Carousel of Chance. Grade, Legend. Status, Invincible. Features Equivalent Exchange. Details Chances destined by the heavens, if you have the guts, you charge. On the carousel, what was displayed was surprisingly, SSS rank talent, SS rank talent, S rank talent, unique quest, unique equipment. Ding, congratulations for having passed the duplicate quest, a voice sounded in Zhang Wei's ears. Pass? Zhang Wei couldn't help but stare at the voice. Ding, pass reward, paid use of the chance carousel. Ding, consume 5% of your life value to rotate the carousel once to extract a chance. Do you rotate it? This is the pass reward? Zhang Wei froze and observed the surrounding area. The interior of the temple was empty, and there was nothing but the carousel. Moreover, the carousel was displaying an invincible state, unable to be attacked. For a while, Zhang Wei was also somewhat skeptical. Although it was a bit hard to understand the appearance of this in the third world copy, he actually had a sense of déjà vu. In order to verify his suspicions, Zhang Wei spoke, yes. Ding, consuming 5% of life value. Note, inside the temple of the crowd, life value cannot be recovered through replenishment. And the chance carousel steadily stopped on the only equipment under Zhang Wei's gaze. Bingo? Zhang Wei was stunned. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 99% access to the unique equipment, 1% short of obtaining the unique equipment. Do you want to continue spinning? Zhang Wei glanced at his blood bar and said with a strange face, yes. The dial spun again and landed on the unique equipment again. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 99.9% access to the unique equipment, 0.1% short of obtaining the unique equipment. Do you continue to rotate? This time, Zhang Wei was already 100% sure that this chance carousel was exactly the same as the Pitfall app spell CC. Zhang Wei couldn't help but despise Lang Lai's people for a few minutes in his heart. They could die on such an old routine. No wonder they don't have the face to say it. However, on second thought, Zhang Wei thought that he had shared it with quite a few people for the sake of that $100 in the first place. Furthermore, for the Langley few people, dying once might not be a big deal. Moreover, according to the financial strength displayed by a few of them, people like them might not have used spell CC at all. Zhang Wei looked at the chance carousel and directly threw a fireball. In the next moment, the fireball landed steadily on the chance carousel. 1. It really works. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Zhang Wei just wanted to try it out, so he casually threw a fireball spell. After all, the chance carousel was invincible. 1. Zhang Wei began to utilize the fireball spell to grind the damage bit by bit. Just then, how is this possible? A shocked voice came from the turntable. Immediately afterward, the turntable flashed with a white light and rapidly became smaller, and a kind-looking old monk appeared, holding the turntable firmly in his hands. Zhang Wei looked at the old monk who had suddenly appeared and directly threw a scrying technique over. Red Temple Master Dark Gold Boss. Level 15. Life value, 1010. Attack power, 0. Status, Invincible. Skill, Summoning of Blood, omitted. Details, the Red Temple Master, who has never actively harmed others, seems to be a good person. How could you possibly do damage to my turntable? The Red Temple Lord looked at Zhang Wei with an incredulous expression. However, what responded to him was a scorching fireball. Sure, Master, wait. The old monk panicked. 1. A bit of damage floated out from the top of the old monk's head. The old monk is a good person. The old monk hurriedly explained, never harmed anyone. Heh, Zhang Wei sneered. Who cares if you are a good person or not, since you have revealed a bloodstain then you deserve to die. In a flash of lightning, another fireball directly hit the old monk. 1-1. The old monk was in a hurry. In this copy, he was supposed to be invincible, not expecting that someone would be able to break the rules. Summon of blood, the old monk cried out sharply. 1. The old monk actively lost a drop of blood while this temple shook. Zhang Wei glanced at the entrance of the temple, and a large number of mutated villagers were running wildly towards the temple. So it's this mechanism. Zhang Wei's heart instantly understood. If Lang Lai and the others were not so greedy and refused the carousel, it was estimated that they would need to face this dark gold boss head-on. While this boss was in an invincible state, its 10 drops of blood meant that it could summon 10 waves of mutated villagers. Under normal circumstances, in order to pass this copy, one would need to resist the 10 waves of attacks. However, it was just a pity that this boss was now encountering Zhang Wei. A fireball flew out from Zhang Wei's hand and landed on the old monk with precision. 1. 1. 1 1. With a loud boom, the body of this dark gold boss was split into pieces, and a piece of worn-out parchment scroll fell to the ground. Ding, congratulations on killing level 10, Red Temple Master Dark Gold Boss, gain 8W experience value. Ding, congratulations on killing level 10, Red Temple Lord Dark Gold Boss, reputation plus 200. Congratulations on passing the infected village copy. Ding, congratulations on passing the infected village, for the first time, 8W experience value gained. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to 9. Ding, congratulations on passing infected village, for the first time, reputation plus 200. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the only equipment clue, Predestined Carnival, Mask Parchment Scroll. Ding, in light of the first time passing the infected village copy, a notice will be made. Do we need to hide the team information? The series of system prompts caused Zhang Wei to be somewhat dazzled. However, Zhang Wei keenly grasped the 4 words, unique equipment, from the series of system prompts. Unable to care about anything else, Zhang Wei walked straight over and picked up the worn-out parchment scroll on the ground. Predestined Carnival, Mask Parchment Scroll. Contents, hold this scroll and find the old village chief. He will tell you where the unique equipment, Predestined Carnival, is stored. Details, wear it and you will see the path of destiny. But never try to change it. It really is the only equipment. Zhang Wei's heart was ecstatic. Third world equipment grades were categorized into worn, white, blue, purple, gold, epic, artifact, legend, and unique. Unique equipment meant that there was only one of these in the entire third world. More importantly, unique equipment was often associated with a player's occupation strong. In other words, the fated carnival was also the exclusive equipment of the Joker profession. However, just as Zhang Wei was getting excited, he suddenly thought of something. When he drew the reels just now, he had won the unique equipment. Now, after killing the boss and clearing the duplicate, the clues to the unique equipment were also obtained. Did that mean that if he had drawn the SSS rank talent, what he had obtained now was the SSS rank talent? However, Zhang Wei instantly felt that it was impossible again. If that was really the case, wouldn't players be able to utilize this copy to infinitely brush talents and unique equipment? Zhang Wei figured this out and was just about to send a message to Lang Lai and the others. A system prompt then resounded through the novice village. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167 players Eternal Knight, Lang Lai, Chutian, Hanxiu, Muan, Lang Lai, Chutian, Hanxiu, and Muan. Congratulations to Novice Village players 9167, Eternal Knight, Lang Lai, Chutian, Hanxiu, Muan, and Shadow for passing the first infected village copy. 6 consecutive system announcements caused the entire Novice Village to fall into a short period of tranquility before boiling up again. Crap, there's another big guy who made it through the first copy? How come I haven't heard of this infected village copy? Have you noticed? It's this Neverwinter Nights again. This is the guy who soloed the gold boss last time, right? Who are Lang Lai's guys? I guess it's not easy to team up with a big guy. Chapter 20 The Only Equipment Fatal Carnival. Novice Village Resurrection Point. Lang Lai's few people revealed uncontrollable ecstasy. The first pass of the duplicate, the system announcement, and most critically, among the few of them, Lang Lai had obtained the Talent Awakening quest. Although it was only an S-rank Talent Awakening quest, it would be far ahead of the others. I wonder what kind of rewards Winged Knight obtained, Lang Lai couldn't help but wonder. The duplicate was beaten by Yang Ye, so by all rights, Yang Ye's rewards should be the most generous. Wait for Yang Ye at the Novice Village, Lang Lai said softly. I've already sent him a message to gather here. If it were me, I'd die and come back immediately, Shieldmaster Chutian joked. He can't afford to, Hanxiu said somewhat angrily, otherwise he wouldn't have let us go in first to die. Lang Lai sniffed and couldn't help but say, how did you die? Still have the face to blame Yang Ye? Hanxiu was instantly a bit embarrassed. If it wasn't for Neverwinter Nights, Lang Lai couldn't help but say, we wouldn't have been able to make such a big gain, much less pass the copy. Boss, Shield Master Chu Tian suddenly said, I think Yang Ye should be quite short of contribution points, why don't we drag him in? Lang Lai was really a bit moved by what he heard, but then he shook his head. He could sense that Yang Ye had no intention of joining them. Moreover, after this time, he was afraid that Yangya would no longer lack contribution points. On the outskirts of the Lost Land, Zhang Wei's heart was pounding as he walked out of the swamp without any danger. Lang Lai's few people had forgotten one thing: Zhang Wei had always brought no supplies with him, and the only thing in his package was the 50 sets of rejuvenation pills that Lang Lai had given him at the very beginning. This also led to Zhang Wei almost not making it out of the Lost Land alive. Fortunately, after running out of rejuvenation pills, Zhang Wei also walked out of the Lost Land. However, there was still a short distance from the Lost Land to the novice village. In the eyes of Lang Lai and the others, Zhang Wei finally appeared at the entrance of the novice village. "Brother Yangya, thank you," Lang Lai said. This time, it was truly thanks to Yangya, otherwise it would be impossible for him to obtain the first pass of the duplicate, much less the S-rank talent reward. "You're welcome," Zhang Wei waved his hand, then took out the materials that the copy had popped out. As for the parchment scrolls, Zhang Wei naturally could not take them out, as he believed that Lang Lai's few people must have additional gains as well. Without even looking at these materials, Lang Lai directly transferred 100,000 gold coins to Zhang Wei. "So much?" Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. "Hee," Lang Lai laughed, "compared to this harvest, this amount of gold coins is not much." Seeing Lang Lai's resolute attitude, Zhang Wei didn't bother to excuse himself. He was not good at these human feelings and fake politeness. "Eternal Night brother, will we still team up together later?" Lang Lai asked experimentally. "Let's talk about it when we have the chance." Zhang Wei did not say yes, nor did he immediately veto it. However, Zhang Wei still wanted to brush by himself. After all, the occupational characteristics of the Joker had decided that he would most likely be a lone wolf in the future. Moreover, he was already halfway through his Explore South Mountain, in search of the disappeared wanderer quest. Zhang Wei had to hurry up and complete this karmic quest. After chatting with Lang Lai, Zhang Wei bid farewell to a few people and hurriedly headed towards the village chief's location. This was the only equipment, and with Zhang Wei's heart, he was a bit impatient. Zhang Wei walked to the center of the novice village and came in front of an old man, respectfully saying, "Senior, I've come to exchange something." Originally in the recliner on the old village head slowly opened his eyes, looked at Zhang Wei face surprised. "Who are you, ah?" The corner of Zhang Wei's mouth twitched as he took out the sheepskin scroll from the package and handed it to him. The moment the old village chief saw the worn-out parchment scroll, he immediately sat up from his recliner and exclaimed, "It is it." At this moment, the old village head changed his lazy demeanor from just a moment ago, and his eyes erupted with a brilliant aura, causing Zhang Wei to be a bit startled. "It's really a hero." The old village chief looked Zhang Wei up and down. "I didn't expect you to be able to obtain this token." Zhang Wei was not in the mood to bull with him right now, and went straight to the point. "Senior, please also tell me where the predestined carnival is?" "This is the only equipment." The old village chief stroked his beard in his old spirit and looked at Zhang Wei meaningfully. "Ha?" Zhang Wei froze. The old village chief looked at Zhang Wei's unenlightened appearance, his face twitched a bit, and he repeated in an aggravated tone, "This is the only equipment, ah." "I know," Zhang Wei responded with a serious look on his face. "I'm here to fetch the predestined carnival. Why don't you kid get the hang of it?" Seeing that Zhang Wei was not on board, the old village chief spoke directly. "Such a valuable thing, you just take it away when you say so?" Now it was Zhang Wei's turn to be confused. Even if he didn't know any unspoken rules, at this moment, he could hear that the old village chief wanted some favors. Mad Zhang Wei cursed in his heart, this third world, how to set up such a pain in the ass. He had to pay a favor fee even though he had brought a parchment scroll to fetch the equipment? How many gold coins? Zhang Wei looked at the old village chief with a wary face. "Hey," the old village chief said with some regret, "talking about money hurts feelings. Just accompanying this equipment for so many years, I also have some reluctance to give up. You can give me 1,000,000 or 800,000 gold coins at random." Crap, Zhang Wei was anxious. What did you say? How could he have 1,000,000 to 800,000 gold coins? Zhang Wei looked the old village chief up and down, suddenly wanting to try and finish him off. "Kid," the old village chief felt Zhang Wei's unkind gaze and immediately said, "What do you want?" Zhang Wei opened the door and said, "I don't have any money, but I want a life. Do you give it or not?" "How unorthodox," the old village chief said with some disgust. "As the saying goes, ask for money from the sky, pay back money from the ground. If you bargain a little bit, maybe I'll agree to it." "1 gold coin," Zhang Wei said with a serious face. Now, the old village chief couldn't say anything like he was holding his. In the end, the two of them had a heated argument, and Zhang Wei still shelled out 10,000 gold coins before the old village chief took out the predestined carnival. Zhang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk, the old village head in the hands of the black mask surface flow of dark lines as living things like stretching, the heart of the soul once the eyes rested on it. Once the eyes rested on it, the mind actually felt a little trapped. Zhang Wei received it with some excitement, and when he saw the mask's attributes, his heart stopped half a beat. Fatal Carnival Mask. Grade, Unlimited. Grade, Unique. Attribute, Stage Comedy, +1 to the number of skills a clown can imitate and copy. Characteristics, 100% skill consumption, 90% probability of refreshing all skill cooldowns when attacking. Details, ready for the last hurrah? The first exclusive skill of the clown profession is the ability to imitate and copy an active skill. But there is a limit to the number of skills that can be copied, only one. Now with this mask, Zhang Wei could copy 2 active skills. The key is the characteristics of this equipment, skill consumption 100%, that is to say, Zhang Wei from now on no longer have to worry about the amount of blue, the use of skills no longer consume magic. What's even more perfect is the 90% probability of refreshing the skill cooldown when attacking. This was simply infinite firepower. If 2 continuous output skills were copied, then Zhang Wei would become an invincible existence. He could release and stack skills without limit. Under the performance state, the damage of all skills is 999. What if he unleashed and stacked 10, dozens, 100 skills? This is just the output skills. Don't forget that Zhang Wei also has a buff skill, poker acrobatics. Attacks within 10s randomly come with 4 negative effects of taunt, blind, interrupt, and retard, with a cooldown of 60s. Now with a 90% probability of skill refresh, it was equivalent to saying that Zhang Wei's skills would be randomly attached to one of the negative effects throughout. Martyr, what a pervert! Chapter 21, Visiting the Southern Mountains Again. Zhang Wei couldn't hide his excitement and hurriedly put the Fatal Carnival mask on. Ding, is the mask wearing effect hidden? Zhang Wei had just worn the mask when this option was added. As the only equipment, the Fatal Carnival could be hidden when worn, or it could be displayed to the public. This was indeed very user-friendly. In case one did something inconvenient for people to know, one could just show it to the outside world, while normally one could choose to hide it. After all, in normal times, if one wore this mask all the time, it would be too ostentatious. Zhang Wei looked at his level and experience value, and now he was less than 20,000 experience away from level 10. The experience given by the first pass of the duplicate exceeded Zhang Wei's expectations. Not only did it allow him to directly rise to level 9, but it also directly approached level 10. Originally, Zhang Wei wanted to wait until he was level 10 before completing the South Mountains Opportunity Quest, but now it seemed that there was absolutely no need for that. Zhang Wei was confident that even without that level 10 blood recovery skill, he would be able to complete it with ease. As soon as he said he would do it, Zhang Wei rushed to South Mountain without stopping, eager to experiment with the power of his current profession. Halfway there, Zhang Wei recopied 2 mage skills, a firewall and a thunderbolt. These 2 skills were both persistent ranged skills. The mage himself might have low damage with these 2 skills, mainly used to reduce the movement of wild monsters or pull monsters. But Zhang Wei does not have this worry at all. As long as the trigger performance any skill, he can hit 999 damage value. Not long after, Zhang Wei arrived at South Mountain. Ding, entering the quest area of exploring Southern Mountain, searching for the disappeared wanderer. Looking at the long-lost watchdogs and good werewolves in front of him, Zhang Wei immediately developed a sense of affection. Firewall. Zhang Wei did not deliberately pull monsters to trigger the performance, he just kept throwing out the firewall skill in place, and a firewall was released by Zhang Wei. Without exception, the feeling of having no skill cooldown was awesome. The monsters were instantly drowned in a sea of fire. Although there is no show effect, only a drop of damage, but you cannot stand the number of firewalls and is a continuous blood loss. A wall of fire a second, a little damage, 10? What if it lasts for 10 seconds? Burning alone is not enjoyable. Zhang Wei alternately releases firewalls and lightning spells behind him. For a time, thunder and lightning flashed, fire was bright, mixed with the wailing sound. Coupled with the fact that the skills randomly triggered the 4 effects of taunt, blind, interrupt, and stun throughout the entire process, causing these wild monsters to be unable to get close to Zhang Wei at all. As for the amount of blue, Zhang Wei even didn't need to worry about it at all. Wearing the Fatal Carnival mask, all of his skills were not consumed. Nowadays, he only needed to simply release his skills to take care of these wild monsters. Soon, Zhang Wei passed through the canyon and once again arrived at the Southern Mountain Guardians territory. In the huge clearing in front of him, a group of cloaked soldiers turned their heads in unison to look at Zhang Wei. South Mountain Guardian Elite. Rank 10. Life value, 3000. Attack power, 60. Physical defense, 55. Magic defense, 45. Details, South Mountain Guardian, seems to be guarding something. These elite monsters possessed a life value of 3000, far exceeding the average wild monsters. However, Zhang Wei directly ignored these guardians, and his gaze fell on the back of these guardians. There, a huge ancient tree stood. Zhang Wei threw a scrying spell towards the ancient tree. Southern Mountain Son Mu Dark Gold Boss. Level 10. Life value, 20W. Attack power, 227. Skills, 1, Entanglement 2. Heavy Strike 3. Deadwood. Physical defense, 125. Magic defense, 120. Details, the South Mountain Son Mu has always been stationed at the South Mountain Boundary Pass, and it is rumored that all those who attempted to go over the South Mountain were decapitated by it. Ding, have completed the Exploring the Southern Mountain, Searching for the Disappeared Wanderer chance quest. Please inform Yuba of the news of the Southern Mountain Sangmu. Completed. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Wei could not help but stare. It seemed that in this chance quest setting, the player did not need to kill Nanshan Sangmu, the Dark Gold boss, but only needed to bring the news back to that old crone. However, this was reasonable. After all, the attributes of this boss were not something that an ordinary player could kill alone at this stage. Of course, this did not include Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei walked straight towards the boss. It was not easy to meet the boss, but he could not just miss it. However, just as Zhang Wei made his move, hundreds of guardians began to attack towards Zhang Wei. Ding, the audience is in position. Is the show on? The system prompt rang in Zhang Wei's ears. Opening, Zhang Wei whispered. A wall of fire crossed in the center of the guardians and 999, 999, 999, 999. A large amount of damage values overflowed from these guardians. Although the South Mountain Guardians had 3000 life value, they could only last for 3-4 seconds under the firewall attack. However, Zhang Wei's main target was not these guardians, but the boss at the back. Zhang Wei wanted to use the showtime to kill the Nanshan Sangmu, Dark Gold boss. A wall of fire stopped the guardians, and a lightning spell continuously covered the Dark Gold boss. Rumble, countless thunderbolts fell and bombarded Nanshan Sangmu. 999, 999, 999. The blood bar of South Mountain Songmu began to fall crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, the damage of this group attack ranged skill would be on the low side, but in Zhang Wei's hands, this skill utilized performance to make up for this shortcoming. When the Southern Mountain Songmu was attacked, countless huge branches seemed to be winding their way towards Zhang Wei. However, just as the boss was about to make a counterattack, the countless branches lost their target and froze in midair. The random negative BFUs attached to Zhang Wei's attack took effect. Blinding, interrupting, slowing, and taunting for effects were randomly triggered. The Southern Mountain Pale Wood was interrupted just as it tried to make a counterattack or lost its attack target due to blinding. Only in the case of triggering the negative buff of taunt can make an effective counterattack. This made the boss suffocate to the extreme, and it also became more and more frantic. However, to Zhang Wei, this was at best an incompetent barking mad. The boss blood bar was quickly bottoming out, but Zhang Wei did not dare to be careless. Although he hadn't intentionally harvested the guardsmen, there were not many of them left under the firewall attack. Zhang Wei had to kill the boss before the show effect ended. Boom, a red light suddenly emitted from the boss's body, and its originally huge body instantly skyrocketed. Ding, the boss has entered the rampage state, doubling all attributes. Chapter 22 Broken Bart. The boss was dying, triggering the mechanism. However, all of this was nothing more than a dying struggle for Zhang Wei. Originally, there was only a sliver of boss blood left, but in an instant, it directly recovered to half, with an extra 100,000 blood out of thin air. Zhang Wei's brows furrowed as he remembered the third skill of the boss, Withered Wood rejoins Spring. I don't know how many times this boss is able to use the Withered Wood in Spring skill. Zhang Wei subconsciously glanced at the number of guards, and there were very few left. If he couldn't kill the boss before the end of the show, it would be a big problem. Zhang Wei decisively gave up attacking the few remaining guards, and the firewall and lightning spells were continuously smashed towards the boss. 999, 999, 999, 999. Even though the boss went into a rampage and doubled all of its attributes. However, it was of little use to Zhang Wei, who could deal fixed damage. Dozens of firewalls and lightning spells were stacked on top of each other, and the boss's just recovered blood level began to drop at a rapid rate again. As for counterattacks, the boss could only hope for a bit. The 4 negative buffs, taunt, interrupt, blind, and slow, alternated in cycles. Even the boss in its rampaging state could only stare, unable to attack Zhang Wei at all. Boom, with a loud bang, the huge body of the boss collapsed. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 10, South Mountain Songmu, Dark Gold boss, gaining 8W experience value. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 10, South Mountain Songmu, Dark Gold boss, reputation plus 200. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 10. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 10, South Mountain Songmu, Dark Gold boss. There will be an announcement. Will you announce your personal information? Announcement. Zhang Wei chose to announce his information without thinking. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village player 9167 Evernight for killing level 10 Dark Gold boss. It was this eternal night again. Countless ordinary players from Novice Village number 9167 were envious in real names and swiped the screen in the chat channel. Great God is awesome. Kneel down for the great God. I'm begging to be brought up. My little sister is begging for the same. +1. However, the fact that Eternal Night triggered system announcements one after another also drew some people's attention. Who is this Eternal Night? The vice president of the Chivalrous Bones Guild in Novice Village 9167, Water and Clouds, couldn't help but say, why wasn't there any movement before? Brother Shui, it's really a bit strange, said a beautiful woman with excellent looks. He seems to have emerged only in the past few days, and he's already caused 3 system announcements. But he's definitely not an expert on the rank list, the beauty analyzed. Since he dared to announce the information, he's not someone who hides his rank. Watercloud nodded at his words, and his eyes couldn't help but scan the rank list. First place, The End Will Fall Thunder Mage level 10. Second place, No Gravity Necromancer level 10. Third, Maple Leaf Swordsman level 10. Fourth place, Moo Cold Cicada Hidden level 10. Fifth place, Invincible Defense Shielder level 10. Sixth place, Fushi Battle Formationist level 10. Seventh place, I Am Manhwa Hidden level 10. 8th place, Shut Up, Don't Argue Knight level 10. Ninth place, Sanjin Archer level 10. 10th place, Upstairs is Retarded Assassin level 10. 3 of the players on the rank list are from their guild. In the newbie village of 9167, Chivalry is the undisputed #1 guild. However, there is no guild order in the newbie village, so all the guilds are formed by players privately and are not registered in the system. Watercloud pondered for a moment and said, Nishan, try contacting him and see if you can attract him into our guild. Me again? The beautiful woman called Featherfall Nishan asked back with a somewhat unnatural expression. Ha, Watercloud laughed freely, you're the most suitable. Without waiting for Fei Lu Nishan to retort, Shui Yanshan continued, as long as you can get him into our guild, I'll transfer 500,000 gold coins to you. Originally, Featherfall Nishan was still a bit resistant, but after hearing these words, she immediately changed her face. Don't worry, brother Shui, my little sister will do her best. Apparently, the guilds that had the intention to draw in Neverwinter Nights were not the only guilds that had the intention to do so, but the guilds that had the intention to do so were not the only guilds that had the intention to draw in Neverwinter Nights. Some guilds even directly swiped the screen in the public channel. The Great Qin Dynasty sincerely invites Eternal Night to join the Great Qin Dynasty Guild. The Qin Dynasty sincerely invites Eternal Night to join the Qin Dynasty Guild. The Great Qin Dynasty sincerely invites Eternal Night to join the Great Qin Dynasty Guild. The Great Qin Dynasty is also a famous guild, and its president, the Avian Emperor, is a money-oriented person. Any first-tier player who joined the guild was given very generous conditions. However, Zhang Wei, who was at the tip of the storm, didn't care about those scrolling messages. Now that he had risen to level 10, he had also obtained the third exclusive skill of the clown profession, improvisational comedy. Player, Eternal Night. Profession, clown. Level, 10. Experience value, 67,340 200,000. Blood blue value, 400 350. Dimension, 15 15 15 15. Double attack, 35 35. Dual defense, 60 60. General skill, Scrying can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above his/her level. Exclusive skill, Stage Comedy, Clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill, and the mimic skill can inflict 999 random damage to the target cap. 1. Exclusive skill, Poker Acrobatics, randomly draw one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds, clubs, and attack with different effects with intense hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard skill CD, 60s. Exclusive skill, Improvised Comedy, Recovery buff skill, Blood recovery equals skill damage value, lasts 10s, cooldown 60s. Since Zhang Wei had not yet used the 50 attribute points he had gained from upgrading, his own attributes were not very high, with a life value of just 400 blood. However, with the improvised comedy skill, recovery was naturally no longer a problem, and now all that was needed was to raise the life value cap. However, Zhang Wei also did not directly add 50 attribute points to his physical strength, but instead, he took the purple outfit, Anaconda snake clothes, that he had previously obtained out of the package and equipped it. The characteristics of this piece of equipment were, physique plus 10 defense plus 10 anti-poison plus 100, which could more or less increase the life value. However, the most crucial thing was the anti-toxin plus 100. With this attribute, when going to a place like the Lost Land again, one would not have to worry about the problem of continuous blood deduction. After doing so, Zhang Wei's gaze stopped at the corpse of the South Mountain Song Mu, dark gold boss. A curved bough that emitted a golden-colored glow and a tattered bark were lying there quietly. Zhang Wei went forward and picked up the curved bough. South Mountain Longbow. Level, 10. Quality, golden. Attack power, 157. Skill, Witherwood, restore 50% of the character's blood cooldown 180s. Features, shooting speed plus 10% physique plus 10. Details, as fast as the wind, as powerful as the rain, withered wood can return to the spring, the arrow is hard to return. Earned. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. This longbow's attributes were simply superb. Although it was not as perverse as the Mother of Mercy sword, it was definitely a rare weapon. Should I copy the archer skill? Zhang Wei looked at the attributes of this longbow with some interest. After all, he didn't have a weapon restriction, so as long as he copied the corresponding skill, he could use the weapons of other professions. However, this thought flickered in Zhang Wei's mind and was vetoed by him again. This bow would not be of much help to him. What Zhang Wei lacked now was gold coins, or contribution points. We must enter Zone E first, Zhang Wei whispered. That way, his holographic silo would have a life support system and not lag behind others in terms of hardware. Thinking so, Zhang Wei put the longbow into his package and returned his gaze to the piece of bark. Broken bark. Details: the bark dropped by the South Mountain Songmu seems to be somewhat related to the Sea of Life's Phoenix Wutong. It's gone? Zhang Wei looked at the details of the bark and froze. A dark gold boss wouldn't be able to pop out something useless, right? But where was the Sea of Life? And what was the Phoenix Wutong? Zhang Wei couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he directly threw the bark into his package, ready to wait until later. Now that the mission of chance had been completed, it was time to go back and hand in the mission. Zhang Wei immediately left the South Mountain and headed towards the novice village. I wondered what rewards that Grandma Yu would give. Chapter 23: Teasing the Irregular. At the entrance of the novice village, Zhang Wei informed Grandma Yu about the Southern Mountain Songmu. Upon hearing this, Grandma Yu looked at Zhang Wei with a surprised expression. You actually killed it? That's right. Zhang Wei nodded his head and then looked at Granny Yu with a sincere face. Granny, the mission has been completed. The extra words of this sentence were very obvious. The mission was completed, it was time to give the reward. However, Granny Yu didn't seem to understand and said to herself, rumor has it that all the people who tried to go over the South Mountain were all beheaded by it. Where did that rumor come from? The old crone muttered to herself. My wife hasn't heard of it. You were able to kill it, so it doesn't make sense that something would happen to my son's grandson. Zhang Wei was silent as he looked at Mrs. Yu. The NPCs of the third world don't play by the rules. Unable to do anything else, Zhang Wei could only get straight to the point. Granny, with the mission completed, shouldn't I have a mission reward? Oh. Only then did Granny Yu raise her head to look at Zhang Wei. How can a young man net a reward for helping an old man do something? Ha! Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. Did this Granny Yu want to renege on her debt? Unfortunately, Granny Yu suddenly shook her head. I still haven't gotten the news I want to know. Otherwise, I would have been able to give you a better reward. Granny Yu looked at Zhang Wei. That sword will be given to. Wait, Zhang Wei hastily opened his mouth to speak out, stopping Granny Yu's next words. Zhang Wei was keenly aware that Granny Yu had just mentioned that she hadn't gotten the news she wanted to know, or else she would have been able to have a better reward, and the guaranteed reward was the Mother of Mercy sword. What news had been overlooked by herself? Zhang Wei couldn't help but think back carefully on the process of completing his chance quest. Right. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up and he hurriedly took out the tattered bark from his package. Tattered bark. Details: the bark that fell from the southern mountain Sangmu seems to be somewhat related to the Sea of Life's Fengshui Wutong. Granny, is this what you're referring to? Zhang Wei stared at Granny Yu and handed over the bark. When Granny Yu saw the bark in Zhang Wei's hands, her originally cloudy eyes suddenly revealed a hint of splendor. Sea of Life. Phoenix Wutong. So this is the place. Grandma Yu mouthed the words, repeating them over and over again. Zhang Wei looked at the somewhat strange Grandma Yu and very wisely chose to wait on the side. Looking at Granny Yu's reaction, it should be correct. It seemed that in the setting, if the player did not kill the Southern Mountain Songmu and bring back the message, later, it should be Grandma Yu herself who would kill this boss and obtain the tattered bark again. In that case, one's own rewards would surely be a bit more generous. It wasn't that Zhang Wei was mercenary, it was just that he was in dire need of gold coins nowadays. Eventually, Mrs. Yu slowly calmed down and turned her head to look at Zhang Wei. I didn't expect you to be able to obtain it. Granny Yu seemed a bit hesitant, whispering to herself, in this way, it saves me a lot of effort. Zhang Wei's expression was delighted at his words. It looked like there was a chance. Sure enough, Granny Yu then said, how about this? Besides that sword, I will give you one more thing. With that, Grandma Yu pulled out an object from her bosom and handed it to Zhang Wei. This is? Zhang Wei subconsciously took it, and when his gaze landed on the item in his hand, he froze. Teasing irregularity gloves. Status: mutilated. Details: the play of life and death flows from the fingertips, and the palm churns with the lines of destiny. Fatal carnival will eventually come to an end, and teasing impermanence will come at the end. Fateful revelry. Teasing impermanence. Fatal carnival is naturally referring to the only equipment, the fatal carnival mask. Obviously then, this teasing impermanence glove, naturally, was also a unique level equipment. Could it be that I'm going to gather a second piece of unique equipment so soon? Zhang Wei couldn't help but get excited. Knowing that a fated carnival mask had directly turned Zhang Wei into a bug-like existence, soloing a dark gold boss. Zhang Wei had already seen the perverted attributes of the only equipment, so if he obtained another one, wouldn't he fly directly out of the atmosphere? Boldly imagine, if a collection of unique equipment out of the novice village that other people still how to play? Not to mention SSS level talent, even God level talent is just the dregs of Battle 5A. However, Zhang Wei's excited heart quickly calmed down again. Because the playing impermanence glove was in a crippled state, it was obvious that it still needed to pass some special conditions before it could be mended and completed. Granny, why is it in a crippled state? Zhang Wei couldn't help but speak. If he wanted to mend the crippled state, he would definitely need the help of this Granny Yu to do so. Kid, Granny, you couldn't help but say, you Blue Star humans have a saying, greed is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant. You've just obtained one piece of unique equipment and you want to obtain a second one? Then what? Zhang Wei asked back in a serious manner. Granny, when it's time to award, what's the point of giving a piece of equipment that can't be used? Hee, you're a cheeky kid, Granny, you said in a disgruntled manner. The difficulty of the chance quest I've given you isn't enough to reward a unique equipment. Zhang Wei was stunned and subconsciously said, then why did you take out the teasing irregularity and give it to me? Because it's crippled, Mrs. You said rightfully, naturally, it doesn't count as a unique grade equipment. Zhang Wei was stunned again. This statement made so much sense. However, he instantly reacted and hurriedly laughed. Granny, how do I fix it then? I don't know, Granny, you shook her head decisively. This requires you to figure out a solution on your own. Zhang Wei frowned slightly. If that was the case, then it would be a bit troublesome. Actually, there's no need to be troubled, Granny, you continued. Things are unpredictable, there's always a way. Zhang Wei looked at Granny Yu in dismay. Granny Yu's words caused Zhang Wei to mistakenly think that she had a solution, but just as Zhang Wei was about to continue asking, Granny Yu, however, directly began to kick people out. Go away, the reward is also given to you, don't rely on me. Zhang Wei was about to say something, but in the end, he turned around and left. Returning to the novice village, Zhang Wei glanced at his online time. It had been several hours again. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Wei took out the Mother of Mercy sword and Nanshan longbow from within his parcel and prepared to consign them. Since it was a quest reward, the words quest prop on the Mother of Mercy sword had disappeared. The attributes of these two weapons were very rare, especially the Mother of Mercy sword. If he hadn't obtained the only equipment, he really wouldn't have been able to sell it. However, right now, these two weapons were not very useful to him. Zhang Wei didn't need to kill monsters through normal attacks anymore, and his skill damage wasn't affected by the weapons. Therefore, Zhang Wei decided to sell the two weapons directly on consignment. Are you sure to put the Mother of Mercy sword and Nanshan longbow on the consignment system? Okay. After Zhang Wei finished shelving the two weapons, he directly went offline to sleep. However, Zhang Wei did not anticipate that it was these two weapons that caused a huge shock in the novice village. Boom! A loud bang. Hurry! An eager voice resounded within a small area in Area D. Quickly go inform Grandpa to transfer contribution points to me. I want to exchange it for gold coins. With this sword, I'll have the confidence to complete the SS rank talent awakening quest that's been stuck with me for over a month. This bow, it must be shot. Chapter 24, A Sensation. On the Third World consignment system, the attributes of the Mother of Mercy sword and the Nanshan longbow were displayed to all players in the novice village. Mother of Mercy sword. Grade, unlimited. Quality, epic. Attack power, 247. Skill passive, armor breaking, ignores target's physical defense. Features bludgeoning rate plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%. Details, sword in the hands of a loving mother, a wandering son chopped, 12 swords in a second, sword out of the storm so that you dare to have been not to go home to see his mother. South Mountain long bow. Level, 10. Quality, golden. Attack power, 157. Skill, withered wood, recover 50% of the character's blood cooldown 180s. Features, shooting speed plus 10% physique plus 10. Details, as fast as the wind, as powerful as the rain, withered wood can spring, arrows out of the momentum is difficult to return. The explosion rate of the Third World is very low, and it is difficult for ordinary monsters to burst out good equipment. This has led to the majority of players so far being all blue and white equipment. Thus, the moment these two pieces of equipment came out, everyone was shocked numb. Crap! This kind of equipment was even brought out for sale? Who is this? Many players saw these two pieces of equipment, especially after the Mother of Mercy sword. The excellent blue equipment in their hands suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Is there any fairness left? Compared to these two pieces of equipment, I'm simply a piece of trash. No, it's me who's wearing a piece of trash. Why did the big guy take it out and sell it? People must have something better. In addition to real name envy, many players began to speculate on the price of these two weapons again. You said this sword has to sell for tens of thousands of gold coins, right? It has to be at least tens of thousands. Upstairs 2 turds, at least 100,000. 3 turkeys, appraisal complete, at least 200,000. Turtle plus 1. Compared to these players who were watching, some people in the novice village had already begun to surge in the dark. In the crowd's expectant gaze, once the 2-hour public period was over, a player on the consignment system's first bid exceeded everyone's expectations. Mother of Mercy sword, bid, 2 million gold coins. South Mountain longbow, bid, 1 million gold coins. Crap, 2 million. Question marks floated out in the channel in unison. Gold coins were equivalent to contribution points, in other words, this was 2 million contribution points. Now that more and more people had realized the importance of contribution points, this was what made the bidding price a little hard to understand. Inside the novice village, Lang Lai's few people were also keeping an eye on the two weapons, and Boss, Shield Master Chu Tian curiously said, how much do you think it will eventually sell for? It's hard to say, Lung Lai shook his head. It seems like quite a few people don't know the value of these two weapons, Assassin Shadow said with some regret. Why isn't it a dagger? Boss, how many gold coins have you prepared? Chu Tian looked at Lung Lai. Do you need a few of us to help? 10 million gold coins, Lung Lai spoke indifferently. What? Chu Tian's few people were shocked at the same time. They knew that Lang Lai was determined to obtain this sword, but they didn't expect that Lang Lai would make such a great determination. It's not that easy to complete my S-Class Talent Awakening mission, Lung Lai said with a solemn expression. With this sword, there's at least a 30% higher chance. Lang Lai's equipment wasn't bad, especially since he had acquired a lot of top-quality equipment after receiving the S-Class Talent Awakening mission. If he added this sword's 240 plus point attack power and 100% blast attribute, Lang Lai was certain that he could deal thousands of damage. On the side, Chu Tian's few people nodded their heads silently. Right now, the reason why there were so many level 10 top-tier players who kept stopping at the novice village was that most of them were stuck on the talent awakening quest. The higher the talent level, the harder the awakening quest was. Of course, if it was some low-level talent or didn't trigger the talent awakening quest at all, then it was a different story. On the side, Mage Muon suddenly spoke up. This sword, could it be the one in Eternal Knight's hand? Armor break, blast attack, attack speed, these attributes are too similar to Winged Knight. Lang Lai nodded slightly. In fact, when he saw the sword, he immediately thought of Young Knight. It's a pity that there's no way to team up for the Talent Awakening quest, Shield Master Chu Tian said, otherwise, calling out for Young Knight's help would definitely get us through. I really don't know how Night Chin completed the SSS rank Talent Awakening quest, Mage Muon wondered. Could it be that he's assembled a full set of epic equipment? Night Chen, the one who had triggered a service-wide announcement, was even the first SSS talent owner of Blue Star. It should be some perverted hidden profession, Assassin Shadow guessed. Just as a few people were chatting, the bidding price for the Mother of Mercy sword had already exceeded 5 million, and the Nanshan longbow had also broken through 3 million. Countless ordinary players in the novice village had already gone from shocked to numb to the bidding price. They now wanted to know what kind of price these two weapons would eventually be sold for. The party that had caused such a big stir was in his own small room in the dungeon catching up on his sleep. Zhang Wei himself hadn't thought that these two weapons would stir up such a big commotion, and he had predicted the price to be around 1 million. After all, contribution points were related to whether or not an individual could survive within the dungeon, and the auction price could not be too high. This was also the thought of most ordinary players, or rather the thought of the players in the latter three regions. Dragon Kingdom, Underground City Cluster, Area H. The artificial sun slowly rose, and all kinds of simulated weather began to operate, and a new day arrived. In fact, after entering the underground city, the global human race no longer had the concept of day and night. After all, people nowadays spend most of their time in the third world. Zhang Wei also woke up from his bed, but this time, he did not immediately enter the third world. After eating his daily food ration, he briefly moved around his room. Should I apply for a zone change? Zhang Wei was a bit indecisive for a moment. According to the information Zhang Wei had previously learned, he had actually met the conditions for changing zones. Drawing a hidden profession, successfully awakening a talent, completing a unique quest, and obtaining unique equipment. Reaching all of these could be applied for. Zhang Wei had already obtained the unique equipment, Predestined Carnival, but he was a bit indecisive as to whether or not to apply for it now. If he applied for the exchange, would it be free or would he need to pay a price? According to the 3D holographic projection, the third world was controlled by the Smart Brain, and the Blue Star humans could not actively access the internal information of the third world. In the third world, Zhang Wei could publish his information without any scruples. To put it bluntly, Winged Knight was just his ID in the third world. However, it was different in the dungeon. Not only could he be found in person, it was also impossible to say what situation would arise. After all, if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Zhang Wei had to be cautious. Moreover, no matter whether it was the third world or the huge underground city complex today, it revealed an indescribable sense of mystery. Chapter 25, Single Pass Copy. Zhang Wei ultimately decided to wait a little longer. If he could exchange zones through contribution points, then there was no need to reveal that he possessed unique equipment. After all, it wasn't like equipment was a talent or strongly bound. Subsequently, Zhang Wei entered the holographic warehouse and entered the third world. What's going on? Zhang Wei had just appeared in the novice village when he was shocked by the frantically refreshing channel messages. A shocking tens of millions of weapons have appeared in the novice village. A weapon worth tens of millions, and I'm still moving bricks for a few hundred gold coins daily. The gap between the rich and the poor is too wide. Why aren't these two weapons mine? I don't hate the rich, I just hate the rich, why not me? Zhang Wei looked at the overwhelming information and hurriedly looked at the consignment system. At this moment, the two weapons had already been bid to a price that made his jaw drop. Mother of Mercy sword, bidding, 12 million gold coins. Southern Mountain longbow, bid, 7 million gold coins. This. While Zhang Wei was shocked, he looked at the time remaining in the bidding. At this point, there was still an hour left until the end of the bidding, and this was not the final bidding price. So it seems like 50 million contribution points doesn't seem to be very difficult. Zhang Wei was not sure why it was auctioned at such a high price, but it was always a good thing. 2 weapons would be able to come up with nearly half of the contribution points. What if a few more weapons were offered? Having tasted this sweetness, Zhang Wei decisively set his sights on the novice village copy. After all, if you wanted to pop out high-grade weapons, brushing wild monsters would definitely not work. Right now, Zhang Wei had 2 options, one was the wild boss and the other was the copy. There was no fixed location for wild monster boss refreshment, so Zhang Wei would undoubtedly be looking for a needle in a haystack by himself. This only left the path of copies. Currently, the copies that have been discovered by players, in addition to the infected village, there are also the Spider Cave and Shallowland copies. The infected village was in the depths of the Lost Lands, and the distance was inappropriate. As for the land of shallow analysis, Zhang Wei wasn't sure what type of copy it was. I'll go with you. Zhang Wei made up his mind and went to single brush the Spider Cave first. Analyzing the name of the copy alone, the number of small monsters in this copy should be quite high, and it could trigger a performance. Zhang Wei walked out of the novice village, directly towards the Spider Cave, to rush. When Zhang Wei arrived, a large number of players had gathered near the entrance of the Spider Cave. Copy. 5,000 gold coins for a copy, package pass. The copy lacks a priest, come quickly. 8 equals 1, random corpse. Various yells rose and fell, it was quite lively. Zhang Wei walked straight through the crowd towards the copy portal. Ding, the Spider Cave is full of crises, are you sure you want to challenge it alone? Yes. As Zhang Wei's words fell, his body directly disappeared into the teleportation portal. Ha! A squad leader who was about to enter suddenly froze and turned his head to ask the members within the squad, did someone go in alone just now? Can't be, the priest in the group spoke, this copy of the Spider Cave isn't suitable for soloing. Then maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Zhang Wei only felt a blackness before his eyes, followed by a feeling of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in an underground cave. The visibility of the cave was extremely low, and there was only a deep passage right in front of him, which could not be seen to the end at a glance. Zhang Wei's body involuntarily winced, the dimly lit cavern with its eerie atmosphere was really a bit scary. Zhang Wei observed the cave for a while and did not find anything, so he cautiously walked forward along the passage. Although it was common sense that such a copy could not threaten him, but an accidental spider crawling into his clothes was creepy to think about. But he hadn't gotten out far when a thin rustling sound came from all directions. Zhang Wei's pupils shrank and he hastily took a few steps back. On the stone walls of this passageway, countless small holes had appeared at some point, and densely packed spiders had crawled out from within. Cave Spider Elite. Rank 10. Life value, 3000. Attack power, 60. Physical defense, 55. Magic defense, 25. Details, cave spider, year-round resident of underground caves, fear of light and fire. Ding, the audience is in position, is the show starting? The system prompt rang out, and Zhang Wei opened his mouth without hesitation, open. Zhang Wei pulled up a wall of fire in front of himself, followed by a continuous stream of lightning spells being thrown into the spider swarm. The originally dim and gloomy passageway became ablaze with fire in an instant. Ding, killed level 10, cave spider, gained 80 experience points. Killing a cave spider was going to be quite a bit more experience than the wild monsters outside. The cave spiders were trapped by the ever-erecting walls of fire, and were in a mess. Soon, a roasted smell filled the entire passageway. 999. 999. 999. 999. Zhang Wei took a glance, high damage after high damage floated out in the sea of fire, and there was no trace of spiders to be seen at all. Soon, the entire passageway was completely quiet, and the first wave of copy monsters was cleaned up. Although these spiders did not produce equipment, they did pop out some materials. Spider silk. Details, a necessary material for making defense gear, can be given to a tailor for crafting. Zhang Wei picked up the spider silk and put it into his package, continuing to explore deeper into the passage. That's the bad thing about solo brushing, you need to personally pick up everything that pops out. However, for the sake of gold coins, Zhang Wei decided to endure it for the time being. Although these materials weren't worth a few dollars, even though a fly is small, it's still meat. Zhang Wei did not go out far before he encountered the second wave of monsters. Venomous Spider Chieftain. Rank 10. Life value, 5000. Attack power, 60, skill, venom, spray. Skill, venom, spray colorful venom and lose 5% of life value. Physical defense, 75. Magic defense, 75. Details, cave spider, slightly poisonous. First the elite monsters, then the small leaders, Zhang Wei had already seen it all. The 2 copies of the Spider Cave and the infected village were not too far apart in terms of setting. with a few firewalls to seal the road, and then bathing the spiders with thunderbolt, some thunder, and fire sauna. This group of ringleaders also all turned into Zhang Wei's experience value. After clearing the loot, Zhang Wei continued to go deeper down the passage, but this time he encountered a fork in the road. On the left and right, there were two passages that led to different locations. Which one to go? Zhang Wei hesitated slightly and chose to enter the left fork. Since ancient times, male left, female right. Although choosing a fork based on this saying was not considered an advanced strategy, choosing this way, at least it was justified and not considered purely blind. This time, Zhang Wei did not walk for long before the passage suddenly opened up and a spacious cave appeared in front. The top of the cave was crawling with densely packed black spiders, and right in the center, a reddish spider with a reddish body was staring at Zhang Wei in death. Zhang Wei looked at the crimson spider and threw out his scrying spell. Cave left spider dark gold boss. Level 10. Life value 10W 10W. Attack power 207. Skills 1, Spit Silk 2. Venom 3. Detention. Physical defense 125. Magic defense 120. Details: cave left spider and right spider have a life bond. They need to be killed at the same time within 10 seconds, otherwise they can't be defeated. Life bond? Zhang Wei frowned. It's not up to you to say whether you can kill it or not. Firewall. Zhang Wei unleashed 7 or 8 firewalls in front of him in a row, lest he let the black spider rush over. He then proceeded to directly slam his thunderbolt into the top of the boss's head. 999. 999. The cave left spider attacked towards Zhang Wei the moment it was attacked, while the black spiders also crawled towards him. However, the cave left spider's movements were like a frame jam, with its 8 legs being interrupted the moment it moved. Originally, its 8-legged advantage allowed it to move like the wind, but now it took a lot of effort to crawl out half a meter. The cave left spider hated to grow a few more legs at this time. Hiss, seeing his blood level bottoming out, the cave left spider hissed towards the sky. A large number of black spiders in the surroundings, hearing the sound, rushed into the firewall even more crazily. However, in the face of the layers of firewalls laid down by Zhang Wei, these spiders were undoubtedly moths to the flame, with no return. The cave left spider also realized that it couldn't even get close to the humans at the entrance of the cave, let alone kill them. However, it seemed to have sensed something and suddenly took the initiative to give up its struggle, allowing Zhang Wei to output. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. The boss was giving up struggling? Boom, a burst of red light rose around the cave left spider whose blood bar was at the bottom. Ding, the cave left spider has activated life tie and is in an invincible state. Please kill the cave right spider within 10 seconds, otherwise the cave left spider will recover to full blood. Life detention, invincible state? Zhang Wei grinned, then die piece by piece. Next. 999. A damage value floated up from the cave left spider. Ding, congratulations on killing level 10, cave left spider dark gold boss. Ding, congratulations on killing level 10, cave right spider dark gold boss. Ding, congratulations on soloing the cave spider, copy, reputation plus 200. Ding, given that the first person to single pass the cave spider, copy will be notified, is there a need to hide personal information? No. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167 player Eternal Night for soloing through the cave spider, copy. Chapter 26, Turmoil. The single player first pass of the spider cave, copy was a system announcement that had the outside world in an uproar. While inside the copy, Zhang Wei was single-mindedly cleaning up the battlefield and clearing his harvest. Due to the special mechanism of the spider cave, it was necessary for the team to split up at the fork in the road and kill the 2 bosses separately in order to pass the level. Moreover, the time to kill the 2 bosses should be controlled within 10 seconds. This requires the cooperation of the team members, frequently synchronizing the remaining blood level of the boss in the team channel, and waiting for the 2 bosses to be silky-blooded at the same time before killing them with all their might. Even if a player was more powerful, it was impossible for him to run to the other cave and kill the boss within 10 seconds. This has become the consensus of almost all players. However, this Eternal Night had broken everyone's perception. Countless players were completely blown away. It's this Neverwinter Nights again. Worship the big man. Bull. We didn't even make it through with our 8-member team. Single player through a copy of Spider Cave? How is this possible? Spider Cave's double boss mechanism, how did he do it? Mard, there's definitely a hang-up. If Neverwinter Night doesn't publicize the method of single passing the spider copy, I'm going to report him for hanging and cheating. Right, let him publicize the method of soloing. The storm of public opinion seemed like it was being intentionally guided, as a large number of players voiced their opinions in a brainstorm, demanding that Young Knight announce the single pass method, or else he was openly cheating. Inside the Novice Village, the guild leader of the Chivalrous Bones Guild, Shui Yunma, looked at Fei Lu Nishang and said with some dissatisfaction, "You haven't contacted Yang yet?" Featherfall Nishan was a bit aggravated. He blocked private messages from strangers, so I have no way to contact him. Shui Yunma's expression moved slightly. This was something he naturally knew. This was because he had also tried to privately chat with Yang Ye, but the message couldn't be sent out at all. Looks like we can only start with those few people. Mizuno muttered. Who? Featherfall Nishong asked suspiciously. Lang Lai and a few of them. Shui Yunma's face was a little unnatural as he mentioned Lang Lai. Lang Lai. Featherfall Nishong sniffed, her brows tightening. Lang Lai and a few of them teamed up with Forever Night to pass the copy. There must be a way to contact them. Watercloud said in a deep voice, it's better for me to contact them personally. On the other hand, Lang Lai's few people also noticed that the winds of public opinion were a bit off. Boss, this is someone deliberately manipulating. Although Shield Master Chu Tian was big-headed, he could see that there was something wrong here. Lang Lai nodded his head, but didn't pay too much attention to it. These public opinions don't have much of a substantial impact on Neverwinter Nights. The Spider Cave double boss mechanic, how on earth did he do it alone? Assassin Shadow couldn't help but be a little curious as well. Something that was originally impossible to achieve, he actually managed to do it, and it even made it onto the system announcement. The commotion made by Yang Ye this time was really a bit big. I'm afraid that those people on the rank list have noticed him now, Assassin Shadow continued. After all, this is something that even they weren't able to do. Inside the copy, Zhang Wei was still unaware that the outside world had already clamored because he had soloed the spider copy. He was looking at the equipment popped out by the boss with a surprised face. With a solo first pass, the rewards this time were also quite generous. Emotional Ties Ring. Level, 10. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Defense plus 5%, Physique plus 5%. Characteristics, Binding Passive. Binding effect is triggered when life value is lower than 5%, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds, cooldown 1h. Details, a strand of love around the finger, when you think you are sure of victory, but you do not know the next situation will be beyond your control. Spider Legs Set. Level, 10. Quality, Purple. Attributes, Life value plus 500 damage reduction 50 points. Features attack plus 10% defense plus 10% movement plus 10% after assembling the spider set. Details, Survivor, by assembling the spider set, you will become a spider. A pig? Zhang Wei looked at the spider leggings with a strange expression on his face. This detail was quite unique. It just so happened that he was still lacking a leg guard right now. Although it was only a purple suit, it added 500 life value, which was quite good. As for the love binding ring, as an epic, it was definitely worth a lot, but Zhang Wei pondered over it and decided to keep it for himself first. Immunity to physical attacks for 5 seconds when life value was below 5%, a proper life-saving divine skill. However, with this, there was nothing left to take from this copy to sell, except for some materials. Zhang Wei's main objective was still to earn gold to exchange for contribution points, and then switch to Area E. After clearing this cave, Zhang Wei returned to the fork in the road and went to the cave on the right. He wanted to see if this boss, who had been killed by the life binding, had blown out any items. However, the result was a bit disappointing. The right boss cave was empty. Looks like I overthought it, Zhang Wei lamented, and returned along the passageway. When he came out of the portal, only then did he notice the countless players clamoring in the Novice Village channel. Winged Knight outlaw cheating. Winged Knight come out to talk and announce the method of soloing a copy. Don't be a shrinking turtle, come out quickly. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Wei also figured out what was going on. However, Zhang Wei had no intention of paying any attention to these people, and if he really suspected that he was using a hang, he would just report it directly. These people were afraid that their intentions were impure, and most of them were there to know his method of single brush copying. However, they were going to be disappointed. Even if Zhang Wei said it, they didn't have that ability to single brush. As Zhang Wei prepared to enter the copy again, he received a private message from Lang Lai. Lang Lai, Eternal Night Brother, Chivalrous Bone, President Watercloud wants to contact you. He asked me to bring a message. The guild, Chivalrous Bones and Tenderness, Zhang Wei had also heard of it, and as the #1 guild in the Novice Village, it still had quite a reputation. Just as Zhang Wei was considering whether or not to contact this Shui Yunma, Lang Lai sent a second private message. I don't have much friendship with him, I'm simply bringing a message, you decide for yourself, Brother Yang E. Seeing this, Zhang Wei replied back to Lang Lai first. Oh. The Chivalry Guild wanted to contact him, and Zhang Wei could guess some of the reasons why, probably to draw him in. It was just that he had no intention of joining any guild. Once he entered a guild, his occupation would be exposed. Clown was a recognized sewer profession, which would be another trouble when the time came. Zhang Wei wasn't sure if other clown players had figured out the core gameplay of this profession. However, he wasn't prepared to publicize it. Why would he do something that didn't benefit him in any way? Besides, the mechanism of triggering the performance was actually not that difficult. At first, you might think that the Joker profession is trash. But after a long time, they will definitely be able to figure it out. Zhang Wei guessed that other Joker players might have already mastered the performance mechanism, but they had just chosen to remain silent unannounced. Zhang Wei took a look at the time when the bidding for his 2 weapons had ended, and there was still more than half an hour left, which was enough for him to brush his copy once more. As for contacting Watercloud, Zhang Wei directly ignored it. However, before entering the copy, Zhang Wei looked at the public channel where the group of people were still threatening him to hand over the single brush cheat. He directly sent out a message. Eternal Night, hold your horses, everyone, it's actually very simple to solo Spider Cave. Crap, the Honored One has come out. For real? It's true. Eternal Night, everyone just needs to do the following 3 points to be able to single brush as well. Quickly say which 3 points. Which 3 points? Neverwinter Nights. The public channel was instantly quiet for a moment. Grass. This one is so arrogant. Chapter 27 Refreshing Records. Zhang Wei once again entered the Spider Cave, copy and speed passed through it in a devastating manner. The first time he entered, Zhang Wei was still a bit cautious due to his lack of understanding of the spider copy mechanism. This time, when he entered again, it evolved into an unsuspecting crushing. A lightning spell or firewall could continuously deal 999 points of damage per second. It might not be instantaneous for a spider elite monster with 3000 blood, but what about 10? With the firewall blocking the way and the thunderbolt spell opening the way. Zhang Wei and the small monsters in the copy just met, then threw out a dozen lightning spells one after another, charging through the passageway, killing all the way into the boss cave. The 100,000 blood dark gold boss was drowned under dozens of thunderbolts before it had time to struggle. However, in a moment, the dark gold boss triggered life detention. Ding, the cave left spider has activated life detention and is in an invincible state. Please kill the cave right spider within 10 seconds, otherwise the cave left spider will recover to full blood. Before the sound of this system prompt fell, another system prompt sounded right after it. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 10, cave right spider dark gold boss. Ding, congratulations on refreshing the Spider Cave clearance record. Notice will be given. Will you announce your personal information? Publish. Zhang Wei chose to publish the information without the slightest hesitation. Didn't they suspect that they were hanging? Then he himself would add more fuel to the fire and make them a little more excited. This time, not only was it a solo pass, but it also set a new record for passing a replica, so I don't know how they would feel about it. Outside the copy, a large number of players were still collectively verbally attacking Neverwinter Nights. Winged Knight used 3 points. Mocked the self-esteem of these people. The people who felt that they were being teased were all furious and clamored to jointly report Youngye for hanging. But right at this moment, a system announcement rang out. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village player number 9167, Everlasting Night, for refreshing the Spider Cave, copy clearance time of 15 minutes and 14 seconds. With 3 consecutive system announcements, the entire Novice Village fell silent in an instant. Did I hear it wrong? A player looked incredulously at the Spider Cave, copy speed pass record list. Spider Cave, speed pass list. First place, Eternal Night time, 15 minutes, 14 seconds, and 78 seconds. Second place, Fallen Team time, 23 minutes, 34 seconds, 32 seconds. The third place, the Idle Team time, 26 minutes 78 seconds 11. On the Spider Cave speed pass list, the first place was way ahead of all the teams by a wide margin. Some people reacted from their shock and began to spew hysterical rage. It's definitely open. Even if he didn't brush the monsters, it would take more than 15 minutes to walk a round trip in the copy, right? Could it be that he was in the copy all the way to the second? The second place on the speed ranking, but the first place on the ranking will eventually fall out of the record with the team. Could it be that he alone has a higher output than the top 10 gods on the rank list? Outside the Novice Village, Langlai's few people who were brushing monsters were also shocked. Boss, Shield Master Chu Tian spoke in surprise. Youngye isn't this perverted, is he? Several of them had teamed up with Youngye and knew that Youngye's damage was high, but it was definitely not to this extent. Langlai smiled helplessly. This was absolutely intentional on Youngye's part. Not only did he not give any explanation, but he further widened the public opinion. But this could be a damn relief. Could Youngye have awakened his talent? Assassin Shadow suddenly spoke, otherwise this kind of performance is indeed abnormal. It doesn't make sense, Shield Master Chu Tian said doubtfully. If it's an awakened talent, how could there be no system prompts? Night Shen's awakening of the SSS talent, Divine Punishment, directly triggered a service-wide announcement. Even if it was a normal talent, there should at least be a Novice Village announcement. Who knows? Longlai shook his head helplessly. Although he was also curious, the relationship between the few of them and Youngye wasn't considered deep, and this kind of secret couldn't be asked about. Unless Youngye told him, Longlai would never take the initiative to ask. Outside of the Spider Cave copy, Zhang Wei noticed the channel that was already in a mess as soon as he came out. However, Zhang Wei didn't seem to care about the people who were clamoring for reports. Because there was simply no reporting portal in the third world. Taking a step back, even if there was a reporting portal, so what? His stats were completely normal. The occupational characteristics of the Joker, combined with the Fated Carnival, unique equipment, was simply a bug-like existence. This also made Zhang Wei even more eager to repair his second piece of unique level equipment, the teasing irregularity. He was already so perverted by wearing one piece of unique level equipment. If he wore two pieces, it was simply unimaginable. The only trouble was that right now, Zhang Wei didn't have the slightest clue about repairing, bantering irregularity. Forget it, go to the novice village and try to find a blacksmith. Zhang Wei thought of the novice village blacksmith. Because the third world NPCs were not very normal, this also led to Zhang Wei basically not dealing with NPCs much later on. He had forgotten about the fact that the blacksmith in the novice village could cast equipment. As soon as he said he would do it, Zhang Wei left the copy with big strides and returned to the novice village. In the novice village, in front of the blacksmith store, the foundry master was holding a hammer and hammering a long sword. Zhang Wei looked at the hammer-swinging foundry master and tentatively asked, "Senior, I have a piece of equipment." Before he finished speaking, the foundry master said directly without lifting his head, 5,000 gold coins. If this was earlier, Zhang Wei would have turned his head and left. However, now he did not lack this amount of gold coins, and directly paid 5,000. Quickly, receiving the gold coins, the foundry master changed his indifference just now, and smiled amiably. "Little brother, do you need to buy or repair the weapon?" This sudden enthusiasm caused Zhang Wei to be a bit startled. However, he still took out the teasing irregularity and said, "I have a pair of gloves that need to be repaired." Hee, the caster smiled and said, "Well said, as long as the price is right, everything is fine." The foundry master's voice came to an abrupt end just as his gaze landed on top of the bantering impermanence glove. This. The casting master's eyes widened as he reached out and touched it with some excitement. "Can it be repaired?" Zhang Wei asked after him. Of course, the foundry master's gaze still rested on the glove, and he responded without lifting his head. Zhang Wei was overjoyed at his words, and just as he was about to open his mouth, the foundry master spat out the words that made Zhang Wei's eyes drop. "Can't." Zhang Wei's mood at the moment was like riding a roller coaster, just rising hopes were mercilessly doused. "Can't fix it, why are you so excited?" Zhang Wei said in his heart. The foundry master seemed to have sensed Zhang Wei's gaze and straightened up. "I'm just a purple level foundry master, naturally I have no way to repair this equipment." However, the foundry master's words changed. "I know where I can repair it, it shouldn't be buried." Zhang Wei sniffed and hurriedly asked, "Where can it be repaired?" The foundry master sniffed, glanced up at Zhang Wei and raised a finger. 1,000,000 gold coins. Zhang Wei froze. The NPCs in the third world were afraid that they were not all black-hearted merchants. However, right at this moment, two system prompts rang in Zhang Wei's ears. Ding, Mother of Mercy Sword, was successfully bid on, final price, 16 million gold coins. Ding, Nanshan Longbow, successfully bid, final price, 11 million gold coins. Chapter 28, A Way to Fix It. Shot out. Zhang Wei could not help but look happy. With 16 million gold coins for the Mother of Mercy Sword and 11 million gold coins for the Nanshan Longbow, the bidding price far exceeded Zhang Wei's expectations. At first, Zhang Wei estimated that it would be 1 million at most, but in the end, it was auctioned out at a high price of 10 million. However, it was always a good thing. Zhang Wei looked at the caster. "Yes." Saying so, Zhang Wei directly paid 1 million gold coins. The young man is truly a dragon among men. As the gold coins arrived, the foundry master changed his face again. Zhang Wei was a bit speechless, but still asked patiently, "Where can I fix it?" "Main city." Zhang Wei froze at the words, "Main city?" In the next moment, Zhang Wei's face darkened. "Are you saying that I can repair it by going to the main city after I leave the novice village?" Naturally, the caster nodded his head. Marred, pitted, how could Zhang Wei not realize that this foundry master had snubbed him? He was trying to repair the teasing irregularity in the novice village, the main city. After leaving the novice village, he could naturally go to the main city, and there was no need to spend this extra 1 million gold coins at all. "Kid, what kind of eyes do you have?" The foundry master looked at Zhang Wei with a sour face. "Do you suspect the old man to be a liar?" "I can also go to the main city after a while," Zhang Wei responded in a bad mood. "After some time?" The foundry master asked suspiciously. "Don't you want to fix it now?" "Now." Zhang Wei was stunned and said sharply, "You can let me go to the main city?" "Naturally, I can't." The foundry master shook his head. "You'll never be able to come back if you go to the main city." "Then you are." Zhang Wei was a little unsure. The casting master laughed. "I can run for you." After saying that, the foundry master waved his hand at Zhang Wei. "Leave the stuff behind, you can come pick it up after 3 days. "Good," Zhang Wei nodded his head and agreed. Although the third world NPCs were somewhat unreliable, Zhang Wei was not worried that they would misappropriate his equipment. Zhang Wei left the blacksmith store and realized that many players in the newbie village were still channeling their criticism of Eternal Night. This gave Zhang Wei the urge to immediately go and brush the spider cave copy again, the better to bring up the clearance time again. However, this thought was immediately rejected by Zhang Wei. Right now, Zhang Wei had more important things that needed to be done, now that he had solved the problem of the teasing impermanence cripple. However, he still had 2 other things that needed to be done urgently. The first was to get gold coins and gather enough $50 million. The second was to find a way to awaken his talent. Zhang Wei looked at his experience value, and based on his clearance speed, he estimated that he would be able to save up enough upgrade experience after a few more swipes. According to past experience in playing the game, once the experience value was full, one could not continue to gain experience in the novice village. Players who wanted to continue upgrading would need to find the old village chief and leave the novice village to go to the main city. As for why so many players in the third world are stuck at level 10 and don't leave the novice village, combined with Lang Lai's several people's statements and Zhang Wei's own guesses, these people were almost all there for the talent awakening quest. It's just that Zhang Wei couldn't figure out why he had to get stuck in the novice village to complete it. Could it be that it's impossible to receive the gifted awakening task after speaking out of the novice village? Or was it that the difficulty of the novice village gifted awakening task was relatively low? I'm so stupid, Zhang Wei suddenly laughed to himself. Why do you think so hard about this? Why don't you just go to the Third World Forum and search for it? Thinking this way, Zhang Wei simply went offline. Of course, before going offline, Zhang Wei didn't forget to exchange all of his remaining 26 million gold coins. Not long after Zhang Wei went offline, the blacksmith store suddenly put up a closing sign. And that foundry master, at some point, actually appeared in front of the village head. You're going to the main city? The old village chief looked at him with a puzzled expression. Not bad, the foundry master nodded. Why? The old village chief was puzzled. It's not peaceful out there. The casting master smiled, taking money from others, eliminating disasters for others. The old village chief froze. How much? 1 million gold coins. The foundry master did not hide it. The old village chief was surprised when he heard this and asked, is this amount of money worth a trip for you? Which so many words the foundry master is not happy. Quickly open the transmission array, I will go and come back. The old village chief stared at the foundry master, and only after a long time did he say, you know the rules, and you'll bear the burden yourself if anything goes wrong. After saying this, he opened the teleportation array. Nonsense, the foundry master impatiently waved his hand and stepped into the transmission array as if nothing had happened. The teleportation array emitted a colorful light that drowned the casting master. At the other end of the teleportation array, main city. In an inconspicuous corner, an old man appeared out of thin air, precisely the novice village casting master. Only to see that he seemed to be afraid of being discovered by something in general, and very cautiously probed the surrounding situation. After determining the safety, the foundry master looked up at the sky, a round of huge volume of crimson sphere reflecting the entire main city. AI, the foundry master retracted his gaze and let out a light sigh. He then gently sniffed the air again, turned his head to look in a direction, and his entire body flickered away. Dragon Kingdom Dungeon Area H. 1433422XX2331 Survival Account Income 26 million Chinese Yuan, Balance 2,608,900 Chinese Yuan. The contribution point exchange arrived. It was still halfway to the 50 million target, but at least there was no more threat to survival. Zhang Wei came out of the holographic warehouse and started browsing the Third World Forum. A post at the top of the forum instantly caught his eye. 9,167 novice village player Eternal Night has set a new record for the Spider Cave service-wide speed pass record. It turned out that a player had uploaded Zhang Wei's Spider Cave speed pass record to the forum, and the post instantly attracted huge attention. For one thing, with this copy mechanic, it was impossible for players to single brush. 2. Yang Ye's speed pass time, surprisingly, exceeded the speed pass list of all the novice villages. A copy that would have been impossible to pass solo was actually soloed by a player, and it took the shortest amount of time. However, the reaction of the crowd on the Third World forums was very different from those players in the novice village, and no one suspected that Neverwinter Nights was hung up on the forums. Because the crowd knew in their hearts that it was simply impossible. The reason why that situation had occurred in the novice village was because someone was targeting Neverwinter Nights and intentionally creating public opinion. Underneath the post, most of it was researching Yang Ye's method of soloing copies. Some people pointed out that Yang Ye might be some sort of hidden profession that possessed a skill similar to that of a doppelganger that could duplicate the main body, which would satisfy the double boss mechanic. There were also people who suspected that Yang Knight was some kind of special summoner, commanding summoned beasts to do the same while killing bosses. What's more, there were actually some people who guessed that Yang Ye could ignore the life bond mechanic. It had to be said that there was strength in numbers, and these people had actually guessed correctly. After reading this post, Zhang Wei began to search for talent awakening quests and why level 10 players are slow to leave novice. However, the first post that came out of the search made Zhang Wei's face change slightly. Novice Village, the last pure land for players. Chapter 29 announcement becomes a chime. Zhang Wei's expression became very grave after reading this post. This post was written by a level 10 player from the 011 Novice Village based on his experience with a special quest in the game. According to the content of the post, the player accidentally triggered a quest after his level 10 experience value was full. However, after reading the requirements of the quest, the player decided to give up. The quest doesn't seem too difficult, the player wrote in his post, but the quest hints stated that once a player died during the quest, he could not be resurrected. The most critical thing was that the location of this quest was not within the map of the novice village. At the end of the post, this player left one last comment. I surmise that if a player dies outside of the novice village, it's likely that they really can't be resurrected. Although this matter sounds a bit absurd, we should not gamble with our lives. Below the post, a large number of players had left comments, but those who were watching were mostly watching. Obviously, people simply didn't believe in something so outrageous. If you die while doing quests or brushing wild monsters in the third world newbie village, you will be resurrected at the resurrection point, without any exceptions. Death was just a loss of half the experience and half the gold coins. Besides, nowadays, all humans were in the dungeon, and it was just a matter of their consciousness entering the third world, so how could they really die? But there were still some players with big brains who made some guesses. Could this death refer to the player's level being zeroed out, rather than the death we thought? This is not simple. We leave the novice village behind, go to the main city to see if there is a resurrection point will not become. Are there any level 10 players who are leading the way to explore? Judging from the replies to the post, quite a few players weren't worried about the post mentioning death. Zhang Wei was also a bit uncertain at this point, but strangely enough, his heart was even more inclined to believe this post. Forget it, Zhang Wei shook his head and stopped looking at the post. His experience was not yet full, and he had no intention of leaving the novice village right now. After all, he currently did not have any clue as to how to awaken his talents, and there was no rush for this moment. Subsequently, Zhang Wei started searching for talent awakening posts. However, after half a day of browsing, he did not obtain any particularly useful information. The post on the forum only mentioned that talent awakening quests were triggered randomly. Passing through duplicates, killing field bosses, and special quests all had the potential to receive awakening talent quests or related clues. Just a few posts mentioned that the talent awakening quests only had one chance, and once they failed, the quests would disappear with them. And not everyone can trigger a talent awakening quest. Quite a few players had left comments under these posts that they were already level 10 but hadn't received a talent awakening quest so far. Seeing that he couldn't get the information he wanted, Zhang Wei closed the forum. Well, it wasn't like there wasn't a little gain this time, at least he was sure of one thing, passing through duplicates, killing wild monster bosses, and special quests had a chance of receiving awakening quests. Then let's start with copies and wild bosses. Zhang Wei made up his mind and entered the holographic warehouse to enter the third world. As for the special quests, Zhang Wei did not consider them for the time being, after all, there was no fixed way to receive these quests. After entering the third world, Zhang Wei went directly towards the spider cave copy. There were still some people in the novice village who were still leading the tempo, accusing Neverwinter Nights of cheating, and even started accusing the third world officials of inaction. Allowing Neverwinter Night to utilize a plugin to brush their records was unfair to all players. Zhang Wei also knew that he was being targeted by some people, so before rushing to the entrance of the duplicate, he directly lit up his predestined carnival appearance and used a mask to conceal his appearance. As expected, there were quite a few sneaky players gathered around the spider cave portal, specifically staring at the entrance to the duplicate. However, Zhang Wei did not care and stepped into the copy alone. Just as he entered, someone exclaimed, "A masked man went in alone. Quickly notify the chairman." 10 minutes later. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167 player Eternal Night for refreshing his spider cave copy clearance time of 15 minutes and 14 seconds. Not long after, Zhang Wei walked out of the copy wearing a mask. He's Winged Knight. Winged Knight has come out. Those who had been paying attention to the situation of the copy shouted out the moment Zhang Wei came out. However, to the crowd's surprise, Yang Ye simply ignored them and turned his head to enter the copy again. Mard, just stand guard here, I don't believe he can keep brushing. 10 minutes later. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village number 9167 player Neverwinter Nights for refreshing his spider cave copy clearance time of 15 minutes, 13 seconds, and 57 seconds. Neverwinter Nights is out again. It's back in. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167 player Everlasting Night for refreshing the spider cave copy clearance time of 15 minutes, 10 seconds, and 8 seconds. Out. In. Doesn't he have to go back to the Novice Village to replenish his supplies? More and more players came to the spider copy entrance to see what was going on. Unfortunately, Eternal Night seemed to be tireless, as if he had just left the copy and immediately re-entered. And every time you can refresh the copy record, the newbie village announcement has almost become a fixed chime. Every 10 minutes or so, it will ring once. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village player number 9167, Everlasting Night, for refreshing the spider cave copy clearance time of 13 minutes and 8 seconds. Outside the spider copy, a group of players were already numb. This was already an unknown number of system announcements, and Neverwinter Night's copy clearance record had come from over 15 minutes to 13 minutes and 8 seconds. It's out again, a player spoke mechanically as he watched Neverwinter Night come out of the copy.
However, this time, the crowd didn't have much of a reaction, and it wasn't unexpected that Neverwinter Night should be going in again. However, to everyone's surprise, Neverwinter Night left the copy entrance to enter this time. Ha! He's not going in. A player spoke excitedly. Many people immediately gathered around. Chapter 30 Killing. The truth was that Jiang Wei did not intend to continue brushing. 13 points was almost his limit. It wasn't a matter of clearing monster speed, but even if there were no monsters, it would really take so long to walk a round trip in the copy alone. Jiang Wei was a bit speechless. He had intentionally controlled the time he spent brushing his copy, breaking the copy record time and time again, yet he had not obtained the talent awakening quest, not even a clue. With no other choice, Jiang Wei stopped continuing to brush this copy, preparing to think of other ways to do it. However, at this time, he realized that he had been blocked by a group of players. Jiang Wei looked at the group of people in front of him and asked in a cold voice, "Something wrong?" "Eternal Night, I'm the president of the Great Qin Dynasty Guild, Avian Emperor, and I'm inviting you to join the Great Qin Dynasty Guild on any terms you want. We, the Swordsman's Alliance, can offer the same conditions." "Bull, can your Swordsman Alliance compare to our Great Qin Dynasty?" "Big brother, join my guild, I'll let you be its president." The crowd opened their mouths, and this wave of people were surprisingly all there to invite Jiang Wei to join the guild. "Thank you all for your kind words, but I have no intention of joining the guild for the time being," Jiang Wei directly refused. Jiang Wei swept a glance at the crowd, and surprisingly, no one was present from the Chivalrous Bones Guild, which had asked Lang Lai to contact him at the beginning. Brother Yang Yi, at a friend, Avian Emperor saw Yang Yi's refusal and said with great dignity, "If you need anything later, just ask." As the saying goes, a handout is not a hand up. When Jiang Wei saw that the other party was so polite, he couldn't keep refusing. "Yes," Jiang Wei nodded his head. Since Jiang Wei had blocked all private messages and friend requests from strangers, he took the initiative to add Avian Emperor. The Avian Emperor was also very dry. He also understood that it was impossible for such a big brother to succeed in one contact, and after adding each other's friends, he directly led the people to leave. However, there were still a large number of players present who had no intention of leaving. "Gentlemen, is there anything else?" Jiang Wei looked at these people and spoke. "Eternal Night, how did you solo the spider copy?" Someone in the crowd spoke. "Shouldn't we tell everyone? The guys still need to work hard to team up if they want to clear the level. If you really found any good ways, shouldn't you share them?" "Yeah, you should share it." For a while, quite a few people opened their mouths, all rushing towards the Neverwinter Night single brush copy raid. Seeing that these people had finally popped up, Jiang Wei was no longer polite and asked at the person who was the first to open his mouth, "Which one are you? Who am I to tell you? If you don't tell me, you're cheating with a hang." The man shouted. "Right, I'm just using a hang," Jiang Wei laughed. "Do you want to buy it?" The man was stunned, not expecting Jiang Wei to admit it, and subconsciously asked back, "How much are you? How much are you going to sell?" 10 million gold coins. Jiang Wei opened his mouth in a serious manner. "This is an exclusive plugin, you won't lose money if you buy it." When the man heard this, his face immediately turned green. He didn't have 10 million gold coins. "If you can't afford it, get out of the way," Jiang Wei said nonchalantly. "Do you want to whore yourself out for nothing if you don't have the money?" Hee. Suddenly, another person in the crowd opened his mouth. "If you don't say it, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this time." As the words fell, a group of players gathered towards Jiang Wei. From afar, quite a few players who were watching the scene were suddenly excited. This was someone who wanted to besiege Neverwinter Nights. However, the next scene caused everyone to be shocked. Neverwinter Nights suddenly struck first without warning, and a dozen or so lightning spells covered the group of players rushing out one after another. 999. 999. Densely packed damage floated up from the crowd. A white light rose up. I don't know how many people were instantly secured before they could react. "Crap, he's a lightning method, far away," someone exclaimed in shock. "Not right off," a sharp-eyed player spoke up. "Why aren't they fighting back?" As soon as these words came out, many people also noticed the strange scene. The group that was attacked by Neverwinter Nights was frozen in place, not releasing a single skill. However, right at this moment, a wall of fire suddenly appeared one after another, cutting off the peripheral player's line of sight. Fire wall. It's a fire spell? The players watching from the periphery were instantly confused. Neverwinter Night was still casting Thunderbolt just now, so how could he unleash a wall of fire again? Could he be a dual system mage? It's possible, someone chimed in. It's probably a dual system lightning and fire mage. Before these people could come out of their shock, the walls of fire suddenly dispersed, one by one. In the center of the battlefield under the stupefied gazes of the crowd, only Winged Knight was left. Crap, I'm not blind, am I? 200 to 300 people were all killed in seconds? The crowd couldn't believe this ending, but the facts spoke louder than words, and the players who had originally surrounded Neverwinter Nights had all disappeared. This is too perverted, isn't it? Someone secretly gulped down a mouthful of saliva. In just a few moments, several hundred people had been cleared out. Jiang Wei swept a glance at the people watching from afar, and many of them felt the gaze and hurriedly turned their heads away as if nothing had happened, not daring to lock eyes with him. Does anyone else want to block the road? Zhang Wei wore a mask and spoke in a cold voice. On the periphery, a group of players had palpitations in their hearts. Those hundreds of people were gone when they said they were gone. This is still a ball to stop. Seeing that no one answered, Zhang Wei left straight away. It was only until Zhang Wei disappeared from the crowd sight that the crowd let out a sigh of relief in unison. Where did this pervert come from? A player couldn't help but spit out. How could the gap between us and Neverwinter Nights be so wide? Neverwinter Night must be a hidden profession. I didn't expect a hidden profession to be so perverted. This matter was not only in the 9167 novice village, but soon came to light on the Third World Forum. The name Winged Knight also caught the attention of players in other districts. Inside the hall of a single villa, Dungeon Area C, Villa Cluster 101. A middle-aged man asked the youth beside him, Mufeng, is this Neverwinter Night a clown? This young man was none other than the level 10 Joker player who had posted in the Third World, Mufeng. Mufeng was a bit hesitant to speak. Chairman, this Eternal Night profession should be a clown, otherwise, even if it's a hidden profession, it's impossible to have such a big advantage in the early stages. It's just what? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Mufeng analyzed, trigger performances. Clowns are indeed able to hit the damage cap, but clowns can only copy one skill. The middle-aged man slowly nodded his head. He was also somewhat skeptical. Neverwinter Night used Thunderbolt in the beginning, but then used Firewall later on. This was beyond the ability of the Joker profession. And it's unusual for him to be able to release so many lightning spells in such a short period of time, Mufeng continued. It's not true that clowns can copy skills, but the skill cooldown time is the same as the profession that copied it. The middle-aged man looked at Mufeng. It seems the Joker still has some mechanisms that we haven't uncovered. Mufeng was stunned and hurriedly said, President, I will definitely research the Joker's mechanisms as soon as possible. Mufeng was one of only 11 clown professional players in the Dragon Kingdom, and at first, he was in Area H, just like Zhang Wei. It was only when he discovered the Joker's performance mechanism that he joined the middle-aged man's guild and was brought to Area C. When he entered Area C, he saw that Area C had a lot to offer. After entering Area C and seeing its luxurious environment, Mufeng realized that even in the world below the city, people are not as comfortable as they are in the world below the city. Even in the world below the city, people are still different from each other. Chapter 31 A Willing Pet. Zhang Wei directly chose to go offline after returning to the novice village. Fighting monsters at such a high intensity, even if he was only in his 20s, his body and spirit were a bit overwhelmed and he needed to go offline to rest and replenish his energy. This made Zhang Wei even more envious of those zones in front of him. We must change zones and switch to holographic silos with life support systems, Zhang Wei muttered a sentence before he went to sleep. If there was a life support system, he wouldn't have to go offline so frequently. Probably because he was too tired, but in a few moments, Zhang Wei drifted off to sleep on the cot. As for the Third World and the furor on the forums, Zhang Wei didn't pay any attention to it at all. For him, the most important thing right now was awakening his talent and changing zones. Other matters were simply not on his radar, even if they were caused by him. At the same time, Lu Ruyan, who was in District D, was also concerned about the commotion caused by Neverwinter Nights. Eternal Night. Ruyan Lu looked at the forum post and murmured. This nickname was too familiar to her. Zhang Wei's screen name had always been Everlasting Night. Could it be him? Ruyan Lu just raised this thought, but then felt that her idea was a bit absurd, revealing a hint of self-deprecation. How could he have this ability? Besides, he's in Area H, and the holographic silo is a basic version. Lu Ruyan had been by Wang Yan's side and more or less knew some of the hidden information. The higher the quality of the holographic silo, the greater the advantage of entering the Third World. Not only was the probability of drawing a hidden profession, but even the possibility of triggering a talent awakening quest was higher than ordinary people. And Lu Ruyan did not move and glanced at Wang Yan beside her. There was a time when Wang Yan let his mouth slip. Not long ago, the whole service announcement, the Dragon Kingdom Nightchin Awakening SSS level talent is actually not unique. Because in the S area, those who enter the game as soon as they enter the game, they can directly extract the talent. This Winged Knight is not bad. On the side, Wang Yan did not notice the change in Lu Ruyan's complexion and stared at the forum. When we enter the main city, we can consider pulling him long over. Aha, Lu Ruyan nodded. Wang Yan smiled, skillfully reached out and touched Lu Ruyan's head. Let's go, we should also prepare in advance. For Wang Yan's head touching kill, Lu Ruyan didn't have the slightest touching. There was even a trace of resistance in the bottom of her eyes, just that she hit it very well. Ruyan Lu knew very well that Wang Yan didn't love him, but just kept her as a pet. However, Lu Ruyan doesn't care, because when Wang Yan's pet, it is also better than following Zhang Wei. Otherwise, she could only stay in Area H now, and had to fight hard to earn contribution points every day, not to mention living in such a luxurious Area D like now. Therefore, she was willing to be a pet. When Zhang Wei woke up, it was already 3 o'clock outside his room. He simply washed up, ate some food, and then prepared to enter the Third World. However, before he entered the Third World, he received a message from Ruyan Lu, asking him what his name was in the Third World. It also mentioned that he would be given some equipment when he entered the main city. Zhang Wei just glanced at it and did not reply before directly entering the third world. Yesterday, Zhang Wei had utilized the predestined carnival mask to draw away the attention of the players in the novice village. This time, he showed his true colors in a big way, and no one was able to connect Neverwinter Nights with him. However, as soon as he came online, he immediately received a private message from Lang Lai.
Brother Yang Ye, you're awesome. I always thought you were a swordsman.
Outside of the Spider Cave copy, Zhang Wei used Thunderbolt and Firewall to kill in a big way, causing Lang Lai's few people to drop their jaws in shock.
Yang Ye had turned from a swordsman into a mage?
Zhang Wei casually sent a message in response to Lang Lai, "Get reacquainted, Yang Ye, level 10 Thunderfire Mage."
Lang Lai immediately sent another private message, "I'll believe the hell out of you."
Zhang Wei smiled when he saw the private message, and without replying to Lang Lai again, he directly left the novice village. This time, he didn't go to the Spider Cave and directly headed towards the Lost Land. He wanted to try and see if he could obtain the Talent Awakening quest in the Infected Village copy. After all, the Carousel of Chance within the Red Temple was still fresh in Zhang Wei's mind. On the outskirts of the Lost Lands, there were already quite a few players upgrading here. If this trend continued, there should be more players coming here to upgrade at the back. The copies in the depths of the Lost Lands would also be completely publicized.
Zhang Wei entered the Lost Lands and traveled south, quickly arriving at the entrance of the duplicate.
Ding, Infected Village is in crisis, are you sure to challenge it alone?
Zhang Wei ignored the system prompt and took a step inside the copy. Zhang Wei entered the copy once again, changing from a swordsman to a mage. Last time, he still needed to slash with a sword, but this time, he directly gave the mutated villagers and the little leader a thunder and fire. Dozens of lightning spells went down, and the entire village was cleared. When Zhang Wei entered the temple, he did not see the chance carousel, only the Red Temple Temple Master, a dark gold boss, was standing inside.
Where is the chance carousel?
Zhang Wei looked at the boss and directly opened his mouth to ask. Across from him, the Red Temple Temple Master, the boss, was obviously stunned and repeatedly looked at Zhang Wei for a few moments. The sure master has been here? Zhang Wei's face darkened at his words, and he directly started to move. When Zhang Wei entered the temple and saw the Red Temple Lord, he actually had a guess in his mind. It was estimated that only for first pass players, the Carousel of Chance would appear. Facing this boss with only 10 drops of blood, Zhang Wei directly pulled up a wall of fire and roasted it. The original mechanism of the boss summoning 10 waves of monsters had no effect on Zhang Wei at all. The poor boss only popped out some materials and a few blue suits, and did not trigger the Talent Awakening clue.
Could it be that I was too eager?
Zhang Wei couldn't help but reflect that it wasn't a solution for him to take his chances like this. Ding, congratulations on killing level 10, Red Temple Temple Master Dark Gold Boss, experience +0. Due to Zhang Wei's frantic speed passing through the copy yesterday, his experience value was already full and he was unable to gain any more experience. Ding, congratulations on soloing the Infected Village copy, reputation +200. Ding, in light of the first person to solo pass the Infected Village copy, a notice will be made. Do I need to hide my personal information? No. Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167 player Eternal Night for soloing through the Infected Village copy. Inside the Novice Village, Lang Lai froze when he heard the system announcement.
What's Yang Yi doing with this copy? He's already had his experience, right?
Shield Master Chu Tian said with some surprise.
I'm afraid it's for the Awakening Talent quest.
Lang Lai responded in a deep voice.
Awakening Talent.
The remaining few people's complexions changed slightly at the words. They knew some of the insider secrets, just as it was almost impossible to draw a hidden profession using the basic version of the holographic silo in the back 3 regions. Those who used the basic edition holographic warehouse had a probability of awakening a talent.
Chapter 32 The only equipment teasing the uncanny. Zhang Wei's Infected Village copy announcement caused another tremor in the Novice Village.
Those players who had been guarding the vicinity of the Spider Cave copy had begun to evacuate after hearing the system announcement. It was just that the location of the Infected Village copy had not yet been publicized, so other than Lang Lai and Zhang Wei, others simply did not know the location. Some of the petty criminals who wanted to target Zhang Wei could not find his exact location either. As for Zhang Wei's side, he had also stopped after repeatedly speed passing the Infected Village copy a dozen times.
Strange. Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled. Since yesterday, he had been speed passing through the copies like this, breaking the record every time. It was logical that he should be able to obtain the Talent Awakening quest. However, he never received a system prompt, and the copies didn't burst out any special items. There must be something wrong somewhere. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment and decided not to brush the copies blindly for now. There was no point in brushing like this. He could no longer gain any experience in the Novice Village, and brushing copies could only result in some materials and equipment. Although Zhang Wei was still 24 million short of 50 million contribution points, the materials and equipment popped out from the copies were undoubtedly a drop in the bucket.
If the best equipment was so easy to pop out, Zhang Wei's two pieces of equipment wouldn't have been able to sell at sky-high prices. It was just that Zhang Wei still brainstormed the materials and equipment that had popped out over the past 2 days and put them up on the consignment system. A mosquito was meat even if it was small, so a little bit was a little bit if you could save it. Zhang Wei estimated that he should be able to sell 100,000 or so of his harvest from these 2 days. After doing this, Zhang Wei was ready to go straight offline. He wanted to check out what went wrong. However, before he could get offline, Lang Lai sent another private message. See you at the resurrection point of the novice village, there's something to talk to you about. Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled. What was so formal that he couldn't say it in a private message? However, he still rushed towards the novice village. Zhang Wei knew that Lang Lai and the others were not from the back 3 regions, so perhaps Lang Lai would know some insider information. Not long after, Zhang Wei returned to the novice village and met up with Lang Lai's people. Brother Yangya, Lang Lai opened the door. Are you trying to trigger the talent awakening quest? That's right. Zhang Wei didn't hide it. After all, he was now short of the talent awakening quest. Lang Lai and Chu Tian exchanged glances with them and said in a deep voice, then you'd better leave the back 3 areas first. Zhang Wei froze at his words and instantly realized the problem. Holographic warehouse? Lang Lai nodded. That's right, the probability of those who use the basic version of the holographic silo to obtain the talent awakening quest is too low. Zhang Wei frowned and said, that means the higher the quality of the holographic silo, the greater the benefits in the third world? That's right. On the side, Chu Tian snatched the lead and said, do you need a few of us to help bring you out of the back third, so that your probability of obtaining the awakening quest will be higher? It seems like one has to find a way to change zones first. Zhang Wei whispered a sentence to himself. However, regarding Chu Tian's good intentions, Zhang Wei directly refused. This favor could not be returned well. Besides, he was only 24 million gold coins short right now. He could change zones himself, at most he would just waste some time. Afterwards, Zhang Wei chatted with a few people for a few more moments, and then went offline directly. Chu Tian looked at Zhang Wei, who had gone offline again, and couldn't help but say, he's really not worried about falling behind. He should already be full of experience, Lang Lai said in a deep voice. Right now, we're all on the same starting line. That's right, Assassin Shadow suddenly spoke. Compared to the novice village, the main city is the true watershed. The main city? Speaking of the main city, the several people present's complexion simultaneously gaped for a few moments. The next day, when Zhang Wei was online again, he directly ran towards the blacksmith store. Today arrived at the appointed date, so he hoped that the unique equipment, teasing irregularity, would be able to bring him some surprises. In front of the blacksmith store. Yo, the foundry master looked at Zhang Wei and laughed. Your kid came just in time, you arrived just as the old man came back. Senior, I've come to fetch my equipment. Zhang Wei was not in the mood to flirt with the foundry master and went straight to the point. What's the hurry? The caster said in dissatisfaction. It's not like I'm going to hack your stuff. Zhang Wei smiled awkwardly. I'll let Senior laugh at me. Here you go, the caster said, handing the teasing irregular to Zhang Wei. And the attributes of the teasing impermanence were displayed. Bantering impermanence gloves. Grade, unlimited. Grade, unique. Attribute, stage comedy, +1 to the number of skills a clown can mimic and duplicate. Characteristics, improvised performance. When wearing the joke changeless, performance is no longer subject to the conditions of constraints, you can improvised performance. Details, life and death play on your fingertips, and fate tattoos on your palms. Fateful revelry will come to an end, and bantering impermanence will come to an end. This is making me fall deeper and deeper into the path of perversion. Zhang Wei looked at the teasing irregularity trait in shock. The shortcomings of the clown profession had been compensated for. The biggest advantage of the clown profession was the performance mechanism, but the biggest problem was also the performance. The number of spectators is not enough to trigger the performance mechanism, which limits the output environment of the clown profession. Especially in the face of a single boss, or players one-on-one, the clown's damage disadvantage is highlighted. But now there is a joke changeless, this only shortcomings will make up for it. Moreover, the stage comedy imitation skill +1, which means he can now copy 3 skills. Zhang Wei looked at his 2 unique equipments, Fatal Carnival and Joke Uncanny, and both of them had +1 skill in their attributes. Based on this presumption, the unique equipment of the clown profession would, guaranteedly, have an additional copy skill quantity. The caster looked at Zhang Wei and smiled. Kid, not bad, right? Many thanks, Senior, Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. How could one say not bad? It should be quite good. Senior, you've helped me so much. Zhang Wei's heart stirred as he spoke. Is there anything I need to do for you? The foundry master stared blankly at his words, then looked at Zhang Wei with a wary expression. Kid, do you still want to reap benefits from me? Zhang Wei smiled awkwardly, having been seen through. He asked this because he wanted to try to see if he could receive a special mission from the foundry master, but this old man, he wasn't too easy to fool. Zhang Wei was about to leave, but the casting master suddenly said, actually, there's really one thing you can do for me, but there's no way for you to accomplish it now. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Senior, it's not that I'm boasting, if I can't even finish it, I'm afraid no one else can.
Ha ha ha. The foundry master couldn't help but laugh. Really? I have an errand task here that will take about 3 days, can you complete it? Zhang Wei was stunned at his words. An errand task? He was just about to say yes in a single breath, but suddenly reacted and asked after him, Senior, you mean I need to be online all the time for 3 days? That's right, the smithy nodded. Moreover, once the mission fails, you will also die for real. Chapter 33, Quests that will lead to death. Death. Zhang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk when he heard these words from the foundry master. He immediately thought of the post on the Third World Forum, where the player triggered the exploration map quest in Novice Village 011. It was also written in the post that once a player died, he could not be resurrected. Zhang Wei suddenly realized that he did not know enough about the Third World. The Third World is like an iceberg in the deep sea. What it reveals to the people now is just the tip of the iceberg. I don't know how many secrets are hidden in the deep sea. A virtual world that can lead to the real death of human beings. If this was really the case, why did the global government even introduce the Third World? Zhang Wei didn't believe that the government would be unaware of this. Coupled with the fact that the ecology of the surface of Blue Star had been destroyed, and all humans had moved underground. Zhang Wei vaguely felt that things were definitely not as simple as he thought. Is it really because of the drastic changes in the stars that all humans have moved underground? Zhang Wei is the last batch of people to enter the underground city. When he was transferred down, he had seen with his own eyes that the star had turned into a huge crimson sphere. What exactly happened? Zhang Wei also understood that what exactly had happened in this world, and at his level, he simply couldn't come into contact with the truth. After a moment of silence, Senior, give me a few days, Zhang Wei said seriously to the casting master. I'll come and take this task in a few days. It wasn't that Zhang Wei didn't want to take on this mission now, but he was in Area H, and the basic version of the holographic silo wasn't enough to support him for 3 consecutive days without going offline. The caster sniffed and looked at Zhang Wei with great surprise. You're not afraid of death? Kid, that's a real death, the caster solemnly said. There will be no more resurrection points for you to revive. Fear, Zhang Wei laughed. Which person is not afraid of death? Then you. The caster looked at Zhang Wei with some doubt. Since he was afraid of death, why did he still dare to take on this mission? Senior, are you an NPC? Zhang Wei did not answer the casting master's query. Instead, he coldly popped up with these words. The foundry master froze. As Zhang Wei watched the caster's reaction, he was certain of something in his mind. I'd like to thank Senior for waiting for me for a few days, Zhang Wei finished and very simply turned around to leave. Since this world was already so maniacal, he himself had to go crazy as well. Otherwise, how could one live? After Zhang Wei left the blacksmith store, he no longer hid the predestined carnival appearance effect and strutted out of the novice village with his mask. It's eternal night. A player immediately exclaimed in shock when he saw Zhang Wei walk out wearing a mask. After all, not much time had passed since he had last made a scene in the spider cave. Moreover, Predestined Carnival was so special that there was no second person wearing a mask besides him. Zhang Wei walked southward along the territory of the 3 hegemons in the village without any concealment, and a number of players soon gathered behind him. Some of these people were there purely to watch the action, while others had other purposes in mind. Of course, Zhang Wei was aware of this, but this time, he was there to lure these people out. He wanted to know who was targeting him behind the scenes. Almost there, Zhang Wei murmured in a low voice, suddenly stopping his steps and turning to look at the group of people trailing behind him. 1 minute Zhang Wei looked at the crowd and spoke indifferently, either leave or lose half of your experience and gold to die back from here. Zhang Wei wasn't afraid of this group of people suddenly coming together to attack him. The affectionate bond ring was his backbone. The 5 seconds of invincibility was enough for him to launch a counterattack and pull his blood bar up to full. However, his arrogant words still caused many players to be dissatisfied. This is your house, what's wrong with us brushing monsters here? That's it, don't think you're so great. The crowd opened their mouths, and for a while, their momentum was not weak. However, Zhang Wei suddenly stepped forward at this time. Of this group, all those players in the front row could not help but subconsciously take a few steps back. There are still 30 seconds left. Zhang Wei opened his mouth without a trace of emotion. As the words fell, the originally noisy crowd was dumbfounded. Some of the players who were watching saw that Zhang Wei did not look like he was joking, and actually really turned around and left. However, there were still quite a few people who stayed put. Zhang Wei said in a chilling voice to the remaining people, looks like you guys are looking for death. The moment Zhang Wei was about to make his move, a group of people suddenly retreated in unison, leaving only 30 or so players in place. In the middle of the field, a swordsman player taunted, Eternal Night, do you really think we're unprepared? How could we possibly take a loss twice? Your profession is a clown, isn't it? The swordsman player appeared to be full of energy as he continued, without triggering the performance mechanic, a clown is just a piece of trash with only 1 point of damage. And you, too, are a waste. The swordsman player said, holding a broadsword and slashing towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the charging swordsman. These people had obviously studied themselves. Moreover, they even knew the performance mechanism of Joker.
Unsurprisingly, it should be the other 10 Joker players who had also figured out the performance mechanism. However, Zhang Wei revealed a cold smile, as times had changed. Zhang Wei immediately pulled out a wall of fire in front of him, separating him from the charging swordsman. The swordsman saw this and couldn't help but taunt again, without the performance mechanic, you're just a piece of trash with only 1 point of damage. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to charge into the firewall. At this moment, the swordsman was already fantasizing about the highlight of his sword/eternal night. Thinking about the death of a big man who had single-handedly killed hundreds of players in his own hands was exciting. However, the moment he rushed into the wall of fire. 999. A high amount of damage floated up from the top of his head. This unimaginable scene caused him to freeze in place, forgetting to escape from the firewall. 999. 999. As the second damage appeared, the swordsman, who was still in a good mood, turned into a white light and disappeared. How is this possible? Without 100 spectators, how could he have dealt the highest damage? At the back, several players lost their voices and exclaimed in shock. It was clear that Neverwinter Night's performance was beyond the information they had. The information they had received was that Young Yi's profession was a clown, and he could only deal 999 damage under the performance mechanic. To trigger the performance mechanism, at least 100 spectators must be present. As long as the performance mechanism was not triggered, the damage of Young Yue's skill would only be 1 point. But the current situation wasn't like that at all. At least 100 spectators? Zhang Wei froze when he heard these words. Although he knew that a certain number of spectators were required for a performance, he hadn't really figured out what the minimum number of spectators was. Martyr, the information we obtained is wrong. A player cursed in a low voice and turned around to flee. However, in front of him, a wall of fire suddenly appeared and Zhang Wei looked at these people with interest. Actually, you guys don't have to die. As the saying goes, a broken fortune is not a disaster, Zhang Wei said in a good manner. 10,000 gold coins a life, this is a good deal. Dying once would cost half of the gold coins and half of the experience. In Zhang Wei's opinion, taking 10,000 gold coins to save his life was cost-effective. It was impossible for Zhang Wei to directly rob the players, but now it was these people who were trying to turn against him. It was not unavoidable for Zhang Wei to give them a small punishment in this situation. 10,000 gold coins? Some players were really a bit moved when they heard that they could spend money to buy a name. Don't think of running away. Zhang Wei watched as some players were quietly backing away and threatened, unless you never leave the novice village, I'll guard the village entrance and squat on you. Grass, those players who wanted to get their feet wet, their faces turned green when they heard this. Chapter 34 Generation. Your extortion. A player spoke indignantly. Zhang Wei returned without changing his face, it's you who are trying to harm me. You. Another player suddenly spoke up, you're fishing for law enforcement and deliberately luring us. Hand it over or not? Seeing that he had been dismantled, Zhang Wei didn't bother to continue babbling, want life or money? Seeing that no one was looking at the mouth, Zhang Wei directly threw a firewall spell towards the crowd. 999. 999. 999. 999. There were 7 or 8 unlucky players who were burned, and their bloodstains rubbed down furiously. Let's pay up. A player exclaimed out in shock, hastily choosing to break the bank to save his life. With someone taking the lead, the other players also began to transfer gold coins to Zhang Wei. However, there were a few unlucky ones who simply did not have 10,000 gold coins on them. Zhang Wei was not polite and directly sent them back to the newbie village. A few moments later, Zhang Wei was the only one left in the field. Those players fled the place like the plague after handing over their gold coins. 1.32 million gold coins. Zhang Wei looked at the more than 1 million gold coins that had arrived in just a few moments, and could not help but feel a little heartbroken. No matter what time it was, robbing money was always faster than making money. It was a pity that there was no way to use the trick of fishing for law enforcement all the time. If he could be ruthless and ask for 100,000 per person, that would now be over 10 million gold coins. But he could only think about it, these people wouldn't wander around with 100,000 gold coins, after all, dying once was a 50% loss of gold coins. If I really can't, I can only go to work. Zhang Wei was a bit helpless. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, and when he said he would do it, he directly started to brush the screen in the public channel. Boss. The product of Neverwinter Nights must be a fine product. Yanni, with upgrades, on behalf of playing copies, on behalf of brushing records, on behalf of the boss. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new product, and you'll be able to do it. Boss. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new product, and you'll be able to do it. Zhang Wei brushed dozens of articles in one breath before stopping. In order to facilitate the contact of his employer, he also turned on the private message permission for strangers. In the novice village, Ling Lai's few people looked at the channel messages and couldn't help but look at each other. Shield Master Chu Tian muttered, "What is Yang Ye doing here?" Ling Lai was silent for a moment and said with less certainty, "Lacking money, right?" That's right, Xu Tian nodded approvingly, after all, he's in the back 3 regions. Soon after Zhang Wei sent out this wave of advertisements, the melon-eating crowd immediately boiled over. Big Brother has started taking jobs? What's the price? I'll give you 1,000 gold coins, why don't you take me to paint a copy? Yeah, Big Brother, tell me, how much gold for a copy? Zhang Wei looked at these messages and felt that there were a few things that made sense, and added a dozen more. Eternal Night, 100,000 hour with upgrades, 100 million gold coins time on behalf of Spider Cave, 1 million gold coins time on behalf of Land of Shallow Analysis, 500,000 gold coins only on behalf of the boss. Zhang Wei set the Spider Cave so high because he didn't want other players to know that he could ignore the Spider Cave's mechanics. As for the other few items, Zhang Wei felt that the prices were quite fair. Ever since his 2 pieces of equipment were sold at sky-high prices, Zhang Wei understood that there was no shortage of rich people here.
Moreover, in fact, Zhang Wei's main purpose was to brush copies on his behalf.
Since there was a speed pass list for copies, Zhang Wei believed that there would be people who would pay for fame and fortune no matter what. The most crucial point was that there was a certain probability of triggering a talent awakening quest by refreshing the copy speed pass record. Therefore, Zhang Wei believed that there would be quite a few people who would be willing to pay the 1 million gold coins. However, there was a lopsided opinion on the public channel. Crap, 100 million gold coins? 1 million gold coins for a substitute copy? Big Brother is crazy about money? I think it's reasonable, after all, it's a record breaker who can guarantee to break the copy record now. Never mind how these ordinary players argued, the truth was not what Zhang Wei expected. Within a few minutes, his private message flashed up. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised, even Department of Fuxia, this person seems to be the 6th rank list, occupation is a battle array division. But who cares who he is, the door is a guest, Zhang Wei immediately replied. Eternal Night, bow. 1 million gold coins is the price on behalf of a person or the price of bringing a team of people? Zhang Wei froze, the maximum number of copies is 8, anyway, it is to bring once, the number of people seems to be no difference. Eternal Night, you guys can form a team. Even Department Fuxia, beautiful, brother Yang, come to the entrance of the Shallow Land copy, I'll transfer money immediately. Not long after this private message was sent, Zhang Wei received a 1 million gold coin transaction prompt. So generous? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. After all, brushing copy records was a piece of cake for him. Not long afterward, Zhang Wei arrived at the Shallow Land copy. A youth saw the iconic mask and hurriedly greeted him, Eternal Night brother, it's me, Fuxi. Saying that, the even-tempered Fuxia directly invited Zhang Wei to join the team. Eternal Night Big Brother. Within the team, the other 6 team members opened their mouths to greet each other. Zhang Wei slowly nodded his head as a response. It wasn't that he was pretending to be profound, it was just that none of the nicknames of these 6 people were normal, and he didn't recognize a single word. Don't be stubborn, you really don't recognize it. After Zhang Wei joined the team, even Department of Fuxia lead the team directly into the copy. The Shallow Land copy is also known as a graveyard, because the scene within the copy is a graveyard, and the copy monsters are all humanoid skeleton monsters. The final boss is a level 10 Dark Gold Skeleton King, with the undead summoning technique, which can summon 100 skeleton elite monsters at once. After entering the copy, the even system Fuxia asked, Brother Yangi, how come I don't see you playing this copy of the speed pass record? Zhang Wei casually responded, I haven't beaten this copy yet. Even Fuxia was obviously stunned when she heard him say that. Don't worry, Zhang Wei patted his shoulder, guaranteed to break the record. Before coming in, Zhang Wei looked at this copy of the speed pass record, the fastest is only 37 minutes more. In order to make his business last, Zhang Wei was prepared to control the time as much as possible, not to improve too much at once, or else the business would not be good at the back. A team of people along the cemetery did not go out far, all over the earth bag will crack, a skeleton climbed out. I am Fuxi threw out the scrying technique and shared the skeleton's information. Shallow Skeleton Elite. Level 10. Life value, 3000. Attack power, 110, physical defense, 25. Physical defense, 25. Magic defense, 25. Details, it is very rude to wake up others. Zhang Wei just swept a glance and pulled up a few firewalls in front of the group. Since he had to control the time, he did not use the skill Wild Blast. However, this made the other 6 people's jaws drop as a group of skeletons were killed in seconds without even crossing the 3rd firewall. Cool. Ha! Zhang Wei was stunned at his words, what 200,000? Zhang Wei was also stunned, but still explained, Fuxi said that I only need to pay out 200,000 gold coins to hire a big brother to lead the team to break the copy record. Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at the other 5, you also gave him 200,000 gold coins each? Yeah, the 5 people spoke in unison. Zhang Wei's face darkened, and he instantly reacted that. This 6 people was 1.2 million gold coins, Fuxi gave himself 1 million gold coins, he could still earn 200,000. Even System Fuxia sardonically smiled, Yangi brother, you said you could take a team of. Chapter 35 Mimicking and Copying Boss Skills? Zhang Wei looked at Fuxia and realized that he had eaten a dumb loss, and he had indeed said that. However, Zhang Wei had memorized this loophole and would never let another person pull his wool over his own eyes. Even lineage Fuxia knows that the loss. Quietly send a private message to the Eternal Knight. He received 1.2 million gold coins, 2 people 50-50 split. Inside the copy, with Zhang Wei this perverted output machine, the remaining 7 people just need to watch from the back. Even though Zhang Wei was the only one outputting, his speed was not slow at all. Suddenly, Zhang Wei asked even Fuxi, is your battle formation division a hidden profession? Even Fuxi nodded his head and smiled somewhat proudly, not bad. You cast a battle formation master skills, Zhang Wei some curiosity, let us see what's special. This is simple, even system Fuxia said while taking out a formation disc, Tianfu formation. Zhang Wei only felt a warmth in his body as a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, being empowered by the formation, the 4-dimensional attributes plus 5%. Cloud Drape formation. Ding, being empowered by the formation, defense plus 20%. How's that? The even system Fuxia released 2 formations, not bad, right? Zhang Wei nodded slightly, but inwardly he was a bit disappointed. It wasn't that the skills of even lineage Fuxia weren't strong enough, but that they weren't suitable for him. After obtaining teasing irregularity, Zhang Wei could imitate and copy 3 skills. In addition to Fire Wall and Thunderbolt, there was still an empty skill slot. In fact, in Zhang Wei's opinion, he had already duplicated a bit by copying the Fire Wall and Thunderbolt technique, not utilizing the maximum power. Zhang Wei was also prepared to study the skill pairing later. He could refresh the skill CD infinitely, and the 2 legal system ranged output skills did not maximize the benefits. Just now, Zhang Wei wanted to see if the skills of even system Fuxia were suitable for him to copy. However, the profession of battle formation master is on the auxiliary side, so it's not much use to him. Eternal Knight Big Brother, a player in the team looked at Zhang Wei and suddenly asked, is it true that your skill has no cooldown? Zhang Wei shook his head decisively. How could he admit such a thing? There is a cooldown, but I'm just a bit special. Big Brother, where did you get this mask from? Even Department Fuxia asked with a curious face. The appearance of the mask was very windy, and he also wanted to get one. The other 6 people also looked over at the sound. This was because as far as they knew, there was no such thing as a mask in the defense gear. Zhang Wei casually responded, you can't get one, only this one. Even system Fuxia stared blankly at his words, then as if he realized something, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Zhang Wei did not notice the change in his expression and continued to clear the monsters in front. The number of skeletons in the shallow analyze exceeded his expectations, skeletons wave after wave, the number of monsters to far more than the spider cave. It was no wonder that the fastest time for a copy of the Land of Shallow analysis was more than 37 minutes, more than 10 minutes more than the spider cave. However, for Zhang Wei it could only be considered a bit of trouble. After all, stabilizing 999 damage was still very advantageous at this stage. Under Zhang Wei's deliberate control, it took them half an hour to meet the final boss. Shallow Skeleton King Dark Gold Boss. Rank 10. Life value, 20W 20W. Attack power, 207. Skills, 1, Undead Summoning 2. Shock 3. Heavy Strike. Physical Defense, 105. Magic Defense, 100. Details, a dead man, long resting here. Eternal Knight Big Brother, do you need any help? The player called spoke up, this boss can summon undead, and it can summon 100 elite skeletons at a time, so we have to do it quickly. So many? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. However, Zhang Wei's heart suddenly stirred. If he could copy this undead summoning skill, it seemed not bad. Just as this thought rose in Zhang Wei's mind, he hastily looked at his stage comedy skill to explain it. Stage comedy, imitate and copy the active skills released by the surrounding targets. The skill can inflict 999 random damage to the enemy. The skill lasts for 7 days, with a cooldown of 1 day cap. 1. It's copying the active skills released by the surrounding targets. Zhang Wei's heart surged. It was all the fault of inertia. He had subconsciously thought that he could only mimic and copy player skills at first. However, what was written inside the skill details was, mimic and copy active skills released by surrounding targets. In other words, as long as they were within a certain range, regardless of whether they were players or not, as long as they performed an active skill, they could be imitated and copied by the Joker. Zhang Wei's eyes towards the analyzing Skeleton King were suddenly hot. His guess was right or wrong, and he would be able to verify it right away. Zhang Wei's change naturally fell into the eyes of the other 7, and they were also a bit puzzled. Why were Yang Ye's eyes glowing after seeing the boss? Did he have some special fetish? For a moment, all 7 of them involuntarily took a step back. Zhang Wei also stopped hiding, a wall of fire and lightning magic splitting towards the shallow analysis of the Skeleton King to greet up. 999. 999. In a few breaths, Zhang Wei threw out 30 to 40 lightning spells, and the shallow Skeleton King's bloodstain fell wildly. Crap, this scene fell into the eyes of the even system Fuxia. He immediately exclaimed, this is still called a skill cooldown?
This is to treat the boss as a small monster to fight off. Did you guys notice? Not only is the output high but there's no cooldown, the Skeleton King seems to be trapped. As soon as these words came out, several other people also noticed the abnormality. The Skeleton King was holding a broken sword and wanted to rush towards the Eternal Knight. However, the Skeleton King's movements were very strange, only to see its body twitching and moving a little bit, as if it was half paralyzed. It's kind of like being hit by the effects of blind and interrupt, analyze the even-keeled Fushia, and it seems to be slowed down. Was shocked, Big Brother's attacks have negative effects throughout. Right in the middle of the conversation. Roar the shallow analysis Skeleton King suddenly roared up to the sky, as if releasing its inner grievances. It had been slashed and burned by this person in front of him, while he himself couldn't even touch the corner of this person's coat. The shallow Skeleton King's blood was at the bottom, and he had no choice but to directly offer to release his big move Undead Summoning. It's Undead Summoning, someone in the team kindly reminded. It's coming. Zhang Wei's heart rejoiced, waiting for this move from the boss. Success or failure depended on now. After the shallow Skeleton King cast the Undead Summoning skill, densely packed skeleton elites appeared around several people.
Zhang Wei's stage comedy skill was also thrown towards the Skeleton King.
Ding, triggering the stage comedy effect, successfully copying the Undead Summoning skill.
Successful. Chapter 36, Skeleton Minion 999. Ding, congratulations on killing level 10, Shallow Skeleton King Dark Gold Boss. Ding, congratulations on refreshing the Land of Shallow Analysis clearance record. A notice will be made. Will the team information be announced? Announce. Before Zhang Wei could even open his mouth, a few others within the team couldn't help but jump ahead. They had spent so many gold coins, one for triggering the Awakening quest, and the other was for now. Hidden information? Half of it couldn't be hidden.
Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167 Fushi Squad, refreshing the Shallow Analysis Land, copy clearance time 36 minutes and 15 seconds 21. Ding, congratulations to Eternal Knight Fushi, and.
3 consecutive system announcements caused the Novice Village to boil up once again.
Holy, someone really spent 1 million gold coins to buy a copy record? The thoughts of rich people really can't be imagined. Mad, give me 100,000 and I'll take them. Upstairs, can you break the record? Most of the players were watching the game. At first no one believed that someone would really spend this amount of money. After all, the price of the Eternal Night was too high. But now, the system announcement was undoubtedly a free publicity for Neverwinter Nights. He could easily break the copy speed pass record. This made some of the people who were still waiting to see what would happen really get excited. They didn't do it for the fame, but to break the record. Not everyone had received the Awakening quest, and even in the first few districts, there were a large number of players who hadn't yet triggered the Awakening quest.
Now there is a ready-made opportunity.
Although they are also aware that refreshing the record is only a higher probability of triggering the Awakening task, not 100% can trigger the Awakening task, but it is better than blindly brushing the copy. Inside the copy, the even system Fushi, as several people were ecstatic and abnormal, but Zhang Wei's attention was on the skill he had just copied, and he didn't even pay attention to the system announcement.
Undead Summoning.
Details, stage comedy parody copy skill, can summon 100 shallow skeleton elite to help in battle. Each skeleton can deal 999 damage value. Skeleton elite survival time 0.5 h, skill cooldown 1 h. Zhang Wei saw that he had added the undead summoning skill to his skill bar, and when his eyes landed on the skill details, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Bullish. Originally, Zhang Wei was still puzzled by the fact that the output skill he had copied over could hit a damage value of 999.
What about the summoning skills?
Now, each skeleton could deal 999 randomized damage, which meant that under the performance mechanism, each skeleton could deal a maximum of 999 damage. If such a group of high-damage skeletons were pulled out, it was unimaginable what kind of shock it would cause.
As for the skill cooldown time of 1 hour, this is the same for Zhang Wei.
After all, with the Fatal Carnival trait, there was a 90% probability of refreshing all skills. Zhang Wei seemed to have seen himself commanding the undead army to wreak havoc on the third world. The only beauty was that these skeletons had a time limit, surviving for up to half an hour without being killed. This more or less made Zhang Wei feel a bit regretful. If there was no such restriction, it would be perfect.
However, half an hour was enough for now. Zhang Wei couldn't help but think in his heart, many players nowadays, I'm afraid that they can't even beat one of my skeletons.
Eternal Night brother, even System Fushia pulled Zhang Wei back from his fantasies. Let's go out.
Aha, Zhang Wei nodded, good. Zhang Wei couldn't wait to try out the power of the skeleton army now.
After the team exited the replica and a few people from the even system, Fushia bid farewell to him. Zhang Wei immediately started swiping the screen again. Eternal Night, 100,000 hour with upgrades, 10 million gold coins times on behalf of the Spider Cave, 1 million gold coins times on behalf of the Land of Shallow Analysis, 500,000 gold coins only on behalf of the boss. Jiang Wei lowered the price of Spider Cave. Now that he had the undead summoning skill, he was able to perfectly disguise the truth of ignoring the mechanism. Neverwinter Nights, don't need 100 million, don't need 50 million, just 10 million. I can know the secret of single brush, Spider Cave, it's definitely worth it. It had to be said that there were some people who were really moved by Winged Knight's tossing of the dice. But all of them are interested in the shallow analysis copy. None of them contacted the Eternal Knight to brush the Spider Cave on behalf of them.
It seems that rich people are not fools.
Jiang Wei helplessly shook his head. Even Department of Fuxia know the intermediary business to earn the difference in price, think others are not stupid. He was still a bit impatient when he wanted to earn enough for more than 20 million gold coins at once. But just at this time, Jiang Wei's private message jumped. Featherfall Nishang, Eternal Knight Big Brother, Spider Cave, 10 million gold coins.
Jiang Wei was stunned. There was really a rich man on his doorstep?
Jiang Wei was a bit surprised, but still immediately replied with a private message.
Eternal Knight, Spider Cave, copy entrance gathering. Featherfall Nishang, good.
When Jiang Wei arrived at the Spider Cave copy, a beautiful woman immediately greeted him at the entrance.
Big brother, please. Featherfall Nishang revealed her trademark smile. Shall we start now?
Transferring money first, Jiang Wei did not give the beauty the slightest bit of face. Making money was the number one priority right now. Feilu Nishang was stunned, but immediately regained her calm demeanor. Good. Only when Jiang Wei received the 10 million gold coins arrival prompt did he nod his head in satisfaction. You form a team, let's go in.
Featherfall Nishang was stunned again. Did she still need to lead the team? As the vase of the first guild in the novice village, Chivalrous Bones, when did she need to personally lead the team? Jiang Wei looked at Feilu Nishang in confusion and explained, it's fine for me to lead a team, but the rewards for captains are usually a bit better. Oh, Featherfall Nishang casually said, it's better if you lead it, big brother.
Okay, Jiang Wei felt that this rich man was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it.
Jiang Wei pulled Featherfall Nishang into his team and directly entered the copy.
In order to make the rich man feel that he was getting more than his money's worth, Jiang Wei didn't hesitate and directly released 2 undead summons. However, Jiang Wei forgot the problem of the Spider Cave copy scene, in the narrow passageway, crowded with skeleton army. Jiang Wei was a bit embarrassed as the two of them were squeezed together by a group of skeletons. Featherfall Nishang was scared pale by the sudden arrival of the skeletons, and she subconsciously hugged Jiang Wei. Yang, can these skeletons of yours stay away from me? She had played it off, and had scared the rich man.
It was also the first time Jiang Wei cast this skill, and he didn't expect this result.
Luckily, these skeletons began to move inward along the cave passage at his command. Jiang Wei smiled awkwardly, a little accident, but don't worry, there will definitely be no delay. Featherfall Nishang looked at Yang, who was bent on brushing his copy, and barely managed to squeeze out a smile on her face, but in her heart, she had already had a million horses galloping around. She was sent by the water cloud room to pull in Yang, never thought it would be such a situation. In the past, when she went out, those people would more or less salivate over her beauty, and their attention was all on her. But this Yang even concentrate on screwing the copy, not half the meaning of screwing her.
Chapter 37, Skeleton Army.
The attributes of Jiang Wei's skeleton army and the Spider Cave's monsters weren't really that different, but the problem was in the output damage of both sides. Jiang Wei wore teasing irregularity and improvised, no longer limited by conditions. Each skeleton was able to deal 999 damage, which led to the 100 skeletons advancing to the fork in the road in a crushing manner. At this time, Jiang Wei and Featherfall Nishang were still at the back and hadn't followed. Featherfall Nishang was also a bit alarmed at this time. After entering the copy, she couldn't see the monsters of the Spider Cave copy at all, but the prompts of killing monsters to gain experience kept ringing in her ears. She didn't want to guess, but she knew that those skeletons must have killed all the monsters in the cave. When she thought back to the scene just now, the number of skeletons was at least 100. No wonder this Neverwinter Nights could single-handedly pass the copy, so he could summon so many skeletons. As the two walked side by side through the passageway, Jiang Wei introduced himself with gusto. By the time we make it to the boss cave, it will almost be over. Featherfall Nishang also complimented at the right time. No wonder you're able to solo, you can even summon so many skeletons. Saying that, Featherfall Nishang reached out and pulled her hair from her temples, somewhat charmingly saying, Yangyue, do you have any thoughts of joining the guild? No, Jiang Wei shook his head decisively. Nowadays, he didn't need to rely on guilds, rather, joining a guild would only bring him trouble.
Featherfall Nishang persuaded, there are many things that you don't have the means to solve alone.
I'm not alone, Jiang Wei said with a serious face, I have a group of skeletons.
Featherfall Nishang was confused. Was this Yang Yue's brain not normal?
The sky was all chatted up by him, how could this be picked up? At this moment, inside the boss cave, a group of skeletons were surrounding the dark gold boss.
999. 999. 999. 999.
A large amount of damage values floated out from the top of the boss's head. However, the skeleton army's shortcomings were also revealed at this time, and the skeletons on the periphery simply couldn't squeeze in. They could only stand in place and stare blankly, and only after the skeletons inside were killed by the spider boss could the skeletons on the periphery make up for it. At this time, Jiang Wei and Fei Lu Nishang also came over. Featherfall Nishang was surprised again when she saw the scene of the skeleton army beating the boss. Not only could each skeleton deal nearly 1,000 damage, but the skeletons' blood levels were even higher than the players'. The boss bloodline was already in jeopardy, and could trigger the life detention at any time.
Featherfall Nishang curiously asked, "There are still skeletons at the other boss?"
"That's right," Jiang Wei said in a flippant manner, "the skeleton army can kill the double bosses at the same time, so naturally, I can brush it alone." When Featherfall Nishang heard this, she looked at Neverwinter Nights with a complicated expression. If they could bring Forever Night into the guild, then Chivalry would be the #1 guild. Even if they entered the main city later, their guild would have a huge advantage. After all, Yang Yi's skeleton army was too exaggerated, and he alone could stand up to hundreds of people.
Just as Featherfall Nezumi was thinking about it.
Ding, the cave left spider has activated life tie and is in an invincible state. Please kill the cave right spider within 10 seconds or the cave left spider will recover to full blood. Hearing this sound, Jiang Wei casually threw out a thunderbolt. It seems like that side has triggered the hold as well.
999. Ding, congratulations on killing level 10, cave left spider dark gold boss.
Featherfall Nishang uttered in shock, it just went through. She and Neverwinter Nights had barely put up a fight, relying on these skeletons to speed through the copy.
Ding, congratulations on refreshing the Spider Cave clearance record. Announcements will be made. Will you announce the team information? Jiang Wei looked at the stagnant Featherfall Nishang and helplessly said, "Announce."
Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167's Fei Lu Nishang squad, refreshing the Spider Cave copy clearance time of 15 minutes and 7 seconds. Ding, congratulations to Everlasting Night and Featherfall Nishang for setting a new record for Spider Cave Speed Pass.
It wasn't until Jiang Wei brought Featherfall Nishang out of the copy that Featherfall Nishang came back to her senses.
She calmed her emotions. Winged Knight, on behalf of Chivalry, I invite you to join. I told you, I have no such intention, Jiang Wei refused without hesitation. A sense of frustration arose in Featherfall Nishang, but she also understood that some things needed to be done slowly. Alright, Featherfall Nishang smiled sweetly, if you have any thoughts of joining the guild, be sure to contact me. After saying that, she did not wait for Jiang Wei to respond and directly turned around to leave. As for Jiang Wei, he did not take Featherfall Nishang's words to heart at all, and continued to start his own path of substitute coaching. However, to Jiang Wei's surprise, Lang Lai actually contacted him as well, and Brother Yangya, land of shallow analysis, waiting for you at the entrance to the replica. Along with this private message coming over, he also received a 1 million gold coin arrival notification. So supportive? Jiang Wei muttered before moving off towards the land of shallow analysis again. As soon as Jiang Wei showed up at the shallow analysis land replica. Level 10 Thunderfire Mage, long time no see, Lang Lai came up and joked about Jiang Wei, but last time, it was Jiang Wei himself who called himself a Thunderfire Mage. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Jiang Wei did not think. After all, people are here to send money to the wealthy, he has to be treated equally. After entering the copy, Jiang Wei summoned 10 waves of skeletons in a row under the shocked gazes of Lang Lai and the others. Afterwards, he led an army of thousands of skeletons and directly pushed across the copy. Looking at the vast number of skeletons, Lang Lai's few people were dumbfounded. Crap, Shield Master Chu Tian felt that this world was a bit unreal. He went from a swordsman to a mage, and now he's a summoner? This summoning of his is too perverted, isn't it? Assassin Shadow couldn't keep his cool either. Now he can summon thousands of minions. Who else can be his opponent here? Several people couldn't suppress the shock in their eyes, and they all froze in place. However, looking at the skeleton army that was getting farther and farther away, they then reacted and hurriedly followed. In front of the Skeleton King, a dark gold boss, thousands of skeletons surrounded it without attacking. Lang Lai was puzzled. Why aren't we fighting? Waiting for time, Jiang Wei didn't avoid a few people. One boost is too fast, and breaking the record later will be laborious. Lang Lai. A few moments later. Lang Lai couldn't help but say, how many gold coins are you still missing? Still a little bit short, Jiang Wei said that it was actually about the same. After all, it was only 24 million short of 50 million. He had sold a lot of materials and equipment in his previous speedy copy, earning hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The newbie outside the fishing law enforcement robbed more than 1 million gold coins, and later in the even system Fushi ought to get 1.5 million gold coins. I've got 1.5 million gold coins from Fushi, 10 million gold coins from Fei Lu Nishang, and 1 million gold coins from Lenglia. After all this, he already had almost 15 million gold coins, leaving him with only 9 million gold coins left. Only 9 million gold coins left. When Jiang Wei first entered the third world, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lang Lai looked at Yang Ye, who was still waiting for time, and couldn't help but say, I'll increase the money, so hurry up and finish the game. Jiang Wei had a serious face. No, saying 1 million is 1 million, doing business should have credit. I'll add another million. Lang Lai stretched out a finger. Boss suffer death.
Zhang Wei gave the order, and the skeleton army instantly flooded the Skeleton King boss. Long Lai. Chapter 38 Replacing Zone E. With Zhang Wei on fire, the boss was quickly decimated.
Lang Lai and the others were shocked beyond words as they watched Neverwinter Nights kill the boss in seconds without any injuries. Especially Lang Lai, who hadn't been fully confident in completing his S-rank talent awakening quest so far. After seeing the perversion level of Yang Ye's brush copy, Lang Lai's heart could be described as a mixed bag of emotions that was difficult to express. Zhang Wei put the materials and a purple suit popped out of the boss into his parcel and said to a few people, "Let's go."
Neverwinter Nights, how much gold are you missing? Lang Lai suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Zhang Wei froze, not understanding why Lang Lai suddenly asked.
Don't waste your time with substitute trainers anymore, Lang Lai said in a calm tone. Change zones early in order to keep your advantage all the way up. Zhang Wei fell silent at his words. He knew that Lang Lai's was right, but he didn't want to owe a favor for nothing. Count it as me lending it to you, Lang Lai smiled. You can return it to me when you have enough gold behind you. If you don't want to owe a favor, Lang Lai added, you can give me some interest.
Good, Zhang Wei nodded.
The blacksmith shopcaster's quest could not be delayed. This quest might possibly trigger the awakening talent quest, and it would be troublesome if it was delayed for too long and claimed by someone else. How long it would take for the dungeon to change zones, Zhang Wei wasn't sure. If he could apply faster, it was always right.
The team exited the copy, and Lang Lai traded 9 million gold coins to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei got the gold coins and exchanged all of them for contribution points, saying goodbye to Lang Lai and the others before going straight offline. Dungeon Area H.
Zhang Wei got up from the holographic warehouse. The contribution points he had exchanged had already arrived. He then summoned his holographic projection and softly said, applying for a zone change. Verified, survival account balance of 50,127,800, meets the requirements for changing Zone E, matching Zone E residence in progress. Matching successful, Zone E 210311, 40 million contribution points deducted.
Transfer will begin in 12 hours, please prepare in advance. The voice fell and the holographic projection automatically dissipated. 40 million contribution points were deducted just like that?
Zhang Wei was somewhat stunned. However, it was quite efficient to transfer it after 12 hours. Zhang Wei turned around and walked to the door of the room, pushing it out and standing in the narrow corridor. At this time, it was already late at night in the underground city, and the densely packed rooms could not be seen at a glance.
What exactly happened on the surface? Zhang Wei muttered out.
What made Zhang Wei even more strange was that not only had the government failed to give an explanation so far, even after entering the underground city, it was as if the government did not exist. Zhang Wei shook his head and revealed a bitter smile, no longer allowing himself to think about these issues. He was a bit overworried now, not to mention that he didn't know the truth. Even if he knew the truth, so what? There was nothing he could do at all. Zhang Wei was clear that right now, the most important thing for him was to enter Area E.
As long as he entered Area E tomorrow, he would be able to receive the Foundry Master's mission.
Even though failing this quest would result in real death, now that he possessed 2 pieces of unique level equipment.
If this configuration couldn't be accomplished, there wouldn't be many people who could pass. Since he would be leaving tomorrow anyway, Zhang Wei did not re-enter the third world. He returned to his room and lay down on his bed to quickly fall asleep. The next day, Dungeon Area H, noon. Outside Zhang Wei's room, a knock sounded. Coming.
Zhang Wei was delighted and got up to open the door, and a woman dressed in military attire came into view. Zhang Wei, age 23, Gangnam City household registration, transferred to Area E, 210311.
The woman familiarly stated Zhang Wei's true information. Is the above information incorrect? The woman looked at Zhang Wei and finally asked.
No, Zhang Wei was more or less excited as this was the first time he had conversed with a living person after entering the dungeon. My name is Yi Ming, I'm responsible for your transfer to the district this time. The woman very ably introduced the general situation. Follow me. Zhang Wei silently followed behind Yi Ming until the two of them rode on the dungeon region transporter.
How is the ground surface? It was hard to see a living person. Zhang Wei couldn't help but speak. What exactly is the situation now?
Yi Ming shook her head and responded dryly, I don't know. Zhang Wei looked at Yi Ming with skepticism and said seriously, the constitution stipulates that citizens have the right to know and the right to supervise. Unknowingly, Yi Ming directly shut her mouth and no longer paid attention to Zhang Wei.
What about the military? Zhang Wei continued to pursue without dying. Why haven't we seen anyone from the military or the government in the underground city? Yi Ming glanced at Zhang Wei. I'm not a person? I mean. Zhang Wei wanted to continue asking.
Alright, Yi Ming directly interrupted him. When the time comes, you will naturally know.
How long do we have to wait? Is the surface uninhabitable because of a stellar anomaly or a supernatural phenomenon? Zhang Wei watched Yi Ming chatter on and kept asking questions.
But no matter how Zhang Wei asked, Yi Ming was silent throughout. As time went by a little bit, the transporter suddenly began to lower, and the duo finally arrived at Area E. Area E was no longer a containerized layout with tall buildings.
However, the narrow spacing between the buildings is an indication that there is still not much room for movement in Area E. The two of them took the elevator and went straight to their home. The two of them took the elevator straight through to the home. Here it is, Yiming finally spoke, this is your room. Jiang Wei looked at the spacious room that was several times bigger than the one in Area H, and couldn't help but turn around in his new room.
By the time Jiang Wei finished familiarizing himself with his new place, Yiming was still standing inside the elevator, not coming out or meaning to leave.
Jiang Wei politely said, want to come in and have a seat?
Yiming looked at Jiang Wei and suddenly said something inexplicable, I hope to see you in the third world. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Wei to react, Yiming directly closed the elevator and left.
Jiang Wei had frozen in place. What did Yiming's last sentence mean?
Never mind, Jiang Wei did not look deeper into it. Since he had arrived at Area E, he could take up the Foundry Master's mission. Jiang Wei turned around and entered his bedroom, lying into the holographic bin to enter the third world.
Novice Village, in front of the blacksmith store.
Senior, I've come to pick up a quest. Jiang Wei looked at the Foundry Master and spoke.
The Foundry Master looked at Jiang Wei. Kid, no longer consider it? No need, Jiang Wei was resolute.
Good, the casting master nodded in satisfaction.
Ding, triggering the chance mission Scout Intelligence exploring the Fallen Zone. The mission lasts for 3 days, do you accept?
Details, survive 3 days in the Fallen area and bring back intelligence. This mission is rated based on completion. The higher the rating, the more generous the reward. Note, you can't be revived if you die in the middle of the mission, so please be sure to do what you can.
Accept.
Jiang Wei had just accepted this mission.
A system prompt sounded immediately afterward. Is it teleporting to the mission map? Teleport there directly? Jiang Wei was stunned.
That's right, the caster explained, you will also be directly teleported back when the quest expires.
Jiang Wei nodded and softly said, teleport.
As the words fell, Jiang Wei directly disappeared in place. After an unknown amount of time, a figure appeared very abruptly at the corner of a building.
This is Jiangnan. Chapter 39, Skeleton Siege. This is Jiangnan.
Jiang Wei spoke out in shock. As far as his eyes could see, familiar streets, familiar street signs, familiar buildings.
This was definitely Jiangnan City.
Only compared to a few months ago, the original prosperous street without a trace of people, the forest of high rise seems to have gone through a heavy hit, general become dilapidated. The concrete roads had also become potholed, and there was garbage thrown everywhere.
I've returned to the surface?
Jiang Wei's heart was in a state of shock. He didn't know if everything in front of him was a scene simulated by the third world, or if this was really what the surface looked like nowadays.
Jiang Wei subconsciously looked up, and a huge crimson sphere was hanging high in the sky, reflecting the entire Jiangnan city. Just then, roar!
A hissing sound came from the distance. Jiang Wei twisted his head to look, and a 1-meter-tall monster walked on the street at some point. The monster's hair all over its body was like silver needles, flashing with a cold light, and 2 huge fangs were exposed in a large mouth. Ding, have entered the Fallen Zone, please gather intelligence while ensuring safety. Intelligence, Fallen Zone beast soldiers type, number, strength, gathering place.
At the critical moment, the system prompt ringing in his ears brought Jiang Wei back to his senses.
Only then did he notice that the beast soldiers in the distance were getting closer and closer to him. Jiang Wei stabilized his mind for a while. There were 3 days anyway, so there was no hurry. According to the quest hints, he should need to explore the situation of the monsters here.
Jiang Wei looked at the monsters that were getting closer to him and threw out his scrying technique. Inferno Roar Beast Soldier. Level, 20. Life value, 8W. Attack power, 200. Physical defense, 155. Magic defense, 175.
Details, the most common beast soldiers in the Fallen Lands, roaming the dilapidated urban areas, but in extremely high numbers. The moment he saw the attributes of the Inferno Roar, Jiang Wei realized that he had added the words 0.01% to the back of his quest. This should be the quest progress. Jiang Wei instantly remembered that this quest was rated based on completion, and the higher the rating, the richer the reward. Within 3 days, raise the completion level to 100% as much as possible. Jiang Wei made up his mind and looked at the beast soldier in front of him. This, Inferno Roar, was the most common beast soldier in the Fallen Zone, but with 8W of blood and 200 attack power, such attributes were already similar to the novice village boss.
It was good that such attributes were not troublesome for Jiang Wei to exterminate it.
Jiang Wei observed the surroundings. Apart from this, Inferno Roar, there were no other beast soldier figures.
Roar, this beast soldier also discovered Jiang Wei and rushed over with a low roar.
Jiang Wei did not panic and released a firewall in front of his body, and then Thunderbolt spell after Thunderbolt spell was thrown out towards the Inferno Roar.
999. 999. 999. 999.
The moment Inferno Roar was attacked, its high-speed movement was instantly interrupted, and the lightning spell attack triggered the interrupt negative buff. This beast soldier instantly became hard to walk, but it was still very persistent, attacking towards Jiang Wei on its tough 4 legs. However, its blood bar was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When it was still a dozen meters away from Jiang Wei, the Inferno Roar's blood level bottomed out and it died in an incomparably suffocating manner.
However, Jiang Wei was a bit dissatisfied with this result. A most ordinary beast soldier could delay him for a few seconds.
This gave Jiang Wei a bit of a feeling of lack of firepower. Ding, killed the Inferno Roar, over the level, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, mission completion increased to 0.02%. 2 consecutive system prompts caused Jiang Wei to freeze. One was that he had an additional stored experience value. The second was that he realized that killing beast soldiers could similarly increase the mission completion level.
If that's the case, Jiang Wei instantly thought of an excellent method: undead summoning. A few moments later,
on the streets, waves of skeleton armies surged in all directions along the various streets of Jiangnan City's urban area. These skeleton armies were none other than the shallow skeleton elites summoned by Jiang Wei. Although the individual attributes of these skeletons were much worse than the beast soldiers, with each skeleton only having 3,000 blood. However, these skeletons had high damage and were extremely numerous. Jiang Wei was able to summon 100 skeletons in a single sitting, and under his successive summons, the number of skeleton armies in the main city of Jiangnan turned into a terrifying number. There must be tens of thousands of them, right? Jiang Wei looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. At this time, even if a million blood boss jumped out, these skeletons would be able to consume it. The only pity was that these skeletons only had half an hour of existence. In Jiangnan City, on an empty square, hundreds of beast soldiers were leisurely bathing in the red light of the crimson sphere above their heads. Suddenly, at the end of the street, an army of white shaking skeletons walked towards them. Roar! These beast soldiers let out a hiss and immediately pounced towards the skeleton army. The two sides engaged in a short battle and immediately fought together. 466. 482. 999. 466,482,999. Unsurprisingly, individual skeletons were no match for the beast soldiers, but it couldn't be helped that the skeleton army was large in number and high in damage. Ding, killed, Qinglin, at higher level, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, killed, Qinglin, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, killed, Lord Oyster, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, killed, Lord Oyster, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, mission completion increased to 0.03%. Ding, mission completion increased to 0.04%. Ding, mission completion increased to 1.15%. Jiang Wei stood leisurely at the back of the skeleton army, his stored experience value rising crazily and his mission completion level soaring. At this rate, it wouldn't take 3 days at all, he would be able to raise the quest to 100% in a day's time. Moreover, as of now, it was not a problem at all to survive 3 days in the Fallen Zone. However, just as Jiang Wei was recklessly harvesting his experience value and completion level, he suddenly sensed that the skeleton army in the southeastern direction was rapidly depleting. Jiang Wei frowned. Had he encountered a beast soldier boss or a higher-ranked beast soldier? But even if it was a beast soldier boss, his skeleton army shouldn't have died so quickly. After all, the skeleton damage was right here. 1/999, 1000 skeletons, 1 skeleton, 1/, that's nearly a million damage. However, Jiang Wei quickly realized where the problem was. To the southeast, a dark cloud pressed over. Flying beast soldiers? Jiang Wei's expression turned serious. This is troublesome. Chapter 40 Beast General. Jiang Wei looked at those flying beast soldiers from afar. There must be thousands of them at least. No wonder the skeleton army was wiped out. His skeletons were all melee fighters and could not touch these flying beast soldiers at all. It seems that this mission isn't that easy either. Jiang Wei let out a bitter smile. In mid-air, these flying beast soldiers spewed out fiery flames from their mouths one after another, clearing all the way, and getting closer and closer to Jiang Wei's side. Almost there, Jiang Wei looked at the distance between the two sides and threw out his scrying technique. South Wing Beast Soldier. Level, 20. Life value, 5W. Attack power, 270. Skill, Blazing Flame, Jets of Flame, dealing base attack power plus 5% scorching damage. Physical defense, 105. Magic defense, 115. Details: the most common beast soldiers in the Fallen Land, active outside the city and between the dilapidated urban areas, extremely numerous. If only I could summon a batch of flying beast soldiers. Jiang Wei looked at the attributes of the South Wing with some envy. However, at this stage, he could only envy it. The group of flying beast soldiers were getting closer and closer, and Jiang Wei had already expected what would happen to the skeleton army. It was too late to think too much, and he found a building to hide in first. At the same time, Jiang Wei controlled the skeleton army to run wildly in other directions, distracting the beast soldiers on the ground and in the air. Fortunately, these beast soldiers were not very intelligent, and all of them chased after the skeleton army, getting farther and farther away from Jiang Wei's hiding place.
However, not long after, Jiang Wei's face became unusually grave again.
His skeleton army was unexpectedly all exterminated in a very short period of time after escaping from the main urban area. This also meant that the outside of the urban area was even more dangerous, and there were definitely existences that far surpassed the beast soldiers.
Can't be brute force.
Jiang Wei realized at this moment how reckless he had acted earlier. Without understanding the strength of the beast soldiers, he had rushed across the city with such a great swagger, relying on the skeleton army. In the unlikely event that those terrifying existences outside the city were to be introduced into the city, then they would be in big trouble.
The behavior just now was undoubtedly looking for death.
The important thing was that one could not be resurrected if they died on the way to this mission. A good man is not a good man. Jiang Wei watched his calm return to the outside. Big deal, I'll explore a little bit first. Soon, at the entrance of the building, a group of every 10 skeletons strutted out. Since the skeleton army was too conspicuous, it would be better to scout with a small unit first. According to Jiang Wei's estimation, 10 skeletons could almost deal with one beast soldier. And Jiang Wei also walked out of the building shortly afterward. Under his senses, there was a group of skeletons that never encountered a beast soldier, so he thought it was a safe route. After planning a good route, Jiang Wei no longer made a big fanfare to kill the beast soldiers, but chose to fight a small annihilation battle, little by little to consume the beast soldiers' vital forces. A squad of skeletons was like Jiang Wei's eyes. Any squad that encountered a group of beast soldiers was annihilated, and soon a large number of skeletons would arrive to surround and annihilate the beast soldiers.
As he continued to explore, Jiang Wei realized that the beast soldiers in the urban area were mainly scattered.
Even if there were beast soldiers gathered together, their numbers would not be too high, basically around 100.
This number was basically no pressure for Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei's reserve experience and completion level began to soar again.
It was not until the crimson stars moved westward in the sky and night fell that Jiang Wei stopped rounding up the beast soldiers and hid in a residential area to rest. However, due to the fact that the entire Jiangnan city had been ravaged by beast soldiers, the residential area was in a state of disrepair. The walls were dilapidated, and the buildings were in shambles, with not a single place intact.
Jiang Wei took stock of today's harvest, and his mission completion level had reached 17.86%.
After a day of fumbling around during the day, Jiang Wei had also grasped some patterns.
For a level 20 ordinary beast soldier, killing one would only result in 0.01% completion. For level 25 beast soldiers, killing one would gain 0.02% completion.
As for how much completion could be gained from a higher level beast soldier, Jiang Wei was not sure, as he had yet to encounter a higher level beast soldier. Jiang Wei's brows furrowed as he looked at the 17.86% quest completion degree. With the speed at which he had killed the beast soldiers, the quest completion degree had not even reached 20%, which showed how perverse this quest was. If it was any other player, I'm afraid that killing a few beast soldiers a day would already be the limit. After all, the attributes of these beast soldiers were not low.
Shall we go outside the city center and take a look? An impulse rose in Jiang Wei.
He had been killing the lowest level beast soldiers within the urban area, and had yet to go outside the urban area. During that time, he had sent some skeletons to explore outside the urban area, but those skeletons were killed not long after leaving the urban area. For the sake of peace of mind, Jiang Wei had been wandering around Jiangnan City, and had not been near the edge of the city at all.
However, now that it was late at night, Jiang Wei was somewhat unable to hold back.
Although there were still a large number of beast soldiers within the city, they did not pose any threat to him.
Without figuring out the situation of the beast soldiers outside the city, he was never at ease. Jiang Wei pondered over it and finally got up and left the neighborhood.
He avoided the main roads in the city and walked along secluded paths towards the outside of the city.
Jiang Wei had always lived in Jiangnan City and was more than familiar with the place.
Seeing him dive headfirst into the narrow alleys, he dodged the beast soldiers roaming around on the main road, and soon arrived at a building area at the outermost periphery of Jiangnan City. This building area was previously a high-grade neighborhood, and outside the neighborhood was the drainage canal that surrounded the entire Jiangnan City. After crossing the drainage canal around the city and going further out, it was really out of the city. Jiang Wei observed the surroundings and determined that no beast soldiers existed, then summoned 100 skeletons to stand in place, followed by a lone person to enter the neighborhood. Jiang Wei found the tallest building inside the district and climbed up. When he entered the room on the top floor, he looked through the window into the empty space outside the city center. It was just that it was dark outside right now, so he couldn't see anything clearly. However, Jiang Wei had prepared for this, and he immediately controlled the 100 skeletons outside the neighborhood, crossing over the drainage canal and heading towards the distance. On the other hand, Jiang Wei leaned against the window, his eyes dead set on the outside. Only to see those 100 skeletons pulling out a long line, lining up in a zigzag pattern and walking towards the empty city. Until all the skeletons had crossed the drainage canal, there was still no abnormality appearing. Jiang Wei, who was hiding upstairs to secretly observe the situation outside, frowned. Why is there no movement? However, just as he raised this thought, with a loud bang, the originally pitch-black open area turned into a sea of fire, reflecting half of the sky red. Jiang Wei's pupils suddenly widened as he stared at the huge object that suddenly appeared in mid-air, a flying beast soldier with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters. Before the 100 skeletons on the ground could escape, they were swept away by the sea of fire and were instantly killed in seconds.
13,372. 13,273. 13,372. 13,273.
Over 10,000 damage jumped up from the skeletons.
Jiang Wei estimated the distance between the two sides and tentatively threw out the scrying technique. Blazing Winged Dragon Beast General. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Details, unknown.
Ding, obtained information on the Blazing Flame Pterodactyl, quest completion increased to 20%. It was true that riches and wealth were at stake. Just by exploring the information of the Blazing Flame Pterodactyl, the quest completion level directly soared from 17.86% to 20%.
However, before Jiang Wei could be happy, the Blazing Wings dragon seemed to have sensed something and flew over towards Jiang Wei's neighborhood. Oh no! Jiang Wei's face instantly changed dramatically. Chapter 41 Mission Rating.
Could it be that he's been discovered? Jiang Wei's heart raced as he immediately fled towards the stairs. This blazing winged dragon beast would be too perverted, casually burning over 10,000 damage. Jiang Wei was clear that he would have to hang even if he was rubbed by it right now. While rushing downstairs, Jiang Wei released his undead summoning skill, summoning a large number of skeletons. By the time he arrived at the first floor of the building, the upper floors of the building were already covered in skeletons. And at this time, the blazing pterodactyl was already hovering over the neighborhood, constantly searching for something. Seeing that the probability of being discovered by the blazing wings dragon was too high if he left from the ground, Jiang Wei turned back to the building and entered the building's underground parking lot through the safe passage. The exit of the underground city parking lot was right outside the cell, so he could avoid the blazing wings dragon search and directly escape from the cell. When Jiang Wei reached the exit of the parking lot, he also gave the order to attack to the skeleton army for safety reasons. This was Jiang Wei's plan to attack from the east and strike from the west. Although these skeletons couldn't touch the blazing pterodactyls at all, it was still possible to use them to attract the attention of the blazing pterodactyls. Thousands of skeletons rushed out from the building with great vigor, screaming at the blazing winged dragon hovering in mid-air with fearlessness. And the blazing winged dragon did not disappoint Jiang Wei, directly attacking after discovering this group of skeletons, the dragon's breath blazing fire pouring down, the
13,372. 13,372. 13,273.
The huge damage caused these skeletons to be seconded in a single glance, with countless skeletons scattered all over the place, still owing more than 10,000 life values. However, it was fortunate that Jiang Wei had summoned a good number of skeletons in advance, which was enough to stall them for a while. While the blazing winged dragon was wreaking havoc on the skeletons, Jiang Wei took the opportunity to quietly return to Jiangnan City. Jiang Wei returned to a dilapidated neighborhood in the city before letting out a long breath. The sense of oppression brought about by a beast general of the level of the blazing winged dragon was too heavy. Jiang Wei was acting as a scout in this mission, and his current scrying technique was able to probe even level 25 beast soldiers. However, the scrying technique was directly ineffective against the blazing pterodactyl, and apart from knowing the name blazing pterodactyl and the beast general level, no other information was known. If a large number of beast generals of this level existed outside of the city, then the situation would be a bit ominous. Jiang Wei glanced at his quest completion level, which was still 80% short of making up 100%. Based on Jiang Wei's one day of mapping, there were about a dozen different types of beast soldiers in the urban area. But right now, there was another tricky problem in front of Jiang Wei. He realized that the beast soldiers inside the urban area would not be refreshed after they were eliminated. This also meant that there were fewer beast soldiers in the city. It would be troublesome if the quest completion level could not reach 100% even after the city was cleared of beast soldiers. The higher the completion level of this quest, the more generous the rewards would be. Although Jiang Wei wasn't sure if this quest would trigger the talent awakening reward, he wanted to get the highest reward even if there was a slight chance. Talents were not equipment, and there was no way to replace them in the later stages. That was why the talent level was crucial for him to improve later on. Forget it, kill the urban area beast soldiers first. Jiang Wei shook his head to calm himself down and stop thinking so much. If he couldn't, the big deal would be to introduce the beast soldiers outside the urban area into the city in the end. He didn't believe that he would be able to run into a beast general of the blazing winged dragon's level every time. Jiang Wei simply rested for a moment and started moving again under the cover of night. Dark and windy nights, days of murder and fire. The beast soldiers in the city could rest, but Jiang Wei did not want to delay. Jiang Wei had just stepped out of the neighborhood when he bumped into a wandering beast soldier. Tiger lizard beast soldier. Level, 25. Life value, 10W. Attack power, 300. Physical defense, 215. Magic defense, 225. Details: fallen ground elite beast soldier, active in broken city. Fire wall. Jiang Wei directly threw out 4 walls of fire, trapping the tiger lizard in the center, and then started throwing lightning spells furiously.
999. 999.
Roar! The tiger lizard roared in anger at the attack and then lunged towards Jiang Wei. However, at this time, the skill negative buff also started to come into play, and the distance of more than 10 meters became out of reach. Just as Jiang Wei was about to increase his output, the tiger lizard unexpectedly regained its freedom in an instant and pounced directly in front of Jiang Wei. Such bad luck. Jiang Wei was startled and hastily drew back while releasing his undead summoning skill to release his skeleton army. Jiang Wei knew clearly that this situation would only occur if the skill continuously triggered taunt.
Surround them.
Jiang Wei had 100 skeletons directly use their bodies to top it, trapping the tiger lizard in the center and surrounding it. The tiger lizard was in full force within the group of skeletons, casually knocking away several skeletons with a single claw. However, the number of skeletons was not enough, so it was hard to be suppressed and could not get close to Jiang Wei.
Moreover, the damage of these skeletons was not low,
and a random bone blade could slash out 999 damage.
A few moments later.
Late stage damage is really a problem. Jiang Wei looked at the tiger lizard corpse with a frown on his face. The 999 damage cap of the Joker's skill might have been an advantage in the early stages. But now that any random beast soldier had a life value of around 10W, the Joker's damage was a bit insufficient. Jiang Wei has the only equipment that can refresh the skill cooldown, so if the damage is not enough, he can use the number of skills to make up for it. If he were to be replaced by another Joker player, he would be very weak in the later stages.
This also made Jiang Wei eager to awaken his talent or obtain a few more unique level equipment. In fact, the time Jiang Wei took to kill the tiger lizard wasn't that long, and it only took more than 10 seconds before and after. However, for Jiang Wei, who was used to seconds in the novice village, there was indeed some discrepancy. After killing the tiger lizard, Jiang Wei's quest completion came to 20.02%.
Killing an ordinary beast soldier increased by 0.01% once, and killing an elite beast soldier would double that. It was just that the number of elite beast soldiers wasn't that high, and most of them were still killing normal beast soldiers. I don't know if it was because of this mission, but Jiang Wei killed so many beast soldiers, but nothing exploded. Without stopping to kill the tiger lizard, Jiang Wei continued to search for beast soldiers along a street. Not long after, on the main street of the city, Jiang Wei found a group of beast soldiers that were resting on the ground.
It's Lord Oysters. Jiang Wei recognized this group of beast soldiers at a glance.
There was not much difference between the attributes of the Lord Peony and the Inferno Roar, and they were both ordinary beast soldiers. With the previous experience, this time, Jiang Wei directly summoned a few waves of skeleton soldiers to charge in front, while he himself was at the back for long-range output. This wasn't just 1 or 2 of them, so if they caught up with the taunt buff again, it would be a complete disaster. Ding, killed, Lord Oyster, at a higher level, stored experience value plus 1000. Once I leave the novice village, my level should be quite a bit ahead of the others. With a steady stream of stored experience value, Jiang Wei understood that this was an opportunity to pull ahead of others in terms of leveling. When this group of lords and peasants were all killed, another system prompt rang out. Ding, mission completion 21%, mission rating a grade A? Jiang Wei stared blankly. 21% mission completion rated at level A? Chapter 42, Outside the City. Jiang Wei was a bit surprised. He originally thought that at least 60% mission completion would be considered qualified. But now that the mission completion was only 21%, the mission rating was already A-rated. Calculating like this, the mission rating might even increase when the mission completion reached 40%. And the truth was indeed as Jiang Wei expected, he had underestimated the difficulty of this mission at the beginning. If he were an ordinary player, facing a high-level monster like the Beast Soldier, it would be impossible for him to kill it as easily as he did. The 21% completion level was already enough to make it unattainable for most people. Obviously, from the moment Jiang Wei came to the Fallen Zone and felt that his output was insufficient, he had underestimated the extent of his perversity. Now that he had gotten his A rank rating, would S rank be far behind? Jiang Wei was instantly energized, and even had the idea of having another skeleton army surround the city. However, he immediately remembered the beast generals outside the city, and his entire being calmed down again, putting that thought to rest. Steady on, Jiang Wei muttered, you can't get fat in one bite, instead, you'll easily choke to death. There was quite a lot of commotion from killing this group of lord peasants just now, and Jiang Wei also felt that quite a number of beast soldiers were rushing towards this area. Leave first, Jiang Wei made up his mind and immediately left the main road of the city. Not long after Jiang Wei left, a large group of beast soldiers arrived from afar at the sound of their voices. However, they found nothing and resumed their wandering state not long after. Anyway, it was only the first day and there was still plenty of time left for the mission, so Jiang Wei was determined to continue with the combat policy of small unit annihilation to avoid making too much noise. In case the beast soldiers outside the city, or even the beast generals were introduced into the city, it would be dangerous. Throughout the night, Jiang Wei did not rest for a single moment, constantly changing his position in Jiangnan City to kill single and small groups of beast soldiers. By the time the Crimson Star rose again, Jiang Wei's mission completion level had already reached 31.13%.
At this moment, Jiang Wei was hiding in a private residence to rest.
He sat in the corner and watched the huge-sized crimson sphere slowly rise in the sky through the broken wall, his complexion becoming a little more grave.
Jiang Wei was now almost certain that this fallen area was the real Jiangnan City.
But if the scene in front of us is the real situation on the surface, then the large number of beast soldiers in the city are also real? For a while, Jiang Wei was in a daze. Not to talk about the beast soldiers, alone the Dragon Country Dungeon Show Everything are far beyond the 21st century technology level category. For many years of materialism, at this moment some shaking. Just as Jiang Wei was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed that the skeleton squads he had sent to the east, south, and west dissipated at the same time. The skeletons have automatically disappeared at the same time. Jiang Wei's face changed slightly as he got up and looked to the side, only the north side remains. The skeleton squads in the east, south, and west automatically disappeared by time, which meant that they did not encounter any beast soldiers along the way. Beast soldiers would not refresh when they were killed, and there would be one less when one died. After a day and a night of killing, Jiang Wei had almost cleaned up 3/4 of the beast soldiers in the city. Jiang Wei glanced at his 31.13% quest completion, and then looked to the north of the urban area. It seems that it is impossible to reach 100% by relying only on the beast soldiers in the urban area.
This mission. Jiang Wei revealed a bitter smile and whispered, "This is forcing me to lure beast soldiers into the city." After saying that, Jiang Wei walked out of the private residence and headed towards the northern part of the city. With only one area of beast soldiers left, Jiang Wei was no longer worried about causing a large-scale beast soldier fight. He directly summoned 10 waves of skeletons, allowing 1,000 skeletons to open up the road and vastly crushing through. Next to a road in the northern part of the city, a lone tiger lizard looked at the densely packed skeleton army, its eyes revealing a hint of confusion. When did a creature it had never seen before appear in the city, and in such large numbers? However, before the tiger lizard could react, the skeletons in front of it had already raised their bone knives. 999.
Roar! Sensing that its dignity was being provoked, the tiger lizard roared angrily. However, immediately afterward, the tiger lizard turned its head and ran. At the back, Jiang Wei was stunned when he saw this scene, and this was the first time that such a situation had occurred. The beast soldiers that he had previously killed all had a cold-blooded, death-defying style, and to put it bluntly, they were brainless. This tiger lizard even knew how to escape? Jiang Wei did not care about this scene and continued to command the skeleton army to advance. But soon, Jiang Wei realized that the situation was somewhat abnormal. He had commanded the skeleton army to walk around for so long, but apart from the beast soldier he encountered at the beginning, he had not encountered any more beast soldiers. Just as Jiang Wei was surprised, a group of beast soldiers ran wildly in a black pressurized group around the corner of the street in front of him. Is this moving for help? Although Jiang Wei was a bit surprised, he still allowed his skeleton army to meet them. The beast soldiers were not afraid of death, the skeleton army was equally not bad, they had already died once, who was afraid of who? Both sides exchanged short handles and instantly strangled each other. Ding, killing, Lord Peony, at a higher level, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, killed, Yen Roar, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, killed, Tiger Lizard, stored experience value plus 1000. Jiang Wei estimated the number of beast soldier swarms and began to cast undead summoning to summon skeletons again. The blood quantity advantage of the beast soldiers quickly manifested itself, and the rate of skeleton loss far exceeded that of the beast soldiers, but it couldn't be helped that Jiang Wei kept replenishing the number of skeletons at the back. Jiang Wei also threw a few lightning spells and firewalls from time to time to provide long-range artillery support.
The number of beast soldiers began to decrease rapidly, transforming into Jiang Wei's stored experience value and mission completion points.
Jiang Wei suddenly had some expectations. Once the level restriction was released, how many levels would he directly raise? Level 20? Or level 30? Soon, all the beast soldiers in the last area of the entire Jiangnan City district were also killed. Ding, mission completion 35%, mission rating S. Level S. Jiang Wei revealed a flash of joy when he heard the system prompt. After working so hard for so long, the mission rating had finally risen another notch to S rank. Moreover, the degree of completion was a bit lower than what Jiang Wei had predicted, as he had thought that the rating would not be raised until the mission had reached 40% completion. However, the only trouble was that now that the city area was empty, the only way left to raise the mission completion level was to go outside the city. But the blazing pterodactyl outside the city stopped for a moment. Jiang Wei clenched his teeth and headed towards the outside of the city center. Chapter 43, Luring the Enemy into the City. What kind of gambler loses every day? Jiang Wei didn't believe that he would be able to encounter another beast general level existence this time around. However, for the sake of caution, he still sent an inconspicuous skeleton ahead to scout the way. Outside the city, the small skeleton crossed the city ring drainage canal and walked another few dozen meters before stopping, not continuing deeper. At the back, Zhang Wei cautiously followed after making sure that the skeleton had not encountered any attacks from the beast soldiers. As far as the eye could see, the outside of the city was filled with a faint red mist, as if a thin veil was shrouding the empty scorched earth outside the city. And within the red mist were countless beast soldiers that could not be seen. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wei, on the contrary, let out a long sigh of relief. Although the number of beast soldiers outside the city was high, there were no beast generals, which was undoubtedly good news. Just at this moment, a system prompt rang out. Ding, rough information outside the fallen area has been included, mission completion has been raised to 36%. A direct boost of 1%? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. It was important to know that this 1% mission completion level required him to kill 100 beast soldiers to obtain it. Did I get the direction of the quest wrong? An absurd thought popped up in Zhang Wei's mind. This mission was Scout Intelligence in Fallen Areas, which required surviving 3 days in a fallen area and bringing back information. Zhang Wei recalled that in ancient times, scouts were scouts that. The main task was to scout the enemy, draw maps, and collect information on enemy provisions, weapons, camp defenses, and so on. To summarize, the main function of a scout was not to kill the enemy. However, Zhang Wei came here and after killing a beast soldier to gain 0.01% completion, he focused all his energy on hunting beast soldiers. In other words, it was very likely that this mission would not even require killing beast soldiers. All he needed to do was to explore the maps and the types and numbers of beastmen inside and outside of the fallen zone, and he would be able to obtain a high mission completion rate. Thinking clearly about this, Zhang Wei's face immediately became a bit embarrassed. However, it's a good thing that only he knows about this matter. No, Zhang Wei looked at the large number of beast soldiers outside the city center and suddenly dismissed his thoughts again. Perhaps the original design of this quest was only to explore the map of the fallen zone and the situation of the beast soldiers, but killing the beast soldiers must also be the most important part of the quest. However, there were definitely additional benefits to killing the beast soldiers, and storing experience values was a proof of that. If this quest really only wanted players to complete the Scout Intelligence mission, then there would be no such thing as storing experience value for killing beast soldiers, nor would it give 0.01% completion. Who cares, it's better to kill first, it doesn't matter if it's a bit slow, there's experience to be gained anyway. Zhang Wei made up his mind and prepared to continue with his plan of luring the enemy deeper and deeper into the city. Moreover, Zhang Wei looked at the countless beast soldiers in the red mist outside the city. Even if the mission was really to explore the map, he would not be foolish enough to run outside the city to explore. That would be no different from sending them to their deaths. At this time, Zhang Wei once again realized that the 3 skills he had copied were a bit of a waste. Since entering the fallen zone, the undead summoning skill was very effective, and he relied on the skeleton army to get around the city like a fish out of water. Fire Wall and Thunderbolt were a bit repetitive. In the current situation where there were fewer replicable skills, it was especially important to match the skills wisely. If the duplicated skill was Stealth, wouldn't it be a lot easier now? However, it was too late to replace the skill now, so it could only be a matter of recopying the skill after the quest was completed. Zhang Wei observed for a moment and retreated back to a small area. It didn't take long to work, and 100 skeletons emerged. They swaggered across the drainage canal and stopped 100 or 10 meters away from the beast soldiers outside the city. These skeletons were naturally the bait sent out by Zhang Wei, and if nothing else, they could lure a wave of beast soldiers into the city and kill them to gain reserve experience and quest completion points. But often, the vision was plentiful and the reality was bony. Without accidents, there was going to be an accident. Before the large number of beast soldiers perched on those scorched earths could make a move, a group of flying beast soldiers in mid-air swooped towards the skeleton first. Zhang Wei, who was secretly observing in the small area, was somewhat speechless when he saw this scene. This group of flying beast soldiers, South Wing, he had encountered before. The problem was that the skeletons could not attack these flying beast soldiers and could only be passively beaten. The 100 skeleton decoys sent by Zhang Wei were quickly eliminated by the South Wing. Undeterred, Zhang Wei sent out a few more waves of skeletons, but every time, the flying beast soldiers rushed out first. How can we still fight this? Zhang Wei's head was a bit big. His plan of luring the enemy into the city was about to go down the drain. Even if the skeletons introduced the southern wing into the city, the skeleton army would not be able to attack these flying beast soldiers. Unless he personally attacked them with his thunderbolt technique. Just as Zhang Wei was caught in a dilemma, a piece of broken concrete suddenly fell from above his head. Zhang Wei subconsciously looked up and realized that the broken floating window on the 17th floor was shaking in the wind. The scene made Zhang Wei's eyes light up. The 30-story skyscrapers on both sides formed a narrow skyline, with the sky cut into thin strips. Zhang Wei had an idea as he looked around at the forest of tall buildings. After a long time, another group of skeletons swaggered out of the city, their bone joints banging and clattering, while the southern wing outside the city once again flew over. This time, however, these skeletons turned around in unison and ran towards the city center. Although the south wing was much faster than the skeletons in terms of speed, this time there were enough skeletons to introduce this group of south wings into the city. At a narrow passageway with tall buildings on both sides, the fleeing skeletons suddenly stopped and stayed put. This group of south wings also hovered in mid-air and began to attack indiscriminately. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and countless skeletons densely broke out from the roofs and upper floors of buildings, pouring down.
Pouncing, pouncing.
Countless skeletons landed on the back of the south wing, their finger bones clasping the south wing's wings in death. In the blink of an eye, at least a dozen skeletons were lying on each south wing. The group of south wings could hardly bear the weight, and like kites with broken wings, they began to fall towards the bottom. Many south wings hissed and struggled. It was just that once this group of flying beast soldiers reached the ground, it was the world of the skeleton army. The skeleton army that had been hidden around by Zhang Wei in advance surged out and pounced towards the south wing with vigor. Not far away, Zhang Wei was very satisfied with his own masterpiece. He utilized the tall buildings to offset the air superiority of this group of south wings. As long as they came to the ground, these south wings would be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ding, killed, south wing, at a higher level, stored experience value plus 2000. Ding, killed, south wing, by crossing the level, stored experience value plus 2000. Ding, mission completion increased to 36.02%. Ding, mission completion increased to 36.04%. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised that the experience value of killing the south wing was twice that of a normal beast. But just when Zhang Wei thought that the big picture had been decided, the south wing suddenly raised its head to the sky and squealed sadly, followed by the ground starting to tremble slightly. Outside the city, a large wave of beast soldiers rushed over like a tidal wave of madness.
Chapter 44 Letting Go.
With such a big commotion of the beast dynasty entering the city, Zhang Wei sensed that the situation was not good at first, and he also realized that the southern wing hissing just now should have been asking for help. However, this was exactly what Zhang Wei wanted. He had planned to lure the beast soldiers into the city.
Zhang Wei decisively retreated towards the city and found a residence to hide.
The beast soldiers outside the city were like an ocean flooding into the city, and the skeletons that were fighting with the south wing only lasted for a moment before they were drowned by the beast tide. The attributes of these skeletons were already much worse than the beast soldiers, and without Zhang Wei's support, they were no match for these beast soldiers at all. And after exterminating a bunch of skeletons, the beast soldiers began to roam around the city again. As for what was left of the south wing, it returned outside the city in a sorry state. These beast soldiers seemed to have their own territories, and only some of the most common beast soldiers stayed within the city. Flying beast soldiers like Nanwing did not stay in the city much at all. In a residential corner of the city, Zhang Wei secretly observed the new beast soldiers entering the city, not choosing to make a move immediately. The commotion just now was a bit too loud, and it would be troublesome if he caught the attention of the beast generals. Zhang Wei waited until sunset and dusk approached before he stepped out from within the residence. I wonder how much the mission completion level will increase this time. Zhang Wei whispered and walked towards the beast soldiers not far away. Tomorrow was the last day of the mission, and as S rank was clearly not the highest rating, he had to raise his mission completion as much as possible tonight. But wherever possible, Zhang Wei would try his best to get the best rewards. Under the night, skirmishes began to occur continuously in the city, but by the time the other beast soldiers arrived at the sound of their voices, only a mess remained. Regardless of whether it was a single beast soldier or a group of hundreds, Zhang Wei no longer made any reservations. While the skeleton army assumed the role of meat shield at the front, Zhang Wei was frantically outputting at the back. Lightning spells and firewalls alternated in turn, throwing them out towards the beast soldiers without any money, and the stored experience value and quest completion level began to soar. Until dawn, the city of Jiangnan City became empty once again, with only a few scattered beast soldiers left. As the last beast soldier was killed, the familiar system sound rang out again. Ding, mission completion increased to 60%, mission rating SS. Rating SS. Zhang Wei did not have the expected excitement. Instead, he muttered, it means that there will be another SSS rating, or even higher. Just as Zhang Wei was considering whether or not to lure another wave of beast soldiers into the city, another system voice rang out. Ding, there are 3 hours left until the end of the mission. Zhang Wei was stunned. Only 3 hours left? With 3 hours to go, it was a bit unrealistic to try to raise the mission rating to SSS level according to his methods. Zhang Wei only hesitated for a moment, and his gaze once again turned to the outskirts of the city, where there were still countless beast soldiers.
After only a few moments.
Dry up. Riches and riches. Zhang Wei spoke in a deep voice. How do you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? SS rank might have been very good compared to many people, but it wasn't enough for Zhang Wei. Especially since he guessed that this was likely the true status quo of the blue star surface. In this situation, especially after meeting the beast general, Zhang Wei knew that his strength was still far from enough right now. Although he could go back safely now, when he came back here again after exiting the novice village, it would still be hard to escape being exterminated.
Undead summon. A wave of skeletons was summoned by Zhang Wei, followed by the second wave.
The 10th wave. The 30th.
The skeletons existed for half an hour, 100 skeletons at a time. How many skeletons could be summoned at the same time? Zhang Wei himself wasn't sure, he had never done this before. For one, there was absolutely no need for this in the novice village before, it wasn't worth his full strength. Secondly, after coming here, with the existence of a beast general who could instantly second an army of skeletons, Zhang Wei had to be cautious. However, now he wanted to give it a try. 5 minutes, the urban area was lined with skeletons. 10 minutes, the urban area was turned into an ocean of white bones. 20 minutes later. Outside the scorched earth of the city, under the red mist, countless beast soldiers suddenly turned their heads in unison to look at the urban area. Only to see the urban area between the tall buildings, such as the dam that opens the gate and releases the water. White bones like the sea, waves boiling, pouring. Roar, a beast soldier let out a roar, Immediately after, roar, a large number of beast soldiers roared in unison, seemingly venting their anger again, charging towards the skeleton army. Although the skeletons summoned by Zhang Wei could not hiss, their shaking skeletons clicked. The two sides fought each other in a short battle, the sound was amazing, and Zhang Wei could hardly hide his excitement even though he was at the back. This was a battle that he had made alone. Just ask who else could be so perverted besides him. However, Zhang Wei was not careless as the skeletons continued to be summoned by him in a steady stream. After all, the single attribute of the skeletons was too different from the beast soldiers, relying on the damage of 999 slashes and Zhang Wei's constant replenishment of soldiers. Ding, killed, Inferno Roar, by crossing the level, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, killed, Tiger Lizard, stored experience value plus 1000. Ding, killed, Red Snake, stored experience value plus 2000. The two sides were at a stalemate for a while, and the Ring City drainage channel became a black and white demarcated shura, with the number of beast soldiers and skeletons decreasing drastically. At the same time, Zhang Wei's stored experience value and quest completion level began to soar. Beast soldiers continued to pour out of the red mists outside the city. Comparing durability with me? The corner of Zhang Wei's mouth rose as his skills were consumed less and he was not afraid at all. Ding, mission completion degree increased to 61.02%. Ding, mission completion level increased to 65%. Ding, mission completion degree increased to 70%. Ding, mission completion increased to 85%, mission rating SSS. SSS rating. Zhang Wei couldn't help but look happy when he heard the system prompt. But immediately afterward. Ding, mission completion degree increased to 85.89%. Zhang Wei was stunned, the mission degree is still increasing, and SSS is not the highest rating. However, it was harmless, as there were still countless beast soldiers ahead, enough for him to brush the mission completion degree to 100%. However, right at this moment. Roar, deep in the red mist, a behemoth with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters flew rapidly towards the city. Zhang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk, it was that blazing winged dragon again. Ding, there are 10 minutes left until the end of the mission. There were still the last 10 minutes. Zhang Wei subconsciously looked behind him towards the urban area. Ducking in at this time might be able to survive the 10 minutes. However, he also looked outside the city, and although the mission completion level was rising, there was still a huge gap from 100%. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Zhang Wei suddenly rushed towards the city. Life and death have their own destiny. Let's take a gamble. How about it? How? Chapter 45, Final Completion. The moment Zhang Wei rushed towards the city, the skeleton army that was fighting the beast soldiers moved in the opposite direction like a tidal wave. And with Zhang Wei's direction, it formed a diagonal. This was Zhang Wei's plan to turn the tiger away from the mountain. Previously, the skeleton army had already been divided against the beast soldiers outside the urban area and were at loggerheads. This indicated that the number of beast soldiers in this area had reached a limit. In particular, the appearance of the blazing winged dragon reinforced Zhang Wei's speculation. Therefore, Zhang Wei had the skeleton army draw away these beast soldiers while he himself prepared to charge into the misty area. With so many skeletons drawing fire, it would be difficult for him to attract the attention of these brainless beast soldiers. The quest completion level was still quite a bit short of 100%, so Zhang Wei did not expect the skeleton army to raise the quest completion level to 100% under the attack of the flaming wings dragon. Exploring the misty area outside the city became his only option, which was why Zhang Wei took a risky gamble. Luckily, the situation was also true to Zhang Wei's expectations, as both the beast soldiers and the blazing winged dragons were attracted by the skeleton army. He alone crossed over the Ring City drainage channel and smoothly entered the Red Mist range. Ding, obtaining information on the Red Mist area, mission completion increased to 95%. Right bet. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. As the skeleton army was shifting at full strength to attract firepower, it caused the growth rate of the mission completion degree to decrease drastically. However, Zhang Wei had just entered this so-called red mist zone, and the completion level had instantly increased to 95%. The red mist enveloped Zhang Wei's entire body, and he had initially thought that these red mists were poisonous gases, and that there might be situations such as continuous blood loss.
However, after actually coming in, there was no discomfort. The skeleton army wouldn't be able to hold out for long, so he had to figure out the situation here in the shortest time possible and raise his completion level to 100%. Jiang Wei stabilized his mind, observed the situation around him, and ran directly into the depths of the red mist. Occasionally encountering a few sporadic beast soldiers, Jiang Wei no longer stayed his hand, dropping dozens of lightning spells in a single shot and rushing headlong into the depths without looking back. In Jiang Wei's field of vision, there was a huge shadow looming in the depths of the red mist. Due to the distance, it was not clear what it was for the time being. However, as Jiang Wei went deeper, the distance was constantly being drawn closer, and the shadow gradually became clearer, and there were dozens of beast soldiers guarding around the shadow. What is this thing? Jiang Wei was shocked as he looked ahead. A thick vine that resembled a living creature was constantly wriggling. The dozens of beast soldiers around the vine man had also discovered Jiang Wei. Roar! These beast soldiers did not attack at the first moment, instead, they let out a roar. It's an early warning. Jiang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk as the beast soldiers were calling out to the blazing winged dragon. At the same time, the blazing wings dragon violently lifted its wings and folded back the moment it heard the roar of the beast soldiers. The beast soldiers also gave up on rounding up the few remaining skeletons and turned around to rush towards the red mist area. Thunderbolt. Fire wall. Undead summoning. Jiang Wei also went out on a limb and opened fire. The dozens of beast soldiers were blasted to death in no time. The summoned skeletons, on the other hand, slashed towards the vine main. Pooh! Poof! The skeleton's bone knife separated the vine man, and several translucent eggs were revealed inside. Each egg was more than 1 person high, and the light golden lines on the eggshell seemed like living creatures that kept wandering around. Just then, a system prompt rang out. Ding, mission countdown 10 seconds. Roar! A penetrating roar came at the same time. The blazing winged dragon had rushed back. In midair, the blazing wings dragon swung its wings like a madman, rushing towards this place. It's too late. Jiang Wei was prepared to steal an egg at first, but it was clearly unrealistic now. He gritted his teeth and threw a thunderbolt spell directly towards Fujiman. Ding, mission countdown in 6 seconds. Roar! The blazing winged dragon rushed to arrive, and dragon breath spewed out of the blazing winged dragon's mouth like a waterfall, drowning Jiang Wei in an instant. 13326, a huge damage floated up from the top of Jiang Wei's head, but Jiang Wei was not killed in seconds as expected. Ding, triggering the bond special effect, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. Jiang Wei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he heard this sound. The emotional ties detention ring had come into play at this time. However, the movements of Jiang Wei's hands did not slow down in the slightest, and thunderbolt arts were thrown at those eggs without any money. Roar! The blazing winged dragon was in a hurry, and a hint of panic even appeared in its eyes. It realized that no matter how much more it spat out dragon breath, it couldn't burn this human. The several eggs in the vine main were already in danger under the human's attack, and one of the eggs was already vaguely cracked. Ding, mission countdown to 0, opening teleportation. Almost there. Jiang Wei was equally anxious. He was about to have an egg broken by him, but at this time, he was going to be teleported away. The moment Jiang Wei's body disappeared, he still threw out his last lightning spell. Click, a crisp sound rang out from the eggshell. When Jiang Wei opened his eyes again, he had already been teleported back to the novice village and appeared in front of the blacksmith store. Jiang Wei subconsciously looked down at his quest completion level. Mission completion, 105%, mission rating, unknown reason to be determined. 105%? Rating pending. Jiang Wei froze. Was this over completion, or was 100% mission completion not the limit? Just as Jiang Wei was lost in thought, the blacksmith shop casting master looked at the dazed Jiang Wei and laughed. Kid, it's not simple to come back alive. Only then did Jiang Wei come back to his senses and looked up at the foundry master. Senior, a little bit of luck. Well, the casting master waved his hand. Luck is also part of strength. After saying that, the foundry master's words changed. Let me see how well you completed your task. The completion level doesn't seem to have reached its limit. Jiang Wei looked at the 105% completion level and spoke with some regret. Hey! The casting master couldn't help but comfort. How can this mission reach its limit? To have a rating would be. Seeing Jiang Wei's 105% mission completion, the casting master's words came to an abrupt end in the middle of his sentence. Senior? Jiang Wei looked at the casting master in confusion. Is there something wrong? The casting master looked at Jiang Wei blankly, reached out to rub his eyes, and then looked at him once more. Only eventually did he mutter, 105%. How is this possible? Chapter 46, The Reward That Can't Be Taken for Granted. The Foundry Master Bandicoot looked at Jiang Wei's quest completion and fell into silence for a moment. The atmosphere of the scene gradually became somewhat bizarre. Jiang Wei was still waiting for his quest reward, but the casting master hadn't moved. Could it be that this old man wants to hack his reward? Jiang Wei was wary. The NPCs in the third world never played by the rules, as could be seen from the fact that players had to pay first to receive their quests, and these NPCs were more like greedy people.
Zhang Wei waited for a few more moments and finally couldn't help but speak first. Senior, my quest reward? Cough. Cough.
The Foundry Master coughed lightly a few times before falling into silence again.
This scene instantly made Zhang Wei feel bad.
The casting master suddenly glanced at Zhang Wei's expression, and his face was a bit unsettled. Kid, what kind of eyes are you looking at?
Senior, it's better to give me the quest reward first, Zhang Wei repeated again.
The Foundry Master was silent again. It wasn't that he was going to renege or didn't want to give it, but it was beyond the scope of his reward. The casting master held Zhang Wei's skeptical gaze against him, and held back a sentence with an embarrassed face. Naturally, there's no problem, I'll give you part of it first.
Sure enough.
Zhang Wei's eyes widened. This old man was going to embezzle his rewards.
Zhang Wei looked at the Foundry Master suspiciously, not saying a word. Is the old man's character not worthy of your trust?
The casting master was anxious.
Zhang Wei shook his head decisively. You brat.
The casting master was somewhat helpless, revealing a bitter smile, which was indeed a bit embarrassing. He did not expect a 105% completion to occur, while the reward cap he could give corresponded to a 100% completion. The casting master spoke helplessly. You should look at the reward first.
Ding, congratulations to player Eternal Knight for over completing the Scout Exploration mission. Reward, Falling Echo's Cloak. Qualification Dan, full attribute plus 100.
Ding, congratulations on completing the Scout Exploration mission. A service-wide announcement will be made. Is personal information hidden? Service-wide announcement?
Zhang Wei was stunned. Before it was all Novice Village announcements, this time it even triggered a service-wide announcement.
No, there was no need to hide it.
Ding, congratulations to Blue Star Dragon Region player Yongye for completing the Fallen Zone Exploration quest. 6 consecutive service-wide announcements caused everyone in the Third World Blue Star to be stunned.
This time, the service-wide announcement was just to congratulate this Evernight for completing the quest? The last service-wide announcement was Nightstar awakening his SSS rank talent. What kind of mission was this Fallen Zone that warranted such an outcry? Why is it the Dragon Kingdom again?
A certain island nations group was furious, and the fact that the Dragon Kingdom had triggered service-wide announcements one after another made this group a bit uneasy. Decades ago, they had also invaded Dragon Country, causing this island country to always despise Dragon Country. Now the Dragon Kingdom players were stealing ahead of them one after another, which made every single line on the island nation upset.
Oceania. Again is Dragon Country?
A white man was a bit upset. Clearly they were the strongest. However, the most excited were the players of Dragon Kingdom 9167's Novice Village. The public channel frantically refreshed.
It's Big Brother Neverwinter Nights. Holy, a service-wide announcement.
I said how come Big Brother Neverwinter Nights hasn't made a move in 3 days, so it's holding back a big one.
Kneel down for Big Brother. When Zhang Wei was in the Novice Village, there were constant system announcements every day. It was only in the past 3 days since he completed his mission that the announcements stopped. This made the 9167 Novice Village players who were used to hearing announcements every day a bit uncomfortable. However, just as Blue Star players were boiling over because of this service-wide announcement, the Third World made several more announcements one after another that made everyone's jaws drop. Ding, opening Blue Star's legendary mission reclaiming the Fallen Zone, mission period 90 days. Ding, the Third World Blue Star's main city has been captured by an unknown beast and has become a fallen area, and a mission has been issued to all survivors of Blue Star. Ding, this mission is a binding mission for all survivors of Blue Star and cannot be cancelled or abandoned.
Ding, unable to recapture the Yi Fallen Zone, the Yi main city cannot be established, and the player will become a wanderer. Special reminder, the probability of a vagabond surviving in a fallen area is 0.000001%. Once these service-wide announcements were sent out, everyone in Blue Star was confused. They all received the legendary quest, Reclaim the Fallen Zone, at the same time. The commotion that had been caused by Eternal Night triggering the service-wide announcements quieted down in an instant. After a few moments, the Blue Star players came back to their senses one after another. One player opened his mouth with wide eyes, somewhat incredulously.
I have a legendary level quest?
Not to mention legendary level quests, many people had never received even the most ordinary quests after entering the Third World.
And the players who realized this instantly boiled over. FCK, it's really a legendary ranked quest. What kind of rewards must be given if this is completed? This is my first quest.
However, amongst these unusually excited players, there was still a part of them that sensed a problem.
Legendary level, and it's a Blue Star owner binding quest. I'm afraid it's not that easy to complete. According to the announcement, it's for us to take down the fallen area before we can establish the main city.
I can't believe it's like this. Other people didn't understand, but Zhang Wei knew about the situation of the Fallen Zone. In addition to beast soldiers, there were also beast generals in the Fallen Zone. It was easy to take down the Fallen Zone, but it was too difficult to defend it.
And Zhang Wei's heart sank. There is one thing that is not explicitly stated in the announcement: in the fallen area, the death cannot be resurrected.
Kid, the Foundry Master looked at Zhang Wei, who was deep in thought, and laughed. You'd better look at your own rewards first. Only then did Zhang Wei look at the equipment he had obtained. Falling Echo's Cloak. Grade, Unlimited. Grade, Unique. Attribute, Stage Comedy, +1 to the number of skills a clown can imitate and copy. Features, Curtain Call Echo. All damage dealt by the clown in his performance state will trigger a one-time echo when the curtain falls. Details, the show has come to an end, but the surprises have just begun. Listen, this is the soft chant of death. This. Zhang Wei's gaze was shocked as he looked at the falling curtain echo trait. A one-time reverberation? Did it mean that the total damage dealt by skills in the performance state could be released at once? Seeing that Zhang Wei was shocked, the caster said smugly, "This equipment is good, isn't it?" Zhang Wei immediately feigned indifference, his eyes fixed on the casting master as he pursued, "There's still a reward, isn't there? Isn't it a talent?" The casting master's old face stiffened. The reason why this mission had a rating, the ultimate reward, was naturally talent. It was just that 105% mission completion was beyond the scope of his rewards. The Foundry Master also did not expect that the 100% mission completion corresponding to the divine level talent reward would not be available at this moment. At this moment, it would actually be impossible to take. What to do? Casting Master a little panic. Chapter 47 Million Damage Value. It really is a talent. Zhang Wei looked at the caster's reaction and realized that he should have guessed right. But why was this caster dragging his feet and refusing to give it to himself? Could it be that he was asking for money again? With one experience, Zhang Wei did not have a good impression of the Foundry Master. Feeling Zhang Wei's gaze, the Foundry Master smiled sarcastically. "Either you used the qualification Dan first?" Zhang Wei suspiciously looked at the somewhat abnormal Foundry Master and used the qualification Dan directly. Ding, congratulations on serving the qualification Dan, full attributes +100. The 4 dimensions were directly added by 100, and the most crucial thing was the increase of 2000 life value. This brought Zhang Wei's life value to 3000 points as well. However, when he thought of the Beast General casually dealing tens of thousands of points of damage, he still felt a bit brittle. Zhang Wei's current equipment configuration was perverted to the extreme though, with 3 pieces of unique equipment at this stage. However, the beauty of it was that none of the 3 pieces of unique equipment added life value. Zhang Wei lamented a little, and then looked at the caster again, reaching out. "Where's the talent?" The casting master went numb. What was coming was coming. However, the Foundry Master couldn't figure out how it was possible that the quest completion level was 105%. This quest's third world limit was set at 100%. Moreover, in the past, some people can make this task completion degree of 60%, that is the existence of a rare horn. This time, it was directly beyond the scope of the Foundry Master's understanding, so that the Foundry Master did not know what to do now. How about give him the God tier talent? The Foundry Master's mind turned. This stupid kid doesn't know anyway. And the God level talent isn't bad. There aren't many in the entire third world, how come he can't take it? Looking at Zhang Wei's eyes to eat people, the Foundry Master hard across, is ready to second best the God level talent to Zhang Wei. However, just as the casting master was about to open his mouth, he suddenly froze in place. Zhang Wei looked at the casting master with some confusion. Just now, this old man was clearly ready to give the reward. Why did he freeze again? It was only after a moment that the casting master strangely said, "The rewards that I can give from my side have already been given." What do you mean? Zhang Wei was about to go berserk at the words, his thunderbolt spell ready to be thrown over towards the caster. Even if you are an NPC, you have to pay the price for daring to hack my rewards. But right at this moment, a system prompt rang out. Ding, the task completion degree 105%, the task rating is beyond the scope of the novice village rewards, the remaining rewards can be collected in the main city to find the Foundry Patriarch. Main city casting Patriarch? Zhang Wei froze. That's right, the casting master also breathed a sigh of relief. You can just go to the main city to find the casting Patriarch to collect the remaining rewards. Zhang Wei slowly nodded, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. The so-called main city was the current fallen zone. Now, the entire Blue Star players, including Zhang Wei, had received the mission to recapture the fallen zone. But what if the main city wasn't built? Wouldn't his rewards go down the drain? As soon as Zhang Wei thought of this, he was just about to open his mouth. The casting master, however, jumped ahead and said, "If the main city is not built, not only will the rewards be gone, no one from Blue Star will survive." Zhang Wei's complexion stared at his words. He knew that the Foundry Master was right. If he could not successfully establish the main city, it was impossible for players to survive in an environment like that of the Fallen Zone. Even Zhang Wei was not sure. After all, no one knew if there were any more terrifying existences than beast generals in the Fallen Zone. Grab a fight for your life. The Foundry Master seemed to be nostalgic for the past. I've seen too many deaths of clans and species in the old man's life. Zhang Wei was silent. After he had been to the fallen area, he could perceive that the Foundry Master was not lying. "Elder, farewell." Zhang Wei turned away without further delay.
The duration of the mission to recapture the fallen area was 90 days. This also meant that within 90 days, there had to be enough players to level up to level 10 and then enter the fallen zone. If the number of players was too low, there was no way they could be a match for the beast soldiers. Moreover, the faster the better. This way, players could still squeeze out a bit of time to upgrade and raise their strength in the fallen zone.
Jiang Wei felt the urge to return to the fallen zone now.
After leaving the novice village at the old village chief's place and entering the fallen zone, his level would no longer be restricted. If he continues to stay in the village, he will not be able to gain experience and it will be a waste of time.
However, before leaving, Jiang Wei looked at the falling echoes, the only equipment he had just obtained.
There was one thing he needed to personally verify.
Just as Jiang Wei was about to leave the novice village to find a copy to test, the private message suddenly flashed up. Lang Lai, brother young knight, you are holding back a big one.
Seeing the private message from Lang Lai, Jiang Wei suddenly remembered that he still owed Lang Lai 9 million gold coins. Jiang Wei thought about it for a while and replied with a,
Eternal Knight, do you need me to take you spider copies? After a long time. Lang Lai, 10 million at a time?
Jiang Wei grinned when he saw the message. This was the price he had paid on behalf of the Spider Cavern copy speed pass record.
Jiang Wei casually sent it again. Eternal Knight, 10% discount. Lang Lai, gather at the entrance of the spider cave.
Jiang Wei saw the message and rushed directly towards the spider cave.
A few moments later.
Big brother. Big brother. Shu Tian, Han Xiu, Dark Shadow, and the others opened their mouths to greet Winged Knight when they saw him coming over.
Go in, Jiang Wei opened the door.
Good, Lang Lai nodded and directly invited Neverwinter Knights into the team. Inside the spider cave copy, Lang Lai took the lead and chopped out a sword chi.
2,345.
A high amount of damage overflowed from the top of the spider's head. How's it going? Lang Lai said as he turned his head to Jiang Wei.
Lang Lai also guessed that Neverwinter Knight's profession should be clowning.
In Lang Lai's opinion, Joker was a pre-advantage profession, and previously, his damage had been suppressed by Neverwinter Knights. But now, he could finally raise his eyebrows a bit. Not bad, Jiang Wei nodded without moving, then directly threw out a thunderbolt.
999. 999. 999.
A group of spiders were exterminated by Jiang Wei with a lift of his hand. Seeing this, Lang Lai said with a stiff upper lip, It's fine, I don't lose to you in terms of single damage. Stay close, Jiang Wei suddenly said, I'll take you guys to brush the speed ranking once. After saying that, Jiang Wei suddenly increased his speed and rushed to kill the cave where the boss was located. On the way, the group of spider elites that the team encountered were also cleared by Jiang Wei alone.
This is too cool. Shield Master Chu Tian had teamed up with Jiang Wei, but experiencing this feeling of waving his hand and destroying the enemy once again was really refreshing. The remaining few people couldn't help but nod their heads. Although their strength had increased quite a bit, they still couldn't do it as easily as Neverwinter Knights.
A few moments later, the few people arrived at the boss cave. Jiang Wei suddenly spoke, Lang Lai, bring the sword to use. Lang Lai was stunned, but he still handed over his sword. Jiang Wei took it and casually swung his sword towards the boss to slash out a sword chi. The other few people looked over in surprise. Winged Knight had copied Lang Lai's sword chi skill? But the damage limit of the Joker's skill was 999, what use was this to the boss?
But the next second. 234-8888. An unprecedented damage value floated out from the top of the boss's head. Well, Jiang Wei looked at Lang Lai, who was already dumbfounded, and asked back in a dignified manner.
Ding, congratulations to Novice Village 9167 Lang Lai Squad, refreshing the Spider Cave, copy clearance time 10 minutes and 14 seconds 78. Inside the copy, Lang Lai's few people stared blankly at Jiang Wei.
You? Lang Lai asked in shock, what have you been through these past few days? Nothing much. It's just a bit of wind and frost. Chapter 48 Crazy Thoughts.
With a damage value of over 2 million, it took a while for Lang Lai and the others to come to their senses. Even Jiang Wei himself was a bit stunned, although he guessed that Echoes of the Fall might be a one-time release of the accumulated damage from the show, he was still shocked by his own perversion level after seeing this exaggerated damage value. Although he had guessed that Curtain Echo might be a one-time release of the accumulated damage from the performance, he was still shocked by the extent of his perversions when he actually saw this exaggerated damage value to the extreme. This was a Curtain Fall Echo, this was simply a death scream. This. Lang Lai stuttered a bit and eventually smiled bitterly, wanting to ask but not asking. Lang Lai was a smart person and knew that there were some things he shouldn't ask about. The fact that Yang Ye was willing to deal this damage in front of them was taking them as friends, but as friends one had to know the limits. But what Lang Lai didn't know was that the damage value of more than 2 million was the limit of the Spider Cave, not Jiang Wei's damage limit. If there were more monsters in the copy, Jiang Wei could have possibly dealt 10 million damage. Invincible, Shield Master Chu Tian muttered. Originally, they thought that the gap between them and Neverwinter Nights would get smaller and smaller, but it turned out that it wasn't the case at all. Not only did the gap not narrow, but it widened to the point where they couldn't see Yang Ye's back anymore. Priest Hanxiu looked at Yang Ye with a face of adoration, then turned to Lang Lai and said, "Boss, when will you be able to deal 1,000,000 damage?"
Lang Lai was speechless and didn't know how to answer.
1,000,000 damage, he might be able to do it when he's 100 or so levels old.
After a long time, Lang Lai opened his mouth and asked, "Yang Ye, when are you leaving the novice village?"
In Lang Lai's opinion, there was clearly no need for Yang Ye to be in the novice village right now. Just for the next day or two, Zhang Wei looked at Lang Lai and the others. "We'll see you in the main city." "I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for a short period of time," Lang Lai suddenly said. 3 months' time to fight down the fallen area before we can establish the main city, and we shouldn't be in a main city."
Zhang Wei froze at his words and curiously said, "Players from the same novice village go to different main cities?"
Lang Lai slowly nodded his head and lowered his voice. "The main city corresponding to each player is the city you were in on the day of your transfer." Zhang Wei looked at Lang Lai with some surprise, but on second thought, it was really possible. After all, he had just completed the Fallen Zone intelligence mission, and the Fallen Zone was Jiangnan City. After they exited the Spider Cavern copy and chatted casually for a few moments, Zhang Wei bid farewell to the others.
"Big brother," Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, "are you leaving the novice village now?"
"No," Zhang Wei shook his head.
"Then you."
Chu Tian had a curious look on his face. Going offline to sleep, Zhang Wei finished. Not waiting for Chu Tian and the others to react, he directly went offline in place, leaving behind a few people who were filled with stagnation.
"Didn't Big Brother Eternal Night change zones?" Chu Tian muttered. "Why is he still so keen on sleeping?"
Lang Lai spoke with a complicated expression. "The 3 days he disappeared, he might have been in the third world."
"Boss," Chu Tian was stunned, "you mean to say that in the service-wide announcement, Eternal Night's completion of the Fallen Zone exploration quest lasted for 3 days? Lang Lai nodded.
If that wasn't the case, there was no need for Neverwinter Nights to frequently go offline.
Area E, room 210311. Zhang Wei came out of the holographic silo and briefly moved around first.
Although the current holographic silo had a life support system, his body was still a bit uncomfortable after not exercising for a long time. Afterwards, Zhang Wei walked to the window. The residential environment of Area E was almost on the verge of being the same as a normal neighborhood on the surface, and it was not much better than the latter 3 areas. Just a glance, there was not a single person in the neighborhood, and most of the time, they were in the third world.
Area E was already like this. What about Area A, or even Area S? A trace of curiosity suddenly rose in Zhang Wei's heart. Could it be that the environment of the previous districts is the same as the surface?
Zhang Wei had just risen to this thought, but then felt that the idea was somewhat absurd. After all, it was underground, and even if there was a gap between the different districts, it was impossible for an underground city to have as much space as the surface. Afterward, Zhang Wei browsed the Third World Forum. On the forum, there were posts about the legendary quest reclaiming the Fallen Zone. Judging by the content of the posts, most people thought that this was a benefit given by the Third World. After all, according to conventional thinking, if this task is difficult, the main city cannot be established. How to play in the future? Even some players have already generated the idea of leaving the novice village. I'm afraid something is going to happen if this continues. Zhang Wei looked at these posts with a frown on his face. Even the most ordinary beast soldiers in the Fallen Zone had attributes that were close to catching up with the novice village bosses, and it was not something that ordinary players could go to alone. It was best to be able to unify the time and go there together as a large group, otherwise it was only feared that quite a few people would die there.
Should I make a post to remind them?
Zhang Wei popped up with this thought.
But after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't post. Even if he posted it, who would believe it? People teach people and they can't be taught, things teach people and they will once. The only thing he got in return for his good words was cynicism. He had experienced this kind of thing a lot. However, right at this moment, a post on the forum was suddenly topped Dragon State government's time schedule for players to uniformly leave the novice village. Zhang Wei froze when he saw the title of this post, "Officials have stepped in."
It was also at this moment that this message also appeared on the public channels of all the novice villages in the Third World, and countless players in the novice villages were instantly thrown into shock.
Zhang Wei quickly read the content of the post. The post was very brief. 1 month later, all the novice village players in the Dragon Kingdom were dispatched out of the novice village in unison by the military. It seems that the government has known about the situation in the main city for a long time. Zhang Wei recalled that before being transferred, the troops were stationed in various cities in advance. At first, Zhang Wei thought that the government was trying to prevent a riot from occurring. But now, it seems that the government feared that it had known this for a long time. That's why it had made a layout in advance to ensure that there were troops in every novice village. If that's the case, then the success rate of the Reclaiming the Fallen Zone mission should increase quite a bit. The duration of this mission was 3 months, and the government had set the time for players to leave the novice villages at 1 month. That means there's still a month to wait.
Zhang Wei frowned slightly. He was undoubtedly wasting his time by continuing to stay in the novice village. How about, Zhang Wei suddenly came up with a crazy thought.
Could he, himself, take down a main city? Chapter 49, Out of the Novice Village.
It was by no means a brain fart that Jiang Wei had this idea. The biggest threat to him in the Fallen Zone mainly came from the beast generals.
As for those beast soldiers, they were just experienced babies to Jiang Wei.
The Falling Zone blazing pterodactyl could casually deal tens of thousands of damage, and if Jiang Wei could not directly kill the blazing pterodactyl in seconds, then he would be counter-killed. However, Jiang Wei now had the unique equipment Falling Echoes, and with so many beast soldiers in the Fallen Zone, it was enough for him to accumulate tens of millions of damage values.
Could the blazing winged dragon carry a single damage reverberation?
The more Jiang Wei thought about it, the more he felt that it could be done. If he really took down a main city by himself, if he thought about it with his toes, he would know that the reward would definitely be extraordinary. But Jiang Wei suddenly whispered to himself, still, we can't be careless, in case there's more than one blazing winged dragon in the fallen area, that would be troublesome. After making up his mind, Jiang Wei did not immediately enter the third world, but simply washed up and went to bed for a nap. Only after waking up naturally did he lie down into the holographic silo and step into the third world.
9167 Novice Village.
Let's go match the skills first. Jiang Wei had planned to directly find the old village chief and leave, but he suddenly remembered the issue of skill matching. Now that he had an additional imitable copyable skill bar, he was able to copy 4 active skills.
Currently, Jiang Wei had copied Thunderbolt, Firewall, Undead Summoning and Sword Chi. Yesterday, he copied Lang Lai's Sword Chi, initially just to be cool.
However, the feeling of slashing more than 2 million damage with Falling Echoes with a single sword was truly mesmerizing, so Jiang Wei decided to keep this skill for the time being. The importance of undead summoning was self-evident, whether it was for output, as bait, or as a meat shield, it was extremely useful. In comparison, the 2 ranged output skills, Firewall and Thunderbolt, were a bit repetitive and seemed a bit wasteful. Let's go and copy a stealth technique first. After all, it was impossible to resurrect in the Fallen Zone, so just in case, Jiang Wei decided to copy a life-saving skill. Thinking so, Jiang Wei walked towards the outside of the novice village entrance. In order to imitate and copy a skill, the target must be within a certain range of Jiang Wei, and it is the skill that the target is using, or has just used, that can be imitated and copied. However, Jiang Wei had just left the novice village when he realized that something was wrong, and that the entrance to the village, which was usually bustling with activity, was actually empty. The 3 hegemons in the village were all wandering around leisurely.
What's going on? Jiang Wei was stunned.
Moreover, the novice village public channel was unusually quiet today, with not a single person speaking.
They can't all have gone to the Fallen Zone already, right? Jiang Wei was a bit puzzled. Forget it, find someone to ask.
Jiang Wei immediately sent a private message to Lang Lai, asking him what had happened. A few moments later, Lang Lai replied with a message, briefly describing what happened in the third world novice village yesterday.
Jiang Wei looked at the message Lang Lai replied to and his face looked a bit strange. The military united the generation of trainers?
According to what Lang Lai said, yesterday, the officials had also announced the arrangements for entering the Fallen Zone on the public channel of the Third World Novice Village. Furthermore, in order to raise the level of the Novice Village players as soon as possible, they also uniformly arranged for upgrade locations, and even coordinated and matched specialists to lead the team in upgrading. Some ordinary players who were about to level up to 10 were directly brought by the military to excellent upgrade locations like the Lost Land. After understanding the situation, Jiang Wei did not think too much and headed towards a leveling spot. However, he hadn't gone far when, in the distance, a streak of light in mid-air came rushing towards him.
Jiang Wei froze.
Only when he got closer did Jiang Wei realize that the stream of light was actually a player.
Flying with a sword? Jiang Wei's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. Someone could fly with a sword in a novice village?
The visitor was a young man in his 20s, and at this moment, he had a long sword on his feet, hovering above Jiang Wei.
Comrade, why haven't you gone to upgrade?
The youth opened his mouth in a serious manner. Hearing the word comrade, Jiang Wei immediately realized that the other party might be from the military. I'm already level 10, Jiang Wei casually stated a reason. The youth nodded and did not continue to inquire, directly leaving with his sword. Jiang Wei looked at the youth and pondered for a moment, but actually returned directly to the novice village. A few moments later, Jiang Wei arrived at the old village chief of the novice village. Old village chief, I want to leave the village. Jiang Wei opened the door and directly proposed to leave. The old village chief glanced at Jiang Wei. The outside is not as safe as the village, have you considered it clearly? Considered it clearly, Jiang Wei nodded. The old village chief added, if you go out, you'll never be able to come back, do you know that?
Yes, Jiang Wei replied, somewhat helplessly.
The old village chief looked at Jiang Wei and said again, out of the novice village, death will no longer be resurrected.
I am also aware Jiang Wei could not help but interrupt, can you open the teleportation?
Yes, the old village chief said profoundly, go on, the real world is outside. After saying that, the old village chief directly opened the teleportation array.
Hearing the old village chief's words, Jiang Wei's pupil slightly shrunk, but he did not ask any more questions and directly walked into the teleportation array.
Right at this moment, the young man who had been flying with a sword hurriedly arrived and shouted, "Wait! Don't go out, it's dangerous." However, the teleportation array had already emitted a multicolored light, drowning Zhang Wei. The youth turned his head and questioned the old village chief, "Why did you let him go to the surface alone?" The old village chief wasn't annoyed, and just mumbled, "Because he fulfills the conditions." The youth froze, looking at the old village chief incredulously, and only after a while did he ask after him, "Who was that person just now?" The old village chief was just about to open his mouth when several consecutive service-wide system announcements rang out. Ding! Congratulations to novice village player number 9167 Winged Knight for becoming the first survivor of Blue Star to leave the novice village.
He's Winged Knight?
A hint of surprise flashed in the youth's eyes when he heard the system announcement.
In Novice Village 9167, the players who were killing monsters and upgrading all froze. Big brother Yang Ye went out by himself? Can't be, didn't he say he'd uniformly leave the novice village after a month?
Inside a luxurious villa in the underground city of a certain small island country, a middle-aged man with a short stature got up violently. "It's the Dragon Kingdom again, and this eternal night again. The Dragon Nation has triggered service-wide announcements 3 times, our Great Stripes Nation's face has been disgraced." A subordinate below in a well-pressed suit hurriedly responded respectfully, "His Excellency the Prime Minister doesn't need to be angry, no one can survive on the surface, this Yongwei is just looking for death if he goes out now."
Oh? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying that this Neverwinter Nights will die on the surface?"
That's right, the foreign beasts on the surface of the earth are by no means something that a single person can deal with, he will definitely die. Seeing that the middle-aged man's face slowed down a little, the subordinate continued to analyze. "My subordinate thinks that the Dragon Kingdom is sacrificing this Yongwei this time just to fight for a reputation." The middle-aged man nodded at his words. "In that case, forget it." After saying that, the middle-aged man added, "Oh, sacrificing someone who triggered a service-wide announcement just for the sake of a reputation, only the Dragon Kingdom can do this." On the other side of the ocean,
a white man said with a smile, "Go out New Hand Village, this eternal night die fixed."
In addition to the Dragon Kingdom, almost everyone on the blue planet agreed that this Neverwinter Nights is dead.
Chapter 50 System Announcement Unceasingly. Jiangnan City, also known as the Fallen Zone, Zhang Wei was once again teleported here.
Before he could familiarize himself with his surroundings, a system voice rang in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Eternal Night for leaving the Novice Village and entering the Fallen Zone. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Neverwinter Nights for leveling up to 11. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Neverwinter Nights for leveling up to level 12. The reserve experience has been converted into my own experience." Zhang Wei listened to the incessant system prompts and was also a bit curious as to how many levels he could directly level up to. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Neverwinter Nights leveled up to level 21. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Eternal Night for leveling up to level 37.
Ding! Given that you are the first survivor of Blue Star to break through level 20, a service-wide announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your personal information? Ding! Given that you are the first Blue Star survivor to break through level 30, there will be a service-wide announcement. Is personal information hidden?
No, there is no need to ask in the future, all will not be hidden. Zhang Wei was a bit busy, the system prompts never stopped. Ding! Congratulations Dragon Kingdom Eternal Night, become the first survivor of Blue Star to rise to level 20. Within the third god's kingdom, everyone was dumbfounded. The shock that Yang Ye had brought this time was far beyond the past. Because of the last service-wide announcement, everyone knew that Yang Ye had just left the novice village.
What's going on? He's level 20. No. Am I hallucinating?
How can that be? The further back you go, the more experience you need to upgrade.
If I remember correctly, Yang Ye just left the novice village, right? If I remember correctly, was there a 5-minute gap between the announcement of Winged Knight leaving the novice village just now and this?
All of Blue Star's players were confused. This was beyond the scope of what ordinary players could understand.
However, while everyone wasn't reacting,
Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Eternal Night for being the first survivor of Blue Star to level up to 30.
Wow, this completely blew up.
Originally, because everyone in Blue Star had received the legendary level quest Reclaiming the Fallen Areas. Players from various countries had been upgrading with all their might under the government's arrangement, but how could they continue to brush up their monsters and upgrade now? They were still working hard to level up, but Yang Ye hadn't even been out of the village for 5 minutes, and he was already level 30?
Is there any justice? Is there any law? I can't stand it anymore, it's too bullying. Newbie Village 9167. A player was so excited. "I told you he's a hangman, he's definitely hung." Jiangnan City, Fallen Zone, Yang Ye didn't know how much of a stir was created outside because of his level. Even if he knew, Yang Ye didn't have the heart to care at this moment. This was because the system prompts in his ears hadn't stopped. Ding! Survivor Yang Ye has entered the Retake the Fallen Zone quest location. Ding! Does Survivor Eternal Night open the mission? Open, Zhang Wei spoke without hesitation. However, in the next second. Ding! Only one survivor has been detected in the Fallen Zone, is the mission on hold?
Zhang Wei was stunned when he heard the system prompt and hurriedly said, "No, do not put it on hold."
Hold off? Are you kidding me?
He came here for the Reclaim the Fallen Zone mission, so he couldn't hold off for a second. Ding, Blue Star's legendary mission is open. Reclaim the Fallen Zone, target, Jiangnan City Fallen Zone. Ding, the first stage of the mission, ask Survivor Eternal Night to kill the alien beasts in the western district of Jiangnan City 05000.
Zhang Wei looked at the content of the first stage of the mission, kill 5,000 beast soldiers. This was simply easy for him.
This time, Zhang Wei did not directly summon an army of skeletons to push across, but instead whispered, Imperial Sword Art.
As the words fell, Zhang Wei's body flew directly into mid-air, and a flying sword coalesced out under his feet.
Flying with a royal sword is just awesome. Zhang Wei stood in mid-air, looking down at the urban area of Jiangnan City, with the distribution of all the alien beasts as far as the eye could see. Zhang Wei was originally going to copy the stealth skill, but he changed his mind after seeing the youth flying with a royal sword in the novice village and directly copied the youth's royal sword flight skill. In the Fallen Zone, there were only two that could pose a threat to Zhang Wei's skeleton army. One was the beast general Blazing Winged Dragon. The second was the flying beast soldier South Wing. Now that Zhang Wei was able to fly with his sword, the South Wing was naturally no longer a problem. Moreover, the speed of the flying sword was very fast, so even if Zhang Wei encountered a beast general that he could not defeat, it would be good to use it to escape.
Zhang Wei stepped on his flying sword and arrived at the mission location, the western district of Jiangnan City. The entire western district was under Zhang Wei's eyes. Directly below, dozens of beast soldiers were resting on their backs in a dilapidated square.
Thunderbolt Art, Zhang Wei stood in mid-air and launched a direct attack.
999. 999.
The dozens of beast soldiers were attacked, but since Zhang Wei was in mid-air, they couldn't attack at all, and could only anxiously spin in place. Soon these dozens of beast soldiers were easily killed by Zhang Wei, and some materials were also exploded. At the same time, the quest progress changed. Quest Stage 1, kill the Fey beasts in the western district of Jiangnan City 75,000. Zhang Wei landed on the ground, put the loot into his parcel, and started summoning an army of skeletons. His speed of clearing the monsters alone was also fast but tiring. A few moments later, the densely packed skeleton army surged towards the various streets of the western district under Zhang Wei's orders.
Zhang Wei flew high into the sky with his sword and looked down on the entire western district.
Where there were clusters of beast soldiers and where there were fallen beast soldiers, it was clear to see. The skeleton army below was like they had eyes. Even the fallen beast soldiers at the corners of the streets were found one by one. With the assistance of the skeleton army, the progress of the quest began to rise rapidly, and the number of beast soldiers killed quickly broke into the thousands. However, the experience gained from killing the beast soldiers was greatly reduced.
Zhang Wei's current level was 37, and he could only gain 300 experience from killing a level 20 beast soldier.
And now, he needed 300 W of experience value to level up one level. The number of beast soldiers in the western district had drastically decreased, and the first stage of the quest was coming to an end.
Unfortunately, Zhang Wei looked outside the city area and did not find any traces of the Blazing Winged Dragon.
Ding, congratulations on completing the first stage of the mission. Ding, congratulations to Survivor Winged Knight, recapturing the Fallen Zone, mission progress is 5% complete. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Winged Knight, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area, mission progress completed 5%, look to the other survivors of Blue Star for further efforts. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised to hear the sudden announcement. This time, the system announced itself without asking him. And this time, the announcement stirred up 1,000 waves. The third world, Blue Star, was destined to be unable to calm down. The Dragon Kingdom players were even instantly boiling. Big Brother Eternal Night is rushing towards the legendary tier quest.
What do you mean? Big Brother Neverwinter Night went to retake the fallen area himself? No way. Is it possible? Big Brother Winged Knight's quest progress will keep triggering system announcements?
Outside of the Dragon Kingdom, the attitudes of other countries were diametrically opposed. This is impossible. Yanye will definitely die in the Fallen Zone.
This isn't a mission that can be accomplished by one person.
No, who can do it? Winged Knight looking for die.
The entire third world was in an uproar. But when the vast majority of people didn't think that Yanya could complete the mission.
Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom survivor Yanni, the legendary mission to recapture the fallen area. The mission progress has completed 10%. Hope that the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to work hard.
Chapter 51, Impossible to complete?
In the northern part of Jiangnan City. In mid-air, Zhang Wei stood with his sword, a mess below him. After clearing the western district, Zhang Wei hoofed it to the northern district according to the quest prompts. The beast soldiers in the northern district were quickly emptied under the skeleton army and Zhang Wei's Thunderbolt art kills. At this time, Zhang Wei's quest completion level had increased to 10%. Stage 1 quest, kill Jiangnan City West Zone beasts 5,000 completed, quest completion level 5%. Stage 2 mission, kill Jiangnan City North Area Beast 7000 completed, mission completion level 5%. Ding, congratulations to Survivor Winged Knight for leveling up to 38. Upgraded again, Zhang Wei looked at his level with a somewhat strange expression, except for him, everyone else was now stuck at level 10. His level was ahead of everyone, and it was a substantial lead. I wonder how many levels I will get to reach after this quest is completed. A hint of anticipation rose within Zhang Wei. This was supposed to be a quest for all players in the novice village, but now Zhang Wei had snatched it up all by himself. I'm doing this for everyone's good, Zhang Wei whispered as he looked down at the beast soldiers in those 2 remaining areas, otherwise, I don't know how many deaths and injuries will be caused. Although the number of players in Jiangnan City was definitely quite a lot, fighting with so many beast soldiers would not prevent a large number of players from dying. Stage 3 quest, kill Fey beasts in Jiangnan City's Eastern District 010,000 to be completed, quest completion level 5%. Zhang Wei looked at his third stage quest and frowned slightly. According to the progress of this mission, even if all the beast soldiers in Jiangnan City were cleared, the mission completion level would only rise to 20%. It seems like the main event of this mission is still the beasts outside the city. Zhang Wei whispered and flew towards the Eastern District with his imperial sword. In the Eastern District of Jiangnan City, Zhang Wei looked at the group of beast soldiers directly below him in mid-air and suddenly had a whim. He directly cast Undead Summoning in mid-air, and immediately, a group of skeletons smashed towards the group of beast soldiers on the ground. The group of beast soldiers below were wandering aimlessly, but the sky suddenly darkened. Among them, one of the beast soldiers subconsciously looked up, only to see densely packed white bone skeletons falling from the sky in mid-air. Puff! 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 Continuous smashing sounds rang out, and many beast soldiers were dazed by the skeletons. Pooh! The group of beast soldiers looked at the skeletons falling from the sky in a daze, and didn't react for a moment. However, these skeletons were nonchalant, and their bone knives slashed straight down at each of the dazed beast soldiers. 999. 999. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with this skeletons falling from the sky move, and he didn't wait for the battle below to end before flying towards another wave of beast soldiers in the distance. Along the way, countless skeletons fell to the ground like snowflakes from the sky. Novice Village 9167. Lang Lai's few people were at an upgrade point, leading the team in upgrading according to the military's unified requirements. At this moment, a young man flew over with his imperial sword and gave a slight nod of his head to Lang Lai. Still here, Lang Lai sighed in his heart as he looked at the youth and spoke, Maple Leaf, why did you come over? Maple Leaf looked at Lang Lai, the above asked me to ask you about the chances of Young Ye surviving. Lang Lai looked at Maple Leaf and fell silent for a moment. You don't know? Seeing this, Maple Leaf couldn't help but say, didn't the few of you team up with Yang Ye, so you should know something about his strength. Lang Lai was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, I think he can complete the mission. Maple Leaf froze at his words. Although he thought it was impossible, he knew Lang Lai, and the fact that Lang Lai could say that meant that it was really possible for Yang Ye to complete it. You know how difficult it is to establish a main city, Maple Leaf said in a deep voice, there are beast general level existences in the fallen area. I think Neverwinter Nights can, Lang Lai didn't say much, just repeated the words. You. Maple Leaf was just about to speak. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Country Survivor Young Knight, legendary level mission to retake the fallen area, 15% of the mission progress is complete, look forward to the other survivors of the blue planet to continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Country Survivor Young Ye, legendary level mission to retake the fallen area, mission progress completed by 15%, looking forward to the other survivors of the blue planet to continue to work hard. 6 consecutive system announcements resounded through all the novice villages in Blue Star's third world. Maple Leaf swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Good, Maple Leaf nodded, I will report what you said, word for word, to the top. After Maple Leaf finished speaking, he twisted his head and left. And because of this announcement, the players of the third world became excited again. Can Eternal Knight really complete this quest by himself? He just went out not long ago, right, and this is 15%. So it doesn't seem too hard, do we still need to wait until a month later? He's a big shot, what are you? There's a lot of us. Even if Eternal Knight is great, it can't be better than all of us combined, right? You're right about that. In the 0446 Novice Village, Zhao Yan and Lu Ruyan were also in charge of upgrading the second and third tier players. This Winged Knight is still really good at folding, Zhao Yan said with some regret when he heard the system announcement. Originally, I wanted to rope him in, but it looks like I don't have a chance. Ruyan Lu turned her head to look at Zhao Yan, what do you mean? Hee, Zhao Yan sneered, although I don't know who Yang Ye is, but I guess it's just a poor boy with little background. Zhao Yan looked at Lu Ruyan's puzzled expression and continued to explain, he should have hit the jackpot and obtained a hidden profession in the third world, that's why he was able to go all the way to the top. But, Zhao Yan's words changed, he shouldn't have gone to the fallen zone alone. There are some wins you can't take, Zhao Yan shook his head in some disappointment, you'll put your life on the line.
Ruyan Lu was puzzled. You don't think Yang Ye will be able to complete this mission?
Zhao Yan said confidently, no one can accomplish it alone.
Lu Ruyan's complexion stared as she retorted, he's already accomplished 15% of it.
The front is nothing at all, the difficulty will skyrocket in the back. Zhao Yan seemed to know some insider information, and continued, further back, he will know what despair is. Lu Ruyan's face was as normal, but her heart was rippling. Ever since she knew about the Eternal Night, Ruyan Lu always felt that this Eternal Night was Zhang Wei. Although rationally, she felt that it was simply impossible, but a woman's sixth sense was so unreasonable. However, Zhao Yan suddenly laughed, it would be nice if this Yongwei really took the fallen area by himself.
Oh? Ruyan Lu absent-mindedly and subconsciously replied back.
You don't know yet, do you? Zhao Yan laughed, the fallen area where Yang Ye is currently doing missions is Jiangnan City. If he takes the fallen zone by himself, he won't need us to do anything.
What? Lu Ruyan's pupils instantly widened. So? Eternal Night was also from Jiangnan. Right at this moment, the system announcement sounded again.
Ding, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom survivor Young Knight, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area, mission progress completed by 20%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Country Winged Knight, becoming the first survivor of Blue Star to rise to level 40.
Island? Oceanside? Blue Star? XX?
Chapter 52 Sword Beheading the Beast General.
Jiangnan City Fallen Area.
That's still 20%, Zhang Wei returned to the ground and began to clean up the loot. The beast soldiers in the entire urban area of Jiangnan City were all cleaned up by him in less than a day. The mission completion level was also unsurprisingly, the beast soldiers in the urban area alone could only raise the mission completion level to 20%. However, Zhang Wei had also successfully risen 2 levels in a row, with his level coming to 40. It was just that what made Zhang Wei feel strange was that he had killed so many beast soldiers, and in addition to some beast soldier materials, not even a single piece of equipment had popped out. When Zhang Wei finished cleaning up, the system prompts also rang out at the right time. Stage 5 mission, kill Jiangnan City's Flying Fey Beasts 05000 to be completed, mission completion level 5%.
Flying Fey Beasts? Zhang Wei looked at the content of the 5th stage mission, could it be the Southern Wing? Zhang Wei immediately rose up with his sword and arrived in mid-air.
Only to see the Jiangnan City district, east, west, south and north, a dark cloud pressed over. It's really true. Looking at the southern wings flying towards him from all 4 sides of the urban area, Zhang Wei began to release his Thunderbolt art in mid-air. Layers and layers of Thunderbolt arts were stacked on top of each other and extended outwards, and soon, dozens of them were laid out all around. During this period, Zhang Wei would also casually strike a few normal attacks from time to time. After all, his only equipment predestined carnival characteristic was that there was a 90% probability of refreshing the skill cooldown when attacking, and the skill cooldown refresh probability was not 100%. When there was no skill refresh triggered, Zhang Wei would have to casually hit a few normal attacks to refresh his skills. Waiting for the South Wing to approach, Zhang Wei threw out his scrying technique.
South Wing Beast Soldier. Level, 20. Life value, 5W. Attack power, 270. Skill, Blazing Flame, Jets of Flame, dealing base attack power plus 5% burning damage. Physical defense, 105. Magic defense, 115.
Only 270 base damage, Zhang Wei analyzed as he looked at South Wing. I have a life value of nearly 5,000 after I leveled up to 40, so I can resist it hard.
Crackle.
The group of South Wing beast soldiers rushed into the range of the lightning spell, and a pasty odor filled the air.
999. 999. 999. 999.
Almost in an instant, a Southwing suffered a dozen lightning spell attacks at the same time, and its life value was instantly reduced by 1/4.
This Southwing only lasted for 3 or 4 seconds before it was killed by the dense lightning blasts.
Zhang Wei was not idle either, and had been arranging lightning spells all around, isolating most of the Southwings. However, due to the sheer number of Southwings, there was still a small portion of leakage that rushed to Zhang Wei's side and launched an attack.
378. 404.
A large amount of damage values appeared above Zhang Wei's head, but his life value did not drop at all.
Plus 999. Plus 999. The moment Zhang Wei's bloodline dropped, it was pulled back.
Zhang Wei was a bit smug at the sight. As long as I don't get instantly secured, it's almost impossible to kill me. The extra skill that Joker would obtain after rising to level 10 improvised comedy, a recovery buff skill, where the amount of blood returned equals the skill's damage value.
It was the first time Zhang Wei had used this skill.
There were few Southwings that had broken through the range of Thunderbolt, but the damage they dealt was nothing to Zhang Wei. When a Southern Wing released a blazing flame to hit Zhang Wei, it could inflict around 400 points of damage on him, but Zhang Wei's random stroke was a 999 blood return.
Moreover, Zhang Wei's sword flight was very flexible, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to endure many attacks at once. Zhang Wei was able to dodge a lot of blazing flames by slightly changing his position in the air.
As for the lightning spells, they were ranged skills, and the South Wing had to carry them hard. As time passed, the number of South Wings was getting smaller and smaller, and Zhang Wei was able to kill them more easily, and behind him, he even directly rushed into the South Wing group to release his Thunderbolt spell. As he was killing, a roar suddenly came from outside the city. Roar! Stage 6 Quest, Kill Jiangnan City Beast General Blazing Wings Dragon 01 to be completed, quest completion level 5%. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. It was the Blazing Wings Dragon, the big guy that had made him retreat in the first place. Zhang Wei glanced at the South Wing group. 5,000 South Wings had already been killed by him with only 7 or 8 left, and the accumulated damage was estimated to have broken 10 million. I don't believe you have over 10 million life points.
Zhang Wei clenched his teeth and flew directly at the Blazing Winged Dragon.
The Blazing Winged Dragon, with a wingspan of over 30 meters, flew towards Zhang Wei in a furious manner, and Zhang Wei accelerated away from the southern wing and greeted it with his imperial sword.
As the two sides approached, Zhang Wei first threw out his scrying technique.
Last time, due to the level difference being too large, he couldn't see the attributes of the Blazing Winged Dragon, but this time, he directly revealed them.
Blazing Winged Dragon Elementary Beast General. Level 50. Life value 500W.
Attack power 2250. Skills: Dragon's Breath inflicts base attack power of 500% sustained damage to enemies within a range of 100m, 100m. Details: Peripheral Lord of the Fallen Zone, scorched earth wherever it passes. Roar! The Blazing Winged Dragon looked at Zhang Wei, who had entered the attack range, and opened its mouth to spew out dragon breath. Almost at the same time, Zhang Wei used his finger as a sword, releasing his sword chi skill towards the Blazing Winged Dragon to trigger falling curtain echoes, and at the same time, he used stage comedy to mimic and copy the dragon breath skill. The sword chi cut through the sea of fire and directly chopped on the Blazing Winged Dragon's massive body.
Boom! 1237263.
A perverted damage rose from the Blazing Winged Dragon's body. The huge body of the Blazing Winged Dragon was directly penetrated by the sword chi, splitting in two and falling towards the bottom.
Killed in seconds.
In the back, the South Wings that had chased after him froze in midair. Zhang Wei looked at the Blazing Winged Dragon that had been killed by his sword in seconds, as well as the more than 10 million damage, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's a pity that there's no audience for such a handsome scene.
But immediately after that, grass! Zhang Wei cursed, and his imperial sword frantically retreated.
The falling curtain echo seconded the Blazing Winged Dragon, but the dragon's breath also covered Zhang Wei. Fortunately, he reacted in time and escaped from the dragon's breath attack range in a thrilling manner. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head to look at the group of southern wings chasing after him, and threw out dragon breath with his backhand. The coverage range of dragon breath was even larger, far exceeding that of Thunderbolt, which Zhang Wei had just replaced with dragon breath. A few dragon breaths were thrown out, and a group of South Wings that were still in a daze were all caught in a sea of fire.
A few moments later.
Stage 5 Mission, Kill Jiangnan City's Flying Fae 5000 completed, mission completion level 5%. Stage 6 Mission, Kill Jiangnan City Beast General Blazing Winged Dragon 11 completed, mission completion 5%. Finally 30%, Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction.
However, in the next second, Zhang Wei's face suddenly turned gloomy. The Blazing Winged Dragon, a beast general, had appeared, and the quest was only 30% complete. Didn't it mean that there was even more trouble behind?
Zhang Wei seemed to have sensed something, and snapped his head to look into the distance. Outside the city, a red mist shrouded the city, blocking his vision. The originally thin red mist suddenly thickened up, as if it were a viscous blood mist, and rolled towards the city.
Chapter 53, Not Looking Good?
In the Third World Novice Village, Neverwinter Nights had become the center of everyone's hot debate.
Just then, the system announcement rang out again.
Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Survivor Winged Knight, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area. 30% of the mission progress is complete. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to work hard.
30%? That fast? Big Brother Yang is awesome. According to this progress, doesn't it mean that Winged Knight will be able to complete the legend quest in one day? Can Big Brother really finish it alone? I think so. Then why are we still brushing? Let's go out now.
The impact caused by Zhang Wei spread rapidly in all the novice villages of the Third World Blue Star. Originally, everyone was working hard to upgrade in order to get out of the novice villages in a month, but now most of the people had no intention of upgrading.
Everyone was curious about whether or not Eternal Night could complete the legendary quest alone.
At first, most of the players didn't think that Neverwinter Nights would be able to accomplish it. Because players from all over the world found out in the Third World forums that in order to complete the Reclaiming the Fallen Zone quest, the governments around the world had made the same arrangements, and the time to leave the novice village was kept the same by tacit agreement. The fact that governments have mobilized on such a large scale shows the importance that the higher-ups have placed on this legendary level mission. This also showed that this mission was definitely not simple. Otherwise, it was impossible for the governments to pour so much into mobilizing. But the Third World System announcement made those ordinary players' confidence in Neverwinter Nights increase a little bit.
Mission completion of 5% can be a matter of chance. Mission completion rate of 10% can be luck.
But the mission completion rate has increased from 15%, 20% to 30%, which can no longer be achieved by chance or luck alone. But this kind of confidence is only limited to the ordinary players. Those who knew the inside story almost coincidentally agreed that it was impossible for Neverwinter Nights to complete the mission on its own, and even more so, it was impossible for it to survive the fall. In Novice Village 9167, Lang Lai's group was gathered together.
Boss, Shield Master Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, do you think Big Brother Yang can complete this mission?
Lang Lai swept his gaze over several people and asked in return, what do you guys think?
I think it can, Priest Han Xiu spoke with certainty.
I also think it's possible, Mage Mu Wan did the same. Assassin Shadow and Chu Tian glanced at each other and nodded at the same time as well.
Several of them felt that Neverwinter Night could complete the mission.
After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Yang Ye had cut out 1,000,000 damage values with a single sword.
But the top doesn't think highly of Yang Ye. Lang Lai's tone was a bit low. Why?
Chu Tian said in disbelief, can't the above see the system announcement? It's only been a day and Big Brother Yang Ye has already completed 30%. Lang Lai shook his head, it's not that easy to recapture the fallen area, and the further back it goes, the more difficult it is. Chu Tian sniffed and was about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by a system announcement. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom survivor Evernight for killing a level 50 junior beast General Blazing Winged Dragon. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom survivor Evernight, killed level 50 junior beast General Blazing Flame Winged Dragon.
Chu Tian was stunned, Big Brother Yang Ye killed a level 50 beast general? Lang Lai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile.
After Winged Knight left the Novice Village, it was like a dragon returning to the sea, and the commotion he made was getting bigger and bigger. Lang Lai turned his head to look into the distance, where the players who were originally upgrading and fighting monsters, now where there is still a trace of the meaning of brushing monsters, one by one, they all gathered together to discuss the Eternal Night. What everyone doesn't know is that in the fallen area of Jiangnan City, Zhang Wei has also encountered big trouble.
An endless red mist as viscous as blood tumbled and surged towards the city. Ding, the mutant beast soldiers have launched an attack on the city.
Stage 7 mission, defend the city for 3 days under the attack of the mutant beast soldiers, to be completed, mission completion level 20%.
3 days. Zhang Wei's pupils shrank, mutant beast soldiers continued to attack the city for 3 days?
Zhang Wei did not dare to be careless and met them with his imperial sword. At the same time, the skeleton army fell from the sky again like snowflakes. In front of the city's drainage canal, Zhang Wei stood in mid-air with his sword, and behind him was an ever-increasing number of skeleton armies. And ahead, the blood-red mist was already close at hand, and the ground trembled. Kill!
Zhang Wei gave a low shout.
The skeleton army roared, defiantly rushing towards the blood mist.
Dragon breath. Undead summoning.
Zhang Wei stood in midair with his sword and began to use these two skills alternately. Mutant beast soldiers surged out in a tidal wave within the blood-colored mist, and Zhang Wei also threw out a few scrying spells at the first opportunity.
Mutant inflammatory roar, mutant Qing Lin, mutant Lord Peony.
The mutant beast soldiers directly doubled their attributes compared to normal beast soldiers, with their blood volume reaching 200,000 tons. Zhang Wei frowned slightly as his cast undead summoning skeleton only had a life value of 3,000. Once the two sides engaged in battle, the situation almost took a one-sided trend. The speed of death and injury of the skeleton army far exceeded that of the mutant beast soldiers. In the face of this situation, Zhang Wei was at his wit's end. His skeletons were just summons with no way to strengthen them, so he could only release his undead summoning frequently to replenish the number of skeletons. However, Zhang Wei's expression soon became strange again, because Zhang Wei was alternately releasing the skill Dragon Breath, and each Dragon Breath could cover a range of 100 m, quickly forming a sea of fire.
999. 999. 999. 999.
Within the sea of fire, the damage that the mutant beast soldiers received was small compared to their life value, but the 4 negative buffs attached to Zhang Wei's skill worked. Taunt, Interrupt, Blind, and Slow. With these 4 negative buffs, the mutant beast soldiers within the sea of fire were all comical. These beast soldiers were like puppets on strings, their movements were stiff and slow, they were stuck in lost frequency, and some of them were even frozen in place, letting the skeletons swing their swords and slash them. Only when they triggered the taunt buff could the mutant beast soldiers make effective attacks. For a while, the skeleton army actually had the beginnings of a counterattack. Ding, entering the range of the blood mist, survivors lose 10% of their life value every minute.
Losing 10% of life value per minute?
Zhang Wei was not at all moved when he heard the system prompt. His current life value was nearly 5,000, and he was only losing 500 points of blood per minute, so this loss was nothing to him at all.
Plus 999.
The damage output from the skeleton army below could be turned into blood recovery value at any time.
Below, the wave of mutant beast soldiers in the skeleton army were in a stalemate, and Zhang Wei was a bit bored even in mid-air. How many levels do I have to raise if I keep killing like this? Chapter 54. Something happened?
Zhang Wei was now level 40 and needed 4 million experience points to level up one level. Although the mutant inferno beasts and the blood mist had doubled their attributes, their levels were still predominantly level 20-25. The experience value gained from killing a mutant inferno roar was now discounted. But fortunately, the number of mutant fey beasts was extremely high, and Zhang Wei's experience began to steadily increase again. Outside the city, due to Zhang Wei's incessant release of dragon breath, it had just become a sea of fire. The skeleton army and the mutant beast soldiers were fighting in the sea of fire, and surprisingly, they had gained the upper hand a little bit. It was just that the tide of mutant beast soldiers seemed to be endless, and their numbers were increasing instead. If there wasn't the sea of fire created by the dragon's breath to add to the sea of fire, the skeletons alone wouldn't necessarily be able to hold out.
But now, 8%, 10%, 30%, 31%.
The experience value was rising at all times, and it was only a matter of time before he rose to level 41.
While Zhang Wei's side was frantically harvesting experience values, a discordant voice appeared on the novice village side. Ha! How come we can't hear Big Brother Neverwinter Night move after so long? Yeah, it's been hours since the last announcement.
Could it be that the quest is stuck? The last time there was a system announcement, it was to congratulate Neverwinter Nights for raising their quest completion level to 30%.
But after such a long time, the system announcement was surprisingly silent. Something can't be wrong with Big Brother Youngye, right? A player asked in the Novice Village channel.
Just kidding, Big Brother Youngye is the idol of my heart, how could something happen? The Novice Village players discussed heatedly, but it lasted until late at night, and the crowd never waited for the system announcement. The situation in each country was similar to the Dragon Kingdom. Those players who didn't have life support systems couldn't possibly be online all the time. After a large number of players exited the third world, they ran to the forums in unison to post. The general opinion of the Dragon Country players was that Neverwinter Nights should have encountered some trouble and the quest was stuck. However, the views of players from other countries were surprisingly consistent, with players from the Stick Country, Island Country, and so on pouring in to leave comments under the Dragon Country post.
Neverwinter Nights must have hung up.
There's just no way this quest can be completed by a single player.
Your legend has come to an end.
This is the end of individual heroism.
This is the end of individual heroism. For a while, all sorts of obscenities filled the forums.
The Dragon Kingdom players naturally supported Evernight one-sidedly, and when it came to spraying people, the players from other countries and the Dragon Kingdom players weren't even in the same class. It could even be compared with a firefly competing with the sun and moon. A bunch of jumping clowns dare to talk about my Dragon Country's winged knight Big Brother. Do you guys still have enough kimchi to eat?
Stickmen, don't beep here, sit back and wait for the punch in the face.
If you're capable, you'll finish 30%. A bunch of garbage stuffs are here to make their presence felt. On the forums, the exchange of words and teeth intensified. Many Stick and Island players were sprayed red in the face. A certain Stick player left a message after getting anxious. If Youngye didn't die, I'll eat 3 pounds of siang.
A certain player from the Dragon Kingdom, Nima, you can't even eat hot shang.
An Island player, raise the stakes. If Youngye didn't die, I'll split 3 pounds with upstairs. Throughout the night, the Dragon Country players' tongue fight group of scholars, the other countries' players sprayed the body of the skin, and even an Island Country players began to take their own mother as a bet.
How old is your mom? Give me, I'm disgusting.
I'm not disgusting, I have URLs, all kinds of island resources. Do you want them upstairs?
Ask for the link. +1.
+2. I have resources for Stick Country.
2 righteous fathers upstairs, I beg on my knees.
As soon as the 2 Crouching Dragon Phoenix resource big brothers opened their mouths, the picture of the Third World Forum changed abruptly. One by one, the other country players were overwhelmed by the insults and exited the forum, not daring to leave a message. By the time the next day rolled around, players from all countries entered the Third World again to start fighting monsters and upgrading.
However, everyone was waiting for the system announcement.
According to Neverwinter Night's previous progress, there shouldn't be no movement. But to the surprise of all the players, until the evening of the second day, there was no system announcement. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that the facts speak louder than words. A certain island player came on strong, trotting out the classic Dragon Kingdom rhetoric to find a sense of presence.
It's been so long, the system hasn't moved at all. What else do you guys have to say? Neverwinter Night is dead, this is a fact.
Although the Dragon Kingdom players were also a bit shaky, they still opened up without mercy in the face of these mongrels.
You think the system announcement is a cabbage, having it whenever you want?
It's been so long, and I haven't seen anyone from your island country trigger a system announcement. There's also an old saying in our Dragon Kingdom that a swallowed sparrow knows the will of a great swan.
Big Brother Youngye is definitely holding back a big one.
That's right, a bunch of barbarians in small countries, how dare they talk about our heavenly kingdom? Just as the Dragon Kingdom players were verbally killing each other on the Third World forums.
Jiangnan City's fallen area, Zhang Wei looked a bit tired.
Yes, for 2 whole days, Zhang Wei stood on his sword over the battlefield, summoning skeletons non-stop to maintain the number of skeleton armies while releasing dragon's breath to maintain the sea of fire.
It was really a bit tiring. Level 48.
Zhang Wei looked towards the beast tied below with a strange expression on his face. I can almost be level 50 tomorrow. Right now, the highest leveled player in the novice village was only level 10, and he was about to be level 50.
This huge gap was simply perverse to the extreme.
Until the 3rd day, Zhang Wei's tired eyes revealed a glimmer of light, and the original dense blood mist gradually faded. The most important point was that the wave of beasts below finally had a hint of decadence, and began to be followed by a lack of strength.
Zhang Wei could not help but let out a long breath. 3 whole days, and it was finally coming to an end.
Zhang Wei topped the blood mist and commanded the skeleton army to counterattack, while flying above the beast tide to release the dragon breath.
A few moments later.
Ding, congratulations to Survivor Eternal Knight for leveling up to level 50. Stage 7 mission, defend the city for 3 days under the attack of the mutant beast soldiers, completed, mission completion 20%.
Novice Village.
It's already the 3rd day and Big Brother still hasn't moved at all, a player was worried. It's not that so many people are really worried about Neverwinter Nights, but if it continues like this, the Dragon Country players are going to lose the battle on the forums. There were even some players from other countries who had already posted in the Third World Forum in advance to celebrate their side's victory.
Big Brother won't really have an accident, right?
It's hard to say, otherwise it wouldn't be possible that there hasn't been any movement after so long. This storm between ordinary players from various countries had naturally reached the upper echelons of the countries, but no official had stepped in to stop it. They had already come to a conclusion about the end of Neverwinter Nights a long time ago. Mard, said a player from the Dragon Kingdom, somewhat bereft, I'm not going to the forums tonight. For 3 consecutive days, many of the Dragon Kingdom players were already low on energy. On the first day, the group spewed anger in all directions on the forums. On the 2nd day, although there was some weakness, the momentum was still not lost. But this 3rd day, although the facts aside, the scolding can still win. But the Dragon Country players also began to feel that Eternal Night may really. Something has happened. Right at this juncture, a long-lost voice once again resounded through all the novice villages. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Country survivor Young Knight, legendary level mission to retake the fallen area, 50% of the mission progress is complete, look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to work hard.
Chapter 55, the final mission.
Ding, congratulations to Dragon Country survivor Youngya, legendary level mission to retake the fallen area, mission progress completed 50%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to make further efforts.
6 consecutive system announcements made the Blue Star Novice Village players freeze for a full 3 seconds. Crap. Crap. Crap.
The crowd of players from the Dragon Kingdom Novice Village were surprisingly consistent, letting out a loud exclamation, as if they couldn't express the emotions within their hearts right now except for these 2 words. After 3 days of silence, Neverwinter Nights directly threw out a King Bomb 50% mission completion announcement. But before everyone had time to react, another system announcement rang out immediately afterward. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom survivor Winged Knight for becoming the first survivor of Blue Star to rise to level 50.
Level 50. Crazy. Really crazy. The system isn't making a mistake, is it?
The crowd of players were completely confused if they said that they could still accept the 50% completion of the mission, but this level was just too outrageous. The difficulty of upgrading in the Third World was obvious to all, and it had almost become the consensus of the players. But now Neverwinter Night had directly soared to level 50. How could this make other people play?
Big Brother Youngye is too perverted, isn't he?
Even more perverted are our Dragon Kingdom players. Big Brother Youngye is awesome. The Dragon Kingdom players were all excited, not only because of Youngye's perverted quest completion and unbelievable leveling, but also because of the fact that Youngye had come up with such a great idea. It was even more so because Youngye had made such a big commotion, and the Dragon Kingdom players all had a light on their faces. Quickly, go to the forum, that stick that ate 3 pounds of Xiang, he can't run away. Don't forget there's also an island country that called the Bet. A bunch of brainwashed people, saying that Youngye Big Brother hung up, I'll spray them to death tonight. Some of the players who were originally not prepared to go to the forums, one by one, as if they were pumped up with chicken blood, rubbed their fists and went to the forums to show off their skills. Unfortunately, no matter whether it is the stick or the island, all is a shrunken head turtle, the forum is quiet and incomparable, no one came out to bubble. This makes the Dragon players who captured their forums very unwilling, leaving hundreds of thousands of posts greeting their favorite friends and relatives and then leaving. In the fallen area of Jiangnan City, Zhang Wei started clearing the battlefield again. However, his parcel was almost full, so he could only pick the valuable materials to take. However, Jiang Wei had killed so many beast soldiers and these mutated beast soldiers, but surprisingly, not a single piece of equipment had popped out. However, he also had a guess in his mind. I'm afraid that killing monsters in the future won't directly explode equipment, Jiang Wei muttered as he looked at a field of materials. When the main city was established, it should be the case that the materials exploded from killing beast soldiers would be handed over to blacksmith stores and tailor stores to refine weapons and equipment. Even more than just weapons and equipment, unable to establish the main city, it would be a ruin, elixirs, supplies, and even NPCs would not be available.
The importance of the main city was self-evident.
No wonder the system announcement prompted that if the mission to recapture the fallen area was failed and the main city could not be established, the survival rate of the players was less than 0.00001%.
When Jiang Wei finished counting the loot, he also received the 8th stage quest.
Stage 8 mission, enter the depths of the Red Mist Zone and kill the eroded heart mirror spider intermediate beast general, to be completed, mission completion 20%. Seeing the content of the mission, Jiang Wei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a time-consuming mission. The 3-day city guarding quest in the 7th stage had tired him out.
The district was just a boss, and with falling echoes, a single boss was almost no threat to Jiang Wei.
Jiang Wei summoned 10 waves of skeletons to open the way in front of him and headed directly towards the red mist area outside the city. After the mutant beast soldiers retreated, the blood mist dissipated and the mists returned to normal. There were still quite a few beast soldiers within the mists, only that in the face of these ordinary beast soldiers. Jiang Wei did not even bother to release his dragon breath and directly commanded the skeleton army to crush through. The skeleton army had Jiang Wei behind them to constantly replenish their numbers, so they weren't afraid of attrition at all. The only pity was that Jiang Wei had now risen to level 50, and the experience gained from killing these ordinary beast soldiers was pathetic. Jiang Wei didn't bother to get entangled with them, killing a bloody path and heading straight to the depths of the red mist area. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion in front of the skeleton army. Hiss! A behemoth was revealed under the embrace of a group of beast soldiers.
Is this the eroded heart mirror spider?
Jiang Wei was surprised as he rose up with his imperial sword and observed the monster in front of him. The eroded heart mirror spider was huge, with a foot spread of up to tens of meters, just like a small hill. The 8 long, thick legs were like pillars of steel, supporting its huge body, and the joints of the legs were covered with sharp barbs. Seeing that the main body had come out, Jiang Wei was just about to directly unleash the falling echo, but then hesitated and threw out the scrying spell,
Eroded heart mirror spider intermediate beast general. Level 55. Life value 1000 W. Attack power 1.
Skill, Mirror Heart passive, bounces back 100% real damage after taking an attack.
Details, a cute and harmless arachnid. FCK. Jiang Wei couldn't help but curse after seeing the attributes of the eroded heart mirror spider.
Bouncing back 100% true damage, it almost turned over in the gutter. If this were to bounce back the damage from falling echoes in the form of real damage, even if Jiang Wei had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. After clearing the normal beast soldiers around the eroded heart mirror spider, Jiang Wei hurriedly controlled the skeleton army to retreat. Skeleton 999's damage came from Jiang Wei's skill trait, and naturally, it would bounce directly back to Jiang Wei, and this boss could only be handled by him personally. Jiang Wei released dragon breath on the eroded heart mirror spider, and this thing didn't move at all, allowing Jiang Wei to attack. Maybe it is also used to it, super high blood plus 100% real damage rebound, it is not afraid of the same level of beasts will attack, sit and wait for the rebound dead opponent on the line.
However, this time, it ran into Jiang Wei. Plus 999. Plus 999. Plus 999. Plus 999.
The eroded heart mirror spider could bounce back 100% of the damage, but Jiang Wei had the recovery skill, and the recovery value equals damage value.
When the two hangers-on met, it was all about who was more unreasonable.
Obviously, Jiang Wei, who had the recovery skill, had the upper hand. Only this turned into a tug of war again, and Jiang Wei hardened his head and grinded a little bit. After a few hours of suffering, with a rumble, the eroded heart mirror spider's bloodline was completely emptied. Stage 8 mission, enter the depths of the red mist zone and kill the eroded heart mirror spider intermediate beast general, completed, mission completion 20%. 70% now. Jiang Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. After killing this intermediate beast general, the quest was finally coming to an end.
Could it be that the last one is a high-level beast general? Jiang Wei scanned around, waiting for the next stage of the quest to appear.
Stage 9 mission, subjugate, Great-O Junior Lord, build Jiangnan main city, to be completed, mission completion 30%.
Chapter 56, 100% completion.
Ding, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Survivor Winged Knight, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area, mission progress 70% complete, looking forward to other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. The system announcement came late, but Jiang Wei didn't care about the system announcement at all, after all, he was already used to it.
Jiang Wei's attention was all on this last quest. Subduing Primary Lord Grado? The quest location was still in the city? Jiang Wei couldn't help but stare at the final stage of the quest.
So there has been a boss that surpasses the beast general level hidden within the Jiangnan urban area.
Jiang Wei frowned.
He had been wandering around the urban area for such a long time, but he hadn't even realized it, and this primary lord had never shown up. Although he felt a bit strange, Jiang Wei still rushed towards the urban area. Along the way, batches of skeletons were summoned by him. Being careful was a good thing. It was better to be cautious when facing a lord-level beast for the first time.
It didn't matter if more of these skeletons died anyway. Jiang Wei rushed to the city with the skeleton army, and the novice village unsurprisingly blew up again. Completion 70%.
This maddening system announcement came out, and all of the Dragon Kingdom novice village players boiled over.
We're still brushing a ball? Big Brother Eternal Night is going to complete the quest all by himself. If we keep brushing, we won't even be able to drink the soup. Which main city is Big Brother Eternal Night going to? We're leaving now. Which main city did Big Brother Eternal Night recapture? And what about our quests after Big Brother finished the quest all by himself? Now the ordinary players of the Dragon Kingdom were completely unable to sit still. No one felt that Neverwinter Nights was unable to complete the legendary tier quest anymore, and one by one, they couldn't wait to enter the main city. A large number of players were now instead starting to worry about what would happen to their quests if Neverwinter Nights completed the quest to establish the main city on their own. This sound intensified, and many players who had long ago leveled up to 10 were completely unable to sit still. They originally belonged to the first echelon of levels, but now, first echelon, Eternal Night level 50. Second tier, other players level 10. In just a few days' time, even those hidden profession players had become the second echelon. How could they stand such a big drop?
And besides the Dragon Kingdom players, other countries such as the Stick, Island, Rice, and other ordinary players couldn't sit still, and even their upper echelon was a bit hard to be at peace.
We must need to re-evaluate the possibility of Neverwinter Nights accomplishing the mission.
Your Excellency, according to our deduction, it's impossible for him to complete this mission.
But if he really takes the lead in taking down a main city, we'll be in trouble.
Your Excellency, this is the consensus of the top echelons of all the countries, even the Dragon Kingdom. They haven't made any moves so far. That's right, if the Dragon Kingdom's high command really thought that Yanya could accomplish it, there's no way they wouldn't have sent support by now.
But what if this is the tactic that the Dragon Kingdom's higher-ups are using to paralyze us?
Your Excellency, after our careful and rigorous repeated calculations and verifications, the final 30% mission completion is absolutely impossible for a player to accomplish alone. Compared to the newbie village that had already exploded, Jiang Wei was cautiously returning to the main city. Jiang Wei rode his sword and stood in the sky above the city and looked into the distance while an army of skeletons like a tidal wave swarmed into the city from all directions.
Jiang Wei's brows tightened. Nothing?
He had the skeleton army repeatedly search for half a day, but he did not even find the shadow of the primary Lord Glado.
Could it be that I must enter the urban area?
Jiang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the calm and incomparable urban area. Since this quest was to return to the urban area to subdue the primary Lord Glado, it should require him to enter the urban area in order to do so. Jiang Wei also felt that he was a bit overcautious as he flew into the city area with his imperial sword.
Ding, entering the final stage of the quest. Ding, triggering the Junior Lord Grado territory boundary. Trapped? Jiang Wei's nerves tightened. As the system prompt fell, the entire Jiangnan city area was surrounded by a huge translucent shield.
Jiang Wei slashed a sword chi at the shield.
999. Elementary territory boundary. Life value, 1 billion. Defense, 2000.
Details, primary Lord Grado's territorial boundaries. Before breaking through the territorial boundaries, it is impossible to inflict damage on Grado within the territorial boundaries.
1 billion. Jiang Wei looked at the territory boundary in shock before he could react.
With a rumbling sound, the ground surface in the center of the city ruptured and a huge beast with a body size of over 100 meters broke out of the ground, and the defenseless skeleton group was overturned to the ground. Jiang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk. The beast's body surface was covered with reddish-brown lines, just like a huge lizard made of steel.
Grado Junior Lord. Level, 60. Life value, 2000 W. Attack power, 2 W. Skills, 1, Space Leap 2. Tier 3. Boundary 4. Near-death resurrection. Details, a well-talented alien beast race within the turbulent space. 20,000 attack power. Jiang Wei looked at this primary lord with a grave expression. This one's attack power was ridiculously high.
Moreover, within the territory's range, it was impossible to deal damage to it without breaking the boundary. This mechanism shouldn't be effective against me. Jiang Wei's face eased a little when he thought of this and immediately controlled the skeletons to launch an attack. The skeleton army was like ants in front of Grado, a primary lord in size.
However, 999.
Seeing the damage overflow, Zhang Wei was relieved, copying the random damage of skill 1999, ignoring the boundary mechanism. Wow! The moment Grado suffered the attack, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, slightly stunned for a moment, but then he began to angrily launch a counterattack. Grado's giant claws slapped fiercely, and a large skeleton scattered all over the ground.
29,032. 30,032.
The skeleton army fought fiercely with Primary Lord Grado, while Zhang Wei obscenely hid in an inconspicuous position at the back of the army and kept replenishing the skeletons. Space Leap Zhang Wei cautiously looked at the skill Grado and did not release his dragon breath to participate in the siege. Although the wide-range dragon breath could still trigger the passive, Zhang Wei suspected that this bastard might be able to appear directly in front of him.
His current bloodline could not withstand a claw from Grado.
As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant, and Grado's life value was worn down a little bit by the skeleton army.
It's almost time. Zhang Wei looked at the remaining one-third of the boss's life value and stopped summoning skeletons.
Zhang Wei's sword flew to the top of the Primary Lord Grado, and without saying a word, he unleashed Falling Curtain Echo and raised his hand to deliver a sword chi.
The villain died of too many words, so don't beat before you do it.
With a loud bang, the sword energy directly penetrated Grado, and the only remaining bloodstain was instantly cleared.
Ding, congratulations on defeating Junior Lord Grado.
Ding, Junior Lord Grado triggered, resurrect from near death. Ding, Junior Lord Grado will be subjugated to eternal night after his resurrection, and will be able to maintain his territory's boundaries and prevent foreign beasts from invading it. Ding, congratulations on reaching 100% completion of the Reclaiming the Fallen Zone legendary quest. Ding, congratulations to Neverwinter Nights for completing the lore quest alone. The Jiangnan territory belongs to Neverwinter Nights. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Yangyue, for leveling up to level 60.
Chapter 57, Lord of the Territory. One by one, the Dragon Kingdom Novice Village players couldn't hold their breath and were still clamoring to get out of the Novice Village.
The 70% quest completion level had made everyone unable to sit still. But before they could act, a series of system announcements exploded like thunder. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Eternal Night, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area. The mission progress is 100% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to Longgui Yangye for completing the legendary mission alone, obtaining the right to the Jiangnan City District, becoming the first Lord of the Blue Star's territory. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory Winged Knight, his level has risen to level 60. Ding, the Reclaiming the Fallen Lands legendary quest is about territorial ownership, so I hope the other survivors of the Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, the Blue Star territory is open, all fallen areas on the surface belong to unclaimed territories, hope that the Blue Star survivors will retake them as soon as possible. The system announcement seemed to go crazy, and it seemed like it wasn't ready to stop right from the start. The reaction between the players contrasted sharply. Boiling Dragon Country players, a puddle of stagnant water like the senior management of various countries. This really deserves the saying, there will always be people who don't think highly of you, but it's you who are the most competitive.
9167 Novice Village. It's really finished.
Lang Lai's heart was filled with shock when he heard the system announcement. Although he had always felt that Neverwinter Nights could be completed, when this moment really came, it still put him in a bit of a trance. A quest that required hundreds of thousands of people in the Novice Village to prepare for a month, Yang Yi alone had just completed it.
Boss, Chu Tian said strangely, Big Brother Yang Yi is afraid that what he's playing isn't a third world private service, right?
Lang Lai froze at his words.
Chu Tian continued, didn't you pay attention to the system announcement? Big Brother Eternal Night is already level 60.
Lang Lai revealed a bitter smile, that's nothing, if you fight a territory by yourself, it's not strange that you can rise to this level.
That's true. Chu Tian nodded helplessly. Taking down a territory by himself? He didn't have that kind of strength. A certain country, inside an underground villa.
With a pop, wine glasses shattered all over the place.
Idiots, a bunch of idiots.
Is this the result of your so-called careful and rigorous repeated calculations? You guys kept saying that it was impossible for Eternal Night to accomplish the mission, how do you explain it now?
Your Excellency, we should have been cheated by the Dragon Kingdom.
Advance, must advance. The Dragon Kingdom already has a main city ahead of everyone else, we must seize the fallen area immediately. Zhang Wei didn't even realize that because he had taken over the territory, the senior management of various countries had coincidentally advanced the time to enter the fallen zone. However, even if Zhang Wei knew about it, he wouldn't care about it, and what he was most concerned about now was his mission reward. Ding, the personal reputation of the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, is plus 100,000. Ding, congratulations to Lord of Territory Winged Knight for obtaining primary territory gain. Lord of the Territory's own attributes enjoy territory bonus, primary territory bonus effect, blood blue plus 4 million. 4 dimensions plus 5,000. The territory owner owns the military, administrative, and economic rights of the territory under his jurisdiction. Ding, the primary territory can build 2 teleportation arrays for directional teleportation. Ding, Jiangnan territory urban area construction is recovering, progress 1%. Zhang Wei was truly shocked by the system prompts in his ears this time. Jiangnan had become his territory. Even the Third World System announcement's name for him had changed from Survivor to Lord of the Territory. As a result of completing this legendary quest, his level had directly soared to level 60, a full 10 levels higher, knowing that other players were only at level 10 now.
The most crucial point was that the Lord of the Territory enjoyed the attribute bonus of the territory, Blood Blue plus 4 million. 4D plus 5,000, which was simply exaggerated to the extreme. Zhang Wei was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at his current attributes. Player, Eternal Knight. Profession, Clown. Rank, Junior Lord of Territory. Level, 60. Experience value, 0600W. Blood Blue value, 405W 405W. Dimension, 0.51W 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 0.51W. Double attack, 1.5W 1.5W. Double defense, 1W 1W. Generic skill, Scrying can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above his own level. Exclusive skill, Stage Comedy, Clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill. The mimic skill can inflict 999 random damage to the target cap. 4. Exclusive skill, Poker Acrobatics, randomly draw one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds and clubs, and attack with different effects with intense hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard skill CD, 60s. Exclusive skill, Improv Comedy, Recovery buff skill, Blood recovery equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, Clown Stage, within the range of the clown performance stage 1000M, the damage received by the clown is randomly attenuated by 190%. Another exclusive skill. Zhang Wei looked at the skill Clown Stage, within the range of the stage, the damage he received was randomly attenuated by 10% to 90%. Seeing the details of this skill, Zhang Wei could not suppress his ecstasy. Although there was a 1000M area restriction, this range was already large enough. Moreover, the damage attenuation was said to be 10% to 90%, but Zhang Wei knew clearly that in the performance state, it would definitely be a 90% attenuation. It was equivalent to saying that originally, the enemy could deal 10,000 points of damage to him, but after attenuation, Zhang Wei would only lose 1,000 life value. Zhang Wei also looked at his 400W plus life value. From now on, it was really hard to die. How can others still play? Zhang Wei was now a bit weak himself. The gap was too big, and in the third world, there seemed to be no balance at all. As long as you were one step ahead, you could be one step ahead, and the advantage would only grow. The only pity is that his territory's urban area is actually still under construction and recovery. Zhang Wei was excited for a while before he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have another gain. Zhang Wei twisted his head to look into the distance, where the primary Lord Glado was honestly lying on the ground. This Lord-level Fey Beast had now become the guardian beast of Zhang Wei's territory. Zhang Wei immediately walked towards the guardian beast. This big guy's attributes were quite perverse, but Neverwinter Nights had its eye on its skill, Spatial Leap. Zhang Wei secretly speculated in his mind that so many alien beasts in the Fallen Zone nowadays were most likely teleported to the Blue Star in a steady stream with the help of Grado's Spatial Leap. If that was the case, would he be able to copy this skill for spatial teleportation as well? Chapter 58 A Voice. Zhang Wei walked up to the primary Lord Glado's huge body. Come, release a spatial leap and see. Zhang Wei was just trying it out, he didn't have much hope in the first place. However, Grado really understood it, and a spatial vortex slowly appeared in front of it. In the blink of an eye, Glado disappeared under Zhang Wei's eyes. Zhang Wei's pupils shrunk as he turned around violently, and Grado was slumping behind him. You understand human language? After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he couldn't care less about being surprised and hurriedly cast Stage Comedy, Imitation Copy skill on Grado hurriedly. Ding, imitating and copying Space Leap skill is successful, have replaced Imperial Sword Technique. It's done. Zhang Wei was delighted in his heart and hurriedly looked at his own skills. Spatial Leap Elementary, allows for spatial shuttling in the fallen areas of the Blue Star, skill cooldown of 7 days. Zhang Wei revealed a hint of regret when he saw the details of the skill. Space shuttling was limited to the Blue Star Fallen Zone, slightly lacking in beauty. Fortunately, it didn't have too much of an impact. After all, Zhang Wei didn't have any thoughts of going outside the Blue Star right now. Outside the Blue Star doesn't want to for the time being, Zhang Wei muttered. Other fallen areas? Is it possible for me to continue fighting down? Since the system announcement had already stated that the surface fallen zones were all unclaimed territories. In other words, whoever fights it down is whoever owns it all. Using Spatial Leap, he could directly appear in other fallen regions, and this matter was feasible. Now that Zhang Wei had only taken down one Jiangnan territory, he had added so many attributes after becoming a territory lord. What if he continued to take down other fallen territories?
Let's not forget that apart from the attributes, the ownership of those territories were also in Jiang Wei's hands. The only unfortunate thing was that his territory's urban area was still under construction and recovery. The system mentioned the ownership of the territory's military, administration, economy, etc. What exactly Jiang Wei was referring to wasn't clear yet, but Jiang Wei could roughly guess some of it. For example, in his territory, he should be able to set a certain percentage of all transactions, or even collect taxes from everyone. There were also stores and residences to rent out and sell for this kind of income. If possible, every time he used the main city teleportation array, Jiang Wei could set a usage fee. It's no exaggeration to say that once the territory is built and other players enter the main city, the lord of the territory will have a steady stream of income. The benefits of becoming the lord of a territory were simply endless. As soon as these thoughts popped up, Yang Ye had the urge to do it now. However, it was also just an impulse. Jiang Wei was clear that there were still some things he needed to make sure of before engaging in such a way, so that he wouldn't end up doing someone else a favor by the time he had worked so hard to fight off the fallen area. Anyway, there is still some time left before the country's plan to retake the fallen areas, so there is no rush for this moment. Thinking so, Jiang Wei looked at Grado again. With this huge body of the guardian beast, where to put it was also a problem. However, Grado seemed to recognize Jiang Wei's thoughts, and even directly broke through the ground and returned to the underground. Although Jiang Wei was surprised to see this scene, he was also more satisfied with Grado. Now that the Jiangnan urban area was still recovering, Jiang Wei looked at the progress of the restoration and estimated that it would take some time. Luckily, the urban area was shrouded by the boundary, the beast soldiers outside the city could no longer enter, and with Grado as the lord, those beast soldiers did not dare to attack the city. In order to complete this mission, Jiang Wei had been in the third world for several more consecutive days. Now that the quest was completed, and he only needed to wait for the main city to completely recover next, Jiang Wei directly exited the third world. Dragon Kingdom Dungeon Area E. Jiang Wei came out of the holographic silo and simply moved around for a bit. Lying in the holographic silo for a long time was still a bit uncomfortable. Now that the time in the dungeon, it happened to be night time. After Jiang Wei exercised a bit, he looked at the Third World Forum. Right now, the Third World Forum was almost entirely filled with posts about him, both good and bad, with all sorts of remarks flying all over the place. The first person in the Third World Winged Knight. Conjectures about Big Brother Yang Ye completing the legendary level quest rewards on his own. The Third World has become Long Gui Yang Ye's personal private service, seriously suspecting Long Gui Yang Ye of hanging. The island country strongly demands that the Dragon Kingdom publicize Yang Yue's personal information and accept international supervision. However, Jiang Wei quickly revealed a hint of surprise that the countries have moved the time forward. Jiang Wei looked at this forum message with a slight frown. Only then did Jiang Wei realize that because he had taken the fallen area of Jiangnan, the countries had moved the time forward and had actually set it at 3 days later. With this, he was afraid that his plan to capture the other fallen regions would be in vain. If other players appeared when he captured the fallen regions, the system shouldn't determine that he did it alone. In that case, even if he captured the captured area, I'm afraid that the territory would not be rewarded to an individual, but to an entire camp. It's really true that plans can't catch up with changes, Jiang Wei muttered. Even if his strength had increased significantly now, it would be impossible for him to take down the fallen area within 3 days. After all, a city guarding mission alone would require 3 days. Just as Jiang Wei was browsing through this information, in the Third World Dragon Country Novice Village, the Zhao Yan looked at Ruyan Lu in surprise. Ruyan, you said that Eternal Night is Jiang Wei? I'm just guessing, Ruyan Lu responded with a nod. Yang Ye is Jiang Wei's common screen name, and Yang Ye is also in Jiangnan City. Zhao Yan thought briefly and shook his head. If that's all it is, I'm afraid I can't be sure. I have an idea. Ruyan Lu looked straight at Zhao Yan. It took Winged Knight almost 7 days to complete the Fallen Zone mission. What's wrong with that? Zhao Yan froze. Ruyan Lu spoke faintly. Use your connections to check if Jiang Wei has changed zones. If Jiang Wei is still in the back 3 zones, Ruyan Lu said confidently, it's impossible for him to stay in the third world for 7 consecutive days. Eternal Night wouldn't be Jiang Wei. But if Jiang Wei has left the back 3, then Eternal Night is definitely Jiang Wei. Lu Ruyan was self-conscious that there was no problem with his method, but opposite Zhao Yan directly shook his head. Lu Ruyan was puzzled. What's the problem? Zhao Yan said in a calm tone, there's no way to check whether Jiang Wei changed zones in the dungeon or not. Why? Lu Ruyan looked surprised and said urgently, don't look at how powerful Yang Ye is in the third world. As long as we control him in the dungeon, then he's still at our mercy? Zhao Yan, however, shook his head and said, don't think about it, this path doesn't work, we can only think of a way in the third world. Lu Ruyan froze when she heard this. Although she couldn't figure it out, she knew that there were some things that she couldn't ask more questions about, so she could only nod her head. On the other hand, Jiang Wei looked at the Third World Forum for a while longer before simply washing up and falling asleep. Early the next morning, inside the dungeon area E-room, Jiang Wei was still awake in bed when a voice rang in his ears.
Ding, the construction of the urban area of the territory under our jurisdiction is recovering, progress 10%. Jiang Wei suddenly opened his eyes, I'm hallucinating.
Chapter 59 The Truth Emerges.
That voice just now was a system prompt?
Jiang Wei rose from his bed with a hint of shock in his eyes. He was currently in his own room in Dungeon Area E and had not entered the third world, so why was he still hearing the system prompt? Jiangnan Territory Urban Area Construction Recovery in Progress, progress 10%.
Jiang Wei was sure that he hadn't heard it wrong. A few moments later. Undead summoning? Dragon breath? Sword breath? Am I overthinking myself? Jiang Wei frowned.
He tried releasing a few skills one after another, but there was not the slightest reaction at all.
Maybe it really is just an illusion.
He had just finished saying this when he suddenly thought of something and directly entered the holographic warehouse.
In the third world, Jiangnan City, the territory still showed that it was recovering. What a 10%!
A hint of shock flashed across Jiang Wei's eyes. The urban area recovery progress was exactly the same as what he had heard in the dungeon.
Where exactly was the problem? Jiang Wei could not figure it out for a moment.
Just now, he had tried to use his skills in the dungeon, but there was no effect at all.
But how did the system prompts from the third world reach the dungeon?
I can only write it down first. Thinking for a long time with no results, Jiang Wei had no choice but to give up first. But just as he had this thought, he suddenly thought of something else.
Spatial leap. Jiang Wei's voice fell, and his entire body directly disappeared into the urban area. Dragon Kingdom, Underground City, Area E.
This. Jiang Wei looked at the familiar room and was completely shocked that he had directly returned to the dungeon. And this time, everything of Jiang Wei's equipment, attributes, and panels were still there. Jiang Wei had brought back to reality all the things that originally belonged to the third world. Jiang Wei subconsciously looked at the holographic silo and flashed a crazy thought. Was the holographic warehouse a conscious link to the equipment, or did it directly teleport the person to the third world?
I'm afraid it's the latter.
Jiang Wei's heart was in a state of shock. If that was the case, then the novice village should be the safe zone set up by the third world. After leaving the novice village, it was the same as teleporting the player to the ground of Blue Star. Therefore, after leaving the novice village, death will no longer be resurrected, because of this. After figuring this out, Jiang Wei's expression became unusually rich. Everyone thought that the third world was a 100% anthropomorphic game, but the truth was that it directly teleported people there.
What everyone is playing is real. But,
Jiang Wei had a puzzled look on his face. There was still a bit of an explanation that didn't make sense. If the holographic warehouse only transported people to the third world, how could it explain his current situation? He had brought all the equipment and attributes from the third world back to reality.
A moment later,
a crazy idea emerged from the bottom of Jiang Wei's heart.
Dungeon.
Could it also be part of the third world?
Dragon Kingdom Dungeon, Area S.
A few people were sitting around a pavilion in a unique garden setting. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform walked in. We just received news that someone has returned to the dungeon from the third world without passing through the teleportation device. As the words fell, several people fell into a temporary silence.
A moment later, one of them slowly spoke. Is it ever night?
It should be him. The only way to do that is to open the main city teleportation after taking the fallen area. On the side, another person laughed bitterly. I didn't expect it to be so much in advance.
Should we contact Neverwinter Nights in advance?
The uniformed middle-aged man said with some uneasiness. If he fools around in the dungeon, no one can stop him now.
No need. Among the several people, an old man waved his hand. Right now, the biggest threat to Blue Star is the foreign beasts, not our own people.
Do we still not intervene?
The middle-aged man was a bit hesitant. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had long since set a dead order not to interfere, investigate, or intervene with the Dragon Kingdom players in the Third World. To put it bluntly, the strategy of the Dragon Kingdom is, to put it nicely, letting nature take its course, and to put it bluntly, free range. What we need are strong people who can lead the humans of Blue Star to live, the old man said in a deep voice. Such people cannot be cultivated, the road is for them to walk by themselves. As soon as the old man's words fell, a voice suddenly rang out from within the garden. Ding, Sakura Island Country Hiroshima Fallen Zone mission failed, 1,000 survivors died. Ding, Sakura Island Country Hiroshima Fallen Zone mission failed, 1,000 survivors died.
Ha! The middle-aged man stared blankly. The Sakura Island Kingdom operation has advanced?
Hee, the old man said unimpressed. They have always liked sneak attacks, however, this time it should just be a test. The middle-aged man frowned, but this is the same as telling everyone in advance that there will be real deaths in the Fallen Zone mission.
It's impossible to keep it hidden. This day will come sooner or later.
There's one more thing, the middle-aged man continued. The countries have contacted us again, wanting the strength of the alien beasts in the Fallen Zone and the approximate situation of each stage of the mission. Good thinking, the old man sneered. Tell them that we can't contact Neverwinter Nights, and that the Dragon Kingdom is equally unaware of the situation in the Fallen Zone. The middle-aged man couldn't help but reveal a strange look at his words.
It wasn't that they couldn't get in touch, but that they hadn't gotten in touch at all. The Third World Novice Village, because of the system announcement just now, fell into a short dead silence. What the hell? Island mission failed, 1,000 survivors dead.
What does this mean? Are people really dead? FCK, I remember a post stating that death in a newbie village doesn't resurrect. This can't be true, can it?
Because of this announcement, the novice village players were in chaos, where they still had the heart to upgrade and fight monsters. A large number of players directly exited the Third World and came to the forums to post, asking the government to clarify the situation and give an explanation.
Sakura Island Kingdom?
Zhang Wei also heard the system prompt of Sakura Island Kingdom's mission failure, and he was still in his room without entering the Third World. And at this moment, Zhang Wei also noticed the posts that were frantically bouncing around on the forums. It seems that other than me, others in the dungeon are currently not receiving system prompts. Zhang Wei looked at the large number of crazily refreshed posts, and was also a bit curious as to how the governments would explain it. Compared to the panic of the other players, Zhang Wei was much calmer. After all, he had known that death in a fallen area could not be revived. Moreover, with Zhang Wei's current strength, his life was not in danger.
Am I considered invincible now? Zhang Wei couldn't help but pop up this thought.
Regardless of whether the dungeon belonged to the Third World or not, it was already a fact that the Third World had begun to influence reality. Or perhaps the Third World was not a game at all from the beginning, and the player's strength in the Third World was directly linked to reality. Zhang Wei's level in the Third World is far ahead, the real world is naturally the same.
Just as Zhang Wei was floating around, system announcements suddenly rang out frequently.
Ding, Sakura Island Country Okayama Fallen Zone mission failed, 5,000 survivors died. Ding, Sakura Island Kingdom Okamoto Fallen Zone mission failed, 10,000 survivors died. Ding, congratulations to Sakura Island Nation, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen region of Kushiro, mission progress completed by 5%, look to the other survivors of Blue Star for further efforts. Ding, congratulations to Sakura Island Nation, legendary level mission to recapture the Kawasaki Fallen Zone, mission progress is 5% complete, look to the other survivors of Planet Blue for further endeavors. Ding, congratulations to Sakura Island Kingdom, legendary level mission to retake the fallen area of Nagoya, mission progress completed by 5%, looking forward to other survivors of Blue Planet to continue their efforts.
Zhang Wei's complexion stared. Sakura Island Kingdom was experimenting with human lives on how many people would be needed to recapture the fallen area? Chapter 61 Person.
It had to be said that this was indeed a method. Sacrificing a small number of people to explore the path and raise the probability of success, this would indeed reduce the subsequent casualties.
However, recapturing the fallen area, the last few stages of the mission were the most troublesome.
I can't afford to waste time either. Zhang Wei was clear that with the Sakura Island Nation stealing the show, other countries were afraid that they wouldn't be able to sit still. Once the subsequent countries completed their quests one after another, there would be quite a few players who would close the gap with Zhang Wei. The most crucial thing was that the biggest crisis now was not these, but those alien beasts on the surface. The devil knew if even more powerful foreign beasts would appear after the countries took the fallen areas. According to the information Zhang Wei had learned, the beast soldiers in the fallen area were just the most ordinary foreign beasts. Apart from the urban area, the surface of the ground was now all covered by the red mist, and the strength of the beast generals found within the mist zone would far exceed that of the beast soldiers. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment was to raise their strength, only then would they be able to cope with the variables at the back. However, there was one thing that Zhang Wei had been unable to figure out: why had no one contacted him until now? It was said that he had taken the lead in completing the fallen area mission, and normally speaking, the country should have asked him for some information. But so far, there hadn't been any movement in this regard, and even the Dragon Kingdom hadn't had anyone come forward to contact him.
Just as Zhang Wei was pondering on these, a system prompt rang out.
Ding, triggering the exclusive mission of the Lord of the Territory assisting Blue Star players in capturing the fallen area. Completion of the mission will raise the level of the territory.
Zhang Wei was stunned. Exclusive mission for the Lord of the Territory? Raise the level of the territory?
My territory is a primary territory. If I upgrade my level,
Zhang Wei whispered, then the territory's bonus attributes should be raised as well.
However, Zhang Wei muttered, right now, only the Sakura Island Kingdom has jumped the gun and started doing this quest, so it's better to wait for now. Although the temptation to raise the level of his territory was great, asking him to help Sakura Island Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom quest hasn't started yet, I'd better improve myself first. Zhang Wei no longer thought much about it, and instantly executed Space Leap to leave the dungeon and return to the surface. Anyway, he had Spatial Leap, so as long as the Dragon Kingdom started to seize the fallen areas, he could rush over at any time.
On the surface, Jiangnan City District. Zhang Wei walked straight towards the misty area outside the city.
Now that there were no foreign beasts in Jiangnan City, he could only go to the Misty Zone if he wanted to continue upgrading. There were still a large number of Fey beasts active in the Misty area, only that these Fey beasts were a bit inadequate nowadays. Zhang Wei summoned the skeleton army and began to push his way across the misty area, heading deeper into the misty area. Ding, killed level 20 beast soldier Yen Roar, experience value plus 80. Ding, kill level 25 beast soldier Tiger Lizard, experience value plus 90. Zhang Wei was now level 60, and 6 million experience value was needed to move up a level. Most of the ordinary beast soldiers were level 20 or 30, and the experience gained from killing them became very low. With the skeleton army combined with the sea of fire created by the dragon's breath skill, Zhang Wei advanced towards the hinterland of the misty zone with a devastating momentum. As Zhang Wei continued to go deeper and deeper, the level of the beast soldiers around him began to rise, and many beast soldiers that Zhang Wei had never seen before even appeared.
However, due to the increase in the level of the beast soldiers, the experience value Zhang Wei gained also became more. Meanwhile, on the surface of the Dragon Kingdom, in the fallen area of Suzhou and Hangzhou,
a white light flashed, and tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom players instantly flooded into the entire Suzhou Hang City, spreading out in various locations throughout the entire Suzhou Hang City.
Attention!
A player said in a deep voice, "Beast soldiers have high attributes, form up." Almost instantly, the Dragon Kingdom players in the various areas of Suwon City seemed to have practiced countless times, instantly organizing themselves into countless squads. Obviously, unlike the Sakura Island country, the Dragon countries first to enter the fallen area were not ordinary players. The front row of meat shields were jammed into position, and all kinds of gain buffs were pulled up, while at the same time, the long-range output skills at the back of the formation stormed towards the beast soldiers in front. Without dividing the area, the Dragon Kingdom's group of players launched an attack on the entire Suwon district at the same time. The beast soldiers who hadn't reacted yet were dazed by the large number of skills smashed at them, and their blood levels dropped miserably. On the other hand, Zhang Wei was killing in the misty area when a roar rang out from afar, and a behemoth appeared in Zhang Wei's field of vision. Finally, a big guy has appeared. Zhang Wei threw a scrying spell at the beast.
Rock-armored giant rhinoceros intermediate beast general. Level 55. Life value 800 W. Attack power 4250. Skills 1, trample 2. Splash.
Details: Overlord of the misty area, amazing defense, herd beast.
Zhang Wei's first thought upon seeing the rock-armored giant rhinoceros was average attributes.
With the territory attribute bonus, he could already be on par with the beast general.
Even in a 1v1 single combat, Zhang Wei was definitely not weak. But who chose to fight solo when they could fight in a group?
The skeleton army immediately surrounded him. Boom! Before the skeleton army could get close, the rock-armored giant rhinoceros brush launched its trample skill first. The ground trembled violently, and a large number of skeletons fell into pieces.
13,454. 15,251. 13,454. 15,251. 15,032. Pieces of skeletons were instantly seconded, and a large open space appeared in front of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros. Such a large range?
Zhang Wei was a bit surprised, not expecting the rock-armored giant rhinoceros to be so difficult to deal with. However, the trample skill obviously did not have a short cooldown, and the skeletons behind him quickly approached, their bone knives slashing towards the rock-armored giant rhinoceros in unison. Zhang Wei was also not idle. The dragon breath skill was constantly thrown out, forming a sea of fire.
999. 999.
The rock-armored giant rhinoceros was struggling to death in the sea of fire, and its blood level began to drop rapidly, so it was only a matter of time before it died.
Right at this moment, a system announcement suddenly rang out.
Ding! Congratulations Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suwon, 30% of the mission progress is complete, looking forward to the other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suzhou Hangzhou, the mission progress is 30% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. In the third world, because of the Sakura Island country player system death announcement, ordinary players didn't dare to go out of the novice village. Players from all countries were asking the government to step in and give an explanation, and many were even prepared to not go out of the novice village, and naturally, the Dragon country players were no exception. But this announcement made the novice village Dragon country players confused.
Su Hang has started? I'm from Suwon. Me too, I wasn't notified? What's going on? Who went? I didn't go either. Suwon fell directly 30%, who is fighting?
Direct 30%, deep in the misty zone, Zhang Wei heard the system announcement revealing a look of surprise. It seemed that the mission was not the same for each fallen zone.
Zhang Wei glanced at the bloodied rock-armored giant rhinoceros and directly disappeared in place.
Outside the city of Suwon, red mist filled the area and rolled towards the city. A relatively small player looked at the blood-colored red mist and whispered to a strong man beside him, "Head, are we the only 20,000 people defending the city?"
Don't talk nonsense, the strong man looked solemn. Who will go if we don't?
The 20,000 Dragon Kingdom players formed a battle formation with the help of the buildings in the city. Looking at the blood mist rolling in from the distance, all of them looked at death as if they were at home. Rumble, the earth began to tremble. Within the blood mist, countless mutant beast soldiers also appeared. Spare these well-trained players, each and every one of their nerves tightened up. The strong man suddenly shouted, "Brothers, the time to test us has come."
However, before he finished speaking, he saw the skinny player beside him suddenly point in the direction of the city. Head. Ahead. There's someone. Countless gazes looked at the sound, only to see the black cloak flying, black mask covering the face, a figure standing alone in front of the boundless beast tide. Chapter 61, Humanoid Bug. Crap, Zhang Wei teleported over and just saw the situation in front of him. He couldn't help but let out a gasp. The blood mist rolled over, the earth trembled. This scene he was familiar with. This is to beast soldiers attacked the city. The Dragon Kingdom captured the fallen area of Suzhou and Hangzhou. He naturally had to help the scene. Besides, he still had the exclusive task of the Lord of the Territory, which could raise the level of his territory. However, Zhang Wei had planned to sneak in from outside the city, but he didn't expect that he would run straight to the front line. The powerful beast tide was close at hand, and the trembling earth under his feet was always reminding him that once the beast tide crushed over, even though Zhang Wei couldn't die with his current attributes, he would definitely be ravaged. Zhang Wei just wanted to immediately retreat to avoid the front line, but out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the shocked gazes of countless Dragon Kingdom players at the back. Under the public's attention, he accidentally ran to the front of the beast tide, and with the posture of blocking thousands of troops, one person stood at the forefront of the beast tide with a sword. This time to retreat, face still want? After hesitating for less than a second, Zhang Wei decided not to retreat. More than 4 million blood, tens of thousands of double defense, 90% damage reduction. Facing these low-level beast soldiers, why should he retreat? Dragon Breath. Undead Summoning. Zhang Wei released these two skills alternately, and as soon as the skeleton army appeared, he immediately met them. The sea of fire created by Dragon's Breath had just formed a scale, and the skeletons had summoned just over 2,000 of them when the mutant beast soldiers crushed in. Rumble, the two sides collided together fiercely, and a large number of skeletons were instantly knocked away. Based on size and impact power alone, the skeletons were clearly no match for the beast soldiers. At this moment, Zhang Wei somewhat missed the royal sword flight. If the royal sword technique skill was present, he could still rise into the high altitude to hide for a while. Right now, once the loading started, he could only grit his teeth and die. Fortunately, the sea of fire created by the Dragon's Breath still played a blocking role, for negative buffs were left in turn, and the speed of the beast tide charge was hardened down. Zhang Wei gained a sliver of respite and hurriedly cast Undead Summoning with all his might. 100. Thousands. 10,000. As the number increased, the skeleton army took their bodies and carried them hard, still containing the tide of mutant beast soldiers. He's Neverwinter Knights. Of the rear, the Dragon Kingdom players also reacted. The Winged Knight signature cloak and mask had already spread, and it wasn't hard to recognize. Moreover, other than Winged Knight, there couldn't be a second person in the third world who had made it this far against a wave of beasts. Priests had blood, the burly man commanded in a deep voice, long-range fire support. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of white lights instantly lit up in the 10,000-person formation, enveloping them towards Yangye. At the same time, all sorts of wide-range spells attacked towards the wave of beast soldiers in a vast array. This. Can it withstand it? A player looked at the great battle ahead and said with some concern. Can it be carried? A priest among the Dragon Kingdom's batch of players opened his mouth with a tangled face. He hasn't lost any blood at all. What? Hearing these words, a group of players turned their heads in unison to look over. He's right, another priest spoke. Neverwinter Night hasn't been dropping blood, our healing spells didn't work. How is this possible? It was a bit hard to understand, even for those of them. Chief, can you carry it? A priest looked towards the strong man at the front. Me? The burly man shook his head. No, even though my talent is S-rank defense, I won't be able to hold up against so many foreign beasts. What exactly is this Yangye's talent? A person watched Yangye successfully stop the beast tide by himself and was shocked. His talent is definitely not simple. It's at least an SSS grade talent. Another person spoke. It's possible that it's a god grade talent. At the forefront of the beast tide, Zhang Wei himself had discovered this. 1. Little by little, damage overflowed from him, and no matter how the mutant beasts attacked, his blood bar of more than 4 million didn't move at all. These level 20 or 30 mutant beast soldiers, although their attributes were doubled, their attack power was only a few hundred, not even 1,000. With his current 10,000 double defense, these mutant beast soldiers were simply unable to break his defense. Occasionally, if a beast soldier attacked him, it would only be a mandatory 1 point of blood deduction, not the slightest threat to him. What's more, even if he dropped a few drops of blood, the improvised comedy blood restoration skill could always pull him up to full strength. Only then did Zhang Wei realize what a bug existence he was, a level 60 Lord of Territory. With the high level and high attribute suppression, the foreign beasts could no longer pose a threat to Zhang Wei by virtue of their numbers. Zhang Wei couldn't help but glance at the countless Dragon Kingdom players in the back. It was personal showtime next. Zhang Wei began to counterattack towards the beast tide, pushing out horizontally. This. Boss, am I blind? This. Is still a human, it's simply a humanoid bug. He is simply a monster, how can he summon so many skeletons?
Yeah, normally speaking the summoning skill has a long cooldown time, and there's a limit to the number of summons. At the back, a group of Dragon Kingdom players were dumbfounded and shocked as they watched Yang Yi alone go deeper into the beast tide, and vaguely, there was a tendency to suppress the beast tide.
What a ing pervert, the leading burly man couldn't help but say, no wonder he can complete the mission by himself. What should we do? A player asked hesitantly, are we still defending here?
Defense my ass, a player couldn't wait to speak, the beast tide was stopped by him alone. The burly man looked at the situation on the battlefield, hesitated for a moment, and ordered, follow him up and pick up the upgrades. The words just fell. Hula, the Dragon Kingdom players who were originally relying on the buildings in the city to set up defenses, surged out and killed towards the beast tide. They also realized that although Everknight's attributes were perverse, the damage didn't seem to be high. 999. 999. 999. 999. Regardless of whether it was the Sea of Fire or the Skeleton Army, the damage dealt to the mutant beast soldiers was a constant 999, and the single output was even lower than theirs. It was just that Neverwinter Night's damage range was large enough and the number of skeletons was large enough for the output to be long-lasting. However, it was just as convenient for them to pick up the slack, as a large number of bloodied alien beasts were harvested by the Dragon Kingdom players' concentrated firepower, and the experience value of the crowd began to rise. Eternal Knight naturally also discovered this scene, but he didn't care. The experience value he gained from killing these low-level foreign beasts was too low right now. With a large group of Dragon Kingdom players joining from the rear, pushing across the beast tide became even easier. Martyr is so cool, upgraded again, the Dragon Kingdom player shouted out in excitement. No wonder Neverwinter Night could rise to level 60 by completing the quest alone. It turns out that so much experience from the beasts was taken all by himself. Even though there were 20,000 players in the Dragon Kingdom, and the experience value from killing the beast soldiers was shared equally, they still started to level up one after another. But just as the Dragon Kingdom players were all excited, at the very front of the beast tide, Yang Ye suddenly stopped. Neverwinter Night looked into the depths of the misty area and frowned slightly. The difficulty has increased? Chapter 62, the second act. Zhang Wei's words had just fallen. Hiss. Hiss. Continuous beast cries rang out from the depths of the mists. At the same time, the beast soldiers that were still fighting frantically began to disperse and retreat in unison. In a short while, the beast soldiers disappeared cleanly. The skeleton army stood still without a target. However, not long after, the blood-colored mist in front of them suddenly rolled violently, and 4 huge beasts with a body size of nearly 100 meters were revealed from the blood mist. Beast generals? Zhang Wei looked at the 4 behemoths and threw out his scrying spell. Poison Ivy Giant Spider Advanced Beast General. Level 55. Life value 1200 W. Attack power 12,500. Skills 1, Binding 2. Venom. Details: Tricky Mist Predator, 8 legs covered in sticky poison glands that spray venom. Advanced Beast General? Attributes are average. Zhang Wei was indifferent. It's the boss that has appeared. At the back, the Dragon Kingdom players were all on guard, waiting for the enemy, ready to strike at any time to support Zhang Wei. Go! Zhang Wei waved his hand, and the skeleton army instantly charged towards the 4 beast generals. However, puff! Poof! The 4 poison ivy giant spiders' 8-legged poison glands spewed out a large amount of venom, forming a green sticky area. As soon as the front row of skeletons entered the venom zone, the 34,522, 34,522, 34,522, 34,522. As soon as the ultra-high venom skill damage floated up, countless skeletons scattered all over the place and were directly killed in seconds. Although the skeletons were numerous, they were simply unable to get close. What high damage! At the back, a group of dragon players' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. Casually over 30,000 damage, this was already enough to kill most of them in seconds. Trouble! The burly man in the lead's face sank. Prepare for a deadly battle. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom players responded with a chorus. They had come over this time and had long been prepared to sacrifice. It seems like we have to find a way to find some meat shields again. Zhang Wei slightly lamented when he saw a large number of skeletons being seconded. The attributes of the skeletons were now a bit inadequate, with the skeletons only having 3,000 blood. The beast generals could basically kill them in seconds. Once they encountered a beast general with a large range of skill damage, the numerical advantage of the skeletons would no longer exist. It's just that Zhang Wei has never encountered a suitable summoner skill. Right now, the skeletons did not have the slightest solution to the poison ivy giant spider, so Zhang Wei could only take matters into his own hands. Dragon Breath.
Zhang Wei released the dragon breath skill, and the flames instantly covered the poisonous area laid down by the poison ivy giant spider. Baird. A scene unexpected to Zhang Wei occurred, the venom instantly evaporated under the flames. It can still be like this, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up.
He was just about to order the skeleton army to surround him when he suddenly stopped moving.
The location of these 4 poison ivy giant spiders? A fun idea popped up in Zhang Wei's mind.
He slowly stretched out his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, and scratched down towards the poison ivy giant spider.
Rear. Head, what is Winged Knight doing?
A Dragon Kingdom player asked with some suspicion.
How do I know?
Before the words were finished, a group of Dragon Kingdom players all stared dumbfounded at the front.
Dragon Kingdom Novice Village.
Not a short time had passed since the last announcement of the quest progress in the fallen area of Suong.
A large number of players were anxiously waiting for the quest progress system announcement. How come there's still no system announcement after so long? Something couldn't have happened, could it? Impossible, we never fight unprepared battles. Didn't we say that going out would really kill us? Who the hell went out to fight the fallen area of Suong? Just as countless players were talking about it. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suzhou Hongzhou. The mission progress is 60% complete, look to the other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts.
Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suzhou Hongzhou, mission progress completed 60%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to make further efforts.
6 consecutive system announcements rang out. Crap. Goodness, 60% straight away? How is the progress so fast?
The Dragon Kingdom players directly boiled over when they heard this system announcement. At the beginning, it was directly 30%, now it directly soared to 60%, the progress of the mission was out of everyone's expectation. It was important to know that the Sakura Island country, which had jumped ahead of the action at the beginning, had only completed 20% progress not long ago.
This was now directly overtaken by the Dragon Kingdom.
The Dragon Country players immediately raised their eyebrows and were all excited. Unlike the Novice Village players, in the fallen area of Suong, 20,000 Dragon Kingdom players witnessed the perversity of Neverwinter Nights with their own eyes.
Is he still human? Not like. I don't think it's like. Either.
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it to death. Neverwinter Night used his finger as a sword, and his sword chi dealt over 70 million damage, instantly killing 4 bosses.
Over 70 million. Isn't his damage cap only 999? What's going on here? A single sword chi killed 4 bosses in seconds? In front, Zhang Wei was also very satisfied with his hit.
Falling Echo, this one-time damage was a proper must-kill technique.
As long as the accumulated damage was high enough, God could even bring him down.
Zhang Wei slowly turned around and looked towards the Dragon Kingdom players at the back who were still in shock. Gentlemen, get ready, Zhang Wei said in a deep voice, the difficulty of the mission seems to have increased. Zhang Wei wasn't sure if it was because of his external involvement as the lord of the territory, the Fey Beast siege that was supposed to last for 3 days just ended like that. Moreover, 4 high-level beast generals had appeared at the end. He hadn't had a situation like this when he was completing his mission. The burly man at the head took a step forward. Yangi, the Dragon Kingdom military thanks you for your helping hand. Zhang Wei was slightly stunned at his words. He had long seen that this group of Dragon Kingdom players were not ordinary, but he did not realize that they were from the military. He was just about to open his mouth to be polite, but the earth suddenly trembled at that moment, followed by a rhythmic tremor. Zhang Wei turned around violently, looking into the depths of the mists. At the back, the Dragon Kingdom's military also sensed that something was wrong. The commotion was too great this time.
What's going on?
The burly man looked solemn. Yang Ye just said that the difficulty of the mission has increased.
This commotion.
The burly man's face showed bitterness. Although he was not willing, he could only softly say, we can only see if Yang Ye can hold out. The 20,000 people all looked at Yang Ye. Success or failure is all tied to him alone. Ahead, the blood mist slowly dispersed. Nearly 100 large-sized beasts were revealed, and the foremost beast was over 100 meters in size, while there were a large number of uncountable beasts at the back.
Zhang Wei's face changed. The difficulty of this is not a little bit higher off. Marred, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and said, what exclusive mission for the lord of the territory, this is clearly an attempt to pit me. He had just unleashed falling echoes when over 100 beast generals appeared. There was even a lord. Zhang Wei could naturally walk away, but the 20,000 Dragon Kingdom players behind him would all have to be left behind here. Just as Zhang Wei was preparing to go out and tough it out, a system prompt rang out abruptly. Ding, the loyal audience is in place. Is the show opening for Act 2? Chapter 63 Carnival Feast. Ding, the loyal audience is in place. Will the show begin its second act? Act 2? Zhang Wei froze for a moment, then revealed his ecstasy. There was a second act to the performance mechanism. Ever since Zhang Wei had the unique equipment, the performance mechanism was no longer restricted due to the impromptu performance effects attached to it.
Jiang Wei hadn't continued to explore and study the Joker's playstyle mechanics, but it was good that he was triggered by accident this time. It seems that the potential of Joker is far more than that.
Jiang Wei could not contain his excitement in his heart. Since there was a second act, did that mean there was a third act, fourth act, fifth act, and even a final chapter fall?
Jiang Wei slightly collected his mind and said in a deep voice, "Open."
Ding, the second act of the show is Open Carnival Feast.
Carnival Feast effect, Clown skill random damage 1999, random damage limit additional, number of loyal audience, and no limit. Current effect, 1999 plus 20,000. Jiang Wei's pupils instantly widened when he heard the system prompt. The second act of the Carnival Feast effect was surprisingly the damage cap additional number of loyal spectators.
Jiang Wei glanced at the Dragon Kingdom's military players at the back.
Right now, the military should be exactly 20,000 people, so an additional 20,000 damage value was attached. If it was now hundreds of thousands of players in the novice village, that would mean that his skill damage would reach hundreds of thousands.
If there are millions, even tens of millions of players, I can't imagine.
This is properly people in front of the Saints' skills, the more people on their side, the more crazy. And at this time, the alien beast army is getting closer and closer to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei hurriedly threw out his scrying technique at the foremost Fey beasts that were over 100 meters in size. Generally, lords are over 100 meters in size, while beast generals are generally around a few dozen meters in size.
Mo Yuan Intermediate Lord. Level, 60. Life value, 2800 W. Attack power, 4.2 W. Skills, 1, Dark Erosion Slime 2. Abyssal Gaze 3. Sticky Cage 4. Corrupted Blood Regeneration. Details, Abyssal Bottom Fey, Body Slime can corrode metal, Abyssal Gaze can briefly interrupt enemy skills. With more than 40,000 attack power and nearly 30 million life value, if you look at the attributes alone, the Intermediate Lord far exceeds Jiang Wei, the Lord of the territory. However, even though Jiang Wei only had a life value of over 4 million, he was able to cut damage by 90%. Under normal circumstances, an Intermediate Lord's normal attack could deal more than 40,000 damage to Jiang Wei, but after the damage was cut, the true damage was only 4,000 or so. Of course, this was only the Intermediate Lord's normal attack damage, skill damage was another story. Jiang Wei looked at the Intermediate Lord and the hundreds of beast generals as well as the countless mutant beast soldiers in the back, and couldn't help but glance at the Dragon Kingdom military players in the back.
He really wanted to yell at the military, "Now go and shout for people." It was even if a group of people stood and watched the show, they wouldn't even call for a helper. After all, the more people there were, the more damage he would do. But he had already pulled out his own push, so he had to hold out no matter what.
Dragon Breath. Sword Chi.
Summoning skeletons, Jiang Wei directly gave up, facing the Intermediate Lords and so many beast generals, he could only go up personally. This scene fell in the eyes of the military players at the back, but it became another scenery. Facing the unknown level of the huge beast group, Jiang Wei did not retreat but advanced, and welcomed them alone.
Bullish. Head, don't we need to call out to someone? A military player hesitated, isn't he a bit overwhelmed by himself?
The burly man stared at the words and pondered, no need to, if Neverwinter Nights can't handle it, he should signal us to call for support, right?
Makes sense. Luckily, Jiang Wei couldn't hear these people conversing, otherwise he would have cursed.
The larger the number of spectators, the higher his damage.
20,999. 20,999. 20,999. Jiang Wei constantly utilized his Dragon Breath to stack his damage. One Dragon Breath dealt 20,999 damage per second.
But after stacking a dozen or so layers, it could instantly deal hundreds of thousands of damage values.
Eh?
The military strongman looked at Jiang Wei's skill damage and froze again. He's boosted his damage.
It's directly 20,000 more. Isn't it true that the stronger the enemy is, the higher the damage of his skill?
It's possible. A group of people from the military side were talking, but it was good that the burly man at the head reacted and hurriedly started commanding long-range support. Only then did those watching remote output professions react and start releasing their skills.
Roar. The primary lord roared, releasing a large amount of dark erosion slime that.
It was also a wide-range skill that Jiang Wei could not avoid.
70,211. 92,887. 80,222.
The damage of the Intermediate Lord's skill was as terrifying as it was, and despite the 90% cut, it still inflicted tens of thousands of life value loss per second on Jiang Wei.
1,401. 2031. 2,923.
Among them, there was also the output damage from hundreds of beast generals, but this damage from the beast generals was a drop in the bucket for Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei also realized the horror of the Intermediate Lord Dark Erosion Slime skill, and immediately unleashed improvised comedy, which instantly pulled back the blood bar.
Plus 20,999. Plus 20,999.
Improvised comedy recovery value equals damage value. Now that Zhang Wei's damage had increased, his blood recovery had likewise increased. Moreover, Zhang Wei relied on the Sea of Fire created by the Dragon Breath to simultaneously deal damage to the intermediate lords, the 100 beast generals, and countless fey beasts.
The total amount of damage output instantly was more than 1,000,000? Zhang Wei did not have to worry about his life value recovery at all.
Unless Zhang Wei was directly seconded or encountered a 1v1 situation, there was no upper limit to the amount of improvised comedy recovery. The higher the number of exotic beasts and the higher the damage, the greater the recovery value.
Just as Zhang Wei and the military were fighting the beast tide in a bloody battle, the Dragon Kingdom novice village was dead silent.
The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom simply and directly responded to the ordinary players' queries in both the Third World Forum and the public channel of the novice village at the same time. 1. After leaving the novice village, death will no longer be resurrected. 2. The fallen area of Suong is being attacked by the Dragon Kingdom's military. 3. If we don't occupy the surface fall zone as soon as possible, the surface beasts will discover the existence of the dungeon, and then Blue Star humans will die out and exterminate their race.
After a long time.
This.
Is it true or false? What do you mean? The fallen area is the surface? There are alien beasts on the surface? Isn't the third world a virtual game? Don't be afraid, let's do it. Just as the Dragon Kingdom players reacted differently, the system announcement arrived late.
Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suzhou and Hangzhou, mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of Blue Star to keep up the good work. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen areas of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the territory Lord Winged Knight, the territory has been promoted to an intermediate level territory. Ding, Suzhou Hangzhou territory and Jiangnan territory are open, survivors of the corresponding territories in the Dragon Kingdom can go to the territories to upgrade.
The fallen area of Suzhou Hang, the misty area, was a mess. Remember to shout for more people next time, at least a whole million players should come in. Zhang Wei dropped these words and directly disappeared into the same spot. Chapter 64 Intermediate Territory.
Zhang Wei left, leaving behind 20,000 Dragon Kingdom military players and the intermediate-level Lord, Mo Yuan, who had been revived with his corrupted blood regeneration. Only, by this time, Mo Yuan had already become a territory guardian beast. Although the difficulty of the mission to capture the fallen zone had spiked due to Zhang Wei joining in, the Suheng territory had also gained an intermediate Lord guardian beast.
Taking it down just like that? This is too perverted. Head, the mission is complete, what to do next?
The 20,000 military players hadn't recovered from their shock until now. Neverwinter Night alone against the entire beast tide had carried it off. Even though they had their output support at the back, it only sped up the monster clearing speed a little. Neverwinter Night's damage had suddenly increased, and the Sea of Fire wide-range skill damage had far surpassed theirs. After the Sea of Fire was stacked, the output damage dealt instantly had reached hundreds of thousands. Those mutated beast soldiers directly evaporated as soon as they touched the Sea of Fire, and the entire time, it was hundreds of beast generals and lord-level beasts that were fighting with Neverwinter Knights. Originally, this group of military players had made plans to sacrifice, ready to use their lives to awaken the bloodlust of the Dragon Kingdom players.
Without someone to lead the way, how would anyone come forward?
Blue Star mutation, this is everyone cannot hide past the calamity, the only way is to rise to the challenge, to the death.
But now,
even if the difficulty of the task was raised, it was still solved by Yang Ye alone.
What else can we do? Report the situation as it is. I'm afraid our plan to seize the fallen area will have to be adjusted. On the other side, Yang Ye returned to the Jiangnan territory. The Jiangnan territory had been upgraded to a mid-level territory at this point. Territory, Jiangnan.
Level, intermediate can be upgraded 05.
Belanger, Yang Ye. Status, 5% repaired. Surprisingly, it dropped another 5%? Zhang Wei looked at his territory with a frown.
The Jiangnan territory's repair progress was originally 10%, but after upgrading to an intermediate level territory, the repair progress became 5%. The good news was that intermediate level territories could still be upgraded, and the number 5 at the back was estimated to require assistance in taking down 5 territories before it could be upgraded again.
Moreover, with the upgrade of the territory level, Zhang Wei's attributes were once again doubled without any surprises. Player, Eternal Knight. Profession, Clown. Rank, Intermediate Lord of Territory. Rank, 65. Experience value, 23W650W. Blood Blue value, 805W 805W.
Dimension, 1.51W 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 1.51W.
Double attack, 3.5W 3.5W. Double defense, 1.5W 1.5W.
Generic skill, scrying can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above your own level. Exclusive skill, stage comedy, clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill. The mimic skill can inflict 999 random damage to the target cap. 4. Exclusive skill, poker acrobatics, randomly draw one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds and clubs, and attack with different effects with intense hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard skill CD, 60s.
Exclusive skill, improvisational comedy, recovery buff skill, blood recovery equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds.
Exclusive skill, clown stage, within the range of clown performance stage 1000M, the damage received by the clown is randomly attenuated by 19%. With the experience from killing the beast generals and lords, plus the rewards from assisting in capturing the Fallen Zone quest, Zhang Wei's level came directly to level 65.
8 million life value. Zhang Wei looked at his attributes with delight.
His current attributes were already comparable to a mid-level beast general. However, the biggest reward this time was still triggering the second act of the show, the clown skill random damage cap plus number of loyal audience. This was also why Zhang Wei had left that sentence for the military. The next time the Dragon Kingdom captured the fallen regions again, if they really directly mobilized millions of players, then Zhang Wei's damage would truly be unbeatable. It wasn't that Zhang Wei was whimsical, after all, there weren't a handful of cities in the Dragon Kingdom with a population of over 1 million. It was just that Zhang Wei wasn't sure if the Dragon Kingdom's military would actually do what he said. After all, the risk of directly mobilizing 1 million ordinary players was too great. Mobilizing on such a large scale, even though the numbers could even crush the Fae. But without training, ordinary players were a scattered sand, and the attributes of ordinary players were too poor, so the deaths and injuries would be greater instead. Sometimes having a large number of people is not necessarily a good thing. Just as Zhang Wei was pondering all this. Ding, congratulations to the United States Federation, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Chicago. The mission progress is 10% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Russian Federation, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Gorod, mission progress completed 10%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to White Elephant.
System announcements began to ring out in succession.
Obviously, the Dragon Kingdom taking the territory had stimulated the other countries of Blue Star, and now all the countries were starting to make their moves.
Dragon Kingdom, Dungeon, S-Zone. 1 million players? What does Neverwinter Nights need so many people for? An old man spoke in confusion.
Not sure, the uniformed middle-aged man responded somewhat helplessly. Due to Young Knight's perverse strength, the middle-aged man also paid attention to the other clown players. After the other clowns copied their skills, although they were also able to mention the damage of their large range output skills to 999. However, the skills existed on cooldown and were only slightly stronger than normal professions, not that much of an advantage. However, in the way of setting a policy, the middle-aged man was also unable to directly ask for proof from Yang Ye. As a matter of fact, the other 10 clown profession players in the Dragon Kingdom actually didn't figure out that.
Everyone was a clown, so why could Winged Knight be so perverted? Is it possible that there are 3, 6, 9 classes of clowns? Or is Yang Yi the real clown?
Just do what Winged Knight said, the old man said in a calm tone. There might even be a bigger surprise.
The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and asked after him, then which territory will be seized next?
The old man was silent for a moment and softly said, Kyoto. The middle-aged man froze and nodded silently. Not long after, the teleportation arrays of the various novice villages in the Dragon Kingdom began to flicker madly. Dragon Country's Kyoto, this super city began to appear player figures, 10,000, 100,000, 200,000. Roar, the sound of beasts roaring, rose and fell in a continuous stream. At the same time, Zhang Wei's private message suddenly lit up and...
Zhang Wei was a bit strange, novice village players were not able to contact him now. Confused, Zhang Wei opened his private message with a bright expression, but the next second, he instantly became serious again.
Eternal Night, Kyoto, 1 million people in place, come quickly, come quickly, come quickly.
So urgent? Chapter 65 Casualties. Kyoto.
This time the leader was still the burly man from the military, and as soon as he came in, he instantly realized that something was wrong.
The strength of the foreign beasts in Kyoto far exceeded that of Su Hang.
Not far from him, several beast generals of huge size even appeared. Chief Chen, it's not right. Beside the strong man, a person pointed at the distant beast generals. How could beast generals appear in the city? When they were cleaning up the fallen area of Su Hang, there were no beast generals in the entire urban area at all. The burly man known as Head Chen looked grave. It should be that the fallen areas are different, and the strength of the foreign beasts are different. This is troublesome.
Head Chen, do you mean that the larger the fallen area, the stronger the strength of the foreign beasts? That should be the case.
Kyoto, as the top super city of the Blue Star, the difficulty was definitely at the hellish level, belonging to one of the hardest batch. What should we do? Someone on the side said anxiously. This time, besides our military, but quite a few ordinary players have come in. The burly man's face sank as he heard this. I'm afraid there will be casualties this time. Just then, roar! Extremely far away from them, a deafening roar was heard. This commotion, it must be a beast general. As expected, what one fears comes to pass. The Kyoto City area was too huge, there were 8 rings and 16 districts. Although the number of Dragon Kingdom players that came in this time was large, they were scattered in different areas, so the head and the tail simply couldn't take care of each other. You have to know that before the Blue Star did not change, Kyoto was a megacity with a population of 10 million. In the 7th district of Kyoto City, an ordinary player, as soon as he came up, startled a beast general. Crap, I can't break defense with this big guy. Run! The dude exclaimed in shock and ran. However, poof! The beast general spewed out a fiery flame that instantly covered an area of players. 12,011. 10,344. 14,032. The beast general's group damage of over 10,000 instantly killed a group of players. Ah! Dead. Help! When the ordinary players of the Dragon Kingdom came in, although they already knew in advance that they couldn't be revived after dying here. But seeing so intuitively that dozens of people were instantly killed in seconds by the foreign beast with a sea of fire, a sense of fear of death took over reason. The beast general's strength was beyond their cognizance, and a large number of players dispersed in a flurry, running for their lives in all directions. They were all level 10 players, and were already considered full level in the novice village. But here, ordinary beast soldiers were level 20 or 30, and primary beast generals were level 50. The players didn't have any advantage. The most crucial point was that most of these ordinary players didn't have awakened talents. Although they had enough levels, they were the weakest group. Such a group of players dared to come over first this time, relying on nothing more than a passionate heart and the thought of a fight. Among them, a player used the scrying technique to obtain information about a beast and was shocked by the beast's attributes. Inferno Roar Beast Soldier. Level, 20. Life value, 8W. Attack power, 200. Physical defense, 155. Magic defense, 175. Details: the most common beast soldiers of the Fallen Land, roaming the dilapidated city center, but in extremely high numbers. 80,000 blood, this player shouted in shock. This is almost comparable to a novice village boss, and this is still the most common beast soldier. Kyoto City area. Players from all areas gradually began to engage the beasts. The scene was almost lopsided, the rout was almost finalized. Other than the military and a portion of the elite players who were able to hold on, those ordinary players had long since gone into disarray. Head, have you contacted Neverwinter Nights yet? A military player asked. Just sent it out. He had wanted to stabilize his position before calling out to Young Knight, but there were too many casualties now and he simply couldn't wait. This military player anxiously said, just notified? Then when will Neverwinter Nights be able to come? However, as soon as his words left his mouth, a voice rang out. Coming. Chapter 66 Kyoto Situation. As the words fell, Zhang Wei appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Young Ye. Many of the surrounding military players who were familiar with Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise. How did you guys come over? Zhang Wei looked at this group of military players with some confusion. These people were the group from the fallen area of Suzhou and Hangzhou, but how did they run to Kyoto? Main city teleportation array, a military player explained. Didn't you build a teleportation array in your Jiangnan territory? Zhang Wei froze. He had overlooked this matter. Primary territories could build 2-directional teleportation arrays. It wasn't Zhang Wei's fault, he had mimicked and replicated the skill of spatial leap, so he couldn't use the teleportation arrays at all. As a result, Zhang Wei's territory had yet to build a directional teleportation. Let's not talk about this, the burly military man at the head of the group preempted. Right now, the Dragon Kingdom has too many deaths and injuries. Young Ye, you. Young Ye's complexion stared. Although he had just come over, he had also discovered this. The strength of the beast soldiers in Kyoto far exceeded that of Jiangnan and Suzhou Hangzhou. It was not in a class at all. The most crucial thing was that the Kyoto City area was too large, and the players were scattered in different areas, so even he was somewhat out of reach. Save as many as you can, you guys notify everyone to gather here. Zhang Wei put down these words and directly disappeared. This group of people from the military, no matter their level or strength or the top group, it is more than enough to protect themselves for a short period of time. The most dangerous thing right now is those ordinary players. In the 7th district of Kyoto City, a large number of players were frantically fleeing. Not only was there a blazing winged dragon beast general chasing them in mid-air, but they also had to dodge the beast soldiers around them. It could be described as a dangerous situation. Right at this moment, a black figure appeared in front of this group of players, and it was none other than Zhang Wei who had rushed over. Don't just stand there, run. Quickly go, look for the military to gather. There were quite a few players shouting at Zhang Wei, and these people obviously knew that it was impossible for them to resist the beast soldiers alone, and were also consciously leaning towards the military.
However, Zhang Wei ignored the crowd as his gaze fell on the beast soldiers and blazing winged dragons at the rear. Undead summon. Dragon breath. 100, 200, 1000, 1000, 15, 3000. At this time, the skeleton army was summoned by Zhang Wei again, blocking the path of the beast soldiers. Although the skeletons' attributes were no good, they were used to attract firepower and could still reduce the pressure on the players. The players who were originally desperately trying to escape could not help but stop in their tracks when they saw this scene. He can't be Neverwinter Nights, right? Seems like it. A group of players reacted and stopped to look at Zhang Wei. Roar the blazing pterodactyl roared, spewing fiery flames at Winged Knight. The blazing winged dragon itself had over 2,000 attacks. It was only because the dragon's breath skill was a 5 times attack power sustained ranged damage that it was able to deal tens of thousands of damage values. But for today's Zhang Wei, it was no longer enough. Especially since he had doubled his attributes once again after he had been promoted to Intermediate Lord of Territory, with over 10,000 double defenses. The Dragon Breath skill of the level 50 Primary Lord Blazing Flame Wings Dragon, the damage dealt to Zhang Wei had been attenuated by another 90%. The 1, 1, 1, 1. Unable to break defense, the mandatory deduction of blood overflowed from Zhang Wei. Crap. Unable to break defense? So sick? Around them, a large group of players were dumbfounded. The beast in midair was an existence capable of killing them in seconds, and now it could only deal 1 point of damage to Yang Ye? It was important to realize that when they attacked this beast general, they were also only able to deal 1 point of mandatory damage. It was at this moment that they realized what was meant by disparity. Zhang Wei, facing a group of beast soldiers and blazing winged dragons that were unable to break his defenses, continuously released his undead summoning skill to summon an army of skeletons. At the same time, he turned his head and said to the group of players behind him who were frozen in place, "Go and meet up with the military first." Ah, good. Many thanks to Eternal Night Big Brother. Many thanks, Eternal Night Big Brother. Many thanks to Big Brother Yang Yi. The group of people woke up as if in a dream, and one by one, they opened their mouths to express their gratitude before leaving in a hurry. Zhang Wei controlled the skeleton army and drew all the surrounding beast soldiers along the main road of the city. After doing so, he directly used Space Leap to leave. Zhang Wei was clear that the key point now was not to kill the beast soldiers, but to save people first. In the 11th district of Kyoto City, a group of beast soldiers were hunting a large group of Dragon Kingdom players. In the eyes of a group of panicked players, Zhang Wei descended from the sky like a god, and one person stopped the beast soldiers that were chasing after them. It's Neverwinter Nights. Some sharp-eyed players recognized Zhang Wei at first. Great, we're saved. The group was thrilled, and some timid players even wept with joy. The plump ideal bumped into the bloody reality, causing these players with little strength to completely wake up. Zhang Wei had no time to speak, and directly used Dragon Breath to separate the players from the beast soldiers, followed by releasing Undead Summoning to utilize the skeletons to divert the attention of the beast soldiers. After some smooth operation, the beast soldiers and skeletons killed each other. These players, who were tired of running for their lives, temporarily got a moment of respite. Go find the military to rendezvous, Zhang Wei spoke in a deep voice, reminding the group of players at the back who were standing around foolishly to hurry up and leave. Thank you, Big Brother Yang Yi. Thank you, Eternal Night Big Brother. Some of the players remembered to say thank you even when they were in danger, but most of them did not need Zhang Wei's reminder and had already run away as soon as he stopped the beast soldiers at the beginning. It was truly a death of the road. It wasn't that those people were selfish, it was just the instinct of normal people facing the threat of death. Although Zhang Wei managed to save a group of players once, his face grew more and more grave. The Kyoto City area was too big, and even though he had rushed to his aid with all his might now, the player deaths and injuries were still great. How many people would have to die at this rate? Zhang Wei also didn't understand why the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom wanted to retake Kyoto so quickly. In fact, the best way was to take the smaller cities first, with players raising some levels and strength in the process. And then finally take the super cities like Kyoto and Magic City. Just as Zhang Wei was about to leave for the next region, a figure high in the sky came speeding in. Zhang Wei was stunned when he saw the visitor, and it was actually the youth who had prevented him from entering the teleportation array in the novice village in the first place. This youth who knew the sword royal art was from Kyoto. Yang Ye, Kyoto District 1 is in trouble. The youth landed in front of Zhang Wei and said in a deep voice, players are closing in on District 1, drawing quite a few beast generals over there, and the military is about to be unable to hold on. Zhang Wei's face sank at the words, players were converging, and the beasts were doing the same. I'll take you over there, the youth said, reaching out to take Zhang Wei back with his sword. No need, I'll go over by myself. Under the youth's shocked gaze, Zhang Wei fought with his sword and flew towards the first district, his speed being many times faster than him. The undead skeleton could no longer be useful against a group of beast generals. Zhang Wei replaced the undead summoning and copied the youth's royal sword technique. Zhang Wei sped over the Kyoto city center, taking in the chaotic scene below. The strategy of saving people is going to change. Chapter 67 Time Flickers. Kyoto District 1. Countless players were rushing towards this place, and in the back of these players, without exception, they were closely followed by a large number of beast soldiers as well as a considerable number of beast generals. Under the temporary scheduling command of the military, the players of Zone 1 had already formed a stronghold in the huge urban area. The players' output skills poured down crazily towards the beast soldiers. It was just that most of these players had low attributes, and the damage was only a few hundred points. While the blood level of ordinary beast soldiers was already close to 100,000, the damage was simply not enough. Not to mention the countless beast soldiers and beast generals that were lured in one after another. Although there were also players who kept joining in, it was obvious that the advantage of the beasts was getting bigger and bigger, and one of the temporary camp strongholds was already in jeopardy. A military player anxiously shouted, "Head, if we continue like this, it's going to be all over." The strong man at the head of the military was at his wit's end. After all, he was in a fallen area, and killing with the beasts wasn't as simple as just dropping blood. Apart from the military, some of the meat shield professions among the ordinary players didn't dare to go up and resist the damage. Even if there is a priest to pull blood, some of the shield warriors, meat warriors, often in the half-blood when they retreat. After all, if you die, you really die. No one is willing to take their own life to fight.
Hang in there, already sent someone to notify Neverwinter Nights.
I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. I can't carry it at all.
Priests, pull the blood.
Is the output a waste?
I'm carrying my life and you guys are only doing a few hundred points of damage.
Mad, the auxiliary cannot pull blood, the output has no output, I do not top. The meat shield players in the front row complained. Although the other professional players also felt that these meat shields weren't meaty at all, they didn't dare to say anything more and desperately pulled blood and output. After all, without meat shields at the front, they were even more unable to stand. Fortunately, at this moment, a stream of light hurriedly arrived from the distance.
Head, it's Neverwinter Nights.
Many military players exclaimed out in shock, and these people were instantly relieved. After all, they had seen the extent of Young Knight's perversity before. The reaction of the military players also drew the attention of a large number of ordinary players, and
that's Big Brother Neverwinter Nights? Are we saved? It's useless even if he's here, how can he deal with so many alien beasts by himself? Although many players had confidence in Yang, it was true that the situation at hand couldn't be turned around by just one person. Most players did not feel that Yang could change the situation. Zhang Wei arrived at Kyoto 1 and looked at the grueling battle below, and a system prompt was also heard in his ears. Ding, the loyal audience is in place, does the show open for the second act? Open.
Ding, the second act of the show is on Carnival Feast. Carnival Feast effect, Clown Skills Random Damage 1999, Random Damage Cap Additional, Number of Spectators, and No Cap Limit.
Current effect, 1999 plus 42056. Only 40,000 or so? Zhang Wei was stunned, there were more than 40,000 players converging in District 1 today. However, Neverwinter Night couldn't care less and directly released the Dragon Breath skill towards the bottom.
The sea of fire rained down, falling into the densest group of beast soldiers.
43,055. 43,055. 43,055. Shocking damage overflowed from a large number of beast soldiers, and the beast soldiers were killed in seconds after only 2 seconds.
This scene also fell into the eyes of a group of players nearby.
Crap, 40,000.
Worthy of being in Neverwinter Night's Big Brother, Bull. We're saved. Ding, the number of faithful spectators of the Carnival Feast has increased. Current effect, 1999 plus 47,000.
In mid-air, Zhang Wei was stunned, the number of people had increased? Could it be because of these people? Zhang Wei looked at the excited crowd below and had an answer in his heart.
In that case, it's a good thing, Zhang Wei whispered as his figure steeply accelerated. Zhang Wei rode his sword across the entire battlefield as a sea of fire descended from the sky and landed accurately in the group of beast soldiers. The players who were still fighting with the beast soldiers suddenly realized that the front was empty.
Direct seconds.
A player stared with wide eyes.
This scene quickly appeared in all corners of District 1.
Ding, the number of faithful spectators of the Carnival Feast has increased.
Current effect, 1999 plus 77034. Ding, the number of Carnival Feast's loyal spectators has increased.
Current effect, 1999 plus 177120. Ding, the number of loyal viewers of the Carnival Feast has increased. Current effect, 1999 plus 299456. Within the sea of fire created by the dragon's breath, an unbelievable damage value rose from the beast soldiers.
300,455. 300,455. 300,455.
Individual, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. A large number of ordinary players were dumbfounded one by one.
300,000 damage. Am I blind?
Crouching, 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 crouching. Some players were too excited to speak, repeating these two words one after another.
Big Brother Eternal Night is awesome. Invincible. Roar. Zhang Wei's perverted performance quickly attracted the hate values of the foreign beasts, and 7 or 8 blazing winged dragons flew over towards Neverwinter Nights. Just in time. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up.
Just when he was worried about finding a point of explosion, the beast generals came to his door. Zhang Wei had already figured out the key point to increase the number of loyal viewers. As of now, as long as Zhang Wei's performance was perverse enough for players to have confidence in him, or trust and worship him, then such players would be categorized as loyal viewers. As for whether there were any other constraints, Zhang Wei hadn't found them yet. The sea of fire covered the vast majority of the area, and no matter how many beast soldiers there were, approaching was death, and the pressure on the players below plummeted. It's the beast general. A large number of players looked up, and even some of the players who were on their way saw the scene. A wave of beast generals were heading towards Neverwinter Nights to kill.
What pose would be more handsome? Zhang Wei mused in his mind.
Facing the convergence of more and more beast generals, Zhang Wei slowly stretched out his right hand under the attention of 10,000 people, with his index and middle fingers together, and gently slid it down towards the group of beast generals in front of him.
The falling curtain echoed.
Poof! The sword chi swept through the body of a beast general, and without losing momentum, it ran through several blazing flame-winged dragons one after another.
38475925. 38475925. 38475925. The second to kill.
The beast generals who were lucky enough not to be affected by the sword chi turned around and frantically fled. In the first district of Kyoto, time stood still in general, dead silence.
A moment later. Aha! A player screamed to break the silence. 380 million. While waves of cheers swept through Kyoto City.
They had already had one foot in the gates of hell and were pulled back again. Their mood after the robbery could no longer be suppressed.
Zhang Wei overlooked the players who had already fallen into a bit of a frenzy, and suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Gentlemen."
The boiling crowd gradually quieted down, and one by one, they raised their heads to look at Neverwinter Nights.
I will take you all and kill back. Chapter 68 Audience Loss. Kill back. Kill back.
In Kyoto Area 1, countless players were furious, raising their arms and shouting like thunder. These players had really survived this time, and were truly grateful to Neverwinter Nights. If it wasn't for Yang Ye showing up and turning the situation around with a great display of power, they were afraid that they would all be left to die here.
Is there really no backhand?
Zhang Wei looked at the countless excited players below, but another thing came to his mind. If he had not appeared, would the upper echelons of Dragon High watch all these players die here?
As Zhang Wei pondered, his gaze inadvertently swept over the group of players from the military.
He could sense that the military batch was not weak, and ordinary beast generals were no match for the military batch.
Zhang Wei guessed that quite a few of them should be hidden profession players or have awakened their talents.
But that was not enough. Zhang Wei had not forgotten about Nightchen,
the one who had awakened an SSS-ranked talent in the novice village.
Furthermore, according to the information revealed to him by Lang Lai and the others, the higher the quality of the dungeon holographic warehouse, the higher the probability of obtaining a hidden profession or advanced talent.
Zhang Wei was only in Area E.
Above him, there was Area D, Area C, Area B, S area. Thinking about it this way, the number of hidden professions and talent owners in the Dragon Kingdom should be quite a lot. That was why Zhang Wei felt that the power that was currently revealed was far from enough. Just what about those people? Zhang Wei was puzzled and shook his head helplessly. He looked at the crowd below who were still cheering, and was just about to speak when, suddenly, ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Kyoto, 10% of the mission progress completed, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen areas of Kyoto, the mission progress has completed 10%, hope that the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to work hard.
The Third World System announcement rang out abruptly.
The Dragon Kingdom novice village players were in a frenzy. Taking back Kyoto was of extraordinary significance to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the ones who were truly shocked were the higher-ups of the Blue Star countries.
The Dragon Kingdom plotted Kyoto so early? Are they crazy?
It's simply impossible to take a super city like Kyoto at this stage. The vast majority of the Blue Star's countries had already begun to seize the fallen areas, but the ones they chose were mostly small and medium-sized cities. Except for the Dragon Kingdom, none of the countries had taken a shot at the super cities. According to the country's plans, they would only consider such super cities after they had taken all the fallen zones and their players had leveled up. Dragon Country is just adventurous and good for nothing.
Longgui on camouflage peace belligerent nation.
Longgui no can take down Jingdu, they all have to die in there.
Kyoto 1.
After the crowd had stopped cheering, Zhang Wei rode his sword, followed by a vast array of players. The team could not be seen at a glance. Earlier, Zhang Wei had dealt hundreds of millions of damage with a single sword chi, killing several beast generals in seconds. Not only were all the remaining beast generals fleeing, bizarrely, all the beast soldiers in the urban area were also fleeing the urban area. All the players were converging one after another, and their numbers were increasing dramatically. It's a good thing that there is a Dragon Country military player scheduling control, otherwise so many people would have been in a mess. Right now, the Dragon Kingdom players had changed their state of decadence, and each one of them had high morale. Young Knight had dealt nearly 400 million damage, so who could resist? Yang Ye's own fight down the Jiangnan territory was already well known, and now that they had seen Yang Ye's perverted strength with their own eyes, these players had almost reached the level of blind worship for Yang Yi. Unlike the players below who were all boosting their confidence, Jiang Wei's complexion became more and more gloomy. Kyoto was a super city, and the difficulty of the mission itself was high. This time, there was also him, the Lord of the Intermediate Territory, involved, and the difficulty of the mission was once again elevated. Jiang Wei also did not know how far the mission would be elevated this time. When Suzhou and Hangzhou fell, it ended up being hundreds of beast generals plus an intermediate lord. It can't be a bunch of primary lords plus a senior lord, can it? Jiang Wei was calculating in his mind, and he was getting closer and closer to the outskirts of the city. Along the way, when he encountered some beast soldiers who had no brains and forgot to run away, Jiang Wei killed them instantly with his slightest strike. It was only the damage revealed when he killed the beast soldiers that refreshed the player's cognitive ceiling time and time again. 474,762. This 470,000 group damage? Big Brother Eternal Knight's damage has gotten higher again. 614,389. Holy, 600,000 now. Doesn't Big Brother Neverwinter Night's damage have a cap? 874,762. As the number of converging players grew, Jiang Wei's Dragon Breath skill damage reached a terrifying 870,000. Outside of the Kyoto city center, the same boundless red mist filled the area. Jiang Wei dropped down from mid-air and took the lead at the front. The Dragon Kingdom players at the back followed suit as they set up a formation under the command of the military and others. By the time everyone entered the misty area, the red mist that was originally calm suddenly changed abruptly. In a few moments, the mists rolled over like black blood. Dragon Breath. Being cautious, Jiang Wei released his Dragon Breath skill one after another, setting up a sea of fire in front of him. Dang! 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 A muffled sound with a smooth rhythm came from the depths. At the very front, Jiang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk. A mountainous beast, carrying the sea of fire that Jiang Wei had arranged, stepped out. 874,762. Plus 174,952. 874,762. Plus 174,952. 874,762. The Sea of Fire dealt nearly 900,000 damage per second to the beast, but the blood bar of the beast, which was nearly 1,000 meters in size, only loosened a tiny bit. At the back, shock was written all over the faces of the Dragon Kingdom players as they looked at the Fey beast that had the appearance of a downer bull but had a body of nearly 1,000 meters. Although they had confidence in Jiang Wei, this Fey beast's size was too bluff. This Eternal Night Big Brother can do it? Some players faltered. Jiang Wei was also a bit shocked by the mountain-like size of the Fey beast and immediately threw out his scrying technique. Thulhun Sub-King Level. Level 75. Life value 150 million. Attack power 200,000. Skills 1. Curse active, 10% of maximum life value lost per second for 5 seconds. 2. Transformation passive, 20% of damage converted to own life value when attacked. 3. Deterrence, target attributes reduced by 20%. Details, the blood of his Fey clan, other details omitted. Not a High Lord. Jiang Wei looked at the Fey beast attributes with some shock. He had initially guessed that the difficulty of the Kyoto Fallen Zone quest would be great, and it was possible that a high-level Lord-level Fey beast would appear. However, the Fey beast in front of him was far beyond Jiang Wei's expectations. Kasuan Sub-King Level, 200,000 attack power, 150 million life value. Such a perverse Fey beast for a group of level 10 players to fight? There's only one Sub-King level Fey beast? Jiang Wei suddenly realized that something was abnormal. There was no wave of beasts behind Kasuan. Am I being targeted? Jiang Wei frowned slightly. His falling echoes were required to consistently accumulate damage with beast soldiers in order to deal an unbelievable damage value in one go. Now that there weren't enough beast soldiers, the usefulness of falling echoes was going to be greatly reduced. However, right at this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Jiang Wei's ears. Ding, the carnival feast has lost the number of faithful spectators. Current effect, 1999 plus 777034. Chapter 69 King Class Arcana. Loyal audience will still be lost? But before Jiang Wei had time to think about it in detail, Ding, receiving Sub-King level curse, losing 10% of maximum life value per second. 805,000. 805,000. 805,000. 805,000. Jiang Wei's life value instantly disappeared by half. The distance between Kasuan and him was beyond the range of the clown stage, and the damage attenuation didn't work.
Ding, Carnival Feast faithful audience loss.
Current effect, 1999 plus 680034. Although Zhang Wei had directly dealt more than 300 million terrifying damage earlier, these Dragon Kingdom players were too low level to see Kasuan's attributes. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom players were also clear that, judging by common sense, a perverted skill that could hit 300 million damage values must have a lot of limitations. The cooldown time might be very long, and it could not be used again for a short period of time.
This also led to the number of loyal viewers to decrease again.
So that's how it is. Zhang Wei also guessed the reason for the loss of loyal viewers. He had been knocked out by Kasuan and lost half of his life value, so the Dragon Kingdom players in the rear must have been shaken up about whether he could defeat Kasuan. The second act of the Carnival Feast requires the blind adoration of the audience. Ding, you've received a Sub-King's Deterrent.
All attributes have been reduced by 20%.
The system prompt rang out again, and under the deterrent state, Zhang Wei's own attributes were deducted by another 20%.
Gave you face. Zhang Wei looked at Kasuan and understood that his invincible image had been discounted again in the player's mind.
Roar. After releasing two big skills, Kasuan roared, and his huge body rushed towards Zhang Wei like a mountain. The additional damage of loyal audience was still 680,000, although it had been reduced by more than 200,000, it was still enough. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Wei directly utilized his royal sword technique to rise up in the air and kill towards Kasuan. It was just that Zhang Wei's size was like a mayfly shaking a tree compared to Kasuan. However, this scene fell into the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom players, but it became a different story.
Crap, has Big Brother Neverwinter Nights gone crazy?
What do you know, Big Brother is definitely sure of himself. Dragon Breath, one person and one beast, the distance was getting closer and closer. Zhang Wei grabbed the Dragon Breath skill and released it first. A sea of fire fell towards Kasuan.
681,033. Plus 136,206. 681,033. Plus 136,206.
Dragon's breath damage was still not low, but Kasuan's passive skill transformation could convert 20% of the damage into lifesteal. However, Neverwinter Night's life value recovery speed was even more perverse, and the improv comedy skill directly pulled up the blood bar lost by Neverwinter Night. Seeing that Neverwinter Night was about to collide with Felhuan, the Dragon Kingdom players in the back couldn't help but get nervous. After all, Neverwinter Night was too small compared to Kasuan. But the moment the two came into contact, Neverwinter Night strangely disappeared.
Where is everyone?
The Dragon Kingdom player froze.
On the head of the foreign beast.
A sharp-eyed player exclaimed in shock. Naturally, Zhang Wei would not be foolish enough to fight hard with Kasuan, as he initiated a spatial leap and arrived at the top of Kasuan's head. Sword Chi. While Zhang Wei activated his Sword Chi skill, his right hand clenched his fist and smashed towards Kasuan's massive head, using the fist smashing action to disguise his Sword Chi skill. After all, last time he had dealt over 300 million damage with his Sword Chi skill. Now, if players saw that the same skill only dealt hundreds of thousands of damage to Kasuan, it was possible that the number of loyal viewers would decrease. Although this is less efficient, but the good thing is that there is also the Dragon's Breath skill support. Kasuan's blood level began to decline steadily.
681,033. Plus 136,206. 681,033. Plus 136,206.
Roar. Thulhun frantically shook his huge head, but Zhang Wei was able to precisely appear on top of its head every time.
Ding, subject to Sub-King Curse, losing 10% of maximum life value per second.
Kasuan unleashed its curse skill once again, but this time, Zhang Wei's life value was only reduced by less than a tenth. It was now within the range of the clown stage skill, reducing the damage of the curse by 90%. Zhang Wei unleashed improvised comedy, and his blood bar instantly pulled full again. Ding, the number of faithful spectators of the Carnival Feast has increased.
Current effect, 1999 plus 873763. Zhang Wei, who was in the middle of selling his fist, was stunned. The damage had even increased.
Unbeknownst to Zhang Wei, the visual tension was exaggerated to the extreme in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom players who were still in martial arts as he was fighting in close quarters like this. At the back, there was a commotion amongst the Dragon Kingdom players who were supporting with long-range output.
Bull, is Big Brother Eternal Night preparing to smash this alien beast alive? This is too damn domineering.
One punch is close to 1,000,000 damage now, and Big Brother's normal attacks are this bullish.
It's almost time, Zhang Wei suddenly whispered, and his Imperial Sword left the top of Kasuan's head.
With Dragon Breath stacked on top of Sea of Fire, plus the fist attack wrapped in the Sword Chi skill, Kasuan's life value had already dropped to less than half.
Falling Echo.
The same Sword Chi appeared in the rear player's field of view.
Boom. 999, 999, 9999.
A damage value that happened to be over 9,900,000,000 rose up, and Kasuan's huge body fell to the ground with a thud.
Crap, 999999. Big Brother Neverwinter Nights is hitting the third world damage cap? Just as the crowd cheered, a system announcement rang out.
Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Kyoto. The mission progress is 50% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to retake the fallen area of Kyoto. The mission progress is 50% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts.
50%? Zhang Wei revealed a hint of bitterness.
Only after killing a sub-king level alien beast did the mission completion come to 50%.
Could it be that we really need to get a king level alien beast in the back?
Right at this moment, 2 system prompts also sounded in Zhang Wei's ears. Ding, congratulations on assisting in recapturing the fallen areas of Kyoto. 50% of the mission progress has been completed, and after evaluation, the contribution of the Territory Lord Eternal Knight's mission accounts for 98% of the total. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to 70. Zhang Wei was stunned. He had just wondered what the 98% of mission contribution was useful for, but he did not expect the level to come directly to level 70. However, before Zhang Wei had time to check his attributes, a reddish hue flooded the distant sky.
Zhang Wei's pupils shrank and he immediately rose up with his sword. In the distance, it seemed like a blood-colored ocean rolling. Zhang Wei's face changed as he shouted to the Dragon Kingdom players below, "Retreat to the city."
The Dragon Kingdom players below were still unaware of what had happened, but those on the military side immediately realized that the situation was not right and began to command all of them to retreat towards the city. In Zhang Wei's field of vision, the blood-colored oceans were a group of blood-feathered flying alien beasts that were over 100 meters in size. However, the most terrifying thing was the presence of a foreign beast with a wingspan of thousands of meters behind this group of blood-feather flying foreign beasts. Zhang Wei's complexion was grave, and the size of this beast was almost twice as large as Kasuan.
Dragon breath.
Playing it safe, Zhang Wei once again frantically began to stack a sea of fire around him. When the blood plume Fey beast was about to approach, Zhang Wei threw a scrying spell at the big guy at the very back.
Urkana King level. Level, 80. Life value, 1 billion. Attack power, 500,000. Skill, 1, Infinite Mother's Nest active, spawns 1000 Parasite Lords level 60 life value 10 million attack power 40,000. 2. Subdimensional Tsunami active, releases a subdimensional sound wave that covers a radius of 10 kilometers. All targets fall into a forced stun state for 5 seconds. 3. Feedback passive, all parasitic beasts convert 50% of the damage dealt into the mother's life value in real-time group damage stacks according to the number of targets. Sure enough, it's a king level. Zhang Wei's face sank.
But immediately afterward, his pupils widened violently and...
Infinite Mother's Nest. Dimensional Tsunami. Chapter 70 mission accomplished. Taking off, these 3 words flashed through Zhang Wei's mind.
Regardless of whether it was the Infinite Mother's Nest or the Sublime Spike, as long as it was duplicated by him, it would directly take off in place. However, there was another problem at hand, and that was inducing Urjana to use these 2 skills.
Dragon breath. Zhang Wei began to frantically stack the sea of fire.
The first few blood-feathered Fey beasts at the very front just touched the sea of fire and...
874,762. 874,762. 874,762.
In an instant, dozens of damage values close to 1 million floated out from the blood-feathered Fey beasts. A sea of fire dealt 874,762 damage per second, while Zhang Wei had stacked at least dozens of dragon breath seas of fire. The sea of fire ahead became a forbidden place. However, right at this moment, an invisible fluctuation spread out.
Ding, attacked by Sublime Tsunami, stunned for 5 seconds. Zhang Wei stiffened, unable to move.
Fortunately, the sonic control time was only 5 seconds, and with this amount of time, those blood-feather Fey beasts could not break through the sea of fire at all.
After 5 seconds, Zhang Wei's body regained its freedom. Without any hesitation, Zhang Wei immediately launched stage comedy.
Ding, imitating and copying the subdimensional sharp whistle was successful, and the sword chi skill has been replaced. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Wei revealed a hint of ecstasy. It was done. Afterwards, Zhang Wei looked towards the Urjana at the very back, waiting for it to release the Infinite Mother's Nest. Zhang Wei was not in a hurry. He knew that it was only a matter of time. The number of blood-feather Fey beasts was decreasing drastically, and Urjana was already a little foolish.
A few moments later. It's coming. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Only to see Urjana's wings revive, and a group of black-feathered Fey beasts 1,000 Parasite Lords instantly appeared in front of it. Stage comedy, Zhang Wei hastily released his replication skill.
In case Urjana released Sublime Spike right afterward, it would be a waste of time waiting. Ding, imitating and copying the Infinite Mother's Nest was successful, and the Dragon Breath skill has been replaced.
Got it.
Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief. The 1,000 Parasite Lords locked onto Zhang Wei and rushed over like a bolt of lightning.
However, Dimensional Spike. Infinite Mother's Nest. Infinite Mother's Nest.
In the third world, the Dragon Kingdom Novice Village, the players were thrilled. It had only been a short while, and the Kyoto quest completion level had directly soared to 50%. Haha, that group of F-Kers are still saying in the forums that it's impossible for our Dragon Kingdom to succeed. Yeah, this face slaps really fast and loud. At this rate, we'll finish today. Who knows, maybe it's really possible. In Dragon Kingdom 001 Novice Village, a dozen players were fighting monsters at an upgrade point.
50%.
A player was a bit surprised. Looks like it's that Neverwinter Nights again. The publicity let the Eternal Night out. A white-robed youth waved his staff, the sky streaming fire landed, and hordes of wild monsters were killed in seconds. Hee to the side, another black-robed youth laughed. Sharpening the sword is not a good idea.
Night-chan, after you awakened divine punishment, how much attack power are you up to now? Another person spoke. The white-robed youth responded indifferently, not much, just over 500,000. I'm only an SSS ranked talent, not as good as the god ranked talents of a few of you. After the white-robed youth finished speaking, he added, why has the top not allowed us to make a move all this time? Blue Star has Eternal Night to attract the third world's attention in the open, so we can develop obscenely. To develop meticulously is the king's way. But, Nightstar frowned, one step ahead, you guys aren't worried about Youngwei really rising?
No, the black-clothed youth responded confidently.
So sure? Night-chan was a bit surprised. Can't you see?
The core of the third world is in occupation, in talent. The black-clothed youth said calmly, levels, equipment, all of these can be brought up later. That's right, Yangye is only temporarily ahead in level and equipment, these are not the key factors, someone on the side agreed, he's just a clown, the upper limit of this profession won't be too high. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom players, other countries, no matter if they were ordinary players or high level, were filled with disbelief, especially the high level of each country.
Dragon Kingdom is going to take Kyoto?
Your Excellency, this is absolutely impossible. According to the information we have, king-level creatures will eventually appear in the Super City. That's right, king-level creatures are by no means something that Blue Star can handle at this stage. That's what you guys said the last time Eternal Night took the Jiangnan Fallen region.
Do you guys think there's a need to have to activate our underpinnings?
Your Excellency, it's too early, they can't take down Kyoto. However, the words just fell. Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Kyoto, mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen areas of Kyoto, mission progress is 100% complete, looking to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Winged Knight for killing the king-level beaster Jana.
Ding, congratulations to Territory Lord Yongye for killing the king-level alien beaster Jana.
Ding, congratulations to Territory Lord Yongye for leveling up to level 75. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Yongye, for leveling up to level 75.
Ding, the Dragon Kingdom has recaptured Kyoto. Open the leveling charts. Ding, Dragon Kingdom has recaptured Kyoto. Open leveling charts.
System announcements rang out frequently, catching everyone off guard and putting them in a collective daze.
Completed? It seems like it was only announced that the Kyoto mission was 50% complete, and now it's 100%? Why did it feel like the Kyoto mission was easier? Yongye killed a king-level foreign beast?
The Dragon Kingdom players were in a daze, not knowing how to react.
This is done?
Finally, a player muttered in a low voice.
This. How was this completed? Could it be that the quest was actually very simple? Simple my ass, didn't you hear the Eternal Night Big Brother slaying a king-level foreign beast? Everyone, look at the rank list. Finally, some players reacted and noticed the Dragon Kingdom rank list. Ranking list.
First place, Eternal Night Joker level 75. Second place, Cold Front Thunder Mage level 28.
Third place, Song Wolf, Wreck Commander, level 27.
Fourth place, Battle Falcon Bloodblade Blade Runner level 27.
Fifth place, Hawkeye, Matrix, level 27.
Sixth place, Raider Watcher, level 27. Seventh place, Ghost Stalker level 27. 8th place, Iron Horseman, Arbiter, level 27. 9th 0.001 Destroyer Archer level 27.
10th Stopper Asylum Seeker level 27.
In Kyoto, the Dragon Kingdom players stared up in awe at the countless black feathered beasts high in the sky. There were many players who were curious and threw out their scrying spells, only to realize that they couldn't see any information about these black-winged beasts at all. These black-winged beasts were like stars, staying quietly around the Eternal Night.
At this moment, Zhang Wei's gaze stopped at the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard.
In addition to him, almost all of the ones at the front were nicknames that were very military in character.
Chapter 71, Trials, Raising Compulsions, and Lev.
Although the main force was Zhang Wei, whether it was the fallen area of Suzhou Hongzhou that he had taken earlier or Kyoto that he was taking now. But these military players who had gone through the 2 Fallen Zone missions, their levels had still kept up. Almost all of them are special professions. Zhang Wei looked at the leveling charts, the players at the front of the rankings, except for a Thunder Mage, there were almost no mainstream professions to be seen. And this only somewhat normal Thunder Mage didn't look like a normal Thunder Mage either. Arbiter, Matrixer, Undead Commander. Each profession looked so otherworldly. It was only at this moment that Zhang Wei realized a real problem, just how big the gap between the general public and these people was. Zhang Wei was reminded again of the saying that someone shouts fairness because he is the beneficiary, while you feel fair because you are kept in the dark. Blue Star had some things divided up since the beginning of the dungeon zoning. Those in the latter 3 districts used the most common holographic silos and could barely draw these special occupations. It seems like I can't take too much more into account. Zhang Wei muttered and whispered, although I'm far ahead in terms of rank now, have I really closed the gap with those hidden profession players? Although he had risen high in the third world, all the way to the top, there were too many people who had hidden professions and special talents from the very beginning. Although Zhang Wei wasn't sure why these people had been so unassuming, the true strength of those people didn't have to be weaker than him. Because everyone's starting point were not on the same level. After taking the Jiangnan territory, Zhang Wei accidentally became the lord of the territory, and his own attributes were added to buy the territory, and that's when he truly rose to prominence. If it wasn't by virtue of the attribute bonus of the lord of the territory, could he take down Kyoto with just those few thousand life values of his own? Zhang Wei slowly shook his head as he thought about it. I'm afraid he couldn't. Moreover, since becoming the lord of Jiangnan territory, Zhang Wei had not captured any other fallen regions alone. He was only cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom in capturing the fallen regions, and in the meantime, he was completing the exclusive quests of the lord of the territory to raise the level of the Jiangnan territory. The reason for this was that Zhang Wei had discovered that when players from the same camp collectively completed the Recapture the Fallen Areas quest, the territory belonged to the camp and not to a particular individual. However, if they completed it individually, the territory belonged to the individual player. This was also the main reason why Zhang Wei didn't continue to capture the other fallen zones individually later on. For one, each of the fallen regions involved too many players, and recapturing the fallen regions was a common task for all players. Secondly, if he continued to capture the fallen regions alone and really took too many territories, he was afraid that he would become a target. After all, the significance of the territories was too great, and normally speaking, the higher-ups would not be able to allow him to seize the territories. Now, however, Zhang Wei's thoughts had produced a slight change of heart. He had already lost some of his first mover advantage, and would have to make it up later. Thus, Zhang Wei decided to let go of his hands and capture other fallen regions to boost his strength. As the common saying goes, if a man does not act for himself, the heavens will destroy him. He would not grab territories with the Dragon Kingdom, but it was always okay to capture the fallen areas on the surface of other countries, right? After all, in the third world setting, the Blue Star's surface only has fallen areas, but there is no such thing as national territories. However, before taking action, there was one thing to do in advance. Zhang Wei gazed at the ordinary players below who were still cheering, and the people from the military were also among them. Seemingly sensing Zhang Wei's gaze, the burly man at the head of the military hesitated for a moment and walked straight towards Zhang Wei's side. Seeing this, Zhang Wei retrieved his foreign beast and returned to the ground. Young Ya, the above asked me to bring you a message. Before Zhang Wei could speak, the military strongman spoke first instead. All the fallen areas on the surface of the Blue Star, you don't have to have scruples, take as much as you can. Zhang Wei froze, this was out of his expectation. But without waiting for Zhang Wei to react. But it's best to start with their capital city first, the military strongman continued. Right now, the strength of the players from various countries is not enough for them to take down this kind of super city. Zhang Wei sniffed and looked at the military strongman with a strange expression, which coincided with his thoughts. A short while later, Zhang Wei spoke, capturing the fallen area will trigger a system announcement, and they will definitely send someone over. This was also the reason why Zhang Wei didn't go to grab the other fallen zones, so that he wouldn't end up doing a favor for others when it came to his own busy work. After all, with other players joining in, the fallen zones would be attributed to the camp, not individuals. Then kill them, the strong military man spoke without any qualms. As long as we kill them all, this will naturally no longer be a problem. Zhang Wei's pupils widened. Kill them all? What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? It was impossible for the military to not know that a player who dies in a fallen area is truly dead. Wasn't this encouraging him to kill? Don't be surprised, the burly man from the military said in a deep voice. You have to realize that Blue Star will come to that sooner or later. Zhang Wei stared at him with a deadly gaze and asked after him, what exactly is going on in the third world? The military strong man was silent for 2 seconds. According to our speculations, it is a trial or a compulsion raising. A trial? Zhang Wei was a bit incredulous. A trial for who? Us? The strong military man shook his head. I wouldn't know about that. At the moment, we are just guessing. Maybe it's us, maybe it's these alien beasts, maybe. The trialists have yet to appear.
How did the third world and these foreign beasts appear? Zhang Wei asked, the doubt in his heart. The burly man looked up at the crimson sphere in the sky and reached out to point. It has something to do with it. Stellar? Zhang Wei looked into the sky. The star on the blue star had transformed into a huge crimson sphere. The military stout man spoke in a general manner, uttering an unimaginable sentence. It's not that the star has gotten bigger, but it's been wrapped around it. Zhang Wei was stunned and felt his head grow a little big. He knew how big a star was. Something could wrap around a star? How big must this thing be? So, the military stalwart revealed a touch of helplessness. Do you realize how much trouble we're facing? Zhang Weigang shook his head. I don't know. The military strongman froze. He had said so much to Yang Ye, just to give Yang Ye an extra pressure and an extra motivation. But it seems like it didn't achieve the effect he wanted. Zhang Wei looked towards the crimson sphere in the sky, reached out and said, it's alive, right? As the words fell, the military strongman's pupils plummeted. P.S. So then, the protagonist's strength is not far enough. Beg 5-star praise free gift praise to urge more. Chapter 72, Mission fully opened. The military strongman looked at Yang Ye in shock. This was top secret. At the very beginning of the Blue Planet's mutation, all countries had detected the space anomaly in advance. At the beginning of the global countries are still in the joint preparations for counterattack, but when a creature beyond the upper limit of human cognition trapped star, the countries are very simple collective choice to give up, let the third world link blue star. However, Zhang Wei didn't seem to notice the military man's unusual expression. Strong is strong, weak is dead, Zhang Wei tone calm. If it is a trial, in the end, how many human beings can be left? After finishing his speech, Zhang Wei glanced at the strong military man again, and then his figure directly disappeared in place. Kyoto had already been taken, and there was no point in him continuing to stay here. Jiangnan City District. Zhang Wei had just returned to his territory when he was surprised by the sight before him. Within the city, there were actually quite a few player figures, and compared to before when he was alone, there was quite a bit more life. Zhang Wei didn't expect that before the majority of the fallen areas were taken, there were already players who left the novice village and came to the main city. Looking at it this way, the situation in the Suzhou-Hangzhou territory should be similar, Zhang Wei said, looking at his territory information. Territory, Jiangnan. Level, intermediate can be upgraded by 1-5. Belanger, Evernight. Status, 20% repaired. 20%. Zhang Wei's face, which was originally gloomy, slightly improved as he looked at his territory's repair speed. Although the repair progress dropped a bit at the beginning when he upgraded from a primary territory to an intermediate territory, it was good to see that the repair progress was catching up again now. Should we wait for the territory restoration progress to be 100% before taking action? Zhang Wei was a bit hesitant. He hadn't forgotten that the main city foundry patriarch still owed him a talent reward. According to Zhang Wei's speculation, he should wait until the restoration of the territory was completed, those NPCs would appear, and only then could he look for the main city foundry patriarch to ask for the reward. Zhang Wei watched the progress of the restoration and only stopped for a moment before using Space Leap to leave again. Anyway, there were still 4 territories left to upgrade, so instead of waiting here, it would be better to capture a few fallen areas first. Just as Zhang Wei had just left, system announcements began to ring out in succession. Ding, congratulations to the United States Federation, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Chicago. The mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Russian Federation, the legendary mission to recapture the fallen area of Gorod. The mission progress is 100% complete, hope that the other survivors of the Blue Planet will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to the Sakura Island Nation, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Okayama. The mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, White Elephant Jelgota Fallen Zone mission failed, 150,000 survivors died. Ding, Stick Busan Fallen Zone mission failed, 80,000 survivors dead. Ding, congratulations to Stick, the legendary level mission to retake the Incheon Fallen Zone. Mission progress is 100% complete, look to the other survivors of Planet Blue to keep up the good work. All the countries of the Blue Planet had started to fully recapture the fallen area, and for the next period of time, the third world was going to be bustling with activity. However, it was inevitable that deaths and injuries would occur in the process. Even with Zhang Wei present and taking Kyoto this time, there were still quite a few Dragon Kingdom players who died. And apart from the Dragon Kingdom, no other country had made a move against their capital city. After all, king-level creatures were not something that could be dealt with at this stage of a player's power level. All the countries tacitly chose to take the smaller cities and raise their player level and strength first, before capturing the capital super city. In Dragon Kingdom Dungeon Area E, Zhang Wei returned to his room. At this moment, the dungeon time was late at night. Even though there wasn't much difference between the surface and the dungeon for Zhang Wei now, he still had the illusion that returning to the dungeon was going offline. Where to choose the first fallen area?
Zhang Wei sat on his bed and thought a little before he came up with the best country. To rob their capital city, Zhang Wei had no psychological burden at all. A glance at the underground city night, Zhang Wei is not in a hurry. Anyway, other countries in a short period of time is unlikely to be able to make a move on the super city.
Zhang Wei lay down on his bed and took a nap.
He's getting more and more abnormal,
Zhang Wei muttered.
Even in the underground city, he did not feel any sleepiness, and after the big battle in Kyoto, he was only slightly mentally tired.
Stellar.
Zhang Wei remembered the crimson sphere over the surface of the earth, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. When Zhang Wei pointed out that the crimson sphere was alive, the reaction of the strong military man naturally did not escape his eyes.
A living thing that can encircle a star.
The next day, the dungeon artificial star rose. It's time to go. Zhang Wei got up and wanted to head straight to the island. However, at this moment, system announcements rang out one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suzhong. The mission progress has completed 10%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of southern Jiangsu. The mission progress has completed 10%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to make further efforts. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen areas of northern Jiangsu, 10% of the mission progress completed, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts.
This is fully opened? Zhang Wei was stunned.
With just this moment's effort, the Third World had announced the mission progress of dozens of fallen regions in the Dragon Kingdom.
I'm still 4 short of my territory boost. Zhang Wei pondered slightly and used Space Leap to leave the dungeon. Suzhong Fallen Region.
Inside the city, more than 100,000 players were fighting with the alien beasts in the city. From all corners of the city, there were still Dragon Kingdom players teleporting over one after another. Facing the ordinary level 20 or 30 beast soldiers in the city, the Dragon Kingdom player camp gradually gained the upper hand, dividing the beasts and forming an encirclement.
Crap, where is this bull from? So much damage.
A player noticed that not far away from him, a youth holding a staff was giving a great display of power. The youth unleashed a large range output skill that dealt large thousands of sustained damage to a group of beast soldiers, whose blood levels dropped miserably. Yeah, my level 10 warrior can only do 800 points of damage with one slash, he's casually doing 7 or 8,000.
Definitely a hidden profession, so enviable. I didn't get a hidden profession. No one can blame us, we may be a little less lucky.
Yes, brother, which district are you from?
IH area, you? Oh, I'm a bit better than you, I'm in G. Chapter 73. I'm in a hurry.
Inside the city, there were mostly some ordinary beast soldiers, and this time, the Dragon Kingdom players came prepared again. Almost every encirclement was equipped with some powerful output players and solid meat shields, which also allowed quite a few ordinary players to still talk and laugh. So it doesn't look like the difficulty is very high. Yeah, these beast soldiers are just a bit higher leveled and have a bit more blood. So it seems, a little bit of grinding, and maybe I can take down a main city alone. Some players were already thinking about soloing a main city as they dealt several hundred damage. Moreover, they were all killing monsters over the level, and many of them began to level up quickly. After being stuck in the novice village for so many days, they finally experienced the joy of leveling up again. Old me is finally level 13. This is how Big Brother Eternal Night got to level 75, right? If I keep rushing like this, I'll soon be in the first tier again, huh? Yeah, we should have left the novice village a long time ago, purely delaying everyone's upgrades.
Ha ha ha. Just as these ordinary players were thinking about the future one by one.
Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of southern Jiangsu. The mission progress is completed by 20%. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen areas of southern Jiangsu. Mission progress completed by 20%. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to make further efforts.
Ha!
The group of players in Suzhong City froze.
What's going on in Sunan? Why are they going so fast? I don't know. 20%, they're going to face a beast tide attacking the city next, right? Should be.
Brothers, work harder.
We can't fall behind.
Right, our last region will be cleared soon, surpassing Sunan. For a while, these players were energized and began to sell their output. But in the city of Suzhong, the last area of beast soldiers had not yet been cleared. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Sunan. 50% of the mission progress is complete. Look for the other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to retake the fallen area of southern Jiangsu. 50% of the mission progress completed. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. The Third World System announcement rang out again. Ha! The players who were still struggling to catch up with the mission progress were confused.
What's going on?
Wasn't the siege 3 days? How did it finish so quickly? It should be that the difficulty of the quest is different. So it seems that Sunan doesn't have the same brand name as my great Suzhong. Now these players also knew that the bigger the city level, the harder the corresponding mission. Work harder, we only have these 100 beast soldiers left in our region. Don't panic, we're coming. A player rushed over to support after clearing out the beast soldiers in his region. However, the next second. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of southern Jiangsu. The mission progress is 70% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue their efforts. Another 6 consecutive system announcements. Crap, they're open, aren't they? This feeling. How is it a bit inexplicably familiar? Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of southern Jiangsu. The mission progress is 100% complete. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue their efforts. Holy. Can't catch up. It's probably Big Brother Eternal Night. Big Brother Neverwinter Nights, isn't this perverted, is he? Under these players spitting, the last area of Suzhong City District was finally cleared of beast soldiers. Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suzhong. 20% of the mission progress is complete. Look out for the other survivors of Blue Star to keep up the good work. Done. Don't slack off, someone from the military commanded in a deep voice. The beast tide attacking the city below is even more troublesome. Everyone leave the city according to the plan. What's so troublesome? A player muttered in a low voice. It took less than 10 minutes for Sunan to finish it. A middle-aged man with a tough face from the military just wanted to open his mouth to refute it. Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of northern Jiangsu. 50% of the mission progress is complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. As the words reached his mouth, the military middle-aged man swallowed back. Was this Eternal Night directly plowing through the Beast Tide's lair? How could it be so fast? And how did he go directly from southern Jiangsu to northern Jiangsu? Go out of the city as planned. The military middle-aged man held back a sentence and began to command the player army to move towards the outside of the city. This time, the military was very well prepared, and there were almost no deaths or injuries in taking down the city of Suzhong, which caused the players to be a bit lax. However, the military middle-aged man was clear that the beast tide attacking the city would not be that easy to resist. The military middle-aged man looked at the players who looked somewhat indifferent, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, he has never experienced battle. Outside the city, the misty area was very quiet and no abnormalities could be seen. However, the Dragon Kingdom players had already set up their formation and were standing by. Playing and fooling around, when they really had to face the beast tide, all of them still couldn't help but get into the spirit. But just as the players were waiting for the beast tide to come. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of northern Suzhou. The mission progress is 70% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue to work hard. The system announcement rang out at an inopportune time. Beast tide is hard? It's too fast. Countless players looked at each other, everyone was speechless. This was a bit different from what they thought. However, what made them even more speechless was yet to come. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of northern Suzhou. The mission progress is 100% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue their efforts. This again. Completed again? This is hilarious, isn't it? Many players began to talk to each other, and a large portion of the tension they had just begun to feel suddenly subsided. Silence. The military middle-aged man suddenly yelled, the color of the mists has darkened. Only then did the players notice that the color of the mists in front of them began to turn blood red, which was exceptionally creepy. The military middle-aged man watched as the misty area shifted, and his expression immediately became grave. Rumble, the earth beneath the players' feet trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, the mists violently began to tumble, and it seemed like an endless number of foreign beasts were about to rush out. Roar! A deafening beast roar pierced through the air, shocking the eardrums of countless players to raw pain. Good heavens! Look quickly, many players exclaimed in shock. Within the misty area, a wave of beasts that could not be seen at first glance came rushing madly. This. Some players' pupils widened, and they couldn't help but tense up. The beast tide had yet to arrive, and a wave of panic permeated out amongst the players. Prepare! The military middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. However, just as the beast tide was approaching the city, a figure stepping on a sword suddenly appeared in midair in front of the beast tide. Sublime Spike! As the words fell, the huge beast tide group came to an eerie standstill from its high-speed charge, as if the pause button had been pressed. Pa! A player rubbed his eyes vigorously and slapped himself again, which was indeed not an illusion. It's Neverwinter Nights, someone reacted and exclaimed in shock.
The middle-aged man from the military flashed a hint of joy and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, pay attention, and cooperate with Neverwinter Night's attack in a moment." However, Zhang Wei slowly turned around and spoke to the group of players at the back, and "Stay put, I'm in a hurry." Chapter 74 One-Time Reward. The middle-aged man from the military was stunned when he heard Zhang Wei's words and looked at him in dismay. Those players who were already eager to try also all froze in place. So damn domineering. Big Brother is going to take on the beast tide alone. This is a sideways glance, this is simply overbearing. One by one, players reacted one after another that Zhang Wei was trying to single-handedly take on the beast tide. Ding, the loyal audience is in place. Is the show opening the second act? Zhang Wei smiled slightly. Sure enough, pretending to be a bully was the best way to gain loyal audience. Open. Ding, the second act of the show is Open Carnival Feast. Carnival Feast effect, random damage from clown skills 1999, random damage cap added, number of loyal audience, and no cap limit. Current effect, 1999 plus 82056. 80,000, that's enough too, Zhang Wei slightly regretted. He had only harvested more than 80,000 loyal audience members after loading himself up so big. Luckily, the attributes of the mutant beast soldiers that made up the beast tide were only 100,000 or so, and they could be attacked twice in seconds. At this time, the beast tide resumed its actions, but they were all frozen in place, apparently also baffled. They were charging for good reason. Why did they suddenly stop moving? Dimensional tsunami. Infinite Mother's Nest. Infinite Mother's Nest. Zhang Wei didn't give them time to react, and immediately issued another group control skill before starting to release the Infinite Mother's Nest. In a few moments, countless black-feathered beasts appeared in the sky, precisely the parasite lords summoned by Zhang Wei. Phew! The black-feathered lords lifted their wings and instantly swept through the gusty winds, rushing towards the group of beast soldiers below. Poof! Poof! The black wings of the parasitic lords were like steel knives, and a large swath of the beasts were directly split in two, with limbs splattering in all directions. 83,055. 83,055. 83,055. The beast tide group that was originally raging within the misty area was directly cleared out into a large open space. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom players, a large black torrent flew by, and the area in front of them was empty. Crap. So bullish? I didn't see it wrong. Yang Yue's summons dealt almost 100,000 damage. You didn't see it wrong, I guarantee it with my own personality. Ding, the number of faithful viewers of the Carnival Feast has increased. Current effect, 1999 plus 147030. The system voice fell, and the Black Feather Lord's damage immediately increased. 148,029. 148,029. A player twisted his head. It's almost 150,000 damage. You don't have a great personality. Vanama. The player who vouched for his personality had a face as ugly as if he had eaten. Regardless of how shocked the players in the back were, the beast tide in front was disappearing at a terrifying speed. Ding, the number of faithful spectators of the Carnival Feast has increased. Current effect, 1999 plus 347030. The system prompt rang in Zhang Wei's ears again as the damage of the summons spiked once more. 35, 10,000. A player was so shocked that he began to stutter a bit in his speech. Wanima. I admit that I have a really bad personality. Suddenly, roar came out from the depths of the beast tide. Can't sit still. Zhang Wei didn't move at all, quietly looking at the depths of the misty area. I don't know if it's a primary or intermediate beast general. The beast generals at this point in time could no longer enter Zhang Wei's eyes. After all, his summons were all at the lord level. Who? In the distance, an alien beast that was only 100 meters in size flew towards the side in a hurry. Blazing pterodactyl. Zhang Wei smiled. This was still an old familiar beast. However, before the raging junior beast general Blazing Pterodactyl could even get close to Zhang Wei, it was rounded up and killed by his summons. The poor blazing winged dragon had never realized why it was worth so many lord-level beasts to attack it as a junior beast general until the day it died. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suzhong. The mission progress is 70% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to retake the fallen area of Suzhong. Mission progress is 70% complete, look to the other survivors of the Blue Star for further efforts. No wonder Su Nan and Su Bei completed it so quickly. At the back, a group of Dragon Kingdom players were one by one shocked to watch Winged Knight end the battle in 3 tries. They hadn't even reacted yet, the big battle was already over. After killing the blazing winged dragon, Zhang Wei didn't stop for a second and directly flew into the urban area with his sword. The next should be the primary lords of the urban area. Below, a group of players looked at each other in dismay. Big Brother seems to be really in a hurry. Follow up and take a look. This time, without waiting for the military to command, countless players scrambled to rush into the urban area.
And the truth was not what Jiang Wei expected. Roar! As soon as Jiang Wei entered the city center of Suzhong, a commotion was heard. Jiang Wei looked at the huge foreign beast that had strangely appeared in the city and threw out his scrying technique. Ink Fury Intermediate Lord. Level, 60. Life value, 3000 W. Attack power, 4 W. Skills, 1, Shadow Sneak 2. Corrosive Claw Strike 3. Shadow Cage 4. Life Extraction.
Details: a native race bred in the Dark Eclipse plane, born to master the use of shadow energy.
Shadow Stalking? Jiang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the Ink Fury attribute, but they immediately dimmed again.
He had always wanted to copy a stealth skill, but unfortunately, he could only copy 4 skills at the moment and had no spare skill positions.
My reward can't just be experience. Jiang Wei frowned slightly.
In order to complete the Retrieve the Fallen Zone quest, he didn't know how many beast generals and lords he had killed, and he had even killed king-level Fey beasts.
Yet, there were no additional rewards. However, as soon as Jiang Wei finished his sentence, a system prompt rang out. Ding! After the establishment of order in the main city, the quest rewards will be released at once. Jiang Wei was stunned. There was a reward in the third world? A one-time distribution? Jiang Wei was immediately ecstatic in his heart. He had killed so many foreign beasts, what kind of rewards would have to be given cumulatively? However, Jiang Wei looked at the Ink Fiend. Right now it was better to kill it first. Seemingly sensing Jiang Wei's killing intent, the Ink Fury's figure abruptly disappeared. Jiang Wei's pupils shrank, but in the next second, he similarly disappeared in place.
Tear! Emo Fury's huge body appeared at Jiang Wei's position, his sharp claws cutting through the air to bring up a sharp sound. Only for the strike to fall short, Jiang Wei utilized Space Leap in advance and retreated some distance.
Seek death. Jiang Wei whispered, launching another spatial leap and appearing directly behind it. Falling Echo.
Jiang Wei raised his fist and slammed it down directly.
Boom! 4957222216.
At the back, the belatedly arriving Dragon Kingdom players each stared at the damage value of Jiang Wei's punch in a daze, and...
Am I blind? Chapter 75 Hostile Territory Opening.
Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Suzhong. Mission progress is 100% complete, looking to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to retake the fallen area of Suzhong. Mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts.
The system announcement rang out at the right time, but the attention of the players was all focused on the man in midair who stood with a royal sword. This is 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 490 million. A player screamed. In the eyes of the crowd of Dragon Kingdom players, Neverwinter Night had dealt close to 500 million damage with one punch. This is too much. One punch Superman? I can only deal a few hundred damage off. Why is the difference so big? Is this the strength of the number one person in the third world? Previously, they only felt that Yang Ye was awesome from the system's various debut announcements. But they didn't know exactly how awesome. But after this punch, they sort of realized that. How powerful was Yang Ye? About equals bull plus 99 pussies. In mid-air. One more to go. Jiang Wei murmured softly. With Kyoto, Southern Jiangsu, Northern Jiangsu, and Central Jiangsu, plus the current Central Jiangsu, Jiang Wei had already assisted in recapturing 4 fallen regions. It was only one fallen area away from upgrading his territory again. If I ascend to a high-level territory, my life value should be over 10 million as well. Thinking about it like this, Jiang Wei was really a little excited. With a life value of 10 million, even if he stood there and let others beat him up, he wouldn't be able to die for a while. However, what Jiang Wei was most looking forward to now was the completion of his territory restoration. Once the restoration of the territory was completed and the order of the main city was established, then he would be able to receive the system rewards. One was the talent reward. The second was the quest rewards accumulated over such a long period of time. Right at this moment, a thought suddenly popped up in Jiang Wei's mind. Since the rewards would be distributed all at once after the establishment of the main city order, why not take advantage of this to frantically brush up on the quests? There were hundreds of main cities in the Dragon Kingdom alone, not to mention the entire Blue Star. If one were to get involved in all of them, what rewards would one get in the end? Jiang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was worth doing. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen areas of Jiangdong. The mission progress is 20% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary mission to recapture the fallen areas of Jiangxi. The mission progress is 20% complete. Hope that the other survivors of the Blue Planet will continue to work hard.
Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen areas of Jiangbei, mission progress is 20% complete, looking to the other survivors of the Blue Planet for further endeavors. System announcements rang out frantically, and in just a few minutes, as many as hundreds of fallen areas had been involved.
The progress is all rushing together? Zhang Wei was stunned.
He did not expect that the progress of so many fallen zones would be able to progress in unison. Normally speaking, a beast-tide attack would last for 3 days. However, with so many fallen zones starting at the same time, in 3 days' time, even with Zhang Wei's current perverted efficiency, he would not be able to take care of all the fallen zones. Do your best and listen to God's fate, Zhang Wei murmured in a low voice. The next step would be to see how many quests he could swipe in these 3 days to assist in recapturing the fallen regions. Without greeting anyone below, Zhang Wei's figure disappeared over the Suzhong city center. Big Brother Neverwinter Night is gone, a group of players who had been watching Neverwinter Night regretfully spoke. It's a pity that Big Brother Neverwinter Night has been wearing a mask, so I can't see his true appearance.
Big Brother Neverwinter Night wouldn't be a woman, right? Bull, didn't you hear his voice? Maybe using a voice changer.
In the fallen area of Jiangxi, the Dragon Kingdom players had just cleaned up the beast soldiers in the city. However, there wasn't much joy on the faces of the Dragon Kingdom players. A primary beast general unexpectedly appeared in the urban area, causing many players to lose their lives. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Dragon Kingdom players, under the command of the military players, began to move towards the outside of the city one after another, preparing for the next beast wave to attack the city.
And at this exact moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the misty area outside of Jiangxi City.
Mission completion is already 20%. Zhang Wei looked at the misty area where the wind was calm. The next step is the beast tide, but how come there's no movement yet? Forget it, Zhang Wei shook his head. Since you guys aren't coming out, I'll go straight in to find you. After saying that, Zhang Wei flew towards the depths of the misty area with his sword. At the same time, a batch of parasite lords were summoned out by Zhang Wei and flew alongside him in company.
Not long after Zhang Wei entered the misty zone, the players in Jiangxi City district also walked out. I wonder how many more people will have to die in the next beast tide. The Dragon Kingdom players all looked unusually grave, staring at the misty zone as if they were enemies. However, after a few moments, there was no movement at all in the misty area. What's going on? Why is there still no reaction? Wasn't it said that the moment we arrived at the misty area, it would trigger the foreign beasts to attack the city?
The people from the military also felt something strange. This was at odds with what they had grasped.
However, just as the crowd was wondering in amazement.
Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to retake the fallen area of Jiangxi. The mission progress is 50% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Jiangxi. The mission progress is 50% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to make further efforts.
Ha! 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 6 consecutive system announcements completely blindsided the Dragon Kingdom players in the Jiangxi Fallen Zone. They hadn't encountered any monsters yet. How did the quest progress get to 50%? The military players looked at each other and thought of a possibility. It can't be that Big Brother Neverwinter Nights is here, a player also reacted. It should be.
Many players, one by one, also woke up as if in a dream. They had heard the system announcement from Sunan and North, and knew that Neverwinter Nights was bringing players to speed through the Fallen Zone. Deep in the Misty Zone, a high-level beast general was a bit confused. The black-feathered flying fiend that it was fighting with suddenly increased its damage, and before it could figure out the situation, it was torn apart. And below, there were countless beast soldier corpses. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legend-level mission to recapture the fallen area of Jiangxi. The mission progress is 70% complete, look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue their efforts. This is guessing me. Zhang Wei twisted his head to look towards the urban area, but the mist covered it and nothing could be seen clearly. The next step is the urban area's lord-level alien beasts. With those words, Zhang Wei used spatial leap and directly left the misty area. In the next moment, it directly appeared in the urban area. Roar! A deafening roar emanated from within the urban area. Fey beasts are in the urban area, the Dragon Kingdom players exclaimed in shock. Return to defense. The military decisively commanded the players to start returning to the urban area. In the center of the urban area, a massive mid-level Lord-class Fey beast was staring at Zhang Wei with a deadly stare. Falling Echo. Zhang Wei was too lazy to waste any more time. Directly dodging and appearing in front of the intermediate lord, he slammed his fist over. 237472940. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Jiangxi. The mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Jiangxi, mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the blue planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Jiangxi, mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the blue planet to continue their efforts. The movements of the Dragon Kingdom players who were hurrying outside the city came to a screeching halt, and each of them was dumbfounded.
We're done like this? I didn't even see the boss face. Ding, congratulations on Jiangnan's territory being upgraded to a high-level territory. Ding, congratulations on gaining the attribute bonus of a high-level territory. Ding, mission rewards will be released after the main city is repaired. Ding, Blue Star has opened up hostile territories. Hostile territory? When Zhang Wei heard this system prompt, a sense of foreboding immediately rose. Sure enough, the next moment. Ding, killing survivors of hostile territories will grant you an additional upgrade experience bonus. Ding, killing enemy territory survivors will grant you random attribute bonuses. Ding, killing enemy territory survivors has a higher probability of revealing enemy equipment. Ding, if you kill a survivor in enemy territory, you have a low probability of devouring the enemy's talent and upgrading your own. Ding, if you kill an enemy territory survivor, there is a low probability that you will be deprived of the enemy's profession and open a second profession. Ding. Chapter 76, High Lord. Ding, killing enemy territory survivors has a low probability of obtaining a career advancement quest. The system prompts were continuous, and the Blue Star players couldn't believe their ears. Killing enemy territory players was such a generous reward? What does this mean? What does it mean? Encouraging us humans to go to war internally. Then will there be a war back there? I don't know. However, this reward is also really great. I don't have the talent yet, is there a chance now? It also opens up a second profession, this is too much. Countless players in Blue Star were talking, there was both worry and a hint of impulse. This was the coexistence of crisis and opportunity, it could be pulverized, or it could really soar to the heavens. The Third World wasn't coercing Blue Star players to kill each other, it was just luring. As for whether or not the Blue Star humans should really start killing each other, the right to choose remains in the hands of the Blue Star humans themselves. This is a naked conspiracy. To kill or not to kill? Extra experience, random attribute bonuses, equipment, talents, sub-professions, and even career advancement. With this kind of good thing who still works hard to kill monsters, isn't it much simpler to kill people? It's about to change. Zhang Wei had a premonition that Blue Star was afraid that it was going to be completely chaotic next. Human nature could not withstand the test the most. With such a great temptation, there were not a few people who were willing to take the risk. The vast majority of players would even embark on the path of hunting and killing. However, at least for now, no one could shake Zhang Wei, let alone kill him. Those people were thankful if Zhang Wei did not take the initiative to kill others. At this moment, Zhang Wei's territory had changed from an intermediate territory to a high-level territory. Territory, Jiangnan. Level advanced territory upgrade unknown. Belanger, Evernight. Status, 60% repaired. Surprisingly, it has reached 60%. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised that the repair speed had become quite fast. Could it be because quite a few players have entered the Jiangnan main city? Other than that, Zhang Wei could not think of any other possibilities. At this rate of repair, it would only take another 2 to 3 days for the repair to be completed. The Jiangnan territory was promoted to a high-level territory, and Zhang Wei's attributes also changed dramatically once again. Player, Eternal Knight. Profession, Clown. Rank, Lord of Advanced Territory. Rank, 75. Experience value, 323W 750W. Blood blue value, 1215W 1215W. Dimension, 2.01W 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 2.01W. Double attack, 5.5W 5.5W. Double defense, 2.5W 2.5W. Generic skill, Scrying can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above your own level. Exclusive skill, Stage Comedy, Clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill, and the mimic skill can inflict 999 random damage to the target cap. 4. Exclusive skill, Poker Acrobatics, randomly draw one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds and clubs, and attack with different effects with intense hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard skill CD, 60s. Exclusive skill, Improv Comedy, Recovery Buff skill, Blood Recovery equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, Clown Stage, within the range of Clown Performance Stage 1000M, 1000M, the damage received by the clown is randomly attenuated by 19%. The life value has finally broken 10 million. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with his current attributes.
As for the matter of the hostile territories announced by the system, there weren't many territories taken by the Blue Star humans right now, and it should still take some time before it really came to a full-scale war. Moreover, since the hostile territory system had come out, the higher-ups of the countries behind should not be able to continue to dive in. After the emergence of the Third World, the higher-ups of various countries had kept a much lower profile. Ordinary players stood at the forefront instead, and the higher-ups of the various countries were meticulously up. Take the fallen areas first and accumulate the rewards. Zhang Wei analyzed the situation and decided to continue acting according to his plan. With the completion of the territorial restoration on the horizon, and all of the fallen zones in the Dragon Kingdom starting at the same time, he was prepared to help as much as he could. After assisting in taking down so many fallen regions, what rewards will the main city give itself when it is established? Zhang Wei was all a bit expectant. Jiangdong Fallen Zone. Skeletons, goblins, undead, savage beasts. All sorts of summons filled the Misty Zone. These summoned beasts formed layers of defense lines, stopping the endless wave of beast attacks. Obviously different urban areas, the military had arranged different strategies based on player occupation. The number of summoning class occupation players here clearly occupied the majority. Tens of thousands of summons were at the front, giving the rear players a lot of backbone and a sense of security. The output profession players released their skills recklessly, while the auxiliary professions kept adding buffs to the summons. The meat shield players who were at the front line of the engagement in other urban areas instead seemed to have nothing to do here. However, the cooldown time of summoning skills was generally very long, and once the summons were killed, they could not replenish their numbers in a short period of time. Once there were no more summons, the summoning profession players had almost no role to play, and were not as useful as the supporting professions. The situation seemed to be good now, but the hidden crisis was starting to show up a little bit. "Head, the summons are dying too fast," a military player spoke anxiously. "I'm afraid we're in trouble." If the summoners died out, so many summoners would only be reduced to spectators, and the situation would be dangerous. "Meat shields are ready to take the top," one of the military spoke in a deep voice. "Deaths and injuries can't be avoided. Deaths will be the norm in the future. We all need to get used to it." What hostile territory meant, these soldiers knew better than ordinary players. From now on, the threat to human existence would not only be alien beasts, but also their own kind. With the summoner defense line in front of them in jeopardy, a group of meat shield players began to rise to the top. The summoners who were without their summoned beasts and whose skill cooldowns hadn't been refreshed yet looked a bit awkward and could only helplessly back off. Soon, players began to die, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and panic began to spread. Only these Dragon Kingdom players still did not retreat a step. Fear is instinctive, courage is the hymn of humanity. Big Brother Eternal Night will come to us, right? Will. Unconsciously, quite a few players in Jiangdong's fallen area actually unanimously remembered Yongyue. Jiangbei City Center. 7th, Zhang Wei smashed a mid-level lord to death with a single punch and used space leap to leave. Below the city center, the Dragon Kingdom players were filled with shock, and even though Yang Ye had already left, their gazes still looked up at. Is this the strength of Big Brother Yang Ye? It's too exaggerated. I wonder which fallen area Big Brother Yang Ye is going to next. Jiangdong, after all, our regions are next to each other. Chapter 77, Talent Reward. In the Jiangdong Fallen Zone, the Dragon Kingdom players and the Beast Tide were fighting to a scorching point. Luckily, after the skill cooldowns of the summoning class players were refreshed, a second batch of summons were ushered in on the defense line, and the situation was much less stressful. However, the beast tide seemed to be endless. The beast soldiers in the depths of the Misty Zone were constantly replenished, and there was no sign of any hint of decadence in sight. Why isn't Eternal Night Big Brother coming yet? Behind the battle line, a white-robed priest couldn't help but speak. On the side, a player couldn't help but respond, "Don't think about it, our Dragon Kingdom has opened hundreds of fallen zones at the same time. Yang Ye might be in which one right now? It seems like Jiangdong's Fallen Zone, everyone will have to take their lives to fill it." A trace of intolerance flashed in the eyes of the white-robed priest. Why don't the higher-ups come one by one? A player wondered, wouldn't it be less of a loss to have the bigwigs supporting us this way? The white-robed priest sniffed, glanced at the distant commanding military players, and muttered, maybe the higher-ups are deliberately arranging it this way. A few players around them froze. The white-robed priest laughed miserably. Without experiencing battle and death, how would we really realize what Blue Star is facing? Right in the middle of the conversation between the players of Jiangdong's fallen region, the Third World System announcement suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the Jinling Fallen Zone. The mission progress is 100% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts. Big Brother has gone to Jinling. Will we be here next? However, the eternal night that the crowd was expecting didn't appear. Instead, they waited for the Third World System announcement that, ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the Lingnan Fallen Zone. The mission progress is 100% complete. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen areas of Lingxi. The mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Gusu. The mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. System announcements rang out from time to time, but they didn't wait for Neverwinter Nights to appear until the second day.
Jiangdong Fallen Zone. Self-improvement brothers. Hundreds of cities, it's our turn and we're probably done with our own beast tide. We can't keep counting on eternal night. Self-improvement, let's fight the beasts. Self-improvement, die to the end.
However, just as the crowd cried out for self-improvement, the surge of raging beasts suddenly came to a bizarre halt.
Self-strengthen?
Having just rushed to the fallen area of Jiangdong, Jiang Wei looked at the countless Dragon Kingdom players below shouting self-improvement with a puzzled expression and spoke with some uncertainty. Should I
go? It's Big Brother Eternal Night. Big Brother, don't go. We've been waiting for you.
The players below were all excited. A system prompt also rang in Jiang Wei's ears.
Ding, the second act of the show is Open Carnival Feast.
Current effect, 1999 plus 382056. So Jiang Wei was a bit surprised to hear the system prompts, not expecting the players of Jiangdong Fallen Zone to trust themselves so much. After all, the number of loyal viewers in other zones had risen a little bit.
Subdimensional Tsunami. Infinite Mother's Nest. Infinite Mother's Nest. 383,055. 383,055. 383,055. With a damage value of more than 300,000, an ordinary beast soldier would be directly instantly secured. Thousands of black feather lords lined up and flew towards the depths of the mists with their wings. The beast soldiers in the beast tide, as if they were cut by sharp blades, were neatly divided into two. The original endless tide of beasts was clean in the blink of an eye. Crap! This is too perverse. What is Big Brother's summoned beast? It actually has a damage value of over 300,000. Below, the Dragon Kingdom players were talking a lot. In their eyes, Jiang Wei stood with his sword and did not have the intention of personally striking out the entire time, relying solely on a group of summons to solve the beast tide. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Jiangdong. 50% of the mission progress is complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to keep up the good work. Is this clearing out? Big Brother doesn't seem to be moving in place, right?
But before the crowd could figure out the situation, another system prompt rang out. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Jiangdong. The mission progress is 70% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue to work hard.
In mid-air.
Looks like the beasts in the misty area will be resolved, Jiang Wei whispered when he heard the system prompt. After saying that, Jiang Wei directly flew towards the city with his sword. The next step was the Lord-class beasts, a set of outflows that Jiang Wei was already too familiar with. Seeing this, the Dragon Kingdom players hooted and hollered as they all followed. The military players still wanted to command, but how could anyone listen at this time? In other words, when Eternal Night appeared, the backbone of the players' hearts had already changed. Only, these players are still a step late. A group of people are running to the city, when a great number of people. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary mission to recapture the fallen areas of Jiangdong. The task progress is completed 100%. Hope that the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue to work hard.
This is completed? Whoa. So this is what it feels like to be open. However, Jiang Wei's figure had long since disappeared from the fallen area of Jiangdong.
Right after Jiang Wei killed the intermediate lord of the urban area, he received a system prompt. Ding, congratulations to Jiangnan territory repair 100%.
Without any hesitation, Jiang Wei directly used Space Leap to return to Jiangnan territory. In Jiangnan City, countless players were cheering excitedly.
The original nothing urban area now had tailor stores, herb stores, blacksmith stores, pet stores, and NPCs were all visible. In front of the blacksmith store, Jiang Wei was looking entangledly at the owner of the blacksmith store, the foundry patriarch in the mouth of the old blacksmith of the novice village, a 6 or 7-year-old little girl.
You're finally here, the little girl looked at Jiang Wei with a smile. Are you here to receive your reward? Jiang Wei was stunned. The little girl knew him?
But this saved a lot of trouble.
Yes, Jiang Wei hurriedly returned, talent reward.
Of course, the little girl clapped her hands and arrogantly said, I don't have the habit of owing others rewards. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the talent Theater of Life.
Theater of Life. Grade, unknown.
Effect, Theater of Life and Death, Fate Tattoo. Details, the play of life and death flows from the fingertips, the palm churns with fate lines Song Sheng size. A mediocre talent is nothing more than that.
Chapter 78. The first level of the Destiny Tattoo. Playing with the fate of the Cthulhu? Jiang Wei looked at the details of his talent in a daze.
A mediocre talent. Seeing these words, he instantly developed a bad feeling.
Mediocre? It can't be right. A moment of silence. What's the deal with Great Unknown?
Zhang Wei couldn't help but speak to the little girl. Also, what about the specific effects of the life and death drama and fate tattoo?
Your talent, you're asking me?
The little girl waved her hand with an innocent face. How would I know? However, after the little girl finished speaking, she added, the talent is already there, so you can go and try it out to see what difference it makes.
Try? Zhang Wei froze. Just then, a system announcement rang out.
Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Huanzhang. The mission progress is 50% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Let's go and try it then, Zhang Wei said, and directly used Space Leap to leave. The missions in the various fallen regions of the Dragon Kingdom were still continuing, so Zhang Wei did not continue to dwell on it with the little girl. Only after Zhang Wei left did the little girl mutter with a helpless face, big dummy, the great is unknown, it's beyond the upper limit of the blue star zone, I naturally don't know. In the Yellow River Misty area, a few youths faced the beast tied alone, appearing somewhat out of place. Behind a few people, countless Dragon Kingdom players became spectators, endless waves of beasts, stopped by a few of them. Among them, a white-robed youth, waving the staff in his hand, the sky streams of fire like a gale landing, hordes of mutant beast soldiers were killed in seconds. 604,356. 604,356. 604,356. A random drop of rain of fire could inflict a damage value of over 600,000 on the mutant beasts. Although the number of beast tides in the misty area were numerous, they simply couldn't break through the dense rain of fire.
What a pervert! What exactly is this Night Chen's origin? I don't know. How do you think Big Brother Eternal Night compares to this Night Chen? This? How would I know? They're all perverts anyway.
Countless players in the back muttered in whispers. Anyway, they had already become spectators, and it would be hard to die if they didn't talk anymore. A black-clothed youth looked at the beast tide being easily abused by Night Chen and laughed. Night Chen, although you're only an SSS grade talent, you just have an advantage in the group output piece, even I can't do this. The other few people also nodded slowly in unison when they heard this. The white-robed youth, Night Chen, was just about to open his mouth when a roar came from the depths of the misty area. The wave of beasts began to retreat crazily and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Night Chen looked into the depths of the mists and calmly opened his mouth. The beast generals are next. The black-clothed youth calmly said, even the high-level beast generals only have 10 million life value, they won't last under your big move. Night Chen smiled without knowing whether or not he could. A beast general with 10 million life value, he indeed hadn't put it in his eyes yet. However, right in the middle of the conversation between a few people, in mid-air, there was suddenly an additional figure standing on a sword. Night Chen's pupil shrunk slightly. Yang Ye? It's him. The black-clothed youth seemed to be pointing in general. That mask, the others don't have it. At this moment, Zhang Wei similarly looked at the several people below. The white-robed youth's skill to deal hundreds of thousands of group injuries caused Zhang Wei to be somewhat shocked as well. This meant that the white-robed youth's own magic attack power had reached this level. Although Zhang Wei could also deal hundreds of thousands of damage, that was not his own attack power. These people shouldn't be silent, Zhang Wei slandered in his heart, a bunch of Go King. Roar! In the misty area, the sound of beast roars came closer and closer. Rumble, the earth trembled, and a huge beast that was almost 400 or 500 meters tall slammed hard into the ground. Night Chen watched as the beast would appear and spoke in a deep voice, fire rain heavily tribulation. Streams of fire reappeared in the sky. Meteor killing, Night Chen spoke again. As the voice fell, the roiling rain of fire crazily converged, finally condensing a drop of fire to float towards the beast general. Boom! 30292731. A damage of more than 30 million spilled out from the beast general's body. Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Huangjiang, mission progress completed 70%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue to work hard. 70% now, boss directly killed in seconds. Awesome. Crap, such high damage. Eternal Night Big Brother doesn't seem to be as powerful as Nightstar. I think so. The Dragon Kingdom players below were excited and started comparing Night Chen to Neverwinter Night. Zhang Wei was a bit speechless, daring to be robbed of the limelight. However, Night Chen's big move also really shocked Zhang Wei for a moment. Meteor killing, this move dealt more than 30 million damage, which was enough to second him if he didn't dodge hard. Enter the city. Below, the military began to command, and a batch of players entered the city as originally planned. Zhang Wei did not leave, he also wanted to see how deep these Go Kings with special talents and special professions were hiding. We'll have to rely on you guys next, Night Chen said somewhat helplessly, I'm running out of blue. The black-clothed youths looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Night Chen was competing with Neverwinter Nights, directly releasing his big move. Lord level 4 and beast, I'll do it, the black-clothed youth spoke calmly, his words full of confidence. Li Mu, don't be careless.
On the side, someone spoke out to remind him.
Don't worry, the black-clothed youth said without thinking, we should also let the Dragon Kingdom players understand that there is more than one Neverwinter Nights in the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the city, a four-legged fey beast was looking down at the Dragon Kingdom players who had arrived around one after another. Zhang Wei looked at the fey beast and threw out his scrying spell. Otis Jr. Lord. Level, 60. Life value, 2000 W. Attack power, 2 W. Skills, 1, Phase Barrier 2. Tier 3. Boundary 4. Nirvana Return to Ruin. Details, slightly. A primary lord, Zhang Wei was also curious as to how these few youths would cope. At this time, the black-clothed youth Li Mu slowly walked towards the primary lord. At the back, the Dragon Kingdom players each looked at Li Mu in shock.
He's going to fight solo? Too cool.
Only to see, Li Mu slowly walked towards the boss and drew out a long sword, chop. As the words fell, the long knife in Li Mu's hand slashed vertically, and a blade on-chopped at the boss.
82,345. It doesn't seem like the damage is high.
At the back, the players were a bit incredulous. The black-clothed youth seemed to be quite a bit worse compared to Nightstar. However, Li Mu's long blade swung again.
164,324. 328,345. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, doubling the damage of the next attack? 656,690. 130,3290. Roar Primary Lord Otis slapped his claws down at Li Mu. Put. 120,333.
A shield coalesced in front of Li Mu at some point, blocking the boss attack.
Interesting, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up as Li Mu's damage values were turned into shield energy values.
At this rate, Otis wouldn't even be able to break Li Mu's shield. However, just when Zhang Wei thought that the end was in sight, Otis even directly abandoned Li Mu and charged towards the Dragon Kingdom players at the back.
Holy!
There was a commotion in the formation of the Dragon Kingdom players. Those of them weren't that perverted, and a lot of them were going to die when the boss rushed over. Seeing this, Li Mu struggled to swing his sword to output, but the boss simply stopped paying attention to him. Li Mu could only be anxious. It's over, the Shield Scholar player in the front row paled miserably. But just as Otis was about to touch the Dragon Kingdom player line, there was suddenly one more person in front of it.
Sublime Tsunami.
As the voice fell, Otis' huge body suddenly froze.
It's the Eternal Night Big Brother who fixed the boss.
With this hand alone, Big Brother Neverwinter Night isn't any worse than them.
Neverwinter Nights. Ding, the second act of the show opens Carnival Feast. Current effect, 1999 plus 82056.
Zhang Wei was a bit speechless when he heard the system prompts. He was so dominant in controlling the boss and the loyal audience was only 80,000 or so. These few youths had really stolen a lot of the limelight.
However, in the next second,
ding, triggering the first level effect of the Talent Fate Tattoo, the number of loyal spectators in the show increases the damage limit of the skill itself.
Current effect, 1 to 83055.
Ding, the damage value of the skill can be permanently stacked with the number of loyal spectators in the show, with no upper limit.
Ding. Chapter 79, Destiny Tattoo Second Level. Ding, the same loyal audience cannot be stacked repeatedly. Zhang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk, the number of loyal spectators increased the damage limit, and there was no upper limit. Doesn't this mean that there is no limit to the damage of his skills?
And this is only the first layer of the fate pattern effect. Since there is the first layer, there will be the second layer, the third layer. Roar. Once the 5 seconds had passed, Primary Lord Otis regained his freedom and roared at Zhang De. Immediately, it swung its sharp claws to slap Zhang Wei again.
Quiet. Zhang Wei spoke calmly.
The movements of Otis, who was attacking, once again came to an abrupt halt, his huge sharp claws stopping in mid-air. This scene, which fell in the field of vision of the Dragon Kingdom players, the group of people all stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief.
Crap, what did the Eternal Night Big Brother do? Is this following his words? Bull, it's obviously a fixation technique. Do you guys have some common sense? This is obviously a control skill.
The Dragon Kingdom players were hotly debating, while Zhang Wei's ears were ringing with system prompts again. Ding, the number of faithful spectators of the Carnival Feast has increased.
Current effect, 183055 plus 147030.
Ding, triggering the first level effect of the Talent Fate Tattoo, the damage limit increases with the number of loyal spectators.
Current effect, 123085. Zhang Wei couldn't help but grin. It really was a boost to the damage cap, and it was permanently stacked.
In this moment's effort, his skill's damage cap was raised from 999 to 230,000.
If there really isn't any limit, Zhang Wei said in the back of his mind, wouldn't I be able to accumulate the damage to hundreds of millions? It was important to realize that every fallen area could trigger at least a few 100,000 loyal viewers. How many players were there in the Dragon Kingdom?
Excluding the old and weak in some of the regular zones, the Third World Exploration Zone probably had around 800 million people.
If all of them become their loyal viewers. Jiang Wei couldn't help but smile at the thought.
Below, a group of Dragon Kingdom players watched as Winged Knight laughed at the boss, and someone couldn't help but ask,
what is Big Brother Yanye giggling about? Is he looking at this boss?
But the good thing is, if you're strong enough, there are great scholars who will argue for you.
Is that a giggle? That's the calmness of facing a boss. That's right, what do you know, can you still laugh in the face of a boss? Not only ordinary players, even Night Chen and Li Mu and the others were a bit puzzled by Jiang Wei's performance.
Li Mu gritted his teeth and swung his sword to slash out again. His damage stacks couldn't be spaced out for too long or the stacking effect would disappear.
523, 5466. The blade flashed, and a damage value of more than $5 million spilled out from Otis.
This primary lord itself had a life value of 20 million, and after a few slashes, Li Mu's blood bar was already near the bottom.
Roar! Otis finally regained its freedom once again, and it looked at Jiang Wei with some trepidation. Afterward, a translucent boundary covered its huge body.
This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Many people threw out scrying spells.
Elementary territory boundary. Life value, 1 billion. Defense, 2000.
Details: Primary Lord Ortiz's territorial boundary. No damage can be inflicted on Ortiz until the boundary is breached. Jiang Wei looked at Otis with a strange expression on his face. The territorial boundary was even used to protect itself. When Li Mu saw the information about the boundary, his face was a bit ugly. Don't look at his sword can already hit more than 5 million damage value, but facing a $1 billion boundary, also have the heart is not able to do anything. Because Li Mu's damage couldn't be doubled infinitely at this stage, he could at most stack to hit a maximum of 50 million single damage.
Li Mu couldn't help but glance at the military.
That military player understood and immediately ordered everyone strike together to break the boundary.
The group of players from the Dragon Kingdom heard this and without the slightest hesitation, they all attacked.
After being spectators for so long, there was finally a chance for them to perform.
Almost instantly, the Dragon Kingdom players' various output skills landed on the boundary. 345. 132. 99. 1. Crap, I can't break defense. One player could only deal a little damage and couldn't help but curse. Although the crowd's damage was low, they couldn't help but be outnumbered, and the boundary's life value began to drop rapidly. Jiang Wei was also ready to strike, but at this moment, a system prompt rang in his ears again.
Ding, triggering the second tier of the talent Fate Tattoo. The damage value of the loyal audience is counted as performance damage.
Second layer. Jiang Wei was first delighted, but then he was stunned. Counting towards performance damage? What was the use of this? Could it be? Jiang Wei whispered, falling echo. A moment later.
Jiang Wei looked at how little life value was left in the boundary, dodged and slammed his fist on it. The
602432345.
Ka-ching, the boundary shattered in response.
This is 600 million? That's nifty. Ha! Where's Big Brother Eternal Night?
Jiang Wei broke through the boundary, confirmed his guess, and directly left the city center. With those few youths around, brutalizing the Bloodlord wasn't much of a problem. Jiang Wei had figured out the first and second layer effects of the Fate Tattoo, although he desperately wanted to know if there were any other effects of the Fate Tattoo, as well as the life and death play that had never been triggered.
But there was a more important thing to do right now. What about his accumulated rewards? It was promised that it would be released in one go after the establishment of the main city. Now that Jiangnan's territory has been completely restored, why is the cumulative reward not moving? Chapter 80, First Order Star. In Huangjiang City, although Jiang Wei had already left, the Dragon Kingdom players were still immersed in excitement.
The boundary had been broken, and faced with a bloodied boss, a green-shirted boy stepped out of the crowd of Dragon Kingdom players. In the crowd of Dragon Kingdom players, a young man in a green shirt stepped out and conjured up a sword formation, with 10,000 swords flying in unison.
100-2444. 103-4442.
Within the sword formation, each sword chi exceeded 1 million damage values, and in a few breaths, the residual blooded lord was exterminated. Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Huangjiang, mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of the Yellow River, mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to keep up the good work. What a bunch of perverts, a player muttered in a low voice. Night Chan's hundreds of thousands of group damage, Li Mu's blade chi that doubled his damage, and this green-shirt teenager who broke 1 million damage. The strength displayed by the three of them was far beyond what ordinary players could comprehend. However, the most perverted of all is Big Brother Neverwinter Nights, 600 million in one punch, simply inappropriate. Marred, when compared like this, we're just scum. Li Mu also collected his sword at this time and came in front of a few people. Limu looked at the gradually dissipating sword array, some envy opening. Wang Tang, we several or you are the strongest. In the face of Limu's compliments, Wang Tang didn't see any joy. Instead he said, there's still a small gap between the few of us and Yang Yi. Knight Chen, Limu, and the others' faces all stared. Young Knight's last punch had a damage value of 600 million, and none of the few of them could deal such high damage. Just then, ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Zheojiang. 50% of the mission progress is complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the Qingping fallen area. 50% mission progress completed, looking to the other survivors of Planet Blue for further endeavors. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the Southly Fallen Zone. 50% of the mission progress is complete, look to the other survivors of the Blue Planet for further endeavors. Night Chen listened to the system announcement and said, the progress of the other fallen areas is almost done. Let's go, Wang Tang spoke indifferently, establish a teleportation array, let's go to the other fallen areas.
Jiangnan territory. Zhang Wei was gazing at two pieces of equipment, a pair of boots and an accessory, the very rewards he had just redeemed from his accumulated quests.
One of the boots was the only equipment Curtain Ash's dance.
Dance of Curtain Ash's boots. Grade, unlimited. Grade, unique.
Attributes, stage comedy, clowns can imitate and copy +1 skill. Characteristics, Dance of Ashes. When the one-time echo damage of Echo of Curtain Fall is triggered, the wearer will automatically enter the Dance of Ashes state for 10 seconds. While in this state, each attack triggers 100% of the echo damage value. Details, in the scorch marks of the falling curtain, there are still sparks dancing wildly in the audience's pupils, and you and I are all complicit in making the sparks reignite.
Bullish, Zhang Wei could not find any other words to describe this unique equipment at this time except the word bullish. Curtain Ash's rising was equal to continuing the damage value of falling echoes for 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, it depended on how many attacks Zhang Wei could hit. However, when Zhang Wei looked at the accessory, the shock in his eyes increased. Star? Zhang Wei couldn't help but cry out in shock. Star accessory. Grade, first order. Attribute, lifespan +500. Characteristics, immunity to space radiation erosion, can obtain energy from cosmic space. Details, a must-have for cosmic wanderers. Zhang Wei stared dead at the star accessory. The attribute of lifespan was the first time he had seen it. At this moment, Zhang Wei's attribute panel, not surprisingly, also had an additional longevity column. Player, Eternal Knight. Profession, Clown. Grade, Senior Lord of Territory. Level, 75. Lifespan, 613. Wealth, 3.8 million blue star coins. Experience value, 123W 750W. Blood blue value, 1215W 1215W. For dimension, 2.01W 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 2.01W. Double attack, 5.5W 5.5W. Double defense, 2.5W 2.5W. Skills, omitted below. Zhang Wei looked at his lifespan attribute. Did lifespan 613 mean he could live for 613 years? There was also the Cosmic Wanderer mentioned inside the title details. Could he be able to leave the Blue Star now? Zhang Wei was a bit indecisive. This was the predicament that the first man would face, as there was no reference and everything needed to be explored on his own. Just as Zhang Wei was pondering on these, a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Knight, for obtaining 344,720 blue star coins in territory revenue. 344,720 blue star coins? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. It's surprisingly so much. Blue star coins was the common currency of the Third World's main city, and players could exchange them for blue star coins through quests and killing foreign beasts. Zhang Wei had just exchanged all the Fey materials he had killed in the early stages into blue star coins, totaling 3.8 million blue star coins. The territory proceeds alone had now brought him nearly 350,000 blue star coins, nearly 1/10 of his wealth. And with the blue star coins, Zhang Wei could further improve his main city. However, right now, Zhang Wei did not have this time to build his main city. The Third World was frantically announcing the progress of the fallen zones of the Blue Star countries, and the quests of the fallen zones of the Dragon Kingdom had basically reached 50% as well. Once the fallen zones were taken and teleportation arrays were established, players could be directed to support them. So some of the latter fallen zones, the mission progress is advancing very quickly. One was that players were becoming more familiar with the mechanism and were more prepared. Secondly, the players who had gone over to support them had also received some increase in their level and strength. Zhang Wei also felt a sense of urgency, and what he lacked the most right now was time. After he had awakened the talent of Theater of Life, the loyal audience could permanently increase the cap damage of his skills, and Zhang Wei's randomized damage of skills had been changed to random damage. Zhang Wei's skill random damage has become 1230085.
Now, the most urgent task is to take advantage of the Fallen Zone quest to raise the skill damage limit.
However, just as Zhang Wei was about to leave Jiangnan City, a surprised voice came from behind him. Zhang Wei? Is that you? Zhang Wei was stunned and slowly turned around. Ruyan Lu.
Ruyan Lu's expression seemed calm, but waves had already risen within her heart. If not that accident, perhaps now he is his wife.
Ruyan Lu spoke softly. How have you been during this time?
However, Zhang Wei just gave her a cold look and directly turned away. Lu Ruyan's face changed. She didn't expect that the man who had pampered her so much in the beginning would become such a stranger. She had fantasized about countless scenarios where the two of them would reunite, but she had never imagined that Zhang Wei could be indifferent to this extent. Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Wei's back and didn't chase after him. She understood that there were some things that couldn't be rushed. If she rushed up now, it would only make Zhang Wei more disgusted with himself. This matter needs to boil the frog in warm water, a little bit to regain Zhang Wei's view of her. What's more, now that she suspected that Zhang Wei was Yongwei, it was even more important to act cautiously. It was me who was impulsive on the wedding day, Ruyan Lu muttered. I shouldn't have been in the dressing room with Wang Yan. However, immediately afterward, her words changed. But I wasn't right, I'm a weak woman in this kind of chaotic world, I always have to depend on the strong to survive.
Saying that, Lu Ruyan's brows tightened. A big man doesn't even have this kind of broad-mindedness. Chapter 81 Crazy Enhancement. This little episode with Ruyan Lu did not affect Zhang Wei.
Zhang Wei was clear that sooner or later, he and Ruyan Lu, and even Wang Yan, would encounter each other again one day. After all, they were all in Jiangnan City. Moreover, Zhang Wei was more than clear about Wang Yan's behavior. A standard rich second generation, Lu Ruyan is nothing more than a plaything to Wang Yan. However, there is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Many people in this world would rather sit in a BMW and cry than laugh on a bicycle. Ruyan Lu herself was definitely aware of this, but this was her choice. Even as a plaything, people are willing. Just this time, Lu Ruyan destined to bet on the wrong. Although Ruyan Lu suspected that Zhang Wei was Yang Yi, she only suspected it. Deep inside her heart, there was still a layer of fear in. If Zhang Wei is really the eternal night, then she is undoubtedly to give up the third world first person, ran to give Wang Yan his plaything.
This also makes Lu Ruyan both want to confirm Zhang Wei's identity, but also afraid to confirm Zhang Wei's identity.
However, Lu Ruyan thinks that the situation can still be salvaged. After all, Zhang Wei has been obedient to her before. Although what she did was a bit out of the ordinary, but no matter how capricious she was, didn't Zhang Wei choose to tolerate it? Lu Ruyan is doing two-handed preparation. Wang Yan is her gold master, Zhang Wei is her retreat. Qingping Fallen Area. A large number of Dragon Kingdom players took turns taunting the Beast General in the empty misty area, alternately pulling hatred, and the Beast General's blood was wearing down a little bit. Only this process was also consuming the lives of the Dragon Kingdom players, and with a little carelessness, some Dragon Kingdom players would die under the Beast General's attacks. Attention, the boss's blood bar is bottoming out, a military player warned. It's going to storm. Priests prepare to add blood. Some of the output players were instantly hesitant. Once they pulled in the hatred before the boss went berserk, the unlucky ones might be their group. Roar the intermediate Beast General, whose appearance was like a downer bull, let out a roar, and its hundreds of meters tall body emitted a red light. Ding, intermediate Beast General Qingtian Downer Bull enters a rampage state, all attributes doubled. Ding, the intermediate Beast General Qingtian Downer Bull enters the rampage state, all attributes doubled. The system prompt rang out in the wilderness of the misty area, and all the Dragon Kingdom players' faces changed in unison as their attributes doubled. Full output. The military commander yelled. 15. 33. 245. Various skills poured down, smashing into the Beast General. But after the attributes were doubled, the damage dealt by some players to the Beast General was also directly halved. Rumble, the Beast General charged across the front, breaking through the protective line that the Shield Scholars had joined forces to set up, and rushed towards the back towards the Methodist. Marred. Some mages' faces changed drastically. Their output was fine, but they were brittle as hell. If the boss really rushed over, none of them would be able to escape. Just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, blocking in front of the boss's huge body. Sublime Tsunami. As the voice fell, the massive body of the mid-level Beast General Qingtian Downer Bull was suddenly fixed. It's Neverwinter Nights. It's really Evernight, big brother. We're saved. The Dragon Kingdom players shouted in excitement as they saw clearly the mask worn by the visitor. Zhang Wei revealed the fatal carnival mask and one person stopped the Beast General. Ding, the second act of the show opens Carnival Feast. Current effect, 1230085 plus 182056. Ding, triggering the first level of the Talent Fate Tattoo, the damage limit increases with the number of loyal spectators. Current effect skill random damage, 412,141. 410,000 under the mask, Zhang Wei couldn't help but grin. 410,000 was just the beginning. Subsequently, Zhang Wei called out a wave of parasite lords, dryly securing this intermediate Beast General.
412,141. 412,141. 412,141.
The horrific damage inflicted by a group of summoners on the Beast General caused the countless Dragon Kingdom players below to become even more excited. Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Qingping, mission progress is 70% complete, look forward to the other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts. The black cloak moved with the wind as Zhang Wei slightly lowered his head to look at the countless players below. Enter the city, I'll take you guys to complete the last step of the mission. As the words fell, another system prompt came to Zhang Wei's ears. Ding, the number of faithful spectators of the carnival feast has increased. Current effect, 1412141 plus 130456. Ding, triggering the first level effect of the talent Fate Tattoo, skill random damage, 1542597.
540,000. Zhang Wei smiled with satisfaction, this was the effect he wanted. In Qingping City, a primary Lord level alien beast was quickly beaten and lost to life under the siege of Zhang Wei's group of parasitic Lord summons. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary level mission to recapture the fallen area of Qingping. The mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to keep up the good work. It only went up to 670,000. Zhang Wei looked at the Dragon Kingdom players below, did not continue to pretend and flashed away. The mission was completed, and although there were more than that number of players in Qingping City, the number of loyal viewers allowed Zhang Wei's skill cap to stop increasing after it reached 670,000 people. Zhang Wei also figured out that it was impossible for everyone to become his loyal audience. After all, no matter how well you do it, there will always be some people who won't appreciate it. It didn't hurt that there were still quite a few Fallen Zone players in the Dragon Kingdom who were fighting with the alien beasts right now, and Zhang Wei had plenty of chances to raise his damage value. In the Zhejiang Fallen Zone, by the time Zhang Wei arrived, the quest had already reached its end. He ran into old acquaintances this time, Night Chen, Li Mu and a few others. After some output manipulation by Zhang Wei. Ding, the second act of the show is Open Carnival Feast. Current effect, 1670085 plus 82056. Ding, triggering the first layer of the talent Fate Tattoo, skill random damage, 1752141. It only went up by 80,000 damage. Zhang Wei frowned slightly. Due to the presence of Night Chen and the others, Zhang Wei had not gained many loyal viewers. However, Zhang Wei wasn't without gain, as he quietly copied Night Chen's mass damage skill, Fire Rain Heavily Tribulation. The fire that flowed from the sky really made Zhang Wei a little envious. Moreover, if you use Rain of Fire with Dance of Curtain Ashes to deal full damage for 10 seconds. It's unimaginable. Zhang Wei didn't delay, and after the Lord was killed, he directly used Space Leap to rush to the next fallen area. How did he increase his damage so fast? Li Mu's face was very grave as he watched the Everlasting Night leave. This time, when the few of them saw Neverwinter Nights again, his skill damage had already reached 700,000, even surpassing Nightstar. Let's go to the next fall, Night Chen said in a deep voice. We also need to level up and prepare for the hostile territory. In another fallen area, the sky was filled with flames that poured down like a torrential downpour. Ding, the second act of the show is Open Carnival Feast. Current effect, 1752141 plus 282056. Ding, triggering the first level effect of the talent Fate Tattoo, skill random damage, 11034197. Millions. Zhang Wei looked at the Lord who was killed by the roiling streams of fire in seconds, and his figure directly disappeared. Shortly after. Ding. Ding. One by one, the fallen zones were completed. Ding. Ding, the second act of the show opens Carnival Feast. Current effect, 145524141 plus 447859. Ding, triggering the first level effect of the talent Fate Tattoo, skill random damage, 15 million. P.S. Daily requests for positive reviews, hypes, followers, free gifts. Chapter 82, Harvest Inventory Before Departure. 5 million. Zhang Wei's random skill damage was directly mentioned at 5 million. After reaching 5 million, it wasn't that Zhang Wei didn't want to continue raising it, but the Dragon Kingdom Fallen Zone quests had all been completed. All the Fallen Zones had opened at the same time, and the quests were all progressing at about the same rate. Zhang Wei would not have been able to stack the damage cap to this extent if he did not have the Spatial Leap skill. It seems like we have to think of other ways to raise it, Zhang Wei murmured in a low voice and returned to Jiangnan City. The number of loyal audience could not be raised too quickly, and there would be plenty of opportunities later on. As soon as Zhang Wei returned to his territory, a system alert sounded. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord, Eternal Knight, for obtaining 703234440 Blue Star Coins in territory revenue. Zhang Wei froze, 70 million Blue Star Coins? This gain was far beyond Zhang Wei's expectations. However, when he saw the source of the gain, he revealed a strange look. Residential. It turned out to be quite a few Jiangnan territory players who had purchased residences using Blue Star Coins.
This was out of Zhang Wei's expectation. After all, as the lord of the territory, he didn't know what the use of purchasing residences in the main city could be.
Maybe it's because of the Dragon Nation's obsession with home. An increase in revenue is always a good thing.
Zhang Wei stopped thinking about it and began to take stock of his gains. The Blue Star's mission to recapture the Fallen Zone basically came to an end, and Zhang Wei planned to start capturing the capital cities of various countries next. After entering the Fallen Zone, players had risen in level, and some hidden profession players had begun to emerge. If there was any more delay, the super cities might just be taken. The territorial attribute bonus could not be missed no matter what. Zhang Wei looked at his equipment, counting the unique equipment he had recently acquired. He now had 4 unique level equipment: Fatal Carnival, Teasing Irregularity, Falling Echo, and Curtain Ashes Dance.
Fatal Carnival characteristics: 100% skill consumption, 90% probability of refreshing all skill cooldowns when attacking.
Playfulness, improvised performance. When wearing playfulness, performance is no longer subject to conditions. Curtain Echo trait: all damage dealt by the Joker while performing will trigger a one-time echo when the curtain comes to an end. Dance of Ashes: when the one-time echo of the Echo of Curtain Fall is triggered, you enter the Dance of Ashes state, which lasts for 10 seconds. While in this state, each attack triggers 100% of the echo damage value. These pieces of unique equipment with each other, almost a perfect solution to all the shortcomings of the clown profession. However, since it was the only equipment, it also meant that in the entire third world only, there was no second piece of the same equipment. Moreover, each piece of unique equipment added a copyable skill bar. Zhang Wei had now copied a total of 5 skills: Spatial Leap, Imperial Sword Art, Subdimensional Tsunami, Infinite Mother's Nest, and Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Spatial Leap was needless to say, it was an essential skill for traveling through the main city. Imperial Sword technique also cannot be replaced, not to mention that flying in the air can avoid many beasts' attack. Alone that handsome and windy appearance will be able to harvest a lot of loyal viewers. Dimensional Tsunami is a group control skill, although only 5 seconds, but in the hands of Zhang Wei, who has almost no skill cooldowns, it is a hard control that can't be solved.
The Infinite Mother's Nest is able to summon an army of Lord-level beasts, which is good for both attracting firepower and output. As for Firestorm, it was Zhang Wei's main output skill. With his current high damage, it was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Wei could easily kill even a wave of high-level beast generals. If a certain amount of damage was accumulated, the Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation would only become even more terrifying. If Zhang Wei's group damage accumulated to 10 billion damage values. Let's take 10 billion as an example, at which point Zhang Wei released Curtain Ashes Echo and could deal 10 billion single damage. But don't forget about the characteristics of Curtain Ashes Dance. After releasing Curtain Echo, Zhang Wei will enter the Ashes Dance state, which lasts for 10 seconds. During those 10 seconds, every attack Zhang Wei made triggered 100% echo damage. This meant that for the next 10 seconds, each drop of flowing fire from the Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation skill dealt 10 billion damage. Combined with the Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation's oversized skill coverage, it was unlikely that there would be any living things left after a rain of fire. These 5 skills currently had their own uses, and Zhang Wei did not intend to replace them. After taking stock of the equipment skills, the next step was his own attributes. Player: Eternal Knight. Profession: Clown. Rank: Senior Lord of Territory. Level: 75. Lifespan: 613. Wealth: 74,120,000 blue star coins. Blood blue value: 1215W 1215W. For dimensions: 2.01W 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 2.01W. Double attack: 5.5W 5.5W. Double defense: 2.5W 2.5W. Generic skill: Scrying can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above your own level. Exclusive skill: Stage Comedy. Clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill. The mimic skill can inflict 5 million random damage to the target cap. 5. Exclusive skill: Poker Acrobatics. Randomly draw one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds and clubs, and attack with different effects with intense hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard skill CD, 60s. Exclusive skill: Improv Comedy. Recovery buff skill: Blood recovery equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill: Clown Stage. Within the range of Clown Performance Stage 1000M, 1000M, the damage received by the clown is randomly attenuated by 19%. The only shortcoming is, Zhang Wei scrutinized his attributes for half a day and found a shortcoming: life value. A life value of 12 million seemed like a lot, but it was actually no longer enough. Especially after Zhang Wei saw the high damage of Night Chen, Li Mu, Wang Tang, and the others, 10 million life value would most likely gut her out. Although with the skill Clown Stage, the damage Zhang Wei received would be attenuated by 90%. When converted into life value, it was equivalent to having 120 million life value. However, this skill was limited by distance, with a range of 1000M, 1000M, which was now also somewhat insufficient.
Looks like we have to find a way to increase the life value, Zhang Wei whispered as he looked at his attribute panel. He was almost completely covered in unique equipment, and although unique equipment was perverse, the drawback was also obvious. That was that it did not add any character attributes. Zhang Wei was now level 75, and if he wore a level 75 divine artifact defense gear, he was afraid that he could directly add a few million life value. Subsequently, Zhang Wei looked at his talent play Life Songsheng. The theater of life Songsheng talent corresponded to life and death drama and destiny tattoo. Life and death drama was unknown for the time being. Fate tattoo had just opened 2 layers. On the first level, the number of loyal spectators increased the damage limit of the skill itself. On the second level, the damage of the loyal audience will be counted as part of the performance's damage. Zhang Wei's skill's damage limit was raised to 5 million, relying on the effect of the first layer of the fate pattern. As for the second layer, it seemed that it only had an effect during group battle, and all the loyal audience damage values would be counted as performance damage. Lastly, Zhang Wei looked at a special equipment Love Ties. This was the same equipment that Zhang Wei had obtained in the novice village. The characteristics of this equipment was that it triggered the bonding effect when the life value was below 5%, immunizing all attacks for 5 seconds cooldown 1h. For Zhang Wei, this was a life-saving, turnaround equipment, so he kept it. Just like what was written in the details of this equipment, a strand of love wrapped around the finger. When you think you have a sure win, you don't realize that the next situation will be beyond your control. Almost there. After Zhang Wei finished his inventory, he directly initiated a spatial leap to leave the Jiangnan territory. The reason why Zhang Wei acted now, other than the Lord of Territory attribute bonus, there was another temptation that he couldn't refuse. Chapter 83, Taking Down the Fallen Territory of Tokyo. Cherry Blossom Island Country, Tokyo Fallen Area, beast soldiers are all over the place, and there are quite a few beast generals among them wandering around the city. In the sky above the fallen area, a figure with a royal sword suddenly appeared. Zhang Wei looked at the beast soldiers in Sakura's Tokyo City, and directly released fire and rain heavenly tribulation. Streams of fire fell from the sky towards the city. 500. 500. 500. Terrifying damage spilled out from these level 20 or 30 beast soldiers, and the beast soldiers within the coverage area of the fire rain heavenly tribulation were instantly cleared out. A bit of a waste, Zhang Wei muttered. The fire rain heavenly tribulation was sustained ranged damage. The first wave of streaming fire seconded all the beast soldiers within the range, and the subsequent rain of fire could only fall on the open ground. As Zhang Wei rode his sword, he kept dropping the fire rain heavenly tribulation, quickly creating a sea of fire. The beast soldiers were killed at every touch, and even the beast generals only had millions of life value, so they were killed in seconds after taking 2 streams of fire at most. However, the Tokyo City area was huge, with 23 districts. With Zhang Wei's perverted monster clearing speed like this, there was a short delay before the first system announcement rang out. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, for recapturing the fallen areas of Tokyo, with 5% of the mission progress completed. Looking forward to the other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, for retaking the fallen area of Tokyo. The progress of the mission is 5% complete. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ha? What? Ha? Did I hear right, Tokyo Fallen Zone? Wingnut Big Brother went to Tokyo? The moment the system announcement rang out, the Blue Star players were confused in unison. Even the Dragon Kingdom players were somewhat unable to react. What does it mean? Big Brother Neverwinter Night helped Sakura Island Nation capture the Fallen Zone? Crap, no way, my idol can do such a thing? However, the one who was the most nervous was Sakura Island Kingdom. The Sakura Island Kingdom had also captured most of the fallen regions by now, but they had yet to make a move on the fallen region of Tokyo. They didn't have the confidence to take down the king-level creatures. However, this system announcement made the players of Sakura Island Kingdom unable to sit still. What does the Dragon Kingdom mean? Are they that kind to help us? Quickly go and ask what the Dragon Kingdom wants. Ask the hell with them. Zhang Wei didn't know how much commotion his actions had caused, and was so focused on harvesting the beast soldiers in the Tokyo City district that he had even summoned the Parasite Lords. As Zhang Wei went all out, system announcements began to ring out one after another. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, for recapturing the fallen area of Tokyo. The mission progress is 10% complete. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to keep up the good work. Ding, congratulations to the territory's Lord Yangya, recapturing the fallen area of Tokyo. The mission progress has completed 15%. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to make further efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, recapturing the fallen area of Tokyo. The mission progress is 20% complete. Hope that the other survivors of the Blue Planet will continue to make further efforts. A group of military bigwigs gathered in the Dragon Kingdom Dungeon S area. Sakura Island Kingdom contacted us, a middle-aged man spoke. How to reply? Why do we need to reply them? The middle-aged man hesitated slightly and continued, "It's not just the Sakura Island Kingdom, other countries have contacted us as well." As the Dragon Kingdom was the only country in Blue Star that had taken the capital's main city, and now that Yangye had gone to the Sakura Island country to take the main city, the other countries naturally couldn't sit still.
Who knew if the Dragon Kingdom would make a move against them?
At this time, one of the leaders spoke in a deep voice, "Reply to them that this is Yangye's personal behavior and has nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom.
This is the same as pushing Yangye out alone.
Since we did it, we have to bear the consequences. Whether it's Yangye or those geniuses with god-level talent, it's all the same. Also, hostile territories need to hurry up and start. If they are strong, they will survive. If they are weak, they will die. If they are slow, they will fall into the abyss. Don't gamble on their humanity." Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, recapturing the fallen area of Tokyo. 40% of the mission progress is complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to keep up the good work. Letting the country's dark currents surge, the Third World System announcement still rang out frequently. 40%, goodness gracious, Big Brother Winged Knight is really going to take down Tokyo all by himself.
Then isn't that enough to set up a teleportation array? What's the point of taking Tokyo? How do you mean useless?
Big Brother Yangye doesn't have a body, so if the main city battle starts later, Big Brother won't be able to defend it, right?
Depart immediately, we can't let Yangye complete the mission alone. Sakura Island began to mobilize, and a large number of players entered the teleportation array.
Zhang Wei, who was killing the beast tide in the Tokyo Misty Zone in seconds, also received a system prompt at the same time.
Ding! The survivors of the Sakura Island Kingdom's camp have entered the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Sure enough, they're here. Zhang Wei guessed that the Sakura Island Kingdom could not possibly sit back and watch. Go kill them! Zhang Wei commanded the overwhelming number of Black Feather Lords to fly into the city. Zhang Wei couldn't even remember how many Lord-level summoned beasts he had summoned himself.
It was just that when the Black Feather Lords flew into the Tokyo city center, the entire sky went black.
Baka! What is this? The crowd of Sakura Island Kingdom players who had passed over were killed in hordes and hordes of seconds before they could react.
In the Misty Zone, Zhang Wei looked at the huge beast that appeared in the distance, and directly used Sublime Spike to hard control this boss.
Skeleton Shadow Phantom Blue Sub King Class. Level, 80. Life value, 180 million. Attack power, 180,000. Skills, 1, Eclipse 2. Shadow Bone Symbiosis 3 Bone Spike.
Details: Faye from the Dead Rexstar, a living war soldier made from the fusion of the skeletons of the dead and the energy of eclipsing. It was a pity that a sub-king level Fae beast was killed in seconds after holding out for a few moments under the fire and rain heavily tribulation. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, for recapturing the fallen area of Tokyo. The mission progress is 70% complete. Look to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to keep up the good work. The Third World System announcement made the countries of Blue Star uneasy, but the Dragon Kingdom players were all excited.
It's 70% so soon? It looks like Big Brother is going to take the Tokyo Fallen Zone alone. They didn't send anyone to grab it either? Then they have to rob it too. Area S, Sakura Island Kingdom Dungeon. All dead? How is this possible?
Your Excellency the Prime Minister, why don't we wait for Yongwei to kill the King Tier boss before we send our hidden profession experts there together? In the Sakura Island Kingdom, in the Tokyo City area, a huge boss with a body size of over 2,000 meters was confronting Zhang Wei.
Rift Monarch? Zhang Wei looked at this last king-level boss and directly activated Falling Echo. 193,872. How much damage had this accumulated?
Zhang Wei froze as he looked at the long string of damage values.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000.
Billions, tens of billions, forget it, not counting. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, for recapturing the fallen area of Tokyo. The mission progress is 100% complete. Look for the other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of Territory Winged Knight, completing the mission of the Tokyo Fallen Zone, becoming the Lord of Tokyo Territory.
Wow! Holy, Lord of Tokyo!
This announcement came out and the Dragon Kingdom players were thrilled. However, the moment the announcement rang out, a batch of player figures appeared within the Tokyo City district.
The corners of Zhang Wei's mouth tilted slightly. It's you guys who are waiting.
Ding! Jiangnan Territory has established Tokyo as a hostile territory.
Ha! What's Big Brother up to? He made his two territories hostile? Tokyo City.
A player from the Sakura Island Kingdom's military pointed at Yangye, who was standing in midair with his imperial sword. Yangye, you're looking for death. However, without the slightest bit of nonsense, Zhang Wei directly struck out.
Curtain Ashes Dance. Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. 10 seconds of falling curtain echoes group damage.
Ding! Kill enemy territory survivor, gain 1 stamina bonus. Ding! Kill enemy territory survivor, gain 1 strength bonus. Ding! Killing a rare profession survivor, profession deprivation in progress.
Ding! Failed to open second profession.
Ding, killed SSSS talent survivor, devouring enemy talent, play life in the sky boost in progress.
Ding, failed to enhance.
Ding, killing divine talent survivor, devouring enemy talent, playing life Song Sheng in the middle of promotion.
Chapter 84 Territorial Battle. How terrifying was the fire rain heavenly tribulation under the curtain ashes rising enchantment.
A batch of Sakura Island Kingdom players had just teleported over and overflowed with densely packed damage values that Zhang Wei himself could not even count. However, Zhang Wei did not have the heart to count the damage as the system prompts in his ears were still ringing frequently. Ding, congratulations to Lord of Territory Eternal Knight for obtaining a double territory gain. Territory bonus effect, Blood Blue plus 10 million. 4 dimensions plus 15,000. Zhang Wei's life value limit had increased by another 10 million, and his 4 dimensions had broken through to 40,000 as well.
Moreover, for every Sakura Island Kingdom player killed, an additional point of attributes would be added.
The only thing that puzzled Zhang Wei was that even though there were quite a few SSS ranked and even God ranked talent possessors amongst these Sakura Island Kingdom players, his talent had not been promoted.
Keep killing then.
A hint of sternness flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes. Anyway, the Sakura Island Kingdom players were still mothballing, so he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to promote even if he kept killing like this. As Zhang Wei was getting excited about killing, system announcements rang out one after another.
Ding, Blue Star Jiangnan and Tokyo are hostile territories. Ding, the Jiangnan and Tokyo hostile territory teleportation array is open.
Ding, killing survivors from the opposing territories will result in additional gains. System announcements rang out frantically, and players from the various countries of Blue Star were completely numb. The situation was instantly reversed. Yangya had just taken Tokyo territory and immediately became a hostile territory again.
However, it was the players from the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura who were hit the hardest.
The benefits of hostile territory naturally go without saying: additional upgrade experience bonus, random attribute bonus, high probability of exploding enemy equipment, enhance the grade of talent, open the second occupation. However, all countries were very cautious. After all, once it was opened, it could become a target, and no camp dared to be the first to open it.
But now Zhang Wei took the lead in breaking the original balance. Jiangnan City District. Crap, we can Tokyo now? Brothers, go get a wave?
The genealogy is open alone, the chance to go down in history is here.
What the hell, how many players do we have in Jiangnan? The number of Tokyo dogs far exceeds us. Eternal Knight Big Brother has been impulsive this time.
Various comments rose in all directions. Most of the players' genes awakened and their blood boiled, but there were still a few players who were more pessimistic. After all, the two sides' main cities weren't of the same magnitude. The fallen area of Tokyo was at least a super city, and was stronger than Jiangnan in all aspects.
However, just as Jiangnan players were hotly debating, another system announcement rang out.
Ding, Jiangnan and Tokyo are in the middle of a hostile territory battle, opening a real-time territory image push. As the announcement voice fell, the scene of the Tokyo City battle immediately appeared over the Jiangnan City area, instantly attracting the gazes of countless Jiangnan players. In Tokyo City, the sky was covered in black feathers summoning beasts, the sky was filled with streams of fire, and the entire city was in deep water. In the image, a batch of Tokyo players teleported over and immediately turned into white light and disappeared.
Crap, Sakura Dog is inviting a natural disaster? Where's Big Brother Eternal Knight? What kind of damage is this? 5,000. 5,000.
Within the range of the stream of fire, millions of damage values overflowed from the players in the Tokyo area. That's because the image push was late. If it had started within 10 seconds of Dance of the Ashes, the damage would have been truly unimaginable.
Image push between two territories? Zhang Wei didn't expect that his opening of the hostile territory war would cause such a big commotion.
The system prompts had never stopped in his ears since the beginning, and his four-dimensional attributes were still rising crazily. In mid-air, Zhang Wei stood with his sword. Surrounding him as well as below him were a large number of Black Feather Lords, and Zhang Wei stayed within the group of summoned beasts. Below, the Sakura Island players who had managed to avoid the coverage of the Rain of Fire began to organize a counterattack. Countless long-range attacks came towards Yanyi, but they were all blocked by the densely packed Black Feather Lords surrounding them. Even though there were directed attacks that landed on Yangye, but now with Zhang Wei's 20,000 plus double defense, ordinary players were unable to break through the defense and only dealt 1 point of mandatory damage. The special attacks of some hidden professions or gifted players caused some damage to Zhang Wei, but the improvised comedy quickly pulled the blood back again.
Ding, the second act of the show opens Carnival Feast.
Ding, triggering the first level effect of the Talent Fate Tattoo, the damage limit increases with the number of loyal spectators. Current effect, 1 to 5 million plus 138, 2056.
A direct increase of over a million? Zhang Wei was stunned when he heard the system prompt, but reacted instantly.
The third world had opened an image push between the two territories, and he had gained a loyal audience from the Jiangnan territory.
It's a pity that the projection only opens between two territories. Zhang Wei was slightly disappointed.
If it could be opened in the entire Dragon Kingdom camp, then it would really take off. In Jiangnan City, the Dragon Kingdom players were already shocked. Which was a territorial battle, this was clearly a one-sided massacre by Neverwinter Nights. Yang Ye stood over Tokyo City with his sword, and only long-range professions could damage him. A large number of melee players became cannon fodder and were directly killed in seconds without dealing a single bit of damage. Mard, this is too sick. Casually over 6 million damage, how did this happen? I kind of pity these Sakura dogs. Jiangnan main city players watched as Eternal Night unilaterally abused them. Each one was so excited that they forgot to teleport over to pick up the pieces. Fire and rain natural disaster. Although the situation was lopsided, Zhang Wei was not the slightest bit careless and kept releasing stacking skills. Being careful was not an option, who knew if a specially gifted player would pop up, so there was no delay if you could kill them immediately. Zhang Wei pulled his output to the extreme, and if he had an advantage, he would fight to the end, not giving his opponents a chance to breathe. There were some hidden professions and special talent players in the Tokyo City area. It's just that facing the perverted damage of the fire and rain heavenly tribulation, they were killed in seconds before they could even have a chance to make a move. Ding, Lord of Territory Winged Knight killed 50,000 hostile survivors. Jiangnan Territory survivors gained an additional gain, plus 5% experience value for killing foreign beasts. Bull, Jiangnan players boiled over again when they heard this system announcement. There's actually an extra gain? We've made a fortune this time. Big Brother is awesome. In the Sakura Island dungeon, Area S, an angry roar came out. Immediately counterattack and establish the Jiangnan territory as a hostile territory. Since the Dragon Kingdom has set aside its relationship, we'll go to war against the Jiangnan territory. A few moments later. Ding, Nagoya territory has made Jiangnan territory a hostile territory. Ding, Oyabe territory has declared the Jiangnan territory a hostile territory. Ding, Fukuoka has declared Gangnam a hostile territory. In Jiangnan City, players who were still cheering instantly quieted down. Chapter 85, Matching Kills. In a series of system announcements, more than a dozen territories in Sakura Island country simultaneously listed Jiangnan as hostile. The Jiangnan players' mood was like riding a roller coaster, falling from heaven to hell. They hadn't been happy for too long after they had just gained a collective gain, and in a turn of events, they had become the targets of a siege. Crap, going to be rounded up? How do we fix it? Scared less, with them. Dryad, hurry offline to hide. Jiangnan City players appeared in a short period of confusion. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, although it was also true that they were afraid of death, but facing a dozen or so territories besieging them at the same time, they still had self-awareness. The first reaction of most players was to go offline. The Jiangnan territory had already been built, so they could go back to the dungeon to hide for a while. However, there were still a few players who were prepared to put up a fight. After all, the rewards for killing players from the opposing territories were there. People die for money, birds die for food, and there would be a brave man under heavy benefits. Not to mention, there was still Yang Ye in front of them. They had seen the scene of Yang Ye killing the Tokyo players clearly. Even though they had to face over a dozen territories next, and the Sakura Island Kingdom far outnumbered them, the small portion still had confidence in Yang Ye. With them, Big Brother Yang Ye will definitely be able to make it back. Right, scared less. Killing one doesn't pay, killing two even earns one. Tokyo City District. Played off? Zhang Wei also didn't expect Sakura Island Kingdom to come up with such a show. The dozen or so territories of the Sakura Island Kingdom had listed Jiangnan as a hostile territory, which was taking advantage of the situation and forcing him to go back to defend. Go back to defense? This idea was vetoed by Zhang Wei just as soon as it rose. Because it is not possible to defend. Once he returned to defense, it meant that the offense and defense had changed shape, and the initiative fell into the hands of Sakura Island. The Cherry Blossom Island country could attack immediately or 3 days later. Should they keep defending in the city all the time? In this way, the situation was passive. Since we can't defend, let's kill. Zhang Wei made up his mind and directly executed a spatial leap to leave the Tokyo urban area. At the same time, an announcement rang out from Jiangnan territory. Ding, Eternal Night Lord's order, I'm going to Nagoya, teleport over if you're not afraid of death. Jiangnan City players were lost in thought for a moment when they heard the territory announcement. The Eternal Night Lord isn't coming back and is going to Nagoya? Grass, it. Brawler go all the way, I'll be cheering for you in the dungeon. I'm rooting for you guys spiritually. It's a dozen territories and we're outnumbered. Jiangnan territory players were polarized. A small number of people were going to kill their way to Nagoya, but most of them were ready to go offline and hide for a while. Outside the Jiangnan territory, a batch of Sakura Island Kingdom players teleported over and started attacking against the Jiangnan territory boundary. And Zhang Wei also appeared outside the Nagoya territory. Nagoya territory boundary. Life value, 1 billion. Defense, 2000. Details, the initial boundary of the territory has been built, and it cannot cause damage to players within the territory before it is breached. Fire and rain natural disaster.
Fire and rain natural disaster. Infinite mother's nest.
Zhang Wei unleashed fire and rain heavenly tribulation on the boundary and at the same time began summoning the parasitic lords.
Streams of fire from the sky landed on the territory boundary.
Each stray fire dealt more than 6.4 million damage to the junction, and the junction's 1 billion life value dropped crazily.
Ka-ching. In less than a few seconds, the Nagoya boundary revealed countless cracks. It's Rokoku Nagoya. He actually didn't return to defense? Inside the city, the Sakura Island Kingdom players panicked.
Part of them had teleported to the Jiangnan territory, and now there were still quite a few players in the city area who hadn't been able to move.
Rumble. The entire boundary shattered with a loud bang.
Zhang Wei was just about to rush into the territory and go on a killing spree when countless cries suddenly came from behind him.
Big Brother Eternal Night is here. Ah, Big Brother, we're here. Take Nagoya. Beat these bastards to death.
Zhang Wei was a little surprised as he looked at the rear batch of Dragon Kingdom players who had teleported over.
He didn't expect that there were really so many people following them. Let's go, let's kill them. With those words, Zhang Wei drove the Black Feather Lord towards the urban area to kill.
Right at this moment, the Third World System announcement rang out. Ding, Territory Lord Eternal Night has breached the Nagoya territory boundary of the Sakura camp. Ding, Territorial Lord Winged Knight has breached the Nagoya territory boundary of the Sakura camp. Zhang Wei swept his gaze over the Nagoya city center and directly flew towards the teleportation array with his sword. Many players gathered in front of the teleportation array to prepare for teleportation.
Fire and rain heavenly tribulation.
The roiling streams of fire directly covered the urban area teleportation array, and a group of players instantly vaporized. With over 6 million damage from the fire rain heavenly tribulation, at this stage, these level 20 and 30 players would die at the touch of a button.
Crap, so much experience. Exploding equipment, pick it up.
The Dragon Kingdom players who followed them in were all overjoyed. As the invading party, they also enjoyed the experience bonus. With Zhang Wei summoner hunting Sakura Island Kingdom players within the city, there was basically no need for these players to contribute.
Moreover, before these players could release their skills, one by one, the Sakura Island Kingdom players were killed in seconds by the Lord-level summoners. The experience and equipment for nothing made these Dragon Kingdom players excited. However, at this time, another system announcement rang out. Ding, Sakura Camp survivors have breached the Jiangnan territory boundary. Ding, Sakura Camp survivors have breached the Jiangnan territory boundary.
My old home was stolen.
It's okay, we'll go back later.
Ding, the territory boundary is broken, the invaders have not been expelled, and the survivors cannot voluntarily go offline. Ding, the territory boundary is broken, the invaders have not been expelled, and the survivors cannot go offline voluntarily. Regardless of whether it was the Sakura players in Jiangnan territory or Nagoya City, a portion of them wanted to go offline to hide after the boundary shattered. But the system prompt made these people directly dumbfounded. The boundary was broken, and it was impossible to go offline.
Can't get offline now. Crap, quickly teleport to Nagoya. Luckily, the teleportation arrays between rival territories were still usable, and the remaining players of Jiangnan's territory began to frantically pour into the teleportation arrays.
Ding, Lord of Territory Winged Knight has accumulated 100,000 hostile survivors. Jiangnan territory survivors receive an additional gain, plus 8% experience value for killing foreign beasts. Most of the players in the Nagoya urban area teleported to the Jiangnan territory, and the rest of these people were still better than the beast soldiers in the upper urban area, which was quickly cleared out.
It's cleared out?
The Dragon Kingdom players were dumbfounded. The urban area was empty.
Let's go, back to Jiangnan.
Zhang Wei dropped a sentence and used Space Leap to leave.
Enter the teleportation array. The remaining Dragon Kingdom players did not dare to delay and entered the teleportation array to return to Jiangnan territory.
In the Jiangnan territory, after the Sakura Island Kingdom players entered the city, they also occupied the teleportation array at the first time.
Those Dragon Kingdom players who were too late to enter the teleportation array could only fight to the death.
Big brother, if you don't come back, you won't be able to see me for the last time. Some players wailed.
However, these remaining people in Jiangnan City District had also killed their eyes red.
Retreating is also death, doing it is also death, so might as well do the damn thing.
Chapter 86, the third act of the show.
It was just that the number of Dragon Country players left in Jiangnan City now was too small compared to the number of Sakura Island Country players that had teleported over. A large portion of the players chose to go offline at the very first moment, followed by another portion of players who went directly to Nagoya. When the players from the dozen or so territories of the Sakura Island Kingdom teleported over, there was another batch that escaped into the teleportation array. This also resulted in the number of Dragon Kingdom players left in Jiangnan City being less than a tenth of the usual number. It was simply impossible to fight against them head-on, so they could only flee around and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, not everyone was as perverse as Zhang Wei, who not only had air control, but could also appear in any corner of the city at any time. Relying on their numerical advantage, the Sakura Island country players pressed forward step by step, compressing the range of activities of the Dragon country players little by little, preparing to wipe them out in one fell swoop. However, just when they thought that the big picture was set, the sky above Jiangnan City suddenly darkened.
A Sakura Island Kingdom player looked up in confusion.
What is this? Countless flying alien beasts of huge size came down from the sky above the Jiangnan territory. The fire and rain heavenly tribulation. Zhang Wei's voice resounded above the summoned beast group. The fire rain plummeted from the sky.
641937222. 641937222.
In an instant, a large number of Sakura Island Kingdom players were directly seconded. The fire rain heavenly tribulation skill covered the area and directly cleared the field.
With this one hit, at least thousands of Sakura Island Kingdom players were killed.
And countless Black Feather Lords also rushed into the Sakura Island Kingdom players' camp and started the killing mode.
Retreat. Teleport back. Among the Sakura Island Kingdom players, some people began to command the retreat, wanting to withdraw from the Jiangnan territory. Want to leave? Zhang Wei expressionlessly looked at the Sakura Island Kingdom players who were retreating like a tidal wave, space leap. In the next moment, Zhang Wei appeared directly in front of the teleportation array.
Fire rain heavenly tribulation. The hostile territory's teleportation array was covered by roiling streams of fire.
641937222. 641937222.
All Sakura Island Kingdom players who rushed into the range of the fire rain heavenly tribulation skill without exception were all turned into a white light. The teleportation array in front became a dead zone, and there were countless Lord-level summoned beasts behind them that were frantically harvesting. Seeing that the retreat was blocked, the Sakura Island country players finally couldn't help but open their mouths and yell, "Neverwinter Nights, are you going to provoke a war between the two countries? Winged Knight, let us go back and this matter will be treated as if it never happened. If something happens to all of us, the Sakura Kingdom will not let you off the hook." However, what responded to them was a rain of fire from the sky.
"Yanya, you know what you're doing.
What you're doing will make the Dragon Kingdom the primary target of attack for the Blue Star countries.
He's crazy. Kill out." In Jiangnan City, hundreds of thousands of Sakura Island Kingdom players hissed hysterically. They couldn't believe it as they looked at the rain of fire in the sky. Yangye was so ruthless. Why wasn't he afraid of provoking a war between the two countries? Why wasn't he worried about the Dragon Kingdom becoming the target of attacks from various countries? Where did he get his backbone? However, soon the Sakura Island players went from madness to despair.
Neverwinter Nights summoned beasts were ridiculously strong and their numbers were almost endless. The roiling fire was so strong that they would die if they were dipped in it. Hundreds of thousands of Cherry Blossom Island players have been decreasing in number. The Dragon Kingdom players, on the other hand, changed their trend.
What a ing relief. Kill these devils.
A group of Dragon Kingdom players began to counterattack in unison. Especially the group of players who teleported back from Nagoya, they truly felt the benefits of killing the enemy's territory players. One by one, they became brazen and rushed the hardest. Ding, the Lord of the Territory Winged Knight has cumulatively killed 200,000 hostile survivors. The survivors of the Jiangnan territory have gained an additional gain, plus 10% of the experience value of killing foreign beasts.
Ding, congratulations to Territory Lord Yangye for leveling up to level 80.
Level 80?
Zhang Wei, who was constantly releasing the fire and rain heavenly tribulation, was stunned when he heard the system prompt, but his hands didn't stop at all, and the fire and rain heavenly tribulation was constantly released by him. Take advantage of your illness.
Zhang Wei didn't think about it. When he had the advantage, he had to maximize it by all means. At this time, we can't give the enemy a moment's respite, or else it will be too late, although the Sakura Island Kingdom basically has no possibility of turning the tide. Ding, the Lord of the Territory Winged Knight has accumulated 300,000 kills of hostile survivors. The survivors of the Jiangnan territory have gained an additional gain, plus 12% of the experience value of killing foreign beasts. Ding, Territory Lord Eternal Knight has accumulated 400,000 hostile survivors. Jiangnan territory survivors receive an additional gain, plus 15% of the experience value of killing foreign beasts. Ding, Territory Lord Yangye has cumulatively killed 500,000 hostile survivors. Jiangnan territory survivors receive an additional gain of plus 18% of the experience value of killing foreign beasts.
Blue Star, Dungeon Area S of the various countries, a moment of silence. 500,000.
No matter which country was slaughtered by hundreds of thousands of people, there was no way it could be good.
Who can't tolerate this? This is already a situation that will not end in death.
If this can be tolerated, then the spine of this country is basically broken. Not to say that the pillow is waiting for the day, but once there is an opportunity, this revenge must also be avenged.
However, until now, the Blue Star countries remain silent.
They were all waiting for this great battle to end, waiting for the Third World's announcement.
In Jiangnan City, the Dragon Kingdom players were in a trance. It's gone? Hundreds of thousands of Sakura dogs are all dead? Crap. Eternal night. Cowardly. Long live the big guy. Deafening cries erupted from the Dragon Kingdom players, resounding throughout the entire city. In mid-air, Jiang Wei looked down at the excited Dragon Kingdom players below and was somewhat saddened. Hundreds of thousands of people were gone just like that. However, this was far from enough. As time passed, the cheers of the Dragon Kingdom players gradually subsided. Only then did Jiang Wei open his mouth. Large version, go follow me. After saying that, Jiang Wei directly flew into the teleportation array with his sword. A group of Dragon Kingdom players directly rushed into the teleportation array without any hesitation. A small number of people hesitated for a moment before following them in as well. Marred it. In the end, all the players in Jiangnan City District entered the teleportation array in unison. Outside the large version of the urban area, Jiang Wei stood with his sword, and behind him was a batch of Dragon Kingdom players who had teleported in. Jiang Wei looked at the large version of the urban area boundary and directly flew over. Raising his hand, he smashed his fist. Boom! 3872-713-7172. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, 10 billion. Is this the true strength of the big man? Ding, the frenzied audience is in place. Does the show open for Act 3? Ha! Jiang Wei was stunned, then he was ecstatic that there was a third act. Open. Ding, the third act of the show opens. Loyal Fan Special Effect. Chapter 87 Huge Reward. Loyal Fan Special Effect. In the performance state, the Joker can obtain all loyal fans' life value boosts, and loyal fans temporarily obtain 10% damage boost from the Joker. Jiang Wei was stunned and looked at his life value 22,155W. 220 million. Ding, Territory Lord Eternal Night has breached the large version of the Sakura Camp's territory boundary. Dragon Kingdom, Third World Forum. The players who fled back to the dungeon in the first place all came on the forum. Neverwinter Night is now considered to have broken into a huge disaster. What should we do? We don't dare to go out now. I didn't realize that Big Brother was only interested in his own pleasure. We won't be able to upgrade peacefully in the future. You can't say that. Yongyue at least took Tokyo. What's the point of having a chicken? Will he share it with you? That's right, now we're the ones who can't get out. The benefits aren't ours, but we have to bear the consequences. Many players in Jiangnan City ran to the forums to complain. They went offline and returned to the dungeon before the Jiangnan territory boundary broke, and immediately came to the forums to express their dissatisfaction. How many people are going to be killed by this? I didn't expect Neverwinter Nights to be so selfish. That's right, the countries are exercising restraint, and he even started a war himself. Blue Star humans should unite and fight against the Fey beasts in unison. Strongly request the Dragon Kingdom government to hand over Yongye and negotiate for the dozen or so territorial players of the Sakura Island Kingdom to retreat back. Support. Let Yongye take the blame for the trouble he's caused himself. Support +1. Dungeon Area D. Hee, Wang Yan laughed out loud as he looked at the forum posts denouncing Yongyi. Now Yongyi has become a street rat that everyone is shouting at. On the side, Lu Ruyan frowned. She also did not expect Yongye to be so bold, daring to provoke a hostile territory war. This matter involves one hair and the whole body moves. The senior management of various countries have not made up their minds about the matter. Yongyi first to do. Wang Yan, when Yongyi listed Tokyo as a hostile territory, he returned to the dungeon directly with Lu Ruyan. At first, Lu Ruyan was still a little hesitant, but then a player on the forums said that more than a dozen territories in the Cherry Blossom Island had listed Jiangnan as a hostile territory, and only then did a hint of fear rise in her. It had to be said that Wang Yan still had some insight into the situation. Any later, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to return. I wonder how many people are going to die for nothing this time. Lu Ruyan spoke with worry. There should be tens of thousands of people who didn't evacuate, Wang Yan said in a deep voice. If so many die this time, I'll see how Yongyue will account for it to the upper echelons. Lu Ruyan froze and asked rhetorically, isn't the Dragon Kingdom government not interfering? It is not interfering, Wang Yan looked at Ruyan Lu, but this time the matter is too big, and even directly affects the relationship between the two countries. Lu Ruyan's brows clustered. What two countries' relationship? We don't have much of a relationship with Sakura Island country. If anything, there is only hatred. Pedantic. The large version of the urban area. No one? Jiang Wei frowned. The urban area was empty, no half of the Sakura Island Kingdom players could be seen. The Dragon Kingdom players were also confused. Where were the Sakura Island Kingdom people? Could it be that all of them were killed by the Eternal Night Big Brother when they were in the Jiangnan territory? Can't be. Probably went offline. Jiang Wei was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, Go to Fukuoka. A few moments later. Outside the Fukuoka city center. Jiang Wei looked at the territory boundary and directly launched an attack. Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Ka-ching. The boundary only lasted for a few seconds before it ruptured with a bang. However, what was reflected in the crowd's field of vision was still an empty urban area. Next,
Zhang Wei led a group of Dragon Kingdom players to walk through a dozen or so hostile territories in Sakura Island Kingdom, and froze without finding a single silhouette. Forget it, let's go back first. Zhang Wei also didn't expect Sakura Island Kingdom to be so dry and directly hide. Zhang Wei led a group of people to return to the Jiangnan territory in great numbers again. However, the moment a group of Dragon Kingdom players stepped into the Jiangnan territory, a system announcement in the Third World suddenly rang out. Ding, the Blue Star territory war is over. Ding, Tokyo's territory has been ruled a failure. Ding, Nagoya territory has failed. Ding, the Fukuoka territory has failed. Ding, Jiangnan has been declared the winner. Ding, the winner of the territorial battle is being rewarded. Ding, Jiangnan territory war participant, level +10. Ding, Jiangnan territory, participants in the territory war, rewarded with level 50 epic suits. Ding, Jiangnan territory war participant, reward full attribute +500. Ding, Jiangnan territory war participant, obtain career advancement clue. Ding, Jiangnan territory has been granted a 1-month truce. Ding, the loser of the territory war will have their experience permanently reduced by 20%. Ding, the lord of Jiangnan territory, Yang Ye, has gained a level of +20. Ding, the lord of Jiangnan territory, Yang Ye, has obtained the unique equipment, good show. Before the Third World System announcement had stopped, the higher-ups of the Blue Stars countries had already pressed on. Start the war. Start the war. Start the war. The territory war must be opened. Select the target immediately. Dragon Kingdom, Dungeon, Area S. Winged Knight just went back from the Sakura Island Kingdom territory? An old man chanted with a face full of regret. What's wrong with that? On the side, the middle-aged man was puzzled. The island player went offline. He was able to directly enter the dungeon. The old man regretfully opened his mouth. Middle-aged man, didn't expect it. 3 more today. Seek 5 book title. This book immediately book test. The author is not very good at naming the book. Beg the treasure son to help think of 5 have a point of view. Gimmicky book title. The author first thank you pull. Chapter 88. The clown is even myself. Ding, the lord of Jiangnan territory, Yang Ye, reputation +50 W. Ding, lord of Jiangnan, Evernight. Attributes increased by 1 W. Ding, lord of Jiangnan territory, Yang Ye, obtained the clown profession advancement clue. In Jiangnan City, the Dragon Kingdom players were abuzz with excitement. Long live Big Brother. Long live Yang Ye. Leveling rewards of 10 levels, a level 50 epic suit, and career advancement clues. This series of rewards made the Jiangnan territory players participating in the hostile territory war overjoyed. It was true that wealth and riches were at stake, and there was almost no risk this time. They hadn't put in much effort the entire time, just following Winged Knight around to pass teleports and beat up the fallen dogs along the way, and the quest rewards were surprisingly so lucrative, exceeding everyone's expectations. Level 50 epic equipment, or a set. My best is only a few pieces of purple equipment. Turned over, old me turned over. Big Brother, I'll with you from now on. We're in the rank list. Crap, it's true. At this time, some players suddenly realized that they had squeezed into the Blue Star rankings. Third World ranking list. First place, Eternal Knight Joker level 100. Second place, Running Snail, Mage, level 48. Third place, Chang'a Sister, Priest, level 47. Fourth place, King of Sand Sculpture, Swordsman, level 47. Fifth Shielded Swordsman, level 47. Sixth place, I Love Barbecue, Meat Warrior, level 47. Seventh place, Farmer, Assassin, level 47. Eighth place, Prince of Thrombosis, Assassin 47. Ninth exclusive Daughter Kingdom Archer level 47. 10th pick the Girls Mushroom Mage level 47. Neverwinter Nights is still leading the pack, with 1 person in the first tier. The second echelon became the Jiangnan Dragon Kingdom players participating in the territory war. What attracted the most attention was that ordinary professional players, for the first time, appeared on the Blue Star ranking list and almost occupied the entire list. Damn you, why don't you guys have any normal names? Mud, what a gripping nickname. We have normal occupations. Ha ha. Unlike the players in Jiangnan City who cheered and celebrated, the sky collapsed for those players who hid in the dungeon in advance. After the territory war opened, most of the players directly went offline and hid in the dungeons. The resourcefulness of these people allowed them to brush shoulders with the system rewards. When the Third World Forum announced the results of the territory war, at first these people didn't believe it. However, more and more posts appeared, forcing them to accept this cruel reality. 1. How is this possible? This reward is too perverted. If I had known that the reward was so generous, I wouldn't have run away. How is it possible for them to win over a dozen territories of the Sakura Island Kingdom?
Is the Sakura Island Kingdom a bunch of losers? A bunch of losers. The clown is myself. Luckily, we still have experience bonus.
They hid in the dungeon to taunt the players who stayed behind, but they didn't realize they'd end up being the clowns themselves.
Mud, delete the post.
Right. Some people posted on the forums demanding that the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom hand over the Eternal Night in order to quell the anger of the Sakura Island nation. Now these posts smacked their cheeks with a spicy pain.
Surprisingly, we won. In the Jiangnan territory, Zhang Wei looked down at the excited players below and also began to take stock of his gains.
Reputation had been added another 500,000, but right now, Zhang Wei didn't know what reputation was for. As for the reward of 10,000 full attributes, it was also better than nothing. After all, Zhang Wei had killed 500,000 Sakura Island Kingdom players and gained a large number of random attribute bonuses.
Zhang Wei's gaze fell on the only equipment, Good Show Start.
Good Show Starts bracelet.
Grade, unlimited. Grade, unique.
Attribute, stage comedy, +1 to the number of skills a clown can imitate and copy. Feature show starts, Curtain Ash's dance status ends, triggering a secondary group damage echo. Details, the show is coming to an end, and my damage is just beginning.
This.
Zhang Wei stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. After the Curtain Ash's dance output ended.
Trigger a group damage reverberation?
The curtain echo is a one-time damage. This good show began into a group injury echo.
Doesn't this mean that the total damage accumulated in 10 seconds of output can be output again with a wide range of skills? How much damage can this deal? Zhang Wei was completely shocked.
Falling Echoes plus Curtain Ash's Rising Dance plus Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation plus Good Show Opening plus Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Who could withstand this combination? The accumulated damage value of the performance status.
Zhang Wei muttered out.
Zhang Wei grasped the key to being able to maximize his output. The higher the damage value accumulated by the performance status, the greater the damage of a Good Show opener would be. Assuming that Zhang Wei had accumulated a damage value of 100 million output in the performance state, launching Curtain Echo would enable him to deal 100 million damage in one go. At this point, immediately triggering Curtain Ash's Rising, for the next 10 seconds, each stream of fire from Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation could deal 100 million damage.
How much damage could be dealt in that 10 seconds?
At the most conservative estimate, it could be expanded by 1,000 times, or 100 billion damage values. Therefore, the beginning of the show will become 100 billion starting group damage echo. This 100 billion was only calculated using the 100 million damage value of Fallen Echoes. Now, Zhang Wei's damage of more than 6 million, not to mention the accumulation of 100 million, even if the accumulation of tens of billions is not difficult. Thinking clearly about this, Zhang Wei subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the crimson sphere in the sky. As if it wasn't that hard to knock it down.
Chapter 89, The War of Chaos.
Ever since he realized that the thing trapping the star was a living thing,
Zhang Wei's heart has been a more indescribable sense of suffocation. Only now did he feel a little respite. Sooner or later, I'll knock you down. After finishing his bravado, Zhang Wei looked towards his other reward, the occupation advancement clue. Clown advancement.
Contents, hold the voucher and travel to the Sea of Life.
Details, there are no clowns in the world, because everyone is a clown. It's gone? Zhang Wei looked at the quest clue and froze. This was called a quest clue? Traveling to the Sea of Life? What were the credentials? And where was the Sea of Life? This. Zhang Wei couldn't make any sense of it for a moment.
No, Zhang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk, the Sea of Life. Immediately, he hastily took out an item from his package.
Broken bark.
Details, the bark that fell from the Tsangmu tree in Nanshan seemed to be somewhat related to the Sea of Life's Phoenix Wutong. This item was also obtained by him when he completed the Wanderer's quest in the Novice Village.
South Mountain Songmu, Sea of Life, Phoenix Perching Wutong. Could this be the voucher? Zhang Wei was a little hesitant as he held the tattered bark.
However, after Zhang Wei studied it for half a day, there was nothing special about this prop, and it didn't produce any reaction with his profession advancement clue quest.
After a long time.
Forget it, Zhang Wei shook his head helplessly, perhaps there were still some conditions lacking right now. After saying that, Zhang Wei put the broken bark into his package again.
After killing so many Sakura Island Kingdom players, Zhang Wei's attributes had also changed drastically. Player, Eternal Knight. Profession, Clown. Rank, Lord of Double Territory. Level, 100. Lifespan, 638.
Wealth, 77,120,000 blue star coins.
Blood blue value, 22155W2715W.
4 dimensions, 20.01W 12.01W 12.01W 12.01W.
Double attack, 35.5W 35.5W. Double defense, 30.5W 30.5W.
Generic skill, Scrying can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above your own level. Exclusive skill, stage comedy, clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill. The mimic skill can inflict 16,420,000 random damage to the target cap. 6. Exclusive skill, poker acrobatics, randomly draw one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds and clubs, and attack with different effects with intense hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard skill CD, 60s. Exclusive skill, improv comedy, recovery buff skill, blood recovery equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, clown stage, within the range of clown performance stage 1000m, 1000m, the damage received by the clown is randomly attenuated by 19%. During the territorial battle, Zhang Wei triggered the third act of the clown's performance loyal fans special, enjoying a life value boost. Although the third act was a performance to enjoy the life value boost, the life value was directly fixed due to the banter without pay feature.
Zhang Wei's life value had reached an exaggerated 220 million.
Coupled with the random attributes obtained from killing so many Sakura Island players, Zhang Wei's attack had reached 355,000, and his defense had increased to over 300,000. Such attributes were already somewhat close to a king-grade Fey Beast. Although the king-level Fey Beasts had a life value of 1 billion and an attack power of around 500,000. However, Zhang Wei's output was not something that could be compared to that of a king-level Fey Beast.
A life value of 1 billion was just a matter of seconds for the current Zhang Wei.
The lifespan has also increased. Zhang Wei looked at his lifespan value, and it increased by a few dozen more.
Could it be because of my upgrade? Other than that, Zhang Wei couldn't think of any other reason. Just as Zhang Wei was scrutinizing his attributes, the Third World announcement suddenly rang frantically. Ding! The Roman camp Ravenna territory has listed the Persian camp Susa territory as a hostile territory. Ding! The Arabian Empire's Damascus territory has made the Byzantine Empire's Constantinople territory hostile territory. Ding! The Tennessee camp has made the Hussar camp's territory of Moromachi a hostile territory. Ding! The Rice camp's Stan territory has listed the White Elephant camp's Mali territory as hostile territory. Ha! Zhang Wei was stunned. What a mess. Zhang Wei didn't expect all the Blue Star countries to move just after he had ended the territory war. However, this was to be expected. The territory war rewards were already exceptionally generous, especially this time when Zhang Wei took the territory war in one breath and the system rewards were made public. Just ask, who else could resist this temptation? One step ahead, taking advantage of your illness, many countries directly launched territorial wars. No one wanted to fall behind, nor did they dare to lag behind. After all, the upper echelons of each country knew some of the inner workings of the Blue Star trials. As long as they could enhance their strength, countries did not bring hesitation. However, Zhang Wei had listened for half a day, and the system announcement did not appear for the Dragon Kingdom. Is this preparing to pick up the slack? Zhang Wei muttered with a strange expression on his face. Snipers and muscles, fishermen gain. In the area of military law and power, only the Dragon Kingdom shaded others, so Zhang Wei wasn't worried at all. Since all countries are waging territorial wars, Zhang Wei revealed a sinister smile, then I'll continue to take super cities. A super city increased 10 million life value and plus 15,004 dimensions, naturally more was better for Zhang Wei. It just so happened that there was a 1-month truce period in Jiangnan territory now, and 1 month was enough time to take all the capital cities on the blue planet. Having made up his mind, Zhang Wei was ready to move directly. Right at this moment, there were suddenly more players in Jiangnan City. Those players who had fled back to the dungeons had all returned to Jiangnan main city again. Yo, the deserters are back? Tisk, didn't expect it, dude is already an expert on the rank list. If you guys didn't flee, we might not have had this much experience. The players involved in the territory battle didn't have the slightest bit of mercy under their mouths. After all, if these people hadn't fled in the beginning, they might not have been so miserable in the beginning, being chased and killed by a dozen or so territory players. Territorial battles did desertion. If this was during wartime, they could be shot directly according to military regulations. However, this is also Zhang Wei's negligence. Jiangnan territory is his personal territory. Zhang Wei is a hands-off shopkeeper, basically did not manage much. Moreover, previously, Zhang Wei had no intention of managing it at all. However, this time, these people left their companions and fled without a fight, making Zhang Wei realize that there should be some constraints on the players within the territory. He had fought so hard to win the territorial battle, and these people enjoyed the fruits of the battle? Picking up benefits for nothing and not contributing? Although they did not participate in the territory war and only had the experience bonus of being the victorious side, they could not be cheapened by these people for nothing. What desertion? Didn't you guys take all the benefits? Ding! Eternal Knight issued a lord's order. Players who didn't participate in the territory war, the experience value of killing foreign beasts within the Jiangnan territory is deducted by 20%. Chapter 90, Kill a batch, collect a batch. What? Experience reduced by 20%? The players who heard the system prompt froze. Many players raised their heads to look at Yang Ya, who was standing in the air, and shouted. Winged Knight, what gives you the right to reduce our experience? Who gave you the right? How does this allow us to upgrade in the future? A large group of players yelled at once. However, before Neverwinter Night could say anything, those players involved in the territory war mocked. On what grounds? Because you fled without a fight. The winning side also gets an extra 18% experience increase. You guys didn't contribute and you still want to take advantage?
That's right, I've seen thick-skinned people before, but I've never seen such thick-skinned people. Quiet, in the crowd, someone calmed down the agitated players and then said, Winged Knight, this is too much to handle. Jiang Wei looked down and revealed a strange color. It was actually Wang Yan. Wang Yan continued in a deep voice, if you want to continue to develop the Jiangnan territory, you need the strength of all of us.
Moreover, Wang Yan's words changed. Blue Star suffered a mutation, all of us should unite. Delaying the upgrading of so many of us will also lead to the damage of the Dragon Kingdom's strength. When Wang Yan finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in. Not bad, delaying so many of us from upgrading. Do you have a big picture view? Rush to give us a tight removal of restrictions.
Seeing so many people supporting him, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit smug and continued to speak. Right now you are way ahead of everyone, but that's just the advantage you've accumulated in the early stages. When everyone levels up and equips up, your personal advantage will shrink. Wang Yan said impassionedly, could it be that in the later stages, you can still rely on yourself to hold the Jiangnan territory? To put it bluntly, only if all of us work together can we survive. That's right, if there is another territory war in the later stages, without us, the Jiangnan territory won't be able to hold on.
Right. Many players felt that what Wang Yan said was very reasonable. You suppress us, can you hold the territory yourself in the later stages?
Quite a few people saw that Yang Ye had been silent, so they wanted to strike the iron while it was hot and clamor even more. We're all in this together, and we're all in this together.
Big brother Yang Ye, you'd better hurry up and remove the restrictions for us. Jiang Wei looked at the crowd below and suddenly opened his mouth. Why don't we try?
As the words fell, the entire scene fell silent.
Try? What does it mean?
Wang Yan was also stunned as he frowned. Try what?
Jiang Wei spoke calmly. Try to see if my territory can be defended without you guys. Wang Yan subconsciously returned. How to try?
Jiang Wei spoke one word at a time. Naturally, I will kill you all. The moment these words came out, there was a sudden silence. Even those players who were participating in the territory war were quiet. They also didn't expect Neverwinter Nights to say such tiger and wolf words. After a brief moment of panic, quite a few people began to whisper.
He's coming for real?
Impossible, how dare he kill us?
Unless Yang Ye is crazy.
That's right, it's not like we're from the Sakura Island nation, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom definitely won't let him mess around. However, a group of huge-sized foreign beasts suddenly appeared around Yang Ye.
Crap! He's coming for real. Quickly go.
Ding, the lord of the territory has turned off the downtown function. Some people wanted to escape back to the dungeon again, but this system prompt came to their ears.
Big Brother Eternal Night isn't really going to kill them, is he? The players participating in the territory battle were also a bit unsure. Yang Ye's stance didn't seem like he was scaring them. Yang Ye, what do you want? Wang Yan panicked, he didn't expect Yang Ye to come for real. Jiang Wei spoke indifferently, you guys need to get one thing straight, this is my territory.
As for the territorial war, I don't need you losers who are deserters. Jiang Wei paused briefly and continued, I'll give you two choices now. Quite a number of players looked joyful upon hearing these words, they still had a chance to survive. Jiang Wei indifferently opened his mouth, I'm going to take down the fallen zone of Washington, either come with me or die now, you guys choose.
To these people, Jiang Wei was truly moved to kill.
Just the item of escaping in the face of battle was reason enough to kill them.
Moreover, the Jiangnan territory was his personal territory, and these people were still pretending to be confused here. For such a group of shameless soft bones, Jiang Wei did not mind giving them a ride. Such people were also material to be traitors even if they lived. After Jiang Wei finished speaking, the faces of the group of people below turned pale. The fallen area of Washington, which belonged to the super-urban area, would be sending them to their deaths if they went over there. Yang Ye, why do you have to push us so hard? I don't believe you dare to kill us. Letting us die for nothing, that's impossible. That's right, there are so many of us, you dare to make a move. Sure enough. Jiang Wei didn't feel much surprise.
Fire, rain, heavenly tribulation. Streams of fire appeared in the sky and fell towards the crowd of people below.
Ah! You really want to poison your own people? Wang Yan shouted in terror, Yang Ye, we're from Area D. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom won't let you go.
However, no matter how much he cried out, Jiang Wei remained indifferent watching him being drowned by the rain of fire.
6,422. 6,422. 6,422.
Ding, kill survivor of enemy territory, gain 1 stamina bonus. Ding, kill a survivor from enemy territory, gain 1 strength bonus. Ding, killing a hidden profession survivor, profession deprivation in progress.
Ding, failed to open second profession.
Ding, kill SSS talent survivor, devour enemy talent, play life in the sky boost in progress.
Ding, failed to enhance.
Ding, killing SS rank talent survivor, devouring the enemy's talent, theater life in the middle of boosting.
Ding, boosting fail. Zhang Wei was stunned when he heard the system, hostile territory?
However, Zhang Wei quickly reacted. He now owned 2 territories and had set them as hostile territories. Regardless of which side he kills, the third world defaults to Neverwinter Nights killing the survivors of the opposing territories. A few moments later, the entire urban area was completely quiet. Other than the players who participated in the territory war, everyone else was killed cleanly by Zhang Wei. Big Brother Yang Ye really dares.
Isn't Big Brother Yang Ye afraid of the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom asking for punishment? Inquisition? Who dares to come to Jiangnan territory to ask for punishment?
Motherer, this group of deserters should also be killed. Zhang Wei looked at the remaining players and slowly spoke. I'll bring you all to start the territory war in a month. In 1 month's time, bring your level up to level 50.
After saying that, Zhang Wei directly utilized Space Leap to leave.
These remaining people were all ordinary professions, and should mostly be from the latter 3 regions. It was also because of them that Zhang Wei had triggered the third act of the show. Moreover, the fact that these people could temporarily inherit 10% of Zhang Wei's damage during a great battle predetermined that they were already a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Wei intended to bring them along, after all, by the way.
Rice Country, Washington Fallen Area, one more figure. Chapter 91, Taking Another City.
In the fallen zone of Washington, Zhang Wei was somewhat stunned as he watched the great battle below.
Inside the fallen area, the city was full of alien beasts. And a group of me players. Rice is taking on the super city this time?
Zhang Wei was a little surprised as he looked at the players below who were fighting the beast soldiers. It was just that the number of players was not very large, and it was impossible to take down the fallen area.
The appearance of Eternal Night also caught the attention of the players below.
For a while, both sides just stared at each other. Gentlemen, let me help you out. Zhang Wei was the first to speak, releasing fire rain heavenly tribulation indiscriminately towards the bottom.
642. 642. 642.
The fire rain's damage value of over 6 million, along with the me players and beast soldiers, directly cleared out a large area.
Oh! Quickly retreat!
The group of whites who were lucky enough not to be affected by the wave saw that the situation was bad, and even directly dropped their companions and went offline in place.
Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. Just leave like that?
Zhang Wei shook his head, no longer paying attention to this, and began to clear the fallen area of beast soldiers. Right now, these beast soldiers and beast generals were almost no different to Zhang Wei than the 3 hegemons of the village in the novice village. Even if a beast general had a few million blood, he would still be killed in seconds. Soon, Zhang Wei finished clearing an area, and the third world system announcement rang out. Ding, congratulations to Territory Lord Eternal Night, recapturing the fallen area of Washington. The mission progress has completed 5%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, recapturing the fallen area of Washington. The mission progress has completed 5%, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to work hard.
I wonder if there will be any more people.
Zhang Wei summoned a large number of parasite lords and, while continuing to clear the urban area of beast soldiers, he waited for the me players to make a comeback. However, after half a day, there wasn't even a single figure.
Did they just give up?
Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled, although whether people came or not did not affect his ability to take down the main city.
After a few more moments, there were never any player figures.
Looks like they gave up, Zhang Wei secretly guessed. After all, the fall of Tokyo had already been a warning, and he was once again far ahead in terms of level. Now, if he wanted to deal with him, he could no longer rely on piling up numbers. Instead of fighting to the death with himself, it would be better to give up first and wait for their strength to rise before taking it back. After all, the territory was right there, and he couldn't take it with him. Moreover, right now, the countries were busy with the territory wars and didn't have the energy to fight Yang Ye alone. The high rewards of the territory wars had put the Blue Star countries in a state of chaos. Aside from the Dragon Kingdom, which was still pressing on, almost all of the countries had initiated territory wars. Some just declared 1 or 2 hostile territories to test the waters, while others went straight to full-scale war. In this way, it was cheaper for him instead. Thinking clearly about this, Zhang Wei also let go and accelerated the speed of clearing the beast soldiers. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for recapturing the fallen zone of Washington. The mission progress is 10% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to keep up the good work. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of Territory Winged Knight, recapturing the fallen area of Washington. The mission progress is 20% complete. Looking forward to the other survivors of Blue Planet to make further efforts.
With the Washington City area taken, the next step was the Beast Wave in the Misty area.
Zhang Wei had leveled up to level 100, while the Beast Tide was only some level 20 or 30 mutant beast soldiers.
He stacked a few fire and rain heavenly tribulation, and the mountainous beast wave was like moths to a flame, being killed in seconds just as soon as they entered the range of the fire and rain heavenly tribulation skill.
Ding, kill level 20 Newton Lord Peony, experience value +1. Ding, kill level 20 Newton Lord Oyster, experience value +1. Zhang Wei revealed a bitter smile as he listened to the continuous system prompts. His level was too high, and right now, killing these level 20 or 30 beast soldiers could only gain a pitiful bit of experience value. And if Zhang Wei wanted to level up one level now, he would need 10 million experience value. This also meant that he would need to kill 10 million beasts in order to level up. Although the number of beast tides was terrifying, it was far from 10 million. Besides, Zhang Wei did not have the time to kill these beast soldiers little by little. As the sky was filled with streams of fire, Zhang Wei directly flew his sword towards the depths of the beast tide. Countless beast soldiers below hissed impotently, looking at Zhang Wei calmly going deeper, but there was no way to do anything about it. As for the flying beast soldiers, before they could get close, they were torn apart by the parasitic lords summoned by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was like a god of killing, stepping over countless alien beast corpses and entering the hinterland of the beast tide little by little. Roar, a kilometer-sized alien beast appeared in front of Zhang Wei, surrounded by countless beast soldiers. Seeing this, Zhang Wei threw out his scrying spell and Spectral Shadow Eclipse Spider Sub-King Rank. Level, 80. Life value, 160 million. Attack power, 158,000. Skill. Erosion, reduces the target's movement speed by 80% for 8 seconds. Shadow Erosion, reduces the target's defense by 30% for 10 seconds, while each attack has a 15% chance of applying a continuous blood loss effect for 6 seconds. Moon Phase Shelter, when life value is below 30%, immunized to all damage for 3 seconds, and in the next 10 seconds, each attack restores 40% of the damage dealt to the target's life value. Details, slightly. Not much of a good skill, Zhang Wei looked at the sub-king tier Phantom Eclipse Spider with slight regret. After obtaining the unique equipment Good Show, Zhang Wei had an additional replicable skill bar. Unfortunately, the few skills of this sub-king level beast were of little use to Zhang Wei. Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Zhang Wei directly struck at the Shadow Moon Eclipse Spider. 642. 642. 642. Streams of fire landed on the Shadow Eclipse Spider, and its blood level began to drop miserably. Ding, attacked by Shadow Erosion, losing 8% of maximum life value per second. Ding, triggering Joker stage effect, damage attenuation by 9 levels. 176W. 176W. After the attenuation, Zhang Wei still lost over 1 million life points per second, but the blood bar was instantly pulled back by improv comedy again. Ding, Phantom Eclipse Spider's life value is below 30%, triggering Moon Phase Shelter, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Hearing this system prompt, Zhang Wei was not moved in the slightest, immune damage was ineffective against him. Boom! The Phantom Eclipse Moon Spider's huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of Territory, Eternal Night, for recapturing the fallen area of Washington. The mission progress is 70% complete, look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue their efforts. In the Jiangnan Fallen Zone, the Dragon Kingdom players didn't have much of a reaction to hearing the system announcement. It was as if it was normal for Neverwinter Nights to take the territory, and it would be a surprise if they couldn't. Big Brother Yangya has taken another main city. Not yet, it's only 70%. Is there a difference between 70% and 100% for Big Brother? Doesn't seem to. Don't worry about that, let's just hurry up and upgrade. Right, Big Brother is going to lead us in a territory war in a month, don't drag your feet then. As the Dragon Kingdom players spoke, they all walked out of the city and began to enter the Misty area to kill beast soldiers to upgrade, preparing for the next territory war. A few moments later. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for recapturing the fallen area of Washington. The mission progress is 100% complete, look forward to the other survivors of Blue Star to continue their efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of Territory Winged Knight, completing the Washington Fallen Zone mission, becoming the Lord of Washington Territory. The third territory, Zhang Wei murmured softly, never waiting for the Mii players to block. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of Territory Eternal Night for obtaining the territory gain. Territory bonus effect, Blood Blue plus 20 million. 4 dimensions plus 20,000 inch. Zhang Wei was stunned when he heard the system prompt, the effect had doubled? Initially, the Jiangnan territory only had a bonus of 5 million, taking down the fallen area of Tokyo was a 10 million life value bonus, and now it even directly gave 20 million. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up, could it have been doubled all the way? If that's the case, wouldn't the territory be more of a good thing? Chapter 92 Crazy Territory Harvesting. This discovery made Zhang Wei ecstatic. If the rewards were really doubled, then his attributes could be raised quite a bit more. The capitals of the country's main cities hadn't moved yet, and there were at least over 100 of them, so how much life value could be boosted by taking them all?
Now that the countries were busy waging territorial wars, this was a perfect time to do so. It still needs to be verified. Jiang Wei did not delay any longer and directly used space leap to leave the fallen area of Seoul in the Stick Country. Fire and rain, heavenly tribulation. As soon as Jiang Wei appeared, he activated the clearing mode. The fire rain fell from the sky, covering a large area. Jiang Wei did not delay. There were no survivors at all when his skill went down, and while flying with his sword, he mindlessly released the fire rain heavenly disaster towards the bottom. Soon, the entire Seoul city center turned into a sea of fire. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for recapturing the fallen area of Seoul. The mission progress is 5% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, recapturing the fallen area of Seoul. The mission progress has completed 10%. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to make further efforts. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Yang Ye, recapturing the fallen area of Seoul. The mission progress has completed 20%. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to make further efforts. Dragon Kingdom Dungeon, Area S. An old man listened to the system announcement that kept ringing out and marveled. This kid is starting to harvest the territory. I wonder how much he can take down. To the side, a middle-aged man said, right now, all the countries are waging territory wars, and they don't have the energy to take care of him. This is an opportunity, the old man continued. The results of the territorial wars haven't come out yet? The middle-aged man shook his head. It's not that fast, we can't take the main city without a few days. That's right, the old man laughed. Not everyone is as perverted as Neverwinter Nights. However, the old man's words changed. The more perverted, the better, so that Blue Star's hope is greater. The middle-aged man slowly nodded his head and mentioned the matter of Jiangnan main city again. Yang Ye killed all the people in Jiangnan territory who didn't participate in the territory war. Does this matter need to be asked? Ask what? The old man twisted his head to look at the middle-aged man. Shouldn't those be killed? This. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. They should be killed, but there are quite a few good seedlings in there. Those who are afraid to fight, even if their talent is good, it's useless, the old man said in a deep voice. It's only a few people who died, more will die later. It would be good to have 1/10 of the Blue Star humans left. The middle-aged man froze, obviously not expecting the old man to be so pessimistic about the future. What? The old man said softly, don't believe me? The middle-aged man didn't know whether he could or not. Night Chen and the rest of them have all grown up as well. It's still far from enough, the old man muttered. Even Evernight is far from enough right now. The old man tilted his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the dungeon and saw the star on the surface. Once it descends, the Blue Star tribulation will truly begin. The middle-aged man's heart snapped as he asked, how much longer is this time? 5 years? The old man said in a calm tone. 3 years? Maybe 1 year, or maybe even shorter. The middle-aged man's complexion stared. The time was too short. For a while, the two fell into silence. No one was opening their mouths. After a few moments. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, for recapturing the fallen area of Seoul. The mission progress is 100% complete. Look forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Yang Ye, completing the mission of the fallen zone of Seoul, becoming the Lord of the Seoul Territory. The old man's eyes moved slightly when he heard the system prompt. This speed is okay. The middle-aged man's face showed a strange expression. How could this be described as not bad? This was already very perverted. Normally, with this amount of time, one might not even be able to clear the main city's foreign beasts. This is his 4th territory, isn't it? The old man suddenly snapped. Well, Gangnam, Tokyo, Washington, and Seoul, the middle-aged man responded. Seoul fallen territory. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, for obtaining a territory gain. Territory bonus effect, blood blue plus 40 million. 4 dimensions plus 30,000 inch. It's really doubled. Jiang Wei looked ecstatic. At this rate, how much life value would he accumulate? Next. Jiang Wei was like discovering a new continent. For a moment, he was fully motivated and immediately rushed to the next fallen area. White Elephant Country, New Delhi Fallen Zone. Jiang Wei once again started his crazy monster sweeping mode. This time, he met a large number of White Elephant Sango players, but Jiang Wei didn't care about them at all. He only had the territory in his eyes now. The living creatures in the city, no matter if they were beast soldiers or white elephant players, were all treated as beasts by Jiang Wei. Without even greeting them, Jiang Wei struck out with the fire and rain heavenly tribulation. However, when the white elephant players saw Jiang Wei's horrifying output, they decisively raised the white flag and surrendered, all of them hiding back underground. This is also in line with the style of the 3 brothers. The mouth has never lost, hands have never won. Nothing has been noisy, a fight goes faster than anyone. In the Blue Star, White Elephant 3rd brother, that is also very famous. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, recapturing the fallen area of New Delhi. The mission progress is completed by 20%. Looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Star to continue to work hard.
Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, recapturing the fallen area of New Delhi. The progress of the mission is 70% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to make further efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Winged Knight, recapturing the fallen area of New Delhi. The mission progress is 100% complete, looking forward to the other survivors of the Blue Planet to continue to make further efforts. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory Winged Knight, completing the New Delhi Fallen Zone mission, becoming the Lord of the New Delhi Territory. Ding, congratulations to Lord of the Territory Winged Knight for obtaining the Territory Gain. Territory Bonus Effect, Blood Blue plus 80 million. 4 Dimensions plus 30,000 inch. Yes. The Territory Bonus attribute doubled again, this time directly rewarding 80 million life value. Together with the previously rewarded 20 million and 40 million, Zhang Wei's life value was directly 140 million more. Together with the original 260 million life value, Zhang Wei's life value now amounted to a terrifying 360 million. Excluding some special professions and specially gifted players, most people's life values now remained in the tens of thousands. Some Meat Shield players might have more than 100,000 life values, which was a world of difference compared to Zhang Wei. Moreover, even if the special talent players can increase their life value, it is estimated that they can reach several million is the upper limit. Zhang Wei had taken down 3 territories in a row in one breath, and his spirit was also a bit tired. However, it was obvious that this was not the time to rest, so Zhang Wei did not make any stops and directly went to the next fallen area. Goryeo, the Pyongyang Fallen Territory. Beast soldiers all over the city looked up as red flames suddenly descended from the sky. 642. 642. 642. Before the hordes of beast soldiers could react, they were taken away by the horrific damage. After a long time. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of Lords, Eternal Night, for completing the Pyongyang Fallen Zone quest and becoming the Lord of Pyongyang Territory. Ding, congratulations to Lord of Territory Winged Knight for obtaining a territory gain. Territory Bonus Effect, Blood Blue plus 100 million. 4 Dimensions plus 50,000 inch. Zhang Wei was stunned, not double? After Zhang Wei took the 6th territory, the attribute bonus stopped at 100 million. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Wei also accepted this fact. If there was no upper limit and it kept doubling like this, it would be too buggy. Being able to stabilize at 100 million life value was barely enough. There are still more than 100 capital cities in the Blue Planet that have fallen, each calculated at 100 million. Zhang Wei's life value can also break 10 billion. 10 billion life value. Now, the most powerful king-level beasts found in the Blue Planet only have a life value of 1 billion. Without realizing it, Zhang Wei was already able to walk horizontally in the Blue Star's fallen surface area. Invincible loneliness. Zhang Wei suddenly felt a sense of autumn wind. However, when he caught a glimpse of the star above his head, his somewhat fluttering mindset was immediately put away. Now, what the humans of Blue Star have taken is only the fallen areas, that is, some urban areas. The surface of the Blue Star also has a misty area that has not been explored in depth so far. Can you guarantee that there are no more powerful beasts inside the misty area? The revolution has not yet succeeded, we still need to keep working hard. Zhang Wei gathered his drifting up mentality and rushed to the next fallen area. Chapter 93 All Service Mission. In the Blue Star Fallen region, Zhang Wei turned on his frantic teleportation mode. Taking down a territory and then teleporting to the next one without stopping. The system announcement of his frantic seizure of the urban area also rang out frequently, but it didn't cause too much commotion. Blue Star players were all attracted to the announcement of the territory war. After a few days of silence since the countries had launched their territory wars, the territory wars finally came to fruition one after another. Ding, the Roman camp Ravenna territory has failed in its territorial determination. Ding, the Arabian Empire's Damascus territory has been ruled a victory. Ding, the Guru's camp's territory of Fahrenheit has been decided in favor of the enemy. Ding. Victory in Stoneman's territory. The casualties of the territorial wars are high, and there are both successes and failures. But as long as they succeeded, the benefits were obvious. The level, attributes, and equipment of players on the victorious side all took a qualitative leap, and their strength was directly ahead by a large margin. The most direct reaction was the Blue Star ranking list. In addition to Neverwinter Nights, all of the players from Jiangnan territory who were previously on the list were replaced. A number of players appeared in each country to make it to the rank list. In Jiangnan territory, the Dragon Kingdom players were still killing beast soldiers on the outskirts of the Misty area to upgrade. Big Brother Eternal Night is still harvesting territories. When will he bring us to fight the territory war? Watching themselves disappear a little bit in the rank list, many players stirred. The belligerent gene started to work, and these players couldn't hold back. What's the rush, didn't Big Brother say, 1 month later? That's right, let's hurry up and upgrade, don't drag our feet when the time comes. Just as these players were complaining, the system announcement rang out frantically again.
Ding, the Dragon Kingdom camp is waging a territorial war against the Roman camp's Ravenna territory. Ding, the Dragon camp is waging a territorial war against the Sakurajima camp's Tokyo territory. Ding, the Dragon camp is waging a territorial war against the Sakurajima camp in Fukuoka. Ding, the Rokkoku camp is waging a territorial war against the White Elephant camp's Mali territory. The Dragon Kingdom is waging a territorial war?
The victor of the territory war was confused, and the loser of the territory war was even more confused.
They had just been beaten badly, and now this? Marred, the Dragon Kingdom doesn't talk about martial virtues. The Dragon Kingdom is falling into a stone to take advantage of the fire, huh?
The victorious side of a territory war had a 1-month truce, but the losing side didn't.
The Dragon Kingdom took advantage of the fact that the territory war had just ended and immediately launched another territory war against the losing side. Dragon Kingdom is despicable.
Those on the losing side cursed profusely, but they were faced with countless Dragon Kingdom players who teleported over. Without a hint of surprise, all of them raised the white flag and surrendered. Before the boundary was breached, the players from these territories collectively went offline and all hid back in the dungeon.
This comical territorial battle only lasted half an hour from start to finish. Ding, the Dragon Kingdom camp has won the territorial battle against the Roman camp's Ravenna territory.
Various victory announcements rang out one after another, and Dragon Kingdom took the victory in the territory war without any losses.
Crap, this is still possible? Hurry up and start a territory war against the losing side.
The countries reacted one after another, preparing to follow the Dragon Kingdom's example of launching a territory war against the losing side as well.
However,
Ding, unable to continue attacking the defeated party for another month. Ding, unable to continue attacking the losing side for another month. The system prompt rang out. There was no way to continue attacking the defeated party.
What the hell is the third world up to? Why can Dragon Kingdom?
That's it, this is cheating. It's okay, there's still a territorial battle that hasn't yielded a result yet. Let's keep a close eye on it and open the territorial battle as soon as the result comes out.
Dragon Kingdom, Dungeon.
They don't understand the principle that things don't happen 3 times.
We can take a break for the next month and focus on upgrading.
There are still some territorial battles left. No need, things can't be done to the fullest, or else we'll really become a target.
Right,
leave them a little favor.
Then Yang Ye. Let him toss himself.
Blue Star, the western main city's fallen area, had turned into a sea of fire below.
Playing really smooth.
Zhang Wei also did not expect the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom to play this hand. Zhang Wei looked at his life value, which had now reached 2.1 billion. In the past few days, Zhang Wei had taken down a dozen more territories one after another.
We still need to work harder. Zhang Wei felt a sense of urgency. After the territory war, everyone's strength would increase by a wave.
Many people would develop a mesmerizing confidence due to the surge in strength, and at that time, they might make a move to block him from taking the territories. Although Zhang Wei didn't care and might simply take it, he didn't want to cause trouble and delay. Right now, what Zhang Wei lacked was time. He wanted to take all the capital Fallen Zone territories within a month. In the following time, the results of the territorial wars came out one after another, but the losing side was invariably the same, and once again, it was divided up amongst a number of countries.
Strong is strong, weak is dead.
This saying was manifested to the fullest extent at this time.
Once defeated, there was almost no possibility of turning back.
Because even after a month of correction, the strength of players from other countries had risen greatly, and it was even more unlikely that these losing parties would win. This was a deadly cycle. Unless a player like Neverwinter Nights who could save the day appeared, their end was already doomed from the first defeat. On Zhang Wei's side, as he continued to take down the fallen areas, his attributes began to rise crazily, too.
3.7 billion. 4.8 billion. 5.8 billion.
Zhang Wei's back no longer cared about how many territories he had taken, only looking at his insanely rising life value.
1 territory, 100 million life value.
And on Blue Star, other than Zhang Wei, there wasn't a second player who had the strength to take down the fallen area alone. Some players might have had that strength behind them, but they hadn't paid it off either. After all, in addition to the alien beasts in the Fallen Zone, they might also have to face a siege of players. Unless they were like Neverwinter Nights from the start, they had established an invincible image in the hearts of everyone in Blue Star. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for them to take down a fallen area alone. Zhang Wei had taken down a territory and was just about to leave when a system alert suddenly rang out. Ding, Blue Star Super City occupies 1/2, triggering a hidden mission. Hidden mission: occupy all capital city areas of Blue Planet. Rich rewards can be obtained upon completion of the mission.
Occupy all capital cities? Generous rewards?
Zhang Wei stared blankly. This was the first time he had heard the term generous rewards.
However,
Zhang Wei frowned. Although this mission was good, he would not be able to complete it.
This was because the Dragon Kingdom Kyoto already belonged to the Dragon Kingdom camp. How could this be rectified? The system had given him a mission that could not be completed.
If it's impossible to complete, the system shouldn't have sent this mission.
Zhang Wei frowned.
Forget about what to think so much about, let's take down the remaining fallen capital first. After saying that, Zhang Wei rushed towards the few remaining fallen regions.
However, right at this moment, a system announcement suddenly rang out.
Ding, Blue Planet-wide mission, stop Neverwinter Nights from occupying all super urban areas.
Ding, Blue Planet service-wide mission, stop Forever Night from occupying all super city districts.
Ding, if the mission succeeds, all survivors who participated in the blockade will receive a generous reward.
Ding, if the mission fails, Neverwinter Nights will be rewarded with the Lord of the Blue Planet rank, which allows for planetary-level attribute bonuses. Chapter 94, 7-Day Quest Deadline.
Lord of the Blue Star rank reward, planetary-level attribute bonus? Players from the countries of the Blue Star were confused.
What does it mean? Dragon Kingdom Yangye is going to become the Lord of the Blue Star? The Blue Star belongs to all of us, how can it be young knights alone?
The Lord of the Blue Star should be elected by everyone.
I think that we, the Mii players, should be the Lord of the Blue Planet.
What's the planetary reward? Not to mention that the Blue Star players were confused, even Zhang Wei himself was a bit shocked.
Lord of the Blue Star? Wasn't this playing a bit big?
However, the system followed up by releasing the Blue Star All-Service quest, which was an attempt to get all players on Blue Star to snipe themselves.
Zhang Wei's expression was a bit skeptical. Everyone was from Blue Star. It wasn't as if everyone was having a hard time with themselves, right?
Of course, some countries were excluded. After all, Zhang Wei was also clear that he had killed quite a few people in the process of capturing the fallen areas. But Zhang Wei's thought had just risen. Ding, participating in the sniping mission survivors can obtain a level 100 epic set.
Ding, participating sniper mission survivor level plus 20.
Ding, participating in the sniping mission survivor can open a second career.
Grass, Zhang Wei's face changed.
With such a generous reward, not to mention other players, Zhang Wei himself was moved.
Can he give up the mission and give all these rewards to him?
The players from the countries of Blue Star, at first, were a bit hesitant. After all, Yang Ye had been frantically seizing territories during this period of time. This was a ruthless person who could take down a super urban area by himself.
Besides, even if he got the rewards for completing the mission, so what?
The others had nothing to lose. But when the system announcement listed the rewards one by one, many people were moved.
Second profession, 100 level epic suit, level plus 20, any of these could make people fight for it.
Moreover, this was a Blue Star all-service quest. Quite a few people fought the idea of fishing in troubled waters.
If you don't act as the main force, don't you count as sniping by casually throwing a few skills? Right at this moment, another system announcement rang out.
Ding, the mission lasts for 7 days. Within 7 days Evernight has not taken all the capital city areas, the mission is ruled a failure.
7 days? We just need to stall him. This can be messed with a bit.
The players from the Blue Stars countries instantly felt like they could do it, and each one of them rubbed their fists and prepared to do it. Especially the Sakura Island country players, who had been slaughtered by hundreds of thousands of people by Neverwinter Nights. This time, Yang Ye was going to face the entire Blue Star players, and Sakura Island Kingdom realized that this was an opportunity.
Kill Yang Ye.
We must take this opportunity to kill him. I'm afraid we won't have a chance once we finish this mission. Lord of the Blue Star, planetary level reward, although it was still unknown exactly what the reward was. But from these words, one could infer one or two. If Yang Ye completed the mission, I'm afraid that he would truly be unrivaled.
Super Fallen Zone, 97-102. 7 days?
Zhang Wei looked at the fallen zone he had left. There are still 5. That means I have to take 5 of the 5 remaining fallen zones within 7 days. Zhang Wei looked a bit gloomy.
These 5 fallen zones included the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto.
Forget it, Zhang Wei shook his head. Let's take the other fallen regions first.
After saying that, Zhang Wei directly used Space Leap to appear in the next fallen zone. The first one.
Zhang Wei looked at the group of beast soldiers in the urban area and was just about to release his skills.
The system announcement rang out once again.
Ding, temporarily opening live image broadcast, real-time announcement of the coordinates and status of the Eternal Night. Ding, temporary opening of territory-wide teleportation array, Blue Star survivors can travel to the fallen area to stop Neverwinter Night from seizing the main city.
Zhang Wei frowned, so targeted? But, so what? Looks like I can't keep a low profile either, Zhang Wei murmured in a low voice.
Taking advantage of this opportunity, he would dispel the greed of some people. If you want to stop him, you must also be prepared to be killed. Fire and rain, heavenly tribulation. Blue Star, above the main cities of various countries, scenes of Yang Ye killing beast soldiers appeared. Being able to teleport directly, let's do a hit? Some players couldn't hold back and wanted to set off immediately. But the surrounding players all looked to the sky one by one, and none of them responded to him.
Ha! Why are you all silent?
This player followed the gazes of the crowd and immediately froze, and this is 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Crap, over 6 million damage. In the image, Zhang Wei stood with his sword, a rain of fire raining down from the sky, a horrifying damage value spilling out, and a large number of beast soldiers below were instantly killed in seconds. It only took a moment for a large area to be cleared directly. Ding, occupying all capital city areas of Blue Star, progress completed 1%.
The system announcement rang out at the right time. Crap, how the hell can we fight? Going up is death.
The greed that had just risen amongst the players from the various countries of Blue Star was instantly dispelled after they saw the terrifying output of Neverwinter Nights. Zhang Wei dashingly flew over the city center with his sword, while behind him was a rain of fire that continuously descended. Even some primary beast generals were directly killed in seconds when they encountered the rain of fire. Even if they encountered an intermediate beast general, they could only withstand 2 streams of fire.
This kind of large range skill, how can he release it so frequently? This doesn't fit common sense.
It was said that large range, high damage group skills all had long cooldown times. But Yang Ye broke this common sense. The roiling streams of fire were released by Yang Ye without any time intervals.
Could it be that his skills don't have a cooldown? How the hell can we stop this? Stop it, we're just sending food over there.
Besides, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely support him. We're not actually facing Yang Ye alone. Dragon Kingdom, Dungeon City, Area S, inside a garden, a large number of people had gathered. Yang Ye is now considered to be facing enemies on all sides.
Do we need some support? The people present spoke up one after another.
Let's take a look first. An old man spoke softly, silencing all the voices.
Let's see if he can take the first 4 fallen regions. Then Kyoto.
Wait. The old man said in a deep voice, if you can't take the first 4, don't even think about Kyoto. In the Jiangnan territory, a large group of players gathered together. What's the whole deal? It seems like Big Brother Neverwinter Nights is about to be besieged.
Siege my ass, look at the damage that Big Brother Neverwinter Nights is doing. Who dares to go? That's right. Why don't we go support Big Brother Eternal Night? How can we bully our lord?
Brother, what's your name?
Me?
The little mushroom that picks girls.
You're going to cause trouble?
I think you'd better go pick mushrooms.
Your sister. What's your name?
The Prince of Thrombosis.
I think you're brain dead. Chapter 95 Increased Difficulty.
In the fallen area, Zhang Wei was still doing his best to clear the beast soldiers. As a precaution, he had also summoned a batch of parasite lords to guard his surroundings. Although no players had appeared to snipe him yet, it was prudent for Zhang Wei to take precautions first.
What if there was a een pussy sneaking up on him?
Even though Zhang Wei had taken down more than 90 main cities and his life value had broken 10 billion, he still wasn't the slightest bit careless. Carefulness was the key to success, and carelessness could potentially turn the ship over in the gutter. Soon, all the beasts in the entire city were killed. Ding, occupying all capital city districts of Blue Star, progress completed 5%. Ding, capturing all capital city areas of Blue Star, progress completed by 5%. There was nothing difficult, and Zhang Wei was slightly relieved when he heard the system announcement. If it stayed like this, he wouldn't even need 7 days to take these 5 territories.
It's that easy to complete? In the main cities of Blue Star, the players were nonplussed.
When they thought about taking the territories, a lot of people had died. Now that Neverwinter Nights himself had taken care of it so easily, it made it a bit difficult for them.
If you had 6 million damage, you could be this easy too. Strange, why isn't anyone sniping him? Could it be that the guys aren't interested in the quest rewards?
There's nothing to be surprised about, it's only the first day, someone will definitely make a move later.
So sure? Is there really someone who isn't afraid of death?
Which of those hidden professions and SSS ranked talented players are simple? Right, it's just that those people haven't shown up. That's why we think that Eternal Night is invincible. There's no chance that those people are even more perverted. In the image, Zhang Wei flew to the outside of the city with his sword and entered the misty area. The light red mists began to produce changes, quickly turning scarlet red.
I wonder how he'll cope with the beast tide.
The Blue Star players who watched the images were all curious about how Yang Ye would fend off the beast tide.
But the next scene directly made countless people's jaws drop.
One could only see an endless tide of beasts coming in like a flood. But Yang Ye threw out the fire rain heavenly tribulation, and instead of retreating, he directly walked towards the depths of the misty area.
Marred, so domineering. Crap, this is too handsome. Soon, the Blue Star players' line of sight was obscured by the blood-colored mists, and Neverwinter Night disappeared into the depths of the mists.
This.
Can't see it.
There's no need to look, Yang Ye dared to enter the misty area alone, so he must be sure. As if confirming these words, just a few moments later, the system announcement rang out again. Ding, occupying all capital city districts of Blue Star, progress completed by 7%. Ding, occupying all capital districts of Blue Star, progress completed by 7%.
The players in the main cities of Planet Blue were all dumbstruck. Is this the end of the beast tide? This is too fast. I can't even play a game with a spike hanging. However, the crowd hadn't even finished talking yet.
Ding, captured all capital cities of the Blue Planet, 10% progress completed. Ding, all capital cities of the Blue Planet have been captured.
10% progress completed. What the hell is this? Is there any justice left? I knew he was perverted, but I didn't realize he was this perverted. I'd better not go, I'm just looking for death if I go over there.
The strength displayed by Zhang Wei dispelled the thoughts of many players. The mists are dispersing. In the image, the color of the mists gradually began to return to normal.
Where are the winged knights? In the city. When did he come out of the misty area? Didn't see it.
By the time the players could see, Neverwinter Night had already returned to the urban area again.
It's still a king level.
Winged Knight looked at the foreign beasts that appeared in front of him, and his heart settled down quite a bit more. As long as the difficulty of the fallen area didn't increase, then he didn't need to worry. Even if there were blue star players appearing behind him, only some long-range professions would be able to attack him.
Falling Echo. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Wei directly slammed his fist out at the king-rank alien beast.
He just wanted to show his invincible strength while everyone was watching, only the stronger he showed would those people be more afraid of him.
Boom!
The king-level foreign beast's huge body was torn apart under this punch.
746382368230. A godless amount of damage floated out from the king-level alien beast's body.
It had to be said that Zhang Wei's punch had the desired effect. All of Blue Star's main cities, the players collectively fell into a stupor as countless pairs of wide eyes stared dead on at the damage value dealt by Neverwinter Night's punch.
This is 700 billion. Nima, this we still play in Egal.
This hangman, I play the game only dare to open the damage to 9999999. Ah.
Ding.
Occupying all capital cities of the Blue Planet.
15% progress completed. Ding.
Occupying all capital cities of the Blue Planet. Progress completed at 15%. Only 15% Zhang Wei felt something was wrong as he listened to the system announcement.
With 5 fallen regions, taking down a fallen region should be 20% of the mission progress. Just as Zhang Wei was puzzled. Ding, the second act of the show opens Carnival Feast. Current effect, 164224141 plus 124478559.
Ding, triggering the first level effect of the talent Fate Tattoo, skill random damage, 118.86 million.
Zhang Wei froze, and hurriedly looked at his attributes, the player, Eternal Knight. Profession, Clown. Rank, Lord of Many Territories. Level, 100. Lifespan, 638.
Wealth, 78.12 million blue star coins.
Blood blue value, 10.2
For dimensions, 120.01W, 112.01W, 112.01W, 112.01W.
Double attack, 135.5W, 135.5W. Double defense, 130.5W, 130.5W.
Generic skill, Scrying can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above his own level. Exclusive skill, Stage Comedy, Clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill. The mimic skill can inflict 1,886,000,000 random damage to the target cap. 6. Exclusive skill, Poker Acrobatics, randomly draw one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds and clubs, and attack with different effects with intense hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard skill CD, 60s.
Exclusive skill, Improvisational Comedy, Recovery Buff skill, Blood recovery equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds.
Exclusive skill, Clown Stage, within the range of Clown Performance Stage 1000M, 1000M, the damage received by the clown is randomly attenuated by 19%. Zhang Wei gains so many territorial boosts that his life value came to a terrifying 10.2 billion, and his double defense also broke 1 million. The most important thing was his first exclusive skill, which became 1,886 million random damage. The image placement, which was meant to snipe Neverwinter Nights, had backfired on him. This, Zhang Wei muttered, no one in Blue Star can stop me anymore, right? Next, Zhang Wei was so confident that he directly used Space Leap to descend into the second fallen area. However, Zhang Wei had just appeared in the second fallen area. Ding, Hidden Quest Scenario, the difficulty of the Fallen Zone quest has increased.
Chapter 96, Emperor Level. Mission difficulty upgrade? Zhang Wei was not surprised to hear the system announcement. It would be abnormal if the difficulty did not increase. After all, he couldn't say that capturing the Fallen Zone was simple now, he could only say that it was very simple. If the third world did not raise the difficulty, he would take this Lord of the Blue Star and planetary level reward. Beast General. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked downwards. In the entire urban area, there was not half a shadow of a beast soldier to be seen. It was all primary and intermediate beast generals, and there were even quite a few senior beast generals in there. Blue Star's various main city players, looking at the scene in the image, one by one, their jaws dropped. A city full of beast generals. In this way, the difficulty of capturing the fallen area skyrocketed dramatically. This is also too exaggerated, right?
This Nima, the life value of a beast general is 5 million to start with, and a high-level beast general is even up to 10 million. Exaggerated for us, it's really not that different for Neverwinter Nights. Right, with over 6 million group damage, there's no difference between beast generals and beast soldiers for Big Brother Youngye.
That's true.
But this is only the second fallen area. According to the various trends of boosting down, who knows what the next fallen area will be like. Ordinary players from various countries were talking a lot, but most of them held the attitude of watching the show. But at this time, the main city teleportation array of each country began to light up frequently, and a figure left through the teleportation array.
Where did the teleportation go?
A player inadvertently saw the teleportation array light up. It can't be to snipe Neverwinter Nights, right?
Can't put it, with this level of perversity of Youngye, isn't going over there a death sentence?
In the sky above the fallen area, Zhang Wei stood with his sword.
Fire and rain, heavenly tribulation. The flowing fire in the sky reappeared.
Hey, familiar formula, a player gloated and opened his mouth. Although the Beast General isn't much of a challenge for Winged Knight, his time has definitely been affected.
Yeah, don't forget, he only has 7 days.
However, before these gloating people could finish their words, the
1886, 1886, 1886.
Nearly 20 million damage values overflowed out, and no matter if it was a primary Beast General or a senior Beast General, within the range of the Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation, they were directly seconded. Zhang Wei was traveling with his sword over the city, constantly releasing the Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation.
Every time he passed by, a large area below was emptied. This 18 million. Didn't he have a base damage of 6 million? How did it become 18 million? This nigh directly tripled.
Ding, occupying all capital cities of the Blue Planet, progress completed at 20%. Ding, capturing all capital cities of the Blue Planet.
20% of progress completed. As Zhang Wei finished clearing the urban area of the alien beasts, the system announcement rang out.
The difficulty of the task was elevated, but Zhang Wei's strength had also increased, so he did not waste much time. At this rate, it wouldn't take 7 days at all. Outside the city, Zhang Wei looked at the misty area and without the slightest hesitation, directly charged in with his sword.
At the same time, a batch of parasite lords appeared around Zhang Wei and flew in with him.
Not long after Zhang Wei entered the misty zone, the urban area suddenly began to flicker frequently, and a figure densely appeared in the urban area.
Crap! This is... There really are fierce people going? Hee, I recognize that person, our Persian Kingdom's SSS ranked bull. Finally, someone's going to make a move.
The players in the main cities of the Blue Stars countries got excited, and there were still people who couldn't sit still and started to act. In the image, the players who arrived in the city, some of them directly entered and hid inside the city's forested high-rise buildings, while some others were directly stealthy in place.
Jiangnan territory. Big Brother Eternal Night is in trouble.
These pussies are going to stage a sneak attack.
What should we do? Big Brother Eternal Night doesn't know about this yet. Mud, let's go there too. What? The group of players from Jiangnan territory froze. They don't know if we're going to help or snipe Neverwinter Nights. Yeah, why can't we go?
In the misty area, there were roars of fury. It wasn't known what kind of boss Winged Knight had encountered.
After a long delay, a system announcement came out.
Ding, captured all capital cities of the Blue Planet.
25% progress completed.
Ding, captured all capital cities of the Blue Planet.
25% of progress completed.
In the image, Winged Knight came out of the misty area with a gloomy face and slowly headed towards the urban area. His brows were much heavier.
What exactly did Winged Knight encounter in there? That expression doesn't seem simple. Is it hard to believe that it's a king-level foreign beast?
What's a king-level foreign beast? The last boss of the super city is a king-level foreign beast.
A king-level foreign beast shouldn't be anything to Neverwinter Nights. A 1-star king-level Fey beast, Zhang Wei had indeed encountered some trouble in the Misty Zone.
However, it wasn't a king-level Fey beast as the player had guessed, but a 1-star Emperor level. A royal-grade Fey beast Zhang Wei had never encountered before either.
Could it have come from the Blue Star's deep mountains? Zhang Wei secretly guessed.
After all, everyone was now moving around the main city, and most of the Blue Star's surface was mountains and oceans. In the city, an alien beast with a blue body was hanging in the air, watching Zhang Wei, who was coming with his imperial sword. The Fey beast was not large in size and looked at Zhang Wei from afar, a very humanized curiosity showing in its eyes. This foreign beast can even fly without wings? What level of Fey beast is this? If you ask me, who do I ask? Other than Eternal Night, I'm afraid no one knows. Scrying technique, Zhang Wei did not dare to be careless and immediately threw out his scrying technique to obtain information on the Fey beast.
Abyssal Etched Dragon Imperial Grade 2 Star. Level, 110. Life value, 20 billion. Attack power, 2 million. Skill. Eclipse Field active.
Expand a 50 kilometers radius field of eclipsing energy. All targets entering the field will lose 5% of their current life value per second, and at the same time reduce their attack speed and movement speed by 80% for 10 seconds. Annihilation Spit active. Spit a sea of annihilation fire, dealing 300% of attack power to the target, with a 50% chance of hitting the target entering the annihilation state for 3 seconds, during which time the target cannot use skills and loses 10% of its maximum life value per second. Abyssal Proliferation passive. For every 20% of your life, summon 3 Eternal Corrosion Servants level 100 life 100 million attack power 750,000, which explode when they die, dealing 30% of their maximum life damage to surrounding targets. Eternal Corrosion passive. All damage dealt by itself has a corrosion effect. The corrupted target loses 3% of its maximum life per second, stackable, lasts until the end of the battle. Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Jiang Wei did not immediately unleash Falling Echoes. He wanted to try out how much destruction the Emperor-level Fei could cause. 1886. 1886. 1886. 18 million damage value spilled out from the Abyssal Eclipse Dragon, except that this damage wasn't very fatal to an Imperial-level Fei beast with 20 billion life points. Ding, eclipsing domain coverage, losing 5% of current life value per second, while reducing attack speed and movement speed by 80% for 10 seconds. Phew! The Abyssal Eclipse Dragon's mouth erupted with annihilation spit, and a sea of fire flooded the figure of Neverwinter Nights. Ding, entering the annihilation state, unable to use skills and losing 10% max life value per second for 3 seconds. A large amount of damage value overflowed from Jiang Wei's body, and his blood bar instantly plummeted. 5,000. 5,000. 10,000. 10,000. A few seconds later, Jiang Wei only had 1/3 of his life value left. In the various urban areas of Blue Star, countless players watched Jiang Wei's life value drop wildly through the images. Crap, just how much life value does Neverwinter Nights have? Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of drops? Just this, he still has 1/3 left. Is this real? Not to mention, this Fey beast is also perverted, able to deal so much damage. Neverwinter Nights is going to be finished. That's right, he still doesn't know that someone has already ambushed him around the city. Chapter 97, Killing Each Other. Improvised Comedy. He was unable to use skills in the annihilation state, but as soon as the time was over, Jiang Wei instantly released improvised comedy to restore his life value. Plus 1886. Plus 1886. Plus 1886.
Jiang Wei's life value began to rise miserably.
Roar the Abyssal Eclipse Dragon finished releasing its round of skills and charged directly towards Jiang Wei.
Close combat melee? Jiang Wei was stunned.
Affected by the eclipsing domain, Jiang Wei had reduced his attack and movement speed by 80% and was unable to dodge the Abyssal Eclipse Dragon's attack.
However, Jiang Wei was not prepared to dodge from the beginning.
Facing the charging Abyssal Eclipse Dragon, Jiang Wei remained unperturbed as he unleashed Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. With the improvised comedy boost, his life value recovered to a safe state. Touch. 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 228-0000. 228-0000. 228-0000. Less than 3 million damage spilled out from Jiang Wei's body.
In close combat, the Abyssal Eclipse Dragon entered the range of Jiang Wei's clown stage, and its damage was sharply reduced by 90%. This output from it was not as much as the amount of life value recovered by Jiang Wei in one random hit.
In the eyes of the Blue Star's main city players, the more Jiang Wei was beaten, the more life value he had instead.
What does it mean? The Fey Beast is adding blood to Neverwinter Nights?
Adding chicken feathers, it's obvious that Neverwinter Nights comes with its own blood recovery skill. Almost there, Jiang Wei looked at the Abyssal Eclipse Dragon that had fallen into a stupor. The Emperor-level Fey Beast was almost mapped out by him, and there was no need to continue delaying.
Falling Echo.
Jiang Wei directly slammed his fist out.
723823436.
Another exaggerated to the extreme damage overflowed. Boom, the blood bar of the Abyssal Eclipse Dragon, an Emperor-level Fey beast, was instantly emptied, and its body fell towards the bottom. However, right at this moment, 15 Fey beasts appeared out of nowhere around Jiang Wei.
Abyssal Eclipse Demon Servant? Jiang Wei's eyes stared blankly.
Only then did he remember that the Abyssal Eclipse Dragon would summon 3 Eclipsing Demon Servants for every 20% of its life value lost. Without waiting for the Eclipsing Demon Servants to attack, Jiang Wei tried to escape from the encirclement of the Demon Servants with his sword. Jiang Wei remembered clearly that the Eclipse Demon Servant would explode when it died, dealing 30% of its maximum life value and ranged damage to the surrounding targets. However, as long as they are separated, it is not difficult to deal with these Eclipsed Demon Servants. The attribute of the Eclipsed Demon Servants was that they had high offense and brittle skin, so they would use their self-detonation to shade people. But just when Jiang Wei was about to leave, whoosh, countless attacks shot out from all around the city. They landed on the 15 Eclipsing Demon Servants in unison.
Can't hide anymore? Jiang Wei's mouth rose slightly. Did he really think that he didn't know that someone had ambushed the surroundings in advance? Boom. Boom.
A dozen explosions sounded almost simultaneously, and all 15 eclipsing demon servants around Jiang Wei blew themselves up. Below the city, densely packed silhouettes appeared.
It should be almost over. A player muttered.
With so many of them attacking en masse, coupled with the fiendish beasts self-destructing, it was impossible for Jiang Wei to survive even if he had tens of billions of life points. The people who had come were no ordinary people, they were all elites from various countries. Each and every one of them was a player with a hidden profession and an awakened talent.
Among them, the lowest was an S-ranked talent possessor.
Although these people's individual damage wasn't comparable to that of Neverwinter Nights, it was still more than enough to deal hundreds of thousands of damage. Some of these powerful characters were even able to deal millions of damage. However, as the dust from the eclipsing demon servant's self-detonation cleared, there was actually no Jiang Wei in the center of the explosion.
Where is everyone? Below, a player was confused. Could it have been killed in seconds? Someone hesitantly guessed.
If he was killed in seconds by their collective attack, there should be a system prompt. Players in the urban areas of the Blue Stars countries were also confused. So it's a group of ruthless people, no wonder they dared to snipe Neverwinter Nights.
But where are the winged knight people?
One by one, they were looking around, searching for the winged knight figure.
Holy!
He's in this crowd of players. A sharp-eyed player let out a shrill cry, pointing at a location in the image and yelling, Yang Ye is in the crowd. However, this shout of his could not be notified to the ears of those players in the Fallen Zone.
In the Fallen Zone, these Blue Star elites also realized that something was wrong.
Disperse! Someone shouted in a deep voice, don't get caught in a swarm. Fire and rain heavenly tribulation, Jiang Wei also chose to strike at this moment. He initiated a spatial leap the moment the eclipsing demon servant blew itself up, directly blending into the group of players. In the city, a group of players looked up as countless rains of fire were airborne down from above their heads.
Run! Neverwinter Nights is here. Unfortunately, it was already too late. 1886. 1886. 1886.
With a damage value of over 18 million, most of the players died without even having the time to scream. However, there were still individual players who rushed out against the fire rain heavenly tribulation.
Jiang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. This group of people was truly extraordinary.
Some of the players on the periphery just wanted to retreat.
Kill. In the crowd, a large group of players suddenly counterattacked. 1.88 million. 1.88 million. 1,880,000.
These people shocked everyone as soon as they struck, and each of them managed to deal nearly 2 million damage values.
Where did this group of ruthless people come from?
They're in league with Neverwinter Nights.
This is troublesome, Forever Night really isn't alone.
Jiang Wei chased towards the fleeing player. Since he had struck out at him, he had to be prepared for death. But right at this moment, a sudden cry came from Jiang Wei's ear that
Jade shatter. Jiang Wei's body trembled. An assassin broke the hidden strike and landed on Jiang Wei.
A weird wave swept across the entire city, and everyone looked over in unison.
An assassin holding a blood-colored dagger was stuck in Neverwinter Night's shoulder.
In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players looked at the scene in the images and,
what the hell, is this assassin funny? He can kill 10 billion life points in a second with one hit? This is a death sentence, right? The situation seems a bit off. Someone pointed at the image. Why aren't he and Neverwinter Night moving?
Ding, the survivor of the Stick Country, Park Failure, has successfully activated the Super God talent, Jade Shattering. Jade Shattering Super God talent. Characteristics: after unleashing the talent, ignore the gap 55 open 50% probability of killing the target in seconds, 50% probability of suicide. Details: I'd rather be shattered by Jade, I'll bet my life. Who will follow
this talent?
Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. All the previous attacks are padding. This Park Knot is the biggest card.
Countless pairs of eyes on Blue Star stared at Park Fuguan and Yang Ye. Who will survive? Chapter 98, Reversal. Blue Star's countless gazes stared at Neverwinter Nights in death.
The Jade Shattering talent was so buggy that it was specifically designed for outlaws. Only this Park Failure was also a ruthless person who dared to directly gamble his life with Neverwinter Night with a 55% chance.
I'm still alive.
Park Boo Boo's eyes blinked and he drew his sword to retreat.
Ha 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 ha.
Park Boo Boo went crazy, dancing with his hands and shouting under his breath.
I'm alive. I'm alive. I won the bet.
I killed the Blue Star's #1 person, Winged Knight. Just as Park failed to go crazy and yell, a horrific damage spilled out from the top of Yang Ye's head, and
1027597763. Yang Ye's blood bar was instantly cleared.
Inside the city, the Dragon Kingdom players who had rushed from the Jiangnan territory to support Yongyi all looked ashen.
Boss Yang Ye was killed just like that? No, this can't be.
They all couldn't believe it, and the crowd looked at the motionless Yangya, unwilling to accept this reality.
The nearly invincible Neverwinter Nights had died so absurdly? Just because of a super god-level talent?
In the various main cities of Blue Star, countless players also tilted their heads in bewilderment as they looked at the images.
This is too rash, isn't it? Tens of billions of life value can't hold up for a moment? Why does it feel like a farce? Ha!
In the Fallen Zone, one of the players from Sniper Eternal Night opened his mouth in surprise. How come the system hasn't declared the mission a success yet?
Yeah, the reward hasn't been given either.
A group of people finally noticed that something was wrong, and one of them snapped their eyes to Yangya.
Although Yangya's blood bar was empty, he didn't disappear into white light and still stood motionless. Ding, triggering love bond, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds.
Ding, the super god level talent Jade Shattering effect is higher than the bond, the Jade Shattering effect is still in effect. Ding, the super god talent Jade Shattering triggers a kill target decision.
Ding, target's life value is empty.
After being hit by Jade Shatter, system prompts rang continuously in Zhang Wei's ears.
Dying? Zhang Wei was a bit bewildered for a moment.
Careless, this group of S had really put in their blood in order to deal with themselves. Zhang Wei was a bit remorseful, he should have stayed in mid-air, so he wouldn't get close to him. However, it was too late to say anything now, as he watched his blood level being emptied, but there was nothing he could do about it. Even the Love Ties equipment hadn't been able to save him. However, Zhang Wei had a strange feeling in his heart. This Jade Shatter could not kill him. This feeling was somewhat inexplicable, and Zhang Wei himself could not tell where he got the strength from. It was just that the feeling of being close to the crisis of death did not appear.
Life and death drama, these 3 words flashed through Zhang Wei's mind.
But right at this moment, a system announcement suddenly rang out.
Ding, the divine grade talent Mirror Flower Water Moon is in effect.
Mirror Flower Water Moon divine talent.
Characteristics, scapegoat.
Details, Mirror Flower Water Moon, from fake to real, replacing death with life.
The system announcement voice fell, and Zhang Wei's life value instantly recovered. Who is it?
Zhang Wei looked around violently, he did not have this talent. It was someone who had unleashed the divine grade talent Mirror Flower Water Moon to die in his place. Who the hell was it? Zhang Wei did not expect that someone would sacrifice for him at the last moment.
This was completely out of his expectation.
Originally, he thought that he would activate the talent Life and Death drama at the time of death.
From afar, Park Boo-Boo's laughter came to an abrupt end.
How is this possible?
Park Boo-Boo's eyes widened.
His talent had clearly ruled Neverwinter dead, so why had he come back to life with full blood?
This is impossible. Park Boo-Boo acted a bit frantic.
He had just been celebrating the fact that he had killed Yangya, the number 1 person in Blue Star. Now Yangya was recovering intact. Park Boo-Boo was now even a little skeptical as to whether or not his talent was super god level or not. Inside the city, the players from the various countries that had surrounded Yangya, each and every one of them stood there at a loss for words. Originally, the situation had already been decided, but in the end, someone had actually unleashed a god-level talent to die for Yangye.
Who is it?
Blue Star's main cities, the hearts of countless players watching the images were a bit unbearable. The situation had once again reversed, and someone had sacrificed themselves to revive Yangye. Then next, these players who sniped Neverwinter Nights were going to be out of luck. Ding, occupying all capital city areas of Blue Star, progress completed by 30%. Ding, capturing all capital cities of the Blue Planet, progress completed 30%. The system announcement rang out, which also meant that the second fallen area was taken by Winged Knight.
Spacely, Zhang Wei's figure directly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind Park Boo-Boo. Boom, Zhang Wei slammed his fist out towards Park Boo-Boo's back. Although the Falling Echo had already been used when killing the Emperor-level Fey Beast, Zhang Wei himself had more than 1,000,000 attack power, and besides, Zhang Wei did not intend to let him die so simply. 178-3622. A damage value of nearly 2 million spilled out.
However, Zhang Wei didn't relax in the slightest, because Park Boo-Boo's blood bar had only disappeared by a third.
He actually had around 6 million life points.
Park Failure also reacted at this time, and he turned around violently as a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. Wielding his dagger, he stabbed at Zhang Wei once again.
Jade Shatter, Park Boo-Boo roared out once again.
This time again, out of everyone's expectation, this Park Boo-Boo actually used his talent to gamble for his life once again. However, this time, he was not destined to get what he wanted. Dimensional Tsunami. Zhang Wei directly released his control skill.
Park Boo-Boo's dagger stopped in mid-air. Boom.
178-3622.
Boom.
178-3622.
Boom.
178-3622.
Zhang Wei added 3 consecutive punches in one breath.
Park Boo-Boo didn't even have time to cry out in misery before he was emptied of his blood bar by Zhang Wei's 3 punches. Just like that, he died. 5 seconds later, in the urban area, the others recovered, only to have shocked expressions on their faces.
This was because everyone was clear that what happened to Park Failure was their end. Escape. Someone let out a low heckle, no longer caring about the others, turned around and fled. The crowd woke up as if in a dream, and one by one, they were also ready to bolt. However, they had clearly underestimated the power of Neverwinter Night's wide-range control skill. Dimensional spike. With Zhang Wei as the center, everyone within a radius of 10 kilometers fell into a forced stun.
Fire rain heavenly tribulation. In the city, all players were simultaneously controlled as streams of fire landed in the sky.
1886. 1886. 1886.
Zhang Wei performed his royal sword technique and flew into the air with all his firepower, alternating between releasing his sublime tsunami and fire rain heavenly tribulation.
He wanted to control these people until they died.
This time, Park failing to do so has given Yonghua another wake-up call. No matter what, you can't be careless.
Jade Shatter.
There couldn't be only one Park Fuguang in Blue Star who possessed a similar talent. The players who had come to snipe Yanye throughout the city were incinerated by the rain of fire. They could only watch in despair as they and the others were killed by streams of fire in seconds, trying to escape, but their bodies simply wouldn't listen to their commands. Soon, other than the Dragon Kingdom players who had rushed from the Jiangnan territory to support Yong Knight, all the other players were killed. In the main cities of the Blue Star, players watched the images of Yong Yi killing in all directions, brushing the top experts of various countries as if they were beast soldiers. The players from various countries who went to block Yong Yi this time were at least a few tens of thousands of people. After all, in addition to these special professions and advanced talent possessors, there were quite a few muckrakers around.
Bullish. Tens of thousands of people just gone. Neverwinter Nights kills people without blinking an eye.
Nonsense, you'd be the same if you almost died.
Who the hell took their life to save me?
After clearing the group, Zhang Wei did not have any relaxed demeanor appearing on his face. Someone had saved him with his life, but he didn't even know who that person was.
Could it be the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom? Zhang Wei secretly guessed.
Apart from the Dragon Kingdom, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could step in to help him and still save him with his life.
Chapter 99 Difficulty Soars. Big Brother is bullish. Big Brother. Jiangnan City Dragon Kingdom players hollered and surrounded them.
However, after approaching, the crowd that was still excited suddenly became shy, and one by one, they were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised that these people could come, however, he was also touched. He did not expect that there would be so many people who would dare to come to the fallen area to help him.
Thank you all for venturing over here, Zhang Wei thanked the crowd.
He, Big Brother Eternal Night is polite, a player spoke honestly, if it wasn't for Big Brother, we wouldn't have been able to get up.
That's right. Big Brother is polite.
Neverwinter Night led them to take over a dozen territories, allowing these ordinary players to directly soar up the leveling charts, and each of them also obtained a set of level 50 epics. Being a big step ahead of others in the third world could be considered a salted fish's turnaround.
Big Brother, let's go to the next fallen area together.
A player spoke with gusto. However, as soon as his words fell, a person next to him interrupted.
Stop it, what are we going over there for?
Eternal Night Big Brother has to take down the fallen zone by himself in order to complete the mission. Zhang Wei smiled at his words, he could feel that these people were thinking of him from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, this hidden mission did not limit the number of people, but Zhang Wei did not intend to let these people take the risk with him. This was only the second fallen area, and there was an imperial level, and God knows what level of foreign beasts would appear later.
Zhang Wei did not want these people to risk their lives with him. Even though with his own augmentation, these people could inherit 10% of their damage during battle, their life value was still too low. Moreover, even if they were there, they would not be of much help to Zhang Wei.
Big Brother, take care of yourself, we won't keep you any longer.
Yes, Big Brother Eternal Night has a time limit for this quest. Knowing that they couldn't delay Neverwinter Night, the Jiangnan main city players took the initiative to teleport away. A few moments later, only Zhang Wei was left in the city center. Who the hell is it?
Zhang Wei let out a bitter smile, this favor was owed big time.
Although he probably wouldn't have died without Mirror Flower Watermoon, a divine talent, saving the day.
But after all, in the end, it was this anonymous person who sacrificed himself to save him. Zhang Wei stopped for a moment and used Space Leap to appear in the third fallen area.
Over the main cities of the Blue Star, Zhang Wei's image seen switching.
In the third fallen area, the urban area screen fell into the eyes of the Blue Star players.
Crap!
A king-level alien beast.
This is a joke, right? A king-level foreign beast has become an appearance beast?
It's not surprising, after all, that Fey beast that appeared at the end of the last fallen zone was far more than king rank. In the fallen area, Zhang Wei was also a little surprised when he looked at the king-level foreign beasts in the urban area. The appearance of king-level foreign beasts was not strange, but he did not expect that this was only the third fallen area, and king-level foreign beasts had become the first foreign beasts to appear.
Zhang Wei frowned slightly, the king-level Fey beast had a life value of 1 billion, way to direct seconds. What he lacked now was time. Dimensional spike.
Fire, rain, heavenly tribulation.
Zhang Wei began to zoom in directly.
At first, he didn't even bother to use the dimensional tsunami. After all, whether it was a beast soldier or a beast general, he was able to directly second. There was no need to control it before killing it. Therefore, Zhang Wei had not used this wide-range control skill in the previous 2 fall zones. But the situation was different now. King-level beast Zhang Wei also had no way to directly second, and there was a high probability that king-level beasts would have a percentage blood loss skill. Zhang Wei no longer hit it, and began to alternately release dimensional tsunami and fire and rain heavenly tribulation. Full hard control, extreme output. In this situation, even if another blue star player came over to sneak attack, they would be directly controlled.
Crap! Neverwinter Night even has such a wide range of control skills. Isn't this nigh invincible? Without any cooldown limitations, even if there are more king-level Fey beasts, they won't be enough for him to kill.
In the image, the king-level Fey beasts within 10 kilometers were motionless, having their life values crazily consumed by the fire and rain heavenly tribulation. As for the king-level alien beasts rushing from outside the 10 kilometers, once they entered the range of 10 kilometers, one by one, they also came to a screeching halt. Within the range of 10 kilometers where Zhang Wei was, time seemed to have stood still. All the king-level alien beasts did not move at all, just waiting to die in place.
Crap, it can still play like this. This is definitely a hanging wall. This is too unfair. In the main cities of the Blue Star countries, many people couldn't stay.
Unlimited control, nearly 20 million outputs, and the king-level foreign beasts were all at his mercy.
At this rate, wouldn't the Dragon Kingdom Eternal Night be able to complete the mission 100%?
The truth was just as these people feared. As time passed, the king-level alien beasts in the urban area were cleaned up little by Winged Knight. No twists and turns appeared on the way, only that the time used by Zhang Wei had increased quite a bit. Ding, occupying all capital city districts of Blue Star, progress completed 35%. Ding, capturing all capital city districts of Blue Planet, progress completed 35%.
That's it, done. A city full of king-level alien beasts.
In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players looked at this scene in stupefaction.
Strange, how come Neverwinter Night's level hasn't changed? Yeah, if the beast soldiers and beast generals were too low-leveled in the front, but now with so many king-level bosses, Yang Ye isn't upgrading? Could it be that it's uniformly distributed only after the mission is over? Maybe.
In the Fallen Zone, Zhang Wei had finished clearing the urban area of king-level Fey beasts and was preparing to head to the Misty Zone.
Roar! 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 In the sky, a sound came rolling in. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly as the mission scenarios were changed.
In a few moments, countless beasts of different sizes rushed in all directions, surrounding Zhang Wei in the center, and the entire sky of the fallen area darkened.
Imperial-level beast swarm. Zhang Wei's face sank.
If he continued to play like this, he would not be able to fight anymore.
But things were far from that simple.
Wu low, penetrating voice came out. Outside the city, the misty area suddenly dispersed and...
Crap! This is...
Players from various countries in Blue Star stared at the misty area with wide eyes, incredulously. Chapter 100, Damage breaks 100 million.
Army? Zhang Wei's eyes stared.
Heavy infantry, throwers, spearmen, archers, heavy cavalry, charioteers. A whole formed army came out of the misty zone.
What's the point of this? But before Zhang Wei could even think about it, Roar, one of the first Imperial-level alien beasts to approach, had already begun to attack. 1,704. More than 17 million damage spilled out from Zhang Wei's body. Dimensional tsunami. Fire and rain heavenly tribulation. Improvised comedy. Zhang Wei didn't dare to be generous and directly went all out. 1886. Plus 1886. 1886.
However, this time, the control effect of the dimensional tsunami was unexpected. The bodies of the Imperial-level alien beasts within the 10-kilometer range only trembled for a moment and immediately resumed their actions. Another Imperial-level alien beast spat out countless air currents from its mouth, which rolled like sharp blades and attacked towards Zhang Wei.
805-0228. 805-0228. 805-0228.
The wind blades blew across Zhang Wei's body, more than 8 million life values were lost miserably, and Zhang Wei's bloodstain dropped by a hair at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding, skill rank suppression, sublime tsunami control effect weakened. Great suppression, Zhang Wei's face sank when he heard the system prompt. This was the second time he had encountered this situation. The first time was when Love Ties couldn't avoid the attack of the super god grade talent Jade Shatter.
Now, the dimensional tsunami was starting to fail against the Emperor-level Fey beasts.
However, Zhang Wei did not have to wait to react, as countless Emperor-level Fey beasts unleashed their attacks in unison.
Blazing flames, wind blades, frost.
All sorts of wide-range skills came from all over the sky.
For a while, the sky of the urban area was like a natural disaster.
Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was standing at the center of the natural disaster. Zhang Wei's skill, Fire Rain Heavenly Disaster, had become inconspicuous in front of these skills. If he was hit by so many skills at the same time, even if Zhang Wei had improvised comedy to restore his blood, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die.
These foreign beasts are too terrifying, aren't they? Who among us can resist? Do we still have to target Evernight? If Neverwinter Night can't even carry it off, if a group of fey beasts like this attack the main city, which main city can block it?
Blue Star's major main city players realized afterward, they just reacted to the fact that compared to the foreign beasts, Yang Ye was the one who was in the same camp as them.
But don't die Yang Ye, hold on. What happened to Yang Ye getting a planetary reward?
It was better than all of them being surrounded by such a group of foreign beasts. The wind direction was strangely reversed. The players who were originally thinking of sniping to pick up the advantage all began to worry for Yang Ye.
Big brother must hold on.
A hilarious scene appeared as countless people in Blue Star began to worry for Zhang Wei. In the Blue Star dungeon, one by one, the higher-ups of the various countries also hesitated. Many of them were overwhelmed by the victory, thinking that if they took the main city, they would be able to stand firm and at least have the backbone to deal with the foreign beasts. But now the group of fey beasts that had appeared from the misty area had woken them up from their self-consciousness.
Humans were still the weaker party when facing the beasts. Not to mention a group of them, just a few foreign beasts of this level would be able to overthrow a main city. Your Excellency, is the operation temporarily cancelled?
We simply can't cope with such a foreign beast. We're only taking down the urban areas, there's still over 80% of Blue Star that's a misty area, and there we simply don't have the strength to explore at the moment.
Conversations like this appeared in the lower city S-zones all over Blue Star.
If it wasn't for the emergence of the Imperial-level alien beast swarms, the upper echelons of the various countries of Blue Star, surprisingly, had never given up sniping at Neverwinter Nights. In the skies above the major main cities of Blue Star, the scenes of the fallen areas were synchronized in real time.
Blazing flames, wind blades, frost.
Densely dotted with terrifying skills, drowning Yang Ye. These skills isolated the line of sight of all the players in Blue Star, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. However, by the time these skills annihilated each other and disappeared, Zhang Wei was likewise nowhere to be seen.
Where are the winged knights? It won't have been seconded. Countless gazes stared deathly at the image projected over the main city, looking around for the winged knight figure. There he is. A sharp-eyed player spotted winged knight among the beasts.
Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Neverwinter Night suddenly appeared in the midst of the Imperial-ranked Fey Beast group, crazily stacking and releasing Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation.
1886. 1886. 1886.
By the time the Emperor-level alien beasts reacted, before they had time to launch their attacks, Neverwinter Night strangely disappeared again. Spatial Leap, Zhang Wei did not choose to fight hard, nor was there a need to do so. He utilized Spatial Leap to teleport and dodge away before the Emperor-level alien beasts' attack arrived. A scene that made one's scalp go numb appeared, as Yongyue was like a ghost flickering amongst the group of Fey beasts. And every time he appeared, he immediately unleashed a few Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation, before disappearing in place again. The Imperial-level Fey Beast group was caught off guard, and the beast formation was in disarray. Roar! Countless Emperor-level Fey Beasts hissed angrily and began to indiscriminately release wide-range skill attacks. However, apart from occasionally being able to attack Yang Ye, most of the other damage all fell short. Crap, it can still be played like this? Isn't Eternal Night invincible? Awesome! So many beasts can't even touch him. Refreshing my cognition again. The players in the main cities of the Blue Planet were excited again, although the number of beasts hadn't decreased. Anyone with a clear eye knew that Neverwinter Nights had already gained the upper hand. As long as it dragged on like this, winning would be a matter of time. However, Zhang Wei's expression became increasingly grave. He seemed to have the upper hand, but it was too much of a waste of time for him to kill a few tens of billions of life value Imperial-level alien beasts. Even if he stacked the Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation, he would not be able to kill the Emperor-level alien beast in seconds. What Zhang Wei lacked now was time. The swarms of Emperor-level alien beasts were constantly arriving, so he had to speed up his progress. Falling curtain echo, Zhang Wei reappeared and swung his fist to smash an Emperor-level Fey beast to his side. 103700000543. 100 billion damage value rose, and this Emperor-level alien beast was directly killed in seconds.
Crap, 100 billion damage. Bull.
Have you guys noticed, it seems like Neverwinter Nights lasts for a period of time before it can deal a godless amount of damage? Blue Star players opened their mouths in excitement, but in the next moment, countless people stared blankly, unable to utter a single word.
Curtain ashes dance.
Zhang Wei couldn't wait any longer, he had to hurry up and clear the field.
10 seconds. Zhang Wei charged his sword straight at the group of Emperor-level Fey beasts.
Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation. 103700000543.
103700000543. 103700000543. Each stream of fire from the fire rain heavenly tribulation struck 100 billion damage values, and countless imperial-level alien beasts began to wither in mid-air.
Seconds. Ding, the second act of the show opens Carnival Feast.
Current effect, 164224141 plus 127346290. Ding, triggering the first level effect of the talent Fate Tattoo, skill random damage, 1133.7 million.
Chapter 101, Lethal. 100 million?
Zhang Wei was overjoyed to hear the system prompt, but he had no time to check the skill damage right now. Zhang Wei sped with his sword, charging through the group of beasts, his fire rain heavenly tribulation skill pulling out streams of fire from the sky, and wherever he passed, he fell down. Wherever he passed, the beasts fell one after another, leaving a large area empty in an instant.
Unfortunately, the duration of Curtain Nash's dance was only 10 seconds, and Zhang Wei's Curtain Nash's dance status ended after he returned several times in the beasts.
However, the entire group of Emperor-level Fey beasts was reduced in number by a whole third.
The 100 billion group damage made the Blue Star main city players look dumbfounded.
All of Blue Star's main city players were surprisingly silent in unison, unable to say a word as they watched the real-time image. Only when Zhang Wei stopped himself with his sword did countless players come back to their senses from the shock.
Thousands. Billions. Bull. This Nima. This. There's a limit to how much you can hang out. Dude, I was thinking the same thing. What a relief. It's really a sound rain of beasts. Big Brother is awesome.
Belated cheers resounded through all the main cities. No one had expected that even after Zhang Wei had dealt tens of millions of damage values at the beginning, these Fey beasts' blood bars had only decreased by a hair. They roughly estimated that these Fey beasts had a blood count of at least 10 billion.
But in the blink of an eye, everyone was witnessing a rain of Emperor-level Fey beasts.
Why did the big guy stop? Continue. Yeah, a few more times, and all the beasts will be reduced to dregs.
What do you think? Such a perverted skill, the cooldown time must be very long.
That's right. Zhang Wei could naturally continue, but there was no need. That big move was only a one-time group injury as well, and now these Emperor-level Fey beasts were no longer worth amplifying Zhang Wei. The Emperor-level Fey beasts were obviously also dumbfounded, and the group of Fey beasts actually forgot to continue attacking for a while. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, took advantage of this gap and glanced at his skill damage. Exclusive skill, Stage Comedy, the clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill, and the mimic skill can inflict 133.7 million random damage on the target cap. 6. 133.7 million, Zhang Wei also could not hide his excitement, this earned hemp. The third world played the image in real time, originally intended to snipe Zhang Wei, but did not expect to fulfill him instead. But why didn't it continue to increase? Zhang Wei was a little puzzled. The entire Blue Star could have more than this many people. Could it be that he hadn't behaved perversely enough? Zhang Wei wasn't sure about the specific limitations of the loyal audience. At the beginning, more than 100 million loyal viewers had been added, but the 10 seconds of Curtain Nash's dance at the back did not continue to increase. By all accounts, the 10 seconds of Curtain Nash's dance should have been even more perverted. Just as Zhang Wei was thinking about this. Roar! The remaining Emperor-level Fey beasts finally reacted and started attacking again. Zhang Wei calmly looked at the beasts that were once again attacking him. Fire and rain heavenly tribulation. There was an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, when there is a 10-second gap, it's time to impress. 10 seconds ago Zhang Wei was still having some trouble handling these foreign beasts, but now. 1337. 1337. 1337. Hundreds of millions of damage values overflowed from the Emperor-level Fey beasts that entered the range of the Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Zhang Wei retreated with his sword and continuously stacked the Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation skill in front of him. In an instant, the loss of life value lost per second for each Emperor-level Fey beast was up to over a billion, and this value was still climbing. The life values of the Emperor-level foreign beasts began to fall rapidly. Roar! Blazing Flame, Wind Blade, Frost. The various large range skills released by the Emperor-level Fey beasts similarly came towards Zhang Wei. 1704. 1704. 1704. More than 17 million damage spilled out from Zhang Wei's body, but now this damage Zhang Wei didn't care at all. The amount of blood returned by the improv comedy skill was linked to the damage, and now Zhang Wei was returning more than 10 billion blood per second. Even if Zhang Wei was attacked by an Imperial-level Fey beast, his life value was always in a full-blooded state. This scene fell into the eyes of the players from the various main cities of Blue Star and became another spectacle sight. It's broken 100 million, it's broken 100 million. Neverwinter Night's damage has broken a billion. Big Brother's damage is increasing the more he fights. Did you guys only see the damage done by Neverwinter Nights?
Can't you see that his blood level hasn't dropped? Mud, it's still true. This.
Bathed in blazing flames, frost, and wind blades, I'm standing still.
This is truly invincible.
A real man, a hard shoulder to the blast, this is too combustible.
Nima's blood doesn't even drop.
As Zhang Wei's damage was increased to over 100 million, his speed of clearing these Emperor-level alien beasts with tens of billions of life value increased by quite a bit.
The number of the Imperial-level alien beasts group began to plummet.
As Zhang Wei killed the last of the Emperor-level alien beasts, the raging tide of beast emperors that had arrived was also decimated. Ding, occupying all capital city districts of Blue Star, progress completed 40%. Ding, occupying all capital city areas of Blue Star, progress completed 40%.
6 consecutive system announcements rang out.
Zhang Wei was slightly relieved when he heard the system announcements. However, his gaze whirled to the misty area, where a whole establishment of human armies still stood. From the beginning to the end of Yang Yue's slaying of the Emperor-ranked Fey Beast, this army had not made a move since the beginning. Zhang Wei stopped for a moment and summoned a batch of Black Feather Lords in place.
Earlier, when dealing with the Emperor-level foreign beasts, Zhang Wei had not summoned them.
These Lord-level foreign beasts appeared to be somewhat inadequate again. The main reason was that Zhang Wei's opponents had risen too quickly, and most of the players were still fighting beast soldiers and beast generals. Zhang Wei, however, crossed over to the beast general level, lord level, sub-king level, and king level, and began to fight with the emperor-level Fey beasts.
Go! Zhang Wei controlled the parasite lord to fly towards the misty area. Dang! Knock! Dang!
The dull sound of war drums rang out, and the archers in the army neatly drew their bows, hitched their arrows, and released their arrows.
Clank! Clang! Who?
A rain of arrows rained down towards a group of Black Feather Lords.
10,000. 10,000. Ha! Zhang Wei was stunned as he looked at the 10,000 points of damage dealt by the arrows to the summoned beasts. The damage is so low? But immediately afterward, Zhang Wei's face changed. Ding, trigger lethal. Ding, trigger lethal. In one round of flurry, all 1,000 Black Feather Lords were killed.
Zhang Wei's heart sank as the arrows unexpectedly came with a lethal special effect.
An arrow flew towards Zhang Wei through the Black Feather Lords.
Zhang Wei fiercely reached out, grasped the flying arrow, and backhandedly threw it towards the front row of soldiers of the army.
With Zhang Wei's 4 dimensions and attack power of more than 1,000,000, the power of his casual ordinary attacks could not be underestimated. However, the arrow accurately hit the front row of heavily armored soldiers, causing Zhang Wei's pupils to shrink. 1.
Only a little bit of mandatory damage from the body of the pawn rose.
In Blue Star's main city, countless players revealed horrified expressions of horror. It's over. Chapter 102 on Dead Battle Formation.
The scene of the summoned beasts being killed in seconds, with only a little damage dealt by Neverwinter Nights, caused the players from the various main cities to feel a wave of inexplicable fear. The perversity of Young Knight's summoned beasts was obvious to all of them, and now they were all killed in seconds by the archers below in a single round of fire. Coupled with the fact that Neverwinter Nights only dealt a little bit of damage, countless players only felt that this world wasn't quite normal.
This. How else can we play? 10,000 damage summoned beasts just died somehow. Yeah, the key big brother only dealt a little damage. This is not scientific.
Many people began to worry about whether Neverwinter Nights would be able to get through this hurdle in front of them. However, one after another, a group of people began to appear in the major main cities, gathering near the teleportation array. Soon, the abnormal behavior of these people caught the attention of other players. A player spoke suspiciously. What are these people up to? What are they doing?
It's not obvious. What does it mean? A straightforward player asked in confusion. What's the point? As soon as Eternal Night shows that they're outmatched, they'll immediately teleport over. Crap, they're going to throw stones?
Falling down a well doesn't really count, they just need to go over there and throw a few skills, which counts as participating in sniping Neverwinter Nights so that the quest rewards will be obtained.
Crap, this group of people are such dogs? Shameless. Who arranged this, but also shameless? What are you guys excited about, besides what is this? Some players calmly analyzed.
If Eternal Night is doomed to fail, it's indeed better to die at the hands of the players so that our side can get the rewards of the mission and maximize the benefits. Although this argument was a bit cruel, it did have a few points of truth. Quite a few people secretly nodded their heads and even moved to this idea as well. Since Eternal Night was always going to fail, it would be better to fulfill them all. Why don't we rush over there as well? A group of players were somewhat unable to hold back and began to approach the teleportation array as well.
Just then, a simple boy spoke up. Why don't we go help him out? The crowd froze. Let's just think about picking up the pieces when Neverwinter Nights fails, Simple Boy continued. Can't we go and help him out a bit? Silly boy, aren't you going over there to die?
I see that the army is not very large in number, and we can do a little bit of forced damage.
Simple Boy said seriously, if we all go over, Young Ye might be able to survive.
I won't do it if we send them to their deaths.
That's
In the fallen area, Zhang Wei's complexion was also unusually grave. The lower archer's arrow attack came with a lethal trait, which was somewhat troublesome. As for the little bit of damage thrown out by the normal attack, Zhang Wei was not worried about this. A normal attack was a normal attack, and a skill was a skill. Zhang Wei believed that his randomized damage could break their protection mechanism. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wei threw out his scrying technique towards the army below and
Undead Battle Formation. Grade, Sub-Star Battle Formation. Life value, 10,000. Characteristics.
1. Battle Formation Attack Passive, ignore target's defense, 10,000 points of fixed damage, with lethal effects 5% lethality for 100 million life value, the lower the target's life value, the higher the lethality rate, and vice versa. 2. Battle Formation Defense Passive, ignore target's attack power, every time you are attacked, you are forced to lose 1 drop of blood.
Details, Star Cannon Fodder. Others slightly. Battle Formation. An army the size of tens of thousands was surprisingly a whole.
This was out of Zhang Wei's expectation. Ignoring the target's defense, 10,000 points of fixed damage, the attack comes with a lethal special effect. It was good that the initial, however, lethality was not high, it was floating up and down based on the target's life value. 5% lethality for 100 million life value, Zhang Wei let out a slight sigh of relief. His summoned beast was only at the Lord level, with a life value of only 10 million, which was what caused the arrow lethality rate to increase. Zhang Wei was now at the beginning of 10 billion life value, and the lethality rate would be greatly reduced.
Infinite Mother's Nest. Infinite Mother's Nest. A batch of summoned beasts were summoned by Zhang Wei.
Even though the lethality rate of the undead battle formation against him was not high, Zhang Wei did not want to gamble on the summoned beasts he had in abundance.
Dang! Dang!
The dull sound of war drums resounded once again, and the battle formation archers started attacking again, whose sharp air-breaking sounds rang out sharply,
A rain of arrows shot towards Zhang Wei and his summoned beasts. 10,000. 10,000. Ding, trigger lethal. Ding, trigger lethal. Press over to me. Zhang Wei controlled the summoned beast group to charge towards the battle formation below. Spatial leap, Zhang Wei's figure disappeared in place.
In the next moment, it appeared right above the battle formation. Fire, rain, heavenly tribulation.
Fire and rain, heavenly tribulation. With the summoned beasts absorbing the fire, Zhang Wei began to output recklessly. 1337. 1337.
Hundreds of millions of damage values overflowed within the fire rain. The battle formation generals only had 10,000 life points, and although there was a battle formation defense special effect in place that could ignore the target's attack power, only 1 drop of blood was forced to be lost each time they were attacked.
However, Zhang Wei, the BUG, never relied on his own attack power for his output.
A large number of battle formation generals began to die, almost becoming a one-sided situation. However, the war formation archers below suddenly drew their bows and shot arrows towards Zhang Wei in unison. Obviously, they also realized that Zhang Wei was the biggest trouble. As for the heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, and charioteers in the battle formation, there was nothing they could do against Zhang Wei, who was in mid-air.
However, before the arrows arrived, Zhang Wei directly used Space Leap to dodge them.
Fire and rain, heavenly tribulation. Fire and rain, heavenly tribulation.
After changing his orientation, Zhang Wei continued his frantic output.
In Blue Star Main City, players watched as the real-time image situation shifted, with Zhang Wei taking the advantage again. Big Brother Eternal Night seems to be taking control of the situation.
What's going on here? Isn't it only possible to hit 1 drop of blood?
The ones who had the hardest time were the players who had stayed around the teleportation array in advance. Now they were slightly embarrassed. Originally, they had planned to take advantage of the fact that Zhang Wei had been killed before going to mix up a wave of rewards, but they didn't expect Zhang Wei to turn the situation around again.
Gentlemen, go and pick up the rewards, some players spoke out in mockery. Yeah, go now.
Don't worry, Big Brother will definitely welcome you with a sea of fire. In the Fallen Zone, Zhang Wei was in the middle of his killing spree.
Ding, the undead battle formation's battle damage exceeds 30%, entering a berserk state. Ha! Hearing the system, Zhang Wei suddenly developed a sense of foreboding. Immediately afterward, another system prompt rang in Zhang Wei's ears. Ding, locked by the undead battle formation, attack cannot be dodged. Chapter 103 Life and Death Drama. Grass, Zhang Wei's face changed.
The undead battle formation was locked on, and the attacks could not be dodged, which meant that he would have to carry all the attacks hard next. The damage of the undead battle formation wasn't high, but the problem was that it came with a lethal special effect.
The next step was to fight for luck. Zhang Wei now kind of wanted to curse, this setting was too much of a crap. If this was a player's talent, and the attacks came with a lethal effect, and the luck was a little better, wouldn't it be invincible? However, it was too late to even curse, so Zhang Wei charged towards the battle formation with his sword. He could only get the jump on them and destroy them all before the battle formation attacked as much as possible.
Fire and rain, heavenly tribulation.
Fire and rain heavenly tribulation. Zhang Wei pulled his speed to the extreme, and from a distance, it looked as if he was bringing out trailing flames behind him. The rain of fire poured down and landed in the middle of the military formation. 1337. 1337. Hundreds of millions of damage, wherever the skill range covers, directly clear the field. But even if he was fast, the undead battle formation's attack was still released. Whose sharp air-breaking sounds rang out sharply as countless arrows shot towards Zhang Wei. Space leap. Although he knew it was impossible to dodge, Zhang Wei still tried to struggle a little. Puff. Poof. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000 damage values densely overflowed from Zhang Wei's body. Zhang Wei's face was dark, the dodge failed, and the arrows automatically cruised to hit. Naturally, he didn't care about this damage, 10 billion life value. Even if he stood still, it would take a while for the undead battle formation to kill him. But in case it triggers to death, then it's over. In the main city of Blue Star, countless players looked at the suddenly furious Neverwinter Nights with some puzzlement. In the eyes of these players, although a large number of arrows hit Yangye, his life value did not decrease. Instead, the size of the undead battle formation was drastically decreasing under Yangye's frantic killing. It was clearly a sure win, but why did Yangye look a bit flustered? Big brother Yangye seems to be in a hurry? What's going on? It's not a sure win, why is big brother resisting damage again? However, this damage shouldn't be a big deal. The melon-eating masses were confused and couldn't make sense of the situation. But right at this moment, the major main city teleportation arrays lit up in a hurry. Someone went over. Crap, don't be face-off. A player noticed this scene and opened his mouth to curse angrily. Someone went to pick up the slack. How? Could it be that the big man is really in danger? Didn't see it. However, at this time, someone said in a deep voice, "Have you guys forgotten how the Eternal Night Summoner was killed?" What do you mean? This person explained, Neverwinter Night Summoner also took 10,000 points of damage, but was inexplicably killed in seconds. What's wrong with that? What? This person opened his mouth in contempt. It means that the army's attack must have come with a similar effect like decapitation, killing, and lethality. Although I don't know what's going on, right now Yangye can't dodge the attacks and could be killed at any time. For a while, the scene quieted down and a moment later, someone muttered in a low voice, "Then should we go as well?" The words fell. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and although no one immediately expressed their opinion, they were all a bit intrigued. The reward for the mission to block the Eternal Night was too generous. Fallen Zone. Zhang Wei was frantically harvesting battle formation generals, unaware that a large number of Blue Star players had already teleported over. Dang! Dang! The war drums and the battle formation sounded. Who? Fierce air-breaking sounds rang out sharply. In the next second, a large number of spears were thrown out in unison. 10,000. 10,000. It was still 10,000 damage, and it was a good thing that the lethal special effect never triggered. It was the first time since Zhang Wei became the lord of the territory that he was so wary of the 10,000 damage. The chance of 100 million life value triggering the lethal effect was 5%. The higher the life value, this chance would also decrease. He himself had 10 billion life values, 100 times more than the base 100 million life values. If this probability is reduced, then the chance of being lethal to oneself should only be 0.05%. 0.05%, this probability was already very low. Unless one was really that unlucky, it would be impossible to trigger it. Zhang Wei was slightly comforted by this projection. However, his men did not relax in the slightest, and skills were continuously thrown out, frantically harvesting the battle formation generals. The number of the size of the undead battle formation was also decreasing rapidly by 70%, 60%, 40%, 20%, 10%. There were very few generals left in the battle formation, and it looked like victory was close at hand. But at that moment, a large group of people came out from the city and, without any further ado, all sorts of long-range skills smashed down towards Neverwinter Nights and the undead battle formation. Ha! Zhang Wei froze. 1. 38,344. 424,644. Zhang Wei's million defense nowadays, ordinary players couldn't break the defense at all, and occasionally some special attacks could only deal some damage. Dragon Kingdom Eternal Night, these generals' attacks come with a death special effect, so don't you die in vain, we'll just touch it. Ah, you don't care about our damage anyway, in case we die, it's still considered as us accomplishing our mission. That's right, if you die like this, it's still a worthy death. You Dragon Kingdom has an old saying, people have a death is heavier than imnitai and lighter than red hair, you are considered heavier than imnitai like this. A hint of sternness flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes, these people even took advantage of the fire. However, now was not the time to deal with these people, the biggest threat to him was still the king's battle formation. Zhang Wei had no time to care about these attacks as he continued to unleash the fire rain heavenly tribulation to clear the undead battle formation.
However, in the next second, Ding, suffering curse negative buff, full attributes decreased by 10%.
Ding, suffered a slow negative buff, movement speed decreased by 10%. Ding, suffered stagnation negative buff, attack speed decreased by 10%.
System prompts rang out continuously. Damn it! Zhang Wei's killing heart rose. Subdimensional tsunami.
No matter what, letting this negative buff accumulate, his killing efficiency was also affected. Zhang Wei threw out his control skills, and the players who were still arrogant just now suddenly quieted down. However, the undead battle formation was not affected in the slightest, and the various attacks continued to slam onto Zhang Wei.
Zhang Wei didn't feel any surprise. The subdimensional tsunami was already ineffective against the Emperor-level Fey beasts, not to mention the sub-star-level undead battle formation.
Zhang Wei alternated releasing the Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation and the Sublime Tip Tsunami, and without the interference, the number of undead battle formations became less and less.
It's over. The last batch of generals were killed, and Zhang Wei's expression slowed down. Ding, trigger lethal. Ding, life value returns to 0. Zhang Wei was stunned. The last few attacks triggered lethal? Ding, triggering the talent Life and Death Play. Chapter 104, Life and Death Play Sacrifice. Ding, triggering lethal.
The system's icy prompt exploded in his ears, and Zhang Wei's pupils shrunk violently as a strong sense of crisis swept through his body. Immediately afterward, there was another prompt.
Ding, life value returns to 0. Ding, triggering the talent Life and Death Play.
The consecutive system prompts caused Zhang Wei's mood to tumble like a roller coaster ride. After being triggered to death by the last few attacks of the undead battle formation, immediately afterward, he triggered the talent Life and Death Play. This dramatic turn of events caused him to be somewhat unable to react for a moment. Ding, restoring 5.1 billion life values.
It
directly restored nearly half of the life value. Zhang Wei uttered in surprise, his eyes filled with shock. However, before he could slow down from this shock, another system prompt rang out. Ding, the life value limit has been raised by 5.1 billion, and the current life value limit is 15.5 billion. Zhang Wei's breath suddenly caught in his throat as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He looked at his attribute panel incredulously. Not only had he recovered half of his life value, but he had also raised his life value limit.
This life and death play talent mechanism was too heaven-defying, wasn't it?
Zhang Wei hurriedly looked at his talent details, and the introduction of life and death play came into view.
Theater of life and death.
Effect: when a death crisis occurs in a performance, the clown sacrifices the lives of the audience present, using the audience's flesh and blood as sustenance, restoring the corresponding life value and permanently raising his own life ceiling.
Details: hey, this show, I'm going to start charging for it. This.
Zhang Wei's heart was beating wildly as he looked at the talent effect. Right at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and turned around violently. Only to see that at the back, the large group of Blue Star players who had come to pick up the pieces were currently dead, with none alive.
Zhang Wei's pupils shrunk. 5.1 billion life value is from these people.
At the same time, in the main cities of Blue Star, countless players were watching the real-time images intently. Everyone held their breath when they saw that Neverwinter Nights was attacked and fell into stasis. But in the blink of an eye, the Blue Star players who had rushed to pick up the pieces fell to the ground in unison and died, while Neverwinter Nights resumed action. This bizarre scene caused everyone to freeze.
What's going on here? A player asked dazedly, how did that group of people die in good time? How should I know?
To the side, someone shook his head helplessly.
Damn, I have a crazy idea. Quickly say it quickly. A player trembled and spoke. They couldn't have been being swallowed up by eternal night. The hearts of the surrounding group of players couldn't help but tremble when they heard this.
This player continued, it's likely that the attack triggered lethality, and Neverwinter Night should have died. Only those people at the scene
went to their deaths for Neverwinter Nights.
The crowd fell silent, and had to say that it was quite possible.
Other than this explanation, they couldn't think of any other reason.
In the fallen area, Zhang Wei came back to his senses from the shock brought about by the life and death drama. He looked down at his hands and muttered, sacrificing the entire audience restores one's life value and permanently raises the life ceiling.
As long as the audience exists around me, then I won't die.
No, Zhang Wei suddenly realized a problem. The life and death drama should actually only be able to revive once. This was because the clown sacrificed the entire audience.
If he died a second time and there was no audience to sacrifice, then he would not be resurrected.
Nonetheless, this talent was simply strong to the point of perversion.
This talent currently does not distinguish between enemy and self. Could it be that one is destined to be alone on the road?
Zhang Wei revealed a strange look. With this talent in place, once he died, it was highly likely that he would sacrifice his own people along with him.
Just as Zhang Wei was pondering over all this, a system announcement came belatedly.
Ding, occupying all capital city areas of the Blue Planet, progress completed at 45%. Ding, occupying all capital city areas of the Blue Planet, progress completed at 45%.
Dragon Kingdom, Dungeon, Zone S.
Inside a garden, a dozen people were sitting around. One person spoke softly, his tone full of marvel. Neverwinter Nights is really strong beyond comprehension now. On the side, another person picked up, even if he had gathered all of Joker's unique equipment, it's impossible for him to do this, right? It should be a matter of his talent. From what I've seen so far, Joker's unique equipment, Winged Knight, is still short of that unique weapon. When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Currently everyone knew that Winged Knight's profession was Joker, but no one knew what his talent was.
A moment later, one person hesitantly said, "Then Kyoto main city."
In the main seat, the old man who had been silent all this time spoke faintly. If Yang Ye can complete the third fallen area, he will give Kyoto main city to him. The people present froze at the words.
The old man did not have the good sense to say, could it be that the last great battle is placed in Kyoto main city? Fallen zone.
Zhang Wei stood for a few moments, never seeing the foreign beasts reappear.
Is it still back in the urban area?
Zhang Wei frowned slightly. From the appearance of the Emperor-level Fey beasts and the undead battle formation in this third fallen zone, the flow of the hidden quests and the normal retaking of the fallen zone quests had changed. Zhang Wei also had to feel his way around on his own. However, before returning to the urban area, he took another look at the 5 skills he had copied: the Infinite Materia, Subsonic Shriek, Fire and Rain, Heavenly Tribulation, Space Leap, and Imperial Sword Art. Since the additional, Good Show Start, unique equipment, Zhang Wei was able to copy 6 skills, and now there was still an empty skill bar. The Infinite Mother's Nest was only a Lord-level summon, and it was now somewhat inadequate. Moreover, since his damage had increased up, the output of the summoned beast was significantly inferior to the large-range damage skills. Now the summoned beast was being used as his meat shield again. Moreover, the only control skill, the King-level Fey beast's subvocal shriek, was also somewhat outdated. It was basically ineffective in the face of a King-level Fey beast. The only practical ones now were Spatial Leap, Imperial Sword Art, and Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation, the 3 skills.
It's time to replace the skills, Zhang Wei muttered and headed towards the urban area.
For safety's sake, Zhang Wei summoned another batch of summoned beasts to scout ahead. Being careful was a good idea, and Zhang Wei didn't want to have any more accidents.
Can we lure some people over?
As he neared the city center, this thought popped up in Zhang Wei's mind. In the major main cities of Blue Star, it was estimated that there were still quite a few players who wanted to snipe him for quest rewards, and he needed some audience now. However, how to lure them was becoming a problem. Fishing for law enforcement was very tactical, and it was too obvious that no one was expected to fall for it. However, as soon as Zhang Wei stepped into the urban area, roar! Roar! 2 beast roars interrupted his thoughts. 2 foreign beasts, standing in the air, were gazing at Zhang Wei. Just 2 Emperor-level Fey beasts? Zhang Wei looked at the 2 Fey beasts and threw out his scrying technique. Right now, the Emperor-level Fey beasts were no threat to Zhang Wei. After all, he had just exterminated a bunch of them. Daylight Brilliance Imperial Grade 7 stars? Level, 110. Life value, 70 billion. Attack power, 20 million. Skill. Blazing Sun Burning World active, summons a blazing sun, with light covering 20 kilometers, continuously scorching targets within range, dealing real damage at 5% max life value per second for 20 seconds. Red Sun Rift active, fires a beam of energy through space, dealing 1000% of attack power undefended damage. Sun Recovery passive, immediately restores 10% of life lost for every 15% of life lost. Nightmare Imperial 7 stars. Level, 110. Life value, 70 billion. Attack power, 20 million. Skill. Eternal Nightfall active, unfolds a dark moon field that covers 20 kilometers, reducing the vision of all targets to 10 meters and reducing hits by 50% for 20 seconds. Dark Soul active, releases a dark moon ray that penetrates the soul, dealing 600% of true damage and converting 20% of the target's current life value into a shield when it hits. Dark Moon Blessing passive, gain 30% damage reduction for every 15% of life lost for 8 seconds. Notes. Day and Night Twins, Day Brilliance and Nightmare Life Sharing, only if both Fae are killed at the same time within 5 seconds, otherwise the Fae with 0 life value will recover 100% of its life value and reset all skill cooldowns after 10 seconds. Zhang Wei froze. Chapter 105 The Last City. Blazing Sun Burning World, Red Sun Splitting Sky, Underworld Slamming Soul. Zhang Wei's eyes glistened as he looked at the 2 Emperor-level exotic beasts. Blazing Sun Burning World was to summon the Blazing Sun, with the light covering 20 kilometers and continuously scorching targets within the range, dealing real damage of 5% of maximum life value per second. The range of this skill was far greater than the Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation, and with such a large skill range, there was nowhere to hide. And the Blazing Sun Rift and Underworld Slam were both single output suitable for releasing falling curtain echoes. The moment he saw these skills, Zhang Wei had one thought in his mind: mine, all mine. It was simply heavenly for this not to be copied over. As for the day and night duality trait of the 2 Fey beasts, it was directly ignored by Zhang Wei. Perhaps this trait was a big trouble for others, but for Zhang Wei there was no difficulty at all. The thing he was most afraid of was the dual life trait. Besides, even if he were to kill these two emperor-level Fey beasts in a second, it would be easy. One falling echo was enough. Zhang Wei looked at these two emperor-level alien beasts again, and was more and more satisfied as the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. However, this scene fell into the sights of the players in the main city, but it became a different landscape that Big Brother Eternal Knight isn't having some kind of beast fetish, is he? It's possible, or else why is he showing this expression to the two beasts? Mud, my wife hasn't even looked at me like this. Roar! The 7-star Emperor-level beast Day Brilliant suddenly flared up as it stared at Zhang Wei. It was the first time that someone dared to ridicule it like this. Boom! The temperature around them rose dramatically, and a crimson sphere appeared in the sky. The entire urban area became red as if it had fallen into a giant furnace. Just in time. Zhang Wei was delighted and threw out stage comedy. Ding, successfully imitating and copying the Blazing Sun Burning World skill. In hand. Without any hesitation, Zhang Wei directly released Blazing Sun Burning World. The two suns were in the sky. One after the other, the light shone down on Zhang Wei and the two emperor-level alien beasts. Ding, suffering burn damage, losing 5% of life value real damage per second for 20 seconds. 775 million. 775 million. Terrifying damage values overflowed from Zhang Wei's body. Improvised comedy, Zhang Wei's face changed and he hastily released his blood restoration skill. He was so happy that he forgot about it. 133.7 million. 133.7 million. Plus 133.7 million. Plus 1.337 billion. Hundreds of millions of damage similarly rose from the two emperor-level foreign beasts, and Zhang Wei's life value was slowly recovering. However, the speed of life value recovery was clearly lower than the percentage blood deduction. Fortunately, this skill percentage blood deduction only lasted for 20 seconds, and Zhang Wei could still stack the skill. Blazing Sun Burning World. Blazing Sun Burning World. Zhang Wei began to frantically refresh his skills, outputting while returning blood. And at this time, the other nightmare attacked. Ding, in the field of Eternal Nightfall, vision reduced to 10 meters, hit reduced by 50% for 20 seconds. The system prompt rang out, and the visibility over the entire city plummeted, just like the Eternal Night descending. Zhang Wei's eyes went black, and he could only see 10 meters around him, and the two emperor-level alien beasts disappeared from view. Stage comedy, Zhang Wei, regardless of anything else, threw out his skill towards the nightmare's approximate direction. Ding, successfully imitating and copying the Eternal Nightfall skill, has replaced the subvocal shrill. Another one arrived. Eternal Nightfall, Zhang Wei's skill that was still warm from copying over, was immediately released. Since I can't see you guys, you shouldn't look either. In Blue Star Main City, the players initially saw an extra round of red sun in the sky, and began to worry for Neverwinter Nights again. However, immediately afterward, Yang Ye unexpectedly released a red sun as well. Before the Blue Star players could react, blackness descended over the fallen area, and Yang Ye and the two foreign beasts all disappeared into pitch blackness. How did the sky get dark? What is the situation now? Who knows, there's no difference between what I saw and what you saw. What the? I miss when I had a membership and could get early spoilers. Luckily, no matter if it was Blazing Sun Burning World or Eternal Night Descent, the duration of the skill was only 20 seconds, and soon the fallen area returned to normal. However, Zhang Wei didn't stop releasing the stacking skills. The entire urban area was like a furnace, and the two emperor-level alien beasts were reflected in red. 133.7 million. 133.7 million. Plus 133.7 million. Plus 1.337 billion. The life value of the emperor-level Fey beasts began to drop. However, these two emperor-level Fey beasts each had the life-saving passive skills Blazing Sun Recovery and Dark Moon Blessing, so their bloodlines were still very safe. With a loud bang, a cylindrical ray that penetrated through space passed through Yang Yue's body. 1.0 billion. The red sun cracked the sky. Ding, successfully imitated and copied the Red Sun Rift skill. It has replaced Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Third. Zhang Wei looked delighted. Blazing Sun Burning World, Red Sun Rift, and Eternal Night Descent, these three skills were all in hand. Together with Imperial Sword Technique, Spatial Leap and Infinite Mother's Nest, Zhang Wei's 6 duplicate skill bars were full. Although the Infinite Mother's Nest was a bit inadequate now, it was still barely adequate for pulling hatred and attracting firepower. It's almost done, Zhang Wei whispered as he looked at the two emperor-level alien beasts that were continuously losing and recovering blood. Because of the day and night dual life skill, it was difficult to kill these two beasts with normal output skills alone. However, the last thing Zhang Wei lacked was abnormal output. Space Leap, Zhang Wei adjusted his stance first. Falling Echo. Red Sun Rift. Energy beam shot out, almost simultaneously penetrating the two emperor-level alien beasts. 173.4 billion.
173.4 billion. Two hundreds of billions of damage values rose from these two Emperor-level alien beasts.
Ding, occupying all capital city districts of Planet Blue, progress completed at 50%. Ding, occupying all capital city areas of the Blue Planet, progress completed by 50%.
A system announcement rang out at the right time. Last two left.
It was one step closer to mission completion, but Zhang Wei did not see half a bit of joy. This was because these two capital main cities contained the Dragon Kingdom Kyoto.
But just at this moment, ding, the Dragon Kingdom camp has gifted the Kyoto main city to Neverwinter Nights.
Ding, occupying all capital city areas of Blue Star, progress completed 70%.
Zhang Wei froze, gave it to me? This was completely out of Zhang Wei's expectation. That leaves the last fallen area. Zhang Wei muttered. How difficult would the last fallen area be? Unknown.
But having reached this point, one could only continue. After saying that, Zhang Wei used a spatial leap and directly appeared in the last fallen area.
Blue Star, the last capital main city fallen zone. Zhang Wei was stunned when he just teleported over. No foreign beasts?
Not a single foreign beast existed in the entire city.
What the hell?
Zhang Wei was also confused.
There were no foreign beasts in the city. Could it be in the Misty Zone?
Thinking so, Zhang Wei arrived at the Misty Zone outside the city with his sword.
However, the Misty area was also missing any traces of fey beasts. There's nothing inside or outside the city? Zhang Wei frowned. Right at this moment,
Zhang Wei seemed to have sensed something and slowly raised his head, looking towards the giant red sphere in the sky.
Grass. Chapter 106 Substar.
The star that was wrapped in the living thing became a reddish-red sphere when the blue star mutation began.
Now, this huge crimson sphere was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Zhang Wei stared at the ever-growing crimson sphere and muttered, "No way." This scene greatly exceeded Zhang Wei's expectations. As the red sphere was getting bigger, it meant that it was getting closer and closer to Blue Star. Due to the fact that a 7-star Imperial-level beast had appeared in the last fallen area, Zhang Wei had thought that a 10-star Imperial-level beast, or even an Imperial-level beast or above, might appear next. However, he never thought that this living thing in the sky would come down. How big would something that could wrap around a star be? This was simply not something that man could fight against, so it was no wonder that Zhang Wei couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Not only Zhang Wei, but also the players from all the main cities who saw the stellar's movement through the real-time image changed their colors in unison.
No way? A player's eyes widened. How did Stellar move? Could it be? Another player panicked. The stellar star isn't going to devour the blue star? What the hell is there to fight about?
On the blue star, but any educated friend knows that the star is 1.3 million times the size of the blue star. In other words, it can hold 1.3 million blue stars. If the star really came close to devouring the blue star, not to mention them, even the human beings living in the underground city would not be able to survive. Panic quickly spread through the crowd, and many people revealed a look of despair.
Was it caused by the Neverwinter Nights mission? Why don't we just let Neverwinter Nights just give up on the mission? That's not right. You guys see that Stellar stopped.
In the fallen area, Zhang Wei was slightly relieved that the living thing he thought had not continued to land.
Immediately afterward, however,
in the sky above the blue star, space rippled as a large number of crimson beasts suddenly appeared.
Teleportation. Zhang Wei's gaze sank.
These foreign beasts that appeared inexplicably had teleported directly from somewhere. These crimson-colored fey beasts sensed something, and in the next moment, they unexpectedly disappeared en masse again. Zhang Wei froze at the sight, followed by a drastic change in his face.
Blazing sun burning world. Eternal night descends. Blazing sun burning world.
Regardless, Zhang Wei began to frantically release stacking skills around himself.
Sure enough, the next moment,
just a short distance away from Zhang Wei, space rippled as the batch of crimson beasts descended directly in front of Zhang Wei.
133.7 million. 133.7 million.
Due to being in the coverage range of the blazing sun burning world skill, a large amount of damage values overflowed from these crimson beasts.
Improvised comedy.
As a precautionary measure, Zhang Wei directly applied the blood restoration skill to himself first, before throwing out the scrying technique, the
Red Devil. Rank, sub-star. Life value, 100 billion. Attack power, 70 million. Skills, 1. Teleportation active, can teleport between near planets, 2. Anti-damage active? Rebounds 30% real damage. 3. Magic sound active, sound wave attack, dealing 1000% attack power damage. 4. Self-destruct passive, life value below 10%, triggers self-destruct attack, damage equals life value left. Details, a space swarming group living in a small meteorite belt. Zhang Wei's face sank as he read the information on the Crimson Beast.
Substarred Red Devil, not only could it bounce back 30% real damage and 10 times the attack power of sonic damage, it would also trigger self-destruction when it fell below 10% of its life value. Calculating with Zhang Wei's 133.7 million damage, a Red Devil counter damage can cause 40 million damage values and 700 million in sonic damage. But the most troublesome thing is the self-detonation attack. 10% of the Red Devil's life value is 10 billion, which is equal to the 10 billion damage that will be inflicted on Zhang Wei. The first two output skills, Zhang Wei with improv comedy blood can completely offset. But this self-explosion attack can't be cancelled out. A head is 10 billion damage value, two heads together self-detonation Zhang Wei is gone, and the number of Red Devils, there are tens of thousands of them. His ear-piercing shrill chirps sounded as the Red Devils began to launch a sonic attack.
700 million. Miss. 700 million. Miss. 700 million. 70 million.
Even with improvised comedy returning blood, in this instant, Neverwinter Night's blood level plummeted by 2/3. However, because Neverwinter Nights descended in, at a range of 20 kilometers, the hits were reduced by 50% and the Red Devil's attack had a large number of misses, which allowed Zhang Wei to get a moment of respite.
And
that's 70 million damage value. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, and his Imperial Sword charged directly into the Red Devil Beast group. The Joker stage attenuated 90% of the damage, but this skill only took effect within a range of 1,000 meters, and it was important to close the distance between him and the Red Devils as much as possible. In the Red Devil group, Zhang Wei continuously stacked Blazing Sun Burning World, and soon, a spectacle appeared in mid-air. A blazing sun appeared like a giant fireball, hanging in the air, and Zhang Wei's life value began to rise.
Neverwinter Night has actually stabilized.
Nearly 70% of his blood was directly dropped at the beginning. I thought that Neverwinter Nights would be killed in seconds.
That's right, Yang Ye's blood recovery skill is so perverse that it's actually linked to his damage.
In the various main cities of Blue Star, countless players looked at this scene and let out gasps of amazement. Neverwinter Night's blood return value was consistent with his output. This is only the first wave of the foreign beasts. A player was still not optimistic. This is the last main city, it's definitely not that simple.
The crowd nodded silently as they heard this. If Eternal Night took this main city, the mission would be completed directly.
According to previous experience, there had to be at least 3 or 4 waves of Fey Beast attacks.
Eh?
A player froze and exclaimed, someone entered the teleportation array again.
Still can't help it?
The Big Brothers have stabilized the situation, why are they still going over there?
Because this is the last chance.
That's right, they're trying to fight it out.
Fallen Zone.
Zhang Wei watched as a large number of Red Devil's blood levels continued to decrease, but his complexion grew more and more grave. Right now, he was able to withstand the Red Devil's output, but he really didn't have much confidence in that last self-destruct skill of the Red Devil. Zhang Wei was paying close attention to the Red Devil's blood level, and once it dropped to around 40%, he was ready to directly launch the Curtain Echo. Then, with the help of Dance of the Ashes, he will be able to kill all the bloodied Red Devils so that they won't have a chance to self-destruct. The only thing Zhang Wei is worried about right now is that he is afraid that if he operates like this, the Red Devils will still be able to trigger self-destruct, which would be really troublesome. After all, self-destruct was a passive skill of the Red Devils, and did not need to be actively released.
A few moments later.
Almost there.
Zhang Wei whispered, and towards a fallen Red Devil. Falling Echo. Red Sun Rift.
Boom, the pillar of energy light penetrated the Red Devil's body.
33.33 trillion. This damage. Zhang Wei froze. 33 trillion. But the next second.
Boom, the Red Devil's body directly exploded, and a wave of aftermath instantly swept through Zhang Wei.
10 billion. Marred. Zhang Wei's face darkened.
The worst-case scenario had occurred, and it would still trigger the self-destruct.
The Neverwinter Night's blood bar is going to be empty.
In the main cities, the teleportation arrays lit up frantically.
Chapter 107 Planetary Creatures.
The Red Devil blew itself up, and Zhang Wei directly dropped 10 billion life values. The players who were originally prepared to pick up the pieces immediately couldn't sit still and entered the teleportation array one after another. Even with the previous experience of the last player's bizarre death, there were still some people who went forward.
There was no lack of moths to the flame under heavy profit. Fallen Zone. Zhang Wei had a grave expression on his face.
Even if he killed the Red Devil in seconds, he would still trigger the passive self-destruction, which was simply insurmountable. However, just at this moment, a player figure appeared below the city area.
Eh? Zhang Wei froze, coming?
Zhang Wei's heart warmed and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
These good people had come at the right time. Without any hesitation, Zhang Wei decisively released Curtain Ash's dance.
Curtain Ash's dance lasts for 10 seconds, falling Curtain Echo damage output, combined with Blazing Sun Burning World large range burning damage.
33.33 trillion. 33.33 trillion. 33.33 trillion.
It didn't take 10 seconds at all, and almost at the same time, terrifying damage values overflowed from Red Devil's body.
Immediately after that. Boom. Boom.
All the Red Devils triggered the self-destruct passive. So many red devil face self-destructed, like a brilliant firework blooming. The aftermath of the explosion formed a terrifying storm, and Jiang Wei was at the center of the storm.
100 billion. Jiang Wei's blood bar directly emptied. Ding, life value to 0. Ding, triggering the talent life and death play.
Ding, restoring 10.1 billion life value. Ding, life value limit increased by 10.1 billion, current life value limit 25.6 billion. In Blue Star Main City, countless players watched as Winged Knight's life value emptied in the explosion. But next, a bizarre scene reappeared. Inside the city, a large number of players who had just arrived fell down in unison. At the same time, Neverwinter Night once again resurrected with full blood.
Can Eternal Night really devour other players and revive them?
This nigga that's going to pick up the pieces, this is going to send them to their deaths, but instead, it's disguised as a favor to Neverwinter Nights. Countless players in the main city looked at the large group of people who had died strangely, and they were all scared for a while. Luckily, they hadn't rushed over in time, or else they would have ended up like this as well. A direct increase of 10.1 billion life values. Jiang Wei looked down at the corpses all over the ground below. How many people are here? After leaving the novice village, the players' level also started to increase, and after this period of development, the blood volume was mostly in the range of 100,000 to a few 100,000. Calculating this way, almost 100,000 people died this time. It doesn't seem like a lot, there are at least a few billion people in Blue Star. Jiang Wei could not help but be stunned when this thought just rose. How could he have such a perverted thought? Just then. Ding, occupying all capital city districts of Blue Star, progress completed 80%. Ding, occupy all capital city areas of the Blue Planet, progress completed 80%.
6 consecutive system announcements rang out. 80%. Neverwinter Nights is really going to finish. Looks like there's no way to stop him. To go over there is to help resurrect Neverwinter Nights. How else can we stop it?
Regardless of whether it was ordinary players or the upper echelons of various countries, they all realized this after these two bizarre deaths of large numbers of players.
Area S of the Stick Country Dungeon.
As long as we don't go over there, there's still a chance that Neverwinter Nights will fail. That's right, after all, he should have been killed in the first wave of Fae, we just didn't expect us to send someone over to fulfill him instead.
So we'll just sit and wait for Neverwinter Nights to die?
We won't be able to get the quest rewards that way either, so why bother? Then we can't let the Dragon Kingdom Winged Knight get the planetary reward either. Not bad, or else the Dragon Kingdom will really crush us. The same conversation almost appeared in the underground S-zones of the Blue Star countries.
Dragon Kingdom, Undercity, S-zone.
Yang Ye was actually able to resurrect.
It should be related to his talent. Wouldn't this be stable? The countries won't send people to snipe him anymore. In the fallen area, Jiang Wei's complexion was unusually grave. He rose with his sword and waited for the next wave of foreign beasts to appear. The first wave of Fey beasts was of the sub-star level, and he could not be sure what level of Fey beasts would appear next. Moreover, for the first time, Jiang Wei felt the pressure. Without that batch of players coming to die, there really wasn't much he could do in the face of the Red Devil self-destructing. However, Jiang Wei waited for a few moments and never saw any Fey beasts appear. Could it be going outside the city?
Jiang Wei frowned slightly. However, Jiang Wei was just about to move. Ding, given that the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom camp has taken the initiative to give away the main city, resulting in a decrease in the number of quest rings and a corresponding increase in the difficulty of the quest. Ding, given that the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom camp took the initiative to give away the main city, resulting in a decrease in the number of quest rings and a corresponding increase in the difficulty of the quest.
Jiang Wei was stunned. Difficulty elevated? In the various main cities of Blue Star, players reacted differently.
Dragon Kingdom is lifting a stone to hit its own foot. Dragon Kingdom has sort of helped this time.
Why are you guys gloating? There's no harm for us if Yang Ye completes the mission, right? What do you mean no harm? It's not like Yang Ye is one of us.
That's right, Yang Ye not completing it means we have a chance to complete this mission.
You can take down the main city alone? You can deal with a king-level foreign beast alone?
I can't right now. When I reach level 100 as well, I can't say I'll be able to do it.
That's right, Neverwinter Nights is just ahead of us in terms of level and equipment.
I don't think it's a matter of level, equipment, a player who was still a bit self-aware said in a deep voice. Even if I'm level 100, I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it with a full-body artifact.
Che, you're not worrying about nothing. The conversation suddenly came to an abrupt end as everyone stared dumbfounded at the real-time image.
In the fallen area, Jiang Wei looked at the sky above with an unusually grave expression. At the end of the sky above, countless black dots appeared. As time passed, the black dots began to gradually grow in size. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. The entire fallen area was enveloped by a huge shadow. A foreign beast thousands of meters in size.
Jiang Wei revealed a shocked expression.
Blazing sun burning world.
Blazing sun burning world.
A hint of madness flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes as he began to stack his skills, and a round of blazing sun appeared above his head. Ding, planetary creatures have appeared on the blue planet. Ding, planetary organisms are suppressing the blue planet survivors' life levels. Ding, the law of class suppression. When a high-class creature is attacked by a low-class creature, all damage is reduced to 1% and it is immune to any negative buffs. The system announcement fell, and a planetary creature entered the scorching range of the blazing sun-burning world skill. 133-7830. 133-7830. Damage overflowed from the planetary creature's body. Zhang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the Joker's random damage was even suppressed. Throughout Blue Star, everyone looked at the real-time projection in unison. This Neverwinter Night is completely finished this time. Chapter 108, My Turn. For a while, the main city of Blue Star was filled with all sorts of words that were bad for Neverwinter Nights. The third world announced the existence of planetary creatures, the existence of class suppression. All damage decays to 1%, which means that any damage received is reduced by 99% and is immune to all negative buffs. This is similar to life level suppression. Young Knight originally had hundreds of millions of damage, and it directly attenuated to more than 1 million. Faced with such a huge gap, how could Neverwinter Night deal with so many planetary creatures? Only, in the crowd, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Is it? Why do I think we're finished too? When these words came out, the surroundings instantly quieted down. Are the planetary creatures prepared by the third world for Neverwinter Nights alone? This time Neverwinter Nights, next time it will be us. For a while, the entire main city players calmed down. They were looking forward to the system quest rewards and had been trying to make Yang Ye fail. But they were also in the middle of the third world trials. Sooner or later, they would also face these planetary creatures. As the saying went, when the sky collapsed, there was a tall man to hold it up. But when the tall man is gone, it's their turn. When Yang Ye died, their end was sealed. Even someone as perverted and open as Yang Ye couldn't beat them, it was even more impossible for them. So, it's just a matter of time sooner or later. All along, the Fey Beasts have been our greatest enemy, not Yang Ye. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing how to refute this statement. In the real-time image, more and more planetary creatures entered the range of Neverwinter Night skills. Clearly 1 million damage values. 1 million damage was a damage value that was out of their reach right now. But those planetary creatures, the blood bars barely changed much. It was only after a moment that someone whispered, it seems. It's something like this. Fallen Zone. Zhang Wei's complexion was unusually grave, as he had thrown out his scrying technique long ago, but did not obtain any useful information. Planetary Trial Beast. Grade, Planet. Life value, unknown. Skills, unknown. Details, unknown. Planetary Trial Beast. Zhang Wei's mouth was a bit bitter, life value unknown, skills unknown. However, Zhang Wei did not sit back and wait for death. Before these planetary creatures completely descended, Zhang Wei utilized Space Leap to spread blazing sun-burning world over the entire urban area, and added improvised comedy to himself in advance. There was only so much Zhang Wei could do with a limited time. Roar! A roar rang out. A planetary creature launched an attack towards Zhang Wei. A wind blade slash instantly arrived with a 7.8 billion. Zhang Wei's life value was directly emptied by a third. Plus 1337830. Plus 1337830. A large amount of over 1 million life recovery values rose up, quickly pulling Zhang Wei up to full capacity. However, this was just a planetary creature attacking. In the next moment, a large number of wind blades swept in. Space Leap. Zhang Wei was prepared this time and disappeared in place in advance. Poof, poof, poof. The wind blades cut through the air, and the attack fell short. Can dodge. Zhang Wei appeared on the other side of the city, his expression ecstatic. Zhang Wei kept releasing blazing sun-burning world, ready to use spatial leap to dodge the next attack. Hiss! A sharp air-breaking sound rang out as a large number of planetary creatures attacked again. Space Leap. Zhang Wei also disappeared once again. About a few billion. Zhang Wei stared at the planetary creatures dead-on, secretly calculating the accumulated damage value. Without complete certainty, Zhang Wei did not dare to use Falling Echo rashly, he only had one chance. However, after Zhang Wei managed to dodge it twice, the group of planetary creatures did not launch another wind blade attack. Just as Zhang Wei was puzzled, the wind suddenly picked up in the entire fallen area. Zhang Wei froze. A soft and refreshing breeze brushed by. 1 billion. 1 billion. Zhang Wei's life value began to fall steadily. Within a short time, it became precarious. In the main city, countless players from Blue Star witnessed this scene. Neverwinter Night is going to be finished. There's no way to avoid it now. The entire airspace above the city center is under planetary creature skill coverage. In Jiangnan main city, the Dragon Kingdom players were all tense. Big brother Yang Ye can't hold out much longer. What's the fix?
Right at this moment, a player suddenly walked towards the teleportation array. To the side, one man asked sharply, "What are you doing?" The others sniffed and looked over in unison. "Hey," this player smiled and said easily, "Relay, follow or not?" Everyone froze.
"I just sold the 50 epic sets rewarded by the territory war system," this player spoke calmly, "enough for my wife and child to stay in the dungeon for the rest of their lives." In this instant, everyone understood.
"Good brother, which district is your wife in?" A player asked. "I'll make sure to take care of the two of them."
"You," the player rolled his eyes.
"Area H 102,342,244.
After saying that, he turned around and entered the teleportation array.
"Good day, brother. Good day, brother."
Right after this player went in, another person spoke up. "He can't top it for a few seconds, and my equipment is on the shelf."
"You want to?"
"Too." A group of people around them revealed shocked colors.
He, this person laughed. "Such a matter of publicity, how can let him alone accounted for?"
After saying that, this person then muttered to himself, "I owe Big Brother Eternal Night a big favor, it's time to return it." After saying that, he also walked towards the teleportation array.
"What favor?"
The rest of them were a bit confused. "Contribution points," another person in the crowd spoke up, "isn't the big reason we're fighting so hard forced by this." The crowd froze in unison. In the fallen area, there was one more figure, the very same player who had just teleported over. He looked at Yang Ye, whose blood was about to bottom out, and muttered, "Big brother, if it wasn't for you, our family's contribution points wouldn't have been enough for a long time, so I'll give this life back to you."
This group of people from Jiangnan territory, who dared to enter the main city early and follow Yang Ye to the territory war, were mostly desperate.
Heh, old son's daughter and daughter-in-law are still alive, earned it. In the sky above, although Winged Knight has improvised comedy to return blood, but it can't hold the life value of 1 billion dropped.
"It's really over." Zhang Wei looked at his blood level and moved to give up.
He still had a way to live to directly use Space Leap to leave this fallen area.
But then the mission would also fail. 10 billion damage. Zhang Wei clenched his teeth and prepared to fight.
Although he had already accumulated 10 billion damage, the curtain echoes would also weaken 99%, which would actually be around 100 million damage. Even if Curtain Ash's dance lasted for 10 seconds of output, it would only be hundreds of billions at the top. Hundreds of billions, and then weakened by 99%. Facing these planetary creatures, Zhang Wei estimates that there is basically no play. The life value of a sub-star alien beast is already 100 billion, not to mention the planetary level? But without trying, Zhang Wei didn't want to give up just like that. However, right at this moment, a roar came from below. "Eternal Night, the masters are coming."
Zhang Wei froze and snapped his head towards the bottom.
Only to see a player tilting his head and roaring, "Blue Star Tortoise sons and daughters, remember my nickname, picking the girl's little mushroom, ha? By the way, this is what my daughter-in-law helped me come up with. Big brother must finish the mission, take us out of the underground." Just as Zhang Wei froze, a wind blade cut across his body. Ding, life value to 0. Ding, triggering the talent life and death play. Ding, restoring 30,000 life value. Ding, life value limit increased by 30,000. A wave of heat surged through Zhang Wei's heart. He had never imagined that someone else would teleport over it this time. In Jiangnan main city, a group of Dragon Kingdom players watched this scene in a daze. I don't know who said another sentence. "It's my turn." If there was a chance, who would let their loved ones live in a crowded dungeon for the rest of their lives? Now there was just such a chance. Only, someone needs to take a life to top it. Are you in? Chapter 109. Leave the rest to us. Take us out of the dungeon. This we obviously did not include Little Mushroom himself. The words of Little Mushroom, the girl picker, caused Zhang Wei's heart to shake wildly. Zhang Wei had also come out from the H district, and he was also very clear about the situation in the latter 3 districts.
Zhang Wei was just one person, and if a family of 3 was crammed into that environment,
even if there was a third world, it would still be like years. It was just that Zhang Wei didn't expect that someone would put that hope on him. Ha ha ha, Big Brother continue. Below, the urban area suddenly had another person, only to see him laughing recklessly. "Brother Little Mushroom is right, take us out."
Jiangnan territory, Prince Cerebral Thrombosis, come and take over.
Space Leap. Blazing Sun Burning World. Zhang Wei had no time to grieve, and this temporary recovery of his life value was simply not enough for him to unleash a few skills. Although he had improvised comedy to restore his blood at all times, there was no way to hold out against the attacks. Zhang Wei showed up in another part of the city, and just as he threw out Blazing Sun Burning World, he felt a fresh breeze on his face.
1 billion.
The blood bar emptied once again.
Ding, life value zeroed out. Ding, triggering the talent life and death play.
Ding, restoring 40,000 life value. Ding, life value limit increased by 40,000. I'm here, wishing Eternal Night Big Brother in advance, to take the quest reward.
Another person teleported in from the city.
He tilted his head and looked at the sky, as if shouting to the Blue Star players outside the image, Jiangnan territory, king of sand eagles, all of you remember that the sand eagles have also come here off.
Blazing sun burning world. Blazing sun burning world.
It was impossible to tell what Zhang Wei's expression was, he was just madly stacking his output skills.
133-7830. 133-7830.
A large amount of damage values overflowed, and the total accumulated damage values were climbing. Another bare-chested man teleported over, Jiangnan territory, Oldney hanging sky is here.
Big brother eternal night, you just output, leave the rest to us. Jiangnan territory, farmer 3 fists, broadcasting live on the entire blue planet, quick.
After saying that, the middle-aged man clasped his fists and arched his hands as his body slowly collapsed. Jiangnan territory, exclusive daughter country, tapa, I'm out of As if he was bracing himself, this youth shouted until he couldn't make a sound. Jiangnan territory, the snail that runs wildly, this time I am really ahead of everyone, the snail is late but arrives.
Ha ha ha. Sigma.
This scene was projected over the major main cities of Blue Star, countless people looked at the image, surprisingly quiet. Although from the beginning of the Blue Star mutation to now, there have been too many deaths. However, like today, it was the first time that people had gone forward to actively send themselves to their deaths. A player muttered, is this worth it? To the side, someone shook his head, who knows, the Dragon Kingdom is full of crazy people.
It seems like they're all from Jiangnan territory. Yeah, they only shouted Jiangnan territory. At this time, a player was a bit lost in thought. They said that they would let Neverwinter Nights take them out of the dungeon. Can this be realized? They're all dead, what's the point of realizing it? This player continued, I mean, can Neverwinter Nights take everyone out of the underground? I don't want to spend my entire life nestled underground either. To the side, someone responded nonchalantly, then you're going to get yourself killed too. The teleportation array now goes straight to the fallen area. Don't be in a hurry, let them people from the Dragon Kingdom go to their deaths, we'll be able to come out by then too. Right. A group of people sniffed and agreed.
Dragon Kingdom, Dungeon City, Area S, a group of people gathered around. Go ahead, get our people ready.
Indeed, we can't just let the Jiangnan people sacrifice, it's time for us to step in as well. The progress of the mission is only 80%, after this round of Fey, what if there are more behind?
When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Planetary creatures appeared at 80% of the progress of the Neverwinter Nights quest.
There existed the law of class suppression, and even the output of Neverwinter Nights wasn't enough. In case there were alien beasts behind them.
Rationally speaking, there wasn't much hope for Neverwinter Nights to win. What should we do? More than 1 billion of us exhaust ourselves with it. In the fallen area, Zhang Wei stared at the planetary creature with a deadly stare.
100 billion. The players of Jiangnan territory, going to their deaths one after another, had accumulated hundreds of billions of damage. This value, however, was only a rough estimate by Zhang Wei. The falling echo, Zhang Wei had not triggered it yet.
The planetary creature attributes couldn't be seen at all, and it was impossible to determine if there were any life-saving skills. He only had one chance, and if he didn't succeed, then everyone who died in front of him would have died in vain. Well, at this time, the planetary creature's blood bar had now been reduced by nearly half. In one of the main cities of the Dragon Kingdom, a player stared at the image above with a deadpan stare, sweat seeping from his palms and falling down in drops along a black card in his hand. Bringing everyone out of the dungeon, can he really? This player muttered, looking down at the black card deck in his hand.
I'm a joker too. Fallen zone. Almost there. Zhang Wei estimated the damage value to let go.
With so many people dying for him one by one, Neverwinter Night's eyes grew crazier and crazier.
Falling echo. Red sun rift.
The energy beam came out across the sky and directly penetrated a planetary creature.
108 billion.
Even if there was rank suppression, it still dealt hundreds of billions of damage value.
Curtain ashes dance.
Red sun cracks the sky.
108 billion. 108 billion. 108 billion.
A large amount of damage rose from all the planetary Fey beasts at the same time. With 10 seconds to go, Zhang Wei stared dead on at the alien beast's life values. He didn't know how much damage could be accumulated by Curtain Ash's dance for 10 seconds.
Bottomed out. In Blue Star Main City, countless players exclaimed in shock.
Neverwinter Night's damage value suddenly exploded, dealing hundreds of billions of damage. The blood levels of all the planetary creatures began to drop miserably, and soon bottomed out. However, just as everyone thought victory was imminent, the situation suddenly reversed. While the size of one planetary creature suddenly skyrocketed, the other alien beasts drastically shrunk and flew towards that planetary creature.
Devour.
All the planetary creatures were swallowed by that planetary creature almost in an instant.
It's over.
The Blue Star players who witnessed this all revealed looks of despair.
Sure enough, it has a life-saving skill.
Jiang Wei stared at the only planetary creature on the field, suddenly revealing a creepy smile that.
Good show. Kick off.
Author's monologue. I'm not too good at throwing knives, so I opened with some players with funny nicknames to spare the plot from being sentimental.
Bowsy people, do not panic, the knife is very blunt, not fast. The back continues to fly. Chapter 110, 90% mission completion.
The good show starts with the only equipment bracelet that Jiang Wei has obtained.
Good show bracelet. Grade, unlimited. Grade, unique.
Attributes, stage comedy, clowns can imitate the number of copied skills +1. Characteristics, the beginning of the show, Curtain Ash's dance state ends, triggering the second group damage echo. Details, the show has come to an end, and my damage has just begun.
Ever since Jiang Wei had obtained this unique equipment, he had never used it.
The reason for this was also very simple. Before this, there was no fade that could last until he used this skill. Curtain Ash's rising dance, all the damage accumulated for 10 seconds, triggering the second group damage echo. The 10 seconds of Curtain Ash's rising dance, the starting damage was dealt by falling curtain echo. Now facing this boss that had devoured all the planetary creatures, this unique bracelet showed its sharpness for the first time.
Jiang Wei stared at this planetary creature. How much life value would it reach after fusion?
Under the scorching of the blazing sun burning world skill, the blood level of the last planetary creature began to plummet.
10,756.8 million. 10,756.8 billion.
In the Blue Star main city, all the players were also staring at this last planetary creature with dead eyes. When the damage value of up to $1 trillion rose from its body, all the players in the main city fell into dead silence. Rank suppression, damage attenuation of 99%. Under these circumstances, Neverwinter Nights still dealt trillions of damage. In the real-time image of the Blue Star, the planetary creature's blood bar was dropping crazily.
1/10. 1/8.
The hearts of all the players in the Dragon Kingdom were in their throats, and one unconsciously clenched their hands. Success or failure was at stake. Roar, with a roar that resounded through the sky, the fused planetary creature sent out an attack towards Neverwinter Nights. A 100-meter wind blade brought up a ripple of space and shot towards Jiang Wei. However, Jiang Wei had long been prepared. Before this huge wind blade arrived, he used a spatial leap to teleport to another place. The planetary creature seemed to have sensed that its situation was a bit bad, and a continuous stream of wind blades were thrown out by it frantically. However, such means of attack were just a bit insufficient in front of Jiang Wei.
He utilized spatial leaps to dodge all the wind blade attacks.
And in the real-time image of the Blue Star, the planetary creature's blood bar was continuously dropping by.
1/6. 1/5. 1/3. It's running out of blood. Someone, I don't know who, shouted. Roar, another roar.
A blast of wind swept over the city area and
25.5 billion.
It was too late to react. Jiang Wei's blood bar was directly emptied. The
ding, life value to 0. Ding, triggering the talent life and death play.
Ding, restoring 100,000 life values. Ding, life value limit increased by 100,000.
Jiang Wei froze and slowly looked down.
At some point, there was another person in the urban area, an unfamiliar face with a look of death, quietly looking at him as his body slowly fell.
Who is it?
Jiang Wei clenched inwardly.
Just then, there was a loud bang.
Jiang Wei violently twisted his head to look, and high in the air, the planetary creature's body began to split apart.
Dead. Dead. Dead.
In the Dragon Kingdom's main city, countless players erupted in loud cheers, and many of them cried tears of joy. Such a perverted boss had finally been killed. However, compared to the excitement of the players, Jiang Wei did not see a hint of relaxation on his stony face.
Will it be resurrected?
Planetary creatures he knew nothing about.
If there was another resurrection, it would really be over. However, it was good that a few moments later,
there was no sign of resurrection until the planetary creature's body completely dissipated. It was only until then that Jiang Wei let out a long breath. However, right at this moment, the ding, congratulations to Neverwinter Nights for occupying all the capital city areas of the Blue Planet. Progress is 90% complete. Ding, congratulations to Neverwinter Nights for occupying all of Blue Star's capital city areas. Progress completed at 90%.
6 consecutive system announcements rang out. Jiang Wei's face sank, and
this time, the system announcement, unlike in the past, there weren't any surprises, and the only thing that was created for Blue Star players was shock. In the various main cities of Blue Star, quite a few people revealed a look of disbelief.
90%. Why is this happening? Such a perverted planetary creature isn't even the last part of the mission? The third world wasn't prepared to let Neverwinter Nights complete this mission at all, right?
Under this system announcement, the higher-ups of the Blue Planet's countries also fell into a rare silence. The difficulty of Yang Ye's mission this time was beyond all of their expectations. If Yang Ye couldn't finish it now, could they finish it in the future? No matter what, this trial was targeting the entire Blue Star. Dragon Kingdom Dungeon Area S, inside a garden. The old man who was at the head of the group suddenly got up with an expressionless face and softly chanted under his breath, 90%.
That means there will be another beast appearing? Below.
A middle-aged man picked up, maybe it's still a herd. When the surrounding crowd heard this, their expressions were unusually grave. This batch of planetary creatures, Yang Ye was already struggling to deal with.
Right now, there was only that one remaining path to take.
In the fallen area, Zhang Wei stood alone. After the system announcement rang out, he stood this, not moving a muscle. No one knew what Zhang Wei was thinking, nor could they see through what his reaction was after hearing this system announcement.
Blue Star Main City. A player looked at the real-time image of Winged Knight not moving at all and couldn't help but ask, is Winged Knight preparing to give up?
Give up? To the side, a person shook his head, no.
This player sniffed and asked back in surprise, how are you so sure? Because that's how the Dragon Kingdom people are.
This person said with a complicated expression, so many people have gone to their deaths for this quest, Winged Knight will not choose to give up again even if they die on this quest. That's right, in the beginning, Yang Ye still had the possibility of giving up, someone else agreed, now according to the Dragon Nation's nature, the only way left is to kowtow even to death.
Strike even in death? Isn't this silly? A main city in the Dragon Kingdom.
A player tilted his head and looked at the image above, muttering, there's still. After saying that, he looked down at the cards in his hand and resolutely walked towards the teleportation array. In the fallen area, Zhang Wei quietly waited for the final quest boss to appear. But right at this moment, another figure appeared in the city area. Zhang Wei turned his head, his complexion somewhat, However, the incoming person grabbed the lead, I
should have come over earlier.
Zhang Wei froze. Here, with that, he threw a card towards Zhang Wei, I can't use this thing. After saying that, this person turned around and left, teleporting back again. Zhang Wei was confused by this person's maneuvers and looked down at the card in his hand.
Chapter 111, the final chapter of Judgment. Zhang Wei's gaze landed on the black card, and his entire body froze.
Final chapter of Judgment crippled.
Status, crippled.
Attributes, during the performance, by consuming the lifespan value, the black poker card can be randomly replaced mutilated.
Properties, Joker random damage cap. Card points, the card automatically reset points 1 mutilated.
Details, life and death is but a gamble, and I am the banker.
Zhang Wei's heart shook wildly as the random damage cap was multiplied by the number of card points. Damage doubled.
The main city of the Dragon Kingdom.
Does Eternal Night work?
This Joker player returned to the main city, staring at the real-time image and muttering. He knew very well what this Joker exclusive weapon meant. But after so long, there was no way for him to use it.
Consuming lifespan value.
There was no such item as lifespan value on his character attributes at all. This made him love and hate this weapon, a clown exclusive weapon, but he couldn't use it himself.
Martyr. He didn't know if Neverwinter Nights could be used, or not.
But at this time, there was only one thing to try.
Someone gave him a deck? Is that what it is?
It's this time of the day, and you still have the leisure to play cards?
What nonsense, it's obviously a Joker's weapon. Weapon. Dragon Kingdom Dungeon.
The situation has changed, Neverwinter Nights has the Joker weapon.
The Joker weapon is surprisingly in other people's hands.
What's so strange about that, it's hard for Winged Knight to gather all the unique equipment by himself. Then let's see how useful this equipment can be in Yang Ye's hands.
Fallen Zone.
Zhang Wei looked at the card in his hand and understood why the man had just said he couldn't use it.
Lifespan value, this thing was something he obtained only after he became the lord of the territory. Zhang Wei looked at his attributes and lifespan, 638.
There was only the number 638, and Zhang Wei wasn't sure if it was 638 years, or 638 months. Holding the card in his hand, Zhang Wei had a little more confidence in his heart. Planetary creatures existed with rank suppression, and his damage was discounted.
Now, it had at least increased a bit. What's the maximum number of points of the cardboard? Zhang Wei frowned.
He didn't play much solitaire, so he wasn't really sure what the maximum number of points was.
The maximum number is 10.
J, Q, K should correspond to 11, 12, 13 respectively.
What about the king and queen?
Thinking so, Zhang Wei gripped the cards tightly in his right hand and waited for the last wave of Fei to appear. The gazes of all the players in the entire Blue Star were gathered on him. Whether or not the mission of Eternal Night could be completed depended on this moment. A few moments later. Fallen Zone, the sky suddenly darkened, and system announcements followed frequently. Ding, high-level planetary creatures have appeared on the blue planet. Ding, planetary creatures are suppressing the blue planet survivors' life levels. Ding, the law of rank suppression, when a high-ranked creature is attacked by a low-ranked creature, the damage is attenuated to 1% and it is immune to any negative buffs. Zhang Wei heard the system announcement and instead breathed a sigh of relief, it was still planetary rank.
Blazing Sun Burning World. Blazing Sun Burning World.
Before the planetary creatures arrived, Zhang Wei started releasing stacking skills over the fallen area, and a single blazing sun appeared over the fallen area. Soon, the number of planetary creatures far exceeding the scale of the last time appeared in Zhang Wei's field of vision. Zhang Wei looked at the planetary creatures gradually approaching in the sky and threw out his scrying technique. High-ranked planetary trial beast. Grade, planet. Life value, unknown. Skill, unknown. Details, unknown. As expected, there was still nothing to see. Zhang Wei looked at the group of alien beasts that were about to enter the skill range and directly activated the judgment finale. The cardboard in his hand revealed the number 7. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Good luck, 7 times. But in the next second, Zhang Wei's face changed slightly. Lifespan, 538. His lifespan value was missing 100 points. One extraction required 100 points of lifespan value to be consumed, and he could draw up to 6 times. And at this time, the high-level planetary trial beast also entered the blazing sun-burning world scorching range. 936-4810. 936-4810. Nearly 10 million damage values rose. In the various main cities of the Blue Star, countless players looked at the damage values overflowing from the trial beast and revealed shocked colors. This Eternal Knight's damage has increased. Surprisingly, it has increased from over 1 million to over 9 million. Looks like that cardboard weapon came into play. However, this isn't enough. Zhang Wei obviously knew this as well. Should we extract it again? Zhang Wei looked down at the cards in his hand. Although 7 was good, it would be even better if he could draw a 10. Anyway, he still had 5 more chances. Zhang Wei clenched his teeth and used the judgment final chapter to draw again. 5. A number was displayed from the cardboard. Zhang Wei's brows clustered. It had also gotten lower. Without any hesitation, Zhang Wei directly chose to draw again. 5. 5 again? Zhang Wei looked at the card in his hand and revealed a bitter smile. Was his luck that bad? Whatever, Zhang Wei's heart crossed and he continued to draw. What kind of gambler keeps losing? 10. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up as he watched the number appear on the cardboard. Here it comes. After consuming 300 lifespan points, he finally drew 10. Although the 7 and 10 damage boost wasn't as big as expected. But a little more output means sacrificing less people. However, Zhang Wei looked upwards and directly stayed in place. What's going on? Blue Star Main City. A player shook his head. Even if Eternal Knight hits over 9 million damage now, he's still. Before the words were finished, another player pointed to the damage values overflowing from the high-level planetary trial beast and exclaimed in shock, the damage has increased again? 46824050. Individual, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. 46 million. How did his damage increase 5 times again? But immediately afterward, another damage value spilled out on the planet trial beast. 234120250. Holy. 230 million. How did the Eternal Knight Big Brother's damage recover? Did he ignore the law of rank suppression? No, it's his damage that has quintupled again. All the players in Blue Star Main City instantly boiled over. Neverwinter Knight's damage had bizarrely increased from over 1 million to 200 million. This far exceeded his initial damage of 100 million. The opposite side was a planetary creature, and there was class suppression. But that wasn't the end of it. The next moment. 234120250. A player rubbed his eyes and said to a person in front of him, Dude, did I read it right? 2.3 billion? Chapter 112, Clearing the Field. That's right, dude, the player responded as he swallowed. 2.3 billion. In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players watched the real-time images, their hearts raging. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded by Neverwinter Knight's damage. Millions of damage, hundreds of millions of damage, billions of damage. In a few breaths, Neverwinter Knight's damage doubled without reason. 2.3 billion, a player suddenly reacted and exclaimed in shock, this is the damage after the rank suppression attenuation of 99%. The moment these words came out, the surrounding crowd froze in unison. Only then did they completely realize just how terrifying Neverwinter Knight's damage was. Martyr. Invincible. This is unscientific, completely incomprehensible. This Nima, open hanging, ignoring the game mechanism hanging. This I understand, I have opened. At this time, a player with a face of innocence asked, Big brothers, I'm not good at math, who help me calculate, if not attenuated, the actual damage of Eternal Knight is how much? On the side, a slightly chubby player turned his head and said, Stupid, you can't even do such simple math? This player couldn't care less about his taunts and eagerly pursued, how much did you say it was? 23 billion, the fat player replied without thinking. Crap, so bullish? This player really believed. The rest of the crowd around him had a hellish expression as they looked at this pair of crouching dragon phoenixes. What? Did I say it wrong? The fat player looked at the surrounding people in confusion. It's 230 billion.
Someone corrected. Can't be. Did your math gym teacher teach you that?
Mr. Wang taught it, the fat player subconsciously said. Mr. Wang is a physical education major?
He didn't tell me about it. Fallen zone.
Zhang Wei looked at the overflowing damage values on the high-level planetary trial beast and didn't react for a moment.
2.3 billion. What happened to this damage?
Zhang Wei looked down at the card in his hand.
It was 10, yes. But how could 10 times damage hit 2.3 billion?
At the beginning, 7 times, his damage went from over 1,300,000 to over 9 million.
Followed by 5, 5, 10. 7, 5, 5, 10, Zhang Wei was stunned.
He recalled the number of card points he had just drawn, and his hands suddenly trembled.
The card points aren't refreshed. Zhang Wei's pupils shrank. Instead, the multiplier keeps turning over.
The damage multiplier was still stacking every time the number of card points were drawn.
Zhang Wei couldn't hide his shock as he figured out what the problem was. As long as he had enough lifespan value, wouldn't he be invincible?
Unlimited card extraction, card points and damage stacking multiplication.
Even if there was rank suppression, so what? Just then,
roar hissing sounds rose and fell in succession as the high-ranked planetary trial beasts approached and attacked towards Zhang Wei. Improvised comedy, Zhang Wei added the blood recovery skill to himself. A wind blade instantly arrived at
10.1 billion. A huge damage value overflowed from Zhang Wei's body. However, the next instant,
plus 2.3 billion, plus 2.3 billion, plus 2.3 billion. More than 2 billion life restorations rose at the same time, and Zhang Wei's life value was pulled up without any gaps.
Zhang Wei grinned as he looked at the roiling high-ranked planetary trial beasts. Rank suppression? Damage attenuation?
With the trial finale card in hand, this law of rank suppression seemed to have failed for himself.
Zhang Wei rose up with his sword and charged towards the high-ranked planetary trial beast. Blazing Sun Burning World. Blazing Sun Burning World.
Almost sort of ignoring the high-ranked planetary trial beast's attacks, he began to madly stack his skills. As long as he wasn't hit at the same time, Zhang Wei could carry the output hard. And with Space Leap in place, most of the wind blades Zhang Wei could easily dodge. As for the high-level planetary trial beast's wide-range skill attacks, they were directly ignored by Zhang Wei.
Fresh breeze. 2 billion. 2 billion. The high-level planetary trial beast's large-range skill damage was directly ignored by Zhang Wei.
This damage was not as fast as his blood return. For a while, the scene showed a one-sided situation.
Zhang Wei directly crushed the high-level planetary trial beasts. With a damage value of 2.3 billion, how much total damage could be dealt each time it landed on a group of high-order planetary trial beasts?
Zhang Wei looked at the scale of the number of high-level planetary trial beasts and roughly estimated that the total damage was around 11,500 billion. This time, there was no need for a good show to start at all, accumulating enough damage values that
Falling Echoes plus Curtain Ashes Rising could take these high-level planetary trial beasts away in a wave.
The most important point was that now he could resist the damage of the high-level planetary trial beasts. There was no need for the Dragon Kingdom players to come to their deaths one by one again. Under the scorching of the Blazing Sun Burning World skill, the bloodline of the roaming high-ranked planetary trial beasts began to steadily decline.
This is stable.
I didn't realize that Evernight's output would skyrocket so much with the cards. In the real-time images above the main cities of Blue Star, Neverwinter Night had taken control of the situation.
It's indeed stabilized. What comes next is just a matter of time. Mard, with such a powerful weapon, why did you give it directly to Neverwinter Nights? A player was filled with confusion. If I had this weapon, I would be the one who is in the limelight right now. Who knows?
That's only clear to the Dragon Kingdom player who gave out the black deck himself. In the Dragon Kingdom's main city, the clown player who had given away the card weapon had yet to recover from his shock. He had thought that his Judgment Final deck was not simple, but he hadn't expected it to be so perverted. This player was about to say something, and finally let out a deflated sigh.
This weapon was definitely not going to come back. The key was that he couldn't use this weapon.
Lifetime value, where was he going to find the lifetime value? Mard, trashy third world, he suddenly cursed himself in a low voice, I'm really a clown. Judgment Final Chapter deck, the exclusive weapon of the clown profession. As a clown, he couldn't even use the exclusive weapon of his own profession.
This. Who to talk to about this? Fallen Zone.
Almost there, Zhang Wei spoke softly.
Falling Echo. Red Sun Rift.
A beam of energy directly penetrated a high-level planetary trial beast.
115,000 billion.
Trillions of damage values rose, and the trial beast was directly killed in seconds.
Zhang Wei looked at the damage value and froze.
What a coincidence, after the accumulated damage value decayed by 99%, it happened to be 11 trillion.
Curtain Ashes Dance. Blazing Sun Burning World. Zhang Wei's voice fell, like a death chant. 115,000 billion. 115,000 million. Kill in seconds.
Kill in seconds.
Within a range of 20 kilometers, the blood bars of the roaming high-level planetary trial beasts emptied at the same time.
Surprisingly.
Cleared the field, the main city, a player looked at the real-time image and muttered out.
Chapter 113 Reward in Crisis. Seconds. All seconds, Big Brother is awesome. Marred, really strong, really invincible. In the main city of the Dragon Kingdom, the players were all excited. Neverwinter Nights had suddenly gone berserk and emptied the high-level planetary trial beasts. Such a perverted mission was ultimately taken down by Yang.
However, in the midst of all the cheering, a weak voice suddenly appeared and,
"There won't be any more, right?"
The moment these words were uttered, the surroundings fell silent. The crowd twisted their heads in unison to look over. This player hastily covered his mouth. I just casually said, "Surely there is no more." However, everyone calmed down at this point. Everyone looked at the real-time image once again, waiting for the system announcement to appear.
Fallen Zone.
Zhang Wei stood with his sword, also waiting for the system prompt.
It should be gone, right? Zhang Wei was also a bit uncertain. Under the anticipation of all the people, the system announcement finally rang out.
Ding, congratulations to Neverwinter Nights for occupying all of Blue Star's capital city areas, mission progress is 100% complete. Ding, congratulations to Neverwinter Nights for occupying all capital city areas of the Blue Planet, mission progress completed at 100%.
6 consecutive system announcements rang out. Completed. Zhang Wei muttered out.
The major main cities of the Blue Star then erupted with a roar that.
Completed. So what if the mission is hard, dude? The mission is 100%.
Him motherer, what's wrong with planetary creatures, man 1.
Crap, look at you two talking as if you're the ones who finished it. So excited. Too excited. Big Brother Yang is awesome. Long live Neverwinter Nights. Long live Neverwinter Nights.
The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time erupted in an instant, and waves of player cheers resounded through all the main cities. Immediately afterward, a system announcement rang out, muffling all the sounds. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Knight, for completing the hidden mission. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of Territory, Winged Knight, for obtaining the planetary rank reward. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of Territory, Winged Knight, for obtaining a planetary rank attribute bonus.
Ding, congratulations to Territory Lord Neverwinter Nights for breaking through level 200. Crap, the Forever Night Lord's level directly doubled? It's a nifty cliff lead again.
What's so strange about this? Yang took down so many main cities and killed so many foreign beasts, isn't doubling normal? Ding, Blue Star has opened the lifespan value system. Every time a player raises a level, the lifespan value +1. Ding, if the lifespan value goes to 0, the survivor is truly dead and cannot be resurrected.
Ha!
When this announcement came out, everyone froze.
What did this mean just now? Could it be that the people who died before weren't really dead? I don't know, it looks like it is. What about the people who died before?
It should be that when the life value is gone, they might be saved by life preservation skills, but when the life value is gone, all means can't save them. Without waiting for the crowd to react, the system sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the Blue Star trial area, the first planetary level trialist appeared. Ding, congratulations to the Blue Star trial area, the first planetary level trialist has appeared.
In the Fallen Zone, Yang ears also rang with continuous system prompts.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining the mission reward, planetary level attribute bonus. Ding, congratulations on raising your skill level to planetary level. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the mission reward, longevity value +1000. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the exclusive title Lord of the Blue Star. Zhang Wei listened to the system prompts and hurriedly looked at his attributes and
player, Eternal Knight. Profession, Clown. Rank, Planetary Rank Suppression. Level, 200. Lifespan, 2338.
Wealth, 178,120,000 Blue Star coins.
Life value, 100 billion. General skill, Scrying.
Exclusive skill, Stage Comedy. The clown can mimic and copy any target's active skill, and the mimicry skill can inflict 133.7 million random damage to the target cap. 6. Exclusive skill, Poker Acrobatics. Randomly select one of the 4 colors of hearts, spades, diamonds and clubs, and attack with different effects with intense hearts, taunt spades, blind diamonds, interrupt clubs, retard skill CD, 60s. Exclusive skill, Improv Comedy. Recovery buff skill, Blood Recovery equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, Clown Stage. Within the range of clown performance stage 1000M, the damage received by the clown is randomly attenuated by 19%.
Over 2000 lifespan value?
Zhang Wei was stunned when he saw his lifespan value.
The system only rewarded 1000 lifespan value. How could he have over 2000? It's the title.
Zhang Wei remembered something and hurriedly looked at the title he had obtained, the Lord of the Blue Star title. Attribute, +1000 lifespan value.
Attribute: within the blue star zone, the Lord of 1 star receives 90% reduction of any damage and ignores any lethal traits. Details: my land, my lord. Jiang Wei's heart shook as he looked at the title characteristics. On the blue star, 90% damage reduction, plus his current 100 billion life value. Invincible. Just as Jiang Wei was taking stock of his harvest, a system prompt rang out again.
Ding, Blue Star currently does not have any forces belonging to it. Please ask the Lord of Blue Star to join the corresponding camp as soon as possible.
Join the corresponding camp? Jiang Wei was stunned. Who to join? But before Jiang Wei could react, the system announcement sounded again.
Ding, the Lord of the Blue Star, Eternal Night, can designate 10 safe zones, which are in an invincible state, protected from any attacks.
Safe zones. This means we can come out from underground? But there's only 10, how is this going to be divided?
In the main cities of Blue Star, players began to talk amongst themselves because of the safe zone. However, right at this moment, a service-wide announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, the third world service-wide announcement, Blue Star trial area, after 3 months out of the new hand protection period, currently no forces belong to. Ding, third world service-wide announcement, Blue Star trial area, new hand protection period after 3 months, currently no power belongs to.
Outside the Blue Star zone. A protection period is coming out so soon?
Hurry, according to the information released by the third world, that's a masterless planetary level human trial zone with billions of trialists.
The lifespan value of the Blue Star trialists, mine all mine. Blue Star, here I come. Billions of trialists, this is going to be a mad rush. Fellow Posey, Neverwinter Nights is about to leave the Blue Star Novice Village, and it's Neverwinter Nights after it leaves the Novice Village. The popular name Jiang Wei will rarely appear anymore. There is also a question, why so many Treasure Sun message worry about this book to end off? The author just wrote to the Blue Star protection period to end, how will end it? Chapter 114 Resettlement. With the completion of the mission, Jiang Wei's real-time projection over the major urban areas disappeared. However, the shock that the system announcement had brought to Blue Star players was far from over. Among the two things that players discussed the most, one was the distribution of the 10 safe zones in the hands of Eternal Night. Everyone understood that these 10 safe zones meant that they could come out of the underground and return to the surface. If they could live on the surface, the vast majority chose to come back, especially those in the latter 3 zones. It was just that these 10 safe zones were all in the hands of Neverwinter Nights. These people also understood that other than the Dragon Kingdom, other countries were afraid that it would be difficult to get them. Secondly, that last service-wide announcement, Blue Star Trial Zone, 3 months out of the new hand protection period. Hearing this service-wide announcement, everyone in Blue Star felt a bit unbelievable. After they came out of the Novice Village, they desperately tried to take down the fallen area and establish the main city. Now they were told that the entire Blue Star Trial Zone was in the Novice Protection period?
This momentarily made it difficult for many people to accept. And some of them realized that this announcement was definitely not simple. It was more like a declaration to the trappers that Blue Star was about to go out of the protection period.
Fallen Zone. 3 months from now, there will be a new hand protection period. Jiang Wei's heart sank when he heard this system announcement.
This announcement was obviously not just for Blue Star players, otherwise there was no need to use a service-wide announcement. It was telling some existences outside of the Blue Star Trial Zone that Blue Star was going to have a protection period.
Is someone from another district coming?
Jiang Wei murmured, feeling a depressing aura of a mountain rain coming. However, even if there were players from other districts coming over, Jiang Wei now had the backbone to deal with it. His current rank was planetary level, and he had rank suppression against below planetary level, and the damage he received would be attenuated by 99%. What's more, now that he had the title of Lord of the Blue Star, in the entire Blue Star, any damage Jiang Wei received would be attenuated by 90%. Just ask who could still beat him in Blue Star nowadays. Moreover, even if people from other districts came over, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, right? Jiang Wei thought in his heart. Just as before the Blue Star mutation, many bricklayers had debated about the goodness and evilness of aliens. Many believed that the higher the level of civilization, the higher the level of morality. However, prevention was not an option, and Jiang Wei's intuition told him that this service-wide announcement was definitely not a good thing. It was right to listen to the words of bricklayers in reverse. Taking a step back, even if players from other districts did come 3 months later, so what? If they dared to spread wildness here, they would just kill them directly. With more than 2,000 life expectancy values in hand, you can draw the Judgment Final deck more than 20 times.
How much damage does that do? The average person wouldn't be able to do the math with a pen.
What Jiang Wei didn't lack right now was cards and strength. Moreover, the Judgment Final chapter was now in a crippled state. The cards had 4 suits, and if we projected according to this, Jiang Wei's black card in his hand, the effect was a random damage cap X number of points. What about the other colored cards? Would they correspond to other effects?
Jiang Wei had a vague expectation in his heart: if he could restore the Judgment Final chapter in its entirety, how strong would it be? However, the lifespan value is a problem.
Jiang Wei suddenly turned his mind to the fact that more than 2,000 lifespan values, which seemed quite a lot, could only be extracted more than 20 times.
What about after 20 times? What if the lifespan value ran out?
Without the lifespan value, the Judgment Final chapter wouldn't have any bonus, and the cards would be reset to points 1 at the end of the battle.
The current system is announced that players will get lifespan value for upgrading.
However, each draw of the final chapter of Judgment consumes 100 lifespan value, and only 1 lifespan value is given for each level up. Relying only on upgrades to obtain lifespan values clearly wouldn't work.
Is there any other way to obtain lifespan value? Jiang Wei whispered, but he didn't have any clue for a while. Players from other zones might have a way.
Jiang Wei thought of this. Forget it, I'll look for them and ask them in 3 months. After a moment, Jiang Wei no longer pondered on this. After all, there were still 3 months until the end of Blue Star's protection period, and there were more important things to do right now. According to the system announcement, Blue Star currently did not have any forces to belong to, so it was necessary to join the corresponding camp as soon as possible.
However, Jiang Wei didn't have any information about any camps right now, and he didn't know how to join a camp for a while.
There was also the fact that he could now establish 10 safe zones in Blue Star, and how to choose between these 10 safe zones was a problem.
However, these 10 safe zones must all be built in the Dragon Country. As for the other countries, just stay underground.
It was just that to transfer so many people to the ground safe zone, such a huge amount of work was not something that Jiang Wei could accomplish on his own.
After thinking for a moment, Jiang Wei used Space Leap to return to Jiangnan territory. As soon as Jiang Wei appeared in the main city, many players surrounded him. It's Big Brother Eternal Night. Big Brother has returned.
The crowd opened their mouths and looked at Jiang Wei with delighted faces, but none of them stepped forward. Other things aside, now that Jiang Wei had become the Lord of the Blue Star, this invisible status gap made the group a bit intimidated.
Don't yell Big Brother,
Jiang Wei looked at the crowd, everyone can just call me Winged Knight directly. As Jiang Wei looked at these people, his heart was filled with emotions. If they hadn't obtained the Judgment Final chapter, some of them would only have rushed forward to the fallen area.
This gave Jiang Wei an extra sense of responsibility in his heart.
When the crowd saw Jiang Wei say this, their hearts eased quite a bit, and one person couldn't help but snatch the opportunity to ask, Big Brother, are we allowed to come out of the back 3 areas?
Although Jiang Wei had 10 safe zones, these people did not know if it would be their turn.
There were difficulties to be born first, and there were blessings to be enjoyed later.
No matter what good things happened, it was hard for these people to get their turn. Basically, it's only when the benefits are universal that they get their share. Although it was a bit cruel, this was the reality. Jiang Wei looked at the hopeful eyes of the crowd and pretended to be relaxed, of course, right now. As the words fell, a system announcement followed. Ding, the Lord of the Blue Star, Eternal Night, has set the Jiangnan territory as a safe zone. Ding, the Lord of the Blue Star, Eternal Night, has set the Jiangnan territory as a safe zone. Ha ha, long live the Big Brother. These people from Jiangnan territory couldn't help but cheer. Although many of them had already purchased residential areas in the main city, there was still the potential danger of the beasts attacking the city at a later stage. Now that Jiang Wei had set the Jiangnan territory as a safe zone, he was completely free of worries. Dragon Kingdom Forever has set Jiangnan as a full safety zone? Can we share the safe zone? Aside from the Jiangnan territory, players from other countries couldn't sit still. A safe zone meant that the last pure land in Blue Star was going to be safer than a dungeon. Quickly contact the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 115 Ordinary People First this time. The Jiangnan territory players were still in the midst of extreme excitement, and Jiang Wei was also infected by this emotion, his nerves that had been taut slightly relieved. However, right at this moment, Jiang Wei's private message suddenly lit up. It's Lang Lai. Jiang Wei looked at the content of the private message with some surprise. After leaving the novice village, Lang Lai hadn't contacted him again for a long time, and now he suddenly asked him to meet. Jiang Wei pondered for a moment and sent a message back to Lang Lai. Not long after, the Jiangnan territory teleportation array lit up, and several figures walked out, and it was none other than Lang Lai's few people. Boss, will Eternal Night still recognize us? Shield Master Chu Tian opened his mouth with some suspicion. Although the several of them had some friendship with Yang Ya when they were in the novice village, it wasn't that deep. Moreover, this time, they still came here with a mission. Don't worry, Lang Lai spoke confidently, Brother Yang Ya is not a master of turning the other cheek. That's right, to the side, Priest Han Shou chimed in, besides, he still owes our boss a few million gold coins. I have to say, boss's money was well spent. Assassin Shadow couldn't help but sigh, I should have known that I would have lent Eternal Night a few million gold coins. Mage Muwan suddenly opened her mouth, it's hard to say, when the boss was showing off his damage in front of Yang Yi. Lang Lai's old face darkened, this embarrassing incident was revealed, even with Lang Lai's steady disposition, he kind of wanted to storm off. Hee, Mage Muwan hurriedly laughed, I'm just saying it off the top of my head, it's unlikely that Eternal Night Big Brother has long forgotten about it.
However, she had just finished speaking.
Long forgotten what?
A voice came out. Oh, it seems like someone from Manhwa's village hit 2000 damage with his sword chi and tried to bully me for only having 999. Mage Muwan turned around to see the visitor and silently took a few steps back, hiding behind Lang Lai. Afterward, Mage Muwan reached out and tugged on the corner of Lang Lai's coat. Someone, it's your turn. The corner of Lang Lai's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he walked out stiffly. Brother Yangya, long time no see.
Zhang Wei smiled. That remark just now was merely a joke.
He still had a good feeling about these people, especially Lang Lai.
Brother Lang Lai, looking for me for something?
Zhang Wei joked, you're a busy man, you wouldn't look for me if you had nothing to do.
Lang Lai was also relieved to hear Yang Ye say that. He was really afraid that Yang Ye would turn his back on him, but fortunately, he indeed didn't look away.
Safe zone allocation. Lang Lai opened the door and didn't beat around the bush, directly saying, because a few of us have a bit of friendship with you, the higher-ups let us come.
As expected, Zhang Wei's gaze sank. He had actually guessed this.
Now that he was in control of 10 safe zones, there were too many people involved for the higher-ups to be indifferent.
How does the top want to distribute them? Zhang Wei asked rhetorically. Lang Lai said softly, 82. 82? Zhang Wei froze. What 82?
8 full districts of the Dragon Kingdom, Lang Lai further explained, 2 for the other countries of the Blue Star.
Zhang Wei sniffed and frowned.
Seeing this, Lang Lai hurriedly said, if Dragon Country has 10 safe zones all to itself, then it would really draw the line with the other countries.
Besides, Lang Lai lowered his voice, it's estimated that there will be other zones coming to Blue Star after March, we need to pull them in. No need, Zhang Wei directly interrupted Lang Lai. Zhang Wei was naturally clear about what Lang Lai wanted to say later. However, it was not needed now. Not needed? Lang Lai froze. No need, Zhang Wei spoke calmly, the entire Blue Star is mine, where are the boundaries? After a slight pause, Zhang Wei's words changed, what boundaries do they still want to draw now? Wouldn't it be better to drive them all out of Blue Star once and for all?
Lang Lai was stunned, obviously not expecting Yang Ye to have this idea. However, Lang Lai suddenly lowered his voice, then 3 months later, in case something changes, we also need a group of people to stand in front of the Dragon Kingdom.
Zhang Wei sniffed and looked at Lang Lai with a strange expression. It turns out, the above didn't have a good heart either.
However, Zhang Wei still shook his head and,
Brother Yang Ye, you. Lang Lai was a bit puzzled. He had already made his words clear, why did Yang Ye still disagree? There is no need, Yang Ye simply repeated.
Zhang Wei said word for word, if any demons or devils really descend on my Blue Star after March, I, the Lord of the Blue Star, will take it on one shoulder.
Bullish. Bully. This sentence is so familiar.
It always feels like I've heard this phrase somewhere before. On the side, Shu Tian, Han Xiu, Muwan, and the others spoke up, looking at Yang Ye with a face of adoration. Lang Lai only felt a burst of headache, but he was still worried. Brother Yang Ye, what if you can't pick it? Zhang Wei casually said in a serious manner, then hide in the safe zone.
Ha! Lang Lai looked at Yang Ye blankly, not knowing how to take this.
Zhang Wei, however, said very seriously, I'll fight first when they come, and if I can't beat them, then they'll all hide in the safe zone. Therefore, these 10 safe zones cannot be given to outsiders and can only be located in the Dragon Kingdom.
Zhang Wei's words fell. Agree. Support. No problem.
Chu Tian's few people opened their mouths to concur, apparently having forgotten which group they were in. It's fine. Unexpectedly, Lang Lai suddenly changed his attitude. Brother Yang Ye, do as you say.
You don't need to ask for instructions? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised.
No need, Lang Lai revealed a bitter smile, if there is a conflict in the distribution plan, follow yours.
This is the bottom line given to me from above.
Zhang Wei nodded, setting which main cities as safe zones, as well as the specific transfer arrangements, this is something you guys can decide.
Good, Lang Lai immediately said, then we'll go make the arrangements. Wait, Zhang Wei suddenly spoke, I haven't finished yet. There's something else? Lang Li froze. Who will transfer out first? Zhang Wei said in a deep voice, this, I'll decide. Lang Lai's few people sniffed and looked at Zhang Wei in unison.
Zhang Wei looked at the several people, it's simple, everyone entered the dungeon in whatever order of precedence they entered, this time, it's the other way around. Zhang Wei looked at Lang Lai's few people and laughed, you can't give a certain number of people priority in everything, right? This time, Zhang Wei gazed at Lang Lai's several people, ordinary people first. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, the Lang Lai few fell silent at the same time. A few moments later. Good, Lang Lai nodded, this is not a problem. Zhang Wei smiled at his words, I happen to have nothing to do right now, I will personally supervise the labor. Lang Lai spoke helplessly, don't worry, this will not be a problem.
That's good. Chapter 116 The First Appearance of Invincibility. Lang Lai's few people finalized the details with Zhang Wei and left directly.
The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had already settled on a suitable location, and had to be more thorough in this regard than ever night.
After Lang Lai's few people left the Jiangnan main city, the
boss, why did the upper echelon give other countries safe zones?
Shield Master Chu Tian couldn't help but ask.
According to his understanding, there was nothing wrong with what Yang Ye said. It was all at this time, how could one possibly care about outsiders? Lang Lai shook his head, because there are also our people outside.
Our people?
Chu Tian's few people froze. That's right, Lang Lai said in a deep voice, before the Blue Star's mutation, there were many people in the Dragon Kingdom who didn't withdraw back.
What people? Chu Tian was dumbfounded.
Lang Lai looked at Chu Tian with contempt, people who left the country.
Oh, Chu Tian then reacted.
Before the Blue Star mutation, every year, no, I should say every day, there were a large number of people going abroad in the Dragon Kingdom. Whether it was studying abroad, working or transferring nationality to settle permanently, there could be not a few.
We were notified 3 months in advance, right?
Chu Tian was puzzled, they have enough time to come back off. Lang Lai shook his head, only a portion of them came back, most chose to stay outside.
Boss, then why didn't you tell Neverwinter Nights about this situation?
Han Xiu couldn't help but speak.
Lang Lai sighed, you think Yang Ye doesn't know?
I'm only afraid that in Yang Ye's eyes, these people who aren't willing to come back after being notified are no longer considered Dragon Kingdom people. Shortly after a few people left, Neverwinter Nights started setting up a safe zone according to the list given by Lang Lai.
Ding, the Lord of Blue Star, Yang Ye, has set up the North China territory as a safe zone.
Ding, Lord of the Blue Star Winged Knight has set up the Kyoto territory as a safe zone.
Ding, the Lord of the Blue Star, Neverwinter Nights, has set the Suzhong territory as a safe zone.
System announcements rang out frequently as Zhang Wei set all 9 of the designated territories as safe zones in one breath. The Dragon Kingdom has actually monopolized 10 safe zones.
How dare they? What are we going to do? Blue Star, Dungeons of the Nations, Area S.
It seems that after 3 months, we can only defect to other zones.
Surrender to other districts?
That's right, third world trialists are resources they all want to fight for.
We're a resource? Blue Star, for the next 3 months of time, the surface was calm, but the underground was raging.
Many country executives had already prepared for the worst. Without a safe zone, there was no place for them to stay. In order to survive, they could only attach themselves to other zones in the event of a change. The Dragon Country players, on the other hand, were celebrating. In the dungeon, the people in the latter 3 districts began to move to the safe zone one after another under the coordination of the military. Surprisingly to Lang Lai's surprise, Neverwinter Nights was actually supervising the entire process. It's not that I can't trust you, I just can't trust some assholes. Yang Ye's words were still echoing in Lang Lai's ears.
Lang Lai suddenly revealed a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly.
Because, Yang Ye was right. Some people had mixed into the back 3 in advance and entered the safe zone along with the crowd. Yang Ye was watching the people in the back 3 districts come out first, but he didn't recognize the people in the back 3 districts. This transfer had lasted for 3 whole months, and the 10 major safe zones were, by now, overcrowded.
The transfer is over, Lang Lai found Yang Ye, the safe zones are carrying the upper limit.
Aha, Yang Ye nodded and suddenly said, how many people followed them out?
Lang Lai froze. Really think I don't know?
Eternal Night looked at Lang Lai with contempt.
Then you.
Lang Lai was a little puzzled as to why Yang Ye didn't stop it since he knew about it. Someone has to take the lead. Yang Ye looked at the bustling scene in the city, otherwise the group is just scattered sand.
Lang Lai sniffed and nodded slowly.
A flock of sheep would definitely have a leader, it was a characteristic of the species. However, Lang Lai suddenly looked at Yang Ye with curiosity. You haven't thought about being the one who leads Blue Star? Yang Ye raised his head to the sky and faintly said, Blue Star leader? My goal is the Sea of Stars. Lang Lai's old face stiffened at his words. What a big mouth. However, it seemed like Yang Ye really had this capital. Coming, Neverwinter Night suddenly spat out these 2 words inexplicably.
What's coming? Lang Lai froze. Immediately afterward.
Ding, the entire Third World has announced that the Blue Star trial zone is out of protection. Ding, Third World Goldwater Star exotic trialists have arrived at the Blue Star trial area.
Lang Lai's face changed, people from other zones are coming? Don't be nervous, Yang Ye patted Lang Lai's shoulder, I'll be right back.
After saying that, Yang Ye directly rose up with his sword.
Lang Lai looked at Yang Ye's figure and said anxiously, in case we can't beat him.
Yang Ye's sprightly voice came, don't worry, I can run faster than anyone.
Blue Star region.
Outside the sky, a figure suddenly appeared, and within a few breaths, the number reached thousands. Moreover, this group of people even all flew in the air. Among them, a middle-aged woman looked at the turquoise blue planet below and curiously said, this is the Blue Star trial area? That's right, let's go in first and set up a teleportation array, an old man said, and a small black beast at his shoulder immediately rushed towards the Blue Star. The group of people moved to follow closely behind. Only, the small black beast flying in front of them didn't fly out far before it suddenly came to a screeching halt. A person wearing a black mask stopped them. Gentlemen, you've come early.
Sword flying?
The middle-aged woman looked at the black masked man and said vigilantly, who are you? From which trial area?
The blue star had just come out of the novice protection period, and it was impossible for the average trialist to approach the edge of the star even if they had mastered flight skills. So the middle-aged woman subconsciously assumed that the masked man was from another trial area just like them. Eternal night, the black masked man responded indifferently from the green star trial area.
Green star?
A group of people revealed a puzzled look. None of them had ever heard of any green star.
Why have you all come? Eternal night suddenly asked.
Why? The middle-aged woman froze. Youngya, why are you pretending to be a god? In the crowd, that old man took a step forward. Everyone is here for the blue star trialists. Marred, Youngya mentally cursed, you should have said it clearly.
What's the use of a trialist?
Youngya helplessly continued to ask. The old man's complexion changed. You're not from the green star.
Who the hell are you? Revealed?
Youngya revealed a bitter smile. To reacquaint myself, I am Youngya, from the blue star. Green is better than blue, Youngya explained, so it's also correct for me to say that I'm from the blue star.
Blue star trialist?
The old man looked at Youngya with wide eyes.
Gentlemen, it hasn't been said yet, what is the use of a trialist? Youngya kindly reminded.
What use? The middle-aged woman revealed a wry smile. Let me tell you.
0-degree ice kill.
The middle-aged woman suddenly shouted delicately.
713-6780. A damage value of more than 7 million spilled out from Neverwinter Nights.
The group froze in place in unison when they saw the value.
It seems like I can only do my own research. Neverwinter Nights said indifferently.
8, 3, 9, 5, 8, 10. The Judgment Final Chapter card in Youngya's hand changed 6 times in a row.
Blazing Sun Burning World. 114,912,000,000. 114,912,000,000. 114,912,000,000. 11 trillion damage in 1 second. 1 second later. Empty.
Winged Knight fiercely wide-eyed, a group of people who looked bullish, directly seconds gone. Martyr, forever night cursed, pay out. Being cautious, he directly swiped the Judgment Final Chapter 6 times, wasting 600 points of his lifespan value.
However, the next second.
Ding, killed 1,000 exotic trialists, gained 1,000 lifespan value.
P.S. Wow, that's a plus, the author is so cool. Chapter 117 Gold Water Star Boss Nanshan. Invincible.
Neverwinter Night muttered as he looked at the damage he had dealt. The reason why Youngya had directly drawn the Judgment Final deck 6 times in one breath was because he was surprised by the middle-aged woman's skill damage.
Neverwinter Night could detect that the rank of this group of Goldwater Star exotic trialists wasn't planetary level. Moreover, it was still in the blue star.
Below the planetary rank, there was rank suppression, and the damage Youngya received was reduced by 99%. Coupled with the fact that in the blue star, Youngya possessed the title of Lord of the Blue Star, the damage received was reduced by another 90%. However, under this double stacking, the middle-aged woman's skilled 0-degree ice killing still dealt more than 7 million damage on Youngya's body. Reversing this, you can imagine how terrifying the woman's skill damage was. That's why Youngya directly sacrificed his 6 Judgment Final decks. Only, it was obvious that Neverwinter Night had also underestimated his damage. With 6 times of the deck, he directly dealt 11 trillion damage, instantly seconding the 1,000 gold Mercury exotic trialists. Right at this moment, a system prompt rang in Winged Knight's ears. Ding, killed 1,000 exotic trialists, gained 1,000 lifespan value.
Zhang Wei froze and hurriedly looked at his attributes and lifespan value, 2738. 1,000 lifespan value.
The 600 lifespan value lost just now was not only made up again, but also increased by 400 lifespan value.
No wonder these exotic trialists came over.
Neverwinter Night said, his face suddenly sinking, they're here to gain lifespan values. He gained 1,000 lifespan values from killing 1,000 exotic domain trialists. In turn, those exotic trialists could gain the same lifespan value by killing blue star players. In other words, those exotic trialists were here to kill blue star trialists.
Things were getting a bit tricky.
Blue Star had just come out of the novice protection period, so I'm afraid that no one other than him would be a match for these exotic trialists. Those people weren't planetary level, yet their damage was ridiculously high. Neverwinter Night guessed that it was because they were far ahead of Blue Star in terms of level and equipment.
After all, how long had it been since Blue Star's trial? He was level 200 right now. When did the other trial districts start their trials? Even if they were 100 years ahead of Blue Star, how far ahead of Blue Star would their levels and equipment be? Even when he thought of this, Youngya couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. 100 years is nothing. The entire starry sky, I'm afraid, will start counting in terms of epical years. However,
Youngya thought for a moment that he could also gain longevity value by killing exotic trialists.
In that case, wouldn't he not have to worry about his lifespan value as well?
Now that there were 10 safe zones in the Dragon Kingdom, even if there were exotic trialists descending, it didn't seem to be too much of a problem. As for people from other countries, Yang Ye couldn't help but live and die and be rich. Yang Ye's heart was slightly at ease, as long as he had enough lifespan value to draw his 3 days and 3 nights worth of trial finale cards. Even the entire universe could give it a blowout. These Gold Water Planet exotic trialists' ranks aren't planetary. Yang Ye had also gotten to the bottom of some of these exotic trialists. Their rank should be high, but their rank was not planetary.
Could it be that only one person from a planet could obtain the corresponding rank? Yang Ye secretly guessed. Otherwise, based on the strength these people displayed, they should not have a rank.
Just as Yang Ye was pondering all of this, a system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Star, Yang Ye, for killing the Gold Water Star trialist and gaining 1000 lifespan value. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Planet, Yang Ye, for killing the Gold Water Planet trialist and obtaining 1000 lifespan value. In Blue Star main city, Long Lai, who was still worried about Yang Ye's safety, froze when he heard the system announcement. A moment later, he revealed a look of relief. Sure enough, his worries were superfluous. Even the trialists from the other trial districts were still decimated by Yang Ye. Crap, the people from the other districts came so quickly? They're here, and they've been killed again. Listen to the system announcement, killing trialists from other districts can gain longevity value. So, these trialists are here to kill us? Mard, it's really not a good thing. This time, we have Eternal Night, but Blue Star is so big, Eternal Night may not be able to take care of it all. Then what should we do? What else can I do? I'm sure we'll be able to get them to come to the Dragon Kingdom. Blue Star's major main cities were filled with all sorts of claims for a while, causing some people's hearts to panic. At the same time, the Goldwater Star trial area. Ding, Snowmoon, has fallen in the Blue Star Zone. Ding, Hulai, has fallen in the Blue Star Zone. Ding, maybe I'm bitchy, has fallen in the Blue Star Zone. Jesus, this. What's going on here? They're all cosmic wanderers now. Wasn't Blue Star just out of rookie protection? How did these people get killed? In the Goldwater Star Trial Zone, trialists could reach the rank of Cosmic Wanderer after reaching level 1000 and completing the rank awakening task. A very important sign of a Cosmic Wanderer, as the name implied, was having the ability to cross the void and survive in cosmic space for a long time. Even in the Goldwater Star Trial area, as long as one obtained the Cosmic Wanderer rank, one was a proper first-tier trialist. But now, such a group of people all died in a Blue Star Trial area that just came out of the new hand protection period. How could this not shock people? Just as the Goldwater Star trialists were discussing the system announcement, a middle-aged man wearing a red cloak suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Goldwater Star. Phew, the red-cloaked middle-aged man saw the familiar Goldwater Star before letting out a long breath. In the next second, the middle-aged man stretched out his orchid finger and wiped his forehead in a very flirty manner. Mard, scared me to death, almost hung outside. Goldwater Star, a main city. It doesn't make sense. A black-robed trialist frowned. Snowmoon and the others didn't even have time to build a teleportation array. To the side, a white-robed man said in a deep voice, a trial area that just came out of the new hand protection period, killing trialists with rank. After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and said in unison, there must be a hangman. The black-robed trialist lowered his voice. Could it be that Blue Star has also produced a Nanshan kind of hangers-on? The white-robed man said, 9 times out of 10, or else none of this can be explained. The black-robed trialist couldn't help but say, then why are we still in this mess? The white-robed man shook his head. Although longevity is good, you have to have the life to take it. The black-robed trialist frowned. Although Snowmoon and the others have the Cosmic Wanderer rank, they are only at the lowest level. White-robed man, but they went for 1000. Black-robed trialist. A moment later, the black-robed trialist said, it would be good if Nanshan was there. By the way, when will Nanshan come back? Hell knows. Before the white-robed man's words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a coldness on the back of his neck. A scarlet cloak raised a residual shadow, and a smiling middle-aged man patted the white-robed man's shoulder, speaking ill of me? Boss. The white-robed man almost jumped up, excitedly saying, you came back? Don't get excited, the red-cloaked middle-aged man smiled calmly, it's me. The black-clothed trialist also asked excitedly, boss, you made it this trip? Ahem, the red-cloaked middle-aged man cleared his throat, just a hair's breadth away. The white-cloaked man revealed a hint of shock, boss, you didn't even succeed, that place. How dangerous must it be? The red-cloaked middle-aged man sniffed, raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully, dangerous? I, Nanshan, am invincible in the world, who can make me feel dangerous? Ridiculous. Cowardly. The white-robed man subconsciously gave a thumbs up. This tugging 2/5 of an inch accent was truly the compulsion of the #1 trialist of the Golden Water Planet. At this time, the black-robed trialist suddenly said, boss, something's wrong. Chapter 118 You've drifted. I see, Nanshan looked at the duo and said softly, Blue Star, it's a bit interesting. On his way back, Nanshan had also received the Goldwater Star announcement. 1000 trialists of the Cosmic Wanderer rank died in Blue Star, a trial area just out of the new hand protection period.
This kind of thing had also happened once in Goldwater Star back then. However, that was already many years ago. The black-clothed trialist couldn't help but ask, "Boss, should we avenge them?" Revenge? Nanchan shook his head. Walking on the path of a trialist, life and death are not determined by fate. Revenge can be avenged? The black-clothed trialist sniffed and nodded silently. He was just saying it casually. How could a trial not kill someone? Even now, Goldwater Star still had a large number of trialists dying in the mouths of foreign beasts every year. "Boss, you're not going to visit the Blue Star?" The white-robed man asked. "It can still be a campless trial area." "That's right," the black-robed trialist picked up. "After a while Blue Star joins the camp, there's no way to go and plunder the lifespan value." "Ha!" Nanchan was unimpressed. "Is lousy short of lifespan value?" These two froze. That being said, more lifespan value was definitely better. The two of them glanced at each other suspiciously. Why had the boss changed his behavior? If this were to be put aside in the past, Nanchan would have definitely moved on a long time ago. "Don't think blindly," Nanchan said softly. "Hurrying up to level up is the way to go. Without corresponding strength, no matter how much lifespan value there is, it's useless." "Yes, boss," the two of them echoed in unison. Seeing this, Nanchan nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, with a toss of his cloak, he left in style. Worthy of being the boss, a kingly aura exudes from his hands and feet. Must drop, boss is the #1 person in our Goldwater Star trial, an invincible existence in the universe. Nanchan, who hadn't gone far yet, heard the conversation between the two behind him, and couldn't help but puff out his chest and walk even more foursquare. As for going to the Blue Star, Nanchan was indeed prepared to make a trip there, but not now. If he went over now, he was afraid that it would cause misunderstandings among the Blue Star trialists. Every trial area that had just come out of protection and had yet to join any camp was indeed a delicious duck. But Blue Star was clearly an exception. Being able to kill a trialist who possessed a rank, it meant that at least one ranker existed in Blue Star as well. Although Nanchan was acting like an invincible powerhouse in Goldwater Star. But after seeing the outside world, he was now more afraid of life than anyone else. However, he still performed the posture of a lone warrior in front of the Goldwater Star trialists. It wasn't for the sake of purely pretending to be a bully. The most important point was to build confidence in all the Goldwater Star trialists. "Blue Star," Nanchan whispered, "I'm afraid that there is one person who is just like me, who has gained a planetary rank just out of the protection period. It's a genius." Nanchan suddenly tilted his head and looked up at the sky, letting out a sigh of relief. "But in the third world, the last thing that's lacking is genius." "Wow, it's Boss Nanchan. Long time no see, Boss Nanchan." A group of Goldwater Star trialists saw Nanchan and opened their mouths in excitement. Nanchan sneaked a glance at the crowd from the corner of his eye. "The mountain is high and I am the peak, the taste of invincibility. How lonely it is. Lamentable, pathetic. Wow. Boss is so awesome. So handsome. Blue Star Trial Zone, a main city in the Dragon Kingdom. Brother Yang, how was it?" Lang Lai couldn't help but ask as he watched Yang return. "What, how was it?" Yang asked back. "How was the strength of the Goldwater Star trialists?" Lang Lai asked eagerly. After all, the strength of the trialists in the other districts was related to Blue Star's next safety and security. How to say it? Neverwinter Night hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm directly seconded." Lang Lai froze, a bit skeptical. "Really?" Naturally, Yang nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Lang Lai also slowly nodded. There was no need for Yang to lie to him about this matter, and the system announcement couldn't be faked. Lang Lai muttered, "In that case, it seems that the other district trialists aren't ridiculously strong." Neverwinter Night was stunned at his words. It was true that he had seconds, but that was a direct zoom for him. The strength of the Goldwater Star trialists definitely exceeded Blue Star's current strength by n times. Just by looking at that middle-aged woman's damage, one could see that. Neverwinter Night just wanted to explain, but he fell silent again. Confidence was more important at this time. However, Yang still added, "Their level should be quite a bit higher than us." This was not a surprise to Lang Lai. Our Blue Star has only just come out of the novice protection period, so this is normal. After saying this, Lang Lai said in a deep voice, "Next, we must have everyone level up with all their might." With that, Lang Lai looked towards Yang. "You can't be the only clown in Blue Star, there have to be thousands of clowns to step forward." Yang looked at Lang Lai with a strange expression on his face. The reasoning was so reasonable, but it always felt like there was something strange about this sentence. Neverwinter Night helplessly said, "Other professions could also consider standing up." "I'm just making an analogy," Lang Lai continued. "You also said that your goal is the Sea of Stars. Once you leave, no one will be able to hold up Blue Star." "Leave?" Yang was silent, although he hadn't considered leaving at the moment. But it was something that would happen sooner or later. In Blue Star, it was no exaggeration to say that Winged Knight was already invincible. Putting aside his damage, just because of the rank suppression and the Lord of the Blue Star title, even a 10-star Imperial level foreign beast couldn't break through his defenses. It was a bit of a waste of time for him to continue staying in Blue Star, just as it was in the novice village. Before you leave, Lang Lai's tone suddenly became solemn. There's something I want to ask you for. Yang Ye looked at Lang Lai's serious look and hesitated. You don't want me to take you to upgrade, right? Lang Lai's old face stiffened. I can't afford to hire you now. Yang Ye asked curiously, then what's the matter? Lang Lai explained, I want to ask you to go to the depths of the misty area to take a look. With these words, Yang Ye instantly understood what Lang Lai meant. Now that the main city on the surface of the Blue Star had been taken as far as it could go, there was still very little known about the misty area. Right now, he was the only one who had the strength to explore the situation in the misty area. This is something I will do even if you don't say so. Zhang Wei nodded. He had actually wanted to make a trip to the misty area for a long time, but he had never had the right opportunity. There's no rush, Lang Lai hurriedly advised Zhang Wei when he saw that he had the intention to set off right away. Now that the exotic trialists will be descending on Blue Star at any time, you're still. It doesn't matter, Zhang Wei waved his hand in disbelief, it's just a matter of convenience. Lang Lai's old face stiffened, struck by the words. Only after a long time did he hold back 3 words, you drifted. Ha 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 ha, Yang Ye laughed out loud, pick a day, I'll go sneak around. After saying that, Yang Ye directly rose up with his sword and rushed towards the misty area. Lang Lai looked at Yang Ye's disappearing figure and suddenly whispered. Drift well. Floating gives one a lot of air. Chapter 119. Wait for me for a minute. In the misty area, Winged Knight's imperial sword sped on. As he went deeper, the number and grade of beast soldiers, beast generals, sub-king level foreign beasts, and the number and grade of foreign beasts below continued to rise. A few moments later, royal level, Yang Ye stopped his stance. When he was almost entering the deep mountains, a royal level foreign beast appeared. This is getting to the 5 mountains, isn't it? Yang Ye whispered as he looked at the mountains below. However, Yang Ye didn't stop because of the imperial level foreign beast. Rather, it was because here, Dragon Kingdom player figures appeared. Below, a dozen or so people were hunting an imperial-level alien beast. This was the reason why Neverwinter Night stopped. An imperial-level foreign beast, even a 1-star imperial-level foreign beast, had tens of billions of life value, and its attack power was up to more than 1 million. Now that there were even Dragon Kingdom players who were able to round up an Emperor-class Fey beast, this was out of Yang Ye's expectations. After all, most of them were only level 50 or 60. Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation, Neverwinter Night looked at them for a moment, revealing a strange color, and there were some familiar faces in the dozen or so people below. Night Chen, your SSS rank talent Divine Punishment is too perverse, one person couldn't help but speak, it's even accumulated to over 5 million damage. The white-robed youth Night Chen shook his head, Eternal Night copied my skill and dealt hundreds of millions of damage. Sooner or later, the black-robed youth Li Mu laughed. Night Chen was non-committal, as he also had this confidence. Fire Rain Heavenly Tribulation. Streaming fire reappeared in the sky. Meteor killing. Night Chen's big move. As the words fell, the roiling rain of fire crazily converged, forming a fire seedling that flew towards the Emperor-level beast. Boom. 10234437. More than 100 million damage spilled out from the Emperor-level Fey beast's huge body. So strong. The black-clothed youth Li Mu exclaimed in admiration, this move fuses all the damage from the Fire and Rain Heavenly Tribulation into a single strike, it's really powerful. I'm relying on you guys next. After releasing his big move, Night Chen was a bit drained. Roar, the Imperial-level beast fumed, spewing flames towards the crowd. Royal, another person stood out, and a translucent barrier enveloped the crowd. 10429221. 10429221. 10429221. More than 10 million damage values spilled out from the barrier, but the barrier trembled violently for a while, but it didn't break. It's my turn, the black-clothed Li Mu bellowed, drawing his sword and slashing horizontally. 252-8234. 505-6234. 1112. 2224. Li Mu's long knife in his hand slashed continuously, and the damage quickly stacked up to break 10 million. 1638. 3276. Hundreds of millions. High in the air, Eternal Night watched Li Mu swing his sword, revealing a hint of curiosity. This Li Mu's divine talent seemed to be damage stacking, doubling each time he did damage. Neverwinter Night was also a little curious as to where Li Mu's damage ceiling was. Return to 1, Li Mu suddenly roared. The long blade erupted into countless blade shadows, layers overlapping and stacking, forming a huge shadow that chopped towards the Emperor-level alien beast. 239,373. 2.3 billion. Zhang Wei revealed a look of surprise, no wonder these people dared to swarm the Emperor-level foreign beast. Wang Tang, over to you. Li Mu released a big move and obviously had a long gap, and also immediately drew back behind the crowd. In the crowd, a green-shirted teenager stepped out and summoned a sword formation to envelop the Emperor-level foreign beast.
Within the sword array, 10,000 swords flew together. 63324038. 63324038. Each sword chi inflicted more than 60 million damage, and the Imperial level Fey Beast's life value, which was already small, instantly bottomed out under the sword array. With a boom, the huge body of the Emperor level beast collapsed to the ground. Good. Limu couldn't help but say, Wang Tang, your sword formation damage is about to catch up to Yang Ye. I will catch up to him, Wang Tang spoke in a deep voice. He had this confidence and backbone. You are already a hidden profession sword formation master, and you have awakened a god tier talent. Your future will not be bad. That's right. The crowd spoke up, clearly thinking the same. In midair, Eternal Knight frowned. What are these people still lingering for? Their strength clearly far exceeded that of the players at this stage, but each of them remained inconspicuous. Moreover, there were still a dozen or so people who did not put up a fight the entire time. However, to be able to be with Wang Tang and the others, their strength must not be simple either. At this time, Night Chan and the others also discovered the Winged Knight in midair. It's the Winged Knight. Wang Tang's complexion stared. Discovered. Young Knight whispered and descended with his imperial sword. Yang Ye went forward and took the initiative to greet him. Good morning, have you all eaten? Ha? Yang Ye perfectly demonstrated what it meant to not have a hard chat without a sky. However, as long as one is not embarrassed, the ones who are embarrassed are the others. After finishing, Winged Knight looked at the crowd with a smile, waiting for them to reply. Cough, Nightstar cleared his throat. Brother Yang Ye, what brings you here? Oh, Winged Knight said calmly, I just happened to be passing by. You're also here to slay the Emperor-level foreign beasts, a teenager in the crowd asked curiously. No, Winged Knight shook his head, I came to check out the situation in the misty area. After Yang Ye finished speaking, the dozen or so people's eyes lit up. You want to explore the misty area? Another person jumped ahead, can you bring us along? Neverwinter Night didn't expect these people to make this request, and he was just about to open his mouth. Ding, the Third World's 9 Grudges Star Trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. Ding, the Third World 9 Grudge Stars Trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. The faces of the dozen or so people changed in unison, there were trialists from other zones arriving. Wang Tang's expression was grave, the extraterritorial trialists. He hadn't grown up yet and didn't have the confidence to deal with these people. The dozen or so people coincidentally looked at Yang Ye. Yang Ye saw that everyone was looking at him, and it was obvious that they all had this idea, so he slowly nodded his head. Yes, I'll take you guys to the misty area for a stroll. Ha! The group froze again. The 9 Grudging Stars trialists had all come, and Yang Ye was still thinking of taking them for a stroll through the misty area? In the crowd, a red-clothed teenager couldn't help but open his mouth. Big brother Yang Ye, dealing with the extraterrestrial trialists should be more urgent. That's also right, Yang Ye raised his head. Wait for me for a minute. After saying that, Yang Ye directly used a spatial leap to disappear. What did he just say? Nightstar was a bit dumbfounded. The red-clothed boy subconsciously said, he said that he asked us to wait for him for a minute. Outside the sky, thousands of trialists stood in imperial air. A burly man looked at Blue Star and laughed. Hee, I didn't expect us to be the first to arrive first. Don't be careless, one spoke, be careful of the gutter. But the burly man was unimpressed. Just out of the new hand protection period, by common sense, their first echelon of trialists is only 400 or 500 levels. The words just fell. No, a person suddenly appeared in front of the burly man. The highest ranked Blue Star is only level 200. Ha! The burly man was startled. Who are you? Neverwinter Night smiled. Blue Star trialist. The burly man's face changed. Just kidding, how can a Blue Star trialist? 1, 1, 1, 3, 5, 5, 7. Marred, Yang Ye cursed, another loss. He originally wanted to draw a few times less to try out the strength of these people. Who would have thought that the Judgment Final deck would produce 3 ones in a row? Blazing Sun Burning World. 698.25 million. 69.825 billion. Grass. The burly man's face changed, and he drew back in order to escape. However, not waiting for the group to exit the range, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Neverwinter Night's voice stopped. 2 seconds. Neverwinter Night frowned slightly. These people's life values were above 100 billion. He was only 100 billion life value for a planetary level. How many levels were these people? Ding, killed 3180 exotic trialists, gained 3180 life value. Lifespan value, 5218. Forget it, Neverwinter Night shook his head and disappeared in place. Misty area. Before Wang Tang and the others could react, Neverwinter Night teleported back again. The red-clothed teenager looked at the reappearing Winged Knight in a daze. Big brother Winged Knight, is it that you need help? Let's go, Winged Knight spoke calmly. Come with me to explore the misty area. Oh, okay, the red-clothed boy subconsciously concurred. Ha? What? The dozen or so people were confused. Wang Tang's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but say, Young Knight, now is not the time, or first deal with the 9 Grudges Star.
However, before this guy could finish his sentence. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Star, Youngya, for killing the 9 Grudges Star trialist and obtaining 3180 lifespan value. P.S. Extra please add bookshelf score generate power for love, thank you Posey, mwahaha. Chapter 120 Accident. The system announcement rang out, Wang Tong and the others were confused. Was there a minute between Yang Ye's departure and his return? They just announced that the 9 Grudges Star trialists had arrived at the Blue Star, and they were killed right away? Isn't this too fast? The red-clothed boy looked at Yang Ye with a look of adoration. Brother Yang Ye, how did you do it? A smooth matter, Yang Ye responded lightly. Bull. The red-clothed boy's eyes were glowing. Wang Tang. Li Mu. Night Chen. The rest. This pussy, let him pretend really 6. However, it was also really great. With Yang Ye around, why would he be afraid of the exotic trialists? Let's go. Yang Ye rose up with his sword, but immediately descended again, somewhat embarrassed. I forgot one thing, do you guys have flying skills? Yang Ye was a bit headstrong, he had the royal sword skill, he could quickly explore the misty area. But if he brought these people on foot, there was no telling how much time would be wasted. Only Yang Ye had just finished asking. A dozen or so people from Nightstar unexpectedly rose up in the air at the same time. Yang Ye froze, you all have flying skills? After saying that, Yang Ye also once again took to the air with his sword. Big brother Yang Ye, the red-clothed teenager looked at Yang Ye in confusion. Don't you know that after a player's level reaches level 50, they can learn the generalized skill of air riding in the main city? Yang Knight was stunned again, he didn't know. Wang Tang revealed a strange color. Brother Yang Ye, do you never talk to NPCs? This. Yang Ye's face was dark. It seemed like he had only claimed the talent reward once with that little girl from the main city casting Patriarch. As for the other NPCs, it seemed like he never bothered with them. Let's go. Neverwinter Night didn't move and spoke. Let's hurry up and finish exploring the misty area, I still have things to do. Oh, the red-clothed boy nodded his head in a hurry, good. Li Mu and the others glanced at each other, and although they didn't make a sound, they unspoken to each other. Yang Yi didn't know about this. Forget it, the number 1 person in Blue Star, face should still be saved for him. The crowd followed behind Yang Ye and began to fly towards the depths of the misty area. 1-star Imperial Grade, 2-star Imperial Grade, the deeper they went into the hinterland of the Great Mountain, the higher the grade of the foreign beasts became. While flying, they were observing the distribution of the foreign beasts below, so the speed of the crowd wasn't fast. However, because of Yang Ye's presence, those Imperial-grade alien beasts were all lying honestly in their old nests, not daring to come out and block them at all. A few moments later, 9 stars, Nightstar and the others' faces changed. This was only the Woyue Mountain, there were quite a few mountain ranges within the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they hadn't even reached the deepest part of the 5 mountains. A 9-star Imperial-level foreign beast, they couldn't eat it right now. It didn't matter to Yang Ye, these foreign beasts weren't as good to him as the dull goose from the novice village back then. Dull goose, really is a childhood shadow. Yang Ye looked at the faces of the crowd with some gravity, and couldn't help but speak. Use me to step in and clear them? No need, Nightstar shook his head. Brother Yang Ye, it's better to leave it to the Dragon Kingdom players. Yang Ye slowly nodded. These Emperor-level Fey beasts were even lower in level than him, so there wasn't much experience in killing them, so it was better to leave them for the Dragon Kingdom players to use for upgrading. After another short period of time. It's almost time, Winged Knight said softly. Going anywhere else? Neverwinter Night was planning to go back, even though they had only checked out Woyue Mountain, they thought that the situation was similar. A 10-star Imperial level was the biggest boss in the depths of the misty area. However, after he said this, Wang Tang and the others glanced at each other. Afterward, Wang Tang said, Brother Yang Ye, we would like to trouble you to take us to the Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain? Yang Ye revealed a surprised look. Why did these people want to go to Kunlun Mountain? Right, Wang Tang nodded. Good, Yang Ye was silent for a moment and agreed. The Kunlun Mountain was not close to here, but it would not take much time for them. Let's go, Yang Ye said, recognized the general direction and suddenly increased his speed. Wang Tang and the others also immediately followed. The crowd had just set off not long ago. Ding, the Third World's Sushi Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. Ding, the Third World's Sushi Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. Everyone looked at Yang Ye in unison. Wait for me, Yang Ye left 2 words behind and directly teleported away. In less than a minute, Yang Ye returned. Lifespan value, 14718. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Star, Yang Yi, for killing the Sushi Star trialist and obtaining 10,000 lifespan value. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Planet, Yang Ye, for killing the Sudomu Star trialist and gaining 10,000 lifespan values. The 10,000 trialists of the Sushiwood Star were directly seconded by Yang Ye's brush with a large brush, and their lifespan value increased by 10,000 whole years. Wang Tang and the others had had their first experience and had seen the world, and this time, they were quite a bit more calm. The crowd suppressed the shock in their hearts and continued to move forward under the leadership of Neverwinter Nights. Only the youngest red-clothed boy, who was the youngest, finally did not hold back. Big brother Yangya, isn't the strength of the exotic trialists good? At the forefront, Yangya looked back and laughed, very powerful, just a little worse than me. Crowd. They do a lot of damage, Yangya told them about these trialists. These people were the top group of trialists in the Dragon Kingdom, so it would be good to let them know the strength of the exotic trialists, so they could also have a target.
It can beat you by a few million life values? Wang Tang and the others couldn't help but reveal a shocked look. That's right, Forever Knight said in a deep voice, rank suppression, damage after 99% damage attenuation.
I also went up and zoomed in close to the face, directly securing them.
As the words fell, Wang Tang and the others fell silent, and additional invisible pressure was added to these people's hearts.
For a while, no one spoke again. The crowd was speechless all the way. Halfway through the trip, the system announcement sounded again.
Ding, Third World Pluto trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone.
Ding, the Third World Pluto trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone.
Ha! Neverwinter Nights froze, this is a bit familiar.
Wait for me. After saying that, Yangya left once again.
A few moments later, Yangya came back with a gloomy face. Wang Tang and the others noticed that Yangya's face was not right. However, if Yangya did not say anything, they did not ask much.
Everyone had their own thoughts, and after some more time, Kunlun Mountain finally appeared in Young Knight's vision. The Kunlun Mountains had arrived.
It doesn't seem to be anything special, Yangya muttered secretly. He led the crowd deeper and deeper, and the foreign beasts that appeared were of higher and higher grades, except that there was no difference between the Kunlun Mountain and the Woyue Mountain.
Yangya wasn't sure why these people specifically came to the Kunlun Mountains.
However, he just wanted to return. Yangya looked ahead and was surprised. What the heck is this? Wang Tang and the others' complexion also changed.
In front of them, a monster appeared, resembling a snake with 4 wings. Yangya was shocked not because it looked strange, but because he could not see this thing. Since his promotion to the planetary level, he was able to see all the information of the Blue Star's beasts without the use of the scrying technique.
But this flying snake, Yangya didn't get any information.
Hiss, the flying snake in front of him also sent Yangya and the others, hissed, and his body turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Yangya at the very front.
So fast. Yangya's pupils shrunk, hastily sidestepped. However, his arm was still grazed by the flying snake.
But there was no damage. There was only a reddish color on Yangya's arm, and blood was continuously flowing out.
Blood was pouring out.
Yangya's body trembled and froze in place. How could this happen?
Chapter 121 Southern Mountain Difficulty.
After the flying serpent wounded the Eternal Night, it revealed a hint of mockery, swinging its body arrogantly in mid-air and staring at the crowd in a very provocative manner.
What's going on?
Yangya couldn't care less about the flying snake and stared at Wang Tang and the others.
Wang Tang and the others could not suppress the shock on their faces.
I don't know, the red-clothed boy stammered and spoke. Neverwinter Night was injured.
This simply overturned the crowd's perception.
Yangya's face sank as he swept his gaze over Wang Tang and the others, then turned to the flying snake. Red sun split sky. A beam of energy directly penetrated the flying serpent.
However, the next moment, grass. Neverwinter Night cursed.
The flying snake was intact, but the energy beam seemed to have flashed the snake's eyes, and it couldn't help but blink.
The attack failed. Still not talking? Neverwinter Night twisted its head and looked at Wang Tang and the others with anger.
However, at this time, the flying snake moved again.
886, Winged Knight did not have any hesitation and directly Imperial Sword fled.
Yangya was not stupid. This group of metrosexuals obviously had something to hide from him.
Kunlun Mountain is they want to come, now appear this flying snake, they say they do not know.
Oh. The dead friend of the road is not dead, poor road, not to say, then ask for more.
I don't want to tell you, then I'll ask for my own good fortune.
The Eternal Night speed to the extreme, a few breaths disappeared in the line of sight. However, the flying snake did not pay attention to Wang Tang and others, towards the Eternal Night to chase. After Yang Night left, the red-clothed boy turned to Wang Tang and said anxiously, Big brother Wang Tang, what was that? Why is big brother Yangya bleeding? Why isn't it a damage value? The red-clothed teenager asked a series of questions. It was obvious that he really didn't know. Wang Tang and Limu glanced at each other and still shook their heads.
You guys still don't say?
The red-clothed teenager was anxious. I'll go find Grandpa and tell him. Saying that, the red-clothed teenager actually really wanted to leave.
Wait, Wang Tang suddenly said, we really don't dare to be sure.
But Wang Tang hesitantly opened his mouth. If I'm not wrong, that flying snake should be called
Song Snake.
Its shape is like a snake but has 4 wings. Its sound is like a rock. If you see it, there is a great drought. The song snake means calamity. It is a calamity beast. It is also known as the calamity snake.
The young man in red froze and muttered, Wang Tang, are you making up a mythological novel here?
Wang Tung shook his head. No, it's just that after we found out that the blue planet had changed, some creatures that shouldn't have existed appeared on the blue planet. And these creatures are not affected by the third world trials. In other words, they are independent of the third world trial. Marred. Yang Ye was a bit furious. He unexpectedly couldn't shake off the flying snake behind him. Seeing that he could never get rid of it, Yang Ye just wanted to use Space Leap to return directly to the main city. Ding, the third world's Goldwater Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. Ding, the third world Goldwater Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial area. Good timing. Yang Ye's eyes lit up and he directly disappeared in place. At the back, the flying snake that was chasing after Yang Yi braked sharply, its head looking around, obviously not sure why the person had suddenly disappeared. However, after circling around a few times, it sniffed around and then suddenly raised its head to look out of the sky. After a moment's hesitation, the flying snake steeply accelerated towards the sky. Outside the sky, Nanchan wore a red cloak and looked at the blue star from afar. In the next moment, Winged Knight appeared strangely. However, Yang Ye frowned slightly when he saw the red cloak in the distance. Only one person? Still hiding so far away. Not within the blue star's range, and he didn't have a bonus. Nanchan looked at the suddenly appearing Yang Ye and his heart snapped. Crap. 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 A level 200 planetary rank trialist? I thought I was a hanging wall. This nigga came with a big hanging wall. Nanchan looked at Yang Ye, his face shifting for a while. Yang Ye was also a bit confused. Was this red-cloaked man sick? Why was he looking at himself so strangely? A few moments later. Ha 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 ha, Nanchan suddenly laughed. I am the lord of the golden water planet, Nanchan. Nanchan arched his hand. What is your name? Winged Knight's gaze sank as he smiled and. Lord of the golden water planet. Then this person also possesses a planetary rank. Lord of the blue star, Yang Ye responded. Yang Ye. Good name. Unexpectedly, just after Yang Ye finished speaking, Nanchan suddenly sighed in admiration. Yang Ye, it's really a good name. Yang Yi, how good is it? What's good about it? Nanchan was numb. He was just being polite. Why was this person serious? Ha, Nanchan laughed. Brother Yang Ye, really humorous. Yang Ye, however, was raw and cold, and opened his mouth without saltiness. Don't beat around the bush. Ha, Nanchan laughed. I've long admired the name of Brother Yang Ye. I've come to make a friend. Long admired? Yang Ye looked at Nanchan suspiciously. We just met, right? Nanchan's eyes rolled. Do you believe in love at first sight? Brother Yang Ye and I, we hate each other when we meet. Marred, Yang Ye's body tightened. This gold mercury Nanchan's brain seemed abnormal. Nanchan also realized that what he said seemed to be a bit too much, and hurriedly looked for a remedy. Brother Yang Ye, I, Gold Mercury, would like to make an alliance with you. Alliance? Yang Ye looked at Nanchan warily. What kind of alliance? Naturally, it's an alliance of offense and defense, Nanchan enthusiastically said. Vast universe, how small we are, only by embracing together can we. No need. Before Nanchan finished his sentence, Yang Ye directly rejected. I am invincible in the world, I don't need an alliance. Ha? Nanchan was confused. Wasn't that a common word he used? Ha, Nanchan smiled awkwardly. Yang Ye, old brother, I thought the same thing back then, but. You hummy? Yang Ye's face changed. 8, 3, 9, 5, the judgment final deck in Yang Ye's hand changed 4 times in a row. Blazing sun, burning world. 143.64 billion. I'm going. Nanchan was grossed out. He just laughed awkwardly for a few moments. Is this Neverwinter Night sick? However, Nanchan directly disappeared into the blazing sun burning world skill range. In the next second, he appeared in another direction. So strong, Yang Ye's heart sank. He was deliberately looking for an excuse to strike, wanting to try out Nanchan's strength. After all, this was an existence of the same planetary rank as him, and he didn't expect this Nanchan to dodge directly. Nanchan should have the same teleportation skill as him. Yang Ye, don't think that I'm really afraid of you. Nanchan was a bit angry. Since the ancient rule of reaching out, you've gone too far. However, Neverwinter Night suddenly opened his mouth. The matter of alliance, we can talk about it. Nanchan looked at Yang Ye suspiciously, not understanding why there was a sudden change in attitude. Yang Ye smiled. Just now, I was just testing your strength. If it's too weak, naturally, you're not qualified to ally with me. However, Yang Ye's true thoughts, Nanchan had become the planet lord for a longer period of time than him. There were some things he could ask him for free. Nanchan was a bit deflated. He prided himself on being invincible, but today he was actually out to test his strength. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Ye was a big hangover, he, Nanchan, would have definitely struck out a long time ago. However, the face of such a big hang, Nanchan still held back. After all, those who know the time are wise. Haha, Nanchan laughed awkwardly a few times, so that's how it is. By the way, Nanchan was suddenly curious. Why haven't you joined the camp yet, brother Yang Ye? Before Yang Ye could say anything, Nanchan made another smart guess. Could it be that you want to fish? Killing exotic trialists like this? Hey, without bragging, back in the day, old brother, I also did this. How do you join the camp? Eternal Night suddenly popped up.
Nanshan froze, you don't know?
I don't know, Yang Ye replied truthfully. I received a system reminder, but it didn't tell me how to join.
Nanshan looked at Yang Ye strangely. You didn't try to talk to the main city NPC? NPCs again. Yang Yi was also numb.
Yang Ye was just about to open his mouth when Nanshan's face suddenly changed dramatically.
Damn it! Nanshan exclaimed and suddenly disappeared in place. Ha! Yang Yi was stunned. What was this for?
However, Yang Ye suddenly tightened his body and slowly turned around and
the rear.
That head of flying snake was looking at him unkindly.
Chapter 122, Endure? It's not over?
Yang Ye stared at the flying snake with a scowl.
What the hell is this guy doing? Blazing sun, burning world. The first to strike is the strongest.
A few dozen kilometers of the sky are illuminated by the blazing sun.
However, the flying snake is still unharmed under the blazing sun. Martyr.
Eternal Night was speechless. There was a bug in the third world. His random damage was ineffective. It's just a matter of a good man not fighting with snakes. Seeing that it wasn't going well, Yang Ye was ready to use Space Leap to leave.
But then, little guy, you're flashing my eyes again.
A childish voice issued from the flying snake's mouth.
Neverwinter Night's heart trembled. It can talk?
Neverwinter Night blurted out, staring at the flying snake with wide eyes. Even planetary-level creatures didn't spit out words, and now this flying snake had opened its mouth to speak.
Could it be that it was above planetary level? An inexplicable crisis enveloped Yang Ye's heart.
Originally, he had thought that he would be invincible at least in the blue planet after being promoted to the planetary level and becoming the lord of the blue planet. Who would have thought that before being invincible for much longer, a strip of this thing would pop up? What talking? The flying snake did not open its mouth, but Yang Ye clearly heard its voice. I'm transmitting sound.
Idea.
When Yang Ye finished speaking, his face sank again. No, it was the soul. The flying snake's voice was ringing directly in his head.
After a long moment of silence, Yang Ye carefully asked, You're following me for something? For good reason, you came up and flashed me in the eye. How are you going to compensate me? Flying snake once again transmitted his voice. What do you want? Yang Ye asked cautiously.
Flying snake looked Yang Ye up and down. What you have in your hand like this is good, bring it. Bye. Yang Ye dropped a sentence and directly disappeared in place.
Just kidding, wanting his judgment final chapter deck? It was absolutely impossible.
In the next moment, Neverwinter Night appeared in Kunlun Mountain again. Wang Tang and the others hadn't left yet, and when they saw that Yang Ye had returned, they were a bit nervous.
Speak. Yang Ye stared at the crowd. I don't have so much patience. If you still say you don't know, die.
The red-clothed teenager looked at the murderous Yang Ye and hurriedly said, Big brother Yang Ye, that's the song Snake. It's not within the third world trials.
Not within the third world trials? Waves rippled in Yang Ye's heart.
With these words, the implications were too great. Yang Ye suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the red-clothed teenager. Speak clearly.
Let me say it. Wang Tang stepped forward. After the third world descended on Blue Star, we discovered some abnormalities.
Wang Tang slowly said, some mythical creatures appeared on the Blue Star one after another. And these mythical creatures are not affected by the third world trials.
Continue, Yang Ye spoke nonchalantly.
Wang Tang continued in a deep voice, we guess that besides the third world, there is another mysterious force that affects Blue Star. When Winged Knight heard this, he blurted out, the upper echelons of the countries of the Blue Planet are staying quiet just to study this? Part of the reason, Wang Tang explained, since Blue Star humans can accept the third world trial, why can't they accept other trials? The higher-ups predicted that there is a high possibility that Blue Star has an existence that is not weaker than the third world. To interject, Li Mu suddenly spoke, this force is called the Myth Revival Trial. Neverwinter Night was silent, not realizing that Blue Star still had this kind of secret.
A moment later, Neverwinter Night suddenly spoke, has anyone succeeded in the Mythic Recovery Trial? How was the strength? Wang Tang shook his head, this I really don't know. Don't know? Yang Knight stared at Wang Tang with a bad expression, obviously not believing it.
Wang Tang showed a bitter smile on his face, it's true that I don't know, because we went through the third world trial as well. Wang Tang had bitter words to say, they did know some, but they did not know much. Today, they were completely impulsive and wanted to come to Kunlun Mountain to try their luck, but they did not expect that they would really run into the real thing. The Mythic Recovery Trial, even Neverwinter Nights couldn't do anything about it. At least Neverwinter Night couldn't hurt the Song Snake at all, while the Song Snake could hurt Neverwinter Night. These two types of trials, it seemed that the highs and lows had already been decided. Young Knight stared at Wang Tang for a moment and asked after him, what kind of people have accepted the Mythic Recovery Trial? Wang Tang was silent for a long time and spat out 3 words, silent here. Limu interjected again at this point, it is said that it is because the death rate of the Mythic Recovery Trial is too high, and only those who live towards death can succeed. Winged Knight wanted to continue inquiring, but then, Flying Snake rushed over again. Yang Ye's face changed, what should we do with it?
Yang Ye was indeed in some trouble, his means were ineffective against the flying snake. It was as if the power of the third world couldn't act on the flying snake.
I don't know, Wang Tang spoke helplessly. The other dozen or so people also shook their heads in succession, they really didn't know.
Get back, Winged Knight was a bit furious, I'll lure him away.
As the words fell, Yang Ye flew straight towards the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. Flying Snake didn't care about the others and directly chased towards Yang Ye.
Go, Wang Tang clenched his teeth and led the crowd back. We won't get Yang Ye killed here, right?
The red-clothed teenager opened his mouth worriedly. Night Chen and the others were also a bit hesitant. If they pitted the number one person of Blue Star to death here, then they would be Blue Star sinners.
At least for now, in the third world trial, Yang Ye was everyone's pillar.
No, Wang Tang calmly said, he has spatial teleportation, Song Snake can't catch up with him.
The red-clothed boy nodded. Why doesn't he go back to the main city?
He doesn't want to bring the Song Snake back, Night Chen said with a complicated expression. Winged Knight can't even deal with it, let alone the others. On the other side, Yang Ye's imperial sword was traveling rapidly, but the flying snake was getting closer and closer.
Stop! Yang Ye shouted and stopped running.
I think we can talk about it. Yang Ye looked at Flying Snake. My cards are of little use to you. Might as well exchange them for something else. Whether it's useful or not is up to me. Flying Snake was clearly eyeing Yang Ye's judgment in chapter.
Neverwinter Night was undeterred. You should hear what I'll trade you first. Flying Snake revealed a touch of anthropomorphic scowl. You tell me. How about I catch you some rats? Forever Knight said seriously, aren't snakes' favorite thing to eat rats? Flying Snake.
Whoosh, the Flying Snake was clearly enraged, its body suddenly accelerating without warning.
Winged Knight's face suddenly changed, hastily sidestepped, and managed to dodge. Gave you face, Yang Ye's face sank.
Being chased by a beast for so long, Yang Ye couldn't bear it anymore.
35445365474654732323355. The trial finale points were pulsing like crazy. After killing the Pluto trialist, Neverwinter Night's lifespan value saved up to 24,718. Being able to extract it 247 times, whether it was useful or not, Neverwinter Nights decided to let it go. However, after drawing more than 100 times, the final chapter of Judgment suddenly stopped pulsing. Ha! Neverwinter Night was stunned as the Judgment final chapter revealed a special card, Black Ace Joker.
Ding, Judgment final chapter, the last trump card.
Life is not seen, death is not seen.
Tomorrow has something to do. There is a possibility that it will be updated during the daytime. Posies don't stay up until 12 o'clock and so on.
Chapter 123. The King Doesn't See the King. It was the Black Ace. Yang Ye's complexion was joyful.
I didn't expect to draw the ace out after drawing it over 100 times. Life without seeing, death without end.
With such a powerful line, the ace's effect couldn't be bad, right? However, Neverwinter Night wasn't sure if the ace of the Judgment finale had any effect on the Flying Serpent. After all of his previous means of attack were all ineffective against the Flying Snake. However, right at this moment, the entire Kunlun mountain sky suddenly darkened. It's dark? Eternal Night was stunned.
The Song Snake also looked up in confusion, as if it also didn't understand how the sky had darkened in good time.
The domain of the dead, an eerie voice rang out.
The space under the darkness began to twist and turn, rolling violently like boiling iron. The entire pitch-black canopy seemed to turn into a waterfall, pouring and crushing towards Naruto. Sensing this powerful threat, a hint of fear finally appeared in the snake's pupil. Hiss! The Song Snake screamed and charged towards Neverwinter Nights.
Boom! An invisible barrier appeared in front of Yang Ye at an unknown time, stopping the Song Snake. In the next instant, the canopy poured down and flooded the snake. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Star, Yang Ye, for killing the Calamity Beast, rewarding you with a life expectancy of plus 1000 and a level of plus 100. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Star, Winged Knight, third world contribution value plus 1. A series of system prompts resounded in Yang Ye's ears. Immediately afterward, the entire sky returned to normal, and the Song Snake disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion on his part. Undead domain. Neverwinter Night muttered, it's a domain?
A moment later, Winged Knight came back to his senses. The Flying Snake was known as the Calamity Beast in the third world, and killing it directly gave him 1000 lifespan value.
Moreover, it also rewarded level plus 100, and Yang Ye's level directly came to 300. However, leveling didn't seem to be of much use to Yang Ye. He was currently wearing his only equipment, and he didn't need to rely on leveling up to replace his iterative equipment. The only thing that was useful was the 1 point of longevity value and 5 points of free attributes that were rewarded for every level up. However, from the beginning until now, Yang Ye hadn't used the attribute points gained from each upgrade, and had now accumulated 1,500 points. This point of attribute points was really a bit of a chicken rib for Yang Ye, and he had kept it useless. Third world contribution value plus 1. What was the use of this contribution value? It seems like I have to find Nanshan and ask. Yang Ye remembered Nanshan again.
Although this person seemed a bit out of tune, after all, he became a planetary rank earlier than him, so some things Nanshan should know. Most importantly, Nanshan had fled directly after seeing the flying snake, so he obviously knew something.
With this in mind, Yang Ye planned to leave this place first.
But at this time, the space where the flying snake was located suddenly rippled.
In Yang Ye's surprised gaze, a strange fluctuation appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Yang Yi.
Yang Ye subconsciously tried to dodge it, but the force invaded his body in advance.
Yang Ye's body tightened, and a warm current instantly spread throughout his body. However, immediately afterward, a bitter groan escaped Yang Ye's mouth.
Only to see that Yang Ye's body was exposed with veins, his complexion became red, and a large amount of sweat overflowed around his body, which quickly evaporated and evaporated again.
In a few breaths, Yang Ye's body was like dried up dead wood, shrinking by a circle. A bizarre scene presented itself on Yang Ye's body.
His life and lifespan values were unmoved, but his body was already showing signs of disrepair. The immense pain caused Yang Ye's consciousness to begin to blur, and he couldn't even maintain his sword attack technique, falling from a high altitude towards the bottom.
With a muffled thud, Yang Ye's body smashed straight onto the mountaintop and disappeared into the snow.
Only a few moments later, a large amount of white mist emerged from the mountaintop, and the snow rapidly melted.
A few moments later, the snow melted, and Yang Ye was revealed.
At this moment, he was curled up in a ball on the black rock, not moving at all.
After a long time,
thud, 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 a violent muffled sound emanated from Yang Ye's chest, and the blood vessels under his skin suddenly began to bulge and throb. And Yang Ye's originally dry body quickly returned to normal. Yang Ye opened his eyes violently, an acidic and numbing sensation repeatedly ravaged his flesh, and he couldn't help but let out a moan. Only to see Yang Ye slowly sitting up, subconsciously clenching his hands into fists. Tear, a soft sound was emitted between the fingers. Yang Yi was stunned and immediately swung his fist towards a stone block on the side. With a bang, the stone block directly exploded into pieces.
What a strong power!
A trace of shock flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. Few blowing off the powdered debris on his hand, the back of his hand was as smooth as jade, without the slightest trace left behind.
There must be a blessing after a great calamity, Winged Knight muttered. Could this be the mythic recovery trial that Wang Tang was talking about?
The physical body was greatly strengthened, and other than the mythic recovery trial, Yang Yi could not think of a second reason. Yang Ye knew very well that his current situation was significantly different from the Third World trial. Under the Third World trial system, no matter how powerful he was ultimately stuck with measurable and concrete values. The Third World trial was like a process of quantifying everyone and everything. But now, Yang Ye knew that it was his own body itself that had made a qualitative leap.
Flying snake, calamity beast. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly.
According to what Wang Tang had said, the calamity beasts were not included in the Third World trials. That is to say, the Third World had no way to incorporate the calamity beasts into the trial system. To put it more bluntly, the Third World did not have the means to quantify the calamity beasts. In that case, Yang Ye stood up. The mythic recovery trial is at least on the same level as the Third World.
That's not right either.
Neverwinter Nights suddenly realized a problem. If the Third World didn't have the means to incorporate the calamity beasts into the trial system,
then why was he able to use the Third World's means to kill the flying snake?
It's a forced obliteration. Neverwinter Night instantly reacted to the fact that the power mobilized by the trial's final trump card far exceeded the flying serpent.
What level of power is the undead domain? A trace of curiosity arose in Neverwinter Nights. It's even capable of forcibly obliterating the flying serpent? Just then,
ding, the Third World Goldwater Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. Ding, the Third World Goldwater Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. Eternal Night stared blankly, but then revealed a smile and disappeared. Outside the sky, Nanshan carefully and cautiously stared at the blue star.
Yang Ye should be dead.
Nanshan muttered in a low voice, Blue Star has unexpectedly appeared, a creature that is not within the trial. AI, Nanshan sighed, I originally thought that Blue Star had produced an invincible person who could compete with me, but I didn't expect to have fallen so quickly. Indeed, the king does not see the king. If you see, there will be a king who will fall. In that case, it's still me, Nanshan, who can't do right by you.
Chapter 124, Before revealing the secret. Nanshan was still self-absorbed when a voice suddenly sounded and, What? Yang Ye looked at Nanshan skeptically. The king doesn't see the king?
Yang Ye had just arrived when he heard Nanshan say that the king didn't see the king, and he subconsciously associated it with his Judgment Final Chapter deck. If the king doesn't see the king, doesn't it mean that it's impossible for his own Judgment Final Chapter deck to come up with 2 trump cards? Grass, Nanshan saw Neverwinter Nights and saw a ghost, directly dodging and retreating thousands of meters.
You're still alive? Nanshan returned with another flash and looked Yang Ye up and down. How is this possible? How is this possible?
Nanshan kept repeating these words, as if he had seen something unbelievable. How is it impossible? Yang Ye spoke calmly, seeing is believing, am I not fine? Nanshan's eyes were filled with shock, and it took him a few moments before he accepted this reality.
How did you survive? Nanshan couldn't help but ask. Let's not talk about that first. Yang Ye didn't answer and instead asked, do you know about that flying snake?
No, Nanshan immediately shook his head.
Then you're certain that I won't survive? Winged Knight frowned. Brother, Nanshan was surprised, can't you feel it? He's not within the trial.
Oh, Nanshan suddenly turned his words around, your level is too low right now.
Ha, Nanshan said halfway through his sentence, his expression was as shocked as if he had seen a ghost again. How did you level 300?
Not long ago when he escaped, Yang Ye was clearly only level 200.
How long has it been, and you're level 300? What happened to not being within the trial? Yang Ye asked after him. As for Nanshan's yelling, Yang Ye directly ignored it. Nanshan looked at Yang Ye with a speechless face.
After a moment, Nanshan said, not being within the trial means that all of our current means are useless against it.
Yang Ye was silent. Nanshan's words were right.
He couldn't hurt the flying snake until he drew the trump card.
Yang Ye looked at Nanshan, then how can we kill it?
Kill it? Nanshan flashed a trace of surprise, but immediately regained his smug look. You've asked the right person. It's not that I'm bragging, Nanshan put his hands behind his back, other than me, there really aren't many people who are qualified to know. Yang Ye's forehead a little black, this Nanshan, anytime and anywhere can pretend to play handsome.
Is definitely carved into the bones.
Seeing that Yang Ye's face was not right, Nanshan hastily collected himself and said, new life, power is needed.
What, newborn, power? Yang Ye asked after him.
I don't know, Nanyama shook his head with a sense of entitlement, I didn't obtain this power either, so how would I know?
However, Nanshan's words changed and said seriously, this power can ignore all attributes and directly exterminate the body.
Yang Ye was stunned at his words. Nanshan thought that Yang Ye didn't understand and said further, let me give you an example. For example, if a foreign beast with a life value of over $1 trillion appeared right now, you definitely wouldn't be able to do it in seconds. But if we can have this, new life, power, we can ignore its life value and easily second it. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and according to what Nanshan said, his judgment finale trump card, the domain of the dead, belonged to this kind of newborn power. Cough, Nanyama suddenly said very seriously, I gave this newborn power a name. Yang Ye froze, the suddenly serious Nanshan made him still a little uncomfortable.
What name? Yang Ye's curiosity was piqued. Nanshan softly said, this power is Nanshan returning to truth. Yang Ye. Ha ha ha, Nanshan laughed indulgently, how about this name? Return to truth, Neverwinter Nights murmured in his mind. Ignore the data, return to the truth. Could it be, from data to truth?
Therefore, within the domain of the dead, the numerical monsters of the third world, no matter what level all useless, the end is only death. So, the trial of the final ace can obliterate the flying serpent.
Moment. Not a bad name, Winged Knight nodded seriously. Ha!
Nanzan was also stunned. This was the first time Neverwinter Night hadn't contradicted him, and other than that, it was a bit inexplicably touching.
Well, Namsan suddenly asked, how on earth did you avoid that snake chasing you? Probably because I'm handsome, Yang Ye casually returned. Nanshan's old face darkened at that.
Actually, Yang Ye changed his words, I made a deal with it with something.
Nanshan curiously chased after it, what kind of deal? Snakes like to eat rats, Yang Ye said without blushing, I gave it a few. Ha! Namsan looked confused, it's that simple?
Yang Ye looked at the confused Nanshan and coldly ventured out, what's the use of the third world contribution value?
What is it? Nanshan shook his head, never heard of it.
Neverwinter Night was reticent, the fact that Nanshan didn't know meant that he hadn't obtained it. It was also right, he had only gained a little third world contribution value by killing the flying snake himself. It was clearly impossible for Nanshan to kill an existence like the flying snake.
Yang Ye suddenly looked at Nanshan and pointed at Blue Star, want to go in and have a seat? Nanshan immediately shook his head, no.
What a joke, Blue Star had the existence of something outside of the trial, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't be able to go in.
Neverwinter Night asked another tentative question, then you're looking for me to make an alliance?
Oh, Nanshan came back in the spirit, you go to the main city first to join the camp, I will come back to you, no you go to Goldwater Star to find me. Good, Yang Ye slowly nodded his head, he also wanted to know what exactly Nanshan was looking for his alliance for.
Only. Yang Ye looked at Nanshan and added, want some tea? Nanshan froze, what kind of tea? You're still not leaving without tea? A sense of powerlessness rose in Yang Ye.
This Nanshan, he was nice, but he just couldn't understand human language.
Oh, haha, Nanshan laughed awkwardly, going away.
After saying that, Nanshan's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Winged Knight stopped in place for a moment and also returned to Blue Star. Only, Yang Ye didn't go to the main city to join any camps, but instead directly appeared in the Dragon Kingdom dungeon.
Myth Recovery Trial.
Neverwinter Night looked at the somewhat empty dungeon and murmured a soft sentence.
It was time to have a chat in person. The Blue Star mutation, just how many secrets were still hidden?
This layer of window paper, it was time to pierce it.
A few moments later.
Dungeon City, Area S, within a garden, an old man sat under a pavilion drinking alone.
Yang Ye slowly walked into the garden.
The old man looked up and smiled. Kid, you're finally here, come sit.
Yang Ye looked at the old man. You were waiting for me?
The old man slowly nodded his head. I had thought that you would come over the first time you had the ability to teleport back to the dungeon. I didn't expect you to come after such a long time. The old man sighed in admiration. With so many mysteries, you are very calm at your young age.
Neverwinter Night hesitated. I always thought that you guys would be looking for me. The old man. Neverwinter Nights.
P.S. Today's update author grabbed to write on the veil of the blue star mutation, but also to unveil a corner.
Chapter 125, Trials vs. Trials. Sit down, the old man laughed. Are you going to keep standing and talking to me?
Yang Ye sniffed and walked straight to sit down opposite the old man. As soon as Yang Ye sat down, he opened his mouth and asked, who is the person who cast the mirror flower water moon? The old man looked at Yang Ye with some surprise. I thought you were concerned about the mythic recovery trial. I didn't expect you to ask about this first. However, after the old man finished speaking, a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Yang Ye said in a deep voice, those who sacrificed their lives because of me, I can't even know who they are. It's our people, the old man responded. However, they sacrificed for the Dragon Kingdom, so you don't have to keep it on your head. If it wasn't for you, the old man continued, most of the Dragon Kingdom would still be in the dungeon right now.
Neverwinter Nights was silent and didn't say anything.
It's better to talk about the Third World Trial first. The old man looked at Yang Ye. The Third World Trial, we did know about it a long time ago. Our probes intercepted a coded message from cosmic deep space. The holographic silo linking to the Third World was because we inputted a coded message sent from the Third World.
What exactly is the Third World? Neverwinter Night couldn't help but ask.
We speculate that it's a cosmic super-civilization far beyond the level of our blue star, the old man responded. It's capable of taking everything that exists and transforming it with data.
Our entry into the Third World is akin to a process of undergoing the transformation.
The holographic silo is a medium, because the blue star human physique is too weak to directly withstand the effects of the data transformation.
Neverwinter frowned. What is the purpose of the trial? Screening seeds, the old man said calmly.
Yang Ye froze at his words. Seeing this, the old man explained, you can also understand that it's looking for variables. The Third World possesses the ability to rely on data and quantify everything, the old man said in a deep voice, but this initial datization is controllable. The Third World should be using its controllable initial data on a cosmic scale and deducing or, rather, seeking to derive unknown variables. And that, in turn, requires the involvement of a large number of creatures. The old man said slowly, and we are being pulled into this trial.
Winged Knight was silent for a moment and said, so, we are the specimens of the Third World's inferred variables?
Mice, the old man laughed. This analogy is more appropriate and a bit more apt, because only when life continues to evolve will variables be born. Yang Ye heard this and nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but say, kid, don't nod your head, you don't understand yet.
What? Yang Ye didn't understand. Do you think the Third World will wait for life to evolve normally?
The old man said in a deep voice.
Yang Ye's gaze condensed, you mean?
That's right, the old man nodded. The Third World will try to do everything it can to speed up the process of life evolution.
This process means that countless creatures will die.
Whether it's the alien beasts or us, Blue Star, we are all white rats for the Third World to accelerate the evolution. The old man said in a deep voice. It seems calm now, that's because you went too fast, the old man continued. If it wasn't for you, the Third World would have accelerated the process for all the trialists of Blue Star through other means as well.
Neverwinter Night couldn't help but ask, all of what you're saying was obtained from the Third World coded information?
Of course not, the old man said. I made all of this up.
Yang Ye. The old man looked at Yang Ye's speechless expression and laughed. It's not made up either, it's reasonable speculation. The Third World's level of technology is unimaginable, almost demonic, the old man said meaningfully. What do you think their purpose of data mining everything is?
Neverwinter Night slowly spat out a few words, to find variables. The old man smiled awkwardly, a statement he had just made up.
And what do variables refer to? The old man followed Yang Ye's words and fell into deep thought. Neverwinter Nights.
Compared to the Third World, the old man suddenly sighed. The technological power of our blue star is too weak.
The datization of everything. The old man shook his head repeatedly. It's simply unimaginable.
Then the mythic recovery trial.
Eternal Night couldn't help but ask.
The old man sniffed and his expression became solemn. Mythic recovery trial, an accident. An accident that occurred when the Third World quantified the blue star. When the Third World descended on Blue Star and data mined everything, another indescribable force appeared on Blue Star, the old man muttered. Even the Third World couldn't quantify them.
They? Neverwinter Night caught the key in the old man's words. Is there more than one mythological creature, and is that narrowing serpent just one of them? Mythical creatures?
The old man shook his head. That's just a local snake, it should have mutated after coming into contact with that power.
Neverwinter Night froze. A local snake? A local snake was born with divine sense? It could even talk to itself?
Wang Tang and the others took the path of the third world, the old man explained, so they didn't know much about it before they thought it was a mythical creature.
What happened to that star on the blue star? Winged Knight asked again.
A cosmic creature, the old man said softly, a living, big one. Yang Yi's pupils shrank, although he had always guessed that it was a living creature, but now it was confirmed by the old man himself. Although he had always guessed that it was a living thing, he was still a bit surprised when the old man himself confirmed it. However, even such a large guy had been data mined by the third world, so why would there still be an existence that the third world couldn't quantify? That. Yang Ye suddenly thought of something. The purpose of the third world wouldn't be to simulate the Great Tao, with data, right?
The old man's eyes lit up at his words. You mean supernatural power?
We also had this speculation. How did you come up with it?
Neverwinter Nights responded, I made it up.
The old man was a bit speechless. Yang Ye was using his words to dislike him. However, Yang Ye felt that his guess was highly probable. Since the third world was already able to quantify everything, the only thing it wanted to utilize the data to deduce should be the illusory Tao.
The laws of the Great Tao? Or a strange force?
After the two of them were silent for a moment, Yang Ye asked again.
Neverwinter Nights asked again, where is the Dragon Kingdom myth recovery trial at now?
At these words, the old man's face changed slightly. Only after a long time did he say, there are a lot of deaths and injuries. Only 7 people have been determined to have succeeded so far. Yang Ye's heart sank, being able to make the old man say that there was a great deal of death. I'm afraid that the number of people who died in the trial was an astronomical number.
Yang Ye couldn't help but say, what are the contents of the trial? The old man shook his head, I don't know.
What?
Yang Ye froze. How could he not know? You want to go to the mythic recovery trial land to take a look?
The old man suddenly said.
Neverwinter Night was surprised when he heard that. Just go?
The old man nodded and shook his head again.
Didn't 7 people succeed?
Yang Ye said in a deep voice, then they.
However, before Neverwinter Night could finish his sentence,
the old man spoke. After returning from the mythic recovery trial land, they forgot everything inside.
And,
the old man said in a heavy tone, for such a long time, only 7 of them walked out.
Neverwinter Night sniffed and hesitated. In that case,
the others might not have died. There is this possibility, the old man smiled bitterly, but after so long, there isn't much hope for this. Yang Ye was silent for a moment and asked, how strong are the 7 of them?
Very strong, the old man said in a deep voice, it's just that they can't control their own power well for the time being. Can I meet them?
Neverwinter Night hadn't finished speaking. No, the old man very simply refused.
Why? Yang Ye was surprised.
The old man looked grave. Once the 7 of them and the third world players meet, they are immortal. Our guess is that there should be some sort of conflict or antagonism between the 2 trials.
Neverwinter Night couldn't help but ask, is it possible that the 2 trials are participating together?
It is absolutely impossible, the old man shook his head. It is impossible to be data mined by the third world if you pass the mythic recovery trial.
Neverwinter Night sniffed and fell silent. What was wrong with him then? Chapter 126, what am I coming to?
So what if we receive the third world trial first, and then the mythic recovery trial?
Neverwinter Night suddenly thought of this.
Since he participated in the mythic recovery trial, he couldn't be data mined by the third world.
What about the other way around?
Participate in the third world trial first before attempting the mythic recovery trial.
Would that be feasible?
Moreover, Yang Ye himself seemed to be in this situation.
The old man hesitated, as they hadn't tried it yet.
No, it suddenly occurred to the old man that not long ago, there was a person in the Dragon Kingdom who gave up the third world trial and took the initiative to go to the mythic recovery trial. It was just that after he went in, he never came out either. This is impossible, the old man shook his head. The 2 trials are conflicting and opposing. It's simply impossible to have both at the same time. The old man didn't tell the truth. After all, Yang Yue was now the hope of the entire Blue Star, and absolutely couldn't take any risks. Not to mention the extremely high mortality rate of the mythic recovery trial. Even if the mortality rate was very low, the old man was not prepared to let Yang Ye try. Yang Ye was still standing at the top of Blue Star in the third world today, so he had to continue to expand his advantage. That was the choice that would maximize the benefits. Eggs couldn't be put in one basket. Whether it was mythic recovery or the third world, there were people in the Dragon Kingdom who had tried it, and whichever way it went, it was an opportunity. Neverwinter Night was already the most likely person for Blue Star to succeed in the third world trials. Since he was going to try, it was impossible to let Yang Ye go. Yang Ye quietly looked at the old man without saying anything. He could sense that the old man didn't want him to try the mythic recovery trial. However, Yang Ye was already determined to try it. After killing the flying snake this time, his had gained unimaginable benefits, and his body functions had gained a significant boost. This kind of trial that directly acted on the principal body, Yang Ye didn't want to miss it. Only, it wasn't now. Because Yang Ye had also discovered that the probability of extracting the trial's final trump card was too low, and his current lifespan value was still far from enough. According to what the old man had said so far, the probability of the mythic recovery trial was too low, and for him to go rashly like this was tantamount to looking for death. At least until he had enough longevity value. If he didn't have the judgment final ace of the dead domain, Yang Ye could have fallen in the face of a creature like the flying snake. What's your plan behind you? The old man asked Yang Ye rhetorically. Neverwinter Night pondered briefly. Go out and take a look. Go out? Outside the blue star? The old man was surprised. That's right, Yang Ye nodded slowly. What about the foreign trialists? The old man was worried. Without you around, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop them. I'll join the camp first, Yang Ye said. After Blue Star joins the camp, there will be no more trialists from other trial regions coming over. It's good that you have arrangements, the old man nodded slowly. But before you leave, the old man suddenly suggested, there is something you can do first. What is it? Neverwinter Night was puzzled. Territory war. The old man laughed. The major main cities of the blue planet, it's already time to reopen the territory wars. Yang Ye looked at the old man with a strange expression. He realized that this was not a kind person. Don't look at me like that, the old man said breezily. If we are weak, other countries will be as well. The history books have already given the answer. Yang Ye nodded slowly. Then let's follow the list of history books and liquidate them one by one. Ha, the old man laughed. You kid, to my liking. But, the old man suddenly turned his words, we can't do it to the end. There should be people from other countries who have passed the trial as well. Ha? Yang Ye froze. Other countries also have myth recovery trial entrances? The old man said in a deep voice, there are indeed entrances, but whether it's the same kind of trial as ours or not, it's impossible to determine right now. Good, Winged Knight nodded his head and agreed in one gulp. The so-called territory war was not a difficult task for him. By the way, Yang Ye suddenly asked, where is the entrance to the mythic recovery trial? The old man looked at Yang Ye with a wary face. Don't even think about it, you kid, I won't tell you. What's the point of being so serious? Yang Ye casually said. I'm not planning to go either. Heh, the old man smiled skinlessly. You think I'll believe you? Is it so hard to trust between people? Yang Ye was somewhat speechless. Difficult, the old man said bluntly. For me to believe that you kid won't go, I'd rather choose to believe that pigs will get on trees. Yang Ye pursed his lips and didn't continue to pursue the matter. The entire blue star was his, so as long as he wanted to, he could always find it. Besides, he had already discovered the flying snake in the Kunlun Mountains, and there was a good chance that there was a trial entrance right there. Right during Yang Ye's conversation with the old man. Blue Star, Dungeon City, the top brass of each country became unusually agitated. Rice, Dungeon City, Area S. But no. Half of the people who entered the second trial actually managed to come out. Yes, and the number of people who managed to get out of the trial is still increasing. Now we're going to rise completely. Dragon Kingdom, to borrow one of your old sayings, NOZUONO die this time is your doom. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Dungeon, Area S. Our people are coming out of the trial one after another? That's right, Your Excellency, another mysterious trial, our people managed to come out. Excellent. Dragon Kingdom Eternal Night, this time, new grudges and old grudges will be settled together. Situations such as these were staged one after another in the S-zones of the various countries' dungeons. For a while, the various countries' dungeons were in a state of extreme excitement. In the Dragon Kingdom dungeon, inside a secret room made of special alloy metal, a person suddenly sat up. This person was precisely one of the 7 people who had succeeded in the mythic recovery trial, as the old man had said. The people who entered the mythic recovery trial in the Dragon Kingdom, so far, only the 7 of them had managed to come out. I seem to remember something, this person muttered and whispered. It's 3 words. It's loser. Loser. I am. Failure of the trial. Hiss. An agonizing moan escaped from this person's mouth, his forehead bruised. He suddenly clenched his hands and slammed his fist on the alloy wall. Thunk, there was a loud sound, and the entire chamber shuddered violently. A huge depression was caused at the fist. What am I coming to? The man fell back into confusion. I clearly remembered something. Chapter 127 Star Map. One of the top 10 safe zones in the Dragon Kingdom, Jiangnan Main City. After Winged Knight and the old man finalized the details of the territory war, they returned from the dungeon to Jiangnan City. Neverwinter Night hid his conspicuous soul equipment and walked through the city streets. Nowadays, the entire Jiangnan City district was almost restored to its former scenes, and children could be seen everywhere on the streets. Looking at the children chasing each other on the streets, some of the surrounding trialists revealed a hint of a long-lost smile. From the beginning of the Blue Star Mutiny, it was already unknown how many people had died. The vast majority of them were in their prime. It was with such a group of people that the situation today had been exchanged. The only difference from before was that there were now more buildings dedicated to NPCs in Jiangnan City. A few moments later, Yang Ye entered a hall alone. Inside the hall, an NPC was playing with a cup of milk tea. The main city's guidance officer was similar to the Pep Boys or official elves in some traditional games.
Oh, so it's Lord City Master, the guidance officer said with a smile on his face. You're really a busy man, you haven't come to sit with me for such a long time. These NPCs were as unorthodox as ever. However, by now, Yang Ye probably understood that these NPCs should also be third world trialists. Unlike ordinary trialists, their identity was positioned as NPCs.
But the third world seems to have certain tests for these NPCs, or else they wouldn't be so greedy for money.
Neverwinter Night smiled awkwardly and said, I'll choose the camp.
Okay, Lord City Master, the guidance officer said with a smile, the handling fee is 10 million blue star coins.
Yang Ye didn't bargain this time and directly paid 10 million blue star coins. The guidance officer froze and hesitated. You don't bargain?
There's no need for that, Yang Ye shook his head. Neverwinter Night did not lack this amount of blue star coins right now, and besides, the NPCs in the third world were all so greedy for money. Neverwinter Night guessed that this might be their trial conditions. The guidance officer's face was a bit torn, and the words he had prepared were of no use.
What's wrong? Yang Ye looked at the guidance officer and curiously said, Are there any other fees?
No, the guidance officer hastily shook his head, then said, You can register Blue Star as a Galactic Empire affiliated trial area.
Galactic Empire? Yang Ye froze and said in his heart, could it be referring to the Milky Way?
It's the Galactic Empire, the guidance officer explained. The closest galaxy-level empire to Blue Star is the Galactic Empire, and after registering, Blue Star becomes a Galactic Empire registered trial area.
Other trial areas will also be unable to come and hunt Blue Star trialists anymore.
Good, Yang Ye nodded, then it will be registered as a Galactic Empire affiliated trial area. If it was just Yang Ye himself, he wouldn't mind if Blue Star didn't join any forces. But after all, Yang Ye wanted to explore the cosmic stars, and it was impossible for him to stay at Blue Star all the time. Once he left and Blue Star didn't belong to any camp, it would be troublesome.
Right now, Blue Star's trialists weren't capable of dealing with exotic trialists.
Ding, third worldwide announcement, congratulations to Blue Star for joining the Galactic Empire and becoming a registered trial area. Ding, third world service-wide announcement, congratulations to Blue Star for joining the Galactic Empire and becoming a registered trial area.
6 consecutive service-wide announcements. Blue Star, the players of the major main cities couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard the system announcements.
From today onwards, they wouldn't have to worry about exotic trialists anymore.
Inside the hall, the Eternal Knight looked at the guidance officer and asked, How can the trialists from other trial zones distinguish that this is Blue Star?
This is simple, the guidance officer explained. One is the star map, all the registered trial zones will be lit up on the star map. The second one is the warning, all trialists who are close to the Blue Star will receive a system alert.
So it's like this.
Yang Ye slowly nodded his head.
However, Yang Ye thought of something else and asked, The star map you mentioned, is it a map of the universe?
No, the guidance officer responded, it only contains the map of the Galactic Empire.
How do you sell star maps? Winged Knight asked.
If he could buy a copy of the star map, it would be convenient in the future. The guidance officer immediately smiled at his words, 1 million galactic coins a copy.
Galaxy coins? Yang Ye frowned.
He didn't have the so-called galactic coins. 1,000 to 1, the guidance officer explained enthusiastically, all planetary coins from the trial area can be exchanged for galaxy coins at a ratio of 1,000 to 1.
So black?
Yang Ye was instantly nonplussed. According to this ratio, he would need to pay 100 million Blue Star coins.
Neverwinter Night looked at his wealth value.
Wealth, 206,520,000 Blue Star coins.
Not enough, Yang Ye frowned, the difference was too much. The guidance officer seemed to see Yang Ye's dilemma and warmly reminded, You can be given a proper discount.
Yang Ye was silent for a moment and stretched out a finger, just 1 million.
Ha! The guidance officer was confused, so bold?
Yang Ye slowly spat out the last 3 words, Blue Star coin.
What?
The guidance officer's eyes widened, and he shook his head in a hurry. Impossible, impossible, the purchase price is more than that. It's just a map, Winged Knight said, it shouldn't be that valuable in the Galactic Empire. It's not that simple, the guidance officer explained. The star map covers the entire Galactic Empire, and it also has to show all the coordinates of the planets in real time. It's not as simple as a map.
Ha!
Yang Ye also realized the problem, the stars within the starry sky were not static. Therefore, a star map was a living map that could display the latest coordinates of the planets in real time.
Not bad for the third world. How much data processing is needed to do this?
Yang Ye pondered for a moment, and offered a new price, 10 million Blue Star coins. 10 million Blue Star coins, or 10,000 galactic coins, was already quite a lot.
The guidance officer's face darkened, shaking his head repeatedly, No, too low.
In the end, after a bout of tugging and pulling from both sides, Neverwinter Night transferred 10 million Blue Star coins, or 100,000 galactic coins, before taking a star map. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a galactic star map. How black, Yang Ye couldn't help but be staggered, a star map of 100,000 galactic coins, opening up for 1 million galactic coins.
These NPCs, they weren't generally black. Yang Ye's wealth value directly shrunk by half. Which one? The guidance officer looked at Yang Ye and asked tentatively, "Are you going out? I still have Galactic Empire void folding ships for sale here." Yang Ye was stunned at his words. Void folding ship? The guidance officer enthusiastically introduced, "All you need to do is enter the corresponding coordinates, and the void ships will arrive very quickly." "How much?" Eternal Knight asked vigilantly. The guidance officer held out a finger. 100 million galactic coins of void folding ship. "Can't afford it," Yang Ye decisively refused.
100 million galactic coins was 100 billion Blue Star coins. Even if you sold Blue Star, I'm afraid it wouldn't be worth that price.
After saying that, Yang Ye turned around and left. Hey, the guidance officer was anxious. "You can bargain."
After the guidance officer finished speaking, Yang Ye actually turned back again.
"You really want to buy it?" The guidance officer froze. Winged Knight directly asked, "What is the use of third world contribution points?" "What?" Chapter 128, The War of Extermination that started early.
Third world contribution value, Winged Knight repeated again.
You. The guidance officer stammered and spoke, "You have third world contribution value?" Yang Ye looked at the guidance officer's shocked reaction and slowly nodded. "What is its use?" The guidance officer looked at Yang Ye and fell silent.
Yang Ye wasn't in a hurry. The guidance officer obviously knew what the contribution value was for, and he didn't care to wait a little longer. A moment later, the guidance officer spoke, "Its merit." The guidance officer said with a complicated expression, "Only those who contribute to the third world will receive contribution value." "It's to the entire third world," the guidance officer said in a deep voice, "not the Blue Star, not the Galactic Empire." Neverwinter Knight's complexion stared as he heard this. In that case, he had made a contribution to the third world by killing the flying snake. Winged Knight continued, "You still haven't said what the contribution value is for." The guidance officer was stunned and said resentfully, 10,000 points of contribution value can be exchanged for a void folding ship.
"Ha?"
Winged Knight raised an eyebrow and stared at the guidance officer, "You're cheating the third world's meritocracy."
The guidance officer sweated profusely. He couldn't afford this hatchet.
"It's a U-class void folding ship," the guidance officer hurriedly explained, "not the Galactic Empire ships we just talked about." 10,000 contribution value. Yang Ye was a bit speechless. Contribution value, he only had a little.
"Do we have to go to the Kunlun Mountains to kill another 9,999 flying snakes?" However, this absurd idea was vetoed by Yang Ye himself just as soon as it rose.
Not to mention whether or not there were so many flying snakes, the most crucial thing was that he could only kill flying snakes if he drew the Judgment Final Chapter trump card. The remaining lifespan of Yang Ye was not enough for him to continue. The last time he killed the flying snake, he consumed more than 10,000 lifespan points, and now he only has 7,300 lifespan points left.
Yang Ye looked at the guidance officer and asked again, "How many contribution points can be exchanged for Galactic Empire ships?"
The guidance officer's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he subconsciously wanted to ask for a lion's share. However, he instantly calmed down and truthfully said, 3 contribution points will do.
Yang Ye casually said, "A discount."
Before he finished speaking, the guidance officer hurriedly said, "There is no premium, you can go to the Galactic Empire and ask around, this is the official pricing." Yang Ye looked at the guidance officer's demeanor did not look like he was telling a lie. It seems that if you want to exchange the ship, you still have to think of other ways. A few moments later, Winged Knight walked out of the hall. "There are still 3 days left." Yang Ye muttered a word.
According to the old man's plan, the Dragon Kingdom territory war would not open until 3 days later. Now that Blue Star had also registered successfully and there were no more external threats, Yang Ye had a rare gap. However, as soon as Neverwinter Knight's words fell, a system announcement suddenly rang out. "Ding, Blue Star region, Sakura Island Country Camp has listed Dragon Country as a hostile camp."
"Ding, Blue Star region, Sakura Island Country's camp has listed Dragon Country as a hostile camp."
"Ha?" Neverwinter Knight froze. Sakura Island Country listed Dragon Country as a hostile camp?
Dragon Country, the major main cities, both the players who were upgrading in the Misty area and the players within the main cities froze.
Have these footpot chickens gone crazy? Are they unable to think straight? Sakura Island Kingdom dares to list us as a hostile camp? Grass, I've been wanting to this bunch of for a long time. This system announcement was unexpected by everyone in Dragon Kingdom. No one had expected the Sakura Island Kingdom to be so brave and dare to initiate a war. They had to know that Yang Ye was now the veritable #1 in Blue Star, so they didn't have any chance of winning any way they looked at it. Sakura Island Kingdom, the major main cities, countless players gathered in front of the teleportation array.
However, they didn't enter the teleportation array, they seemed to be waiting for something, and everyone's eyes were filled with excitement.
Inoue-kun, an island player whispered, "All of our mysterious trial people have successfully walked out, is this true?"
Inoue responded confidently, "Kojima-kun, naturally it's true, otherwise we wouldn't have taken the initiative to start this war." Just watch, to the side, someone chimed in, the Dragon Kingdom is just our springboard. We had conquered the Dragon Kingdom in the beginning, and this time will be no different.
Inoue laughed, this time we'll take all the countries of the Blue Star. Kojima hesitated, but the Dragon Kingdom has 10 safe zones.
There's no harm in that, Inoue responded. As far as I know, those who come out of the Mystic Trials can ignore any mechanism in the third world.
That so-called safe zone is nothing but a joke. At that moment, another person said, then the Eternal Night.
Humph, Inoue said disdainfully, those of us who passed the mysterious trial, it's easy as pie to kill Neverwinter Nights. Sakura Island Country, Dungeon City, Area S, a group of people were guarding in front of a huge spatial barrier. And within the spatial barrier, people were constantly stepping out. These people exuded a strong aura around them, just like an ancient fierce beast in their heads.
Success!
The heavens have blessed my great cherry blossom empire. The number of people who have passed the mysterious trial has passed 5 million. This group of people were so excited that their bodies were trembling.
In another part of Area S, a garden was dotted with low wooden huts.
Inside one of the wooden huts, a dozen people knelt on the ground.
Your Majesty the Emperor, this time it's foolproof.
According to the information we received, only 7 people from the Dragon Kingdom have passed the trial. It's impossible for them to be our opponents. A short man said in a deep voice, Oguchi-koen, I hope you won't make any mistakes this time. After today, the Dragon Kingdom, a country with a history of 5,000 years, will truly become history. If we don't succeed, we shall disembowel ourselves.
Yoshi, that's good.
All of you are also aware that the hatred between the Dragon Kingdom and us cannot be dissolved. There will eventually be a war of annihilation between Sakura and the Dragon Kingdom.
Since we have the absolute advantage this time, we can't give the Dragon Kingdom any respite.
As the words fell, a dozen or so people in the room rose at the same time and,
Your Majesty the Emperor, you may give the order.
The short man looked around the room and also stood up violently, raised the power of the entire nation to exterminate the Dragon Kingdom.
In the Sakura Island Kingdom, countless black-clothed men took off from the island's coastline and spread out towards the Dragon Kingdom.
This is? That's right, these are all the warriors of my great Sakura Kingdom who passed the mysterious trial.
When do we leave? When these warriors take down the Dragon Kingdom's main city, we'll go and wrap things up.
In the Dragon Kingdom, Yangya rose up with his sword, and quite a few Dragon Kingdom players followed Yangya to the midair.
Where did they get the backbone?
Yangya couldn't figure it out, but if any of the Sakura Island Kingdom executives had a little bit of brains, they wouldn't have done something like this. Who gave them the courage? Yangya murmured a sentence in a low voice.
Could it be? Neverwinter Night suddenly flashed a thought, mythic recovery trial? Just then,
Winged Knight's private message lit up, be careful. 5 million people from the island nation have passed the mythic recovery trial.
Yangya's face sank, trouble. But right at this moment,
a system prompt rang in Winged Knight's ears. Ding, a large number of Woe inheritance remnants have appeared in the Blue Star region. Please go to XXXX coordinates to clean them up, and you will be rewarded with third world contribution points.
Ha! Chapter 129, Underground Graveyard.
Scourge inheritance remnant. Yangya froze when he heard the system quest prompt. However, he instantly reacted to the fact that the flying serpent was known as the Scourge beast in the third world. Now, this Scourge inheritance remnant was probably a mythological inheritance as well. The remnants here, Yangya had a bold thought, could it be the 5 million people from Sakura Island who passed the Mystic Recovery Trial? But why would passing the Mythic Recovery Trial be called a remnant by the third world? What the hell was going on here? Forget it, Winged Knight shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he should go over and take a look first.
Yongyi didn't delay and directly used Space Leap to teleport over to the mission coordinates.
When Yongyi reappeared, he was already in the sky above the ocean. Yangya raised his eyes and looked into the distance, and in the distant sky, countless black dots were speeding towards him.
Blazing sun burning world. Blazing sun burning world.
Facing the so-called defective products for the first time, Yangya didn't dare to be careless and released his skills in advance. The black dots were incredibly fast, and Yongyi had just released a few skills when they were all revealed.
Sure enough, Yangya's eyes narrowed slightly.
Both sides were getting closer and closer, and even though all of these people were dressed in black, that air of a footpad chicken was still instantly recognized by Yangya.
It's an alien. Kill. The black-clothed men also discovered Yongyi, and surprisingly, they rushed over in a murderous rage.
In the blink of an eye, these defective items rushed into the range of the blazing sun burning world skill.
However, Yangya's pupils suddenly shrunk.
Like the flying snake, these defective items didn't have any damage values spilling out of their bodies after entering his skill range.
Wrong.
Neverwinter Night stared at one of the black-robed men. Although no damage values appeared on his body, his speed quickly dropped after entering the range of the blazing sun burning world skill. Moreover, his body began to twist unnaturally.
My skill has an effect on them.
Seeing this, Neverwinter Night was greatly relieved. His skills were effective against these defective products, but they just didn't show up in the form of damage values.
Could it be that they are trial failures? This thought popped into Yangya's mind.
The flying snake could completely ignore his skills, while these remnants in front of him were only partially immune. Therefore, Yang Ye speculated that these people hadn't successfully completed the trial at all. However, Yang Ye didn't have time to think about it, because these defective items were already in front of him. A large number of defective products let out painful groans from their mouths, and their bodies were twisted and distorted so badly that they had clearly reached their endurance limits.
I'd like to see how long you can withstand my skill searing.
Neverwinter Night whispered a soft sentence. He was very curious now. After all, it was the first time that Neverwinter Nights had encountered such a situation. No damage values appeared, but the remnant body was damaged. Phew! At the front, the left hand of one of the defective products was half bent, like a sharp claw grabbing towards Yang Ye's neck. Instead of dodging it, Yang Ye clenched his right hand and smashed it. Young Knight want to try, his own flesh, in the end can resist these defective attacks. With a loud bang, the entire left arm of the defective product directly exploded. On the other hand, Yang Ye's right fist was unharmed, not even leaving a scratch.
Yang Ye's eyes widened, his physical body was already this strong? In the next second,
Spatial Leap Yang Ye directly disappeared in place. The densely packed remnants at the back had already surrounded him. Yang Ye appeared in another direction, looking at the black pressurized silhouettes that could not be seen in front of him. His face was gloomy.
Sakura Island was waging a full-scale war.
Since you're looking for death, Yang Ye said in a chilling voice, then disappear in Blue Star.
3, 4, 7, 8, 3, 2.
The final judgment deck in Yang Ye's hand changed 6 times in a row.
Blazing Sun Burning World.
After being empowered by the final judgment deck, the effect of Yang Ye's skills on these defective products increased dramatically. Within a range of 20 kilometers, countless defective products began to emit white smoke from their bodies, and then turned into countless dust and dissipated. However, a large number of defective products continued to come forward, as if they had a blood feud, launching suicide attacks towards Yang Ye. Winged Knight watched them all die in unison and whispered under his breath, anomalies. This time, the remnants, the first time they discovered Yang Ye, called him a foreign number. It was the same as saying that the trialists of the Third World were aliens in their eyes. Did this mean that the Mythic Recovery Trial and the Third World Trial were opposites, or even hostile existences?
Moreover, the Myth Revival Trial does not seem to be a trial.
The Flying Serpent is a disaster. And these defective products receive the disaster. Forget it, Yang Ye shook his head. With so little information available, he could only speculate so much.
Blazing Sun Burning World, Yang Ye's sword traveled, rushing towards the remnants.
This time, Sakura Island had sent out too many people, and Blazing Sun Burning World's skill range was so large.
After killing them for so long, there wasn't even the slightest sign of them decreasing.
Yang Ye's sword rushed across, continuously releasing Blazing Sun Burning World. It was only at this point that Neverwinter Nights realized how perverse his own body was. A large number of defective products couldn't dodge in time and were directly smashed by Yang Ye's body. The Sakura Island Kingdom Myth Revival Trialists have been stopped by me. Yang Ye took the time to send a private message.
Dragon Kingdom Dungeon, Area S.
Bang, the table was slammed loudly.
Everyone teleport and sink Sakura Island to the bottom of the sea. A few moments later, Dragon Kingdom's major main cities, the teleportation arrays began to flash frantically.
Ding, cumulative kills of 1 million Woe inheritance remnants, gained 1 point of contribution value.
Grass. Neverwinter Night couldn't help but explode when he heard the system prompt.
He had killed millions of people before giving 1 point of contribution value.
A million Sakura Islanders equaled a flying snake? What a bunch of ES.
At this moment, Yang Ye's private message lit up.
The Dragon Kingdom has begun to move.
Yang Ye read the message. Looks like I need to speed up the process.
Falling echoes. Curtain ashes rise. A good show begins.
Although these defective items don't show damage values, the higher the skill damage, the more obvious the effect on them. Sakura Island, Tokyo Main City. The main city boundary suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the city, the Sakura Island Kingdom players were in a daze. But immediately afterward, countless skills crushed in like a tsunami. Grass, who did it so fast? People were gone before I even sent out my attacks. The Dragon Kingdom players surged into the urban area like a drowning flood. Sakura Island Kingdom, Dungeon S area, was surrounded by a wave of panic. How is this possible? Where are our trialists? Emperor, now that the Dragon Kingdom is fully counterattacking and outnumbering us a dozen times over, let the main city players retreat back to the dungeon.
Abandon all so many main cities?
As long as the people are still here, there's no harm even if the main city is captured.
Where's Oguchi Koen? Didn't he promise to be foolproof? Your Majesty, Oguchi Koen has committed suicide. Crap his ass, this Emperor's Majesty lost his temper. Then, retreat. Hiding early?
The Dragon Kingdom players had just arrived at the island's main city, only to find it empty. These devils hid really fast.
What to do now? Wait for the notification, what else can we do?
It's finally over, Yang Ye sighed in relief. These millions of defective products delayed him a lot of time. At this moment, Yang Ye's private message lit up again.
They all hid in the dungeon?
Neverwinter Night looked at the content of the private message in surprise. This is being a shrunken head turtle. Dungeon. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was able to teleport in directly.
Dungeon. Rather a nice piece of graveyard.
Add more 3 shifts a day starting next month, plus that's 4-5 shifts. Set a small goal first. Carrot.
Chapter 130, Sakura's End.
Sakura Island Kingdom, Dungeon. Island players collectively exited the third world and hid back in the dungeon. In the back third area of the island dungeon, the normally silent underground buildings, for the first time, almost every room was lit up.
Many people came out of their cramped rooms one after another, standing densely in the corridor. What's going on? Didn't all of our people pass the mysterious trial? Why did the Dragon Kingdom still kill over? Didn't they say they weren't affected by the third world? Countless Sakura Islanders showed despair on their faces, even though they were safe for a while now. But they couldn't figure out why the Dragon Kingdom was able to attack over. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has more people who passed the mysterious trial? It can't be. The Dragon Kingdom can pass the mysterious trial? There were quite a few people who didn't believe it, but other than that, they really couldn't think of any other reason. A wave of panic spread through the underground city, and everyone looked terrified. This time, it really was a big disaster.
They had taken the initiative to start a camp war, and were even prepared to raise a nation to exterminate the Dragon Kingdom. But it didn't take long for the situation to reverse, and they hid underground, not daring to enter the third world.
This matter can't be made good. The top will go and communicate it. Surrender and forget it. We surrendered anyway. Countless people whispered in disarray, and the cacophony rang out.
However, this situation didn't last long as a bizarre scene appeared.
The surroundings quieted down a little bit, finally, until they were silent.
Countless people raised their heads in unison, looking at the figure suspended in midair. The iconic cloak, the conspicuous black mask.
It's the Dragon Kingdom Eternal Night? A Sakura Islander stammered and spoke. How could he appear here?
The islanders' brain short-circuited. This scene appeared beyond their cognizance. Only by teleporting to the surface through the holographic silo would players have all sorts of unbelievable abilities in the third world. It had almost become a consensus that once they exited the third world and returned to the dungeon, they would no longer have third world data enchantments. But now, Neverwinter Night's appearance broke their perceptions. More than one person suddenly yelled out, he didn't exit the third world, he appeared directly here.
Exiting the third world?
In midair, Eternal Night shook his head. Blazing sun burning world, Winged Knight whispered softly.
A second star appeared in the Sakura Island Kingdom underground city.
A large number of islanders opened their eyes wide, and in the next instant, countless people fell straight down.
Infinite Mother's Nest. Infinite Mother's Nest.
A batch of Lord-level summoned beasts appeared and flew along the Sakura Island Kingdom underground city towards the distance. Yang Ye also flew towards the distance with his sword. In the Sakura Island dungeon, stars began to twinkle in each area. These people retreated back to the dungeon, and without the third world data, they were even less able to resist. The holographic warehouse was the medium through which the Blue Star humans linked to the third world, but everyone overlooked one thing. When they entered the fallen zone from the novice village, that is, the surface, everyone was already connected to the third world data. There was absolutely no need for them to exit the holographic warehouse and go offline, but they could return to the dungeon with everything from the third world. It was only inherent thinking that made everyone think that they could only return to the dungeon by going offline and exiting the third world. Unbeknownst to them, the dungeon was also a part of the third world, and was merely a buffer for Blue Star humans to adapt to data mining. Sakura Island Country, Dungeon Area S, inside a wooden house. Your Majesty the Emperor, the Dragon Kingdom Winged Knight has killed its way in. A man broke in a panic. As the Lord of the Blue Star, Winged Knight can enter our dungeon. This short man, Sakura's Mikado, muttered, we failed again. After saying that, the short man looked at the visitor. Let everyone enter the third world for one last shot.
100 million jades. Jade shattered? The visitor was shocked. Emperor, why don't we surrender? Emperor Sakura shook his head. There's no chance. How could the Dragon Kingdom give us another chance?
Yes,
the visitor bowed his head and answered, then asked, then you.
Go to the mysterious trial. Sakura Sky Emperor stood up. Since there is no way back in the third world, let's take the last road. Emperor Sakura said in a deep voice, have the civilians enter the third world to attract attention, and we'll enter the mysterious trial.
Sakura Island Kingdom Dungeon. Area H, Area G, Area F, and Area A. After Winged Knight swept through, corpses were visible everywhere, becoming an underground corpse city.
When Yang Ye arrived at District D, there was an accident.
Unlike the previous few districts, this district didn't have a single movement. Is this online again? Yang Ye murmured.
However, this behavior of Sakura Island Kingdom was exactly what Yongyi wanted. If all of them died underground, the Dragon Kingdom players would have no profit.
Just then,
hiss from extremely far away, a summoned beast chirped suddenly.
Winged Knight froze, sensed it slightly, and revealed a smirk of playfulness. Is this preparing to run? But unfortunately it's too late. As the words fell, Neverwinter Nights was directly in place. Sakura Island's remnants gave Young Yi a wake-up call, and Blue Star was not only the Dragon Kingdom entering the myth recovery trials.
For Young Knight, this is a big trouble. That's why Young Ye released his summoned beasts in advance when he entered the Sakura Island dungeon.
One was to find the mythic recovery trial entrance. The second was to block the retreat of the Sakura Island Kingdom's upper echelon.
As the saying goes, a dog jumps over the wall in a hurry. Even if the mythic recovery trial was dangerous, when pushed to the brink of extinction, the Sakura upper echelon would be forced to enter the mythic recovery trial. And the truth was just as Winged Knight expected. In the Sakura Island Country underground city, in front of that space barrier, a large number of Sakura Country's upper echelons had gathered. But at this moment, each of these people looked as if they were dead. A large number of summoned beasts had gathered in front of the barrier, blocking their way. What to do? Emperor Sakura looked at the large number of summoned beasts, revealing despair. The last way of retreat, blocked. Chapter 131, Kill. The Sakura Island Kingdom executives looked at the spatial barrier, as well as the large number of summoned beasts, unable to advance or retreat. Your Majesty the Emperor, my subordinates will go and distract this group of summoned beasts. At this time, someone still stepped forward. Good. Emperor Sakura instantly became excited. I didn't expect that there would still be someone willing to die for him at this time. It seemed that all these years of Sakura Island Empire's educationalist brainwashing was not without effect. However, Emperor Sakura's joy passed in an instant. This person had just approached the summoned beasts and was directly killed by a wind blade spewed out by one of the summoned beasts, a bloody head rolling to the ground. The group of summoned beasts hadn't moved their position since the beginning. It's over. Sakura Sky Emperor's heart was mostly cold. In the face of an absolute difference in strength, trying to lure away Neverwinter Night's summoned beasts was simply a fool's dream. We can't die in the mouths of these beasts. One of the Sakura executives stepped forward. Clank, the long sword came out and stood in front of the Sakura Sky Emperor. The Sakura Emperor froze. Fuji-koen, you're going to kill yourself? Fujinjo said in a deep voice, Your Majesty the Emperor, we, the great Sakura warriors, will die with dignity. Emperor Sakura slowly nodded his head. Fujinji-kun, go, you have not dishonored the prestige of my Sakura Empire. However, as Emperor Sakura's words fell, Fujinjo raised his sword and slashed down towards Emperor Sakura. Soft. Emperor Sakura was shocked and crouched on his butt on the ground. Fuji-kun, Emperor Sakura screamed, What are you doing? Your Majesty the Emperor, Fujinjo said with a serious demeanor, my subordinate will personally give you a ride. No need. Emperor Sakura hurriedly said, However, before this Sakura Emperor could finish his sentence, Your Majesty, Fuji interrupted, history has invariably shown that my Sakura's successive emperors have all been the most greedy and fearful of death. At these words, the surrounding group of executives looked over. A cold laugh suddenly resounded in mid-air. Winged Knight appeared in front of the spatial barrier, looking down very playfully. I didn't expect to see a good dog-eat-dog scene. It's Winged Knight. The Sakura Island Kingdom's group of executives were in disarray. The Sakura Emperor forced down the fear in his heart. Winged Knight, we can surrender. Kill, but Yanye didn't even talk nonsense and directly ordered the summoned beasts to exterminate the group. It's over. The Sakura Emperor crouched on his butt on the ground again. However, right at this moment, the spatial barrier suddenly rippled with layers of ripples. In an instant, a group of Sakura Island Kingdom trialists walked out. Yanye's gaze stared. What exactly was behind the spatial barrier? Why were these defective people able to obtain transcendent powers? Ha. We're saved. Another person who passed the trial has come out. At the back, the Sakura Island Kingdom's top brass got excited. The Sakura Emperor even directly stood up with a carp. Kill him, Sakura Emperor pointed a trembling finger at Yangye, tear him apart for me. Without waiting for Emperor Sakura's order, all of these people who had passed the trial were already looking at Yangye and his summoned beasts. It's an alien. Kill. The group of people that came out numbered at least 100, and they directly rose up into the air and killed towards Yangye and his summoned beast. At the very front, a defective product approached one of the summoned beasts and without losing speed, directly crashed into it. Pooh! The body of this defective product directly penetrated a summoned beast. This is the power of a god. This is simply unrivaled. The Sakura executives were instantly thrilled. In their eyes, these freshly emerged trialists were simply god killers, relying solely on their physical bodies to directly kill the summoned beasts in seconds. The other remnants also began to show their power, ignoring the attacks of the summoned beasts, and one by one, the summoned beasts were killed. Soon, all of the summoned beasts were killed by these defective products. It's true that they are immune to most of the attacks. Yangye secretly assessed the strength of these trial remnants. The Sakura Islanders didn't see it, but Yangye saw it very clearly. His summoned beasts did not have no effect on these defective products, but they just couldn't withstand the attacks of the defective products. At this moment, a defective item rushed towards Young Ye. Kill him, kill him. We must kill him. The Sakura executives, including the Sakura Emperor, involuntarily opened their mouths and shouted. Although they had witnessed the strength of these trialists with their own eyes, Young Ye, as the number one person in the Blue Star, couldn't possibly be easy to deal with. The group of Sakura Island Kingdom's top brass couldn't help but tense up as they watched the trialists rush towards Young Ye. However, the moment the trialist arrived in front of Young Ye swung his fist at the head of the defective. With a loud bang, the trialist's body and head separated, and he fell from mid-air. How is this possible? Below, Emperor Sakura and the others were dumbfounded, not daring to look at this scene with disbelief. However, although Winged Knight had killed a remnant in a dry manner. However, the other trialists were humongous, and without the slightest hesitation, they rushed towards Young Ye together. These people seem. Young Ye looked at the incoming remnants and whispered, "There's something wrong with their brains, they're a bit delirious. Must kill him." Sakura Sky Emperor clenched his teeth and stared at Young Ye, who was surrounded by trialists. However, the next moment, this Sakura Emperor's face turned pale. It's over. In the main city of Sakura Island Kingdom, the players who had originally disappeared en masse came back online in unison. Kill. The Dragon Kingdom players who had already occupied the main city suddenly became excited. 5,000 years of glorious history, in one stroke. 100 years of humiliating history, up and down in 2 books. Dragon Kingdom was a country with historical memories. Especially for the Sakura Island country, national hatred, old and new scores were settled together. Men, women and children, cut off the roots. Kill, kill, kill. The Dragon Kingdom players, who were like vicious wolves, killed towards the people of Sakura Island Kingdom. Most of the people from the Sakura Island country had already died in the dungeon, and now those who were able to return to the third world were already less than 1/12 of 1%, and they simply couldn't stop the Dragon country players from attacking crazily. The Dragon Kingdom had more than 1 billion people, with half of them being evil cultivators, and the other half being in the human emperor streamer. At this moment, this sentence was displayed to the fullest.
Chapter 132, Sakura Removal.
Seeing that there was no way to stay alive in the main city, a group of Sakura Island Kingdom players gathered together and charged towards the Misty Zone. There was an Emperor-class alien beast deep within the Misty area, and they were going to take a gamble. However, before these people could rush out of the city, they were blocked back by the Dragon Kingdom guarding the outside. For this number of people to want to break out surrounded by Dragon Kingdom players was simply whimsical. As the players from both sides were simply not in the same order of magnitude, the situation appeared one-sided, and the number of Sakura Island Kingdom players began to plummet.
After only a few moments.
Ding! Dragon Kingdom Camp killed Sakura Island Kingdom Camp's Fukuoka main city without a single survivor, rating, massacre. 6 consecutive system announcements rang out, and the major main cities of Blue Star were instantly set ablaze.
Crap, so ruthless? Goodness, massacre? Is this for real? Of course it's true, the system has announced it. How did Dragon Kingdom do it? Not a single survivor, this is unimaginable. Yeah, Sakurajima Fukuoka has a population of millions, right? Mud, even if it's 1 million pigs, it's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to kill them all so quickly? This is a big deal. It's impossible for both sides to settle this. Players from other countries were shocked by Dragon Kingdom's ruthlessness in slaughtering the city directly. Secondly, most of them were in the mindset of watching the show. Cherry Blossom Island country was slaughtered a main city, surely they wouldn't stop, maybe they could pick up the pieces. However, not long after this system announcement, another system announcement rang out. Ding! The Dragon Country Camp killed the Sakura Island Country Camp's Osaka main city without a single survivor, rating, massacre. Blue Star's major main city players were confused. Another massacre? Or Sakura Island Kingdom? Sakura Island Kingdom players are so wasted? Is there a mistake? But before these people could react, before their murmuring voices could fall. Ding! The Dragon Nation Camp killed the Sakura Island Nation Camp's Sapporo main city without a single survivor, rating, massacre. Ding! The Dragon Nation Camp killed the Sakura Island Nation Camp's Kobe main city, no survivors, rating, massacre. The system announcement rang out frantically. Sakura Island Kingdom's main city, massacre. 1, 2, 10. Dozens of Blue Star's major main city players instantly fell into dead silence. The system announcements hadn't stopped, but without exception, without a single survivor, the city was slaughtered. Now everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. This time, the camp battle between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Island Kingdom was at the extermination level. It's over. After today, I'm afraid there will be no more Sakura Island Kingdom and Blue Star. The Dragon Kingdom would do such a desperate thing? Dozens of main cities, all massacred, this is a charge to exterminate the country. Most players were shocked by the frantically broadcast system announcement.
However, a small number of people were relieved again when they saw that it was the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Island Kingdom. The hatred between the two sides was so deep that it had reached a point where they couldn't be reconciled, and it wasn't surprising that it could reach this level.
The Sakura Island Kingdom is considered finished. They are looking for death, no one else can blame them. How many people are they, and they still dare to take the initiative to start a war with the Dragon Kingdom? This is great, the country is directly exterminated. Isn't this the usual behavior of the Sakura Island Kingdom? Back then, they made a fool of themselves by stealing an attack on the Rice Country, and now they're making a fool of themselves by waging a war against the Dragon Country. Rice Country, Dungeon, Area S. Looking my eyes. Tell me why. Why baby why? The Dragon Kingdom killed the Sakurajima Kingdom? Where is Sakurajima Kingdom mysterious trialist? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has mastered the method of eliminating the mysterious trials?
Not only Rice, but also White Elephant and Stick Country, a large number of people from these countries had passed the mysterious trial. Their ambitions had just sprouted, but they were thrown a pot of cold water on their heads.
The invincible mystic trialists in their eyes had not played any role in this war of extermination.
Among them, no one was more shocked than the Rods and White Elephants. On the Blue Planet, the Northern Rods and Southern White Elephants were the two most shameless countries. One plagiarized the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. One funeral ceremony was abstracted to the extreme. Especially, these two countries are eyeing the Dragon Kingdom with all sorts of displeasure. One had been a small subordinate sub-state of the Dragon Kingdom, and the other had been beaten to the capital by the Dragon Kingdom in 32 days. They had meant to start a war this time as well, but they were preempted by the Sakura Island Kingdom. Now the continuous stream of system announcements had completely extinguished the Rods and White Elephants.
Sakura Island Kingdom, Underground City.
In front of the mysterious trial space barrier, a glance at the area was littered with mutilated limbs, broken arms, and sticky blood. Yongyi used his physical body to single-handedly fight hundreds of Sakura Islanders, unlike his long-range skill output in the Third World. Unlike his long-distance skill output in the Third World, Yongya's bloodlust was also aroused in his bones during this close combat. So much so that, including the Sakura Island country executives and the Sakura Emperor, all were torn apart and dismembered by Yongya's hands. A strong bloody odor wafted around for a long time. At Yongya's feet, the Sakura Emperor, who still had a breath left in him, lay motionless on the ground, with blood continuously flowing out from the corner of his mouth. A moment later, Sakura Emperor convulsed and completely stopped moving. Ding! In light of the fact that there are no more trialists in the Sakura Island Kingdom camp, the Blue Star region is removed from the list. Ding! In light of the fact that there are no more trialists in the Sakura Island Kingdom's camp, the Blue Star region is delisted.
Nope. Neverwinter Night whispered, not reacting too much. It was just something that was expected.
Afterwards, Winged Knight's gaze turned to that spatial barrier.
This is the mythic recovery trial entrance.
As Yongya looked at the spatial barrier, an urge to go in arose in his heart.
These trial remnants were already this powerful, what if they succeeded? But where did those who succeeded in the Dragon Kingdom's trials go? Yongya muttered, or are they still undergoing the trials? A moment later, Yongya shook his head helplessly. Whether those who didn't come out had succeeded in their trials, or their trials were still going on. For Yongya, it wasn't even the best time to go in yet. If nothing else, Sakura Island wasn't the only country on the Blue Planet that had so many defective products. These defective products are not a threat to Yongya, but to the Dragon Kingdom, they are too great a threat. At the very least, we should get rid of these potential threats. With this in mind, Yongye turned around and prepared to leave. However, the moment Yongyi turned around, the space barrier, which was originally as quiet as water, suddenly twisted and rotated. Immediately after, a terrifying suction force swept toward Yongyi. P.S. More. Chapter 133, Illusion? Yongya's face changed, and his body involuntarily flew backwards towards the spatial barrier. Royal Sword Art, Yongya shouted lowly and violently rushed in the opposite direction. However, Yongya had just rushed out some distance when the suction force of the spatial barrier behind him suddenly surged. This time, the suction force of the spatial barrier was far greater than what Yongya had expected. Even with all his strength, he was only able to freeze for a moment, and not only did the distance between him and the spatial barrier not widen, but he began to approach the spatial barrier again. Yongya's face changed slightly, spatial leap. At this time, it was too late to think carefully. Yongyi made an immediate decision and directly released Space Leap. In an instant, a spatial vortex was formed between the spatial barrier and Yongye. Effective! With a joyful expression, Yongye directly entered the spatial vortex in a smooth manner, preparing to teleport away. However, the instant Yongye was about to enter the spatial vortex, the mysterious trial spatial barrier suddenly erupted again. The Sakura Island Kingdom underground city trembled, and the entire space began to distort and collapse. This time, not only Yongye, but also the spatial vortex was swallowed by the spatial barrier. Yongye's afterglow glimpsed this scene, his heart crossed and he no longer resisted. Life would always have all sorts of accidents, and instead of being powerless to resist, it was better to enjoy it to the fullest. Besides, regardless of whether the mythic recovery trial was successful or not, for now at least it couldn't die. Extrapolating from the existing situation, even if the trial fails, it can eventually come out. Moreover, as of now, the success rate of the Dragon Nations trial was extremely high. However, just as Yang Ye was swallowed into the spatial barrier along with the spatial vortex. Ding, Blue Star Ranker Data Anomaly.
Neverwinter Night was stunned as the Judgment Final deck in his hand suddenly began to beat wildly. Grass, Winged Knight's face changed drastically. If the Judgment Final chapter continued to beat like this, where would he still have a lifespan left in him? Ding, Arithmetic Power Dump Enchanted.
Ding, Deception of Heaven. A series of Virgin System prompts rang in Yang Ye's ears.
But before he could react, a sense of vertigo hit him, and Yang Ye's consciousness was plunged into endless darkness. The spatial barrier underneath Sakura Island swallowed the spatial vortex released by Yang Ye and his own body. The space barrier also slowly became transparent as Yang Ye entered until it disappeared. In the main city of Sakura Island, the dragon players who were cleaning up the garbage suddenly raised their heads in unison.
What's wrong? Why does the sky seem to have turned dark? Crap, it's not the sky dog eclipsing the sun, is it? How can a heavenly dog eclipse the sun at this time of the day?
At the same time, players from all the major main cities of the blue planet sensed something strange. The huge crimson sphere above the blue star dimmed. It was as if it was a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment.
Could it be that the blue star is going back to normal? How could it go wrong? For a while, players were clamoring with various speculative remarks. In Area S of the Blue Star's various countries' dungeons, a group of executives were also shocked. The data arithmetic of the third world covering Blue Star is losing. Are we going back to normal? Is the trial over or is the final test coming? Although these executives didn't understand exactly what was happening either. But it was clear to them that the third world's data arithmetic covering Blue Star was frantically being lost. Where are the Winged Knights? Crap, the Winged Knight big guy is missing from the rank list. Some sharp-eyed Dragon Kingdom players were shocked to discover that the Blue Star ranking list, the first place, showed unknown.
The first place on the list that originally belonged to Young Knight was empty.
A Dragon Kingdom warrior player looked at the Blue Star ranking list and spoke in a stagnant manner. Yang Ye won't be dead, right? On the side, a mage player replied, impossible, who on Blue Star can kill Yang Ye now? The warrior player couldn't help but speak, then how did his information disappear? The mage player pointed at himself. Do I look like someone who knows why?
Warrior. Regardless of how the Blue Star main city players reacted, at this moment, the originator of this dramatic change, the Neverwinter Nights, was in a special state.
In the underworld, Yang Ye seemed to sense an unimaginable scene.
Yang Ye strangely appeared under a starry sky. At this time his eyes were tightly closed, but he clearly sensed the situation around his body.
A data torrent that resembled a sea of stars traversed the entire cosmic starry sky.
The endless flood of data linked all the stars under the starry sky, and the cosmic stars became one dazzling node after another. Between the nodes of the stars, the silver-white data torrent poured out like the Milky Way, weaving into a giant net spanning billions of light-years. The entire starry sky seemed to have become a sea of data. Beneath the sea of data, all the planets were flashing brightly in a regular manner. Their synchronized flashes of light caused invisible ripples in the universe, forming a wave of energy. And above this sea of data, in the endless void, a wisp of gray mist that was constantly tumbling. Every time the sea of data flickered in unison, the wisp of gray mist that wanted to descend would take the initiative to avoid it. Both sides for a time seems to be deadlocked. In a trance, the Eternal Night felt as if he somehow appeared between the two. Suddenly, the data see endless data arithmetic power from the bottom up into the body of the Eternal Night. The gray mist above also began to erode his body. Originally confronting each other's two vastness of power, through the Eternal Night bodies surprisingly bizarre to contact together. I don't know how long it took.
Yang Ye's fingers suddenly trembled uncontrollably.
This slight movement was like draining all the strength from his entire body.
Yang Ye's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he used all his strength to try to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt like they were glued shut. However, his eyelids were as if they were stuck by glue, and he was never able to open them. Yang Yue could vaguely sense that there was light outside, but her body seemed to have been empty, and she didn't even have the strength to concentrate on feeling it. Even gasping for air became particularly laborious, and with every breath, a sharp pain came from his chest. Sea of data, gray mist, forever night murmured in his heart. Is this scene a hallucination that one has created, or is it real? However, right at this moment, everything around him suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, Yang Yi felt a heavenly rotation, only to feel that the surrounding space began to frantically retreat. A moment later, Yang Ye began to fall towards a direction that kept accelerating. It's not going to fall to my death, is it? An absurd thought popped up in the bottom of Yang Ye's heart. But it was really possible now. His body was now weak to the extreme, and he didn't feel any enchantment. Falling down at such an accelerated rate, the possibility of falling to his death was not small. Imperial Sword Art. Spatial Leap. Yang Ye kept trying to control his falling body. But after half a day of trying, there was no response. It's over. Chapter 134, Before Leaving. In the main city of Sakura Island, the crowd had not recovered from the stellar mutation, and each of them tilted their heads up to look at the sky. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. Look, the star has recovered. The original gradually dimming crimson sphere was gradually returning to normal. Look at it, my neck is sore. At this moment, some players hurriedly looked at the blue star ranking chart. Big Brother Eternal Night has appeared on the leaderboards again. Crap, it's still true. A crowd of Dragon Country players erupted in cheers. Right now, Yanya was the pillar of Dragon Kingdom and even Blue Star. If anything went wrong with Yanya, it would be a big deal. It was good that Yanya's information had appeared on the Blue Star ranking list again. No matter what, this at least meant that Yanya was currently fine. Why did Big Brother Yanya disappear at that moment? It can't be that he just went out of the Blue Star, right? Suddenly, a player reached out and pointed high into the sky. Hee, there's an extra black dot in the sky. The surrounding crowd sniffed and looked, only to see that high in the sky, a black dot was falling rapidly. What is this falling down? It seems like a person. A Sister Lin fell from the sky? Let's just say, is it possible that it's a foreign beast? These words really reminded everyone. Many players gripped the weapons in their hands, ready to strike at any time. However, when the black dot approached, the crowd could see it clearly. Crap, it's really a person. Which warrior fell from the sky? What's wrong with you? Do you want to die? Crap, quickly dodge. The black-clothed man who was falling rapidly high in the air did not have the slightest intention of slowing down and smashed over towards the players below. In the main city, a group of players dodged and made an open space. This black cloak. This can't be Big Brother Neverwinter Nights, can it? It kind of looks like it. When they were still 100 or so meters away from the ground in the city, the crowd finally recognized it. The black cloak, and that weird black mask, who else could it be but Neverwinter Nights? Is Big Brother Winged Knight bungee jumping? It's very possible. No one could conjure up the idea that the number one person of the Blue Star was, at this moment, dragging his broken body down, and that he would perish at any moment. Where am I? Although Winged Knight was dizzy, he was awake for a bit. However, in the next second, Neverwinter Night figured out its own situation and... Crap, Yanya hurriedly shouted to the crowd below, good brothers, catch me. However, the crowd of Dragon Kingdom below very tacitly took a few more steps back in unison. Big Brother is teasing me. This bit of speed is Harry to Big Brother. Big Brother is so humorous. Amidst the laughter of the crowd. Boom, there was a loud bang, and an extra deep pit appeared on the ground, and dust flew up. I thought the big guy would do a dashing break. I thought so too. Did Biggie just seem to land face first? The surrounding crowd froze, finally realizing that something was wrong, and hurriedly gathered around. Under the deep pit, Yanya was lying on his back at the bottom of the pit, not moving a muscle. Big Brother won't fall to his death, right? You mean the first person from Blue Star fell to his death? What's the joke? Even if he fell from tens of thousands of meters, he should still be fine. At the bottom of the pit. Cough, cough, Yanya's body suddenly twitched, then slowly sat up. That was close, Yanya was secretly shocked. Luckily, in the last moment of kissing the ground, he regained the third world enhancement and took control of his body again. What the hell is going on here? Yanya was now also confused. After entering the spatial barrier, Yanya vaguely felt that he had been cut off from all contact with the third world by an inexplicable force. This was followed by the vast and infinite sea of data, as well as that wisp of gray mist. Moreover, when entering the space barrier, those few system prompts that arithmetic tilt addition. Deceiving the sky. Neverwinter Nights muttered, the third world. Deception heaven? It's a calculus tilt to deceive the heavens? What exactly is the connection between the third world and the mythic recovery trial? This series of questions rose in Neverwinter Night's mind. But these questions were clearly not something that Yanya could figure out right now. Big Brother didn't fall stupid, did he? The edge of the deep pit was surrounded by Dragon Kingdom players, each of them poking their heads toward to look. The crowd watched as Yanya sat motionless at the bottom of the pit and kept muttering to himself under his breath. A player hesitantly said, it might be a concussion, I was a brain doctor before. To the side, another player suggested, then you go down and check for the big guy? Crowd. At the bottom of the pit, Neverwinter Nights also realized at this point that it wasn't quite right for him to stay down there all the time. Spatial leap, Yanya silently disappeared in place, not going up to greet these Dragon Kingdom players. It was too humiliating, after all. In full view of everyone. Blue Star's number one fell on his face. But it's okay. The one who was humiliated was Neverwinter Nights. What does it have to do with me, Janwei? Dragon Kingdom, Dungeon Area S. Where have you been? The old man couldn't help but ask when he saw Yanya appear, why did you disappear? I'm getting ready to leave. Yanya didn't answer the old man's question, instead he said, but before I go, there's one thing I feel I should say. The sea of data, the gray mist, gave Yang Ye a sense of urgency.
Most importantly, Yang Ye only had a few dozen points left in his lifespan value. He had to find a way to gain longevity value, and slowly upgrading was obviously not the best option. The old man looked at Yang Ye and said with a complicated expression, "Are you trying to say that those who came out of the mythic recovery trial are all trial failures?"
Ha! Yang Ye froze, you know?
The old man said softly, "I had my suspicions when so many successful trialists popped up in the Sakura Island Kingdom.
It just so happened that it was verified again on those 7 people from our Dragon Kingdom."
Yang Ye slowly nodded his head and continued, "I suspect that there are also a large number of trial failures in other countries. Do you need me to leave before?" Before Yang Ye finished speaking, the old man shook his head. "No need, we have ways to deal with these losers."
Yang Ye sniffed and revealed a surprised look.
The old man laughed, "Born in worry, die in peace. How can others grow when you sweep away all obstacles?" Yang Ye sniffed and felt that the old man had a point, but he suddenly added, "I want to see those 7 people from the Dragon Kingdom." "No," the old man said seriously, 2 trials.
Sakura's millions of trialists can't help me.
Yang Ye calmly said, "I want to confirm if the Sakura Island Kingdom's trial is the same trial as ours." Seeing Yang Ye's resolute attitude, the old man let out a bitter smile. "All right.
I'll arrange for someone to." "No need, I'll go by myself." Yang Ye's words fell and he directly teleported away. Strangely enough, after returning to the Blue Star, every blade of grass and tree in the dungeon was now under Yang Ye's senses. Dungeon S area, within a special building complex, in front of an alloy chamber, Yang Ye suddenly appeared. He looked in through the door and window, and a gray-robed man was lying quietly on a bed. Just the moment Yang Ye's gaze swept over the other party. Anomaly, the. A hoarse, low drink resounded within the chamber, and the gray-robed man sat up violently. A pair of gazes devoid of any human emotions confronted Yang Ye across the room. However, just as their gazes crossed, a gray light flickered in the bottom of Yang Ye's eyes. The gray-robed man who was about to storm out suddenly froze. P.S. Out of the Blue Star, into the Starry Sea, to take this step. Chapter 135 Buying a Battleship. Yang Ye looked at the trialist standing in the secret room and frowned slightly. The aura emanating from this trialist was completely different from those defective products from Sakura Island. The Kunlun Mountain Flying Snake, the Dragon Kingdom's trialist, and the Sakura Island's defective products. All 3 had gone through the myth revival trials, but their auras were unrelated. Yang Ye couldn't figure out why this was the case. After a few moments, Neverwinter Night stopped wasting time and directly turned around to leave. However, not long after Yang Ye left, a person hurriedly came to the garden where the Dragon Country old man was. "Old man Su, something has happened." The old man sitting on a stone bench looked at the visitor and said suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Now that the Dragon Kingdom had taken the Cherry Blossom Island Kingdom and was in full swing, he was still preparing to continue to open the territorial war. What could have happened at this time? "It's Li Yong," the visitor said hurriedly. "Li Yong has returned to normal." "What?" The old man got up violently. Li Yong, one of the 7 people from the Dragon Country myth recovery trials. Not only did these 7 people forget their memories of the trial land after coming out of the trial land, their sanity even became confused and unclear. "Go," the old man said in a deep voice, "go over and take a look." On the other side, Yang Ye returned to the Jiangnan main city alone. Before leaving, there were 2 other things he needed to take care of. The Judgment Final Chapter deck was still in a crippled state, and Yang Ye wanted to try to see if the casting masters in the main city could fix it. Although Yang Ye felt that there wasn't much hope, he was still prepared to try. Yo, Jiangnan main city casting patriarch, that little girl couldn't help but say when she saw Yang Ye coming over, "Lord City Lord, why did you want to come up to my place today? Can this be repaired?" Yang Ye opened the door and said his intentions. The little girl glanced at the Judgment Final Chapter deck in Yang Ye's hand and said without thinking, "It can be repaired." "Really can?" Yang Ye's expression was delighted. However, at this time, the little girl suddenly stretched out her hand. Seeing this, Yang Ye said, "How much does it cost?" "No," the little girl said seriously, "you take out the other one as well." "The other one?" Yang Ye was stunned. "Well," the little girl nodded and explained, "there are 2 of these cards, one red and one black, and combining the 2 into one will restore the full state." Yang Ye couldn't help but say, "Where is the other one?" The little girl spread her hands. "How would I know?" However, the little girl suddenly said, "Cards, as exclusive weapons, are generally only obtainable by the corresponding profession. So it's highly likely that it's in the hands of another clown." In the hands of another clown. Neverwinter Night felt bad. If it was in the hands of another clown, wouldn't it be a needle in a haystack? If it's not possible, a heavy bounty. Yang Ye couldn't help but give birth to this idea. "Don't think too much." The little girl seemed to notice Yang Ye's thoughts and smiled wryly. "The other card is no longer Blue Star." Yang Ye was stunned at his words. The little girl continued, "Because the 2 decks are complementary and can sense each other within a certain range. And," the little girl paused slightly, "that range is large." Yang Ye's face darkened. Dare I say that this girl knew from the start that she didn't have the other card?
Saying that it could be repaired at first was just teasing herself. See you later, Winged Knight dropped a sentence and turned to leave. Remember to come often, the little girl was very enthusiastic. A few moments later, Yang Ye came back to the Hall of Guides. After clearing out the millions of defective goods from Sakura Island, he had accumulated 6 points of third world contribution value, enough to buy a void folding ship. Lord City Lord, the guidance officer immediately came to life when he saw Yang Ye enter. I've come to buy a void folding ship, Yang Ye directly stated his intentions. The guidance officer smiled and opened the list of ships. Yang Ye was stunned when he looked over. He originally thought there was only one type, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Inside the list, there were all kinds of ships, all kinds of ships. The guidance officer stood aside at this time, and began to enthusiastically introduce the size, dimensions, styles, and uses of the Galactic Empire's ships varied. However, according to the grade, they were divided into 5 classes. Void Folding Ship Rift Class Contribution Value 3. Void Folding Ship Shattered Star Class Contribution Value 6. Void Folding Ship Abyssal Grade Contribution Value 12. Void Folding Ship Market Star Class Contribution Value 24. Even at the same level, the size of the ships varied greatly due to their different uses. The smaller of the warships were only tens of meters, while the larger transport ships were labeled thousands of meters or even tens of kilometers. However, the one the guidance officer focused on explaining to Yang Ye was the Shattering Star Class ship. I want the Shattered Star Class. Yang Ye suddenly spoke up and interrupted the guidance officer who was gushing out his introductions, battleships with attack combat capabilities. The guidance officer froze, fearing that he had heard wrong, and repeated the question, Shattered Star Class? Battleship? That's right, Winged Knight nodded slowly. Poor people are rich, since they are going to the stars, they naturally have to spare money in terms of ships. After finishing, Yang Yi added, is there an aftermarket? Of course, the guidance officer said excitedly, Fake 1 compensates 10 Lord City Lord. Normally speaking, according to Blue Star's trial progress, even if he wanted to sell a Rift-class ship, he would need to wait a long time. But Yang Ye had pulled the Blue Star trial too fast, skipping the Cosmic Wanderer rank and directly obtaining the planetary rank. He himself rushed too hard, and the deal that should have been after most of the Blue Star players were level 1000 was advanced to now. Winged Knight looked at the excited guidance officer and pursued, I mean, what if the ship is damaged? Impossible, the guidance officer firmly said, a Shattered Star-class battleship can be unharmed even if it is attacked by a group of planetary rank trialists. What if? Yang Ye was clearly not satisfied with the guidance officer's answer. The guidance officer hastened to say, if it's general damage, you can go to any planetary level trial zone main city in the Galactic Empire to have it repaired. However, the guidance officer's words changed, if you want a major repair, you can only go to the Galactic Empire to return to the factory and have it rebuilt. Winged Knight nodded and added, is there a 3-pack service? What 3 packages? The guidance officer froze. Yang Ye explained, package repair, package exchange, package return. The guidance officer revealed a bitter smile, this one doesn't, repairing the battleship requires you to pay extra for materials. Can it be done in installments? Winged Knight asked tentatively. The guidance officer's smile faltered, that's not available either. Alright, Yang Ye asked casually without much hope. Subsequently, Yang Ye paid 6 points of third world contribution value and bought a silver and black streamlined Shattered Star-class battleship. Although the silver and black ship was only 100 meters long, its appearance was full of tension. Moreover, the battleship's interior had its own space folding, so the space inside wasn't small. Afterwards, Yang Ye bound the battleship according to the guidance officer's instructions. The battleship is normally in folded space, you can summon the battleship out at any time. The guidance officer sent Yang Ye away beautifully. After Yang Ye exited the hall, he directly flew into the misty area with his imperial sword. A few moments later, Yang Ye stopped in mid-air, and with a thought, a huge object appeared in front of him. Yang Ye followed the operating instructions and entered the battleship's control room. The silver and black ship battleship steeply accelerated towards the outer blue star. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Under the voice control of Eternal Night, the battleship's speed grew faster and faster, and it soon left the range of the blue star and entered the vastness of the starry sky.